Lu Chun traversed into the Daxia Dynasty, becoming the ninth prince of this realm. Unlike the typical protagonists found in novels, Lu Chun possessed neither extensive knowledge of science and engineering nor a wealth of classical poetry in his memory. To evade the treacherous struggle for the throne, Lu Chun resolved to adopt a laid-back approach, intending to savor a life of luxury and tranquility. Chapter 1. System Activation. Having crossed over and assumed the identity of the ninth prince, Lu Chun found this status to be a source of considerable distress. He gazed at the Imperial edict in his hand and sighed deeply. At that moment, a woman clad in a flowing green gown, her figure graceful and voluptuous, entered the hall where Lu Chun sat. Noticing his furrowed brow, she offered soothing words. "Chainer, there is little danger in the north, and being away from the capital might be a blessing for you." Her voice was gentle and melodious, akin to a spring breeze that caressed the heart. Lu Chun lifted his gaze to meet the woman's eyes, his worries dissipating like mist. Her name was Chu Yuqin, once a maidservant to his late mother. She had been regarded as a sister by his mother, prompting Lu Chun to affectionately call her Aunt Chu. Since the passing of his mother when he was merely 10 years old, it had been Chu Yuqin who remained by his side, tending to him with unwavering devotion. Shortly after his arrival in this world, fragments of his memories from Earth resurfaced, yet these recollections proved of little utility. Unlike the archetypal time travelers in literature, Lu Chun's knowledge was limited to common sense. He possessed scant understanding of scientific principles and could scarcely recall classical verses. Even with the daily recitation of classical poetry in his high school days, he had forgotten it all by this point, rendering him virtually indistinguishable from the ancients. As for political matters, Lu Chun was utterly ignorant. However, he was keenly aware of one thing: never involve oneself in a succession dispute, or one might meet an untimely demise without even knowing why. His mother hailed from the esteemed Chu family of Jiangnan. Were he to desire to participate in the succession struggle, he would not be entirely without support. Indeed, there had been persistent enticements for him to vie for the throne. Fortunately, he possessed a clear understanding of his limitations. Life as it was, with every need catered to, was quite agreeable. There was no need for him to take unnecessary risks. It was regrettable, however, that he would soon be departing for the harsh, frigid lands of the north to endure hardship. Perhaps due to his perceived incompetence and sole dedication to pleasure, the emperor of the great Xia dynasty, his father, had decreed, upon his coming of age, that Mu Zixuan be betrothed to him and that he be enfeoffed in the northern province. In times past, countless individuals would have clamored to wed Mu Zixuan, the capital's most celebrated woman of talent. But the circumstances had changed. Mu Zixuan's family, having been implicated with a rebellious faction, had suffered a precipitous decline in status, despite preserving themselves with an imperial pardon. Anyone with a modicum of political acumen would recognize that marrying Mu Zixuan would essentially disqualify one from contention for the position of heir apparent. Lu Chun did not particularly covet the crown prince's seat. His concern lay with the potential ramifications of marrying into a family tainted by treason, and whether it might one day disrupt his idyllic existence. Though concern lingered in his heart, he found himself unable to refuse the marriage bestowed upon him by his father. The emperor thus, he could only acquiesce. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Lu Chun's lips as he remarked, "Aunt Chu, if I were to journey to Beijing, would you not feel lonely in the capital all alone?" Chu Yuqin, who served not only as Lu Chun's mother's maid, but also held a special status as a member of the Chu family, represented their collective interests in Lu Chun's presence. However, Lu Chun's impending marriage to Mu Zixuan and his relocation to Beijing signified the irrevocable forfeiture of his prospects to ascend as the crown prince, leading the Chu family to withdraw their support, and it seemed likely that Chu Yuqin would depart from him as well. With her prowess having reached the 9th rank, she was among the rare elite within the realm of the great Xia dynasty, and it was implausible for the Chu family to allow a 9th-rank master to accompany a prince deemed ineffectual. Chu Yuqin smiled gently before responding, "If you go to Beijing, I shall accompany you." Stunned by her words, Lu Chun paused momentarily. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Aunt Chu, are you truly certain you wish to accompany me to Beijing?" With a cheerful demeanor, Chu Yuqin replied, "Of course, I promised your mother that I would protect you for a lifetime." "You had asked such a question. Could it be that now, with a princess by your side, you no longer desire me as your aunt?" Lu Chun hastily asserted, "How could that be? I would be overjoyed to have you accompany me to Beijing without you. I might find it difficult to sleep at night." As he spoke, Lu Chun cast a glance at Chu Yuqin, who at 28 years of age still possessed an unparalleled grace and beauty. She adorned herself in a cerulean cloud gown, her exquisite beauty rivaling the frost and snow, devoid of any discernible flaw. Her alabaster complexion radiated a subtle rosy hue, captivating and elegant. Her eyes, like shimmering pools, sparkled with clarity, while the gentle arc at the corners of her lips hinted at a joyful smile, embodying a serene grace imbued with a tender warmth. Her raven tresses were elegantly swept back, coiled high in a cloud-like arrangement, with jade hairpins securing her flowing locks that cascaded gracefully down her shoulders, reminiscent of will-o-wisps dancing in the breeze. The ebony pearl on the jade hairpin accentuated the luster of her dark hair, while the sinuous contours of her cerulean gown accentuated her myriad charms. Wongqing harbored complex feelings for Chukin, yet one truth he held dear was his undeniable attraction to her. The thought of Chukin departing from his side stirred a deep reluctance within him. At that moment, Chukin affectionately remarked, "Enough of your playful banter, it is time to prepare for your wedding." Days later, the North King's residence buzzed with exuberance, festooned with vibrant decorations and illuminated by crimson lanterns. Today marked Wongqing's joyous occasion, drawing not only close allies, but nearly all the ministers, regardless of their rapport with him. Once the wedding banquet concluded, Wongqing eagerly made his way to the bridal chamber. In the past few days, he had come to terms with the reality that, regardless of the transgressions of Mu Zixuan's family, she had chosen to marry him, and thus, he had no reason to dwell on the past. Now that Mu Zixuan was his wife, she would henceforth hold the title of his princess. The mere thought of the widely circulated tales of her beauty ignited a fervent excitement within Wongqing. Unlike Chu Yuqin, Lu Chun, although he harbored feelings for her, was acutely aware of her unique status. Now that Mu Zixuan had become his wife, she was undeniably within his reach. Upon entering the bridal chamber, Lu Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to the nuptial bed. Seated upon it was a woman adorned in a vivid red wedding gown, her face concealed beneath a veil. Yet, the enchanting curves of her figure had already captured Lu Chen's heart. Flanking the woman were two maidservants, both possessing striking beauty. In his previous life, securing a wife as captivating as these maidens would have been a formidable challenge for Lu Chen. With a heart brimming with excitement, he approached Mu Zixuan, taking from one of the maidservants a jade rod, gently lifting the veil. In the next moment, an exquisite visage revealed itself to him. Mu Zixuan appeared as if she had descended from the heavens, akin to a celestial being, leaving Lu Chun utterly mesmerized. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Mu Zixuan shyly spoke, "Husband, it is time to drink." Upon witnessing her bashful demeanor, Lu Chun could no longer contain himself and lunged forward. The two maidservants had intended to remind him to partake in the ceremonial wine, but upon seeing Lu Chun engrossed in his endeavors, they quietly retreated to the sidelines, attending to their duties. Time seemed to dissolve into an unmeasurable expanse. Lu Chun embraced Mu Zixuan, reclining on the bed, surrendering himself entirely to relaxation. Perhaps this was the life he had always envisioned. Yet, at that moment, an unfamiliar woman's voice pierced the tranquility. "Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first wife. The multiplicity and prosperity system has been activated. A welcome gift package has been dispatched. Would you like to claim it?" Chapter 2. The newcomer's gift package. Upon gazing at the azure interface before him, Lu Chen found himself momentarily entranced. Akin to the way he had been captivated by Mu Zixuan's exquisite beauty moments earlier, he even questioned whether his recent exertion had rendered him faint, leading to this surreal vision. With a steady gaze fixed on the blue screen, he raised his hand and selected yes. Instantly, the voice of the woman echoed once more, declaring, "The newcomer's gift package has been received." As the notification faded, a myriad of items materialized before Lu Chen's eyes. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 dragon tiger pill, 1 breakthrough pill, a desert eagle, 500 bullets, 50 grenades, and 1 seed of the dragon and phoenix tree." Uncertain of the utility of these items, Lu Chun cast a cautious glance at the beauty beside him. Mu Zixuan had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he once again raised his hand, tapping on the blue interface to select the words Dragon Tiger Pill. Dragon Tiger Pill. Consuming it will significantly enhance the host's combat prowess, ensuring a swifter progeny. In the next moment, an exquisite porcelain vial appeared in Lu Chen's hand, his eyes widening in astonishment at its authenticity. Immediately, he willed it back to the blue interface with a flick of his wrist. He then proceeded to tap on several other rewards. Breakthrough Pill. Upon consumption, the host will directly ascend to the rank of a first-tier martial artist. Desert Eagle. This firearm possesses immense power, capable of ensuring the host's safety in this world. The seeds of the dragon and phoenix tree can be cultivated using the host's blood. When the tree matures, a woman who consumes tea brewed from its leaves will enhance the bond between herself and the host, and these seeds may assist the host in begetting more exceptional offspring. Upon encountering this intriguing information, Chen felt a surge of excitement. Having resigned himself to a life as an ordinary prince, he was astonished by the sudden emergence of a blessings of many offspring system. He promptly inquired within his mind, "System, does this mean that I will receive rewards for every woman who bears my child?" Despite the system's existence, Chen remained skeptical that there would be no stipulations involved. If every woman who bore him a child were to grant him a reward, he would soon become invincible, requiring only to tend to his fields each day without any other obligations. The woman's rating must reach 90 for rewards to be granted, the system responded. Hearing this, Chen turned his gaze once more toward Mu Zixuan. At that moment, an identification interface appeared. Name, Mu Zixuan. Identity, daughter of Mu Tian, citizen of the Daxia Dynasty. Princess consort of the Northern King. Rating, 93, affinity, 60. You have greatly satisfied her today. Upon seeing Mu Zixuan's impressive score of 93, Chen smiled. It was indeed unreasonable for such a beautiful woman to have a rating below 90. He then cast a glance at the two maidservants in the room, who were also quite lovely, considering they might possess ratings close to 90 as well. Name, Zhou Xiaoxiao. Identity, daughter of the Zhou Wongqing. After her family's downfall, she was relegated to the brothel but was later purchased by the Mu family. Today, she accompanies Miss Mu Zixuan as a handmaiden into the residence of the Northern King. Rating, 90. Favorability, 50. Upon reading the introduction of the handmaiden before him, Chen was momentarily taken aback. He was not surprised by Zhou Xiaoxiao's impressive rating of 90, as her beauty was indeed striking. What astonished him was the revelation that this woman was the daughter of Zhou Wongqing, the very man whose treasonous acts had implicated the Mu family. Whether or not the accusations of treason were valid remained unclear to Chen. However, the authorities had deemed it treason, and it seemed audacious of the Mu family to rescue her from such disgrace. It was particularly perilous that she was now sent to the Northern King's residence. Was this not a trap? If this affair were to come to the attention of those with ill intentions, he might also find himself embroiled in danger. His gaze then shifted to the other beautiful handmaiden beside her. Name, Zhou Yuyu. Identity, daughter of Zhou Wongqing, younger sister of Zhou Xiaoxiao. After their family's downfall, she too was relegated to the brothel and subsequently purchased by the Mu family. Today, she accompanies Miss Mu Zixuan into the residence of the Northern King. Rating, 91. Favorability, 80. She fell in love at first sight. Observing Zhou Yuyu's profile, Chen furrowed his brow. Her situation mirrored his suspicions. Upon entering the bridal chamber, he had been curious about how it was that Miss Mu Zixuan's handmaidens were also extraordinarily lovely. These were not mere handmaidens, but rather two young ladies of exceptional grace. However, it must be noted that both of them possess a score of 90. If they were to bear children, they would indeed satisfy the system's criteria, akin to a buy one get two offer. Yet, the question remains on how to address their identities, which is exceedingly delicate. Although they were acquired by the Mu family through financial means, and perhaps the process is deemed lawful, they are nonetheless daughters of traders, relegated to the status of slaves. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu stood beside the bridal chamber, observing Chen, who, after a flurry of activity, remained awake and fixated on them. They could not help but tremble. They had witnessed Chen's recent transgressions, as handmaidens accompanying the dowry into the royal residence, even during Mu Zixuan's nuptials. They would be obliged to attend to Chen and Mu Zixuan, performing tasks such as wiping away perspiration. In instances where their mistress could not fulfill her duties, they would be required to serve Chen in her stead. They had long accepted their fates, and for these daughters of traders, being noticed by Chen could be considered a stroke of fortune. The Mu family's choice of the two as handmaidens was motivated by the hope that the northern prince's residence would offer them protection. Chen cleared his throat and remarked, "You may retire for the night." In unison, they replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Subsequently, they turned and made their way towards the adjoining chamber. As Chen observed the graceful figures of the two sisters receding, he could not help but reflect on the moral depravity of ancient society. Yet, he had grown accustomed to it, to the point where the presence of the two sisters watching him did not evoke any sense of discomfort. Once they vacated the marital chamber, Chen promptly consumed the breaking realm pill. Instantly, a warm current coursed through his body, enveloping him in a profound sense of ease. Subsequently, a blue interface materialized before him. Host, Chen Realm. First grade technique. none divine ability, none weapon, desert eagle offspring, none. Lu Chen merely glanced at the interface before dismissing it. At that moment, a surge of restlessness stirred within him. Although he had occasionally engaged in physical exercise since arriving in this realm, he had never practiced martial arts, thus lacking the strength of a warrior. Now, possessing such power for the first time, Lu Chen was eager to test his newfound abilities. However, upon casting a glance at the beautiful figure beside him, peacefully asleep, he ultimately quelled that impulse. He resolved to postpone all endeavors until the following morning. On the following dawn, Chu Yuqin arrived at Lu Chen's courtyard. Noticing that the door to the marital chamber shared with Mu Zixuan remained closed, she inquired of the guard stationed at the entrance, "Has Chun'er not yet risen?" The guard, stumbling over his words and visibly uncomfortable, replied, "The prince is awake, but still occupied. Lady Chu, it would be best for you to return." No sooner had the guard spoken than Chu Yuqin faintly discerned sounds emanating from within the room. Chapter 3. Aunt Chu's Reminder as a 9th-grade warrior. Chu Yuqin held a significant position within the Northern Duke's manor, overseeing all the guards therein. However, even with such stature, the guards at the courtyard gate felt it inappropriate to summon their prince on her behalf. In the past, Chu Yuqin had no trouble awakening the princes. But now that they are married, encountering Lu Chen and their princess in playful banter could lead to an awkward situation. Such is the case now. Although the courtyard gate is somewhat distant from the marital chamber, faint sounds can still be discerned from within. Chu Yuqin furrowed her brows. Despite still being in her youthful guise, she, as an adult woman, naturally understood the source of these sounds. She muttered to herself, "This little rascal cannot seem to settle down even in the early hours." At that moment, she turned to the soldier beside her and said, "You may leave. From now on, the guards at the courtyard gate shall be replaced with female attendants." The soldier promptly replied, "Yes, Madam Chu," and hastily retreated from this place of potential scandal. After a playful exchange, Lu Chen held Mu Zixuan tightly in his embrace. At that moment, Mu Zixuan's cheeks flushed, and she dared not meet Lu Chen's gaze. He caressed her silky hair and smiled as he asked, "My dear wife, are you satisfied with your husband?" Mu Zixuan softly replied with an affirmative hum. Before marrying into the royal household, she had harbored concerns about him appearing too youthful, yet upon meeting Lu Chen, all her worries dissipated. After a night of heartfelt conversation, she realized that the northern prince had matured. While not exceptionally robust, he possessed a remarkably sturdy physique. Moreover, he was strikingly handsome, perfectly embodying the image of the ideal husband she had always envisioned. The Mu family, influenced by the treacherous clan, found themselves unable to rise for an extended period. To marry a prince was considered a stroke of fortune for her. Initially, her father had groomed her to become the crown princess, yet she harbored no desire for such a role. In her eyes, marrying a leisurely prince was far preferable to being the crown princess. Although the northern prince's maturity might still be in question, it signified that she, as his consort, would wield considerable influence within the northern prince's residence. Moreover, the northern prince's territory was situated at a considerable distance from the capital. Once they departed, the likelihood of returning diminished. The mere thought of being distanced from the political hub filled Mu Zixuan's heart with immense joy. At this moment, Lu Chen remarked, "Tomorrow we shall set forth to the northern county. After you rise, I will accompany you to meet your father." Mu Zixuan replied, "All right." Subsequently, with the assistance of 2 beautiful maidservants, Lu Chen took a brief bath before stepping out of the room. Upon encountering Chu Yuqin standing at the gate of the courtyard, his eyes sparkled with intrigue as he swiftly accessed her personal information through the system. Name, Chu Yuqin. Identity, maid of Chu Yu, sworn sister of Chu Yu. Spokesperson for the Chu family's interests, wife of Wang Han, currently the captain of the Northern Prince's guards, and the Northern Prince's first love. Rating, 97, affection level, 98. Seeing the details of Chu Yuqin's identity left Lu Chen perplexed. Wang Han had perished on the very day of their marriage, and they had not even consummated their union. How could she be considered his wife? Furthermore, what was the significance of being the Northern Prince's first love? Though he was undeniably tempted by her, he couldn't help but think that this introduction of her identity was somewhat dubious. Nevertheless, it was astonishing that Chu Yuqin had garnered a score of 97. With her fondness for him reaching an impressive 98, which only served to incite his inner wicked thoughts. At that moment, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, why have you come so early to eavesdrop?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin spat in disdain and retorted, "You little rascal, so unruly so early in the day. While continuing the lineage is important, one must also take care of their health." Lu Chen chuckled, "Rest assured, Aunt Chu, I am robust enough to handle it." Chu Yuqin shot him a disapproving glance before adding, "After breakfast, you must pay a visit to Duke Mu. Although he has recently faced some troubles, His influence in the military remained significant. When you go to Beijing to assume your title, you will need to rely on him for some arrangements. Intrigued, Lu Chen inquired, "Why do I need his assistance when going to Beijing?" With a smile, Chu Yuqin replied, "Chener, do you genuinely believe that your journey to Beijing will be smooth sailing?" Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Aunt Chu, what do you mean by that? Please don't frighten me," Chu Yuqin remarked. "While it is highly likely that you have missed your chance for that position, for certain individuals, only death poses no threat." Lu Chen understood Chu Yuqin's implication. However, he believed that he had always behaved like an ineffectual person and had never befriended any prominent officials. So it was unlikely anyone would perceive him as a threat. Chu Yuqin continued her explanation, saying, "And understands your thoughts. You must be thinking that you've never shown any interest in that position, nor have you mingled with the courtiers, thus no one perceives you as a threat. However, you overlook one crucial point, your identity. Even if you remain passive, your very identity ensures that some will inevitably regard you as a threat." Lu Chen instantly grasped the implication. He had previously believed that by merely staying reclusive at home, avoiding any involvement in the struggle for succession, he would remain safe. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten the formidable political standing of his mother. Her lineage, rooted in the Chu family, represented their interests. From the moment of his birth, he had been aligned with the Chu family faction. Regardless of his actions, others would still perceive his association with them as significant. To some, collaborating with the Chu family necessitated addressing him as an obstacle, for the Chu family would not easily relinquish their claim over him. Only with his demise could they potentially abandon him and choose to ally with other princes. Contemplating this, Lu Chen felt an unexpected sense of calm. Had it been the day prior, he might have fretted over his safety, but with the acquisition of the system, he felt a newfound confidence. He then remarked, "And Chu, I comprehend your meaning." At that moment, Chu Yuqin's gaze fell upon Mu Zixuan, who was emerging from the room, supported by the two sisters from the Zhou family. Her steps unsteady. Upon seeing Chu Yuqin, Mu Zixuan promptly stated, "I have the honor of meeting Madame Chu." The princess's status was superior to that of Chu Yuqin, and it was expected that Chu Yuqin would take the initiative to pay her respects to Mu Zixuan. However, Mu Zixuan was acutely aware of Chu Yuqin's position within the northern prince's residence. With a smile, Chu Yuqin nodded and said, "Zixuan, from now on, I entrust Chen to you." Mu Zixuan replied, "Madame Chu, please rest assured, I shall take good care of the prince." Chu Yuqin chose not to say more and subsequently turned to leave the courtyard. After breakfast, Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan arrived at the residence of the Duke of Mu. The Duke, Mu Changtian, possessed a formidable appearance, exuding an aura of strength. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Mu Changtian immediately stated, "Greetings, Northern Prince." Lu Chen quickly replied, "There is no need for such formalities, father-in-law." Mu Changtian scrutinized Lu Chen for a moment before saying, "Please, Northern Prince." Under Mu Changtian's guidance, Lu Chen entered the main hall. At that moment, Mu Changtian inquired, "May I ask what plans the Northern Prince has after taking charge of Beijing?" Frankly speaking, Mu Changtian had no intention of delving deeply into political matters with Lu Chen. Firstly, Lu Chen was still quite young, and secondly, he was known to be a carefree and somewhat indolent prince who rarely engaged with literature. Of course, this did not imply any disdain for Lu Chen. After all, he was still a prince. Upon hearing Mu Changtian's question, Lu Chen pondered briefly before responding, "I aim to govern Beijing well, and then live a stable life with Zixuan." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Mu Changtian instantly regretted posing the question. Lu Chen was a quintessential novice in politics, and he had not even grasped the implications embedded within his own words. Mu Changtian sighed inwardly, uncertain whether his daughter's marriage to the Northern King constituted a favorable destiny. At that moment, Lu Chen took the initiative to speak. "I have heard that my father-in-law wields considerable influence within the military. As I prepare to journey to the northern county, I would appreciate your assistance." Upon hearing this, Mu Changtian mused that the Northern King truly understood little and was still but a child. Although he indeed possessed significant military clout, such matters were rarely articulated so directly. Yet, this naivety worked to his advantage. The more Lu Chen remained oblivious, the more vital his daughter became within the Northern King's domain, which ultimately served her well. Mu Changtian then smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, Northern King, your journey to the northern county will undoubtedly be smooth sailing." Chapter 4. With a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? Mu Changtian did not explicitly state his intention to assist Lu Chen. Certain political matters are best left unspoken. However, having guaranteed that Lu Chen's expedition would be without hindrance, it was evident he would dispatch someone to safeguard the Northern King and ensure cordiality with the military. Although Lu Chen was politically inexperienced, he comprehended Mu Changtian's implications and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, father-in-law. At this juncture, Mu Chantian glanced at the servants within the hall and instructed them, "You may leave. I wish to converse privately with the Northern King." "Yes," they replied, promptly vacating the hall. Once the servants departed, Lu Chun, intrigued, inquired, "May I ask what matters you wish to discuss, father-in-law?" Mu Changtian's decision to dismiss the servants prior to their discussion indicated the importance of the forthcoming conversation. At this moment, Mu Changtian spoke, "Northern King, I must remind you that even if you safely reach the northern county, tranquility will not be guaranteed." Lu Chen inquired, "Why is that?" Aware of Lu Chen's naivety in political matters, Mu Changtian decided to be explicit. "Your mother is the eldest daughter of the Chu family, a lineage inherently aligned with yours. Although you have departed from the capital, to most princes, you still pose a significant threat. Moreover, the Chu family may still harbor expectations for you. I believe this. And the other princes will undoubtedly share this sentiment. If you remain, the Chu family is likely to continue their support for you. But if you..." Mu Changtian refrained from continuing as the subsequent words could be deemed disrespectful, and he trusted that Lu Chen had grasped his implication. Upon hearing Mu Changtian's warning, Lu Chen immediately comprehended his point, especially since Chu Yuqin had just cautioned him that morning. A sigh escaped Lu Chen's heart. His predicament was indeed perilous. As long as he lived, the Chu family might maintain their expectations for him, and being a prominent family in Jiangnan, their support was crucial for any prince. Should he perish, the Chu family would lose their primary choice for support, prompting them to seek allegiance with other princes. Thus, any prince aiming to court the Chu family would likely consider eliminating this worthless prince first, thoroughly severing the Chu family's apprehensions. It was truly a vexing predicament. Initially, upon entering this world, he had intended to lead a life of leisure, with no aspirations for the throne. It is unexpected that a mere lineage could bring forth such a multitude of troubles. Yet, there is little that can be done. One's heritage is predetermined and immutable. Presently, he is faced with two alternatives. The first is to find a way to sever all ties with the Chu family, creating the illusion of a complete rift. The second option entails eliminating all those who wish to see him removed, thus ensuring his own safety. Opting for the latter would undeniably set him upon the path to emperorship. From a personal standpoint, Lu Chen finds it difficult to entirely renounce the Chu family. His maternal grandfather has shown him boundless kindness since childhood, and the Chu family has consistently provided him protection. Furthermore, his first love in this world, Chu Yuqin, is also a member of the Chu family. The notion of completely severing ties with them is one he simply cannot fathom. Even if he were to declare an absolute break, the princes would likely not relent, as no one could ascertain whether this was merely a fade orchestrated alongside the Chu family. Thus, the most prudent course of action remains the eradication of threats to his existence. However, this leaves him vulnerable to potential attacks from the princes. Consequently, he is left with but one final choice: to embark on the path of emperorship. Lu Chen contemplated this in the past. He would have found it exceedingly difficult to contend for such a position against the princes. Yet, circumstances have changed. He now possesses the multi-child blessing system. By journeying to the northern county, taking multiple consorts, and siring numerous offspring, he could swiftly enhance his own strength. That coveted position may not be beyond his grasp after all. With this in mind, Lu Chen turned to Mu Changtian and expressed, "Thank you for your insightful guidance, father-in-law. I comprehend your intentions." After departing from Mu Mansion, Mu Zixuan cautiously inquired in the carriage, "Your Highness, what did my father discuss with you?" Lu Chen smiled faintly. Embracing Mu Zixuan tenderly, he merely expressed his wish for me to treat you well. At that moment, Mu Zixuan felt a twinge of conflict. Uncertain whether to reveal the matters concerning the two sisters of the Zhou family to Lu Chen, as their identities were exceedingly delicate. Meanwhile, Lu Chen gently caressed Mu Zixuan's hair and continued, "My beloved, upon arriving in Beijing, you must bear me many children." Upon hearing such a direct statement, Mu Zixuan's cheeks flushed crimson. Although she was now a married woman, she had only recently begun to navigate such intimate matters. Observing her bashful demeanor, Lu Chen felt an urge to tease her, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Simultaneously, in the Imperial Palace's royal garden, a middle-aged man clad in a yellow dragon robe stood in a pavilion overlooking the lotus pond, hands clasped behind his back, watching the fish swim gracefully. Suddenly, a figure in black armor appeared behind him. "Your Majesty, the Northern Prince just visited Mu Mansion," during which Duke Mu dismissed the servants from the hall and spoke privately with him. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xiao mused. It seems that Mu Changtian holds little Jiao in high regard. Turning to the nearby eunuch in red robes, he asked, "Lu Gonggong, do you think the Chu family will relinquish their pursuit of him now that little Jiao has left the capital?" Upon hearing the question, the red-robed eunuch immediately responded, Your Majesty, I dare not speak presumptuously. The Summer Emperor, somewhat displeased, insisted, if I command you to speak, then speak. The red-robed eunuch hastily replied, in my humble opinion, the Chu family is likely to abandon the northern prince and choose to support another prince. Intrigued, the Summer Emperor inquired, oh, then tell me, who do you believe the Chu family is most likely to choose? Eunuch Lu trembled in fear, having served closely beside the Summer Emperor. He was privy to certain information unknown to others. The Emperor harbored a profound resentment towards the Chu family, dreaming of their downfall. If he were to reveal whom the Chu family intended to support next, it would surely endanger other princes. The Summer Emperor urged, speak boldly, I grant you immunity. Eunuch Lu promptly knelt and stated, Your Majesty, I believe the Chu family will most likely support the 8th prince. The 8th prince's mother hails from the Jiangnan region. Thus if the Chu family seeks a new ally, their gaze will undoubtedly fall upon the 8th prince. Upon hearing Lu's words, the Summer Emperor merely smiled faintly and murmured, support for the 8th prince? Then, I fear the path for the 9th prince will not be smooth. At that moment, a soldier clad in black armor, standing behind the Summer Emperor, asked, Your Majesty, should I dispatch someone to protect the northern prince? The Summer Emperor coldly replied, no need, someone will protect him. If misfortune befalls him, he can only blame his own frailty. Night descended. Within the confines of the room, Chen had initially intended to engage in a heartfelt conversation with his beloved consort. However, recalling the exertions of the previous day and the morning, he ultimately relinquished the idea. Observing the apparent distress of her husband, Mu Zixuan mustered her courage and suggested, My lord, why not take in Yu and Xiao Xiao? Upon hearing these words, Chen's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated such magnanimity from his beloved consort. Nevertheless, he replied, My dear consort, how could you bear to push me towards other women? With a blush adorning her cheeks, Mu Zixuan responded, My lord, you were indeed fixated on the 2 of them this morning. How could she possibly be oblivious to his thoughts? She continued, Moreover, they are merely handmaidens accompanying the dowry, and it is only natural for them to attend to you. Chen embraced Mu Zixuan and declared, With a wife like you, what more could a husband desire? At that moment, Mu Zixuan called out to Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiaoxiao, Yu, Xiao Xiao, come here. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room. Chapter 5. The day of return to the capital marks the ascendance to sovereignty. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring another wife and concubine. Reward. Qi refining technique. Reward. Rejuvenation hand. Ding. The host and his wife share a spiritual connection, receiving a Barrett rifle and 20 rounds of Barrett ammunition. Lost in the euphoria of the moment, Chen was abruptly jolted back to reality by the system's notification. He had not anticipated such bountiful rewards. And with no children yet, one could only imagine the wealth of rewards that awaited him upon their arrival. Just as Chen pondered this, the system's notification chimed once more. Upon the first exchange of communication between the host and his beloved consorts, he discovered that the rewards bestowed would be rather abundant. Chen then realized the situation. He had mistakenly believed that every future interaction would yield such generous rewards. At that moment, he examined the newly acquired boons. Qi refining technique, a legendary method that enables one to attain immortality, which can be cultivated through emotional bonding with one's consorts. Revitalizing hand, a technique that utilizes spiritual energy to heal various ailments. When perfected, it possesses a chance to revive those on the brink of death. This skill may also be cultivated through emotional connection with one's consorts. Staring at these 2 remarkable rewards, Chen was utterly astonished. Was this not a martial world? How could techniques like the Qi refining technique and revitalizing hand, typically found in realms of cultivation, exist here? Nonetheless, he mused, if he were to ascend to immortality, would not the imperial throne of the great Xia dynasty be within his grasp? With this thought, Chen joyfully embraced Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and Mu Zixuan, exclaiming, You 3 are truly my treasures. Upon hearing this, the Zhou sisters felt immense joy, for they had finally become the women of the Northern King. Once they arrived in the Northern County, perhaps they would no longer need to live in hiding. However, at that moment, Chen suddenly interjected, By the way, my beloved consort, I sense that you might be concealing something from me. At this remark, Mu Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. She had not anticipated Chen's intuition to be so astute. He continued, You are now my wife, and I do not wish for my beloved to harbor secrets from me. Just as Mu Zixuan was about to speak, Chen gently patted the waist of the 2 sisters, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiaoxiao, and smiled. If I am not mistaken, you 2 are the daughters of Zhou Wantian. Correct? Upon hearing this, the 3 women were taken aback, for they had not anticipated that Chen was already aware of their lineage. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiaoxiao hastily rose from Chen's embrace, kneeling on the bed, bowing their heads repeatedly as they pleaded, Your Highness, forgive us. We did not intend to deceive you. It is entirely our fault. Please do not hold it against the princess. Mu Zixuan opened her mouth, wishing to interject, but ultimately refrained, as she understood that the matter was indeed her misstep. Zhou Huatian and her father, Mu Chantian, were jointly recognized as the two great kings of the Daxia Dynasty, and their families had always shared a cordial relationship. Mu Zixuan held a deep affection for the Zhou sisters and could not bear the thought of them being confined in the brothel, subjected to the whims of others. Noticing the sisters' distress, a subtle smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he remarked, "Indeed, it is not right for the three of you to have kept such an important matter from me. However, I can offer you an opportunity for redemption." Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan's furrowed brow relaxed, and she quickly inquired, "Your Highness, how might we earn our redemption?" Lu Chen turned his gaze towards Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao and replied, "It is quite simple. You need only bear me a few children." At this, the three women immediately grasped the implication. Subsequently, Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your benevolence. We shall certainly bear you many offspring in the future." Lu Chen then remarked, "All right, you two sisters should rest for now. Once we arrive in Beijing, I shall take you both as concubines." In unison, they replied, "Yes, Your Highness." They then limped out of the room, making their way to the adjoining chamber. After their departure, Mu Zixuan cautiously inquired, "Your Highness, do you truly intend to take them in?" Although Lu Chun was 3 years her junior, he was still a prince, and Mu Zixuan found it difficult to gauge his temperament. Lu Chun pulled Mu Zixuan closer, embracing her and whispering in her ear, "If I had no intention of taking them in, do you think I would have touched them?" Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan realized the truth. Indeed, Lu Chen had clearly known the identities of the Zhou sisters all along, yet he had shown no concern for their status. Lu Chen continued, "My dear consort, I hope this is the first and last time such matters occur. Do you understand my meaning?" Mu Zixuan immediately replied, "Yes, Your Highness. I shall never again conceal anything from you." Lu Chen kissed Mu Zixuan and caressed her form, saying, "Now, that is my good consort. By the way, I am not one to adhere to reason, so there is no need for you to be so cautious. After all, you are the mistress of this household." Mu Zixuan, 3 years my senior, has recently adopted a demeanor reminiscent of a delicate woman. Her every word and action exudes an air of caution, rendering her almost an outsider in her own right. Blushing, Mu Zixuan addressed me, "Your Highness, I shall swiftly adapt to my new role." I continued, "Moreover, refrain from calling me Your Highness, address me as husband." In a soft voice, she replied, "Yes, husband. Now, let us retire early. We shall embark for the northern county at dawn." Indeed. With that, I embraced Mu Zixuan's fragrant and tender form, and we drifted into slumber. The following morning, as dawn barely illuminated the sky, the inhabitants of the northern prince's residence began their preparations. Though I am not accustomed to rising early, the impending departure from the capital necessitated my early ascent from the warmth of soft jade. Standing at the entrance of the northern prince's residence, I gazed upon the estate, a pang of melancholy stirring within me. This place harbors the memories of my youth, each moment replaying in my mind like a film. After this departure, I cannot foresee when I might return, for, without the prince's command, a return to the capital is forbidden. Resolutely, I vowed to mature swiftly. The day I return to the capital shall be the day I reign supreme. At that moment, a contingent of armored soldiers rode into view, arriving at the entrance of the northern prince's residence. The leading commander, Li Feng, upon spotting me, immediately knelt and proclaimed, "I am Li Feng, your humble servant. I pay my respects to Your Highness. On this journey to the northern county, I pledge to safeguard you and your family with utmost diligence." At that moment, Lu Chen's eyes radiated a subtle gaze that others might easily overlook, and an information panel materialized before him. Name, Li Feng. Identity, one of the generals within the Daxia Tiger Ben army, currently serving as the temporary guard commander for the northern king of Daxia. Strength, 7th rank. Loyalty, 50. Upon seeing this information panel, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the multitude of blessings system could also display information about men. This proved to be immensely beneficial for him. Chapter 6. My good brother, may you journey well. Lu Chen was exceedingly pleased with Mu Changtian's arrangements. Though Li Feng was merely a 7th-rank warrior, in this world, such strength was sufficient to contend against 100 foes. Moreover, the soldiers Li Feng commanded were predominantly of the 2nd and 3rd ranks, with none being ordinary soldiers. In other words, they were all elite troops, devoid of cannon fodder. Lu Chen then addressed Li Feng, saying, "General Li, rise. I have faith that your prowess is ample to safeguard both myself and my family." "Thank you, Your Highness." Upon these words, Li Feng stood up. Subsequently, he leaned closer to Lu Chen and whispered, "Your Highness, Duke Mu has instructed me to inform you that the 8th prince has dispatched individuals to the northern county. Hearing this, Lu Chun furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment. The 8th prince, Lu Shuyun? What could he possibly want in the northern county? To eliminate me? Lu Chun quickly grasped the situation. Lu Shuyun's mother hailed from a prominent family in Jiangnan, making the support of the Chu family crucial for his claim to the throne. If he were to perish, the Chu family would undoubtedly choose a successor from another esteemed family of Jiangnan. He was astonished that Mu Changtian had managed to uncover even this vital piece of information. It appears that although Mu Changtian has been stripped of his position, his control over the military remains intact. It is no wonder that my father, the emperor, harbors such trepidation towards Mu Changtian. Lu Chun then remarked, "All right, I understand." He promptly mounted his horse and declared, "Since everyone is gathered, let us depart. We must hasten to the northern county." Lu Chen's sole focus was to reach the northern county swiftly and embark on his path of cultivation. The qi refining technique and the rejuvenation technique necessitate fostering emotional bonds with his wives, which is, in essence, a matter of intimacy. However, the journey proved to be inconvenient for such endeavors. A stable environment was essential. As for the threats along the way, Lu Chen paid them no heed. Below the Grandmaster, all are mere mortals, he mused. Mortals cannot withstand bullets, and his desert eagle and Barrett are not to be trifled with. Subsequently, the retinue of the Northern King proceeded in an impressive procession out of the city. Unlike during Lu Chen's wedding, there were no court officials to bid him farewell today. Not even his father-in-law. Only the onlookers lined the streets, observing the spectacle. Lu Chen was indifferent to this. Whether anyone saw him off was inconsequential. As the convoy passed a tavern, a man dressed in a blue brocade robe on the second floor gazed at the receding figures. At that moment, the man inquired, "Are we prepared?" "Rest assured, Your Highness, everything has been arranged. The Blood Moon Tower has dispatched an 8th tier and 2 9th tier individuals for this task. Once they leave the jurisdiction of the capital, the operatives from the Blood Moon Tower will act immediately." Upon hearing the words of his subordinate, Lu Shuyun gazed at the figure of Lu Chen atop his steed, and then murmured to himself, "Had Chu Yuqin not accompanied you to Beijing this time, I would not have chosen this course of action. My dear brother, may your journey be safe." Initially, Lu Shuyun believed that once Lu Chen departed the capital, the Chu family would completely relinquish their claim over him, especially since even Emperor Xia had exiled him to the frigid lands of Beijing. However, to Lu Shuyun's astonishment, the 9th tier expert, Chu Yuqin, had decided to follow Lu Chen to Beijing. What did this signify? It indicated that the Chu family had no intention of abandoning Lu Chen. Otherwise, they would not have permitted Chu Yuqin to accompany him. Since the Chu family remained resolute, it was imperative to assist them in solidifying their determination. Before long, Lu Chen and his companions exited the city. Once outside, Chu Yuqin noticed Lu Chen riding his horse and frowned slightly. While the people within the city dared not act, the situation was markedly different beyond its walls. Lu Chen's presence on horseback made him an obvious target. Should an attack ensue, he would be unprepared to defend himself. Without delay, Chu Yuqin rode alongside Lu Chen and urged, "Chenner, you should return to the carriage." Lu Chen turned to look at Chu Yuqin and replied, "Aunt Chu, do not worry. Even if someone intends to harm me, it will not be near the capital." Chu Yuqin insisted, "Better to be overly cautious than to regret later. You should heed my advice and stay in the carriage." Her tone was somewhat grave, for this matter pertained to Lu Chen's safety, which could not be taken lightly. At that moment, Li Feng approached from a distance, stating, "Your Highness, we are about to leave the jurisdiction of the capital. It would be prudent for you to retreat to the carriage. The carriage sent by Duke Mu is reinforced, capable of withstanding most arrows." Seeing their agreement, Lu Chen decided not to persist in his opposition. As a mere first-tier martial artist, he was only slightly stronger than an average person. Should an ambush occur, he would likely be caught off guard. Lu Chen subsequently stated, "Very well, I entrust the safety of our surroundings to you. If any unusual movements arise, inform me immediately." With that, he retreated to the fortified carriage prepared by Mu Changtian. At this moment, Lu Chen was separated from his wife, Mu Zixuan, and her companions. Should an ambush indeed take place, even if something were to befall Lu Chen, there remained a chance for Mu Zixuan and the others to survive. The convoy progressed slowly along the official road, and shortly after leaving the jurisdiction of the capital, a dense forest emerged ahead along the straight path. Li Feng promptly alerted the guards, urging them to stay vigilant and to be mindful of their surroundings. Similarly, Chu Yuqin instructed the royal guards, from this moment forth, "Do not stray even a step from the carriage." Upon entering the forest, the light diminished significantly. Through the window, Lu Chen observed the encroaching darkness. Realizing that danger might be imminent, he swiftly retrieved the Desert Eagle from the system space and loaded it with ammunition. With 500 bullets at his disposal, he deemed it sufficient. He need not concern himself with minor threats, as Li Feng and the others would handle those, leaving him to confront only the formidable adversaries that sought him directly. As the caravan delved deeper into the forest, a distant sound resembling a whispering wind filled the air, followed by a relentless rain of arrows descending from the heavens. Li Feng immediately shouted, "Enemy attack! Protect the prince!" Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Chu Yuqin swiftly unsheathed the sword from her waist. Upon hearing the cacophony from outside, Lu Chun felt a surge of anxiety. He had not anticipated the arrival of actual foes. At that moment, he discerned a scratching sound emanating from the carriage, realizing it was the arrows striking its surface. He could not help but commend the craftsmanship of the carriage sent by Duke Mu, which remarkably thwarted all incoming projectiles. As long as he remained within, the arrows posed no threat to him. After the initial barrage of arrows subsided, a group of individuals clad in black, their faces obscured by masks and wielding broad blades, charged directly at the caravan. The strength of these assailants was predominantly around the third rank, with their leader being a formidable 8th rank warrior. Observing the situation, Li Feng promptly engaged the escort team in combat against the assassins. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's personal guard remained steadfast beside the carriage, their primary duty being to safeguard Lu Chen and his family, ensuring the enemy could not execute a feigned attack. Chu Yuqin refrained from aiding Li Feng, positioning herself a short distance from Lu Chen's carriage, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. She harbored no illusions that the adversary had dispatched only an 8th rank warrior. The ability to summon such a multitude of 3rd and 4th rank fighters indicated a formidable power behind the assassins. It was inevitable that a 9th rank warrior would soon emerge. As Chu Yuqin maintained her watchfulness, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, causing falling leaves to split gracefully in midair before settling softly to the ground. A sharp glimmer flashed in her eyes, signaling her acute awareness of the impending danger. The true enemy has arrived. Chapter 7. Boy, what are you laughing at? Just as Chu Yuqin was prepared, a shadow clad in black materialized to her right, and a sword lunged toward her. With a swift push of her feet, she soared into the air like a feather. She then pivoted and swept her sword toward the assailant, who hastily retreated. Indeed, she was a product of the Chu family's rigorous training. Her reflexes were astonishingly quick. Upon hearing that voice, Chu Yuqin finally discerned the faces of her attackers. There were 2 individuals, neither of whom wore a mask. Judging by the aura they exuded, both were at least 9th-tier warriors. The 3rd-tier warriors donned masks. Yet these 2 principal figures chose to reveal their identities. What could this imply? It suggested that they were utterly unconcerned about their faces being recognized, either because they believed they could eliminate any witnesses today, or because their current appearances were mere disguises achieved through skillful transformation techniques. Ultimately, however, the specifics were inconsequential. What mattered was how to confront these 2. At that moment, Chu Yuqin noticed a crimson crescent moon emblem adorning their garments, and she immediately deduced their origin. Coldly, she remarked, "Does Blood Moon Tower comprehend the gravity of its actions? Inside this carriage resides the Northern King. Should His Majesty learn that the Northern King has been assassinated by Blood Moon Tower, your organization will likely face swift annihilation." Upon hearing her words, Lu Tong erupted in laughter. "Madam Chu, you possess a delightful sense of humor. If the Summer Emperor had the capability to eliminate us, he would have eradicated Blood Moon Tower long ago, instead of waiting until now." At this moment, Bai Hong, who stood beside Lu Tong, spoke calmly, "Madam Chu, we harbor no intention of becoming adversaries to the Chu family. If you would kindly step aside, we shall not lay a hand upon you." Upon hearing Bai Hong's words, Chu Yuqin tightened her grip on her sword and coldly retorted, "To dare to threaten the Northern King is to oppose the Chu family." Lu Tong interjected, "Enough. The Northern King, that worthless fool, has already been forsaken by the Emperor of Xia. He will never ascend to the throne. So what reason does your family have to support him any longer?" Bai Hong added, "Madam Chu, we are merely mercenaries for hire. Should you persist in obstructing us, do not blame the blades for lacking mercy." Chu Yuqin, gripping her sword tightly, swept it through the air, unleashing a wave of sword energy that carved a line between them. "This is the boundary. Cross it, and you shall die." Seeing that Chu Yuqin was unwilling to yield, Bai Hong and Lu Tong had no choice but to confront her directly. Truth be told, they were reluctant to engage her in open combat. Although they were both 9th ranks, the disparity between 9th rank practitioners could be vast. Despite her being a woman, Chu Yuqin's talent in the sword was exceptionally high, earning her a formidable reputation throughout the Great Xia. Yet, since she refused to step aside, a battle was inevitable. Bai Hong immediately instructed Lu Tong, "Elder Lu, find a way to hold her off while I eliminate that useless prince." Lu Tong brandished his massive iron hammer, a grin spreading across his face as he replied, "Excellent. I have long wished to witness Madame Chu's swordsmanship." I shall see just how formidable the Chu family's foremost female swordsman truly is. In a moment of intense action, Lu Tong propelled himself forward, his legs launching him like a cannonball towards Chu Yuqing. With a frown, Chu Yuqing unsheathed her sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Her movements were as light as a feather, gliding effortlessly through the air. This agility rendered her strikes exceedingly swift. In a mere exchange, Lu Tong narrowly avoided being pierced by her blade. A swing from Chu Yuqing had even severed a lock of his hair. He immediately called out to Bai Hong. "Elder Bai, let us not squander time." Lu Tong was utterly unprepared for the speed of Chu Yuqing's sword, which had nearly cost him his life in an instant. Recognizing the potential peril Lu Tong faced, Bai Hong rushed towards the convoy. Observing this, Chu Yuqing propelled herself forward with a slight push of her toes. Darting forth like an arrow, she then aimed a sweeping strike at Bai Hong, who swiftly turned and raised his sword to block her attack. At that moment, Bai Hong addressed Lu Tong. "Elder Lu, I will hold her off." Upon hearing this, Lu Tong vanished from his spot, making a beeline for the carriage of Lu Chen. The guards surrounding Lu Chen rushed forward, attempting to impede Lu Tong's advance. However, as a ninth-tier martial artist, his strike was devastating, claiming the life of one of the guards with a single blow. The guards were utterly powerless against Lu Tong's might. Witnessing this scene, Li Feng, from a distance, felt a surge of urgency. This could spell trouble. He sprinted towards Lu Chen's carriage, but barely a few steps into his run, he was intercepted by an 8th-tier martial artist, who declared, "General Li, your opponent is me." Chu Yuqing realized that Lu Chen was in peril. Without hesitation, she unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, her blade weaving through the forest, shattering the surrounding trees into countless splinters. However, Bai Hong was no ordinary adversary. He skillfully evaded Chu Yuqing's attacks. Though he may not possess her prowess, as fellow 9th-tier warriors, he could certainly hold her at bay. Panic surged within Chu Yuqing as she witnessed Lu Tong drawing ever closer to the carriage where Lu Chen resided. If the standoff continued, Lu Chen's life would be in jeopardy. She had vowed to protect him after the passing of his mother, and should anything happen to Lu Chen, she would find it impossible to face her sworn sister in the afterlife. There was no way she could allow harm to befall him. Ignoring Bai Hong, she charged directly towards Lu Tong. Realizing she had bypassed him, Bai Hong swiftly moved to intercept her. At that moment, Lu Tong arrived at the carriage where Lu Chen was seated. He was unaware of which carriage contained Lu Chen, but he was determined to search each one methodically. With a powerful swing, he smashed the door of the carriage, splintering it apart. Inside, Lu Chen sat calmly. Upon discovering Lu Chen in the very first carriage he attacked, Lu Tong erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! It seems fortune favors me." Meanwhile, in the distance, Chu Yuqing's face drained of color. It was over. Chinner. Li Feng was engulfed in a wave of panic. He too wished to rescue Lu Chen, yet the formidable 8th-tier warrior before him rendered such an attempt futile. For he himself was merely a 7th-tier warrior and found himself unable to escape, as everyone believed that the Northern King was destined to meet his demise. Lu Chen revealed a faint smile. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tong, who stood before him, was momentarily stunned. With a look of confusion, Lu Tong inquired, "What are you smiling about, kid?" Lu Chen remained silent, raising his hand to fire a shot. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, Lu Tong's lifeless body slowly toppled backward. His pupils contracted, and his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could not fathom that he had perished so abruptly. Those who had been observing Lu Chen were utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the situation. It was evident that the Northern King was supposed to be doomed. So why did he merely lift his hand for a 9th-grade martial artist to fall lifelessly to the ground? Moreover, what was that sound just now? What on earth was happening? The sudden death of Lu Tong sent shockwaves through the ranks of Blood Moon Tower. Lu Tong was a formidable 9th-grade martial artist, and yet, he had merely glanced at the Northern King before meeting his end. Even Chu Yuqing stared at Lu Chen in disbelief. She had already resolved to exert every effort to avenge Lu Tong, yet the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Chu Yuqing had nearly deduced how Lu Tong had met his fate. His death was undoubtedly connected to the dark staff in Lu Chen's grasp. However, she found it hard to believe that such an object could claim the life of a 9th-grade martial artist in an instant. At that moment, it seemed as though everything had been paused. Both factions momentarily forgot the battle at hand. Chapter 8. Are you hiding something from Aunt? After a prolonged silence, Chu Yuqing finally regained her composure. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. With the 9th-grade martial artist who had attempted to assassinate Lu Chen now dead, this remaining 9th-grade warrior before her could not be spared. Although the nature of the object in Lu Chen's possession remains a mystery, its capacity to bestow upon an ordinary individual the power to vanquish a 9th-tier martial artist is a testament to its formidable nature. Should word of this phenomenon spread, it would undoubtedly incite turmoil across the entire world. At this moment, Bai Hong was still reeling from the shock of Lu Tong collapsing instantaneously. And just as he regained his composure, intent on fleeing the scene, he found himself momentarily distracted. Suddenly, it seemed as though rain began to fall from the heavens, with droplets and the ethereal silhouettes of petals descending gently. In the next instant, a myriad of white lights enveloped Bai Hong, and he felt a chilling realization wash over him. This was dire. At that very moment, Chu Yuqing's voice emerged softly. 9 sword flower rain, descend. In the blink of an eye, those raindrops and petal apparitions transformed into a frenzied assault upon Bai Hong's form. In the fierce contest among 9th-tier martial artists, victory or defeat often hinges upon the briefest lapse in concentration. When a warrior is momentarily distracted, it is all too easy for an adversary to seize the opportunity. Chu Yuqing capitalized on Bai Hong's moment of inattention, executing her most potent sword technique with precision. As Bai Hong gradually succumbed to the ground, Lu Chen stood momentarily stunned. The swiftness of Chu Yuqing's strike had been beyond his comprehension. By the time he processed the scene, he had merely witnessed several beams of white sword light flash past the 9th-tier martial artist before he fell. Is this the true strength of a 9th-tier warrior? How formidable indeed. Although Lu Chen had just dispatched a 9th-tier martial artist himself, having done so with firearms, he felt an insatiable yearning to elevate his prowess within the realm of martial arts. Firearms, after all, are merely external instruments. In a scenario akin to the earlier situation, taking advantage of someone's inattention to wield a firearm renders the act of slaying a 9th-tier martial artist as trivial as dispatching a mere chicken. However, if the opponent is vigilant, the endeavor to eliminate a 9th-tier martial artist may prove to be far more formidable. Particularly after witnessing the swiftness with which Chu Yuqing drew her sword, Lu Chen's fleeting sense of triumph at the prospect of vanquishing a 9th-tier warrior evaporated entirely. Upon witnessing the collapse of their 2 esteemed elders, the members of Blood Moon Tower comprehended the futility of their mission and began to flee in disarray. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The 8th-tier martial artist, engaged in combat with Li Feng, recognized the perilous situation, realizing that if he persisted, he too might meet his demise. Without hesitation, he turned and fled into the forest. Observing the retreat of the Blood Moon Tower members, Chu Yuqing coldly commanded her guard and the royal bodyguards, eliminate them. Not a single one shall escape. The tide of battle shifted dramatically as Li Feng, alongside his soldiers and the royal guards, encircled the remaining assassins of Blood Moon Tower. Although these assailants boasted strengths of the 3rd or 4th tier, they were merely there to serve a purpose. Their primary objective was to delay the guards and royal protectors until Lu Chen was assassinated by their elders. With their mission now thwarted, their only recourse was to flee. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, noticing the 8th-tier warrior from Blood Moon Tower attempting to escape, emerged from the carriage and retrieved a Barrett rifle. This weapon had yet to be tested, and he was eager to try his hand at it. Originally, Chu Yuqing intended to pursue the 8th-grade martial artist, but upon noticing the black, stick-like object in Lu Chen's hand, she was momentarily taken aback. In that instant, Lu Chen swiftly crouched down and aimed the black stick at the fleeing 8th-grade martial artist from Blood Moon Tower. With a resounding and thunderous sound, the head of the escaping 8th-grade martial artist was instantly obliterated. Chu Yuqing stood frozen in place once more. At such a distance, an 8th-grade martial artist had been dispatched in the blink of an eye. Having watched Lu Chen grow up, she had never suspected that he possessed such a formidable weapon. The distinction between 8th and 9th grades seemed trivial before Lu Chen. The sight of that black metallic rod made even Chu Yuqing, a 9th-grade martial artist, break out in a cold sweat. 8th and 9th grade warriors could contend against a master, and even powerful 9th grade warriors could hold their own against masters. Yet, what had once been fiercely contested by various factions, the 8th and 9th grades, was effortlessly dispatched by an ordinary person like Lu Chen. Chu Yuqing was acutely aware that Lu Chen had never trained in martial arts. He had grown up under her protection, and she had never wished for him to endure the hardships of martial training. The implications of an ordinary person wielding an unknown weapon capable of instantly killing 8th and 9th grade martial artists were profound. It suggested that should Lu Chen's weapon be widely disseminated, the entire martial world would face upheaval, and henceforth, the standing of martial artists would plummet. After a considerable pause, Chu Yuqing regained her composure. Now was not the time for such thoughts. The priority was to swiftly eliminate the assassins from Blood Moon Tower. With a swift push of her toes, Chu Yuqing dashed toward the assassins of the Blood Moon Tower, devoid of the restraint imposed by the 9th-tier martial artist. The 3rd-tier warriors appeared as mere ants before her fierce prowess. As she traversed the battlefield, the ground became littered with the lifeless bodies of the Blood Moon Tower's assassins. Before long, all adversaries had been decisively eliminated. However, the cost on their side was equally substantial. The escort team led by Li Feng had dwindled to around 100, while only 50 to 60 royal guards managed to survive. Gazing upon the carnage, Chen felt no tremor within his heart. He understood that the path to ascendancy was inevitably paved with bloodshed. This brutal confrontation was merely the inception of greater trials to come. As Chen contemplated the aftermath, a graceful figure materialized behind him. "Chenner, do confess honestly, are you concealing something from your aunt?" Chu Yuqing's tone bore a hint of melancholy. For she had watched Chen grow, orchestrating every detail within the royal residence. Yet, she was oblivious to the existence of such formidable weaponry in his possession. It was clear that these weapons were not of his own making. She yearned to uncover the source of such terrifying power and the intentions behind it. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The provision of such might surely came with conditions. And Chu Yuqing feared Chen might be ensnared in a far more sinister plot. Her only desire was for Chen to lead a tranquil life after his journey to the northern county. Upon hearing Chu Yuqing's voice, Chen momentarily froze. He merely wished to test the potency of the firearm, entirely oblivious to how he might subsequently explain the events that transpired. After all, the 8th and 9th grade warriors had vanished before him in an instant, should this information circulate. At that moment, Chen turned to look at Chu Yuqing, his face adorned with a naive and radiant smile as he replied, "Aunt Chu, what could I possibly conceal from you?" Noticing Chen's attempt to brush off the matter with levity, Chu Yuqing sighed and pressed on, "Speak. Who bestowed upon you those 2 weapons you wielded earlier?" Chen feigned ignorance, saying, "Weapons? What weapons?" Chu Yuqing shot him an incredulous glance. "Do you take me for blind?" At this juncture, Chen produced the black Desert Eagle from his pocket, removing the magazine as he inquired, "Is this what you mean?" Chapter 9. You have grown observing the Desert Eagle in Chen's grasp. Chu Yuqing momentarily lost her focus. After all, this was the very weapon that had enabled an ordinary person to eliminate a 9th grade warrior in a heartbeat. Noticing Chu Yuqing's curiosity regarding the Desert Eagle, Chen promptly handed her the weapon, now devoid of its magazine. As she accepted the Desert Eagle, Chu Yuqing delicately caressed it with her fair hands. Intrigued by how such a diminutive object could bring about the demise of a 9th grade warrior, she then asked, "Chenner, from whence did you acquire this weapon?" Being a martial artist herself, Chu Yuqing had encountered numerous weapons and immediately discerned that the materials used to forge the Desert Eagle were of extraordinary quality. The precision of its craftsmanship surpassed common comprehension, to the extent that even the Imperial family of the Great Daxia Dynasty might lack access to such resources or the capability to produce a weapon of such refinement. Although Chen survived due to this enigmatic weapon, at that moment, Chu Yuqing felt a pang of guilt within her. She had always prioritized Chen's safety. Yet she had inadvertently allowed the provider of this mysterious weapon to come into contact with him. What if the intention behind providing the weapon was to harm Chen instead? The consequences were too dire to contemplate. Chen replied with a smile, "Aunt Chu, what if I told you that I had someone craft these components for me and that I assembled them myself? Would you believe me?" Chu Yuqing scoffed lightly. "I am not a fool, my dear." Feigning the demeanor of an adult, Chen responded, "Aunt Chu, I am a man now. It's perfectly normal to have a few secrets." What was initially intended as a jest plunged Chu Yuqing into silence. Ever since Chen lost his mother at the tender age of 10, she had taken it upon herself to care for him, treating him as her own child. Now that he had reached the age of 16 and even entered into marriage, she still instinctively regarded him as a child. Noticing her silence, Chen inquired with curiosity, "Aunt Chu, what are you thinking about? Did I say something wrong?" Snapping back to reality, Chu Yuqing returned the Desert Eagle in her hand to Chen, her face softening into a reassuring smile. "My dear, you are absolutely right. You have grown up and become a man. I should not continue to see you as a child. However, I must caution you. The individual who provided you with that weapon undoubtedly harbors significant ulterior motives. So tread carefully. Moreover, the 2 weapons you possess must remain a closely guarded secret. Otherwise, even upon your arrival in the northern county, you would attract a relentless stream of assassins from the martial world." Chen remarked, "Rest assured, Aunt Chu, I am well aware of the implications." Chu Yuqing responded, "Very well, you may go and check on Zixuan and the others." With that, she turned and made her way towards Li Feng and his companions. At that moment, Li Feng and his men were engaged in the grim task of clearing the bodies. Upon noticing Chu Yuqing's approach, Li Feng immediately inquired, "Madam Chu, is the prince unharmed?" Chu Yuqing replied calmly, "Yes, he is fine." She then cautioned, "General Li, I trust you and your soldiers will treat today's events as if they never occurred." Upon hearing her words, Li Feng instantly comprehended her meaning. She was alluding to the Northern Prince's swift elimination of the 9th-tier martial artist. The outside world had circulated rumors depicting the Northern Prince as a mere waste of a royal, utterly ignorant of martial arts, lacking in scholarly pursuits, and indulging only in pleasure. When Mu Chantian approached Li Feng, requesting him to safeguard the Northern Prince on his journey to the Northern County, Li Feng felt a twinge of reluctance. However, having witnessed the events of today, it seemed everyone had gravely misjudged the situation. The Northern Prince wielded such fearsome weapons. He could not possibly be the simpleton they believed him to be. That was a 9th-tier martial artist, second only to a master in strength. Merely casting a glance at the Northern Prince had resulted in the demise of that 9th-tier warrior. Furthermore, with the distance separating them, Li Feng considered it unlikely that he could even manage to shoot down that 8th-tier martial artist. The 8th-grade martial artist possesses spiritual energy within, allowing them to manipulate their muscles to grip the arrow upon impact. Yet, the Northern King, employing an unknown weapon, astonishingly obliterated the head of that 8th-grade martial artist from such a distance. At that moment, the Northern King merely lay on the ground, exhibiting no movement. Typically, archery demands the drawing of a bow, yet in his prone position, the life of the 8th-grade martial artist was abruptly extinguished. This vividly illustrates the terrifying nature of the weapon wielded by the Northern King. Despite commanding such a formidable armament, the Northern King refrains from vying for the throne, even willingly heading toward the Northern County. What does this signify? Li Feng dared not ponder further. He found himself questioning whether he might become a victim of the Northern King's silence. Although he served as the general of the Northern King's Guard, he concurrently held the rank of leader within the Great Xia's Tiger Bin army. The Northern King may not necessarily place trust in individuals like them. As this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat trickled down the backs of Li Feng and his companions. After reminding Li Feng and the others, Chu Yuqin turned to depart. Observing her retreating figure, a soldier beside Li Feng whispered, "General, upon our arrival at the Northern County, will we face silencing?" The soldiers accompanying Li Feng were among the elite of the Tiger Bin army. They were not dim-witted and understood the implications of possessing a weapon capable of instantaneously slaying 9th-grade martial artists. In that moment, it became evident to all that the Northern King harbored grand ambitions, and to prevent today's events from leaking, it was highly probable that he would resort to silencing them. To reassure the remaining 100 or so soldiers, Li Feng promptly replied, "Do not speak such nonsense. We are the followers of Duke Mu, who is the father-in-law of the Northern King, and it is evident that the Northern King places his trust in us." Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the soldiers began to realize the implications. Indeed, Duke Mu is the father-in-law of the Northern King, and his daughter is the queen. Thus, those soldiers aligned with Duke Mu are essentially allies of the Northern King, and why would the Northern King harm his own? With this thought, the soldiers felt a sense of relief. However, at that moment, Li Feng remained deeply concerned. Although they were part of Duke Mu's faction, they were also members of the Tiger Bin army of the Great Xia. After escorting the Northern King to the Northern County, they would be returning to the capital. Would the Northern King truly trust them? That remained uncertain. Yet, there was no alternative but to wait until they reached the Northern County to discern the Northern King's true intentions. After clearing the scene, Chen and his convoy set off once more, continuing their journey towards the Northern County. Several hours later, at a tavern, Lu Shuan sat by the window, quietly awaiting news. At that moment, a sense of unease began to creep in. Logically, those individuals should have returned by now, yet there was still no word. Just then, a man clad in gray hurriedly emerged. "Your Highness, we are in grave trouble." Upon entering the room, the man immediately knelt down. Lu Shuan furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "What has happened?" The man promptly replied, "The Blood Moon Tower has failed, and none of their dispatched members have returned alive, including the 2 9th-tier masters. At present, the master of Blood Moon Tower is in a furious rage, believing that we have deliberately deceived them and demanding compensation." Chapter 10. The Chu Family. Not the Chu family members. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Lu Shiyun's expression darkened instantly. 2 9th-grade warriors, 1 8th grade, and over 100 3rd-grade martial artists could not even eliminate a worthless prince. Not only did they fail in their assassination attempt, but they also returned empty-handed. The more Lu Shiyun pondered over this, the more infuriated he became. In a fit of rage, he slammed his palm onto the table, shattering the bowls and vessels atop it into fragments. Useless, all of them. He could not fathom how such a failure could occur. They had thoroughly investigated the number of people accompanying the Northern King on his journey north. The only formidable individuals among them were Chu Yuqin and Li Feng. Aside from those two, there were hardly any 5th-grade warriors in that entourage. Yet, Blood Moon Tower still met with failure. How could this be? What on earth were the assassins of Blood Moon Tower doing? 2 9th-grade warriors should have been capable, even if they could not deal with Chu Yuqin, to have one of them hold her off while the other eliminated that worthless prince. Yet, they still failed. And now, Blood Moon Tower had the audacity to demand compensation? Unable to kill even a worthless prince, they still sought recompense? Once he had sufficiently vented his anger, Lu Shuyun gradually regained his composure and, with an impassive expression, inquired, "Did Blood Moon Tower investigate why their operation failed?" The man kneeling on the ground promptly replied, "Your Highness, when Blood Moon Tower sent personnel to scout the situation, they discovered that some of their members' corpses had already been charred. As they departed, Lu Chun and his companions buried all the corpses of their own men, while they burned the bodies of several assassins from the Blood Moon Tower in a heap. Although this consumed some time, Chu Yuqin deemed it essential, particularly concerning the 2 individuals slain by Lu Chen. Warriors could ascertain the cause of death through the wounds on the deceased. And to prevent the Blood Moon Tower from discovering the circumstances of their demise, Chu Yuqin opted for this direct method of obliterating evidence. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Lu Shiyun's fury intensified. The failure of the mission was one thing, but the fact that they remained ignorant of how their men had perished was intolerable. At that moment, a subordinate beside him remarked, "Your Highness, I suspect that there are master-level experts hidden within the Northern King's convoy." Lu Shiyun's mind momentarily froze at this speculation, and he fell into a contemplative silence, his expression shifting continuously. After a brief interval, a glimmer of fierce hatred flickered in his eyes. If that were the case, then this useless individual should indeed vanish from this world. His subordinate spoke again. "Rest assured, Your Highness, our people have already arrived in the northern county. Even if there are master-level experts guarding him, they will eventually let their guard down over time." Lu Shiyun chose not to elaborate further. All he could do now was wait patiently. Fortunately, he had left himself a contingency plan. He gazed out the window and murmured to himself, "My dear brother, I hope you remain ever fortunate." Meanwhile, within the capital, individuals of status and influence had become aware of the failed assassination at Blood Moon Tower, though the source of this information remained a mystery. In the Imperial Palace, the Summer Emperor gazed at the report relayed by the Shadow Guards, his expression one of incredulity. Before him sat an elderly man, his hair as white as snow. Noticing the astonishment etched on the Summer Emperor's face as he scrutinized the note, the elder inquired, "Your Majesty, what has transpired?" Returning to his senses, the Summer Emperor tore the note to shreds, astonished that a master could possibly be in proximity to the young prince. The Chu family truly was bold. Upon hearing this, the elder paused momentarily. The Summer Emperor continued, "Master, do you believe that the Chu family genuinely wishes to support the young prince, or are they deliberately diverting attention?" The elder before the Summer Emperor was Situ Su, the esteemed Grand Counselor of the Great Xia Dynasty, who frequently provided strategic counsel to the emperor. After pondering the question, Situ Su responded, "I believe this to be the personal action of Chu Xiong, not indicative of the entire Chu family's intent." The Summer Emperor smiled and asked, "Oh, why do you hold this view, Master?" Situ Su replied, "The Northern County is a land of hardship. Even the Northern King finds it challenging to cultivate its potential, let alone recruit soldiers and amass strength. The Chu family is not one to support a prince who has entirely lost his claim to the throne under such circumstances. However, Chu Xiong is different. He is the maternal grandfather of the Northern King, and a blood tie still exists between them. Thus, I believe that Chu Xiong dispatched individuals to protect the Northern King solely due to the fact that he is his grandson, rather than for the interests of the Chu family." Upon hearing the words of Situ Su, Emperor Xia rose from the stone bench, laughing heartily as he remarked, "The National Master's words carry a certain significance. The Chu family is not the Chu family for the Chu people. Ha ha ha. This reminds me of myself. This great Xia is likewise not truly mine. The Chu family has already intertwined its interests with the powers of Jiangnan, making it implausible for them to mindlessly support a prince devoid of a claim to the throne. Should they insist on doing so, it would inevitably lead to conflict with those powers, resulting in the potential disintegration of the Chu family. Hence, the Chu family is not the Chu family for the Chu people." The Emperor of Xia, reflecting on Situ's statement, recognized a parallel in his own situation. Just as the Chu family cannot pursue its desires freely, neither can he as the emperor. His ambitions are similarly constrained by various forces, particularly the prominent clans, among which the Chu family is included. At the residence of the Duke of Mu, Mu Changtian's hand trembled as he held the letter delivered by a carrier pigeon. This correspondence was sent back by Li Feng, detailing their encounter with an ambush by the Blood Moon Tower assassins. When Mu Changtian read that 2 9th-rank martial artists and 1 8th-rank martial artist had been dispatched by the Blood Moon Tower, he feared that something dire had indeed befallen the Northern King. However, at the conclusion of the letter, Li Feng informed him of the appearance of a mysterious expert who had resolved the threat posed by the 2 9th-rank masters of the Blood Moon Tower. This revelation piqued Mu Changtian's curiosity. Who could this enigmatic protector of the Northern King be? Could it be that this mysterious figure hailed from the Imperial Palace? Upon contemplating this, Mu Changtian directed his gaze towards the royal palace, yet he swiftly dismissed the notion. The Emperor of Xia had never regarded the Northern Prince as his progeny. In fact, he perceived the Northern Prince as a blight upon his existence. It was inconceivable that he would dispatch anyone to offer protection. Meanwhile, Lu Chun and his companions had resumed their journey. Throughout the subsequent month, Lu Chen encountered no assassination attempts, largely attributed to a certain rumor circulating within the capital. The populace believed that a master was safeguarding Lu Chen. With such a figure in his vicinity, the various factions would not be foolish enough to attempt his assassination. However, it was widely acknowledged that this master would not remain by Lu Chen's side indefinitely. There were few masters of such caliber within the entirety of the Xia kingdom. It was improbable that one would continually protect a seemingly ineffectual royal. From the public's perspective, this master would likely only escort the northern prince as far as the northern county before departing. Chapter 11. Mu Zixuan's pregnancy. After nearly 2 months of arduous travel, Lu Chen's caravan finally arrived at the northern county. Along the way, officials from various counties had warmly received them. During the journey, Lu Chen had engaged in communication with his wives, yet due to the pressing need to hasten their pace, their exchanges were rather superficial, and Lu Chen had scarcely practiced his qi refining techniques or revitalization methods. Upon sighting the demarcation line of the northern county, the weariness of the past 2 months dissipated entirely. In this world devoid of paved roads, the jolting ride in the horse-drawn carriage had been quite taxing. Now that they had reached the northern county, his plans for fatherhood could finally be set into motion. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen urged his companions to quicken their pace towards his new residence. Soon, Lu Chen and his entourage arrived at the capital of Beijun, Yinqing. Beijun is home to 13 cities, with Yinqing being the most prosperous, destined to become Lu Chen's royal city. As Lu Chen's procession made its entrance into Yinqing, the officials of the city gathered to greet him, while the common folk stood along the road, watching intently. Among the crowd, whispers about the northern king circulated. At last, a feudal lord has come to our northern lands. What good is that? The northern king is merely 16, still just a child. I have heard he is uneducated and incompetent, which is why he was sent to Beijun in the first place. I wonder if he will impose new taxes upon arrival. If he continues to raise them, we will not survive. If the northern king indulges himself in pleasures at the estate and pays us no mind, it might be for the best. I've heard that in some places, the arrival of a feudal lord has made life even harder for the people. As Lu Chen entered the city, he glanced at the citizens lining the road. The attire of the people in Beide was evidently more tattered compared to those from other counties, resembling beggars in contrast. Such destitution was alarming. Yinqing, despite being the wealthiest city in Beijun, saw its residents in such disarray. One could only imagine the condition of those from lesser counties. His father, the emperor, truly possessed a heart of stone to send him to such a place. He pondered whether there were many women in Beijun who could achieve a score of 90 or above, and if that would affect his ability to take concubines. Continuously scanning the crowd through the system for women who met the criteria, Lu Chen found not a single one after a long search. Among the common folk lining the roads, the highest rating given to the women did not exceed 80. Lu Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. As the procession approached the city gate, officials from the northern county clasped their hands and greeted, "We pay our respects to your highness." At that moment, Lu Chen descended from the carriage. Upon his emergence, the crowd erupted in fervor. The northern prince is so handsome. It is said that he is merely 16. Yet he appears as mature as a man in his 20s. Judging by his countenance, the northern prince does not seem to be one lacking in knowledge and ability. At this juncture, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe stepped forward before Lu Chen, declaring, "I am Minister Li Rue, paying my respects to your highness." Hearing this, Lu Chen scrutinized Li Rue. Name, Li Rue. Position, temporary prefect of Northern County. Strength, 5th rank. Loyalty, 30. He perceives you as a worthless prince lacking in learning. Noticing Li Rue's low loyalty, Lu Chen promptly assessed the loyalty of the other officials in Northern County, only to find that nearly all of them shared a similar sentiment. This was hardly surprising. These individuals had likely already discerned his reputation in the capital. Lu Chen inquired directly, "Minister Li, could you enlighten me on the progress of my residence's construction?" Li Rue replied, "Rest assured, your highness, your residence has been completed and is ready for you to move in." With a smile, Lu Chen responded, "Then please, lead the way." "As you wish, your highness." Subsequently, Li Rue guided the procession to the northern prince's residence. Upon entering the northern prince's residence, Li Rue directly inquired, "Your highness, may I ask when you might be available for me to report on the situation in the northern prefecture?" Although Li Rue looked down upon the ineffectual Prince Lu Chen, he nonetheless recognized him as the northern prince and the highest authority in the northern prefecture. The appointments and dismissals of officials in the northern prefecture were solely at the discretion of the northern prince. In this era, feudal lords wielded considerable power in their fiefs, possessing not only administrative authority and the power of appointing officials but also the rights to mint currency and command military forces. Li Rue was merely a temporary prefect appointed by the court, and with the arrival of the northern prince, he could very well be reassigned. Therefore, Li Rue intended to make a favorable impression on the northern prince to affirm his presence and demonstrate that he was a capable official. Upon hearing Li Rue's words, Lu Chen chuckled and patted Li Rue on the shoulder, saying, "Leave the professional matters to the professionals, prefectly. Before my arrival, you managed the northern prefecture with great efficiency. Henceforth, continue to govern the northern prefecture on my behalf." At this declaration, Li Rue, filled with excitement, knelt partially and expressed, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your recognition. I shall exert every effort to assist you, serving diligently until my last breath." Hearing this, Lu Chen found himself at a loss for words, as he had simply sought someone to handle the tasks at hand. At that moment, Lu Chen noticed Li Rue's loyalty had surged to 50, and he remarked, "Very well, prefectly, you may return to your duties. In the future, unless there are matters of great importance, do not seek me out. I must now familiarize myself with my residence." With that, Lu Chen turned and walked toward his royal mansion. Observing Lu Chen's retreating figure, Li Rue felt a swirl of complex emotions. It is evident that the northern king intends to adopt a hands-off approach, delegating all matters of the northern county to the county magistrate. This is, of course, advantageous for him, as who does not relish power. However, Li Rue is also aware that excessively assuming the authority bestowed by the northern king could very well provoke discontent from the court. The Great Xia Dynasty has precedents for such occurrences. There was once a grand historian of a feudal estate who seized all powers of the princely lord, only to be deemed by the court as usurping the princely authority, leading to the imprisonment of the prince. Ultimately, that grand historian met a grim fate, resulting in the confiscation of his assets and the annihilation of his clan. Upon entering the royal residence, Lu Chen determined the courtyard where he would reside. He then retrieved seeds of the dragon and phoenix tree from the system's space. After pricking his finger to let a drop of blood fall upon the seeds, he buried them in the soil, instructing his servants to tend to them with utmost care. Once the dragon and phoenix tree flourishes, its leaves can brew a tea that renders women more reliant upon him, a most useful asset for Lu Chen. At that moment, Mu Zixuan, adorned in a flowing red gauze gown, passed by the courtyard. Observing Lu Chen pricking his finger and repeatedly squeezing blood into the earth, she hurriedly entered the courtyard. "My lord, what troubles you?" she inquired, mistakenly believing Lu Chen had been bitten by a venomous snake and was extracting the poison. Casting a glance at the enchanting Mu Zixuan, Lu Chen smiled and replied, "I am unharmed. I am nurturing the dragon and phoenix tree with my blood." Intrigued, Mu Zixuan asked, "The dragon and phoenix tree, what is that?" Lu Chen then embraced her slender waist and responded, "You shall come to know in due time." As he spoke, Lu Chen's hand began to roam along Mu Zixuan's waist. "My beloved, shall we try the bed in the mansion now?" Upon hearing this, a delicate flush instantly appeared on Mu Zixuan's face. Lu Chen then lifted her effortlessly and carried her towards the room. By nurturing your relationship with your wife, you gain 10 experience points in the qi refining technique. Congratulations, you have unlocked the qi refining technique, successfully drawing qi into your body. Congratulations on successfully causing Mu Zixuan to conceive. You have obtained the method for soap making. The reward for pregnancy is a modest encouragement, hence the limited reward. A more substantial reward will be granted upon the successful birth of the child. Chapter 12. You are all already dead. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Chen immediately felt an unparalleled sense of refreshment, as if his skin could breathe. He was elated, for he had finally drawn qi into his body, marking his entry into the path of cultivation. What delighted him even more was the realization that Mu Zixuan was finally with child. Despite their travels over the past 2 months, during which they communicated and fostered their bond, there had been no signs of pregnancy from Mu Zixuan or the others. It was unexpected that now, having just settled down, Mu Zixuan was pregnant. Indeed, to propagate the next generation, a stable environment is essential. Holding Mu Zixuan close, he gently caressed her fair, rosy skin and said, "My beloved, I have a method to earn some fortune. I wonder if you would be interested?" Lu Chen is now the vassal king of Beijun, and the economic sustenance of the royal manor primarily derives from the taxes imposed on the common folk. However, a significant portion of these revenues must be allocated for the salaries of subordinate officials, leaving the royal household with scant resources. To ensure a prosperous existence, it is imperative for the manor to establish its own industries, and fortuitously, he has acquired the method for soap production. Undoubtedly, the true lucrative ventures lie in commodities such as salt and iron, yet Lu Chen has no immediate plans to delve into these ventures. Engaging in such profit-driven enterprises, which are fraught with intricate interests, would likely increase the number of attempts on his life, especially if he were to act upon his arrival in Beijun. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan's eyes sparkled with interest, prompting her to inquire, "Your Highness, what method do you speak of?" Mu Zixuan yearned to validate her worth beyond the confines of the bedroom. In the capital, her father had groomed her as a potential crown princess, endowing her with considerable capabilities in various aspects. Lu Chen responded, "I possess a substance capable of cleansing garments, and I believe it will be well received by the populace." Mu Zixuan, puzzled, asked, "Is your Highness referring to soapberries? In this world, there exists a tree whose fruits possess the ability to clean clothes, commonly known as soapberries. If it were soapberries, they are ubiquitous and would be challenging to cultivate as an industry." Lu Chen chuckled and replied, "Certainly not. What I refer to possesses a superior cleansing power than soapberries. In a few days, once I have it prepared, you shall comprehend." Mu Zixuan nodded in understanding. And at that moment, a maid's voice echoed from outside, "Your Highness, Lady Chu seeks your presence." Upon hearing these words, Mu Zixuan promptly addressed Lu Chen, "Your Highness, you should hasten to see. Aunt Chu must have something of great importance to discuss with you." They had only just arrived in Beijing, and there were undoubtedly numerous matters at hand. Mu Zixuan refrained from lingering around Lu Chen, knowing that should others discover she was clinging to him upon their arrival, she would be subject to much scorn. "My beloved, please rest well. I shall step out to ascertain the situation," Lu Chen said reluctantly as he rose from the bed. After donning his attire, he exited the room. Upon reaching the martial arts arena of the royal residence, he observed Li Feng and Chu Yuqin engaged in conversation. As Lu Chen approached, Li Feng hastily greeted him, "Your Highness." Lu Chen turned his gaze toward Chu Yuqin and inquired, "Aunt Chu, do you seek my counsel?" "It is not I who seeks you, but generally," Chu Yuqin replied. Lu Chen's focus shifted back to Li Feng, who promptly produced a letter from his bosom. "Your Highness, this is a letter from Duke Mu, entrusted to me upon our departure. He instructed me to deliver it to you upon our arrival in Beijing." Lu Chen immediately accepted the letter from Li Feng and began to read it with earnest attention. At that moment, both Li Feng and the over 100 soldiers behind him fixated their gazes upon the letter in Lu Chen's hand, particularly Li Feng, who appeared exceedingly anxious. He was unaware of the contents of the letter and harbored fears that the Northern King might silence them. After all, they were soon to return to the capital, and the Northern King might harbor doubts about their loyalty. Once Lu Chen finished reading the letter, he cast a glance at Li Feng and the others. Li Feng's loyalty has now risen to 87, rendering him a valuable asset. The loyalty of the soldiers in the guard squad is equally commendable, with none falling below 60. Lu Chen spoke up directly, "The Duke of Mu has informed me in this letter that you are all deceased." Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. Li Feng and the others couldn't help but ponder whether the Northern King truly intended to silence them. No. It was more accurate to say that the Duke of Mu had never intended for them to return alive, for this letter was addressed to the Northern King. Noticing the tension on Li Feng's face, Lu Chen continued, "The Duke of Mu has instructed me to convey that he has sent your families to Yen City, and you have been removed from the ranks of the Tiger Bin army. Henceforth, you shall accompany me." At that moment, realization dawned upon Li Feng. They had misconstrued Lu Chen's words. To say they were dead meant they had been dismissed from the Great Xia's Tiger Bin army. It appeared that the Duke of Mu had intended from the outset to prevent their return to the capital and instead wished for them to follow the Northern King. Lu Chen then revealed a sly smile, adding, "Of course, should you choose not to accompany me, I shall not compel you." Upon hearing this, Li Feng and the over 100 soldiers immediately knelt in half reverence, declaring, "We pledge our lives to follow the prince." What a jest it would be. If they dared utter a word of dissent now, they would undoubtedly find no way out of Yen City. They were not fools. Moreover, following the Northern King held no disadvantage. Upon learning that he possessed weaponry capable of slaying 9th-tier masters, they believed the Northern King had been concealing his true prowess. When the Northern King returns to the capital, ready to reign supreme, all those present will have contributed to his ascendance. The choice at hand requires little contemplation. Lu Chen spoke. "All right, you may all rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." Lu Chen retrieved a token from his bosom and tossed it to General Li Feng, saying, "Generally, take this token and assume command of the Northern Army. The training of the troops shall be entrusted to you." Li Feng immediately clasped his fists and replied, "I shall not disappoint Your Highness's expectations. I will promptly reorganize the Northern Army and transform them into a formidable force." Lu Chen cautioned, "There is no need to rush. Excessive actions could lead to unfavorable consequences." Li Feng quickly grasped the implication and responded, "Understood. I will proceed with utmost caution." He considered that the Northern King likely intended to maintain a faade, concealing his true ambitions from prying eyes. "Very well, you may attend to your respective duties," Lu Chen declared, preparing to depart. At that moment, Chu Yuqin observed Lu Chen's retreating figure, an unsettling feeling gnawing at her. For reasons unknown, She sensed an enigmatic aura surrounding him. To confirm her suspicions, she propelled herself forward, swiftly positioning herself behind Lu Chen. Sensing the surge of spiritual energy behind him, Lu Chen abruptly turned, his gaze locking with Chu Yuqing's. They stood less than 30 centimeters apart, and a delicate fragrance wafted into Lu Chen's nostrils, stirring a restless energy within him. "Aunt Chu, what brings you here?" Chu Yuqing smiled gently, then said, "Chen'er, I never imagined that you have become a martial artist in secret. I have never seen you practice martial arts before. What techniques are you training in?" Lu Chen, realizing his secret had been uncovered, chuckled and replied, "Aunt Chu, this is a man's little secret." Chu Yuqing playfully retorted, "Where did you acquire so many secrets?" Lu Chen grinned, for a man of depth naturally harbors many secrets within his heart. Chu Yuqing shot him an exasperated glance and said, "If you choose not to divulge, so be it. I shall go set up the defenses." With that, she gracefully made her way towards the entrance of the Wong residence. Observing her elegant and dignified figure, Lu Chen felt an intensifying flame within his heart. He hurriedly turned around and rushed off to seek out his 2 concubines for practice. Chapter 13. Reclaiming the military authority of the Northern County Yinqing. The governor's mansion. Upon seeing Li Rue return, the officials of the Northern County gathered around him eagerly. One official inquired, "Governor Li, has the prince mentioned what he intends to do next?" The officials were deeply concerned about the potential repercussions of the Northern Prince's arrival and whether it would affect their livelihoods and interests. Li Rue smiled faintly, stroking his beard, and calmly responded, "The prince has informed me that unless there are significant matters, I should not seek him out. Everything in the Northern County remains as it is." Upon hearing this, the officials of the Northern County were instantly filled with exuberance. If that were the case, their power and interests would remain unscathed. Although they did not voice their thoughts, they were largely relieved that the court had dispatched a worthless prince to the Northern County. At that moment, a soldier from the governor's office rushed in, flustered, and approached Li Rue, whispering something to him. After hearing the soldier's words, Li Rue furrowed his brow, and his expression darkened instantly. Noticing Li Rue's grim demeanor, an official hurriedly inquired, "My lord, what has transpired?" As soon as the official's words fell, Li Feng entered the governor's office. Upon seeing Li Rue and the gathered officials, Li Feng smiled and remarked, "Lord Li, your residence is quite lively today." Li Rue regained his composure and promptly replied, "Not at all. Might I inquire if General Li has any message to convey?" Li Feng then produced the Northern King's token and stated, "The prince has issued a decree. From today onwards, I shall take charge of all military affairs in the Northern County." Upon hearing this, the officials in the courtyard became instantly alarmed. The reason they had been so audacious, showing little regard for the Northern King, was primarily because the military forces of the Northern County were under the control of the governor. With the Northern King arriving and taking over military affairs so swiftly, what could this signify? The military is a sensitive matter, and a feudal lord's control over it would inevitably lead to certain actions. Could it be that the Northern King intended to take decisive measures against them? At this juncture, Li Rue remarked, "General Li, the prince has only just arrived in the Northern County and is unfamiliar with the region. What could be his reason for entrusting you with military affairs?" Li Rue did not believe that the Northern King intended to undermine the power of Beijun, at least not in the short term. After all, he had only just arrived in Beijun and had yet to establish a firm foothold. Furthermore, the Northern King needed the support of these officials and various factions within Beijun to maintain his rule. Even someone as reckless as the Northern King would refrain from actions that would undermine his own foundation. Li Feng, sensing the concerns weighing on the minds of Li Rue and others, spoke directly, "Lord Li, I trust you have heard the news of the prince's assassination by Blood Moon Tower on his way to the fief?" Li Rue replied, "Indeed." Li Feng continued, "In that case, you must understand why the prince seeks to control the military power. He does not wish for his safety to be dependent on others." Upon hearing this, Li Rue and the others quickly grasped the implications. Indeed, the Northern King had been attacked en route, and given his youth, it was likely he had been frightened. Perhaps his fear of death and concern over the potential threat from Beijun's army compelled him to seize military authority. Li Feng pressed on, "Lord Li, you wouldn't be reluctant to relinquish military power, would you? The prince has entrusted all affairs of Beijun to you. If the military power remains in your hands, who truly holds authority, the prince or the Northern King?" At this, a cold sweat broke out on Li Rue's forehead. It was true. If all power in Beijun rested with him, without anyone to impose checks, it would not be long before the court sent someone to trouble him. Li Rue pondered for a moment. Considering the limited number of soldiers in Beijun, it would be wiser to surrender the command directly to avoid unnecessary complications. With this thought in mind, he promptly retrieved the tiger talisman from his bosom, declaring, "General Li, This is the talisman that governs all the troops in Beijing. He then addressed a soldier clad in armor beside him, saying, Captain Wong, please escort General Li to the barracks. Yes, my lord, the soldier affirmed. Subsequently, Li Feng followed the soldier towards the barracks in Yin City. Once Li Feng departed, the officials surrounding Li Rue began to express their concerns. My lord, why did you hand over the tiger talisman to him? One queried. Indeed, my lord, what if the prince misuses his military power? Another added. What should we do now? They collectively lamented. Hearing the officials' murmurs, Li Rue reassured them. Rest assured, the command of the military should naturally reside in the hands of the prince. It is entirely reasonable for him to reclaim military authority. Moreover, you just heard Captain Li Feng mention that the prince has entrusted me with the affairs of Beijing. If I were to retain military control, it would likely lead to the prince's displeasure, and the court would certainly not tolerate it either. Upon hearing Li Rue's rationale, some of the quicker-witted officials grasped his intent. After all, there had been instances in the Great Xia Dynasty where certain royal residents monopolized power and imprisoned the vassal princes. Nevertheless, they remained apprehensive. Should the northern prince acquire military authority, it would be akin to wielding a weapon, making it all too simple for him to suppress them, thereby deterring their previous reckless behavior. Li Rue continued, Very well, you may each return to your respective jurisdictions. If the northern king has any orders, I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity. Upon hearing Li Rue's words, the officials could only leave the county magistrate's residence one after another. A few days later, at the northern king's residence, Lu Chun observed the servants producing soap according to the recipe he had provided. He picked up a bar and applied it to a soiled garment to test its efficacy. Soon, the stains on the fabric disappeared completely after washing. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers in the courtyard erupted in astonished exclamations. Chu Yuqin, intrigued, inquired, Chinner, where did you discover this method of production? This soap is remarkably effective. Lu Chen, washing his hands, chuckled as he replied, Aunt Chu, would you believe me if I said I devised this myself? Chu Yuqin raised her beautiful eyes and, with a hint of playful sarcasm, remarked, Indeed, Chinner has grown up, secrets abound, and you conceal everything from me. Noticing the atmosphere becoming somewhat tense, Mu Zixuan quickly interjected. Aunt Chu, this is indeed a solution conceived by the prince. In truth, Chu Yuqin's tone was merely slightly teasing, and she bore no actual anger in her heart. She had long since decided not to pry into Lu Chen's inner secrets. However, the thought that Lu Chen once shared everything with her, but now kept secrets after their marriage left her feeling a touch melancholic. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao, seeking to divert the topic, said, Your Highness, how do you plan to sell this soap? Before Lu Chen began crafting the soap, he had made it clear that his intention was to sell it. This piqued Zhou Xiaoxiao's curiosity regarding how the prince would price such a remarkably effective cleansing product. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Chen replied, I shall sell it for 3 to 10 wen each. Zhou Yuyu, standing beside Zhou Xiaoxiao, exclaimed in astonishment, So inexpensive? Lu Chen explained, One must adhere to the principle of modest profits and high sales. It is meant to replace bath beans and cannot be priced excessively. If it is too dear, no one will purchase it. At this juncture, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon Mu Zixuan. My beloved, I entrust the soap industry to you. Mu Zixuan, brimming with excitement, responded, Rest assured, my prince, I shall manage the soap industry diligently and ensure our treasury is replenished swiftly. However, no sooner had Mu Zixuan finished speaking than her expression changed abruptly, and she began to retch. Observing this, Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao hurried to her side, supporting her. Sister, what is the matter? Quickly, summon a doctor. Chapter 14. Hunters often appear in the form of prey. Seeing Mu Zixuan retching, Lu Chen surmised the cause with a fair degree of certainty. After all, he had received a notification from the system days prior, indicating that the method for producing the soap had been revealed due to Mu Zixuan's pregnancy. Nevertheless, despite his awareness of her condition, it was imperative to consult a physician. His rejuvenation techniques had yet to be cultivated, rendering him incapable of examining Mu Zixuan's health. Thus, he could only rely on a doctor to assess the situation. Mu Zixuan was subsequently moved back to her chamber, where she lay on the bed and looked at Lu Chen beside her, saying, My prince, I assure you, I am fine. Lu Chen gently caressed Mu Zixuan's cheek, smiling as he said, Just lie down for now. We shall wait for the doctor to arrive. Soon, the doctor entered the room, took a brief pulse check, and promptly stood up, bowing as he proclaimed, Congratulations, Your Highness, the princess is with child. Upon hearing this, the room erupted with excitement. Zhou Xiaoxiao, standing beside Mu Zixuan, exclaimed, Sister, this is wonderful. You are pregnant. Our prince will have an heir. Lu Chen joyfully added, Shiro, fetch 2 taels of silver for the doctor. At this, The doctor immediately responded, "Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness." In these times, 2 taels of silver was no small sum. The doctor knew he would have to treat numerous patients to earn such an amount. After the doctor departed, Lu Chen tenderly stroked Mu Zixuan's belly, saying with a smile, "My beloved, it seems our efforts over the past days have been worthwhile." Mu Zixuan's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling somewhat bashful with so many onlookers as Lu Chen spoke so candidly. She then remarked, "Your Highness, for some time, I shall be unable to attend to your needs." Lu Chen reassured her, "It is of no concern. You should focus on nurturing our child." Mu Zixuan then inquired, "Your Highness, when do you plan to bring Xiao Xiao and Yu Yu into the household?" Although Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu were already under Lu Chen's care, the formalities of a banquet had yet to be completed, as it was customary for a prince to host a ceremony upon taking concubines. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen replied, "We shall hold the banquet in a couple of days." With a smile, Mu Zixuan asked, "May I take charge of this matter?" Lu Chen remarked, "My beloved consort, if you are willing, then I must trouble you with this matter." Observing the tender exchange between Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan, Chu Yuqin felt an unsettling discomfort within her heart. Subsequently, she turned and quietly exited the room. In the past, it was she who accompanied Lu Chen, but now that he had a princess by his side, it seemed she was no longer needed as an aunt, which left her feeling profoundly disheartened. Days later, news spread from the northern prince's residence that he intended to take a concubine. Upon hearing this, various factions in the northern county began to prepare gifts. In the Baiwa Tower, a woman clad in a flowing red robe sat gracefully by the window, gazing at the throngs of people bustling in the distance. The robe draped loosely, revealing her porcelain collarbone and a fair expanse of skin, easily captivating any onlooker. Her exquisite beauty was beyond reproach, with a delicate blush adorning her cheeks, rendering her enchanting and alluring. A subtle smile graced her lips, and her peach blossom eyes seemed to radiate the essence of spring, exuding an irresistible charm. Her hair was elegantly swept up, secured with a phoenix hairpin, while long strands cascaded over her fragrant shoulders, accentuating her enchanting silhouette. At that moment, a masked woman entered the room and spoke from behind the curtain. "Saintis, the guild master urges you to complete your task swiftly and depart from Northern County." Upon hearing this, the woman could not help but let out a cold laugh. Her voice was as melodious as the song of birds in the forest. "The Northern Prince has been sequestered within his residence, and we cannot ascertain whether his master has departed. How could such a task be accomplished so easily?" The woman outside the curtain remarked, "The Lord has conveyed that this is the prince's intention. He is powerless in this matter. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to express your needs." Wongqing replied with a hint of indifference, "Never mind. Kindly inform him that I shall seek an opportunity to approach the Northern King soon and request that he refrain from pressing me." At this moment, Wongqing felt a twinge of annoyance. She had arrived in Yen City 2 months prior, intent on getting closer to the Northern King, even going so far as to transform herself into a courtesan. However, since the Northern King had arrived in Yen City, he had yet to visit the 100 Flowers Pavilion even once. It was said that the Northern King was uneducated and rather lecherous, often slipping away to the brothels to listen to music. Yet, upon reaching the Northern County, he seemed to have undergone a transformation, remaining confined to his estate and avoiding all outings. Wongqing had also attempted to send people to the royal residence to gather intelligence, but the guards were numerous, and with Chu Yuqin personally overseeing the place, it was exceedingly difficult for her men to infiltrate. The current state of the royal residence remained a mystery to them. At that moment, a blue bird flew in through the window and alighted before Wongqing. She quickly seized the bird and removed the note from its leg. After perusing the contents of the note, a smile graced her lips. It appeared their intelligence was accurate. The Northern King was indeed indulgent in his desires. Having only arrived in the Northern County a few days prior, he had already begun to take concubines. This was fortuitous for her. She needed to devise a plan to visit the royal residence. If she could capture the Northern King's attention, it would be an enviable opportunity. The allure of a beautiful woman was her most potent weapon, particularly in the realm of assassination. Days later, at the Northern King's palace, it was the day for Lu Chen to take concubines. The palace was adorned with festive decorations, and a steady stream of guests arrived to present their gifts. The entire affair concerning the taking of a concubine was orchestrated by Mu Zixuan, who had extended invitations to the prominent factions of Beijun on behalf of the royal household. Mu Zixuan intended to seize this opportunity to promote the soap she had developed, hence her decision to invite the various powers of Beijun. As gifts were being presented, Lu Chen sat in the martial arts arena, listening to the reports from the royal attendants about the offerings from the factions, while his gaze roamed over the women attending the wedding banquet. In the Great Xia Dynasty, unmarried women typically did not venture out to participate in the weddings of others. However, today, many families had brought their unmarried daughters in hopes of attracting the prince's attention and securing a marriage alliance. Yet, after surveying the gathering, Chen found no women whose scores exceeded 90. He sighed, realizing that Yin City was indeed too small and impoverished, resulting in such a scarcity of highly rated women. Just as he was about to relinquish his search, a lady in a flowing purple gown caught his eye. Name: Wongqing. Identity: 9th grade warrior. Adopted daughter of the Jiangnan royal family, saintess of the Misty Rain Pavilion, temporary head of the 100 Flowers Tower. She had come to the Northern Prince's wedding banquet with the intent to assassinate him, hoping to capture his attention and employ the art of seduction. Score: 95. Favorability: 0. Upon reading the information before him, Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that a 9th grade assassin would infiltrate the gathering. Oh. But no, she had not infiltrated. Rather, she had entered quite openly. Gazing at Wongqing's enchanting figure, alongside her alluring curves and the radiant expanse of her skin, Chen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It was indeed unfortunate that such a stunning beauty, rated a remarkable 95, turned out to be an assassin. Finding a woman of such extraordinary caliber was no simple feat, and he resolved to devise a plan to win over this captivating rose. With hopes of her bearing his children, lost in thought, Chen mused that the dragon and phoenix tree had seemingly begun to flourish. He intended to test the efficacy of the tree's leaves for brewing tea shortly. If the dragon and phoenix tea proved beneficial, it would herald a transformation in his and Wongqing's circumstances. A slight smile graced Chen's lips at this notion. Oftentimes, a hunter may present themselves in the guise of prey. Chapter 15. Deceiving Chen. At that moment, Wongqing also noticed Chen, as she had approached him with intent. When she saw the Northern King smile in her direction, her heart soared with joy. It appeared her scheme had already borne fruit, successfully capturing his attention. All she needed to do now was wait patiently. Wongqing held a firm confidence in her allure. She responded with a subtle smile towards Chen. After the wedding banquet concluded, Chen departed directly, while Mu Zixuan engaged in conversation with the other women present. Having already established a rapport with Zhou Xiaoxiao and others, Chen felt no urgency regarding the bridal chamber. He then made his way to the main courtyard, the very space where he had planted the dragon and phoenix tree. To his astonishment, despite having only planted it for half a month, it had grown to the height of his waist. However, the dragon and phoenix tree appeared indistinguishable from ordinary trees. Chen plucked a few leaves from the tree, intending to brew tea for the two sisters, Zhou Xiaoxiao and her sibling, later in the bridal chamber. At that moment, Chen entered the courtyard. Noticing that Chen had not attended to the guests nor sought out the Zhou sisters, but had instead come to observe the tree, she curiously inquired, "Chen, what are you doing? Why haven't you gone to find the Zhou sisters?" Upon hearing Chen's voice, Chen paused for a moment, then turned to face her, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. At that instant, Chen posed a question to the system within his mind. System: does consuming dragon and phoenix tea cause women to develop a dependency on me, rendering them unable to part from me? Indeed, that is correct. Moreover, once a woman consumes the dragon and phoenix tea, she will be unable to inflict harm upon you. When you come into contact with her body, she will lose her strength. However, if the woman who drinks the tea harbors feelings for you, the dragon and phoenix tea can enhance her abilities to a certain degree. Hearing this from the system, Chen felt somewhat astonished. He had presumed that the tea would merely foster a sense of dependency, not anticipating its potential to augment one's prowess. Given Chen's considerable affection towards him, if she were to consume more dragon and phoenix tea, it would undoubtedly bolster her abilities significantly. Upon reflecting on this, Chen smiled and remarked, "There's no rush. It is broad daylight. What purpose would I have in seeking them out? Do you truly believe Aunt Chu wishes for me to declare such things in the light of day?" Hearing this, Chen shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I merely suggested you converse with the two sisters, considering you are already wed." At that moment, noticing the leaves of a dragon and phoenix tree in Chen's hand, Chen curiously inquired, "What are you doing with those leaves?" Rather than directly responding to her question, Chen glanced around cautiously and said, "Aunt Chu, please follow me. I have a secret to share with you." Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. Recently, she had observed that Chen harbored many secrets. Whenever she pressed him for information, he would dismiss her inquiries, claiming that he had matured, leading her to wonder whether he no longer recognized her as his aunt. Since Chen was now willing to confide in her, she was eager to discover what secret he would reveal. At that moment, Chen made his way toward his room, and Chen hurried to follow. Once inside, He placed the leaves into a teapot on the table. Witnessing this, Chu Yuqing's curiosity intensified. She was eager to understand his actions. After a brief pause, Lu Chen poured the brewed dragon and phoenix tea into 2 purple clay cups and said, "Aunt Chu, do taste the flavor of this tea." Taken aback, Chu Yuqing paused for a moment before asking, "Chener, is this the secret you mentioned?" Lu Chen mysteriously remarked, "Aunt Chu, once you drink it, you shall comprehend the secret I speak of." With that, he lifted a purple clay cup from the table and consumed the dragon and phoenix tea within in one swift motion. Noticing Lu Chen had taken a sip, Chu Yuqing, albeit with skepticism, raised her own purple clay cup and gently sipped from the dragon and phoenix tea. After just a small taste, a refreshing sensation surged into her heart. In the next moment, Chu Yuqing realized that her internal power was gradually increasing. Having remained at the 9th tier for many years, she had believed it nearly impossible for her to ascend any further. Yet, astonishingly, after just a sip of tea, the stagnation within her began to loosen. Without hesitation, she drained her cup of dragon and phoenix tea, and then fixed her beautiful gaze upon Lu Chen. "Chener, if I am not mistaken, the leaves you held earlier were from that tree in the center of the courtyard, correct?" Chu Yuqing had long noticed Lu Chen's unusual interest in the tree, and she had been curious as to why he personally watered it each day since arriving in Beijing. It turned out that the leaves from that tree could indeed enhance one's internal power. This was utterly incredible. Lu Chen, however, did not respond to her inquiry, but instead posed a question in return. "Aunt Chu, how do you feel now?" Chu Yuqing gently closed her eyes, and in the next moment, a stream of energy emanated from her body. Upon opening her eyes, she could scarcely believe her senses. She had actually broken through to the threshold of a half-step master, although there remained a long journey ahead to achieve full mastery, at the very least. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within her. At this moment, Lu Chen began to explain, "Aunt Chu, the tree in the courtyard is known as the dragon and phoenix tree. Brewing tea with its leaves can assist martial artists in enhancing their abilities." Lu Chen shared only a fraction of the information, as he was not yet ready to divulge the other uses of dragon and phoenix tea to Chu Yuqing. Given Chu Yuqing's gentle nature, Lu Chen had no intention of being overly forthright from the beginning. Upon hearing his words, Chu Yuqing was taken aback. Although she had already experienced the benefits of the dragon and phoenix tea, hearing Lu Chen's explanation made her feel even more astonished. It was one thing for Lu Chen to possess weapons capable of instantly slaying 9th-grade martial artists, but it was another entirely to have discovered a plant that could enhance one's prowess. If such knowledge were to spread, the entire martial arts world would likely descend into chaos. One could only imagine how many masters would flock to the Wong residence to seize that tree. Not only masters, but perhaps grandmasters would also take an interest in it. Chu Yuqing decided against inquiring how Lu Chen came by this information, as he likely would not disclose it anyway. With a sigh, she expressed her concern. "Chener, do others know of this tree's properties?" Lu Chen shook his head, replying, "I have only shared this with you, Aunt Chu. No one else is aware." Chu Yuqing cautioned, "You must not reveal the tree's abilities to anyone else. Otherwise, the North Wong residence will face grave danger, and I may not be able to protect it." Lu Chen reassured her, "Aunt Chu, rest assured, I understand the implications." Chu Yuqing concluded, "Very well. You may go to Xiao and Yu now." Lu Chen uttered a soft acknowledgement, "Then I shall take my leave." With those words, he turned and departed. For reasons unbeknownst to her, as she gazed upon Lu Chen's towering silhouette receding into the distance, Chu Yuqing felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Chapter 16. The servant gratefully acknowledges the Lord's generosity. After Lu Chen exited the main courtyard, he intended to proceed to the residence of the Zhou sisters. At that moment, he noticed Mu Zixuan escorting Wongqing towards the back courtyard of the Wong residence. Curiosity piqued, Lu Chen wondered how Mu Zixuan had brought this woman here. He furrowed his brow, suspecting that Wongqing had concocted some ruse to approach him, thereby deceiving Mu Zixuan. This was unacceptable. If the woman sought him out, it would pose no issue. However, should Wongqing harm Mu Zixuan in the process, it would become a predicament, especially since Mu Zixuan was now with child. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen hastily followed after them. Upon entering the back courtyard, he encountered the maid Xiao Rou, who was preparing to brew tea. Lu Chen promptly intercepted her, saying, "Xiao Rou, please use these leaves for the tea." As he spoke, he handed her the leaves he had gathered. Xiao Rou, lacking any ulterior motives, simply complied, for she was but a maid. "Yes, my lord." After entrusting the dragon and phoenix tree leaves to her, Lu Chen proceeded further into the courtyard. Upon sighting Lu Chen, Wongqing felt an immediate surge of joy, as she had finally found an opportunity to draw near to the northern prince. Naturally, she had no intention of making any bold moves at that moment. Her primary objective in approaching the Northern Prince was to make her presence felt, to ensure that he would remember her, and to deepen his impression of her. She was uncertain whether the rumored master had departed from the Northern King. Should she act now? It was highly likely that she herself would not be able to exit the Northern King's residence. At that moment, Wongqing immediately rose from the stone bench and bowed, saying, "This humble girl pays her respects to the prince." Mu Zixuan, noticing Lu Chen's arrival, curiously inquired, "Your Highness, why have you not gone to see my sister and the others?" Although Lu Chen had already thoroughly enjoyed the company of Xiaoxiao and Yu Yu, today was indeed the day of the wedding banquet, and it was customary to adhere to the proceedings. Yet, Lu Chen had come here instead. With a smile, he responded, "There is no rush. We shall discuss it later this evening." As he spoke, Lu Chen observed Wongqing, who exuded an enchanting fragrance, truly embodying the allure of a seductress. He then inquired, "Who are you?" Wongqing promptly introduced herself, "In response to your highness, I am the courtesan of the 100 Flowers Pavilion." At this juncture, Mu Zixuan added, "Your highness, after witnessing the effects of the soap, Miss Wong intends to place an order for a substantial quantity." Lu Chen replied, "Oh, I see. Please continue your discussion. Do not mind me." With that, he moved to the edge of the pavilion and seated himself. At this time, Xiao Rou entered the courtyard, carrying freshly brewed dragon and phoenix tea. She poured a cup for each of them. Wongqing then turned to Mu Zixuan and asked, "Princess, given that we at the 100 Flowers Pavilion are ordering a considerable amount of soap, how long might it take for the royal residents to produce it?" Wongqing's attention was not focused on Mu Zixuan at all. However, at that moment, she dared not overstep her bounds and could only feign interest in the matter at hand. Mu Zixuan inquired, "How much do you require?" Wongqing replied, 1,000. Mu Zixuan was somewhat astonished, as this was the first time the Wong residents had received such a substantial order. "So much?" Wongqing smiled gently and then elaborated. "The ladies of Baihua Tower have a considerable number of garments, which necessitate daily washing. To manage this, Baihua Tower must procure a large quantity of soap beans from outside the city each day." Mu Zixuan pondered this for a moment and found it to be quite reasonable. After all, in a place known for its entertainment, it was imperative that the garments worn by those alluring women remained pristine, thus making the consumption of soap quite understandable. Could it be that Baihua Tower would become a significant client for the Wong residents in the future? Just as Mu Zixuan reveled in the excitement of the Wong residents' first major order, she noticed Lu Chen's gaze wandering towards Wongqing from a nearby pavilion. In an instant, Mu Zixuan comprehended the reason for Lu Chen's presence. He was clearly drawn to Wongqing. Nevertheless, Mu Zixuan felt no discontent. It was well known that Lu Chen had an affinity for beauty. Given that Wongqing was the renowned courtesan of Baihua Tower, her enchanting appearance would naturally captivate him. At that moment, Wongqing lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip. Instantly, a refreshing sensation surged through her, causing her to pause momentarily. She then inquired, "Princess, from where does your residence procure its tea?" Upon hearing this abrupt question, Mu Zixuan felt a twinge of confusion. She had never anticipated that Wongqing would suddenly shift the conversation to tea. Curiously, Mu Zixuan lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip. Soon realizing the reason behind Wongqing's inquiry about the tea, she turned to the maid beside her, asking Xiao, "What kind of tea have you brewed? I have never tasted such a variety before." Before Xiao could respond, Lu Chen interjected from a distance, "My dear consort, do you remember the tree I planted in the courtyard?" At the mention of Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan immediately recalled the tree that Lu Chen had meticulously cared for in recent times. She had always been curious as to why he was so devoted to that particular tree, and it turned out to be a unique tea tree. Mu Zixuan then inquired, "Your Highness, is the tea in this pot made from the leaves of that tree?" Lu Chen nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed." At this point, Lu Chen's gaze shifted towards Wongqing, and he inquired with a smile, "Miss Wong, how do you find this tea?" Wongqing replied, "It is fragrant and sweet, invigorating and refreshing. I have never encountered such an extraordinary tea before." Lu Chen remarked, "Since you enjoy it, I shall have my servants gather some fresh leaves for you to take back." Wongqing mused to herself that it appeared the Northern Prince intended to win her favor with this tea. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he became her intimate confidant, and her mission would soon be accomplished. With this thought, Wongqing displayed a charming smile and remarked, "I am most grateful for your Highness's generous gift." At this moment, Lu Chen spoke to Xiao Rou, saying, "Xiao Rou, please go to the tree I often water and gather 2 tails of fresh tea leaves to bring back for Miss Wong." "Yes, Your Highness." Afterward, Xiao Rou left the back courtyard and headed to the main courtyard to collect the tea leaves. Meanwhile, Wongqing and Mu Zixuan continued their discussions regarding the soap. Once they finalized the delivery date, Wongqing departed from the Wong residence with the freshly picked dragon and phoenix tree leaves in hand. Noticing that Lu Chen's gaze was fixed intently on Wongqing's departing figure, Mu Zixuan approached and sat beside him, saying, "Your Highness, if you have an affection for Miss Wong, I could arrange for someone to purchase her from the Baiwa Tower, allowing her to attend to your needs. She should still be of untainted virtue." Mu Zixuan held a rather liberal view regarding matters of women and harbored no jealousy. Upon hearing her words, Lu Chen snapped back to reality, wrapping his arm around Mu Zixuan's waist and lifting her effortlessly to sit upon his lap. He then leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "My beloved, you cannot truly believe that she is merely an ordinary courtesan, can you?" Lu Chen intended to reveal Wongqing's true identity to her, as he was aware that Wongqing harbored ulterior motives towards him. Allowing her to have excessive contact with Mu Zixuan could potentially jeopardize Mu Zixuan's safety. It was wiser to inform Mu Zixuan of Wongqing's true nature, so she could remain cautious. Chapter 17. A master is not so extraordinary after all. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan momentarily appeared taken aback. In her eyes, Wongqing was indeed just an ordinary courtesan. Lu Chen continued, "She is a 9th-tier martial artist and the saintess of the Misty Rain Pavilion." Mu Zixuan's mind was momentarily stunned. She was unaware of the influence of the Misty Rain Pavilion. However, the fact that a 9th-grade martial artist had chosen to become the courtesan in the Flower Pavilion was clearly indicative of some nefarious plot. It dawned on Mu Zixuan why Wongqing had suddenly sought to draw close to her. It appeared that the order for soap was but a ruse, a pretext to approach the prince. She hastily declared, "Your Highness, I acknowledge my mistake. I was unaware of her true identity and inadvertently invited a wolf into the fold. I am willing to accept my punishment." Lu Chen raised his hand and gently pinched Mu Zixuan's delicate nose, chuckling as he remarked, "Ignorance absolves you." "I bear you no ill will." Mu Zixuan inquired, "What are your intentions regarding her and the Flower Pavilion?" Instead of responding directly, Lu Chen gazed at the teapot on the stone table and asked, "My beloved, after drinking the dragon and phoenix tea, did you experience any peculiar sensations?" Mu Zixuan pondered for a moment. "Peculiar sensations? I felt remarkably refreshed after consuming the dragon and phoenix tea." Lu Chen continued, "And beyond that, did you feel any restlessness?" "Perhaps." At this juncture, Lu Chen's hand began to caress Mu Zixuan's abdomen, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She immediately discerned the implications of his inquiry. "A moment ago, I was suddenly reminded of our wedding night, and those images lingered in my mind." Lu Chen replied, "This is the effect of the dragon and phoenix tea. Brewed with my blood, this tea instills a sense of affection in any woman who partakes of it, drawing her heart towards me. Currently, Mu Zixuan's affection for him has reached an impressive 95, thus there is no need to conceal the matter of the dragon and phoenix tea from her." Upon hearing this from Lu Chen, Mu Zixuan immediately realized the reason behind her sudden desire for intimacy with him. It was, in fact, influenced by the dragon and phoenix tea. At that moment, she recalled that just before Wongqing departed, Lu Chen had gifted her 2 taels of the tea. Curiously, Mu Zixuan inquired, "Is the prince bestowing dragon and phoenix tea upon Wongqing with the intention of winning her over?" Lu Chen responded, "The Yinyu Pavilion has presented me with a stunning beauty of the 9th rank. How could I possibly decline such an offering?" Mu Zixuan remarked, "I congratulate your highness on the imminent acquisition of a 9th rank master." Lu Chen smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. After indulging in a tender embrace with Mu Zixuan in the pavilion for a while, Lu Chen felt a surge of restlessness and made his way to the northern courtyard. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu were quietly awaiting him in their chamber. Although they were already his women, they still held a fervent hope that he would choose to grace them with his presence. Unlike the formalities of marrying a primary wife, the process of taking concubines is far less intricate. Once the banquet concludes, one can proceed to the more intimate matters. Upon entering the room, Lu Chen found the 2 sisters seated on the bed. He then prepared a pot of dragon and phoenix tea and called out to them, "Xiao Xiao, Yu. Come over here and sample the tea I have brewed." Though the sisters were puzzled as to why Lu Chen wished for them to drink tea at that moment, they understood that he was a prince and simply complied with his request. They approached the table, lifted the cups, and took a sip of the dragon and phoenix tea. After savoring the dragon and phoenix tea, Zhou Xiaoxiao inquired with astonishment, "Your Highness, what kind of tea is this? It is remarkably fragrant and sweet." Lu Chen, wrapping his arm around Zhou Xiaoxiao's slender waist, replied with a smile, "This is dragon and phoenix tea. It will enhance our focus shortly." The cheeks of the 2 sisters instantly flushed crimson. However, at that moment, Lu Chen refrained from any inappropriate advances, suddenly recalling a pill he had yet to consume. Within his novice gift pack lay a dragon tiger pill, whose purpose was rather straightforward: to elevate his combat prowess. He had not taken it earlier as he deemed it unnecessary. Being a first-tier martial artist endowed him with physical capabilities far superior to those of an ordinary person, making it easy to handle the 3 weaker women, including Mu Zixuan. Yet, leaving the pill unused seemed a waste, so he decided to utilize it, especially since its effects were permanent. With this thought, Lu Chen retrieved the Dragon Tiger pill from his system space and popped it into his mouth. The flavor of the pill was rather unremarkable, akin to consuming a jelly bean. Swallowing the Dragon Tiger pill, Lu Chen felt no immediate sensation. Puzzled, he wondered if the pill had perhaps expired, considering it was part of a gift pack from 2 months prior. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the fragrant aroma from the 2 sisters wafted towards Lu Chen. And in the next moment, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, igniting an unusual heat within his body. Furrowing his brow, he realized he might have underestimated the potency of the pill. Consequently, Lu Chen had no choice but to seek assistance from the 2 sisters to alleviate the unwelcome effects he was experiencing. Ding! The host has successfully cultivated feelings with his wives, gaining 10 experience points in the Qi refinement technique, breaking through to the 1st level, and elevating the host's realm to 4th tier. A series of system notifications stirred Lu Chen's previously tranquil demeanor into a state of excitement. He felt his body become lighter, and his vitality surged. If not for the fact that Zhou Xiaoxiao and her sister had already succumbed to slumber, he would have wished to continue nurturing his bond with them. At this moment, Lu Chen accessed his system panel to assess his current status. Host, Lu Chen Realm, 4th rank technique, Qi refinement method, 1st layer, rejuvenation technique, recently unlocked, supernatural powers, none weapons, desert eagle, Barret. Grenade offspring. None. Upon seeing the notation indicating the 1st layer of the Qi refinement method, Lu Chen couldn't help but ponder. Merely advancing to the 1st layer of the Qi refinement method had propelled his realm from the 1st rank directly to the 4th rank. If he were to progress to the 2nd layer of the Qi refinement method, would he not ascend to the status of a Grandmaster? And if he were to reach the 10th layer, might he not then transcend to the realm of immortals? As Lu Chen indulged in visions of his future as an immortal, a system prompt interrupted his reverie. Please, host, remain grounded and refrain from excessive daydreaming. This world does not permit the emergence of immortals. Taken aback by the system's admonition, Lu Chen paused momentarily. However, he dismissed it with indifference. Even if he could not attain immortality, it sufficed that the Qi refinement method remained at his disposal. Relying on the Qi refinement technique to elevate one's realm is significantly swifter than through mere physical training. Ascending just 1 level in this technique can elevate him to the 4th rank, and by the time he reaches the 2nd tier of the Qi refinement technique, even if he has not attained the title of master, he will be perilously close to that pinnacle. However, it must be noted that even upon becoming a master, one would merely be superior to the majority of martial artists in this world. The thought of being able to effortlessly eliminate a 9th rank warrior with a desert eagle left Lu Chen pondering the insignificance of attaining master status. After all, before the might of firearms, all beings are rendered equal. His own strength merely enhances his capacity for self-preservation and nothing more. Chapter 18. Lu Chen's stance on taking concubines in the Great Xia Dynasty. Within a certain tavern in the capital, a veiled woman knelt behind Lu Shuyun. With hands clasped behind his back, Lu Shuyun gazed into the distance at the tower. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. So much time has passed, yet your Misty Rain Pavilion has shown no sign of action. I failed to comprehend the utility of my support for you. Upon hearing this, the woman behind him promptly replied, Your Highness, the Saintess has made contact with the Northern King. Once she confirms that the mysterious master has departed from the Northern King's residence, she will act immediately. I am confident that the Saintess will soon accomplish her task. Lu Shuyun replied coldly, Soon? What I require is a definite time frame. At this, the woman fell silent, refraining from further comment. Just then, a man entered the room. Your Highness, the Blood Moon Tower has consented, but they demand 5 times the previous price for this endeavor. However, they will send the Deputy Tower Master to assist. Upon hearing these words, the fury within Lu Shuyun subsided somewhat. Initially, he had no intention of pursuing the Blood Moon Tower further, especially after the previous attempt to assassinate them had ended in failure. Moreover, he had allies in the Misty Rain Pavilion situated in the northern county, and his original plan was to have them take action. However, the increasing clamor within the court for the Crown Prince had instilled in Lu Shuyun a sense of urgency. He needed to secure the support of the Chu family swiftly. Once he garnered their assistance, it would be tantamount to obtaining the backing of the prestigious families of Jiangnan, significantly enhancing his prospects of being declared the Crown Prince. Recently, Lu Shuyun had dispatched individuals to engage with the Chu family. Yet they seemed to harbor little interest in him, leading him to suspect that they were still clinging to hope for his inept royal brother. In his view, The enigmatic master beside Lu Chen was dispatched by the Chu family. If they had sent a master to protect Lu Chen, how could they possibly have abandoned the notion of supporting him? Therefore, Lu Chen had to be eliminated. At that moment, Lu Xuyan inquired, "What is the strength of the Deputy Lord of the Blood Moon Tower?" His subordinate promptly responded, replying to Your Highness. It is said that his strength has reached the threshold of a half-step master. Lu Xuyan pondered for a moment, even if the master beside Lu Chen were still present. The Deputy Lord of the Blood Moon Tower should be capable of holding him at bay. Consequently, the other members of the Blood Moon Tower would seize the opportunity to deal with Lu Chen. Furthermore, the Misty Rain Pavilion had dispatched numerous experts to the northern county. At most, Lu Chen had only one master by his side, along with Chu Yuqing. As for Li Feng, he was merely a 7th-grade practitioner, posing no real threat. Lu Xuyan then addressed the man in the room, saying, "Go and inform Shuiyue Tower that 5 times the price is acceptable. But I must see the head of the Northern King." "Yes, Your Highness," the man replied before leaving the room, leaving only the veiled woman behind. At that moment, Lu Xuyan turned to the woman and instructed, "Write a letter to Wongqing immediately, urging her to cooperate with the assassination operation of Shuiyue Tower. Should Shuiyue Tower succeed in diverting the master from the Northern King's residence, Yinyu Pavilion will act without delay." "Understood." With that, the woman exited the room. Lu Xuyan rested his hand on the windowsill, gazing towards the royal palace, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface as he murmured, "My dear brother, it is nearly time for you to descend." Meanwhile, at the Grand Prince's residence in the capital, Grand Prince Lu Yi smiled faintly as he perused the intelligence in his hands. Xiao Ba is indeed ruthless, even with Xiao Jiao in Beijing. He shows no intention of letting him off. At that moment, a retainer clad in a gray long robe beside Lu Yi inquired, "Your Highness, what are your plans?" Lu Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "I initially believed that spreading rumors about Xiao Jiao being protected by a master would deter Xiao Ba, but it seems that tactic has failed. Xiao Jiao cannot perish. If he dies, how shall I win over the Chu family?" Lu Yi and Lu Xuyan, stemming from different maternal lineages, held divergent stances, leading them to pursue distinct objectives. Lu Xuyan intended to eliminate Lu Chen, aiming to render the Chu family devoid of options. As his mother hailed from a prominent family in Jiangnan, the absence of Lu Chen would compel the Jiangnan aristocracy to lend their unwavering support to him. Conversely, Lu Yi believed that Lu Chen was the grandson of the Chu family's head, Chu Xiong. Even if the Chu family had indeed abandoned Lu Chen, Chu Xiong would still harbor personal sentiments towards him. To remove Lu Chen would equate to offending Chu Xiong, even if the Chu family were bound to support Lu Xuyun due to the interests of the Jiangnan families. This act would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark in Chu Xiong's heart. Lu Yi's task was straightforward. He sought to demonstrate goodwill to the Chu family, thereby further fragmenting their alliance with other Jiangnan families. Thus, Lu Yi's stance leaned towards protecting Lu Chen. He perceived Lu Chen merely as an inept and uneducated prince, posing no threat whatsoever to his claim to the throne. In the future, once he ascended to power, he could even support Lu Chen in becoming the new representative of the Jiangnan aristocracy. A feckless prince would be far easier to manipulate than those from the Jiangnan elite. At that moment, Lu Yi turned to one of his retainers, Imo Dongping, and instructed him to disseminate the news that the deputy leader of the Blood Moon Tower was heading to Beijing. The prospect of the deputy leader's journey to Beijing caused Lu Yi to worry if Lu Chen's fate was truly at stake this time. He contemplated, "Xiao Jiao, dear brother, I can only assist you thus far. The rest shall depend on the resilience of your fate." Meanwhile, Lu Chen remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the capital. For the time being, he continued to reside in the northern prince's residence, nurturing his relationship with Zhou Yuyu each day. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao are both pregnant, leaving Zhou Yuyu to tend to Lu Chen alone, which has become a source of great distress for her. Lu Chen, now a 4th-rank martial artist, supplemented by the consumption of the Dragon Tiger pill, presents an insurmountable challenge for the delicate Zhou Yuyu. In the northern courtyard, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao conversed as they approached the garden. Based on the fragrance blueprint provided by Lu Chen, they had successfully crafted several perfumes, utilizing the abundance of flowers cultivated in the northern courtyard to experiment with new fragrances. However, just as they were about to enter the garden, they heard faint yet distinct feminine voices drifting from a distant pavilion, fluctuating between deep and high tones. At that moment, 2 blushing maidservants, responsible for Zhou Yuyu's daily needs, approached Mu Zixuan and her companion. "We greet the princess," they said. Upon noticing the crimson flush on the maidservants' faces, the 2 women quickly grasped the situation. Zhou Xiaoxiao tentatively remarked, "Sister, now that I am with child, only Yuyu remains to serve the prince. And it seems he has recently developed an increasing penchant for such activities." You cannot bear this alone. Perhaps you might inquire if you would consider taking a concubine? Zhou Xiaoxiao, fully aware of her status as merely Lu Chen's concubine, found it inappropriate to suggest such a notion herself, and thus deferred to Mu Zixuan. Yet, she was uncertain of Mu Zixuan's willingness to broach the subject, given her position as the princess and the lady of the northern prince's residence. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's words, Mu Zixuan sighed. Sister, I have actually discussed the matter of taking a concubine with the prince long ago. He expressed that his stance on this issue is one of selective scarcity. He is not interested in ordinary women. Chapter 19. It is time to capture Wongqing. Mu Zixuan has always been quite open-minded regarding Lu Chen's intentions to take a concubine. She is hardly perturbed by the notion. However, Lu Chen himself harbors exceedingly high standards for such matters, which leaves Mu Zixuan at an impasse. Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Zhou Xiaoxiao softly whispered in her ear, Sister, does our Wong residence not possess a woman who meets the prince's discerning eye? Taken aback by this remark, Mu Zixuan quickly comprehended that Zhou Xiaoxiao was referring to a particular woman. With a measured tone, Mu Zixuan replied, Xiaoxiao, the affair concerning Aunt Chu is beyond our purview. It ultimately rests upon the prince and Aunt Chu's own wishes. It is well known among the residents of the Wong household that the relationship between Chu Yuqing and Lu Chen is quite intricate. One can discern Lu Chen's intense desire for her merely by observing the way he gazes at her, as if he wishes to possess her entirely. However, Chu Yuqing's situation is rather delicate. For Lu Chen to win her over would not be a straightforward endeavor. Though she has been married before, her spouse passed away shortly after their union, leaving them without even a chance to consummate their marriage. Yet, she is still regarded as belonging to that family, effectively making her a widow. If Chu Yuqing had married into a common household, the situation might have been more manageable, considering Lu Chen's status as the North Prince, which could compel the other family to annul the marriage. However, Chu Yuqing is tied to a member of the Wong family, which stands as a formidable entity in Jiangnan, second only to the Chu clan. Moreover, the Wong family is the maternal lineage of the 8th prince, Lu Shuyun. Thus, it is nearly impossible for Lu Chen to leverage his status as the North Prince to persuade the Wong family to release Chu Yuqing from her marital bonds. Undoubtedly, the most formidable obstacle remains Chu Yuqing. The individuals from the northern Wangfu can clearly perceive that Chu Yuqing regards the northern prince as a mere child, as if he were her younger kin. Furthermore, with her inherently gentle disposition, it is unlikely that she would accept the romantic feelings between Lu Chen and herself. Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Zhou Xiaoxiao merely curled her lip and refrained from continuing the conversation. At that moment, Mu Zixuan contemplated Wongqing from Baiwa Tower. If Lu Chen could successfully win her over, perhaps Zhou Yuyu would not have to endure such hardships. However, this was not something she could meddle with either. With a slight sigh, Mu Zixuan pondered this thought. After a while, when the sounds from the pavilion had nearly ceased, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao entered the courtyard. At that moment, Zhou Yuyu appeared disheveled, her attire loose and her hair tousled, as she languidly rested in Lu Chen's embrace. She had fallen for Lu Chen at first sight, and as their relationship blossomed, she felt a profound joy. Yet, in recent times, with the absence of her elder sister and the princess to share the burden, coupled with Lu Chen's unexpectedly fierce demeanor, Zhou Yuyu found herself somewhat overwhelmed. Noticing Mu Zixuan and her companions entering the courtyard, Lu Chen surmised that they had likely overheard the earlier commotion, but he was utterly unconcerned. The Wangfu was divided into inner and outer courtyards, and currently, the inner courtyards were attended by female guards. Since Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were his own concubines, their awareness of the situation was of little consequence. At that moment, Mu Zixuan took the initiative to speak. Your Highness, we have successfully crafted the perfume according to the method you provided. As Mu Zixuan's voice fell, her maid entered the pavilion, carrying a wooden box, and placed it upon the stone table. Hearing this, Lu Chen gently lifted Zhou Yuyu from his arms and seated her on the bench within the pavilion. Observing this, Zhou Yuyu's maid hurried over to support her. Lu Chen approached the stone table, retrieved a small porcelain vial from the wooden box, and uncorked it to inhale the fragrance. Influenced by its method of creation, the perfume from the Wong residence was remarkably natural. Even its rich aroma was not overpowering. Satisfied, Lu Chen remarked, My beloved, Xiaoxiao, you have both worked hard. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao inquired, Your Highness, how do you intend to sell this perfume? The perfume from the Wong residence was indeed far superior to ordinary sachets, with a longer-lasting scent that required merely a few drops to be effective. After pondering, Lu Chen replied, Perfume is not a necessity like soap. Thus, let us price it a tad higher, perhaps 1 or 2 taels of silver per bottle. Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were momentarily taken aback. However, they quickly regained their composure. Despite Lu Chen's relatively high pricing, they, as women, understood that the launch of this perfume would undoubtedly captivate the attention of countless young ladies. At this juncture, Mu Zixuan curiously asked, "Your Highness, from where did you acquire the method for creating this perfume?" The blueprints for the perfume's production provided by Lu Chen were exceedingly clear, with illustrations detailing each step, making it easy to learn at a glance. When crafting the perfume, they did not enlist the help of any servants. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao successfully produced the perfume themselves. Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's inquiry, Lu Chen smiled faintly and, with a hint of boldness, replied, "This is something I devised during my leisure time." The response left the women astonished. While the world often deemed the Northern Prince as lacking in scholarly pursuits, he had managed to create two remarkably practical items. Suddenly, Mu Zixuan had a thought and continued, "Your Highness, I plan to invite Miss Wang from Baihua Tower to our residence to discuss the possibility of having the ladies there test the perfume in advance. What do you think?" Mu Zixuan considered that Lu Chen's persistent attention on Zhou Yuyu was not ideal, since he had already set his sights on Wongqing. It would be beneficial to provide Wongqing with more opportunities to appear before him. Moreover, having the courtesan from Baihua Tower trial the perfume would swiftly elevate its reputation. With the perfume, men visiting Baihua Tower would inevitably return home enveloped in its fragrance, a scent that would linger long after. In time, their female relatives might seek to uncover the origin of this alluring aroma. At the mention of Wongqing, Lu Chen's mind was instantly filled with the image of her enchanting figure, causing a surge of energy to course through him. After consuming the Longhu Dan, he found himself increasingly unable to maintain control. Without nurturing his relationship with Zhou Yu daily, sleepless nights ensued. Lu Chen felt somewhat exasperated, recognizing that this situation was unsustainable. Recently, both Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were expecting, and given his current capabilities, Zhou Yuyu was likely not far behind. What would he do if they all became pregnant? Had he known earlier, he would have refrained from taking the Longhu Dan, which seemed to be a source of trouble. At this moment, a notification sound from the system resonated. "Rest assured, host, your inability to control the potency of the Longhu Dan is due to your insufficient realm. Once you break through to the 9th rank martial artist, you will easily suppress your desires." Lu Chen's lips twitched. The 9th rank? His method of cultivation revolved around nurturing feelings with his wives, yet it seemed he had not yet reached the 9th rank before Zhou Yuyu became pregnant. In the desolate place of Yin City, women with a score of 90 were exceedingly rare, raising the question of when he might achieve the 9th rank. It appeared that it was time to win over Wongqing. Wongqing, being a 9th rank martial artist herself, possessed a physical prowess far beyond that of ordinary women. Once he secured her, he should swiftly advance his qi refinement technique to the 2nd level. Chapter 20. I wish to speak with you privately in matters of having children and enhancing his cultivation. Lu Chen felt somewhat helpless. His method involved deepening relationships with his wives, yet the system informed him that only by bearing offspring could he obtain more substantial rewards. However, if all his wives were to become pregnant, whom would he nurture feelings with? Women scoring 90 were not as common as cabbage. They could not simply be sought after at will. Without emotional bonds, how could his cultivation possibly advance? With this thought, Lu Chen's resolve to pursue Wongqing solidified. The higher the realm of a martial artist, the more challenging it was for them to conceive, so he would focus on her for his cultivation moving forward. Subsequently, Lu Chen addressed Mu Zixuan, saying, "My beloved, please ensure that you notify me and Aunt Chu before inviting Miss Wang. Wongqing, being a 9th rank martial artist, required caution." Mu Zixuan replied, "I understand." At this moment, Lu Chen glanced at Zhou Yuyu, who was still resting on the bench in the pavilion, and said with a smile, "You, take a good rest. I shall come to find you again in the evening." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yuyu was momentarily stunned. Coming back in the evening? Oh dear, save the child. Days later, in the 100 Flowers Tower, Wongqing reclined languidly on a beautiful couch, her attire loosely draped. At that moment, she murmured, "Such a handsome man. To meet such an untimely end is truly a pity." Ever since her return from the Wong residence, Lu Chen's visage had been irresistibly surfacing in her thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, she was under the influence of the dragon and phoenix tea, for Lu Chen was indeed strikingly handsome. Gazing at the note in her hand, Wongqing felt a pang of regret. Soon, the deputy master of the Blood Moon Tower would arrive in the northern county, and at that time, regardless of whether the master of the northern Wong residence remained, the Misty Rain Pavilion would have to take action to assassinate the northern prince. The mere thought of that handsome figure stirred a sense of reluctance within her. A slight smile graced Wongqing's lips as she spoke to herself, "Little prince, Do not blame your sister for her ruthlessness. If blame is to be assigned, let it rest upon your royal birth." Just then, a maid entered the room and, from behind the curtain, announced, "Master, someone from the northern Wong residence has come to summon you, stating that there are urgent matters to discuss." Hearing this, Wongqing inquired, "Is it the northern prince seeking me?" The maid replied, "It seems it is not the northern prince himself, but rather the princess who is looking for you." Wongqing pondered in confusion. What could Mu Zixuan want with me? Could it be regarding the soap incident? However, it must be said that whether it is Mu Zixuan seeking her out or the northern king looking for her, she would certainly go. With a legitimate reason to enter the northern king's residence, why would she not? She could seize the opportunity to investigate whether that enigmatic master was still present in the northern king's estate, while also enticing the northern king himself. The mere thought of the northern king's handsome visage stirred a certain restlessness within Wongqing. Rising from her elegant couch, Wongqing adjusted her loosely draped cloud attire and declared, "I shall go now." With that, she made her way toward the northern king's manor. As she was led into the courtyard by the servants of the northern king, she encountered Chu Yuqin, who was patrolling, and their eyes met. Immediately, Chu Yuqin's brow furrowed, and she called out, "Wait a moment." Upon hearing Chu Yuqin's voice, Wongqing's heart skipped a beat. Chu Yuqin was a ninth-grade martial artist, capable of easily discerning her own martial prowess. Should her identity as a martial artist be exposed, it could arouse Chu Yuqin's suspicions. To avoid revealing herself, Wongqing promptly halted her steps. At that moment, Chu Yuqin approached Wongqing and inquired, "Who are you? I have never seen you before." Wongqing respectfully replied, "Madam Chu, I am the courtesan from the 100 Flowers Pavilion. I have come to the manor at the invitation of the princess." Chu Yuqin scrutinized Wongqing carefully and could not help but think that this woman possessed an enchanting beauty. Was it possible that Zixuan intended for her to serve Chen? Naturally, Chu Yuqin was aware of the recent happenings in the inner courtyard. Zhou Yu had been struggling to walk these past few days, and if they did not allow Lu Chen to take a concubine soon, Zhou Yu might not endure it any longer. However, Chu Yuqin regarded Wongqing with a hint of skepticism, sensing an unusual depth to this woman. Moments earlier, she had perceived an aura of internal strength emanating from her. Yet now, the woman appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary person. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yuqin finally spoke, "Very well, you may enter." Following this, the servants of the Wong residence guided Wongqing to the northern courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Wongqing's gaze settled upon Lu Chen, who was seated in the pavilion. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an irresistible urge to observe him. As she approached the pavilion, she half-crouched and greeted. "This humble girl pays her respects to the prince and princess." Lu Chen smiled and replied, "Rise." "Thank you, your highness." Wongqing then turned to Lu Chen and inquired, "May I ask why your highness summoned me to the Wong residence?" Lu Chen answered, "It is not I who sought you, but rather my beloved consort." He added, "You two may converse freely. I shall remain here and not intrude." Mu Zixuan immediately retrieved several small porcelain vials from a wooden box on the stone table. "Miss Wong, please come closer." Intrigued by the small vials, Wongqing approached the stone table. At that moment, Mu Zixuan opened one of the porcelain vials, and an enchanting floral fragrance wafted into Wongqing's delicate nostrils. Mu Zixuan then explained, "Miss Wong, this is a perfume crafted by our Wong residents. Its scent lingers for an exceptionally long time. We intend for the ladies of Baihua Tower to trial it for a period and assist us in promoting our Wong residence." Upon hearing this, Wongqing finally realized that there was indeed a matter of importance at hand. As she had initially assumed that the northern prince sought her for romantic pursuits, she then accepted the porcelain bottle from Mu Zixuan, bringing it close to her nose. The fragrance of flowers was rich yet not overpowering, embodying a natural essence. Wongqing inquired, "Your highness, may I ask how long the scent of this perfume lasts?" Mu Zixuan replied, "The aroma from a single drop can endure for approximately 3 hours. Furthermore, unlike sachets, this perfume can be applied at any moment, allowing one to maintain a delightful fragrance throughout the day. A single bottle can last for quite some time." At this revelation, Wongqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although her initial interest lay with the northern prince, the allure of the perfume captivated her even more. She had not anticipated such exquisite treasures within the northern princess residence. Wongqing then gazed at the other porcelain bottles within the wooden box, asking, "Your highness, may I sample the scents from the other bottles?" "Certainly," Mu Zixuan replied. "The perfumes in this box are intended for you to trial at Baihua Tower." Wongqing immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your generous gift, your highness." With that, she proceeded to open the other porcelain bottles, inhaling each distinct aroma, all of which were pleasantly natural and inviting. At that moment, Lu Chen utilized the system to identify Wongqing's personal information. Name: Wongqing. Identity: 9th rank warrior. Adopted daughter of the Jiangnan Wang family. Saintess of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Temporary leader of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Upon hearing that the Northern Wang Manor was seeking her, she promptly made her way there. Recently, the figure of the Northern Wang has constantly lingered in her mind. The thought that the deputy leader of the Blood Moon Pavilion would soon come to assassinate him fills her with regret. Rating: 95. Favorability: 60. Continuously influenced by Dragon and Phoenix Tea, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Blood Moon Pavilion would dare to trouble him. However, this was not the time for such considerations. Noticing Wongqing's favorability rating of 60, a subtle smile graced his lips. It was a moment ripe for harvesting. With this thought, Lu Chen addressed Wongqing, who was testing a perfume. Miss Wang, I have heard that your 100 Flowers Pavilion is the liveliest place in the entire northern county. Wongqing promptly replied, Your Highness. While the 100 Flowers Pavilion may not be the most bustling in the entire northern county, it is undoubtedly the most vibrant in Yin City. Lu Chen continued. Given the liveliness of your pavilion, you must be privy to many secrets unknown to others. I wish to have a private conversation with you shortly to inquire about certain events occurring in Northern County. Would you be willing to oblige? Chapter 21. Wongqing panicked upon hearing Lu Chen's words. Wongqing was momentarily stunned, her delicate hand holding the perfume bottle suspended in midair. She had come to the Northern Wang Manor with the intent of drawing closer to the Northern Wang. To her astonishment, he had proactively suggested a private discussion. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she could capture the heart of the Northern King, she would no longer be able to inquire about the whereabouts of the mysterious master of the Northern King's residence. Moreover, if she could indeed win his affections, once the people from Blood Moon Tower arrived, she could devise a plan to lure the Northern King away, thereby facilitating the completion of their task. It is even possible that they could accomplish their objective before the arrival of Blood Moon Tower as personnel. With this thought in mind, Wongqing immediately addressed Lu Chen, saying, Of course, it would be my honor. Lu Chen smiled and replied, In that case, let us find a more suitable place to converse. He then turned to Mu Zixuan and said, My dear consort, I intend to have a private discussion with Miss Wang. So please arrange for these trial perfumes to be delivered directly to Baihua Tower. Mu Zixuan, recognizing Lu Chen's intentions towards Wongqing, promptly responded, Very well, Your Highness. I shall ensure that these perfumes are sent to Baihua Tower shortly. At that moment, Lu Chen rose from the bench in the pavilion and turned to lead Wongqing out of the courtyard. Miss Wang, please follow me. I will take you to a quiet place. Upon hearing this, Wongqing couldn't help but smirk inwardly. What a lecherous man. Although they would be alone together, she felt no apprehension regarding Lu Chen's intentions. In her eyes, he was merely a worthless prince, lacking any substantial strength apart from his handsome exterior. As a 9th-tier martial artist, how could she possibly fear a feckless royal? Should Lu Chen wish to take any action against her later, she could easily concoct various excuses to evade him, just as she had done with the men she was tasked to assassinate in the past. If Lu Chen were to insist on being forceful, she could employ her enchanting skills to beguile him, leading him into a reverie of dreams. Confronting an ordinary individual, Wongqing possessed a myriad of methods, a testament to her confidence in her own abilities. As she contemplated how to deal with Lu Chen, she accompanied him toward the main courtyard. Upon entering the room, Mu Zixuan immediately summoned Chu Yuqing. Chu Yuqing, somewhat perplexed, wondered why Mu Zixuan had called for her. Although she placed her trust in Lu Chen's words, she still harbored concerns about potential complications, especially since Lu Chen and Wongqing were alone together. And Wongqing was a 9th-tier martial artist. Observing Mu Zixuan standing at the entrance of the main courtyard, Chu Yuqing approached and inquired, Zixuan, what is it that you need from me? Having spent considerable time together, Chu Yuqing and Mu Zixuan had grown quite familiar, and Chu Yuqing no longer referred to her as princess, but rather by her name. At this moment, Mu Zixuan replied, Aunt Chu, the prince has taken Miss Wang into the room, and I fear something might occur, so I requested your presence to keep watch. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Chu Yuqing's face as she gazed at Mu Zixuan. Zixuan, the Miss Wang you mentioned is the one you summoned to the Wang residence, correct? Mu Zixuan confirmed, yes. Chu Yuqing felt somewhat bewildered. She had initially thought Mu Zixuan had called for the courtesan from Baihua Tower to attend to Lu Chen. Yet now Mu Zixuan wanted her to come here to supervise. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that Mu Zixuan is feeling jealous? Do you wish to seek my counsel? Chu Yuqing subsequently inquired. Are you intending for me to speak of Chen, urging him to avoid interactions with women of dubious repute? Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan instantly realized that Chu Yuqin had misinterpreted her intentions and promptly clarified, "Aunt Chu, you have misunderstood. What I meant is that it is rather unsafe for the prince to be alone with others. Should anything happen later, it would be prudent for you to intervene at the earliest opportunity." Only then did Chu Yuqin comprehend that Mu Zixuan was concerned about the potential threat posed to Lu Chun by the courtesan of the Baiwa building. Nevertheless, Mu Zixuan's caution was certainly warranted. She had previously sensed something amiss with that courtesan, whose movements were exceedingly graceful, reminiscent of those skilled in the martial arts. Allowing Lu Chun to be alone with someone suspected of possessing internal strength was indeed precarious. Chu Yuqin affirmed, "I understand. If there is any unusual occurrence in the room, I shall enter immediately." Meanwhile, within the chamber, Lu Chun sat at the table, brewing a pot of long foam tea, and then, with a smile, addressed Wongqing, "Miss Wong, please take a seat." "Thank you, Your Highness." Wongqing then gracefully settled down, her figure appearing quite delicate as the chair molded to her form. With a hint of allure, she inquired, "Your Highness, would you like to know about the northern county?" "I assure you, I shall divulge all that I know." Lu Chun, refraining from any untoward advances, earnestly asked, "Miss Wong, are you aware of any beautiful maidens in the northern county? Particularly those whose beauty could rival that of the most stunning women, capable of causing the moon to hide and flowers to wilt in shame?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's inquiry, Wongqing could not help but harbor a tinge of disdain for him. Truly, a man driven by lust. Having just arrived in Beijing, he was already inquiring about the most beautiful women in the region. It was hardly surprising, given that he had recently taken 2 concubines and seemed eager to acquire another. Wongqing replied, "Your Highness, Beijing is not akin to the capital. It may prove quite challenging to find a woman of extraordinary beauty. However, I have heard tales of a remarkably stunning woman from the grasslands." At this revelation, Lu Chen's interest was piqued. "Oh, are you speaking of the women from the barbarian tribes? How could they possibly possess such beauty?" Wongqing responded, "Your Highness, while it is true that most women of the grasslands are robust and do not conform to the aesthetic preferences of men from the Daxia Dynasty, there are indeed several alluring women within the barbarian royal court. The exquisite woman I mentioned resides there." Lu Chen contemplated this. The realm of the barbarian court was beyond his current reach, and he preferred to pursue more immediate prospects. "Perhaps, Wong, you could enlighten me about the lovely women I might encounter within my grasp, as the barbarian court is not a place I can visit at present." Wongqing smiled coyly, her voice laced with allure. "Your Highness, the enchanting woman you seek is right before you." At her words, a subtle smile graced Lu Chen's lips. Wongqing was clearly eager to entice him. With this in mind, he decided to indulge in her advances. Today, his little Yu could take a well-deserved respite. Lu Chen subsequently placed a hand on Wongqing's delicate leg and smiled, saying, "Miss Wong, you are right. How could I think to seek beauty beyond when I have such a captivating presence before me? That is indeed my folly." At that moment, the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Wongqing overwhelmed Lu Chen's senses, igniting a fervent restlessness within him. In his current state, he found it challenging to rein in his desires. And today, he had no intention of doing so. As Lu Chen began to make advances, Wongqing realized that the conditions were ripe for her to employ her enchanting abilities against him. Those ensnared by her allure would readily succumb to her will, allowing her to later inquire about the whereabouts of the mysterious master of the Wong residence. With that thought, Wongqing gazed at Lu Chen, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, and playfully chided, "Your Highness, how impudent of you to lay hands upon someone without preamble." As she spoke, she locked her gaze upon his, preparing to unleash her enchanting powers. However, in the next instant, she was left dumbfounded. The energy within her dissipated entirely, rendering her as powerless as an ordinary woman. Bewildered, Wongqing wondered how this could be possible. To strip a warrior of their strength typically required a specific kind of debilitating potion, yet since her arrival at the Wong residence, she had consumed nothing. She hadn't even partaken of the tea brewed by the Northern King upon entering the room. Seeing the drastic change in Wongqing's expression, Lu Chen understood that she had grasped the gravity of the situation. However, it was too late. He then embraced her frail form, murmuring, "Miss Wong, you are truly exquisite. I shall make you my woman." Upon hearing these words, Wongqing was instantly flustered. She hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, we have only just met. Is it not too soon? Perhaps we should take more time to get to know one another." Wongqing realized that not only had she lost all her martial prowess, but she also found herself utterly devoid of strength, unable to push Lu Chen away, as if she had indeed been drugged. As a martial artist, how could she be oblivious to her current predicament? If Lu Chen intended to act against her now, she would have no means to resist. Observing her panic, Lu Chen gently lifted her chin with his hand and gazed into her beautiful eyes, saying, "Miss Wong, familiarity breeds comfort. If we are to understand each other, it would be more beneficial to delve deeper." With that, Lu Chen pressed his lips against Wongqing's, who struggled to break free, but her efforts were in vain, and all she could manage were muffled sounds of distress. After a moment, Lu Chen effortlessly carried the exquisite beauty to his bed, embarking on a journey of emotional cultivation. Chapter 22. Aunt Chu, I have my reasons. Beep. Congratulations, host, on acquiring another woman, gaining the indestructible pill. The host has cultivated feelings with Wongqing, gaining 20 experience points in Qi refinement technique and 10 experience points in rejuvenation method. Though the system's notification echoed in his ears, Lu Chen was entirely preoccupied with the unfolding events. He has now completely lost his sanity, finally grasping why Wongqing possesses a remarkable score of 95. Although all scores are above 90, this woman is truly the epitome of excellence, rendering him utterly unable to restrain himself. At this moment, at the entrance of the courtyard, Mu Zixuan anxiously awaits, when suddenly, they faintly hear sounds emanating from within the room. Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan breathes a sigh of relief. It seems the prince has succeeded. Consequently, the Wong residence gains yet another 9th-tier expert. At this juncture, Chu Yuqing's complexion flushes slightly. The princess, eavesdropping alongside her, evokes a peculiar feeling within her heart. Recently, during the quiet hours of the night, she often finds herself contemplating Lu Chen's handsome visage. Accompanied by an overwhelming sense of emptiness and solitude, Chu Yuqing continuously admonishes herself internally that Lu Chen is the son of her sister, and she must not harbor such feelings towards him. Yet, during the day, her gaze invariably drifts towards Lu Chen, unable to resist the temptation of stealing glances at him. Each time she hears Lu Chen's voice mingling with that of other women, her inner turmoil intensifies, exacerbated by Lu Chen's mischievous antics within the inner courtyard. If this continues, she fears she may truly act inappropriately. At this moment, Chu Yuqing hastily cultivates her energy to steady her mind, striving to quell her thoughts. While she engages in this practice, she repeatedly reminds herself, "Chen is indeed Sister Yu's son. I must not entertain any improper thoughts." Meanwhile, Mu Zixuan, noticing Chu Yuqing with her eyes closed and her face flushed, cannot help but stifle a giggle. After all, she is a woman, and moreover, one who has never experienced the intimate affairs between men and women. It would indeed be unnatural for her not to be moved by such sounds. This, however, indicates that Chu Yuqing harbors feelings for the prince, albeit suppressed due to the constraints of their respective statuses. At that moment, Mu Zixuan suddenly recalled something. It seemed that Chu Yuqing had been consuming dragon and phoenix tea frequently of late. While others might be unaware of the effects of this tea and its implications, she was well informed, as Lu Chen had enlightened her. Mu Zixuan pondered. Could it be that the prince genuinely intends to make Chu Yuqing his woman? He had successfully subdued Wongqing, a 9th-tier martial artist, through the use of dragon and phoenix tea, and since Chu Yuqing was also partaking in it. This suggested that if Lu Chen were to insist on making her his woman in the near future, she would be powerless to resist. Contemplating this, Mu Zixuan cast a meaningful glance at Chu Yuqing. It appeared that Chu Yuqing would never escape the prince's grasp in this lifetime. The agony of time stretches interminably, while joy is fleeting. Yet, the perception of time's duration is relative. For instance, Lu Chen feels time passing swiftly, whereas Wongqing experiences it as interminable. Wongqing has exhausted every possible means of escape, only to be inevitably drawn back by Lu Chen. She is engulfed in profound humiliation, for as a 9th-tier martial artist, she has found herself ensnared by an ordinary person, and she remains oblivious to how she fell victim. After an indeterminate number of hours, Lu Chen tightly embraced Wongqing's slender waist, whispering with a mocking tone near her ear, "Qingxi, I never anticipated that a courtesan from the 100 Flowers Pavilion would still possess the grace of a jade blossom. It seems fortune favors me." At that moment, Lu Chen's words echoed like a devil's whisper. Wongqing clenched her teeth, wanting to curse him, yet ultimately refrained. She needed to devise a plan to escape the Wong residence, to flee from this place that had subjected her to such humiliation. Once her strength was restored, she would return to exact vengeance upon the one who had stolen her innocence. Wongqing then feigned vulnerability, her voice soft and pleading, "Your Highness, I implore you to release me. I can endure no more." Hearing her words, Lu Chen grew even more restless. He replied, "Qingxi, why not stay in the Wong residence from now on? I intend to purchase you, so you may serve me perpetually." Upon hearing this, Wongqing's complexion turned ashen. She hastily responded, "Your Highness, I have many belongings at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. If you truly wish to acquire me, please allow me to return and retrieve my possessions." Lu Chen caressed Wongqing's delicate back, saying, "Those belongings are inconsequential. We can always procure new ones, as our residence is not lacking in silver." Wongqing quickly sought another excuse. "Your Highness, I have grown up at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, and I share a deep bond with my sisters there. If you genuinely care for me, might you grant me some time to bid them farewell?" Now, she could only play the emotional card to persuade Lu Chen to release her. Lu Chen replied, "Very well, I shall grant you a month's time." "What do you think?" Wongqing thought to herself, "A month? Just in time, as those from Blood Moon Tower will soon arrive. In a month, this fellow will meet his demise, and she would personally deal with him to vent her pent-up resentment." Although such thoughts coursed through her mind, Wongqing still spoke alluringly. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your generosity. I shall serve you diligently henceforth." Seeing Wongqing's fair figure, Lu Chen could not help but cultivate his feelings for her once again. After an indeterminate time, he finally allowed Wongqing to leave. Upon exiting the gates of the Wong residence, her body trembled incessantly, utterly weakened, requiring the support of a maid to walk. At that moment, Wongqing glanced back at the plaque of the Wong residence, her expression instantly turning frigid, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. "North King, wait for me. Your time will soon come." Having uttered her vow in her heart, Wongqing turned and returned to the 100 Flowers Tower. After her departure, Lu Chen emerged from his chamber and happened upon Chu Yuqin and Mu Zixuan. Mu Zixuan remarked, "Congratulations, Your Highness, on capturing the heart of a beauty." Lu Chen approached Mu Zixuan, embracing her gently, and said, "All of this is thanks to your meticulous arrangements, my beloved." At this moment, Chu Yuqin interjected, "Chener, I have noticed you becoming increasingly reckless lately, even bringing the courtesan to your home. What will the people of North County think if they learn of this? You are their king." Upon hearing Chu Yuqin's reprimand, Lu Chen sighed and said, "Aunt Chu, I actually have my reasons." This statement took Chu Yuqin aback for a moment, and she then inquired, "What reasons?" Although Chu Yuqin suspected that Lu Chen was merely making excuses for his lustful behavior, she was unlike most. She generally listened to Lu Chen's explanations. Lu Chen then turned to Mu Zixuan and said, "My beloved, please enlighten Aunt Chu about my predicament." Mu Zixuan hesitated, pondering how she could possibly know Lu Chen's troubles. After all, her husband seemed to be simply enamored with beauty. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied to Chu Yuqin, "Aunt Chu, regarding the prince's matters, I shall discuss them with you later. He indeed has his reasons." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin regarded Mu Zixuan with skepticism, seriously doubting whether Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan were merely playing a duet, as it is often the case that the husband and wife are in harmony. Yet, she had no evidence to support her suspicions. Consequently, Chu Yuqin chose not to elaborate further, stating, "I shall go on my patrol. You may continue your conversation." Chapter 23. Lu Chen's predicament. As she watched Chu Yuqin's retreating figure, Mu Zixuan couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Lu Chen, puzzled, asked, "My beloved, what is amusing you?" Mu Zixuan replied, "Your Highness, did you not notice Aunt Chu's expression just now? When she stood at the courtyard gate, her face was flushed, and she appeared quite distressed." Lu Chen mused that this must be the effect of the dragon and phoenix tea. At that moment, Mu Zixuan inquired, "Your Highness, has Miss Wang truly pledged her complete allegiance to you?" Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Just as Wongqing departed, he cast a glance at her favorability rating, which, contrary to his expectations, had not diminished due to his assertive approach. Instead, influenced by the Longfeng tea, her favorability had increased by 10 points, reaching a total of 70. However, it was still premature to speak of complete allegiance. Lu Chen subsequently remarked, "Not yet, but if she frequents the Wong residence a few more times, I am confident she will soon find it difficult to leave." Mu Zixuan replied, "Then I wish the prince swift success in winning over Miss Wang." Lu Chen smiled faintly and chose not to elaborate further. Upon returning to the Baiwa building, Wongqing immediately and meticulously reflected on the events that transpired after her arrival at the Wong residence. Despite being a 9th-grade master, she had been surreptitiously drugged. Fortunately, the Northern Prince was oblivious to her true identity and merely sought to indulge in her beauty. Had he intended to take her life today, she would likely have perished. Such an occurrence was utterly unacceptable to her, and she vowed it would never happen again. After a period of contemplation, Wongqing still could not discern where she might have been drugged. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She promptly retrieved a perfume bottle from a wooden box on her table. The potential moment of her being drugged could very well have been linked to the perfume within the Wong residence. She then uncorked one bottle and inhaled deeply. But this fragrance did not diminish her internal strength. Following this, she opened all the remaining perfume bottles and sampled each scent, finding that her power remained intact. It dawned on her that after departing from the Northern Prince, she had immediately regained her strength. Could it be that the issue lay with the Northern Prince himself? However, the Northern King is merely an ordinary man. How could he possess such mysterious abilities? The more Wongqing contemplated, the more her mind became entangled, and she found herself increasingly vexed. She had originally intended to seduce the Northern King and use her charms to enchant and control him. Yet, not only did her allure fail, but she also found herself ensnared in a predicament. After being tormented by him for so long, she began to doubt whether she might bear his child. The mere thought of it filled Wongqing with indignation. Cursed be the Northern King, that lecher. I shall eventually take it upon myself to castrate him. Meanwhile, at the Northern King's residence, Chen did not seek out Zhou Yu today, as she was enjoying a rare day of rest. After taking a stroll through the inner courtyard, Chu Yuqin returned to the main courtyard, where Chen was already absent, leaving only Mu Zixuan in the pavilion. Chu Yuqin promptly approached Mu Zixuan. Earlier, Chen mentioned that his lecherous ways stem from some hardship. Could you enlighten me on what that hardship might be? Mu Zixuan momentarily faltered. It was evident to anyone with discernment that Chen was merely fabricating an excuse. She was surprised that Chu Yuqin genuinely believed in his supposed struggles. What hardships could he possibly have? His desires were simply rooted in an unbridled lust. Of course, as Chen's consort, Mu Zixuan would not voice such sentiments about her husband. After contemplating for a moment, she replied, "Aunt Chu, have you not noticed how much the prince has changed recently? Although he still indulges in matters of romance, he has significantly diverged from the infamous Northern King, who was once deemed unlearned and frivolous." Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Chu Yuqin pondered and recognized the truth in them. Not to mention that Chen possesses two enigmatic weapons. He also harbors a tree that enhances his abilities. Merely examining his character reveals a significant transformation. Previously indifferent to the affairs of the mansion, relying entirely on his aunt's arrangements, Chen has recently taken the initiative to introduce soap and perfume, contemplating ways to augment the income of the royal residence. Furthermore, he seems to have encouraged Li Feng to actively train the troops. Undoubtedly, the most striking change is the emergence of internal energy fluctuations within him. He has indeed become a martial artist. Although the source of his power remains a mystery, it is undeniable that he is now a warrior. However, one must ponder, how does this relate to his lascivious struggles? Chu Yuqin continued to inquire. It is true that Chino has undergone significant changes, but how does this pertain to the troubles he has mentioned? Mu Zixuan's mind raced, and with a sigh, she remarked, "Aunt Chu, in my view, the prince is neither unlearned nor genuinely enamored with beauty. His actions are, in fact, a means of self-preservation, a guise for survival. Consider this. If he were a prince of both literary and martial prowess, would he be able to leave the capital unscathed?" Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Chu Yuqin's mind momentarily faltered as she connected past events in an instant. She had always believed that Chen had been spoiled by her, assuming he would continue to indulge in pleasure. Yet, she had never contemplated that this might be an act on his part. Reflecting on it now, had Chen not pretended to be uneducated and inept, he might have already faced numerous threats from powerful factions during his time in the capital. The assassination at Blood Moon Tower serves as a quintessential illustration. He has already been deemed a good-for-nothing prince, devoid of scholarly merit, and has even been banished by the emperor to the frigid northern lands. Yet, there are still those who do not relent in their pursuit of him. If he were to exhibit even a modicum of intelligence, would he not appear an even greater threat in the eyes of others? Would not the other princes yearn all the more to eliminate him? The thought that she had misjudged Chen filled Chu Yuqin with profound self-reproach. It was clear that from the very beginning, it was not Chen who had failed to mature, but rather she who had failed to comprehend him. Chen had feigned ignorance, undoubtedly bearing immense pressure. As his aunt, she had been woefully inadequate. Years ago, she had vowed before her sister to care for Chen throughout his life, yet she remained oblivious to the myriad of his inner struggles, mistakenly believing him to be a frivolous and ungrateful youth. Mu Zixuan, having been married to Chen for merely a few months, had already unearthed the buried sentiments within his heart, while she, after being by his side for over a decade, remained unaware of his tribulations. In a moment of despondency, Chu Yuqin confided in Mu Zixuan. "Zixuan, you speak the truth. It is indeed my failure as an aunt to be unaware of the pressures he bears within." Mu Zixuan replied with a smile. "Aunt Chu, please do not say such things. To the prince, you are undoubtedly the one closest to him." With a sigh, Chu Yuqin lamented, "What claim do I have to that title? I do not even know what thoughts reside in his heart." Mu Zixuan hastily interjected, "Aunt Chu, please do not think this way. In the eyes of the prince, no woman holds greater significance than you. A faint, bittersweet smile appeared on Chu Yuqing's face, and she chose not to pursue the topic further. Chapter 24. The prince's invitation. Once more, half a month swiftly passed. Today marked the grand opening of the perfume shop at the northern prince's residence. Due to the diligent promotion by the young ladies of Baihua Tower over the past weeks, the entire Yin city was now aware of the exquisite perfumes crafted by the prince's household. As dawn broke, the perfume shop had barely opened its doors when the daughters and wives of the esteemed officials from the northern county surged in. In less than half an hour, the entirety of the perfumes produced by the prince's residence in the past fortnight was sold out. Chen did not attend the opening of the perfume shop. Instead, he remained at home studying the maps of this world. Having resolved to contend for that coveted position, he could not afford to lounge about as he had before, neglecting his studies. At that moment, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao returned. Noticing their swift return, Chen set aside the map and inquired, "My beloved, how were the sales of the perfume?" Mu Zixuan refrained from answering directly, saying, "Your Highness, I believe the pricing of the perfume is still too low." Taken aback by her words, Chen asked, "Why do you hold such a belief?" Mu Zixuan replied, "In just half a month, we have produced less than 2,000 bottles of perfume, yet they were all sold out in less than half an hour." Chen, astonished, exclaimed, "So quickly?" He was no fool. The initial pricing of 1 tael of silver per bottle had been determined based on the economic conditions of the northern county. After all, given the impoverished state of the northern county, it is unlikely that there are many affluent families capable of affording perfume. Yet, Mu Zixuan informed him that within half an hour, all the perfumes had been completely snatched up. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao interjected, "Your Highness, many outsiders are also coming to purchase the perfume, particularly merchants from other regions who exhibit a keen interest, often buying in dozens." In an instant, Chen grasped the underlying reason. It appeared that the perfume from the royal residence had caught the attention of these merchants, leading to its rapid sales. The merchants likely did not intend to buy the perfume for personal use, but rather to transport it elsewhere for sale, such as in the affluent capital. After pondering for a brief moment, Chen realized that his perspective had been rather narrow. In the future, as he needed to raise an army, a substantial amount of silver would be required, and his trade activities could not be confined solely to the northern county. The common folk in the northern county had little wealth to spare, making it unrealistic to extract resources from them to fund an army. Contemplating this, Chen turned to Mu Zixuan and the other 2 women and asked, "My beloved, if you were in the capital as a miss of the Mu family, unmarried, and overheard someone selling such perfume, how much silver would you be willing to spend on a bottle?" Mu Zixuan considered for a moment before responding, "Your Highness, if it were I would be willing to spend no more than 20 taels of silver for a bottle of perfume." Representing the young ladies and matrons of the affluent families in the capital, if Mu Zixuan was inclined to pay 20 taels for a bottle, it was reasonable to assume that others of similar status would be inclined to do the same. Subsequently, Chen declared, "I have resolved to establish a perfume shop in both the capital and Sufeng City. The pricing of our perfumes shall be set at 20 taels of silver. Once the production increases, we shall judiciously elevate the prices according to the exquisite nature of the small porcelain bottles." In his heart, Chen mused that although he could not return to the capital, surely his shop there would encounter no difficulties in selling its wares. Upon hearing Chen's words, Mu Zixuan promptly remarked, "Your Highness, I must inform my father of this matter." Indeed, Chen could not return to the capital, and with perfumes poised to become a highly lucrative commodity, it was inevitable that envy would arise. Thus, to successfully open a shop in the capital, it was essential to have someone overseeing affairs there. Chen understood this principle all too well and responded with a smile, "Then I shall trouble you, my beloved consort." At this juncture, Mu Zixuan continued, "Your Highness, should you wish to open a perfume shop in Sufeng City, it would be prudent to discuss this with Aunt Chu, so she may convey the message to the Chu family." Sufeng City, located in Jiangnan, is a hub for the prominent families of the region and stands as the most commercially prosperous area of the Great Daxia Dynasty. It is also regarded as the domain of the Jiangnan aristocracy. To successfully establish a perfume shop there, one must have oversight from a reputable family. Without such backing, the shop would struggle to maintain its presence, and without the support of a noble house, it could easily be seized within days. Chen remarked, "I shall speak with Aunt Chu shortly." At that moment, Chu Yuqing was patrolling the outer courtyard, and with her absence, Chen felt no urgency. Matters must unfold gradually. Establishing a shop requires time and cannot be accomplished instantaneously. At this moment, Zhou Yu stealthily approached Mu Zixuan from behind and gently nudged her, as if to hint at something. Mu Zixuan instantly caught on and smiled as she inquired, "Your Highness, the perfume owes its current fame to the promotion by Baihua Tower. Shall we invite Miss Wong to the Wong residence to express our personal gratitude? Over the past half-month, Lu Chen had been spending almost every night in Zhou Yuyu's chamber, and she was beginning to feel exhausted. Mu Zixuan and the other two ladies also noticed that it seemed imperative for Lu Chen to cultivate relationships with them daily. Occasionally, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao would attend to Lu Chen, but given their maternal responsibilities, he ensured they were not overburdened. To him, the children remained paramount. Zhou Yuyu sought to relieve some of her pressure by having Wongqing of Baihua Tower assist her, but such words were certainly not for a mere concubine to utter. Thus, she entrusted Mu Zixuan to convey her request to Lu Chen. They could conveniently use the pretext of thanking Wongqing to invite her to the Wong residence. Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's suggestion, Lu Chen replied, "Yes, that would be fine, but she should be invited in your name." Half a month had passed, and the mere thought of Wongqing's delicate, ethereal form ignited a fervor within Lu Chen. Unfortunately, he had yet to transcend to the 9th rank and struggled to suppress his inner desires. Mu Zixuan smiled softly, understanding his predicament. She then instructed her maid, Xiao, "Go and invite Miss Wong to the Wong residence, and convey that I wish to express my gratitude in person." "Yes, Your Highness," replied Xiao, and she promptly set off for Baihua Tower. Not long after, Wongqing encountered Xiao. Upon hearing that the princess intended to express her gratitude personally, Wongqing's delicate brows furrowed. The last time she had been at the royal residence, she had suffered a misfortune, leaving her with lingering trepidation. She had yet to comprehend how she had fallen victim, spending the past fortnight reflecting on the details of that fateful day. But she could find no trace of the plot that had ensnared her. Now, with Mu Zixuan inviting her back to the royal manor, it was likely yet another scheme devised by that lecherous individual. The mere thought of Lu Chen sent involuntary shivers through her delicate form. That last encounter with the demon had seen her held captive for several hours, treated as nothing more than a plaything. Wongqing found herself in a quandary. Should she attend the royal residence today, or wait a few days until the people from Blood Moon Tower arrived? After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to visit the royal manor. Firstly, it was an order from the palace, and as a nominal courtesan, she could not refuse. Secondly, she felt a newfound sense of vigilance. She was confident that she would not fall prey again, and she had prepared a concoction of soft muscle powder. Should she find herself alone with Lu Chen once more, she would employ it against him. This time, she refused to believe she would be toyed with again. Chapter 25. The efficacy of the invulnerable elixir under the guidance of the palace servants. Wongqing returned to the very place where she had lost her virtue. Gazing at the royal plaque before her, the haunting images from half a month ago replayed incessantly in her mind. Wongqing endeavored to master her emotions, striving to project an air of calm. Soon, the servants of the royal residence brought Wongqing to the northern courtyard. Upon entering the yard, Wongqing only saw Lu Chen sitting in the pavilion, with no sign of the princess. In that moment, she instantly comprehended the situation. Indeed, this lecherous individual had concocted an excuse to lure her here. The notion that the princess wished to express her gratitude was merely a ruse for him to once again toy with her body. A cold smile crept across Wongqing's heart. This time, it would not be as simple as it had been before. The northern prince's attempts to repeat his previous antics would not come easily. She then tightened her grip on the soft muscle powder, planning to use it on Lu Chen when he was unaware, followed by employing her enchanting skills to captivate him. Having dared to steal her innocence, she intended to make the northern prince pay a heavy price today. With this thought in mind, Wongqing gracefully approached the pavilion and curtsied, saying, "This humble servant greets your highness." Lu Chen nodded slightly, and, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Miss Wong, Zixuan mentioned she needed to speak with you, but she has just gone to the perfume shop and will not return for a while. Please take a seat and wait a moment." Wongqing responded, "Yes, your highness." She then approached the stone table, used her cloak to shield the teapot, and discreetly added the soft muscle powder inside. At that moment, Lu Chen scrutinized Wongqing, and her personal information appeared in his eyes. Name: Wongqing. Identity: 9th grade martial artist, adopted daughter of the Jiangnan Wang family, saintess of the Misty Rain Pavilion, temporary head of the 100 Flowers Tower. Upon hearing that the Northern Wang manor sought her, she immediately discerned it as a cunning ploy of the Northern Wang. Nonetheless, she chose to proceed to the Northern Wang manor. Upon arrival, she poured the soft muscle powder into the teapot, intending to drug the Northern Wang before employing her enchanting skills to bewitch him, ultimately seeking revenge. Rating: 95. Favorability: 75, currently influenced by Dragon and Phoenix Tea. Upon reading Wongqing's profile, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly in amusement. Did she think she could use soft muscle powder against him? Her scheme would not come to fruition. Contemplating this, Lu Chen inquired within his system. Can the 10,000 poisons immunity pill counter the soft muscle powder? Certainly, host. After consuming the 10,000 poisons immunity pill, you possess the 10,000 poisons body, enabling you to neutralize any poison in this realm. Reassured by the system's response, Lu Chen felt at ease. Since Wongqing intended to employ soft muscle powder against him, he could turn the tables in his favor. Subsequently, Lu Chen approached the stone table, pouring 2 cups of tea, one placed before Wongqing while he retained the other. Miss Wong, you must be parched. Do indulge in some tea to soothe your throat. Wongqing promptly replied, Thank you, my lord, but I am not thirsty. She had just infused the teapot with soft muscle powder. She dared not partake in it. Even without the powder, she would still refrain from drinking the manor's tea. The memories of past events lingered vividly in her mind, urging her to exercise utmost caution within the Wong manor to avoid falling into another trap. Seeing that Wongqing did not drink, Lu Chen said nothing further. He lifted his teacup and drained it in one gulp. Then, he seated himself on the stone bench beside Wongqing, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Qingxi, ever since your last visit, I have been preoccupied with thoughts of you. Upon hearing these words, Wongqing's heart inexplicably began to race. She understood that the Northern King was preparing to make his move. At this moment, she felt an immense sense of relief, for she had discreetly added a softening powder to the teapot beforehand. Otherwise, she might have found herself in a predicament akin to the last encounter. Wongqing then replied, I am grateful for your concern, Your Highness. Lu Chen continued, Qingxi, have you bid farewell to your sisters at the 100 Flowers Pavilion? I intend to arrange a time to purchase you. Wongqing feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, Your Highness, please grant me a little more time. I cannot bear to part from them, and I have yet to inform them of this matter. Just as Lu Chen was about to respond, he suddenly hesitated and raised his hand to cover his head. Oh dear, how strange, my head feels so light. At these words, Wongqing's eyes sparkled. The softening powder had taken effect, and it was time for her performance to commence. She quickly adopted a panicked expression and rushed to support Lu Chen, inadvertently sweeping the teapot off the table with the hem of her garment. Your Highness, what is the matter? Please do not frighten me, she exclaimed. Just a moment, I will summon someone at once. At that moment, the north courtyard was devoid of any presence save for the two of them. Not even a maid was in sight. Of course, this was a deliberate arrangement by Lu Chen. At that moment, Lu Chen shook his head and said, Qingxi, I am fine. Please assist me to my room. A brief rest should suffice. Subsequently, Wongqing supported Lu Chen as they made their way to a chamber in the northern courtyard. If there had been any bystanders at that moment, they would undoubtedly have noticed the subtle smiles adorning the faces of Lu Chen and Wongqing. In no time, Wongqing guided Lu Chen into the room and casually closed the door behind them. At this juncture, Wongqing remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, believing her plan was nearing fruition. She was already plotting how to deal with the northern prince to vent her pent-up frustrations. Once Lu Chen reclined on the bed, he feigned exhaustion and remarked, Qingxi, I assure you, I am well. Do not fret. My constitution has always been rather frail, prone to headaches and weakness in my limbs. Wongqing let out a cold laugh inwardly, pondering who had toyed with her body for several hours last time. Was that merely frail? She had no intention of wasting time, especially being in the northern prince's residence with Chu Yuqing present. She needed to enchant the northern prince swiftly to glean information about the enigmatic master of the northern prince's estate. She then fixed her gaze upon Lu Chen's eyes and commanded, Your Highness, look into my eyes. As her words hung in the air, a seductive smile graced her lips, and she prepared to unleash her allure. However, just then, Lu Chen seized her delicate hand and smiled, saying, Qingxi, you are truly beautiful. Wongqing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that her internal energy had vanished once more, disappearing without a trace in an instant. How could this happen? Clearly, Wong had done nothing. She had been so cautious, yet still fell into the trap. Wongqing cast a fleeting glance at Lu Chen, who lay on the bed. Feeling a slight sense of relief that she had preemptively administered the soft muscle powder to Wong, rendering him incapable of harming her. However, just as Wongqing entertained this thought, Lu Chen's powerful hand suddenly yanked her onto the bed, swiftly rolling over to loom above her. Wongqing was momentarily stunned. Hadn't Wong ingested the soft muscle powder? How could he still possess such strength? She had witnessed him drink it with her own eyes. Wongqing felt her mind go blank, and just as she was about to speak, Lu Chen leaned in closer. Ding! The host and Wongqing have enhanced their relationship. gaining 20 experience points in Qi Refinement Technique and 10 experience points in Rejuvenation Technique. Chapter 26. The revelation. Wongqing realized her fate was sealed. During her initial emotional cultivation with Bei Wang, all she felt was anguish, her thoughts consumed with revenge, plotting his demise. Yet, in a mere span of half a month, when she found herself in a similar situation with Bei Wang again, all her previous pain had faded, leaving her utterly ensnared in confusion. Several hours later, Chu Yuqing patrolled the north courtyard, and upon hearing sounds emanating from her room, she paused in surprise. Just earlier, while on her rounds in the east courtyard, she had distinctly seen Mu Zixuan and the other two women present. How could there be such noises in the north courtyard? Could it be that a man had infiltrated the north courtyard, engaging in impropriety with the maidens? This simply could not be allowed. Subsequently, Chu Yuqing approached the door of the room from which the sounds emanated and punctured a small hole in the paper covering it to glimpse the situation within. Upon seeing the scene, she was momentarily taken aback. Quickly, she closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and hurriedly turned away, murmuring to herself, "That little rascal brings a woman back, without even informing me." She had initially assumed a man from the outer court had come to illicitly consort with a maid from the inner court, only to realize it was Lu Chen himself indulging in mischief. The sight she had just witnessed left her feeling increasingly agitated. Chu Yuqing promptly began to circulate her internal energy, striving to stabilize her tumultuous emotions, continually reminding herself to refrain from entertaining unruly thoughts. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm, fiery glow across the sky, Mu Zixuan and the two sisters from the Zhou family approached the northern courtyard, engaged in lively conversation, fully aware of the events that had transpired there. Meanwhile, in a room of the northern courtyard, Wongqing lay motionless in Lu Chen's embrace. The brilliant sunset light filtered into the room, casting a bronze hue upon her alabaster skin. At this moment, Wongqing had completely regained her senses. She realized she had been deceived. No, it was more accurate to say that everyone had been misled. The entire great Xia dynasty had fallen prey to this ruse. The Northern King, the very man who had taken her innocence, could not possibly be a fool. After being wronged by the Northern King, she had been engulfed in rage, failing to consider the possibility that he was anything but a fool. However, upon reflection, every detail now seemed to whisper of suspicion. First and foremost, the fact that the Northern Prince could toy with her for several hours is utterly inconceivable for an ordinary individual, as no common person possesses such stamina. Moreover, rumors abound that the Northern Prince has long been depleted by indulgence in wine and women. Additionally, the manner in which he stealthily sealed her internal powers further attests to his extraordinary capabilities. Furthermore, after consuming the softening elixir today, he exhibited no adverse effects whatsoever. Could this truly be the characteristic of a mere mortal? Is this the so-called useless prince spoken of by the masses? What a farce! If one who has ingested the softening elixir remains unscathed is deemed a failure, then it seems there would scarcely be anyone in the realm who is not a failure. As for the Northern Prince claiming to feel a headache and weakness after consuming the elixir, it is evidently a ruse, devised to ensure that she would assist him into the room, thus facilitating his ulterior motives. Reflecting on this, Wongqing felt an overwhelming sense of regret. How foolish she was to genuinely believe that the Northern Prince had been affected by the softening elixir. Yet, lamenting is futile now, as events have already unfolded. At this moment, Wongqing softly spoke, "Your Highness, you have long known my true identity, haven't you? At this juncture, there is no need for further pretense. It is time for the truth to be revealed." Lu Chen's ability to instantaneously seal her powers clearly indicates his awareness of her status as a ninth-tier martial artist, and his resilience against the effects of the softening elixir signifies his knowledge of its nature. Continuing the charade serves no purpose. Upon hearing Wongqing's words, Lu Chen caressed her delicate back with a playful smile and said, "What identity? Qingxi, what are you talking about? I fail to comprehend." Wongqing continued, "Your Highness, it would be futile to feign ignorance. The ability to instantly seal my powers is not something an ordinary person can achieve, and you cannot possibly be unaware of my true identity. Speak plainly. How do you intend to deal with me, since I have fallen into your hands? Whether you choose to kill or torture me is entirely at your discretion." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen turned over, propping his hands on either side of her head, gazing down at her from a position of superiority. "Why would I wish to kill you? My 8th royal brother has treated me exceptionally well, presenting me with a stunning beauty of the 9th rank. If I were to kill you, would that not be exceedingly ungrateful?" Wongqing was taken aback by Lu Chen's words. Indeed, the Northern Prince had long been aware of her connection to the 8th Prince. A soft laugh escaped Wongqing as she remarked, "The world labels the Northern Prince as incompetent, and even His Majesty holds little faith in you, exiling you to the Northern County. Yet, you never defended yourself and accepted your fate with such ease. The Northern Prince must harbor deeper ambitions. And now that I see through your facade, are you certain you will not silence me permanently? Her enchanting gaze locked onto Lu Chen. She felt a sense of foreboding, convinced that her fate was sealed. After all, she had lost all her powers before the Northern Prince, who could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Perhaps the elusive master rumored in the outside world was, in fact, the Northern Prince himself. At that moment, Lu Chen raised his hand, caressing Wongqing's delicate face, and replied nonchalantly, "Were it anyone else, perhaps it would indeed be possible to end your life. However, I am different. Not only will I spare your life, but I shall also make you my female servant, my concubine, to bear my children and continue my lineage." Upon hearing Lu Chen's declaration, Wongqing was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she soon responded with a cold laugh. Lu Chen, perplexed, inquired, "What? Do you find my words amusing?" Wongqing replied, "Indeed, it is laughable. Do you truly believe I would devotedly serve you by your side? Even if you have sealed my powers, I could easily take my own life when no one is around." Lu Chen chuckled, saying, "Take your own life? I am quite curious as to what would compel you to do so." Wongqing retorted, "You wish to confine me within the royal estate as a mere tool for your gratification, yet you question why I would consider ending my own life? Do you think I would endure such humiliation merely to survive?" Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, "I never claimed I would keep you locked away in the royal estate. I shall release you shortly." Wongqing's mind momentarily faltered. What had she just heard? The Northern Prince intended to set her free? How could this be? They had already laid their cards on the table. If he released her, would it not be akin to setting a tiger back into the mountains? The Northern Prince had disguised himself as a fool for so many years, proving himself to be a man of considerable cunning. Did he dare to undertake such a perilous gamble? Or did he possess the confidence that she would not escape from Yin City? Noticing her astonishment, Lu Chen then asked, "What? Do you find this perplexing?" Wongqing regained her composure and queried, "Are you not concerned that I might reveal the truth of your abilities once I depart from the Northern Prince's estate?" Lu Chen spoke softly. "Firstly, no one would believe your words. Secondly, I trust you will not disclose my affairs." After 2 instances of emotional bonding, Wongqing's affection for him had risen to 90. Particularly after today's interaction, it could be said that Lu Chen had utterly captivated her. Once affection surpasses 80, the possibility of betrayal diminishes significantly, especially now that her feelings had reached 90. Chapter 27. Wongqing's choice. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Wongqing fell silent. Indeed, even if she were to proclaim that Bei Wong was not a fool, it was unlikely anyone would heed her. After all, Bei Wong's reputation as a fool had become deeply entrenched, compounded by his lack of accomplishments since arriving in Beijing, where he indulged in revelry at the Wong residence. There were persistent rumors in Beijing suggesting that Bei Wong had surrounded himself with numerous beautiful maidens, spending his days amidst feasting and revelry. However, Wongqing found herself perplexed as to why Bei Wong believed she would remain silent. Did he have such unwavering faith in her? Was he unaware of her desire for vengeance after the despicable act he had committed against her? At that moment, Lu Chen released Wongqing from his embrace, rising from the bed as he donned his clothing. "All right, you may return now," he stated. Wongqing gazed at Lu Chen in disbelief. "Are you truly letting me go?" Lu Chen smiled faintly and replied, "Do you think I am the kind of person who indulges in jest?" Wongqing chose not to respond further and began to dress herself. After a while, she cautiously exited the Wong residence. Standing at the entrance of the Wong residence, she found it hard to believe. Turning to gaze at the plaque of the estate, a tumult of emotions surged within her. Had she truly walked away just like that? The Northern Prince had not laid a hand on her? Wongqing quickly assessed her internal energy. Indeed, it had returned to her. If the Northern Prince had intended to detain her, he would not have released the seal on her abilities, for capturing a 9th-rank martial artist was no trivial task. With a heart full of trepidation, Wongqing turned and swiftly made her way back to the 100 Blossoms Pavilion. Throughout her journey, she remained vigilant, fearing that the Northern Prince might strike at any moment. Yet, upon her return, not a single soul had dared to confront her, nor had anyone followed her. Once inside the 100 Blossoms Pavilion, Wongqing stood atop the balcony, gazing towards the direction of the Northern Prince's estate. A thought crossed her mind. It seemed the Northern Prince was indeed serious. She had not anticipated such audacity from him. With a sigh, she reflected on the implications of his apparent magnanimity. It only served to underscore the strength he possessed. The Northern Prince's indifference to the potential repercussions of her revealing his secrets indicated that he was no longer afraid of the consequences of exposing his power, suggesting that he had likely become quite formidable. Wongqing's emotions grew increasingly complex. What should she do now? Was she truly on the verge of betraying the Misty Rain Pavilion, the Wong family, and the Eighth Prince? Sitting quietly on the balcony, she gazed into the distance as a gentle breeze brushed against her face. At that moment, the figure of Lu Chen resurfaced in her mind, and the scenes of the recent events replayed vividly in her thoughts, igniting an intense warmth and restlessness within her. Wongqing sighed softly. She had come to realize that she seemed to be entranced by the feelings she had cultivated with the Northern Prince. Though their encounters had been few, the memories had etched themselves deeply into her heart. Should the Northern Prince meet an untimely demise, she found it nearly unimaginable to soothe her restless spirit in his absence. She was uncertain how he managed to evoke such emotions, yet it no longer mattered. What was significant was her profound attachment to him. Upon reflection, she recognized that even if she conspired with the Blood Moon Tower to eliminate the Northern Prince, she would merely serve as a tool for the Eighth Prince. After all, she was merely a killer raised by the Wong family, devoid of status. Thus, whether by the side of the Eighth Prince or the Northern Prince, her circumstances would remain unchanged. Furthermore, she was aware that the Northern Prince had employed some method to bind her very being to him, rendering her his woman as her most favorable choice. Wongqing then gazed towards the direction of the Northern Prince's residence and spoke softly, "My lord, you have triumphed." As her words faded, the weight pressing upon her seemed to dissipate in an instant. She comprehended why the Northern Prince had been so confident in allowing her to depart. A sense of awe filled her heart. Indeed, the Northern Prince was a formidable man. Fortunately, she was a woman. Had she been a man, she might have met a far grimmer fate. At that moment, an elderly woman appeared at the loft. "Saintess, a letter from the Blood Moon Tower has arrived, urging us to ascertain whether that mysterious master still resides at the Northern Prince's estate. They will reach Yin City in 5 days. Wongqing replied, her expression impassive. "I understand. I shall personally visit the Northern Prince's residence tonight to probe their intentions." In the stillness of the night, a shadowy figure clad in black appeared at the entrance of the Northern Prince's residence. This dark figure effortlessly evaded the vigilant guards and swiftly infiltrated the inner courtyard. The outer courtyard harbored no formidable warriors, so it was not surprising that someone could slip in unnoticed. However, the inner sanctum was not a place accessible to just anyone. As the black-clad figure approached the entrance of the inner courtyard, she was confronted by a woman dressed in white. Chu Yuqing regarded the figure before her with icy disdain and declared, "Not everyone is permitted to enter the prince's residence." As her words fell, Chu Yuqing thrust her sword toward the dark figure. With a swift motion, the figure dodged the attack with ease. A frown creased Chu Yuqing's brow as a sense of foreboding washed over her. A ninth-tier warrior? It seemed she had come with intentions to assassinate Chen. Just as Chu Yuqing prepared to strike again, the woman spoke. "Madam Chu, I have urgent matters to discuss with the prince. I kindly ask for your cooperation." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqing let out a cold laugh, retorting, "Urgent matters? I fear you come with intentions of assassination." Chu Yuqing could not recall any interactions that Lu Chen had with a ninth-tier warrior aside from herself. Although the woman's voice sounded familiar, Chu Yuqing remained cautious, treating her as a potential assassin. Without hesitation, she lashed out again with her sword, yet the woman seemed intent on avoiding direct confrontation, continuously evading Chu Yuqing's attacks. Before long, Lu Chen, alerted by the commotion outside, emerged from the main hall. Lu Chen possesses a system that enables him to swiftly identify an individual, even if they are cloaked in black attire and veiled. Upon recognizing the woman in black as Wongqing, a faint smile graced Lu Chen's lips. He then addressed Chu Yuqing, saying, "Aunt Chu, she is under my protection. Please allow her entry." Taken aback by Lu Chen's declaration, Chu Yuqing was filled with confusion. When had Lu Chen acquired a subordinate of the 9th rank, and moreover, a female at that? She had never heard of such a person, nor had she witnessed any other 9th rank warriors in Lu Chen's company. Nevertheless, Chu Yuqing soon reconciled herself to the situation, for there were countless matters concerning Lu Chen of which she remained unaware. Reluctantly, she stepped aside, yet she could not resist issuing a warning to Wongqing. "Should you dare to act against the Northern King, you shall not escape the Northern King's residence." Wongqing paid no heed to Chu Yuqing's threats and entered Lu Chen's chamber directly. Once inside, she removed her veil. Lu Chen surveyed her figure, noting how the form-fitting black attire accentuated her alluring curves, presenting a captivating sight. With a playful smile, Lu Chen inquired, "Having departed the Wong residence for less than 2 hours, are you already seeking me out again, perhaps desiring to engage in marital affairs?" Wongqing replied with a charming smile, "Your Highness jests. I am not nearly as formidable as you." She continued, "I have come to inform you that the Blood Moon Tower's emissaries will arrive in Yin City within 5 days, and they have dispatched 5 9th rank warriors to eliminate you, including the Deputy Lord of the Blood Moon Tower. Chapter 28. It's you. Upon hearing Wang Qingxi's words, Lu Chen exhibited no trace of unease on his face. He had long since gleaned from Wang Qingxi's dossier that the Blood Moon Tower had dispatched assassins to eliminate him. However, he was taken aback by the revelation that such a multitude of ninth-tier warriors had been sent to carry out the assassination. Was it not said that ninth-tier warriors were a rarity in this world? How could it be that they now seemed to abound? Sent to hunt down a mere worthless prince like himself? Surely, dispatching 5 ninth-tier warriors for his demise was excessive. Had he not possessed the system, he would surely have met his end. Noticing the absence of any concern on Lu Chen's countenance, Wang Qingxi mused that indeed, the Northern King had grown formidable, showing no fear of the Blood Moon Tower's assassins. At that moment, Lu Chen approached Wang Qingxi from behind, slipping his hands beneath her arms to embrace her slender waist. Whispering playfully into her ear, "It seems you have made your choice. Yet, are you not fearful of my 8th brother's potential retaliation for your betrayal?" Wang Qingxi, with a sultry smile, responded, "Is this not the very outcome wrought by the prince himself? I have become your woman, bound to you, with no choice left to me. What recourse do I possess?" She continued, "I can only hope that you will cherish me henceforth and not treat me merely as a tool to be discarded when no longer useful." Lu Chen replied with a smile that is only natural. At this juncture, he rested his head on Wang Qingxi's fragrant shoulder, savoring the delightful scent that enveloped her. Lu Chen contemplated the impending arrival of the Blood Moon Tower's members. Although he possessed the Desert Eagle and modern weaponry like the Barrett, he feared that if the adversaries outnumbered him and engaged him from multiple fronts, he might find himself in peril before he could even draw his weapons. Hence, it was imperative for him to augment his own strength. Ideally, he aspired to ascend to the rank of a 9th-grade martial artist within these few days, as such an elevation would significantly enhance his physical capabilities. Even if the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower were swift, with the aid of his 9th-grade prowess, wielding the Desert Eagle and Barrett would render their demise as effortless as slaughtering chickens. However, while weaponry was indeed advantageous, survival was paramount. Should an enemy launch a sudden ambush, his inadequate perception could lead to his untimely downfall, regardless of his marksmanship. At that moment, Lu Chen inquired of the system, "How much experience is needed to upgrade the Qi refinement technique to the 2nd layer?" The system's voice resonated within his mind. 100 experience points are still required. Elated by this revelation, Lu Chen mused, "Is it truly possible to upgrade to the 2nd layer with just 100 experience points? How swift?" He then probed further. "Upon upgrading the Qi refinement technique to the 2nd layer, will my realm be able to break through to 7th grade? His inquiry was somewhat cautious, as he secretly hoped that reaching the 2nd layer would propel him to 9th grade. At that juncture, the system responded, "Upon upgrading the Qi refinement technique to the 2nd layer, the host's realm will elevate to 9th grade. Lu Chen was somewhat exhilarated. It was indeed as he had anticipated. He had ascended to the 9th tier. However, it must be noted that the Qi refinement technique was merely a method of cultivating Qi, primarily enhancing his power without any real lethality. Henceforth, he would need to devise a means to acquire martial techniques that possessed destructive capabilities. At that moment, Wang Qingxi, held in Lu Chen's embrace, sensed something unusual about his body. Her fair complexion instantly transformed, a blush gradually spreading from her cheeks to her collarbone and neck. Lu Chen leaned closer to her ear and softly uttered, "From this day forth, you shall be my female servant." "As my servant, do you know what is expected of you?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Wang Qingxi momentarily paused, having just been toyed with by him for an entire afternoon. She was astonished that he still had the vigor for such pursuits at night. How could the Northern Prince possess such extraordinary stamina? Wang Qingxi was taken aback. Despite her extended stay at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, she had never heard of any man as formidable as the Northern Prince. She then replied, "Your Highness, I have merely come to deliver a message. Now that the message has been conveyed, I shall take my leave." As she spoke, Wang Qingxi turned partially to push Lu Chen away, only to realize that her power had once again dissipated, rendering her utterly powerless to dislodge him. Lu Chen promptly wrapped his arms around her and moved toward the bed. He was determined to seize the opportunity to gain experience points from the Qi refinement technique without allowing Wang Qingxi to escape. Ultimately, she sighed, feeling a sense of bewilderment. After becoming the Northern Prince's female servant, she was uncertain what the future held for her. Filled with uncertainty about the future, Wang Qingxi soon found herself immersed in the joy that Lu Chen brought her. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Chu Yuqin stood vigil at the entrance, watching as the woman in black entered Lu Chen's room. Should anything transpire within, she would be the first to rush in. Her distrust of the enigmatic figure lingered. After all, this woman was a 9th-grade martial artist. The notion that the woman in black approached the Northern Prince without ulterior motives was one she could not entertain. Yet, At that moment, Chu Yuqin heard the sound of joyous laughter emanating from within the room. Her mind momentarily froze. Could it be that this ninth-grade martial artist was indeed Lu Chen's partner? Ninth-grade martial artists were a rarity in this world, and women of such caliber were even more scarce. The fact that this formidable woman willingly chose to be associated with a prince deemed worthless was utterly astonishing to Chu Yuqin. Curiosity piqued. She pondered why this woman would select Lu Chen. The following morning, Wongqing emerged from Lu Chen's chamber, limping slightly. To her surprise, she encountered Chu Yuqin, who was still stationed at the courtyard entrance. Upon seeing Wongqing step out, Chu Yuqin's expression darkened, and she coldly remarked, "So it is you, a ninth-grade martial artist, reduced to a courtesan at the Baiwa Pavilion, and now attempting to ingratiate herself with the northern prince. Who would dare believe there were no ulterior motives at play?" As a maidservant to the prince's mother, Chu Yuqin had witnessed numerous schemes and deceptions. Thus, she was convinced that Wongqing harbored some ambition regarding Lu Chen. Upon witnessing that Chu Yuqin was still present, Wongqing was momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, Chu Yuqin restrained herself from taking action, for Lu Chen had already declared that Wongqing was under his protection. Nevertheless, Chu Yuqin issued a frigid warning. "Though I am unaware of your true identity, I must caution you. Should I discover any nefarious intentions toward Chen, should you attempt to exploit him to achieve your clandestine objectives, not only will you be held accountable, but the forces behind you shall also face dire consequences." Upon hearing these words, Wongqing smiled faintly, then remarked, "Madam Chu, I cannot help but sense a considerable animosity directed towards me. Could it be that you spent the entire night eavesdropping, consumed by jealousy?" No sooner had Wongqing spoken than a fierce gust of wind erupted, radiating outward from Chu Yuqin's form, lifting the hem of her gown. Witnessing this spectacle, Wongqing's smile vanished in an instant. A half-step master, and even to the extent of externalizing her internal power, the northern Wong manor was indeed more formidable than she had initially surmised. Turning on her heel, Wongqing declared, "Madam Chu, I shall take my leave for today. Rest assured, I am merely the prince's concubine and pose no threat to your standing in his heart." Chapter 29. Release Ani. Immediately observing the receding figure of Wongqing, Chu Yuqin was plunged into contemplation. A ninth-tier warrior? Claiming to be Chen's concubine? If Lu Chen were indeed the prince of the Daxia Dynasty, possessing a ninth-tier concubine would not raise an eyebrow, as the prince wields substantial power. However, to the outside world, Lu Chen was regarded as a good-for-nothing, indulging in debauchery. How could this Wongqing willingly choose to become his concubine? Could it be that the forces behind Wongqing have already uncovered Chen's disguise? Or perhaps the power supporting Chen is indeed the same as that which backs Wongqing? At this moment, Chu Yuqin approached the door of Lu Chen's room, feeling it necessary to offer him a word of caution. Coincidentally, Lu Chen emerged from his chamber and noticed the serious expression on Chu Yuqin's face. Curiously, he inquired, "Aunt Chu, is there something you wish to discuss?" Chu Yuqin asked, "Chen, is that Wongqing affiliated with the forces that support you?" Upon hearing this question, Lu Chen wore a puzzled expression, wondering what forces were purportedly backing him. Did Aunt Chu truly believe that he had some powerful faction behind him? Reflecting on his recent unusual behavior and the fact that he had displayed advanced weaponry, such as the Desert Eagle and the Barrett, he realized this might have led Chu Yuqin to think he was supported by a formidable force. With a smile, Lu Chen replied, "Aunt Chu, how did you come to know this?" The existence of a system was certainly something he could not disclose. However, in order to reassure Chu Yuqin, he resolved to fabricate a plausible story. Sighing, Chu Yuqin continued, "Chen, that woman is far from ordinary. She is a ninth-grade martial artist. I do not wish to interfere too much in your affairs, but when it pertains to your safety, I feel compelled to warn you. The power backing you undoubtedly harbors significant ambitions. Although I am currently unaware of their true intentions, do not allow yourself to be manipulated by them. If you desire that position in the capital, confide in your aunt, and I shall communicate with your grandfather. In due course, both your grandfather and the Chu family will undoubtedly align themselves with you, rendering reliance on those obscure forces unnecessary." The Chu family had initially no intention of relinquishing Lu Chen. However, his lackluster capabilities and subsequent relegation to the desolate North County compelled the family to consider alternative candidates. After all, Lu Chen is the grandson of the head of the Chu family, and in terms of blood relations, he is the closest among the several princes. Should Lu Chen muster the courage to boldly declare his intent to partake in the struggle for succession, he would garner support not only from the Chu family but also from a significant number of influential families in Jiang'an. From Chu Yuqin's perspective, Lu Chen need not depend on those dubious forces. Upon hearing her words, Lu Chen smiled gently, approached her side, and naturally took her delicate hand. As he held her hand, Chu Yuqin felt a slight tremor run through her, yet she did not withdraw. After all, they had often held hands while discussing matters before. At this moment, Chen remarked, "Aunt Chu, I understand your concerns, but I assure you, the force behind me is entirely obedient to my commands. Some secrets I cannot disclose directly, for once revealed, they may precipitate chaos not only in Daxia but throughout the world. However, I can share with you a few hints." A tremor of apprehension coursed through Chu Yuqin's heart. What secret could possibly be so terrifying as to incite global turmoil? At that moment, Chen lifted Chu Yuqin's delicate hand and inscribed the characters for immortal in her palm. Upon sensing the characters etched by Chen, Chu Yuqin was taken aback, a hint of alarm manifesting on her otherwise composed and elegant countenance. It is widely acknowledged that this world is one governed by martial arts, where immortals do not exist. Even if one were to attain the legendary realm of celestial beings, it would merely extend their lifespan by a few centuries. They too would eventually succumb to death. Countless individuals have sought various means to achieve immortality, and many emperors across dynasties have scoured the earth for traces of the divine, ultimately leading to the collapse of their empires and the rise and fall of dynasties. Yet, in this world, immortals remain an elusive myth. Now, Chen was suggesting to Chu Yuqin that the secret he harbored was intertwined with the concept of immortals, which could not help but astound her. If Chen's secret indeed bore any relation to immortals, it could potentially incite chaos across the realm, endangering not just the stability of the world, but also the very existence of numerous nations and dynasties. In a state of panic, Chu Yuqin urged, "Chener, you need not elaborate further. From this day forth, refrain from disclosing anything regarding these two characters to anyone, including me." Chen inquired, "And Chu, do you believe so readily?" Chu Yuqin replied, "I have no choice but to believe. The mysterious weapon you possess and the sudden emergence of your internal energy have already substantiated the connection between your words and those two characters." With a note of concern, she continued, "Could it be that Wongqing and the forces behind her are also linked to the two characters you mentioned?" Chen shook his head and said, "Not quite. I merely possess the means to control them, rendering betrayal impossible. Should they betray me, they would meet their demise. Thus far, I am the only one privy to this secret, for I am the sole inheritor." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin felt a surge of emotion within her, tears unconsciously streaming down her cheeks. Witnessing this scene, Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Aunt Chu, why are you crying?" Chu Yuqin hastily rolled up her sleeves to wipe away her tears, saying as she did so, "If your mother were to learn of your extraordinary fortune, she would undoubtedly rejoice in the afterlife." Chu Yuqin had initially believed that Chen would simply navigate through life without notable distinction. She never anticipated that he would one day attain such celestial fortune, a dream coveted by many, ultimately bestowed upon Chen. Having watched him grow since childhood, Chu Yuqin felt a genuine joy for him. With this celestial blessing, regardless of the possibility of immortality, Chen would at the very least be able to accomplish numerous feats, such as contending for a position in the capital. Chen embraced the mature and graceful figure of Chu Yuqin, gently patting her back in consolation. "Aunt Chu, do not cry. This is a matter for celebration." At that moment, the fragrance emanating from Chu Yuqin enveloped Chen, combined with the softness of her body in his arms, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Chen found himself at a loss for words. The Longhu pill truly was a source of temptation, robbing him of any semblance of self-control. Just as Chu Yuqin was about to speak, she sensed something unusual, and her face instantly flushed crimson. She hastily urged Chen, "Chener, you must let go of me. You are now a married man, and it would not be proper for others to see us embracing." However, Chen did not release her. Instead, he leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Aunt Chu, what does it matter? You are the closest person to me. I doubt anyone would dare to gossip. Besides, you have watched me grow up since childhood, and we have shared even more intimate moments. What harm is there in a simple embrace?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin's heart grew increasingly flustered, and she urgently pushed Chen away once more. To her astonishment, she discovered that her internal energy had dissipated, rendering her powerless. "Chener, please don't do this. You have grown up. You are no longer a child. Some matters require discretion," she implored. Chen smiled and replied, "Aunt Chu, no matter how old I become, you will always be my aunt, and I will always be your Chener." With those words, he held Chu Yuqin tightly. Their bodies pressed closely together. Feeling the warmth of Chen's breath, Chu Yuqin became increasingly disoriented. "No, this cannot continue," she thought, feeling an urge to retreat. Chapter 30. It seems Chener has truly grown up. Chu Yuqin realized that if this continued, it would surely lead to trouble. With a mixture of embarrassment and anger, she exclaimed, "Chen, if you do not let go of me, I will become angry." Seeing the flush on Chu Yuqin's cheeks and the fiery glare in her eyes, Lu Chen reluctantly released her. Lu Chen was not in a hurry at that moment. In ancient times, women were often very concerned about their reputation. Although Chu Yuqin held a high regard for him, she likely found it difficult to immediately accept the notion of a romantic relationship with him. Time would gradually smooth things over. After Lu Chen released his hold, Chu Yuqin quickly stepped back, distancing herself from him, yet she refrained from further admonishing him. Sensing her own energy had returned, she curiously inquired, "Chen, my power vanished just now. Is it related to your fortune?" Lu Chen replied, "Yes. It is somewhat connected to the cultivation techniques I practice. Whenever a woman harbors affection for me, upon physical contact, her energy will temporarily dissipate, leaving her weak." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin instantly grasped the implication behind Lu Chen's words. She shot him a glare. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, "You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? I am your aunt." With that, she declared, "Enough of this banter. I must go on patrol." Before she finished speaking, she turned and fled. At that moment, her heart raced, and her body felt exceedingly warm. What had she just heard? That little rascal was actually harboring thoughts towards her. How could he dare? She was his aunt. Though they were not related by blood, she had watched him grow up since childhood. Moreover, she was a widow. Even though she had remained untainted and had not engaged in any intimate relations, she had been married before. How could he possibly entertain such notions about her? However, it must be said, she herself had gradually lost control earlier. Back when she was in the capital, she frequently conducted physical examinations on Lu Chen, and at that time, she never experienced the feelings she had today. Nearly a few months had passed, and she surprisingly found herself harboring such thoughts about him. Chu Yuqin felt a pang of guilt within. How could she entertain such sentiments towards Lu Chen? With a sigh, she muttered to herself, "Alas, it seems that Chen has truly grown up, increasingly embodying the essence of a man. I must maintain my distance from him henceforth." Subsequently, Chu Yuqin began to cultivate her energy, striving to calm her restless body. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stood still, captivated by the alluring silhouette of Chu Yuqin, her graceful figure igniting a fierce flame within him. Without hesitation, he made his way to the northern courtyard. At that moment, Zhou Yuyu had just risen, preparing to visit Mu Zixuan. "Xiaohuan, I shall head to Sister Mu's place first. You can join me once you're ready," she called out as she stepped outside. As fate would have it, she encountered Lu Chen the moment she exited. Without uttering a word, he swept Zhou Yuyu into his arms and carried her into the room. Zhou Yuyu gasped, "Ah, Your Highness." Upon hearing her exclamation, the maid Xiaohuan, who was tidying the bedding, quickly turned around. Upon seeing Lu Chen embracing Zhou Yuyu, her face flushed crimson. Being a maid in the royal household, she could not possibly be oblivious to the implications of what was about to unfold. Hastily, Xiaohuan stepped aside, leaving the room and closing the door behind her. The host and Zhou Yuyu cultivate their relationship, earning 10 experience points in Qi refinement technique and 20 experience points in rejuvenation technique. Congratulations on successfully making Zhou Yuyu pregnant, receiving a reward of 10,000 pounds of breeding potatoes. The reward for pregnancy is a modest encouragement, and thus the amount is limited. A more substantial reward awaits upon the successful birth of the child. Once his body stabilized, Lu Chen felt considerably better. Today's events made him realize the urgency of breaking through to the 9th rank. Otherwise, he would struggle to control his body, potentially leading to complications. Within the confines of the estate, particularly in the inner courtyard, he felt at ease, as it was filled with familiar faces. However, should he venture outside the royal residence one day and encounter beautiful women, he might lose control, resulting in significant embarrassment. After regaining his composure, Lu Chen glanced down at the lovely figure nestled in his arms. At that moment, Zhou Yuyu's starry eyes were gently closed, her cheeks flushed, and her delicate, jade-like arms rested upon his shoulder. Zhou Yuyu possessed a charmingly petite and adorable demeanor, and the thought of nurturing their relationship, while she had scarcely rested, filled Lu Chen with a twinge of guilt. Although she was his partner, Lu Chen did not view her merely as a vessel for childbirth. His affections for her were genuine. At this moment, Lu Chen looked at the reward he had just received, a smile gracing his face. He tenderly caressed Zhou Yuyu's skin and whispered softly in her ear, "Yuyu, you truly are my lucky star." With 10,000 pounds of breeding potatoes, it would not take long before the entire northern county would be cultivating potatoes. Due to the cold climate in northern county, rice cultivation was unsuitable, and wheat yields were also rather meager. However, the potatoes are different. The soil in Beijing is ideally suited for their cultivation. Once the region is fully planted with potatoes, it will provide an additional source of sustenance, alleviating the scarcity of food for the populace. In an agrarian society, what holds paramount importance? Indeed, it is the sustenance itself. With food in hand, one can remain unperturbed. Upon returning to the Baiwa Tower, Wongqing was once again approached by the elderly woman from the previous day. "Saintess, what have you discovered regarding the situation last night?" she inquired. Wongqing replied calmly, "I have yet to uncover the presence of that mysterious master. Only Chu Yuqin, a ninth-tier individual, remains within the inner courtyard." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman immediately responded, "Saintess, since the mysterious master is no longer at the Northern Prince's residence, shall we take action tonight?" Wongqing furrowed her brow and asked, "Elder you seem rather anxious?" Qinyu hastily replied, "Saintess, this task was entrusted to us by the 8th Prince. If we wait until the Blood Moon Tower's people arrive to execute it, your standing before the 8th Prince will undoubtedly diminish. It would be prudent for us to complete the mission before their arrival, thereby demonstrating your value to him." Wongqing then stated, "There is no need for that. Since the 8th Prince has already dispatched individuals from the Blood Moon Tower, it is to ensure absolute certainty. If we act prematurely and alert the enemy, leading to a failure in this assassination mission, the 8th Prince's wrath will befall us, and our entire Misty Rain Pavilion will be unable to bear the consequences." Seeing Wongqing's resolve, Qinyu refrained from further objections. Several hours later, in Beijun, Yubei City, a group of individuals clad in black and red attire were seated around a table in a tavern, when a bird alighted upon the shoulder of a man wearing a conical hat. The man grasped the bird and removed a note tied to its claw. Unfurling it to glance at its contents, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. "Excellent. With the master having departed, it is time for you, the worthless prince, to join my brethren below." Later that night, a shadow materialized in the inner courtyard of the royal residence. At the same time, in the same place, the same person. Upon noticing this shadow, Chu Yuqin instinctively reached for her sword, only to hear the figure speak. "Madam Chu, still awake at this late hour? Your vigilance for the prince's safety is commendable. It seems you truly care for him." Upon recognizing Wongqing's voice, Chu Yuqin scoffed, perceiving his presence as furtive and suspicious. Despite Lu Qin's earlier assurance that Wongqing was aligned with him and could be fully trusted, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. She harbored no fondness for Wongqing. Just as Wongqing was about to respond, Lu Qin's voice echoed from within the room, "Qingxi, come in quickly." Upon hearing Lu Qin's call, Wongqing had no choice but to bypass Chu Yuqin and enter Lu Qin's chamber. The previous night, while fostering a bond with Wongqing, Lu Qin had discovered that his qi refinement technique had not yielded any experience points. Later, it became evident to the system that a woman could only provide him with experience points once per day. He had only fostered a bond with Wongqing once the previous day, and thus, upon her return that evening, there were no additional experience points to be gained. Left with no other option, Lu Qin resolved to invite Wongqing to his residence each night for the next few days. He was determined to ascend to the 9th tier of cultivation swiftly. Chapter 31. The function of the rejuvenation technique. Shortly after Wongqing entered Lu Qin's chamber, her voice resonated through the air. Standing at the entrance, Chu Yuqin overheard her and coldly remarked, "How shameless." Naturally, Chu Yuqin would not dare to speak ill of her own son, hence her ire was directed solely at Wongqing. With that, she turned and departed, unwilling to linger and eavesdrop any longer, fearing she might succumb to her emotions. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, as Lu Qin and Wongqing nurtured their bond, the system's notification chimed. The host and Wongqing have fostered their relationship once. Qi refinement technique experience points have increased by 20. This emotional cultivation triggered a critical emotional strike, granting an additional 40 experience points. The rejuvenation technique has gained 20 experience points, advancing to the 1st tier. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Qin was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Initially, he believed that with Yu Yu's pregnancy, it would be quite challenging to break through to the 9th tier before the arrival of the Blood Moon Pavilion, unless he were to cast aside Chu Yuqin. Otherwise, Wongqing alone could only provide him with 20 experience points per day, necessitating at least 5 days to achieve his goal. Perhaps even less than 5 days remained before those individuals from the Blood Moon Pavilion arrived in Yin City. Yet today alone, he had amassed a total of 60 experience points. An emotional critical strike, indeed, was a most valuable boon. If emotional upheavals were to occur more frequently, would it not facilitate the elevation of his state in the future? Just as Lu Qin entertained this thought, he noticed a peculiar green aura emanating from his hand. What could this be? He raised his right hand and embraced Wongqing with his left, scrutinizing his right hand earnestly. "System, what is happening to my hand?" This is the ability of the rejuvenation hand. The host can utilize it for healing and recovery henceforth. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Qin lowered his right hand. eager to test the powers of the rejuvenation hand. When his right hand made contact with Wongqing's delicate form once more, she involuntarily let out a soft moan. "My lord, what are you doing? Your touch is so soothing." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, surprised that merely touching Wongqing's body had activated the rejuvenation hand's effects. It soon dawned on him that during the previous emotional upheaval, his intense anger had inadvertently inflicted harm upon Wongqing's slender waist. Now, the spiritual energy converging in his right hand was aiding in the repair of the muscle damage within her body, hence her sense of comfort. The rejuvenation hand technique proved to be quite remarkable. In the future, any minor injuries or ailments could be swiftly healed. At that moment, Lu Chen playfully patted Wongqing's dairy re and smiled as he said, "How does it feel to be my concubine?" Hearing this, Wongqing's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with emotion as she replied, "My lord, please do not humiliate me." Wongqing was uncertain about her future. Yet she had grown accustomed to being with Lu Chen. Although they had only nurtured their feelings a few times, she found herself unable to part with him. This rogue had not only captured her heart, but had also completely enthralled her being. At that moment, Lu Chen remarked, "Once I resolve the matters concerning the Blood Moon Tower, you should move to the Wong residence." Upon hearing this, Wongqing fell silent for a moment. Truth be told, she yearned to serve Lu Chen at the Wong residence every day. However, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Would her worth in the presence of the Northern King be solely manifest on the bed? Although both her body and soul belonged to the Northern King, Wongqing did not wish to become merely a tool for his base desires. She aspired to demonstrate her value before Lu Chen in myriad ways. Only then could she forge a more promising path, ensuring that the Northern King would regard her, this female slave, with greater esteem. Even if one day she were to grow old and lose her beauty, should she make significant contributions to the Wong residence, it was unlikely the Northern King would discard her. With this thought in mind, Wongqing declared, "My lord, I wish to remain at the 100 Flowers Pavilion to gather intelligence for you." Hearing this, Lu Chen inquired with confusion, "Do you not wish to serve me at the Wong residence?" Wongqing hastily replied, "It is not that. I merely believe that if I were to move to the Wong residence, others would come to perceive me as one of them, making it impossible for me to collect intelligence on your behalf. After the assassination at the Blood Moon Tower, the 8th Prince would undoubtedly not let the matter rest. He might even send someone to eliminate the prince. However, with me as a pawn in the prince's game, I could promptly inform him of any moves the 8th Prince might make." Upon hearing Wongqing's words, Lu Chen found some merit in her reasoning. The 100 Flowers Tower, being a place of revelry, indeed lends itself to the gathering of intelligence. Moreover, it was entirely plausible that his elder brother, the 8th Prince, would not simply let this issue lie. With Wongqing, the saintess of the Misty Rain Pavilion, by his side, he might be able to monitor Lu Shuyun's every action in the future. This, too, would be beneficial for him. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen tenderly caressed Wongqing's jade-like back and said, "Very well, you may remain at the 100 Flowers Tower. Should my elder brother make any further moves, notify me immediately." Seeing that Lu Chen had acquiesced to her proposal, Wongqing felt a surge of joy within her. At last, she had found an opportunity to demonstrate her worth, marking a promising beginning. This meant that her value was no longer limited to being merely a plaything for Lu Chen. The following day, after a light breakfast, Lu Chen set out to find Chu Yuqing. Observing Lu Chen's invigorated demeanor, Chu Yuqing felt a twinge of curiosity. Why was it that, despite his daily entanglements with women, Lu Chen's health appeared largely unaffected? Conventionally, engaging in such intimate relations would deplete a man's vitality. And for a martial artist, indulgence in the charms of women is often seen as a grave taboo. It is commonly stated among warriors that women only serve to hinder one's sword-drawing speed, a sentiment not without its rationale. Indulgence in feminine allure may indeed diminish a warrior's reaction speed. Chu Yuqing pondered. Could it be due to Lu Chen's celestial fate that he remains unaffected by matters of love? As she noticed Chu Yuqing's exquisite gaze wandering over him, Lu Chen chuckled and inquired, "Aunt Chu, is there something on me?" Regaining her composure, Chu Yuqing realized her lapse in decorum. She quickly cleared her throat and responded, "Chener, I have observed that you have been engaging in romantic affairs daily. While the continuation of the lineage is indeed significant, you must also take care of your health." Lu Chen smiled reassuringly. "Aunt Chu, worry not. I am well aware of my limits." He then added, "By the way, Aunt Chu, I came to speak with you about an important matter." With that statement, Lu Chen's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. He was not one to jest when discussing serious issues. Noticing his grave expression, Chu Yuqing sensed the gravity of the situation and asked, "Chener, is it concerning the Wangfu?" Lu Chen nodded. "I have already sent someone to summon General Li Feng. I believe he shall arrive shortly." Upon mentioning Li Feng, Chu Yuqin realized that the matter at hand was likely of considerable importance. At that moment, a maid entered and announced, "Your Highness, General Li has arrived." Lu Chen replied, "Aunt Chu, let us proceed to the training grounds." "Very well," she agreed, and with that, the two made their way to the training arena of the Wongfu. Clad in armor, Li Feng paced back and forth in the training grounds, the clanking sounds of his attire echoing around him. He was quite curious as to why the Northern Prince sought him at this moment, pondering whether there was an urgent matter at hand. Since the Northern Prince's arrival in the Northern County, aside from training the army, he seemed to have engaged in little else. Even the management of the shops was left to the princess, while the Northern Prince indulged in revelry within the inner courtyard. Li Feng had always suspected that the Northern Prince was merely playing a ruse to convince outsiders that he was a worthless prince. At this moment, Li Feng could not help but wonder if the Northern Prince's call meant that he deemed the time ripe to advance his next plan. Chapter 32. A gift prepared for the Blood Moon Tower. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Lu Chen and Chu Yuqin were greeted by Li Feng, who promptly approached and saluted, saying, "This subordinate pays respects to the prince and acknowledges Lady Chu." Lu Chen nodded slightly and proceeded to address the matter at hand, stating, "I have received intelligence that the Blood Moon Tower has dispatched assassins to eliminate me. They have not only sent 5 ninth-tier masters, but also the vice master of the Blood Moon Tower in person." Hearing this, Li Feng's expression changed drastically, and he inquired, "Your Highness, are you certain that the vice master of the Blood Moon Tower is coming personally?" Li Feng had heard of the vice master, rumored to be on the brink of becoming a grandmaster, which deeply concerned him. Lu Chen replied, "If the intelligence holds true, he should indeed be coming." Chu Yuqin thought for a moment before saying, "The audacity of the Blood Moon Tower is remarkable. They dare to send assassins after you repeatedly." Lu Chen remarked, "If they lacked support from behind the scenes, they would not be so bold." Li Feng gazed at Lu Chen and tentatively inquired, "Your Highness, what are your intentions?" Li Feng was aware that Lu Chen possessed a weapon capable of effortlessly slaying 9th-grade masters, leading him to believe that the Northern Prince ought to harbor no fear of the assassins dispatched by the Blood Moon Tower. However, since Lu Chen had sought him out, it was evident that he must have some plan in mind. Lu Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he countered with a question, "General Li, have you completely taken control of the Northern Army?" Li Feng replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness, under my command, the Northern Army has unequivocally aligned itself with the Northern Prince's residence." Lu Chen remarked, "That is most commendable. Since the Blood Moon Tower's agents are on their way, we shall extend to them a fitting reception. By the way, General Li, please summon the soldiers who escorted me to the Northern Territory. I have matters to discuss with them." Upon hearing this, Li Feng cautiously asked, "Your Highness, under what pretext shall I call them?" The over 100 soldiers were martial artists of the 3rd and 4th ranks. Despite their modest numbers, in the impoverished Northern Territory, they represented a formidable force. Summoning them to the Northern Prince's residence would undoubtedly pique the curiosity of the citizens of Yen City. Furthermore, with numerous eyes already scrutinizing the Northern Prince's residence, and given Lu Chen's penchant for revelry since his arrival, the sudden gathering of such a contingent of soldiers would inevitably raise suspicions regarding the prince's intentions. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "Just inform them that their relatives have arrived in Beijing. I intend to seize this opportunity to host a grand banquet in gratitude for their escort along the way, and at the same time, to meet their kin." Li Feng instantly grasped Lu Chen's intention and promptly replied, "Understood, Your Highness. I shall attend to this matter immediately." With that, Li Feng turned and departed from the North Wongfu. Once Li Feng had left, Chu Yuqin turned to Lu Chen and remarked, "Chener, the Deputy Master of Blood Moon Tower has likely reached the threshold of a half-step Grandmaster. I can indeed hold him off. But the other 5 9th-grade martial artists may prove challenging to restrain." Although the mysterious weapon in Lu Chen's possession was undeniably formidable, capable of swiftly eliminating a 9th-grade martial artist, he might struggle to react should they all attack simultaneously. Chu Yuqin harbored concerns. The assassination attempt by Blood Moon Tower this time would surely involve more than just 6 individuals. Previously, they had dispatched numerous 3rd and 4th-grade martial artists to target Lu Chen. It was inevitable that they would send many of the same caliber to Beijing. While these 3rd and 4th-grade martial artists were not the core strength, they could effectively impede the personnel of the North Wongfu, complicating their ability to safeguard Lu Chen. Having experienced the previous incident, Chu Yuqin recognized the limitations of her own capabilities. Even if she could withstand an assault from a half-step Grandmaster, she would be unable to restrain everyone. Had it not been for Lu Chen unveiling that mysterious weapon at a critical moment during the last assassination attempt, she might have permanently lost her beloved Chener. Lu Chen understood the concerns of Chu Yuqin, and he said to her, "Aunt Chu, when General Li returns, I shall show you something." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin felt a sense of anticipation. She speculated that what Lu Chun intended to reveal was likely a weapon, though she was uncertain of its nature. Soon after, the Wong residence became bustling with activity. Upon learning that Lu Chun was to host a banquet for the families of the soldiers who had escorted them to Beijing, Mu Zixuan took the initiative to take charge of the arrangements. As noon approached, many individuals entered the northern Wong residence, and the sight of the comings and goings of horse-drawn carriages sparked curiosity among the onlookers, some of whom wondered if the northern Wong was perhaps taking another concubine. As the principal representative of the Misty Rain Pavilion in Yinqing, Chen Yu sensed something amiss with the unusual influx of people at the northern Wong residence. Disguising herself slightly, she approached the entrance and inquired with a young man about the situation. "Good sir, is there some grand event taking place at the northern Wong residence today? It seems particularly lively." In response, the young man, eager to share the gossip, replied, "I have heard that the northern Wong is hosting a banquet for the soldiers and their families who escorted him to Beijing. It is said that had it not been for them, the northern Wong would have perished on the journey." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu felt a slight relief. So that was the case. She had feared that the northern Wong had become suspicious, with the Blood Moon Tower set to arrive in Beijing in a few days. Any indication of their plans being uncovered by the northern Wong would pose a significant problem. Subsequently, Chen Yu returned to the Hundred Flowers Pavilion and relayed the day's events at the northern Wong residence to Wongqing. Upon hearing the developments concerning the northern duke's residence, Wongqing felt a sense of bewilderment. If Lu Chun intended to make early preparations, it seemed premature to initiate them at this juncture, especially considering that the personnel from Blood Moon Tower had yet to arrive. Could it be that the Northern Duke was merely expressing gratitude to those soldiers who escorted him to the Northern County? Wongqing found this rather peculiar. However, as she was now aligned with the Northern Duke, there was little need for her to delve deeply into his intentions. Furthermore, she was to serve the Northern Duke that evening, and she could simply inquire about his plans then. At noon, Lu Chen expressed his gratitude during the banquet before encouraging everyone to indulge in the feast. At that moment, Li Feng approached Lu Chen and whispered, "Your Highness, everyone has arrived." Lu Chen nodded and replied, "After the meal, come to the back courtyard of the palace." With that, he raised a toast with the soldiers, giving no indication of the significant matter he intended to discuss with them shortly. Once lunch concluded, the soldiers, somewhat inebriated, made their way to the back courtyard. Lu Chen announced his intention to reward them, yet the soldiers were not naive. They understood that the Northern Duke sought their presence for a specific purpose. Upon reaching the courtyard, Lu Chen surveyed the soldiers, noting that their loyalty levels were predominantly above 80, marking them as allies. After everyone had gathered, Chu Yuqin inquired, "Chener, what is it that you wish to show us?" Lu Chen revealed a faint smile and then instructed his attendants to bring forth several cattle and sheep that had been slaughtered just at noon. He adorned these animals with exquisite armor, and subsequently, he produced a hand grenade larger than a grown man's fist, addressing the gathered crowd. "Everyone, step back 50 paces. Upon hearing his command, the crowd, without a moment's hesitation, retreated 50 paces. In the next instant, Lu Chen disengaged the safety mechanism and hurled the grenade into the air. A deafening explosion ensued, startling the already inebriated soldiers, who immediately lost their drunken stupor, their ears ringing for quite some time afterward. As the grenade detonated, a cloud of white smoke billowed forth in the distance, revealing countless perforations in the armor encasing the cattle and sheep. Witnessing this spectacle, the soldiers stood frozen in disbelief, rooted to the spot. Was it thunder from the heavens? Could their lord summon celestial wrath? Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Was their lord perhaps a divine being? Although some soldiers remained somewhat dazed, Li Feng and Chu Yuqin swiftly deduced that the sound had originated from the device in Lu Chen's grasp. Nevertheless, they too were profoundly astonished. Lu Chen then declared, "All right, come and take a look." With that, he strode towards the site of the explosion, prompting the soldiers to hurriedly follow in his wake. Chapter 33. Breakthrough to the 9th rank. The hand grenade that Lu Chen possessed had been acquired from the novice starter pack, and he had yet to utilize it. To test the explosive range of these grenades, he had deliberately taken one out for a demonstration. The grenades contained within the novice package are significantly larger than the typical grenades found on Earth, and are not intended for personal carry, thus possessing greater destructive power. As Lu Chen approached the site of the explosion, he observed that the armor within a 10-meter radius had been penetrated by shrapnel, and the bodies of cattle and sheep were riddled with holes. Upon witnessing the injuries inflicted upon the livestock, the soldiers could not help but feel a sense of dread, relieved that they had maintained a considerable distance moments before. Had they been any closer, it is likely that their own bodies would have been punctured with gaping wounds. At that moment, Lu Chen addressed General Li and Aunt Chu, inquiring, "What do you think of the weapon I just employed?" Li Feng promptly responded, "Your Highness possesses such a divine artifact. Surely, you will unify the realm." No sooner had Li Feng spoken than the soldiers collectively knelt and, in unison, proclaimed, "We congratulate your Highness on acquiring this divine artifact. You shall undoubtedly unify the realm and command respect across the seas." Lu Chen felt somewhat exasperated, thinking to himself, "What a bunch of sycophants." He then said, "All right, rise." At his command, the soldiers immediately stood back up. And Chu then asked, "Chen, isn't that kind of weapon a one-time use? Do you possess more?" Lu Chen replied, "While I don't have many, only a few dozen. In the future, as conditions permit, we will be able to manufacture them ourselves." Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, Aunt Chu felt an immense thrill within her. With such a divine artifact in hand, Lu Chen's quest to contend for the position in the capital would likely become considerably easier. At this moment, Lu Chen, with a flourish akin to a magician, produced a grenade from his sleeve and addressed General Li Feng, saying, "General Li, allow me to instruct you on its use. When the assassins from Blood Moon Tower arrive, you shall use this device to entertain them." "Yes, Your Highness," Li Feng replied. Subsequently, Lu Chen demonstrated the proper handling of the grenade to Li Feng and the soldiers, deliberately refraining from removing the safety pin during the demonstration. Once the soldiers were adequately instructed, Lu Chen remarked to them, "When the Northern King bestows rewards upon his troops, the royal residence is struck by thunder, causing the Northern King to retreat into his chambers for an entire afternoon." Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately grasped Lu Chen's implication. After all, the sound of the grenade's explosion would be deafening, and the residents surrounding the royal manor would undoubtedly hear it. Without a plausible excuse, suspicions might arise. Once Lu Chen's words concluded, he instructed his men to swiftly tidy the backyard, while he returned to the main courtyard. After Li Feng and the soldiers departed from the backyard, their relatives surrounded them, inquiring about the events that had just transpired. Li Feng and the others explained that a thunderous noise had erupted in the backyard, startling the prince. As evening descended, news of the Northern King's residence being struck by thunder spread throughout Yin City, leading the populace to speculate whether the Northern King had committed some unspeakable act deserving of such divine retribution. Meanwhile, in the Hundred Flowers Pavilion, Wongqing reclined on a beautiful couch in the loft, her attire casually draped, exuding an air of languid elegance. At that moment, Chen Yu entered the loft. "Aunt Yu, is there something amiss?" Wongqing inquired first. Chen Yu replied, "Saintess, our people have gathered intelligence. After the Northern King dined at noon and rewarded those soldiers, a bolt of heavenly thunder struck, startling the Northern King so profoundly that he retreated into his chamber for the entire afternoon." Upon hearing this, Wongqing offered a faint smile, rising from her elegant couch with a keen interest. This was indeed intriguing. Did the Northern King sustain any injuries? Wongqing certainly did not believe that Lu Chen was genuinely frightened into seclusion by the thunder, but rather suspected that the Northern King was preparing for something. The notion of being frightened by lightning was clearly a ruse to divert public attention. At this moment, Chen Yu remarked that we do not know. Wongqing replied nonchalantly, "Then I shall visit the Northern King's residence tonight to seek further news." Hearing this, Chen Yu expressed her concern. "Saintess, you visit the Northern King's residence every night. It is quite easy for Chu Yuqin to discover your movements. Before those from Blood Moon Tower arrive, I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from going to the Northern King's residence for the time being." Wongqing reassured her, "You need not worry about that. I generally do not approach the inner courtyard, so Chu Yuqin will not notice." With that, Wongqing stood, preparing to change her attire before heading to the Northern King's residence. In the stillness of the night, a shadowy figure reappeared in the inner courtyard of the Northern King's residence. At that moment, Chu Yuqin was still patrolling the inner courtyard, anxious due to the earlier incident with the thunder. Thus, she remained particularly vigilant, fearing that spies might come to the Northern King's residence to gather information. As Chu Yuqin was about to take action upon witnessing a dark figure swaggering into the main courtyard of the North King's residence, she heard the black-clad woman cheerfully say, "This servant pays her respects to Madame Chu. Good evening, Madame Chu." Recognizing the voice belonged to Wongqing, Chu Yuqin scoffed and commanded, "Remove your veil." Without hesitation, Wongqing complied, and upon confirming her identity, Chu Yuqin simply turned and departed, offering no further words to Wongqing. Watching Chu Yuqin's retreating figure, a faint smile graced Wongqing's lips as she murmured to herself, "It seems Madame Chu truly despises me." With that, Wongqing made her way towards Lu Chen's chamber. Upon entering the room, Wongqing had intended to inquire if anything had transpired in the Wong residence during the day. However, before she could utter a word, her voice was abruptly silenced. Wang Qingxi found herself at a loss for words. Despite her significantly improved perception of the North King, she had come to realize that the rumors of his lecherous nature were undeniably true. Describing the North King as merely lustful would be an understatement. He was akin to a famished ghost consumed by desire. Wang Qingxi remained oblivious to the urgency that drove Lu Chen. With only 30 experience points needed for his qi refinement technique to break through to the second level, he was indeed anxious, yearning to ascend to the rank of a 9th-tier martial artist. As the bond between him and Wang Qingxi deepened, the system notification finally chimed. The host has cultivated feelings with Wang Qingxi once, gaining 20 experience points in the qi refinement technique, triggering an emotional critical hit, resulting in an additional 40 experience points. The qi refinement technique has now reached the second level, and the rejuvenation skill has gained 10 experience points. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 9th tier. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen finally regained his composure. Soon after, he felt a tremendous force surging into his body, and in that moment, he became remarkably light, as if imbued with boundless energy. Not only that, but he also noticed that his vision had sharpened, and his mind was particularly alert. Relishing the extraordinary sensations that accompanied his elevation in realm, Lu Chen couldn't help but reflect on the reality of becoming a 9th-rank warrior. He had never imagined that he would one day attain such a status. While in the capital, he had resigned himself to a life of mediocrity, convinced that he lacked the talent for martial arts and could not endure its hardships. Yet, unexpectedly, after acquiring the system, he had broken through to the 9th rank in less than half a year. How wonderful! With his newfound strength, he had attained a certain level of self-defense capability. Henceforth, he could venture out occasionally and contemplate the future development of the Northern County. Chapter 34. A dark and windy night a few days later, at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, many patrons arriving at the entrance found the grand doors firmly shut. A sign was placed at the entrance, announcing that the pavilion would be temporarily closed for renovations in preparation for the upcoming Courtesan Festival in half a month. This was not an unusual occurrence. The 100 Flowers Pavilion had earned its reputation as the liveliest spot in Yin City due to its continuous upgrades, which consistently offered guests fresh and entertaining experiences. Moreover, with each renovation, a host of beautiful young women would arrive, and this time, the impending transformation had begun to stir anticipation among the pavilion's patrons. Indeed, the renovation of the Baihua Tower is not a true transformation, but rather a consequence of the arrival of guests at the Shuiyue Tower. At this moment, atop the Baihua Tower, a man donning a conical hat gazes towards the direction of the Northern King's residence. Wang Qingxi reclines elegantly on a beautiful couch, her long, delicate legs crossed, causing the seat to yield slightly beneath her. Lu Yuan then speaks, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Wang, for granting me the opportunity to take vengeance with my own hands. In Lu Yuan's view, should the Yinyu Pavilion contemplate an assault on the Northern King, devoid of that enigmatic master, they would stand a fair chance of eliminating him. Yet, they refrained from action, choosing instead to deliberate on how to assassinate the Northern King only after the arrival of the Shuiyue Tower, thereby affording the latter an opportunity to strike. Wang Qingxi, with a radiant smile, responds, Master Lu, I did not await this day solely for your benefit. My intention is to ensure that this assassination proceeds without a hitch. Lu Yuan retorts, regardless of Miss Wang's intentions, the objective reality still provides me with this opportunity. At that moment, Lu Yuan yearns to rush into the Northern King's residence and sever his head personally. Although his brother Lu Tong may have fallen victim to the mysterious master of the Northern King's estate, Lu Yuan nonetheless holds the Northern King accountable for this grievance. The reasoning is simple. Firstly, he may not be a match for that elusive master. Secondly, Lu Tong's demise was a consequence of the assassination attempt on the Northern King, which implicates the latter, unable to locate or confront the enigmatic master. Lu Yuan resolves to exact his fury upon the Northern King instead. Initially, he believed that the task of assassinating the worthless Prince of the North would be a simple undertaking, which is why he sent his younger brother. However, upon encountering Lu Tong once more, he discovered that Lu Tong's body had been charred beyond recognition. If the Prince of the North were not to perish at his hands, his resentment would be insurmountable. At that moment, Wang Qingxi inquired, Lu, do you intend to act tonight? Lu Yuan responded, Indeed. I am eager to sever the head of the Prince of the North, to honor the spirit of my fallen brother. Wang Qingxi replied, Very well. Our Misty Rain Pavilion will fully cooperate with Blood Moon Tower tonight. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, Lu. Lu Yuan then asked, Miss Wang, just to be cautious, may I confirm that the enigmatic master who accompanied the prince to Wang's residence has indeed departed? Wang Qingxi smiled and said, I have visited Wang's residence multiple times to investigate this matter, And according to the intelligence I have gathered, that mysterious master has indeed left and returned to the Chu family. Lu Yuan remarked, if that is the case, it could not be better. Wongqing continued with a smile. Even if the information we have gathered at the Misty Rain Pavilion were to be false, you need not worry excessively. Should that enigmatic master return to the prince's residence, with your strength, it should be no issue to delay him. While you occupy him, we will certainly be able to eliminate the Prince of the North. Lu Yuan pondered this and deemed Wongqing's reasoning sound. After all, they possessed 5 ninth-tier experts and 1 half-step master for this mission. Excluding the mysterious master, the prince's residence boasted only Chu Yuqin as a 9th-tier expert. A 9th-tier practitioner is utterly incapable of restraining 6 others of the same rank. Thus, the demise of the Northern King is, without a doubt, imminent tonight. Even the arrival of that enigmatic master would prove futile. At this juncture, Wongqing produced a map of the Northern King's residence, stating that during tonight's operation, the members of the Misty Rain Pavilion would directly block the escape route at the back courtyard, while the affairs of the front courtyard would be entrusted to the Blood Moon Tower. I wonder, Master Lu, what are your thoughts on this strategy? If you have any alternative suggestions, please feel free to share. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, we shall proceed, as Miss Wang has outlined. However, should Chu Yuqin attempt to intervene, I would appreciate it if Miss Wang could momentarily distract her, allowing me the opportunity to claim the Northern King's head. Chu Yuqin is a rather formidable opponent. Should she emerge to thwart his attempt on Lu Chen, it may require considerable time for him to extricate himself from her grasp. Although he could assign other 9th-tier practitioners to carry out the task, Lu Yuan yearned to take matters into his own hands. Wongqing replied, that is not a problem. She then added, very well, let us each prepare accordingly. Meanwhile, at the Northern King's residence, upon reaching the 100-flower pavilion, Lu Chen received word from Wongqing and promptly began mobilizing troops, setting ambushes within the manor. He allocated a total of 20 grenades to his soldiers, which would be more than sufficient to contend with Lu Yuan and his associates. Furthermore, they would not commence with the grenades. Instead, the soldiers would first unleash arrows once the members of the Blood Moon Tower entered their carefully laid trap, in a meticulously planned ambush. Even the lowest-ranked individuals among Lu Yuan's group would possess a realm of at least the 3rd or 4th tier, with the majority likely to be struck down by arrows. The grenades were primarily intended to deal with the 5 9th-tier warriors and the deputy lord of the Blood Moon Tower. To spare Mu Zixuan and her 2 pregnant companions from undue fright, Lu Chen had preemptively relocated them to the secret passage of the royal residence. With all preparations complete, they awaited the onset of nightfall. The cold night breeze howled relentlessly. This evening, the sky was devoid of both moon and stars. Thick clouds loomed ominously overhead, as if the heavens were about to collapse. At this moment, the entire North King's residence was eerily silent. The only sound was that of the wind. After an indeterminate amount of time, a group of individuals clad in black infiltrated the royal gates. As Lu Yuan and his companions entered the estate, they found no one at the entrance, not even a solitary patrol guard. This absence filled Lu Yuan with a sense of foreboding. It was inconceivable for such a vast royal residence to lack a single sentinel. Perhaps the North King had received word of their arrival and fled. At that moment, Lu Yuan failed to consider the possibility that the North King had laid an ambush for them. After all, their contingent of 9th-tier warriors was substantial, and he dismissed the royal estate as a mere trifling obstacle. In Lu Yuan's estimation, even if the North King were aware of their approach, he would only be compelled to flee in terror, not to orchestrate an ambush against them. Such an act would only be indicative of madness. At this juncture, Lu Yuan's expression darkened. If the North King had indeed escaped, the prospect of eliminating him would likely require additional time. The capital could not afford to wait, and he was equally reluctant to squander precious moments. Subsequently, Lu Yuan commanded his subordinates, search thoroughly, even if it requires digging 3 feet into the ground. Bring the Northern King before me. Chapter 35, The Immortal. Within the Northern King's residence, an immortal is present. At Lu Yuan's command, the members of Blood Moon Tower surged into the Northern King's estate. Just as they arrived at the training ground, a multitude of arrows rained down from the heavens. In that moment, someone shouted, Master, we have fallen into a trap. Observing the deluge of arrows above, Lu Yuan remained utterly unperturbed. With a disdainful scoff, he remarked, merely a futile struggle. A 9th-grade martial artist cannot be slain by a rain of arrows, especially since he himself is a half-step master, capable of externalizing his inner strength. These arrows posed no threat to him. Even if they struck, they would inflict no harm. In his eyes, such ambushes were nothing more than trivial antics. Lu Yuan then ordered, gather around me at once. Upon hearing this, the members of Blood Moon Tower quickly positioned themselves back to back, wielding their swords to deflect the incoming arrows. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen was left astounded. Goodness, is this the world of martial arts? The last time he visited Northern County, he had been confined within a carriage, oblivious to the sight of his personal guards fending off arrows. Today's spectacle left him deeply impressed. To think that one could repel a torrential downpour of arrows with mere swords, without the aid of shields, though some had not fully succeeded and met their demise. The majority of Blood Moon Tower's members survived. Today's scene made Lu Chen acutely aware of the significance of the fragmentary grenades bestowed upon him by the system. Without such grenades, it would be nearly impossible for the meager forces of the Wong residents to contend with the assassins from Blood Moon Tower. At this moment, Lu Chen felt a sense of relief, grateful that the novice gift package from the system included this modern weapon of destruction. As the arrows prepared by the soldiers of the Wong residents were exhausted, Lu Yuan looked mockingly at the rooftops in the distance and scoffed. With such a paltry number of arrows, do they truly believe they can take us down? Isnt the Northern King a tad navi? Lu Chen had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Lu Yuan. He turned directly to Li Feng and the others, instructing, ignore them. Just throw the grenades. Pull the safety pin and count to 3. Upon hearing this, Li Feng and the others hastily retrieved the grenades from their pockets. The soldiers, clutching the grenades, couldn't help but tremble slightly, having witnessed the devastating power of such weapons before. They feared that if they mishandled the grenades, their lives could be at stake. Observing their anxiety, Lu Chen reassured them, do not worry, they won't explode near you. No sooner had Lu Chen's words left his lips than Li Feng pulled the safety pin from the grenade in his hand. After merely 2 seconds, he hurled the grenade into the throng of Blood Moon Tower's personnel. Although Li Feng was a 7th-grade martial artist, he too felt a wave of tension while wielding the grenade. Lu Chen had initially considered instructing them to aim for an airburst. However, he was uncertain whether those martial artists might kick the grenades back, which would spell disaster for them. Fortunately, when Li Feng's grenade was thrown into the crowd, Lu Yuan and his companions remained indifferent. They mistakenly believed it was merely a stone hurled by the Northern Wongfu, and they effortlessly evaded Li Feng's thrown grenade. Lu Yuan scoffed, ha ha ha. Has the Northern Wongfu become so destitute that they can only hurl stones? However, no sooner had Lu Yuan uttered these words than a tremendous explosion erupted among the throng. With a cloud of white smoke billowing forth, chaos ensued as some perished while others were grievously injured, filling the air with wails of despair. In the wake of this devastation, the members of Blood Moon Tower were rendered speechless, momentarily stunned. Only when the second grenade detonated within the crowd did the warriors of Blood Moon Tower begin to flee in a frenzy. Heavens! It is thunder from the sky. Run! The Northern Wongfu has someone who can summon heavenly thunder. Immortal! There are immortals within the Northern Wongfu. Observing the panicked flight of the Blood Moon Tower personnel, Lu Yuan tightened his grip on his large blade and bellowed with all his might, stand your ground. Whoever dares to flee, I shall slay them. Before Lu Yuan could finish his proclamation, a soldier from the Wongfu hurled another grenade in his direction. Lu Yuan was no fool. He had already deduced that the earlier explosion was caused by this device. Although he was uncertain why it possessed such lethal power, he recognized its inherent danger. Lu Yuan quickly propelled himself backward, retreating 10 paces. Nevertheless, when the grenade detonated, a shard of shrapnel grazed past his leg, inflicting a grievous wound. Lu Yuan was indeed fortunate, for at that moment, the nearest 9th-grade martial artist collided directly with a grenade, instantly riddling him with a multitude of wounds. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan felt his body tremble uncontrollably. Undoubtedly, fear gripped him. He had never encountered such a peculiar weapon before. What appeared to be merely a stone, upon detonation, could so swiftly annihilate a 9th-grade martial artist. This completely shattered his understanding of the world. He had never heard of such an armament. How could such a weapon possibly exist in this realm? If that dynasty possessed such instruments of death, they would have undoubtedly unified the world long ago. Meanwhile, in the royal courtyard, when Wongqing and the people from the 100 Flowers Pavilion arrived, they too heard the thunderous explosions. Upon hearing those sounds, Wongqing paused momentarily. Beside her, Chen remarked, Holy Maiden, it seems rain is imminent, which could conveniently obscure our actions. Chen mistakenly assumed that the booming noise was thunder. But Wongqing clearly held a different view. Although the clouds tonight were indeed heavy, the sound was unmistakably not of celestial origin, and it echoed with considerable resonance. Something must be occurring in the front courtyard. It appeared that the Northern King harbored numerous secrets. At that moment, one of the assassins from the Misty Rain Pavilion suddenly alerted, Holy Maiden, someone approaches. As the words fell, the members of the 100 Flowers Pavilion instantly became vigilant. Their purpose in entering the royal estate through the back door was primarily to intercept the Northern King's escape route. The appearance of someone at the back door indicated that the Northern King was indeed preparing to flee, as the inhabitants of the Misty Rain Pavilion anticipated the emergence of the fleeing servants from the Northern King's residence. They were taken aback by the sight of a beautiful woman clad in a blue cloud robe, her hair elegantly styled in a cloud bun, gracefully approaching the entrance of the rear courtyard. The members of the Misty Rain Pavilion quickly recognized her as Chu Yuqing, the publicly acknowledged ninth-tier master from the Northern King's household. The presence of Chu Yuqing in the courtyard left Chen Yu and the assassins of the Misty Rain Pavilion momentarily stunned. Why was this ninth-tier master, who should be safeguarding the Northern King, here in the courtyard at such a critical moment? A sense of foreboding washed over them. With an icy demeanor, Chu Yuqing inquired, "At such a late hour, where does Miss Wong intend to go?" Wongqing answered with a bright smile, "I have come to the Northern King's residence to attend to His Highness." Chu Yuqing scoffed, "Is it necessary to have so many people to attend to Chener?" At that moment, Chen Yu stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Wongqing. "Saintess, you must go to the front courtyard and assess the situation. I sense something amiss. I will hold them off." Before Chen Yu could finish her sentence, an icy chill gripped her back, followed by an intense wave of pain enveloping her entire being. She cast a glance downward, unable to fathom the blade protruding from her chest. Turning her head, she was horrified to discover that it was Wongqing who had struck her down. "Saintess, you!" Wongqing then withdrew her sword, and before Chen Yu could utter another word, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing this shocking turn of events, the assassins of the Misty Rain Pavilion stood frozen in disbelief. They could scarcely imagine that their saintess would turn against her own comrades at such a critical juncture. At this moment, Wongqing addressed Chu Yuqing, saying, "Madam Chu, I kindly request your assistance in eliminating these individuals. We must not allow them to escape." Upon hearing Wongqing's words, the assassins from the Misty Rain Pavilion, even in their dim-wittedness, quickly realized that Wongqing had betrayed the 8th prince. One among them shouted, "Everyone flee. We must spread the news of the saintess's treachery." With that, the assassins from the Misty Rain Pavilion scurried in various directions. Chu Yuqing merely cast a cold glance over the scene. Soon, the entrance to the rear courtyard of the Wong residence was littered with a dozen corpses. Chapter 36. My friend, times have changed. After Chu Yuqing dealt with the assassins, she and Wongqing proceeded to the martial arts training ground. Wongqing felt a pang of curiosity about why Chu Yuqing dared to leave the North King at this juncture. Although she was aware that the North King possessed some power, the Blood Moon Tower had dispatched numerous 9th-grade martial artists, including a half-step master. Did Chu Yuqing truly harbor no concern for her son, Chen? Or did she believe that Lu Chen was entirely capable of handling the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower? Had the strength of the North King's residence grown so formidable? As Wongqing's mind swirled with questions, they arrived at the martial arts training ground, where they beheld the encircled members of the Blood Moon Tower. Wongqing was momentarily stunned. The training ground was strewn with corpses, all belonging to the assassins of the Blood Moon Tower. Only 2 9th-grade martial artists and Lu Yuan, the deputy master of the Blood Moon Tower, remained alive. However, the situation for the 3 of them was dire. The 3 of them were drenched in blood, and the 2 surviving 9th-tier martial artists were evidently gravely injured. Without timely medical attention, death would not be far off. It had only been a short while. Yet the soldiers of the Northern King's residence had managed to capture all the assassins sent by the Blood Moon Tower. Wongqing felt as though she were in a dream. She was aware that the Northern King's residence possessed some strength, but she never anticipated that they could resolve the situation with the Blood Moon Tower's assassins so swiftly. After all, there were 5 9th-tier fighters and a half-step master among them. Even if the Northern King's residence truly had a master-level expert, it was hard to believe they could eliminate so many in less than a quarter of an hour. How had the Northern King's residence accomplished this? At that moment, Wongqing turned her gaze towards Lu Chen, who was approaching the training ground from a distance. To uncover the truth behind the Northern King's achievements, she would likely have to inquire directly with the Northern King soon. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, with his sword plunged into the ground, was propping up his battered body. As he witnessed the Northern King slowly emerging from the crowd, he gritted his teeth and sneered, "Northern King, I never expected you to be the one who hid the deepest. It seems the entire world has been deceived by you." At that moment, Lu Yuan had lost the earlier fierceness he had displayed. In such a short time, almost all of his men had perished, leaving only 3 severely injured. The kind of weapon the Northern King's residence had just deployed would likely be beyond the capabilities of even a true master to fully withstand. He could hardly fathom that one day he would find himself defeated by a seemingly worthless prince. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lu Chen replied calmly, Master Lu, do you have any final words to utter? When the time comes for me to eradicate the Blood Moon Tower, I might convey your last wishes to your leader. Lu Yuan laughed heartily, declaring, you insolent youth, since you wish to end my life, I shall ensure you accompany me to the grave. With that, Lu Yuan abruptly drew his sword from the ground and charged towards Lu Chen, a savage and triumphant grin etched upon his face. Had the Northern King not emerged, he would have been unable to vanquish him. Yet, the Northern King, in a moment of folly, chose to taunt him at this critical juncture, at such a close distance. And being a half-step master, even in his severely injured state, eliminating a mere novice would pose no challenge. Witnessing this scene, Wongqing's expression shifted dramatically, and she gasped. This is bad. Just as she feared for Lu Chen's safety, she noticed that those around them remained motionless. The soldiers of the Wong residence and Chu Yuqin stood still, silently observing the unfolding drama, as if they were oblivious to Lu Yuan's intent to perish alongside Lu Chen. Wongqing was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the calm demeanor of the Wong residence's soldiers and Chu Yuqin. Lu Yuan was a half-step master, even gravely wounded. He could easily take down a 9th-tier expert as a parting gift. Yet, the people of the Wong residence remained unmoved by the impending confrontation. Soon enough, Wongqing realized the reason for their indifference. At that moment, she saw Lu Chen brandishing a weapon resembling a black staff, aimed directly at the charging Lu Yuan. Upon seeing the staff in Lu Chen's hands, Lu Yuan burst into laughter, exclaiming, a mere waste of a prince dares to challenge me to a duel. Do you truly believe that my injuries have rendered me incapable of ending your life? Noticing the stillness of those around him and observing Lu Chen brandishing a staff, Lu Yuan dismissed him as a fool eager to take his own life. As he spoke, Lu Yuan had already approached Lu Chen. Prepare to meet your end. As Lu Yuan raised his sword to strike at Lu Chen, Wongqing felt her heart leap to her throat. Yet, the calamity she feared did not unfold. Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated through the air, and Lu Chen staggered backward. In that fleeting moment, as the gunfire echoed, Lu Chen smiled and declared, Brother, times have changed. In the next instant, Lu Yuan was hurled away, a gaping wound appearing on his back. Witnessing this scene, Wongqing was left utterly dumbfounded. What had just transpired? What was that deafening noise? She had seen Lu Yuan swing his sword at the North King, only to have the North King, wielding a staff, face Lu Yuan. After which Lu Yuan was sent flying, his body marred by a massive blood hole. How could it be that the North King had not even moved? Yet Lu Yuan lay dead? Wongqing was no fool. She quickly deduced that Lu Yuan had been slain by the dark, staff-like object in Lu Chen's grasp. Her mind reeled. A half-step master, dead just like that? What kind of weapon did the North King possess to wield such terrifying power? Did weapons truly exist in this world capable of slaying a half-step master in an instant? Wongqing's mind swiftly interconnected the recent events, leading her to comprehend the reasons behind the failure of the first assassination attempt by Blood Moon Tower. She finally grasped why the Northern King exhibited no fear towards the threats posed by Blood Moon Tower. Furthermore, she understood the indifference displayed by the soldiers of the Northern King's residence, including Chu Yuqin herself, in the face of potential danger to the Northern King. Where was the danger to the Northern King? The true peril lay with Lu Yuankai, a mere half-step master, upon casting a glance at the Northern King, instantly suffered a grievous wound to his back. Possessing such a formidable weapon rendered the Northern King impervious to any half-step master. Not only half-step masters, but even true masters would likely find themselves helpless against that enigmatic weapon. Upon witnessing the black staff in Lu Chen's hands once again, beads of cold sweat involuntarily adorned Wongqing's fair forehead. The black staff seemed to emanate a palpable aura of bloodlust, causing her delicate frame to tremble involuntarily. In truth, it was not only Wongqing who felt this way. Even Li Feng and others who had previously witnessed Lu Chen using the battery sniper rifle against an 8th-tier warrior were equally astounded by the spectacle. During the earlier assassination by Blood Moon Tower, the Northern King had targeted merely an 8th-tier warrior. Yet this time, the victim was a half-step master, an entity coveted even by the court. Moreover, even the grenades had failed to eliminate this half-step master from Blood Moon Tower. However, before the Northern King and his mysterious weapon, the act of slaying this half-step master was but a fleeting moment. As they beheld the gaping wound on Lu Yuan's back, nearly everyone felt a chilling sensation creeping down their spines. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena fell into a silence reminiscent of a graveyard at night, only to be stirred back to reality by the pleas for mercy from the 2 remaining 9th-grade warriors of the Blood Moon Tower. Chapter 37. The Northern King in Wongqing's eyes. Witnessing Lu Yuan being instantaneously slain by the Northern King wielding a mysterious weapon, The two ninth-grade warriors were utterly stripped of any thoughts of resistance. If a half-step master could be dispatched as easily as a mere chicken, what hope did they, as ninth-grade warriors, possess? A half-step master is merely one step away from true mastery. It is no trivial feat for even a grand master to annihilate a half-step master. Yet here was the Northern King, rumored to be a mere waste of a prince, who accomplished this with alarming ease. Your Highness, spare me. I was coerced into this by Lu Yuan. I never harbored any intent to oppose you. They cried. Your Highness, I know the whereabouts of the Blood Moon Tower. If you seek to eradicate it, I can guide you. As the two ninth-grade warriors pleaded and bowed, their heads stained with blood that clung their hair together. Witnessing this scene, Wongqing felt a tumult of emotions within her. She had once believed ninth-grade warriors to be immensely powerful, especially after she herself ascended to that rank. She envisioned a day when she could liberate herself from the constraints of the Misty Rain Pavilion and the Wong family through her own strength. Yet now, it appeared that ninth-grade warriors were not as formidable as she had imagined. If the status of ninth-grade warriors could so swiftly diminish, what of the half-step masters in the future? With this thought, Wongqing cast another glance at the black staff in Lu Chen's hand. The existence of that enigmatic weapon renders any half-step grandmaster indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Should the Northern King's manor manage to mass-produce similar weaponry, it is likely that the entire martial arts realm would be profoundly transformed. At this moment, Wongqing seemed to foresee the impending collapse of the martial world and the Northern King's unification of the entire continent. At this juncture, Li Feng addressed Lu Chen, saying, Your Highness, should we not detain these two? They may assist us in locating the Blood Moon Tower. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen inquired, Generally, can you assure me that these two ninth-grade warriors will not escape? Li Feng replied, Your Highness, we can secure their people bones with hooks, rendering them incapable of utilizing their powers. Lu Chen chuckled, Generally, I am inquiring whether you can guarantee that these two ninth-grade warriors will indeed remain captive. This left Li Feng momentarily speechless. He certainly could not provide such assurance. Even if their people bones were secured, there remained the possibility of escape through various means. Given their status as ninth-grade warriors, noticing Li Feng's silence, Lu Chen surmised that Li Feng was equally uncertain of a foolproof solution. While he had at his disposal one ninth-grade and one half-step grandmaster, one was Wongqing and the other was Chu Yuqing. It was implausible to expect them to oversee the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower, if Li Feng and his men were tasked with guarding these assassins. With Li Feng being merely a 7th-grade warrior and the remaining soldiers ranked at 3rd or 4th grade, it was uncertain whether they could effectively restrain the assassins should they attempt to break free. Thus, for the sake of prudence, it would be wise to eliminate these two. Upon this realization, Lu Chen said nothing and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a desert eagle from his sleeve. He then aimed at the two 9th-grade martial artists and fired 2 shots. The last 2 assassins dispatched by the Blood Moon Tower fell to the ground, marking the complete annihilation of their forces, and once again, the plan of the 8th prince had failed. As the 2 fallen 9th-grade masters lay on the ground, the soldiers could not help but swallow hard. In the past, a single 9th-grade warrior could easily defeat 50 of them. Under normal circumstances, these 2 9th-grade kings possessed the capability to slaughter all of their more than 100 soldiers. Yet now, these 2 masters were effortlessly executed by their lord. The weapon wielded by their lord was simply terrifying. They dared not imagine what would happen if such a weapon were turned against them in the future. At this moment, Li Feng and his companions felt an immense sense of relief, grateful for their wisdom in choosing to remain in the northern county. Had they opted to return to the capital, not only would they have faced the uncertainty of escaping Yen City, but even if they reached the capital, they would soon confront the mysterious weapons wielded by the Northern King after his rise. The mere recollection of the earlier grenade explosion made the soldiers' bodies tremble involuntarily. Meanwhile, Wongqing fixed her gaze intently on the Desert Eagle in Lu Chen's hands. She had previously believed that the Northern King only possessed that long black weapon. Yet she was astonished to discover he also had a mysterious weapon capable of easily slaying 9th-grade warriors. How could the Northern King possess such fearsome weapons? From where did these weapons originate? Wongqing was firmly convinced that such terrifying weapons did not exist in this world. Otherwise, the martial realm would have descended into chaos long ago. At that moment, Lu Chen turned to look at Wongqing. A slight tremor coursed through her delicate form, and her mind momentarily froze. Merely meeting Lu Chen's gaze filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread. In her heart, the Northern King had become synonymous with death, an enigmatic figure shrouded in mystery. Lu Chen smiled and inquired, Qingxi, how do you and the members of the Misty Rain Pavilion intend to handle this situation? Having subdued Wongqing, he had no intention of sparing the people of the Misty Rain Pavilion, Elements beyond his control were best eradicated entirely. He had yet to grow strong enough to challenge the world itself and needed to proceed with caution. Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, Wongqing promptly replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I have already resolved the matter with Madame Chu." Lu Chen was taken aback by her response. To be honest, he had not anticipated that Wongqing would be capable of such decisive action, considering she was the saintess of the Misty Rain Pavilion, having been raised within its confines. At that moment, Chu Yuqin interjected, "Chener, what are your plans moving forward?" They had thwarted yet another assassination attempt from the Blood Moon Tower. Yet Chu Yuqin did not believe that the Blood Moon Tower would simply let this go. Their deputy leader had perished in the Northern King's residence, and the Blood Moon Tower was notorious for seeking vengeance. They would undoubtedly return to exact retribution. The position of the Wong residents remained precarious. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen replied, "Let the events of today be known. Spread the word that the mysterious master of the Wong residence has not departed. With the master's assistance, we have successfully thwarted yet another assassination attempt from the Blood Moon Tower." Lu Chen was not yet inclined to reveal the existence of his Desert Eagle and battery to a wider audience. Thus, he had to resort to the guise of a mysterious master to intimidate those harboring hostility towards the Wong residents. Chu Yuqin pondered for a moment, concluding that Lu Chen's approach was indeed sound. "Chener, please go check on Zixuan and the others. We shall manage things here." Mu Zixuan and her companions remained within the underground passage, likely already aware of the commotion above and undoubtedly filled with worry. Chu Yuqin wished for Lu Chen to ascertain their well-being, considering that all three of them were with child and ought not to be excessively alarmed. With a reassuring word, Lu Chen turned and departed. Meanwhile, within the underground passage of the Wong residence, Mu Zixuan and the Zhou sisters were anxiously gazing upwards. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao addressed Mu Zixuan, "Sister Mu, do you think the Wong Yu will be all right?" Having endured the calamity of a family purge, both Zhou sisters were exceedingly sensitive to such matters. They dreaded a return to their former plight. The Northern King represented their very salvation, and should anything befall him, their world would surely crumble. Mu Zixuan offered comfort. "Do not worry, the Wong Yu will be just fine." Although she had not witnessed Lu Chen wielding his enigmatic weapon to vanquish a 9th-grade warrior, she had heard accounts from her loyal guards afterward. Thus, she held firm belief that the man she had wed was extraordinary, more than capable of effortlessly dealing with the assassination from the Blood Moon Tower. All they needed to do was wait patiently in their refuge. Just then, a tall and imposing figure entered the passageway. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu rushed forward without hesitation, embracing him tightly. "How wonderful! Your Highness, you're safe." "Oh dear, I was so frightened." Lu Chen gently patted the backs of Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao, smiling as he reassured them, "It's all right. Everything is fine now." Chapter 38. The rumors of the capital. Early in the morning, the troops from Beijun had sealed off Yin City. The streets were teeming with soldiers, causing the townsfolk to hastily retreat to their homes in fear. Meanwhile, the gate of the governor's residence was surrounded by a throng of soldiers. Li Rue, still in slumber, was suddenly awakened by his wife, who rushed into the room in a state of panic, exclaiming, "My lord, something terrible has happened." Upon hearing his wife's distressed voice, Li Rue rose from his bed, groggy and bewildered. "My dear, what is the matter?" His wife replied hastily, "A group of soldiers has arrived at the gate, claiming they are here to search the governor's residence." At this revelation, Li Rue's eyes widened in shock, instantly shaking off his drowsiness. He stood up abruptly, questioning, "What is going on? Why would soldiers be searching the governor's residence?" His wife responded, "I do not know what has transpired, my lord. You must go see for yourself. They are about to break in." Li Rue hurried towards the entrance of the governor's residence, not even taking the time to dress properly. At this moment, anxiety gripped his heart, as he feared that the Northern King had set his sights on him, the governor. However, upon further reflection, he considered that he had relinquished his military authority and was diligently serving the Northern King. Surely the Northern King would not turn against him? He was, after all, now considered a part of the Northern King's entourage. It was rare for a vassal king to act against one of his own. If he, the governor, were to fall, it would likely become even more challenging for the Northern King to maintain control over the influential factions in the Northern Prefecture. Before long, Li Rue arrived at the entrance of the governor's mansion. Upon recognizing the squad leader accompanied by soldiers, he felt a slight sense of relief. He inquired, "Wu Captain, what brings you here?" Wu Hong replied with a smile, "Esteemedly, I beg your pardon. Last night, the prince was attacked by assassins from the Blood Moon Tower, and it is said that a few managed to escape. The prince has ordered us to conduct a citywide search, leaving no residents unchecked." Hearing this, Li Rue's expression changed, and he quickly asked, "Is the prince unharmed?" Wuhong reassured him, "Rest easy, esteemedly. Thanks to the mysterious master from the prince's residence. He only suffered a fright and is safe." Relieved by this news, Li Rui understood that had the northern king been slain, he, as the governor, might have faced dire consequences as well. He then said, "Very well, you may proceed with your search." Wuhong clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "I appreciate your understanding." He then led his soldiers into the governor's mansion for a brief inspection before moving on to the next residence. Before long, the news of the northern king's assassination spread throughout Yin City. Almost everyone was aware that the Blood Moon Tower had dispatched assassins to attack the northern king, only to be thwarted by the mysterious master from the prince's residence. Although the northern prince is deemed a worthless royal, his assassination, nonetheless, constitutes a significant event. This incident swiftly reached the capital, the residence of the 8th prince. Upon receiving the pigeon post from Wongqing, Lu Shuyun erupted in fury. He raised his arm and swept all the items from the table to the floor, subsequently overturning the desk before him. The study was soon filled with the clattering of objects as Lu Shuyun wreaked havoc, smashing everything within reach. Useless. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. 6 ninth-tier experts and a half-step master, and yet you couldn't even eliminate a worthless opponent. What purpose do you serve? Upon hearing Lu Shuyun's voice, the maids in the room stood trembling, too afraid to breathe. Lu Shuyun could hardly fathom that this operation had ended in failure. Even if that mysterious master remained in the northern prince's residence, with a half-step master from Blood Moon Tower present, they should have been able to stall him long enough to create an opportunity for the other 9th-tier warriors to eliminate Lu Chen. Yet, Blood Moon Tower had failed. Not only had their personnel been defeated, but those dispatched by the Misty Rain Pavilion had also suffered devastating losses, leaving only Wongqing to escape, reportedly gravely injured and barely clinging to life in Yin City. Lu Shuyun felt as if his lungs were about to burst from rage. He had always believed that disposing of this worthless Lu Chen would be a simple task, yet they had failed twice in succession. With these 2 failures, it would undoubtedly become increasingly difficult for them to act against the Northern Prince's residence in the future. Other factions are not fools. Even the Blood Moon Tower, which specializes in assassination, has failed. It is highly unlikely that other assassin organizations would accept his commission. While Lu Shuyun was venting his frustrations by smashing objects, a servant rushed in hastily. "Your Highness, something terrible has happened." Lu Shuyun, already in a rage, grew even more incensed by the servant's clamorous entrance and kicked him against the wall. Fortunately, his strength was not excessive, and he did not kill the servant. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the servant quickly rose and said, "Your Highness, the entire capital is abuzz with rumors that you have dispatched assassins from the Blood Moon Tower to eliminate the Northern Prince, with the aim of compelling the Jiangnan families to support your claim in the struggle for the throne." Upon hearing this, Lu Shuyun's mind froze, leaving him momentarily stunned. He soon regained his composure, his expression darkening instantly. His so-called good brothers truly spared no opportunity to undermine him. In politics, what can be done must not be spoken of, and what can be spoken of must not be acted upon. Although fratricide among royal brothers is a frequent occurrence, it remains a taboo for any dynasty. People are certainly aware that the 8th prince is the one most eager to eliminate the 9th prince, as their maternal clans hail from the Jiangnan families, which can only support one prince in the struggle for succession. However, such matters should remain known only in whispers. They must never be disseminated carelessly, for if they were to leak, it would be a scandal of royal fratricide. If this is a royal taboo, then why are there rumors circulating in the capital suggesting that he orchestrated an assassination against the 9th prince? It is evident that other princes are covertly instigating events, aiming to undermine his qualification for vying for the position of crown prince. Initially, Lu Shuyun was contemplating how to eliminate Lu Chen, but upon hearing the rumors circulating in the capital, he found himself unable to act against Lu Chen. This reflects the paradox of politics, where one can articulate intentions yet lacks the capacity to execute them. Given the existing rumors, should he attempt to assassinate Lu Chen, the prince's death would effectively confirm his culpability. Even if he were not responsible for Lu Chen's demise, ministers in the court supporting other princes would likely accuse him, and the populace would similarly believe him to be the assassin of the 9th prince. Should that scenario unfold, he would irrevocably forfeit his claim to the position of crown prince. Lu Shuyun clenched his fists, filled with resentment. Could he truly allow that inept individual to go unpunished? His initial attempts on Lu Chen's life were driven by political motives, yet at this moment, Lu Shuyun was consumed by rage, ceasing to consider the political ramifications. His sole desire was to eliminate Lu Chen. However, this was merely a transient emotional response, and soon Lu Shuyun regained his composure. Regardless, for the time being, he could not act against Lu Chen. At that moment, Lu Shuyun turned his gaze towards the bookshelf in his study and commanded, "Immediately send word to Wongqing, instructing her to recuperate and continue her covert operations in Beijing, refraining from any actions for now." As soon as Lu Shuyun finished speaking, a shadow slipped through the window and departed from the study. Chapter 39. The Crisis of the Chu family in the capital, within the Imperial Palace's royal garden. The Emperor Xia, adorned in a yellow dragon robe, sat in a pavilion, savoring the fragrant tea in his hands. Suddenly, a soldier clad in armor appeared behind him. "Your Majesty, I have ascertained that the rumor of the 8th prince dispatching assassins to eliminate the 9th prince was, in fact, disseminated by the eldest prince." Upon hearing this, the Summer Emperor's cup shattered in his grasp, and with a disdainful snort, he remarked, "My children truly seem increasingly restless. Do they all yearn for my demise? Are they so eager for the position of crown prince?" Witnessing the emperor's wrath, the Grand Tutor, Situsu, who sat opposite him, promptly interjected, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. The position of crown prince remains undecided, and it is not surprising that fraternal rivalries may arise. If your Majesty could appoint a crown prince soon, it might quell the ambitions of the princes." In response, the Summer Emperor chuckled softly before retorting, "Only you would dare to speak such words to me, Grand Tutor. Should anyone else suggest I appoint a crown prince prematurely, I would certainly have them dragged away for 100 lashes." With that, the emperor rose from the stone bench, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed upon the lotus pond in the imperial garden. "To be candid, I find myself more intrigued by how the 9th prince managed to survive than by the events occurring in the capital." The emperor's thoughts mirrored those of Lu Shuyun. Even if the Chu family had indeed sent a mysterious master to protect Lu Chun, it is highly probable that the Blood Moon Tower's assassination attempt would have succeeded. According to intelligence gathered by the Shadow Guard, the Blood Moon Tower had dispatched a half-step master along with 5 9th-tier experts to the northern prefecture. Coupled with the pieces Lu Shuyun had strategically placed in the northern prefecture, if they acted in concert, it would be nearly impossible for the northern king to survive, even with a master in his midst. Yet, the northern king did survive. This left Emperor Xia in a state of suspicion. Could it be that the enigmatic master beside the northern king was merely a master in the simplest sense? At this moment, Situsa remarked, "The 9th prince's survival may perhaps be attributed to the notion that his fate is not yet sealed, a matter of fortune." Emperor Xia replied nonchalantly, "Enough. This farce must come to an end. Since the Chu family has not dispatched anyone to the northern county to engage with the 9th prince recently, let him stir up trouble there. I have no intention of intervening in his affairs any further." Recently, Emperor Xia had commissioned an investigation into the Chu family and discovered that apart from initially sending Chu Yuqin and that mysterious master to protect Lu Chun on his journey to the northern county, they had remained inactive. They had not attempted to contact Lu Chun, seemingly having abandoned him entirely. Furthermore, Emperor Xia had heard murmurs of dissatisfaction within the Chu family regarding their head, Chu Xiong, and there were even talks of replacing him. It was only natural that Chu Xiong, preoccupied with his own precarious position, would lack the inclination to concern himself with Lu Chun, who was far away in the northern county. Emperor Xia then addressed the eunuch in red robes beside him, saying, "Convey my decree. The first prince has been spreading rumors that undermine the dignity of the royal family. He is to be confined for 3 months. As for the 8th prince," pausing for a moment, the emperor continued, "Eunuch Lu, please speak with the 8th prince and advise him to temper his actions." Upon hearing this, the eunuch in red promptly responded, "Yes, your Majesty." Subsequently, Eunuch Lu departed the palace to relay the emperor's orders to the residences of the 1st and 8th princes. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan, in the city of Sufeng, within the Chu family, an elderly man with graying hair sat in the courtyard, repeatedly examining a letter in his hands. At this moment, a middle-aged man clad in a blue brocade robe entered the courtyard. "Father, did you not say that you would temporarily cease involvement with the affairs of the northern prince's mansion? Why has Qiner not been allowed to return? Furthermore, you have secretly dispatched a master to protect the northern prince." The man's name was Chu Hongfei, the son of Chu Xiong, and thus the uncle of Lu Chun. Upon learning of the mysterious master at the northern prince's residence, Chu Hongfei felt quite perturbed. Although Lu Chun was his nephew, their interactions had been minimal, and he harbored no particular affection for him. Moreover, the woman he admired had always been in the company of the northern prince, which only exacerbated Chu Hongfei's displeasure. The object of his affection was none other than Chu Yuqin. In response to his son's inquiries, Chu Xiong remained silent for a moment before countering, "Hongfei, do you truly believe that the master at the northern princess mansion was sent by me?" Hearing this, Chu Hongfei was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Who else but you would send a master to protect a worthless prince?" In his view, Chu Xiong likely felt a sense of apprehension for Lu Chun, his grandson, and thus dispatched a master for his protection. Sighing, Chu Xiong confessed, I did contemplate sending a master to protect the northern prince. But upon reflecting on the recent activities in the capital, I ultimately abandoned that notion. I do not know where that mysterious master originates. Furthermore, Yuqin chose to accompany the northern prince to the northern county of her own volition. She no longer heeds the wishes of the Chu family. At this point, a look of skepticism crossed Chu Hongfei's face, and he inquired, Father, you are not deceiving me, are you? Were it not for your command, how could Qiner possibly follow a talentless wastrel? I find it hard to believe. Chu Xiong, filled with frustration, declared, with the incessant maneuvers of the Summer Emperor. The commanders of the Imperial army in the capital have been replaced time and again. Even the Zhou royal family has faced extermination, and Mu Chantian is now imprisoned in the capital. It is evident that the Summer Emperor intends to strike at the noble families. At this juncture, I dare not have excessive contact with the Northern King. Do you truly think I have lost my wits and fear that the Emperor's blade will not descend swiftly enough? As for Yuqin, I advise you to relinquish any hopes. Although her husband died on the very day she married into the Wong family, she still remains a daughter-in-law of that household. Upon hearing Chu Xiong's words, Chu Hongfei pondered thoughtfully and responded, Father, if it truly were not a master you dispatched to the northern county, then there should be no master to protect the northern king, correct? Chu Xiong stroked his graying beard and replied, Initially, I too was perplexed by this news. However, I have just received word from the capital, and this matter may be somewhat related to the first prince. At this point, Chu Xiong handed the letter in his possession to Chu Hongfei. After glancing at it, Chu Hongfei's expression shifted dramatically. He then inquired, Father, do you suspect that the first prince sent a master to protect the northern king, intending to win us over? Chu Xiong replied calmly, It is not about winning over the Chu family, but rather about winning me. The letter in Chu Hongfei's hand was delivered by the spies of the Chu family stationed in the capital. These spies had uncovered that the crown prince had repeatedly disseminated information related to the northern king, including the recent rumor that the 8th prince had sent someone to assassinate the northern king, which was also a tale propagated by the crown prince. It appeared as though the crown prince was acting as a protector of the northern king. However, Chu Xiong was no fool. It was evident that this was merely a performance for his benefit. As for whether the master beside the northern king was an underling of the crown prince, that remained uncertain. Being the crown prince, the one most likely to ascend to the throne, it was undoubtedly true that he had masters in his employ. Yet, masters are not easily found. The crown prince himself required their protection. If he were to send a master to safeguard the northern king, who would then protect him in the capital, unless he had more than one master at his side? At this moment, Chu Hongfei placed the letter on the stone table and proclaimed, I do not care. Regardless of the circumstances, Qiner must return. What purpose does it serve to remain in the northern county with a useless prince? The environment there is so harsh, she will only suffer. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong erupted with anger, rebuking, All you think about is women. Is this all you amount to? The Chu family is on the brink of disaster, and you still concern yourself with women. Unfazed, Chu Hongfei retorted, The Chu family's impending calamity has nothing to do with me. If the time comes, I shall take Qiner to the great Wu dynasty. At these words, Chu Xiong nearly choked with exasperation. Get out. Leave this place at once, he bellowed. Observing Chu Xiong's fury, Chu Hongfei hastily exited the courtyard. After Chu Hongfei departed, Chu Xiong gazed at the desolate courtyard and let out a deep sigh, saying, I am truly remorseful for failing to protect you back then. Now, I do not even dare to send anyone to safeguard your children. Chapter 40. Auspicious Signs. Indeed, this is an omen of good fortune. As the days passed, the bellies of Mu Zixuan and her companions grew larger, swiftly approaching the day of childbirth. Ever since news spread from the North County about the Northern King being assassinated by the Blood Moon Tower and subsequently rescued by a mysterious master, the region experienced a notable sense of stability. This revelation led certain factions to realize that the enigmatic master would likely remain by the Northern King's side, offering protection. Although the Northern King was deemed ineffectual, the mysterious master was far from insignificant. Furthermore, the 8th prince, heeding the Summer Emperor's warning, ceased his attempts to assassinate Lu Chen, instead instructing Wongqing to continue monitoring Lu Chen in the North County. He ordered that any contact between the Northern King and the Chu family be reported to him immediately. Over the past few months, Lu Chen had not busied himself with the affairs of the North County. It remained under the administration of Li Rue, the county governor. However, Lu Chen did have the land of the royal estate surveyed and encouraged the citizens to cultivate the wastelands, planting a total of 10,000 pounds of seed potatoes. There was an abundance of uncultivated land in the North County, and the matter of surveying and reclamation attracted little attention. During these days, Lu Chen devoted his time to the royal estate, attending to Mu Zixuan and her two companions, who were nearing their time of delivery. His care for them was especially meticulous, as he feared any mishap might occur. At this moment, Lu Chen gently caressed Mu Zixuan's prominent belly and smiled as he said, "My beloved, you may temporarily entrust the management of the estate to Aunt Chu. For now, focus solely on your impending delivery and do not trouble yourself with such matters." Over the past few months, Mu Zixuan had expanded the soap and perfume industries by hundreds of times. Now, throughout the entire Great Xia Dynasty, both the high-ranking aristocrats and common folk were utilizing the perfumes and soaps produced by their manor. Although these two commodities were quite lucrative, the fact that they belonged to the northern prince's estate, coupled with Mu Changtian overseeing affairs in the capital, deterred anyone from coveting these ventures. What surprised Lu Chen the most was that Mu Zixuan appeared to possess a remarkable business acumen. She had ingeniously combined perfumes and soaps to create a new product, scented soap. This was no mere amalgamation. The scented soap had been refined for bathing purposes. With these industries in place, the manor reaped substantial profits, accumulating hundreds of thousands of taels of silver each month. Furthermore, Mu Zixuan was actively exploring trade routes, intending to sell these products to foreign lands. Unfortunately, as her belly grew day by day, her energy waned, and she found herself increasingly fatigued, now unable to manage the estate's affairs. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan replied, "Yes, I have already entrusted the manor's accounts to Aunt Chu, who has been familiarizing herself with the estate's various industries over the past few days." Although Chu Yuqin could not yet be considered a member of the northern prince's household, everyone in the manor trusted her, knowing that she would eventually become Lu Chen's woman. Entrusting the management of the Wongfu's enterprises to her, the populace harbored no concerns about potential mishaps. At that moment, the maid Xiao entered the room and softly announced, "My lord, General Li seeks your presence regarding urgent matters." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen gently caressed Mu Zixuan's cheek and remarked, "My beloved, I must attend to matters outside. Please rest well." Mu Zixuan smiled and replied, "Indeed, my lord, do attend to your affairs." Lu Chen then rose and made his way towards the training grounds. Upon spotting Li Feng, he inquired before Li Feng could bow, "General Li, what brings you to seek me?" Li Feng hurriedly responded, "My lord, I bear good news. The crops you instructed us to plant, those. He hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, "Ah, yes, the potatoes. They are now ready for harvest." A spark ignited in Lu Chen's eyes at this revelation. Potatoes were the most suitable crop to alleviate the food shortages in the northern county, making them a vital agricultural product in Lu Chen's eyes. He promptly declared, "Let us go and see." With that, he proceeded towards the gates of the Wongfu, eager to ascertain the yield of the potatoes cultivated in the northern county. Lacking expertise in agriculture, he relied solely on the traditional methods employed by the common folk of this world, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Before long, Lu Chen arrived at the designated field for potato cultivation located at the northern Wongfu. At that moment, a number of soldiers and nearby villagers were already gathered, awaiting the harvest. The local populace is intrigued by the novel crops cultivated by the northern prince. Although the northern prince has never disclosed the nature of these crops, the daily patrols by soldiers suggest their significance to the estate. Observing the crowd, Li Feng inquired, "Your Highness, should we drive these people away? After all, the potatoes are a closely guarded secret of the northern prince, and should too many become aware, there may be those who covet them." Lu Chen shook his head and replied, "If we were to expel them, how could we ever promote potato cultivation in the northern county? My intention has always been to encourage the local populace to grow potatoes. If they do not witness the yield per acre, they will certainly be reluctant to plant them. Forcing the citizens to cultivate an unfamiliar crop may incite public discontent." At that moment, the nearby villagers, astonished by the presence of the prince, began to murmur among themselves. "Look, is that not the prince? Indeed, I saw him when he visited Yin City. What are they planting in that field that even the northern prince has come personally? I heard it is a consumable grain. Is that true? I've never heard of food being buried beneath the soil. Let us wait and see. They must be planning to excavate, and soon we shall know." Lu Chen paid no heed to the murmurs of the common folk. He cast a glance over the crowd, and then addressed the soldier wielding a hoe, instructing, "Begin by digging up an acre of land to ascertain the yield." With his command, the soldiers commenced their toil, and soon, an array of irregularly shaped potatoes emerged before the eyes of the onlookers. The sight of such a bounty beneath each plant left the surrounding villagers in utter astonishment. Are these truly edible? Good heavens, how could one plant yield so many? If all of these are consumable, wouldn't the northern county be free from famine henceforth? Yet, would the northern king distribute the seeds of this plant to us commoners? As time elapsed, the digging progressed swiftly, and before long, the acre was fully harvested. The sight of the mound of potatoes left both the soldiers of the northern county and the surrounding villagers wide-eyed in disbelief. Ultimately, after weighing the harvest, it was revealed that the yield from 1 acre amounted to nearly 2,000 kilograms. When Li Feng beheld this figure, he was taken aback. To think that 1 acre of potatoes could yield such a staggering quantity, in an era where an acre of wheat scarcely produced 200 kilograms despite his incredulity. The reality unfolding before his very eyes compelled Li Feng to accept it. He approached Lu Chen, poised to report the weighing results, but Lu Chen interjected, generally. Proclaim loudly to the populace the yield of potatoes from 1 acre. Li Feng instantly comprehended Lu Chen's intention, and thus proclaimed loudly, Your Highness, after our measurements, the yield of potatoes per acre is 2,000 kilograms. Upon hearing this, the surrounding populace erupted in excitement. Heavens, 2,000 kilograms. If we have such an abundance of food, we shall never fear hunger again. This is auspicious, truly auspicious. Chapter 41. The birth of the first offspring. Observing the jubilant crowd, Lu Chen displayed a faint smile, convinced that the citizens, after witnessing the potato yield, had already conceived the idea of cultivating this crop. After all, in comparison, the yield of wheat is exceedingly low. At this juncture, Lu Chen addressed the throng of citizens. Silence, please. Upon hearing the northern prince's command, the crowd fell silent in an instant, their eyes fixed on Lu Chen with an intensity akin to famished wolves eyeing their prey. They were eager to discover whether the northern prince would distribute the seeds of this extraordinary plant to them. Once the crowd had quieted, Lu Chen continued. The grain you see is known as potato, which can serve as a staple food. As for the yield, you have witnessed it yourselves. I have decided to distribute some potatoes for trial cultivation among the populace, and those who partake in this trial shall be exempt from agricultural taxes for 2 years. At this announcement, the crowd erupted once more in exuberance. They had not anticipated that the northern prince would indeed bestow this miraculous grain upon them for trial cultivation, along with a 2-year exemption from agricultural taxes. In that moment, some citizens could not contain their gratitude and knelt down, repeatedly bowing to Lu Chen. Upon witnessing the excitement of the common folk, Lu Chen realized that the promotion of potatoes should encounter minimal issues, given a few years. If Northern County were to remain unscathed by natural disasters or calamities, it was highly probable that the region would not face the severe food crisis it currently endured. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, an unexpected prompt from the system resonated in the air. Congratulations, host, on the arrival of your first offspring. You have been awarded 5,000 Imperial guards, 2 master-level commanders, along with a complementary weapon forging technique. The more offspring the host acquires, the more valuable the subsequent rewards will be, including but not limited to various modern technologies, factories, and even industrial production lines. Taken aback by this sudden announcement, Lu Chen was astonished. He had not anticipated becoming a father so soon after departing the royal residence. It was evident that Mu Zixuan had given birth. At that moment, he resolved to hasten his return to the palace when a royal guard galloped forth, exuberantly exclaiming, Your Highness, Your Highness, the princess consort is about to give birth. Madame Chu urges you to return immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen turned to Li Feng and declared, General Li, I entrust the ensuing matters to you. I must return to see the princess consort. Li Feng understood the significance of the birth of an heir well. It signified the continuation of the northern Wangfu's lineage. He promptly assured, Your Highness, please do not worry. I will ensure the soldiers expedite the potato harvesting. With no further words, Lu Chen swiftly mounted his carriage. Meanwhile, in a tavern located in Yin City of Northern County, the tavern owner busily tapped away at an abacus behind the counter. Suddenly, his mind jolted, and a surge of information flooded into his consciousness. The tavern keeper immediately displayed an expression of utter astonishment as he turned to gaze in the direction of the northern prince's residence, disbelief etched upon his face. The tavern keeper muttered to himself, It is he? No wonder, no wonder. It seems I shall have much to attend to henceforth. With that, he set aside the abacus in his hands and began to change his attire. Simultaneously, in the capital city, at the favored establishment of the 8th prince, the owner of the tavern, who was preparing to personally welcome the distinguished guest of the day, suddenly found himself frozen in place, an incredulous look overtaking his features. He then murmured to himself, If it is indeed that prince, my tasks are about to commence. It appears I must prepare in advance. On the journey back to the royal residence, Lu Chen activated the system, glancing at the rewards he had just acquired. System, where are the 5,000 Imperial guards now? What is their strength? Lu Chen had not anticipated that one of the rewards for having offspring would be a legion of individuals. He had expected the system to grant him a cache of modern weaponry. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. These 5,000 Imperial Guards are currently distributed across various counties of the Great Xia Dynasty. Their lowest rank is at the 5th tier, while the leaders of the 4 major organizations and the 5 captains of the Imperial Guards are at the 9th tier. Furthermore, all subordinates acquired through the system possess a loyalty rating of 100% and hold implanted identities within this world. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chen inquired with curiosity, how do these individuals know they are members of the Imperial Guards? This is the power of the system. The host can be understood as having been implanted with a fragment of extraordinary memories by the system, allowing the entire Jinhui organization to function continuously until their true master appears. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen could not help but marvel at its might. The entire Jinhui personnel have received your personal information. Currently, there are 300 Jinhui in the North County, including 1 Qianhu, 1 commandant, the director of the Criminal Justice Department, the director of the Investigation Department, the chief of the External Workshop, and the chief of the Internal Workshop, all located in Yinshan of the North County. They will rush to the Wongfu at the earliest opportunity to report to you. Do you wish to recall the Jinhui from outside the North County? Upon receiving the system's prompt, Chen inquired, can I communicate with them from a distance? No, however. The host possesses a one-time recall privilege. Chen understood the system's implication. If he were to summon all the Jinhui, they would receive the messages conveyed by the system, showcasing its capability. Yet, why would he recall all the Jinhui? Their role is to monitor officials and gather intelligence. Summoning them back would undermine the very essence of the Jinhui. With this thought in mind, Chen replied, no need, let them remain on standby. The Jinhui outside the North County have received the command to remain on standby. Upon returning to the Wongfu, Chen hurried to Mu Zixuan's delivery room. At this moment, Mu Zixuan appeared pale, drenched in sweat, and looked particularly feeble. Upon seeing Chen return, Mu Zixuan made a concerted effort to rise from her bed. Chen hurried to her side, gently urging, my beloved, it is best for you to remain at rest. At that moment, the midwife approached Chen, cradling a child in her arms. Congratulations, my lord, she proclaimed, the princess has bestowed upon you a son. Upon hearing this, Chen cast a glance at the infant held by the midwife and, with a surge of anxiety, took the child into his own hands. The newborn was diminutive and not particularly pleasing to the eye. However, Chen felt no disdain, for this was his own progeny. At this juncture, Chu Yuqin interjected, Chenner, you have yet to name the child. Now would be the perfect time. After a moment of contemplation, Chen responded, let us name him Lu Changfeng. The name Changfeng can be interpreted as an unceasing wind, symbolizing strength, vitality, and hope. Chen harbored the wish that his firstborn would flourish and ultimately achieve great accomplishments. After spending a while in the delivery room with Mu Zixuan, Chen finally departed, intending to meet the soon-to-arrive commander of the Imperial Guard. Just as he stepped out of the delivery room, Chu Yuqin inquired, Chenner, where were you just now? Given that Mu Zixuan was on the verge of childbirth, Chen's absence from the royal residence suggested that he had pressing matters to attend to. Chen replied, the potatoes have ripened. I just went to check on General Li and his men as they harvested them. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin's eyes brightened, and she eagerly asked, are they the same kind of potatoes you shared with us previously? The women of the royal residence, including Chu Yuqin, had encountered potatoes before and had savored their taste. Upon hearing Chen's introduction of the potato, Chu Yuqin recognized its significance to Beijing. Chen nodded in affirmation. Chu Yuqin continued her inquiry, what is the yield of those potatoes? Chen replied, 2,000 kilograms per mill. Stunned by this answer, Chu Yuqin remained momentarily speechless. Though Chen had previously mentioned a substantial yield, she did not anticipate it to be so impressive. If the potato could be widely promoted, the common folk of Beijing would likely no longer suffer from hunger, and the northern king's prestige would rise swiftly. Noticing Chu Yuqin's astonishment at the yield, Chen spoke mysteriously. Aunt Chu, are you surprised by this? There are even more astonishing revelations awaiting you. No sooner had Chen finished speaking than a royal guard rushed in, exclaiming, my lord, Madam Chu, trouble is brewing. A group of oddly dressed warriors has arrived outside the royal residence. Chapter 42. The crisis at the Mu State Duke's mansion. Upon hearing the guard's report, Chu Yuqin furrowed her brow. Oddly dressed warriors? Who would dare to stir trouble at the northern king's residence? Ever since the failed assassination attempt on Chen by the Blood Moon Tower, no one had dared to provoke the northern king's mansion. People were well aware of the masters residing there and would not be foolish enough to challenge them. Yet, today someone had come knocking. Chu Yuqin promptly said to Chen, Chenner, I shall go take a look. Chen replied, Aunt Chu, I will accompany you. As Chu Yuqin was about to voice her thoughts, the enigmatic weapon on Chen's person, coupled with the fact that he had now become a martial artist, restrained her from offering any counsel. They soon arrived at the entrance of the royal mansion. Upon their arrival, they were met with a row of martial artists clad in peculiar attire, standing in an orderly manner, exuding an air of respect at the gates. Showing no inclination towards mischief, Lu Chen surveyed the figures dressed in flying fish garments and cloaks, hesitating to advance. In contrast, Chu Yuqin was momentarily taken aback. She had initially assumed these individuals were there to cause trouble, yet their demeanor suggested otherwise. Their uniform attire resembled that of a specific faction within the imperial court. However, she had never heard of any institution within the great Daxia Dynasty that donned such garments. Upon sensing the formidable presence of these individuals, Chu Yuqin furrowed her brow, instantly on high alert. The man at the forefront emanated a potent aura, indicating that his strength was certainly on par with hers. Behind him stood 5 others, all of which were 9th-tier warriors. The remaining 200 martial artists were predominantly 5th tier or above. During the previous assassination attempt by Blood Moon Tower, they had not dispatched such a multitude of 5th-tier warriors. Who were these people, and what was their purpose at the royal mansion? The greatest source of her unease was the man at the very front, who exuded an overwhelming sense of threat. She even harbored suspicions that he might be a master of the highest order. As Chu Yuqin was about to inquire about their identities, the leading man stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Lu Chen, proclaiming, "Commander of the Jinhui, Qin Yushan, pays his respects to your highness. I have failed to report to your highness in a timely manner. I beseech your highness to impose punishment upon me." After Qin Yushan half-squatted, the Jinhui behind him promptly followed suit. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yuqin was taken aback. She could not fathom when Lu Chen had amassed such a formidable group of subordinates. It was worth noting that Li Feng, who had accompanied Lu Chen to Beijing, was merely of the 8th rank. Yet, Lu Chen now boasted 5 9th-rank warriors, over 100 5th-rank fighters, and even a master whose prowess seemed to surpass the threshold of a half-step master. Lu Chen then cast a glance at Qin Yushan, examining his profile. Name: Qin Yushan. Identity: Commander of the Jinhui, proprietor of the Yueli Tavern in Beijing. Upon learning you are his master, he promptly summoned the Jinhui of Yinqing to report to you. Strength: Master. Loyalty: 100. Having perused Qin Yushan's profile, Lu Chen surveyed the other Jinhui and discovered that their loyalty, indeed, matched the system's assertion of being at a perfect score of 100. The system proved to be remarkably powerful, capable of cultivating such a devoted cadre of subordinates in advance. Lu Chen then addressed Qin Yushan, "Commander Qin, rise. Let us not linger at the gates of the Wongfu. Please, step inside." With that, Lu Chen turned and made his way toward the Wongfu. Aware that passers-by might spread rumors upon witnessing such a multitude of martial artists gathered at the entrance, some matters shall be addressed upon entering the royal residence. Subsequently, Qin Yushan led several hundred subordinates into the royal palace. Upon reaching the martial arts arena, Chu Yuqin curiously inquired of Lu Chen, "Chener, when did you cultivate such a multitude of skilled warriors? Why am I completely unaware of this?" It would be understandable if she were unaware of a single expert. But upon seeing the numerous individuals clad in identical attire of the Imperial Guards, Chu Yuqin swiftly realized that this was an organized institution. Lu Chen had established an entity affiliated with the royal household, and yet she had not caught wind of it at all, leaving Chu Yuqin utterly perplexed. Lu Chen smiled and replied, "And Chu, there are many matters of which you remain unaware." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin shot him a glance. However, recalling that Lu Chen was a person of celestial destiny, she found herself at ease. At that moment, Lu Chen halted his steps and turned to Qin Yushan, saying, "Commander Qin, please provide an overview of the current status of the Imperial Guards." "Yes, Your Highness. The Imperial Guards currently number 5,000, distributed across various counties of the Great Daxia Dynasty, with all possessing a strength of at least the 5th rank. Among them, there are 11 who are of the 9th rank, including 2 masters, namely my subordinate and Commander Liang Zhong." Upon hearing Qin Yushan's introduction, Chu Yuqin was left utterly stunned. 5,000 warriors of at least the 5th rank? All of them part of the Imperial Guards? Moreover, there were 9 9th-rank warriors and 2 masters. Chen had secretly established such a formidable force. If he possessed this level of power, why had he pretended to be an inept fool during his time in the capital? In the capital, although the princes have various factions supporting them, none possess the direct command over a formidable force like Lu Chen. With such a vast backing, Lu Chen has little to fear from the princes. Furthermore, with the support of the Chu family and the Jiangnan aristocracy, Lu Chen's position as crown prince is virtually assured. For a moment, Chu Yuqin was utterly perplexed. She could not fathom the purpose behind Lu Chen's initial pretense of being a waste. Of course, she was unaware that Lu Chen had just acquired the Jinhui, making her confusion entirely understandable. Lu Chen had requested Qin Yushan to introduce the Jinhui purely for Chu Yuqin's benefit, Now that the introductions were complete, it was time to discuss matters of substance. Commander Chen, recently the Jinhui has gathered some intelligence. Please present it to me, Lu Chen stated. As his words fell, soldiers from the Jinhui, stationed behind Qin Yushan, approached, carrying several large chests before Lu Chen. Your Highness, this contains the intelligence collected by the Jinhui regarding the Great Xia Dynasty this year. Please review it, they announced. Upon seeing the numerous chests filled with intelligence, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing he would not be able to peruse it all today. He then instructed Qin Yushan, please move these documents to my study. Commander Qin, tell me if there have been any recent events in the capital. Upon hearing Lu Chen inquire about the capital's affairs, Qin Yushan immediately responded, Your Highness, I received a message via carrier pigeon from my colleagues in the capital yesterday. A significant event has recently transpired. At this revelation, both Lu Chen and Chu Yuqin's expressions grew markedly serious. Qin Yushan continued to report, the failed assassination attempt on His Majesty by the remnants of Chun Guo resulted in their escape from the capital. Despite the Emperor dispatching agents to scour the entirety of the city, no trace of the assassins was found. Ultimately, His Majesty's shadow guards uncovered that the Duke of Mu's residence had facilitated the escape of these assassins from the city. Now, the entire household of the Duke of Mu has been imprisoned, awaiting trial. Upon hearing Qin Yushan's account, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that his somewhat inept father-in-law would find himself embroiled in such a scandal so soon. In Chapter 43, Intelligence from the Capital, during the Zhou family's rebellion, the Duke of Mu's residence had previously been implicated. On that occasion, Mu Chantian produced an iron decree of pardon, which barely preserved the integrity of the household. Remarkably, within just over a year, the Duke of Mu's residence found itself entangled in yet another controversy. Lu Chen began to doubt the intelligence of his father-in-law. Even if he possessed a rebellious spirit, it seemed implausible that he would so swiftly conspire with the remnants of Qin again. He was not a fool. The Emperor Xia was in his prime and had ascended to the realm of a master. A longevity of over 100 years seemed assured. The notion of assassinating Emperor Xia and toppling the Great Xia Dynasty was no trivial endeavor. At this juncture, Chu Yuqin hastily interjected to Lu Chen, Chener, Zixuan has just given birth. This matter must not reach her ears. Although the concept of postpartum depression was not recognized in this epoch, the people understood that women experienced heightened emotional sensitivity following childbirth. Should Mu Zixuan learn that her entire family had been imprisoned, it could significantly hinder her recovery. Lu Chen replied, Indeed, I comprehend. Upon reaching this point, Lu Chen turned to Qin Yushan and inquired, Commander Qin, has my father suffered any injuries? Qin Yushan replied, In response to your highness, His Majesty has sustained no injuries. It is said that when the remnants of Qin attempted to assassinate His Majesty, the national master was present before him. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen let out a chuckle. He then remarked, Are these remnants of Qin truly so foolish as to dare to assassinate a master in the presence of a grand master? Although Situ Su has never explicitly claimed to be a grand master, the fact of his status has long ceased to be a secret. After all, he is the pillar of the Great Xia Dynasty. Without the strength of a grand master, how could he possibly hold such a title? Did the remnants of Chen truly conduct no reconnaissance before attempting to assassinate the emperor? Lu Chen continued to question. How many assassins did the remnants of Chen send to target my father? What is the level of their strength? Qin Yushan responded. According to intelligence gathered by colleagues in the capital, the remnants of Qin dispatched a total of 30 assassins to infiltrate the palace. Most of these assassins possess strength around the 6th rank, with the most formidable among them being at the threshold of becoming a master, totaling 2 half-step masters. Upon receiving Qin Yushan's report, Lu Chen found himself at a loss for words. Dispatching 30 assassins, 2 of whom are half-step masters, to the heavily guarded palace to assassinate a master, without even ascertaining the presence of formidable figures around the emperor, certainly raises questions about the intelligence of these assassins. Lu Chen even began to doubt whether these remnants of Chen were indeed genuine remnants of Chen. Lu Chen immediately inquired, Has the Jinhui investigated these remnants of the Qin kingdom? Are they truly remnants of the Qin kingdom? Qin Yushan replied, In response to your highness, Commander Liang has dispatched personnel for an investigation, confirming that indeed, remnants of the Qin kingdom have infiltrated the palace. However, through Commander Liang's inquiries, it seems that the escape of these remnants from the capital is likely unrelated to the Duke Mu's residence. Qin Yushan was well aware of Lu Chen's curiosity and thus conveyed the findings of Liang Zong directly. Upon hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen fell into a contemplative silence. The Emperor Xia initially exploited the Zhou family's rebellion to seize the Duke Mu's life-saving decree, subsequently stripping Mu Cha-Tian of his military authority and ultimately disbanding the Hubei army, reallocating its soldiers to other military camps. Now, he is utilizing the remnants of the Chen kingdom to imprison the entire Mu family, revealing his intention to abandon them like a donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. Even if Lu Chen were politically naive, he could discern the Emperor Xia's intentions. Mu Tian and Zhou Tian, who had rebelled over a year ago, were once regarded as the two great sovereigns of the Daxia Dynasty. With Zhou Tian now eliminated, it seemed that Mu Tian was destined for a similar fate. With the obliteration of these two sovereigns, the Emperor Xia's grip on the Daxia Dynasty reached an unprecedented zenith. Consolidating military power into his own hands, what could he possibly be scheming? Noticing Lu Chen's prolonged silence, Chu Yuqin sighed softly and remarked, "Chen, your father likely intends to take action against the aristocratic families." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's realization dawned upon him. The emperor, in his relentless pursuit to reclaim military authority, undoubtedly harbors significant intentions. Otherwise, he would not risk destabilizing the very foundation of the nation. If he intends to act against the noble families, possessing military strength is indeed essential. It is surprising to witness such audacity from my father. Historically, few emperors have dared to confront the influential clans. It is commonly said that a millennium of noble families can withstand the fall of a century-long dynasty. Even when a dynasty is overthrown, these families endure, often monopolizing the court's power. My father's ambition is commendable, earning him my deep admiration. However, my current predicament is rather awkward. Firstly, my maternal lineage hails from the illustrious Chu family of Jiangnan, the largest among the noble clans. Secondly, my consort is the daughter of Mu Tian. Lu Chen then turned to Qin Yushan and inquired, "Has the court provided any guidance regarding the fate of my consort?" Qin Yushan replied, "This matter has sparked several debates within the court. The faction supporting the 8th prince believes the consort should be brought to the capital for collective judgment, while the first prince asserts that she is now the prince's wife and should no longer be regarded as a member of the Mu family." Lu Chen chuckled. "I never anticipated that there would be voices in the capital advocating for this seemingly ineffectual prince." At that moment, a soldier from the royal residence entered the training grounds. "Your Highness, there is a warrior claiming to be from the Jinyui, seeking an audience." The soldier glanced at the Jinyui members present and continued, "He is dressed similarly to them." Lu Chen replied decisively, "Allow him to enter." "Yes, Your Highness." Subsequently, the soldiers of the royal residence escorted a later member of the Imperial Guards into the training ground. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the Imperial Guard immediately knelt partially, saying, "I pay my respects to Your Highness." Lu Chen responded, "Rise." Initially, Lu Chen assumed that this Imperial Guard had only just arrived at the royal residence due to the lengthy journey. However, as soon as the guard stood up, he swiftly produced a bamboo tube from his waist and handed it to Lu Chen. "Your Highness, a letter from the capital. The Duke of Mu's household is suspected of colluding with the remnants of the Chen state and has been exiled to the northwest by His Majesty." Lu Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had only just assumed command of the Imperial Guards, and their intelligence network was already operational. He promptly accepted the bamboo tube from the guard's hand and carefully extracted a letter, scrutinizing its contents. From the information therein, Lu Chen quickly understood that this was a routine intelligence exchange among the Imperial Guards and not due to the guards in the capital being aware of his identity as the Northern Prince. Noticing Lu Chen's grave expression, Chu Yuqin inquired, "Chen, what troubles you?" Lu Chen replied, "Commander Liang mentioned in this report that the Duke of Mu will face numerous assassination attempts from various factions during his exile to the northwest. Now that the Duke's martial prowess has been rendered ineffective, he is merely an ordinary man, and it is highly probable that his entire family will not survive the journey to the northwest." Chapter 44, Which Prince? In ancient times, officials on their way to exile were often at their most vulnerable. Once stripped of their authority, those who had previously offended them would no longer fear reprisals, making it likely that enemies would send assassins to eliminate the exiled officials as an act of vengeance. Moreover, the political adversaries within the court are equally disinclined to see these exiled individuals return to power, and they will undoubtedly devise means to eliminate the banished officials. Furthermore, Mu Tian is a former general of considerable renown within the Tiger Bin army. In the past, he incurred the animosity of many while aiding the Emperor of Xia in his quest for the throne. These individuals harbor a desire to see Mu Tian perish. Presently, Mu Tian is akin to a tiger stripped of its fangs. His enemies will not let this opportunity slip away. Lu Chen is now contemplating whether to rescue his somewhat distant father-in-law. Given his current strength, there exists a semblance of possibility for such a rescue, especially since he already commands the Jinyui. Additionally, as Mu Tian is the father of his consort, it would reflect poorly on him to stand idly by in the face of peril. After a brief pause, Lu Chen inquired, "If they are exiled to the northwest, it shouldn't be too far from Beijing, correct?" Qin Yushan replied, Indeed, Your Highness. Lu Chen cast another glance at the intelligence report in his hand and remarked, "This information was relayed 4 days ago. It is likely that the Mu Duke's household is already en route to exile. If I intend to save them, I am uncertain whether I shall arrive in time." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Qin Yushan immediately reassured, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I believe Commander Liang Zong will know how to act upon realizing you are his lord. If Liang were unaware that his master is the Northern King, he would certainly not intervene to rescue the Mu Duke's household. However, since he is already aware that the master of the Jinyui is the Northern King, and that Duke Mu is the Northern King's father-in-law, he will undoubtedly act swiftly to rescue the Duke's household, and then await the Northern King's further instructions." Lu Chen contemplated for a moment, realizing that he could only place his hopes on the Jinyui commander, whom he had yet to meet, to possess some understanding of the situation. He then addressed Qin Yushan, saying, "Convey a message to Commander Liang, instructing him to save the Duke's family and to make every effort to disguise them as if they have all perished. Then find a way to transport them to the northern county." Qin Yushan clasped his fist and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." At that moment, Lu Chen glanced at the heads of the 4 major divisions of the Jinyui and continued, "The Jinyui must not reveal themselves for the time being. Continue with whatever you were doing before. Although the Jinyui may not be as significant compared to the Shadow Guard of the Daxia Dynasty, as a prince and a lord of the border, possessing such a vast and comprehensive intelligence network would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. What could he, a prince, intend by sending people to lurk in various counties of the Daxia Dynasty, monitoring officials and gathering intelligence? Was it not plainly an attempt at rebellion? Lu Chen was not so foolish. It was best for the Jinyui to remain shrouded in secrecy. Meanwhile, in the capital, within the dungeons, a tall and formidable middle-aged man clad in prison garb was tightly bound to a torture rack. His hair was disheveled, and he appeared utterly exhausted. Upon learning of his impending exile, Mu Changtian could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha, how absurd, truly absurd. Ah, Lu Xingqiu, in years past, I risked my very life, leading 100 men into the heart of enemy territory to rescue you. I devoted everything to support you during your struggle for the throne. Yet here I find myself in this woeful predicament. The hearts of indifferent emperors have always been cold. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand. In the adjacent cell, the family members of the Duke of Mu are imprisoned." Upon hearing Mu Changtian's words, a young man clad in prison garb spoke up, "Father, will we survive the journey to the northwest?" The speaker is Mu Xingping, Mu Changtian's second son and the elder brother of Mu Zixuan. Having grown up in the Duke's residence, he possesses a keen awareness of the political landscape, understanding that their family's exile to the northwest is but a mere pretext. The Emperor of Xia will certainly not allow them to reach the northwest safely, even if the Emperor refrains from executing them. The enemies of the Duke's family will not permit them to live unscathed. Now, all the males of their family have had their martial prowess stripped away, rendered mere mortals. Should they encounter assassins along the way, they would be utterly defenseless. At his son's words, Mu Changtian fell into a contemplative silence, for he too understood that the Emperor would not allow him to reach the northwest alive, nor would his adversaries permit him to continue living. He and his family are destined to perish on this exile. The Emperor chose not to execute them outright. Instead, he opted for exile. Fearing the reproach of having slain loyal ministers, wary of the whispers that might follow him. At this moment, Mu Changtian's eldest son, Mu Jingwu, spoke up, "Father, will our younger sister be spared from this calamity? These individuals are undoubtedly doomed, a certainty beyond question." Mu Jingwu now harbors concerns that his sister, married to the Northern King, may also fall victim to the impending calamity. Upon hearing this, Mu Changtian sighed, remaining silent. The Northern King is merely an ineffectual and uneducated wastrel, characterized by a disposition of weakness and incapacity. It is said that upon his arrival in Beijing, he took numerous women into his palace, indulging in pleasures daily, with his daughters managing the affairs of the estate. Given the Northern King's temperament, even if the court refrained from punishing his daughters, he might still fear the court's wrath could lead to them being cast out of the palace or perhaps even result in a divorce. Once all the members of the Mu family are extinguished, Mu Zixuan would be left utterly alone, and the Northern King would no longer have to worry about any repercussions. The mere thought of his daughter's future plight fills Mu Changtian with rage. He reflects bitterly on his folly, having once been blind to elevate the treacherous Lu Xingqiu to the throne. At this moment, a prison guard opened the cell where Mu Changtian was held in solitary confinement. A man entered and instructed the guard beside him, "You may leave. I have a few matters to discuss with Lord Mo." "Very well, Warden." The guard then exited the cell, leaving only the man with Mu Changtian. The Mu family members in the adjacent cell, noticing someone had entered Mu Changtian's quarters, turned their gazes toward him in unison. Mu Changtian scrutinized the man before him and, with a scoff, remarked, Lu Xingqiu sent you, did he not? Facing imminent death, Mu Chantian no longer felt the need to extend respect to Emperor Xia, directly addressing him by name. The man simply smiled in response. Then, he walked up to Mu Chantian and directly unlocked all the iron chains that bound him. Observing this scene, the members of the Mu family were somewhat perplexed, unsure of the jailer's motives. At that moment, the jailer spoke, Lord Mu Gugong, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Hong, and I am an emissary of the prince. Upon hearing this, Mu Chantian was engulfed in confusion. The prince? Which prince? Who among the princes would dare to make contact with him now? He was already facing exile, and he could hardly believe that the princes were unaware of the implications of his banishment. If a prince were to reach out to him at this juncture, it would undoubtedly incite the emperor's displeasure. In such a case, not only would he be confined, but he might even lose his claim to the throne. Once freed from the chains, Mu Chantian stretched his body, intending to inquire which prince Zhao Hong represented. However, he was interrupted as Zhao Hong produced 3 small vials and announced, these contain 3 pills of great revitalizing elixir. Consuming them will restore 90% of your martial prowess. At this revelation, Mu Chantian was rendered speechless. Chapter 45, Chen Wanrong. I will plant the love goo as a former master martial artist. Mu Chantian could not possibly be ignorant of the great revitalizing elixir. Yet, he had only heard of it before and had never witnessed it firsthand. Legends spoke of its miraculous ability to bring the dead back to life and fully restore one's martial capabilities. While such tales may be somewhat embellished, it was undoubtedly true that the elixir could restore one's strength, as it was known to exist within the palace. Mu Chantian gazed at the 3 small porcelain vials in Zhao Hong's hands with a sense of disbelief. Mu Chantian fell silent for a moment before sneering. I never anticipated that some individuals could hardly contain themselves. We have yet to depart from the capital, and they already conspired to take action against me. At this juncture, it is inconceivable that anyone would come to their rescue, let alone bestow upon them such a miraculous elixir as the Great Huan Dan. Clearly, this is a premeditated attempt on their lives, an insidious poison disguised as a remedy. What utter nonsense! The Great Huan Dan is nothing but a toxin. Mu Chantian then inquired, Speak, who sent you? He added with disdain, If it is Lu Xingqiu, I would rather perish on the road than ingest the poison he offers. Perceiving that Mu Chantian had misconstrued his intent, Zhao Hong chuckled, Your Grace, you are mistaken. Those who wish to see you dead would not allow you to meet your end in a dungeon. The Great Huan Dan in my possession is indeed genuine. As for which prince has provided it to you, you shall soon find out. If you wish to see your daughter again, it would be prudent to consume the Great Huan Dan at once, to regain your full strength before your exile. Zhao Hong knew that if he claimed the Great Huan Dan was from the North Prince, Mu Chantian would likely remain skeptical, given the North Prince's notorious reputation for incompetence. Mentioning his daughter momentarily stunned Mu Chantian. At that moment, in the adjacent cell, Mu Jingwu spoke up, Father, give it to me. I shall take it first. Even if it is poison, I accept my fate. After all, we have but a few days left to live. Mu Chantian once again gazed at the small porcelain vial in Zhao Hong's hand. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively seized the vial from Zhao Hong's grasp. He uncorked it and promptly consumed the elixir contained within, just as Mu Chantian braced himself for the inevitable embrace of death. He was astonished to discover that his internal energy began to rejuvenate. A wave of exhilaration surged through his body. Before long, he sensed the return of his martial prowess. Although not entirely restored, he now possessed the strength of a 9th-tier warrior. Dumbfounded, Mu Chantian stared at the remaining 2 porcelain vials in his hand. Could it be that these truly contained the legendary Great Restoration pills? How could this be possible? Such treasures were exclusive to the Imperial Palace. This miraculous elixir, capable of replenishing one's strength, was coveted not only by masters but even by grandmasters. One alone was already exceedingly rare, yet here he stood, granted 3 by this jailer. If word spread that 3 Great Restoration pills existed among the common folk, chaos would undoubtedly ensue throughout the capital. To think such a precious concoction was offered by a prince. Wait. A realization struck Mu Chantian. The jailer merely claimed that these pills were bestowed upon him by a certain prince, without specifying that this prince was a child of the Emperor of Xia. The princes of the Great Xia Dynasty were numerous, and anyone could be granted the title of prince, not solely the current heirs. Could it be that a feudal prince harbored ambitions of rebellion and sought to win him over? With this thought, Mu Chantian's conviction solidified. It had to be the case. Otherwise, how could the jailer part with 3 Great Restoration pills to aid him and his 2 sons in regaining their strength? However, to return to the matter at hand. Even if that prince were to rebel, it would be of no consequence to him. Lu Xingqiu is merely a treacherous wolf. What does it matter if he turns against him? Contemplating this, Mu Chantian promptly addressed Zhao Hong. Thank you. Please convey to your prince that whatever he wishes me to undertake, Mu Cha Tian shall oblige. With that, Mu Chantian tossed 2 small porcelain vials to Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping in the adjacent cell. Without a moment's hesitation, they caught the vials and consumed their contents. As they felt the resurgence of their internal power, disbelief washed over their faces. This was not poison, but rather a genuine elixir of great restoration. If that were the case, did their father also regain his strength? With such a development, they might stand a chance of resisting, preventing themselves from being slaughtered en masse. As for whether they would survive the journey to the northwest, that would be left to fate. Zhao Hong remarked, "Understood, Duke Mu. I will relay your message to the prince. I shall not intrude further." He then turned and exited the cell. Once the cell door closed again, Mu Xingping immediately inquired, "Father, which prince is it that dares to send us elixirs at such a time, especially the rumored Great Restoration elixir?" Mu Chantian paused for a moment before responding. "It seems a vassal prince can no longer remain idle. He wishes to unite with the aristocracy against Lu Xingqiu while he deals with the noble houses." The noble families had long anticipated that Lu Xingqiu might take action against them, thus they could not remain passive. The most likely course of action would be to support a certain prince, aiming to overthrow Lu Xingqiu's rule and install another as emperor, much like how they had assisted Lu Xingqiu in ascending to the throne years ago. Upon hearing Mu Chantian's words, Mu Jingwu inquired, "Father, what shall we do?" Mu Chantian chuckled softly and replied, "What shall we do? I was the one who elevated Lu Xingqiu to the throne. Since he has turned against me, he must not blame me for pulling him down." Mu Chantian had already resolved that if anyone were to oppose Lu Xingqiu, he would undoubtedly lend his support to that individual. Clearly, these 3 precious medicinal pills were a testament to the sincerity of the other party. Otherwise, they would not have bestowed such valuable elixirs upon them. Yet, the identity of that prince remained a mystery. In the Great Xia, there were not many princes with the capability to rebel, although the Great Xia granted considerable power to certain princes. Lu Xingqiu had a penchant for undermining those fiefs with significant potential for development. If matters truly spiraled out of control, he would simply instruct the shadow guards to intervene and preemptively eliminate potential threats. Lu Xingqiu had not shied away from such actions in the past. Mu Cha Tian was aware of one prince who had been assassinated by Lu Xingqiu's shadow guards. After the prince's death, the court had shifted all blame onto the chief historian of the prince's fief, accusing him of imprisoning the prince with intentions of rebellion. After pondering for a moment, Mu Chantian ultimately could not envision that prince attempting to court his favor, so he decided to let it be. After all, once he was out, he would discern who sought to win him over. Meanwhile, at the Xianyu Palace, within the delicate veil, shrouded in mist, a woman clad in simple white attire sits before a guqin, earnestly playing its strings. Tall and graceful, her figure sways like a willow, as a gentle breeze stirs the veil at the entrance, revealing a glimpse of her exquisite countenance. Her beauty, radiant as frost and snow, bears no flaw. With a porcelain complexion exuding an ethereal chill, she resembles a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. At this moment, a stately woman adorned in a purple robe, exuding an air of elegance, enters the chamber. The melodious strains of the guqin cease with her arrival, and the young woman inquires, "Aunt Lin, is there something amiss?" Her voice, cool yet tinged with warmth, fills the air. The elegant matron responds, "Mistress, are you truly resolved to venture to the northern prefecture?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wanrong rises and steps gracefully from the gauzy enclosure, her sanctified visage coming into the matron's view. In a soft voice, she articulates, "Only with the blood of the Summer Emperor's child can the dragon suppression spell be forged, and the Northern Prince is the most accessible among the royal heirs." A shadow of concern crosses the matron's face as she replies, "Yet I have heard that the Northern Prince is a man of carnal desires, surrounded by numerous maidens in his residence, indulging in revelry. Should he take a fancy to you?" Her words trail off. Chen Wanrong gazes expressionlessly at the distant verdant mountains and replies calmly, "Desire is a double-edged sword. It is easily manipulated. I shall plant a love curse within him and control his actions, compelling him to assist us in achieving the dragon suppression spell." Hearing this, the matron exhales a sigh, then adds, "He is the child of Chuyu. If fate allows, I hope the mistress will ultimately spare his life." Chen Wanrong remained unresponsive, silently gazing into the distance as a gentle breeze stirred her garments, causing them to sway gracefully. Chapter 46. Wongqing reports intelligence. Lu Chun was utterly oblivious to the fact that he had drawn the attention of the remnants of the Chen family. With the arrival of the Jinyui, he found himself increasingly occupied. The intelligence they provided was overwhelming for several days. He had been poring over the amassed reports in his study. It must be said that the capabilities of the Jinyui were truly remarkable. Without any oversight from him, They had managed to meticulously investigate some of the ancient affairs of the Great Xia Dynasty. For instance, they uncovered the circumstances surrounding his mother's demise, as well as how the Emperor of Xia, supported by the aristocracy, had gradually descended into opposition against them. As Chen perused the Jinyui's archives, his brow furrowed deeper with each revelation. According to their records, the beloved of the emperor was murdered by his mother, leading the emperor to harbor a profound hatred toward her, extending his animosity toward Chen himself. It was said that upon Chen's birth, the emperor even contemplated eliminating his own flesh and blood. As for why his mother committed such an act against the emperor's cherished woman, it boiled down to the trivial intrigues of the harem, such as the fierce competition for the title of empress. Chen, however, found little interest in those matters. His current preoccupation lay with the means to return to the capital. Judging by the emperor's attitude toward him, it seemed that his only path back to the capital would be through rebellion. Any prince could engage in the struggle for succession, yet he, the northern prince, had no viable means to participate in such affairs. The emperor would never permit his return to the capital. To return, it seems that only a lifeless body would suffice. At this moment, a sultry voice echoed from outside the door. "Your Highness, are you there? I have urgent matters to report." Upon recognizing the voice of Wongqing, Chen set aside the documents in his hands. There were too many pressing issues at hand, and none could be resolved in haste. He decided to take his time. After all, he had ample opportunity ahead of him. "Please, come in," he called. As his words faded, Wongqing, draped in delicate red gauze, entered the study with a graceful stride. At present, Wongqing had utterly succumbed to Chen's influence. Perhaps it was due to the emotional bond they had nurtured that she had grown increasingly enchanting, nearly reaching the threshold of seduction. Her delicate nose, soft crimson lips, slender waist, and skin as white as jade, combined with the gentle fragrance that perpetually emanated from her, stirred an irresistible urge in anyone who merely passed by her. Were it not for Chen's status as a ninth-grade martial artist, he might have been compelled by the effects of the Longhu Dan to rush towards Wongqing at this moment. Nevertheless, while he had learned to master his desires, Chen would not relinquish the opportunity to cultivate his feelings for Wongqing. During the time when Mu Zixuan and the others were pregnant, it was primarily Wongqing who attended to him, visiting the Wong residence almost daily. Compared to Mu Zixuan and the others, Chen felt a stronger impulse towards Wongqing. Perhaps it was her identity as a famed courtesan. The very thought that this celebrated beauty, adored by many, was but his own maid, filled Chen with exhilaration. It must be said that, at times, one's identity serves as a complement to one's appearance. After entering the study, Wongqing softly greeted, "I have seen the prince." Chen cast a fleeting glance at Wongqing before reaching out to grasp her delicate hand, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Wongqing offered no resistance, seamlessly settling into Chen's arms. Before this man, she felt no capacity to resist. Nor did she wish to. She was his female slave, subject to his every whim. Chen inquired, "What brings you to me?" Wongqing replied, "Your Highness, the 8th Prince has sent word, stating that the Master of Blood Moon Tower intends to visit Beijing personally. He has instructed me to gather information about recent happenings in the Wong residence, particularly regarding the enigmatic Master." At this revelation, Chen paused momentarily. Was his 8th brother still clinging to hope? Having lingered in Beijing for so long, he should be aware that the Chu family had not dispatched anyone to establish contact with him. Why then would he seek to trouble himself with such matters? As Chen caressed Wongqing's form, he queried, "The Master of Blood Moon Tower must possess the strength of a master, correct? Is he here to assassinate me?" Wongqing responded, "The 8th Prince did not divulge that information. He merely requested that I report on the recent activities of the Wong residence and whether there have been any movements from the mysterious master." Chen pondered internally, realizing that his 8th brother was likely unaware that their father had already resolved to take action against the Jiangnan aristocracy. At such a juncture, did he still seek the Chu family support? He should beware. He might find himself and the Chu family both cast aside. At that moment, Wongqing suddenly recalled something and continued, "By the way, Your Highness, I have inquired about a matter." Chen asked, "What matter?" She replied, "I have heard that the entire Mu Duke's household has been exiled to the northwest. The intelligence network of the Misty Rain Pavilion is indeed formidable, and news from the capital swiftly reaches Wongqing. Upon learning of the Mu Duke's situation, she remembered that the princess was also the daughter of the Mu Duke, and thus thought that Chen would be particularly concerned about this matter, prompting her to bring it up. However, upon hearing this, Chen immediately responded, "I am already aware of this matter." Wongqing then said, "Then I have nothing further to discuss." At this point, she subtly shifted her posture, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in her seat. Just then, Chen smiled and said, "No, you have one more task." Coincidentally, I have grown a bit weary and require some relaxation. Hearing this, Wongqing cast a resentful glance at Lu Chen and, understanding his unspoken request, rose to lean over the table, tidying the scattered intelligence reports before him. The host and Wongqing have deepened their bond. Qi refinement technique experience increased by 20, rejuvenation technique experience increased by 20. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the second level of the rejuvenation technique. Upon hearing the notification, Lu Chen glanced at the now slumped Wongqing, feeling somewhat puzzled. He understood that it was relatively difficult for martial artists to conceive. However, since Mu Zixuan and the others became pregnant, Wongqing had been visiting the Wong residence daily, nurturing their relationship, yet she remained without child. Although Wongqing is a 9th-grade martial artist, the difficulty of her pregnancy seems excessively daunting. It has been nearly a year. Could it be that there is something amiss with Wongqing's body? Lu Chen cannot possibly believe that there is an issue with his own physique, as he has consumed the Dragon Tiger pill and sipped Dragon and Phoenix tea. The only plausible explanation lies with Wongqing's condition. After some contemplation, Lu Chen decided to examine Wongqing's body using the rejuvenation technique. Having reached the second tier of this skill, he found it quite effortless to ascertain whether an individual harbors hidden injuries or ailments. As he placed his hand upon Wongqing's abdomen, a vivid image of her internal state materialized in his mind. To his surprise, her body appeared entirely normal, akin to that of any healthy woman. This was indeed puzzling. Despite her physical well-being, the challenge of conceiving remained formidable. Could it truly be attributed to her status as a 9th-grade martial artist? If so, would it not render future attempts at impregnating a certain beautiful lady even more arduous? At that moment, Wongqing suddenly spoke. "My lord, when do you plan to indulge in your Aunt Chu? She has been increasingly jealous and growing more resentful towards me." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression momentarily faltered. But he soon responded with a smile. "What do you mean by that? Do you truly believe I would commit any act of disrespect towards her?" Wongqing replied. "The moment you hear the name Aunt Chu, you become all the more fierce. What else could I think?" Lu Chen chuckled softly and said, "It seems you still do not comprehend the essence of a concubine. How dare you meddle in my affairs? It appears I must take it upon myself to educate you today." "Oh, Your Highness, I acknowledge my mistakes." "Ah, dear brother." Chapter 47. The Dilemma of Lu Chen. As Wongqing exited Lu Chen's study, her attire was disheveled, her hair cascading loosely, and her cheeks flushed with a vibrant hue. She swayed slightly as she walked. Just as she was leaving the main courtyard, she unexpectedly collided with the patrolling Chu Yuqing. Upon witnessing Wongqing's disheveled appearance, Chu Yuqing immediately deduced that this enchanting vixen had been attempting to seduce her beloved Chen. With a sardonic tone, Chu Yuqing remarked, "Miss Wong, I have heard that the business at your Baiwa Tower is exceptionally flourishing. As the proprietor, why do you spend your days at the Wong residence instead of overseeing your establishment?" Noticing the jealousy etched upon Chu Yuqing's face, Wongqing couldn't help but smile knowingly. She was acutely aware of the source of Chu Yuqing's disdain. It stemmed from her daily service to the Northern Prince, which undoubtedly ignited feelings of envy. Wongqing then replied, "Madam Chu, the princess and several other ladies are with child, leaving only me to attend to His Highness. You are not unaware of the immense pressure he bears. If I do not attend to him, should I impose upon Madam Chu to alleviate his burdens instead? Should you wish to assist His Highness in relieving his stress daily, I shall refrain from coming tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqing's expression shifted dramatically, a gust of wind seemingly erupting from her being as her gown fluttered wildly. "Wongqing, you are merely Chen's servant. I advise you to watch your words. Otherwise, should I choose to end your existence, I trust Chen would remain indifferent." Wongqing smiled gently, and then remarked, "Madam Chu, should you truly wish to take my life, devoid of my service to the prince, you would find yourself obliged to attend to him daily." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqing felt a mixture of anger and shame, a rosy hue blossoming upon her cheeks. Noting Wongqing's utter lack of fear, Chu Yuqing grew disinterested in further confrontation and turned away, striding towards another part of the Wong residence while declaring, "It is merely a tool for Qiner to unleash his malevolent thoughts. Why should I be vexed by an instrument?" Wongqing, unfazed by her words, acknowledged her role as merely a tool, yet one that pleased the Northern Prince. Observing Chu Yuqing's voluptuous figure, a faint smile graced Wongqing's lips as she quietly mused, "Ah, Madam Chu, the prince's patience is indeed finite. It shan't be long before you find yourself in his bed." Though Chu Yuqing had endeavored over the past 6 months to maintain distance from Lu Chen, she remained the captain of the inner court guards, tasked with ensuring Lu Chen's safety. Consequently, she frequently encountered scenes of Lu Chen tormenting Wongqing. Wongqing understood well that each time Chu Yuqing appeared or was mentioned in Lu Chen's presence, his fury intensified, transforming him into a veritable whirlwind of madness, which invariably brought misfortune upon her. It was evident that Lu Chen's yearning for Chu Yuqin was growing increasingly insatiable, while he could currently suppress his inner desires. The passage of time would likely render such restraint impossible. Perhaps one day, by mere chance, the two might collide, resulting in Chu Yuqin being unable to escape, ultimately leading to her complete subjugation. After Chu Yuqin's figure vanished from view, Wongqing turned to leave the courtyard. However, just as she pivoted, she encountered Mu Zixuan. Having given birth, Mu Zixuan took some time to rest and had now largely recovered, able to rise and walk once more. Unlike her demeanor towards Chu Yuqin, Wongqing held a profound respect for Mu Zixuan, the princess. Upon seeing her, Wongqing promptly greeted, "Greetings, princess." Mu Zixuan offered a slight smile and nodded in response, saying, "You may rise, Miss Wong." Aware that Wongqing was merely a plaything of Lu Chen, Mu Zixuan was unfazed by her frequent presence in the inner court. Such was the nature of this era, where most mistresses remained indifferent to their husbands' consorts or female slaves, and Mu Zixuan was no exception. At that moment, Mu Zixuan inquired, "Is the prince inside?" Wongqing replied, "The prince is currently in his study." Mu Zixuan said, "Very well, Miss Wong, please attend to your matters. I shall pay a visit to the prince." With an increasingly regal demeanor, Mu Zixuan's words and actions exuded the air of a person of high status. Just as Wongqing was about to depart, a thought struck her, and she immediately added, "Princess, I have a matter I wish to trouble you with, if you would be so inclined to listen." Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan, intrigued, asked, "What is it?" "Please, go on, Miss Wong." Wongqing glanced at the location of Lu Chen's study and then spoke. "Princess, has the prince not considered taking a concubine?" She added, "Forgive me for my impertinence." Ever since Lu Chen's wives had become pregnant, it had fallen upon Wongqing to attend to him daily. Even though she was a ninth-tier martial artist, she could no longer endure the demands placed upon her. Now that Mu Zixuan had just given birth, it was unlikely she could continue to serve Lu Chen. Yet Wongqing, as a mere female servant, was still expected to fulfill that role, though it was not her place to voice such matters regarding concubinage. She could no longer remain silent. She believed Mu Zixuan to be a magnanimous individual who would not impede Lu Chen's desires for a concubine. Moreover, the northern prince had far too few wives and concubines to adequately attend to his needs, and as the princess, Mu Zixuan could not continuously deny him this right. Upon hearing Wongqing's words, Mu Zixuan immediately understood. It was evident that Wongqing could no longer bear the burden. Mu Zixuan mused to herself that if even a ninth-tier martial artist could not withstand it, then her husband must possess an exceptionally robust constitution. When she had wed Lu Chen in the capital, she had believed him to be a youth whose vitality had been depleted by indulgence, and thus he would be frail. Yet, it seemed. Mu Zixuan sighed, and then said, "Miss Wong, I shall bring up the matter of the prince taking a concubine, so you may rest assured in return." Wongqing immediately expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness. I take my leave now." With that, she turned and exited the courtyard. Meanwhile, as Lu Chen emerged from the study, he noticed the flushed face of Chu Yuqin and promptly called out to her, "Aunt Chu, please wait a moment. I have a question I wish to ask you." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin immediately halted her steps, turning to look at Lu Chen with a puzzled expression. "Chinner, what is it that you seek from me?" she inquired. Lu Chen responded, "Aunt Chu, I recall that the higher a warrior's realm, the more challenging it becomes for them to conceive. Am I correct?" "Indeed, that is true," Chu Yuqin replied, a hint of anxiety creeping into her heart. Why was Chinner suddenly posing such a question? Could it be that he harbored intentions towards me? After all, within the inner courtyard of the Wong residence, she seemed to be the only female warrior with whom Lu Chen shared a close bond. At this moment, Lu Chen continued, "I have engaged in intimate relations with Wongqing multiple times, yet she still has not conceived, despite having no apparent health issues. Even if a warrior's realm complicates conception, it shouldn't result in over half a year passing without any signs of pregnancy, should it?" Upon hearing Lu Chen mention Wongqing, Chu Yuqin felt relieved. It turned out he was referring to her. A smile graced her lips as she responded, "Chinner, are you not aware that warriors above the 5th rank can expel certain impurities from their bodies using their internal energy? Many warriors who have been poisoned can eliminate toxins as long as they are not particularly severe." Chapter 48. This will trouble you. Aunt Chu. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback by Chu Yuqin's response. So this was the case? He had wondered why Wongqing exhibited no health issues. Yet over half a year had passed without any signs of pregnancy. How intriguing. This female servant had the audacity to expel the emotions he conveyed to her through her internal energy. The next time I encounter her, I must give her a thorough reprimand. ensuring she understands the authority of her master. This scoundrel has deceived me for over half a year. I even began to doubt if there was something amiss with my own health, only to discover that the issue lay with her. At this moment, Chu Yuqin interjected, saying, Chen, although Wongqing is a 9th-tier martial artist, her overt identity is that of the courtesan of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. While indulging in a dalliance may not pose a problem, if you were to take her as a concubine, it could tarnish your reputation. Chu Yuqin indeed harbored some biases against Wongqing, but her caution was not without merit. In this era, social status holds significant weight. Even if a courtesan were to reform or be purchased by a wealthy family, few would be eligible to become a concubine. Moreover, given that Lu Chen is a prince, it would be a source of ridicule for him to take a courtesan as a concubine. Upon hearing Chu Yuqin's warning, Lu Chen replied with a smile, Aunt Chu, do you not think that taking her as a concubine could afford me more time for growth? At Lu Chen's remark, Chu Yuqin was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, are you suggesting that you intend to continue your charade, deceiving the court into believing you remain that worthless prince? Lu Chen responded, these are tumultuous times. Although Beijun is not currently under the court's scrutiny, there are still many eyes upon it. My every action holds great significance. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yuqin sighed softly and said, Chen, you have grown and developed your own thoughts. Pursue what you wish to do, and should any troubles arise, you may confide in me. I will persuade your grandfather to offer his assistance. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen smiled and replied, Aunt Chu, I have indeed encountered a troubling matter recently. Concerned, Chu Yuqin inquired, what sort of trouble? Lu Chen answered, while practicing martial arts, I have been feeling an unsettling energy swirling within my dantian. Could you please examine me to determine the cause? Taken aback by his request, Chu Yuqin paused. In Lu Chen's childhood, she frequently checked on his health, but now that he was grown and had his own princess, it seemed rather inappropriate for her to do so. After all, he was an adult, and there were distinctions between genders. Reflecting on this, she eventually said, Chen, you are now an adult. It would not be suitable for me to examine you. I will have General Li come to take a look. He should be able to identify the issue. Lu Chen responded, Aunt Chu, General Li is merely an 8th-tier warrior who has only recently broken through. He lacks your extensive experience. Chu Yuqin replied, do you not have the Jingyue? Commander Chen should still be in Yinqing. He is a grandmaster, and he can examine you. No matter how Lu Chen pressed, Chu Yuqin was resolute in her decision not to personally check his condition, fearing that it might lead to an awkwardly intimate situation. Hearing her words, Lu Chen let out a deep sigh and said, alas, I understand now. Aunt Chu finds me unworthy. Chu Yuqin quickly retorted, Chen, how could you say such a thing? I am your aunt. How could I ever disdain you? Lu Chen remarked, in my childhood, you frequently conducted health examinations for me, but now that I have grown up, you no longer do so. Is it because you have grown indifferent towards me? Upon hearing these words, a faint blush crept across Chu Yuqin's face, extending to her neck. Just as she was about to respond, Lu Chen turned away, saying, Aunt Chu, if you are unwilling to assist me with my examination, then so be it. If something were to happen, then death would be my fate, for it seems you no longer care for me. At this, Chu Yuqin's mind momentarily froze, and she retorted with some annoyance, Chen, how can you casually speak of life and death? With that, she reached out and grasped Lu Chen's wrist. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Lu Chen's lips, though it was hidden from Chu Yuqin's view as he faced away. He had long noticed that, in recent times, Chu Yuqin had been making efforts to avoid him. Naturally, he understood the reason behind it. She feared that an encounter could lead to an unexpected romance, ultimately resulting in her becoming his woman. After all, she was a rather traditional woman, unaccustomed to such matters. After holding onto Lu Chen's wrist, Chu Yuqin sighed and said, let us go to the room. I shall examine you, and also help you regulate your internal energy. In truth, she had long wished to ascertain Lu Chen's physical condition. Although he possessed celestial potential, martial cultivation was a personal endeavor, and one could never predict if any mishaps might arise. However, as Chu Yuqin recalled the incident from the past, coupled with her awareness that Lu Chen, that little rascal, had been harboring inappropriate desires for her, she found herself compelled to suppress her own thoughts, refraining from offering to examine Lu Chen's health. Upon hearing Chu Yuqin's consent, Lu Chen promptly replied, then I must trouble you, Aunt Chu. The two then proceeded to the study. Upon entering, a peculiar odor wafted through the air, prompting a strange expression to cross Chu Yuqin's face. What is this smell? Why is it so unpleasant? Though she was nearing her 29th year, Chu Yuqin had never encountered such matters, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Lu Chen casually explained, this is a newly developed perfume from the Wong residence. Chu Yuqin expressed her astonishment. Perfume? Surely, no one would purchase a fragrance that smells like this? With that, She took a moment to inhale the air around her before continuing. Could it be that this scent has affected you, causing issues during your training? She pondered whether the noxious odor might have contributed to her dear Chen's physical troubles while practicing martial arts, as such disturbances could often be attributed to one's environment. Lu Chen replied, I am uncertain. Perhaps that could be a factor. At that moment, Chu Yuqin glanced at Lu Chen, her cheeks flushed, and said, Please remove your upper garment. I would like to assess the situation. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Chen skillfully shed his shirt. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Yuqin's face flushed with warmth, akin to a fever, and her ears tinged a rosy hue, as Lu Chen shed his upper garments. His well-defined physique came into view before Chu Yuqin. The sight of his meticulously sculpted 8-pack abs momentarily captivated her attention. When Lu Chen married Mu Zixuan, Chu Yuqin had once conducted a physical examination on him. At that time, his abdomen bore no discernible muscles, merely a slight paunch. Now, to her astonishment, he exhibited such pronounced musculature. Although she was aware that Lu Chen was a martial artist, she had never witnessed his training regimen. It was quite remarkable that someone who appeared not to have engaged in rigorous practice could possess such robust muscles. Chapter 49. You wouldn't be deceiving it, would you? While Lu Chen's musculature was evident, it did not appear exaggerated, unlike the modern bodybuilders. His physique was a paragon of perfection, leaving Chu Yuqin somewhat dazed. She mustered her composure and inquired, Chinner, though you are indeed a martial artist, I have rarely seen you train. What accounts for your formidable physique? Lu Chen replied with a smile, Aunt Chu, who says I do not train. Have I not been practicing daily? Puzzled by this assertion, Chu Yuqin responded. Then why have I not witnessed it? Lu Chen explained, I usually practice in my room, and I require Wongqing's assistance. It is not surprising that you have not seen it. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yuqin instantly comprehended Lu Chen's implication. She cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, You little rascal, is that truly martial training? Lu Chen, unabashed, replied, Aunt Chu, you seem to overlook that there are myriad ways to practice martial arts. With a light snort, Chu Yuqin opted not to pursue the topic further. Chenner, do enlighten me about the discomfort you're experiencing. As her words fell, Chu Yuqin scrutinized Lu Chen's abdominal muscles earnestly. At that moment, Lu Chen seized her delicate hand and placed it directly over his chest. I occasionally feel pain here, especially during martial training, often to the point where I am rendered immobile. Noticing Lu Chen grasping her hand, Chu Yuqin instinctively attempted to withdraw, yet upon hearing his words, she dismissed her initial impulse. She focused intently on assessing Lu Chen's condition, as she had now mastered the ability to channel her inner energy into another's body, allowing her to easily detect any ailments within. After a brief moment, she murmured to herself, Strange, it seems there is nothing amiss? Upon hearing Chu Yuqin's remarks, Lu Chen interjected, And Chu, surely you cannot be mistaken. How could there be no issue? At that point, a sudden realization seemed to dawn upon him, and he displayed a look of astonishment, exclaiming, Oh, how peculiar. Aunt Chu, for some reason, after your hand touched my dantian, the burning sensation has completely vanished. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin cast a skeptical glance at Lu Chen, questioning the veracity of his claim. Lu Chen remarked, How could I possibly deceive you? At that moment, he glanced down at his chest and exclaimed, Aunt Chu, look quickly. There is something peculiar on my chest. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin's gaze swiftly shifted from Lu Chen's face to his chest, and to her astonishment, she noticed a green glow emanating from it. What could this be? This was the first time she had encountered such a phenomenon. Lu Chen continued, How extraordinary. Aunt Chu, the energy accumulated in my dantian has gradually dissipated, and it seems my inner strength has been unblocked. With a perplexed expression, Chu Yuqin inquired, Is that true? But I haven't done anything. She simply placed her hand on Lu Chen's chest and examined his body without actively aiding his internal energy, yet his condition improved on its own. Could such a miraculous occurrence be possible? Chu Yuqin found the current situation incomprehensible. Lu Chen then added, And Chu, I believe I understand what is happening. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin quickly asked, What is it? Lu Chen elaborated, The celestial technique I inherited contains a unique method. When a woman who shares a deep connection with me is nearby, she can assist in my cultivation. It must be that your touch has created the conditions for our mutual cultivation, calming the chaotic energy within my body and allowing my inner strength to flow smoothly. Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Chen with skepticism. Chenner, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Why do I feel that the technique you describe resembles the demonic sex harmony skill? Lu Chen inquired earnestly. Aunt Chu, have you never pondered the origins of the harmony skill? The demonic sex technique is harmful to individuals, whereas the celestial method I have inherited is beneficial for both parties. You have witnessed that merely by making contact with my body, you were able to stabilize my internal energy without suffering any harm. At this juncture, Lu Chen gazed intently into Chu Yuqin's beautiful eyes. I suspect that the harmony skill shares similarities with the technique I practice. However, it is incomplete, which is why it poses dangers. The method I possess is whole, thus posing no detriment to either of us. Perhaps, long ago, someone pilfered the celestial technique, but what they stole was not the complete form, resulting in the creation of the demonic sex harmony skill. Upon hearing Lu Chen's musings, Chu Yuqin contemplated seriously, finding some merit in his reasoning. So, what should we do now? She asked, her face flushed. Her hand rested upon Lu Chen's chest, and given her proximity to him, she felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. The masculine aura emanating from Lu Chen continually stimulated her, challenging her inner composure. If this continued, they might find themselves in a similar predicament as before. At this moment, Lu Chen remarked, "Aunt Chu, since your touch can stabilize my internal energy, why not remain close to me for a while longer?" Chu Yuqin pondered for a moment, concluding that merely resting her hand against Chen's chest should be harmless, as long as she refrained from drawing nearer herself. Upon reflecting on this, Chu Yuqin sighed and said, "Very well, if you feel better, do let me know." Just then, Lu Chen suddenly let out a mournful cry, gripping Chu Yuqin's hand tightly as he pressed it against his chest. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yuqin, in a state of panic, inquired, "Chen'er, what is wrong?" As her words fell, her body instinctively moved closer to Lu Chen, and her other hand quickly supported him. Lu Chen, with an expression of agony, replied, "Aunt Chu, it may be that the impurities accumulated in my body during training have become too much to clear all at once." Chu Yuqin's rosy complexion instantly turned pale as she asked, "What should we do now?" Lu Chen suggested, "Aunt Chu, if you embrace me, perhaps we can alleviate my pain using my unique cultivation technique." This. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin hesitated. After all, Lu Chen had grown up. He was no longer a child, and such intimate contact was certainly inappropriate. Yet, seeing him in such distress, she found it hard to bear. Biting her lip gently, she finally said, "Chen'er, please tell me if you feel any relief." With that, Chu Yuqin took the initiative to embrace Lu Chen. He quickly focused his internal energy, steadying his mind. Even as a ninth-grade martial artist, he nearly lost control, truly a testament to the prowess of a woman with a score of 97. Thus, they remained in each other's embrace, but after a while, Chu Yuqin sensed something amiss. Her body grew increasingly warm and restless. Chu Yuqin gritted her teeth, silently reminding herself that this was Sister Yu's child, and she must not entertain any improper thoughts. However, the more she tried to suppress her feelings, the more her heart became tumultuous. Gradually, she felt herself growing weak, shifting from embracing Lu Chen to being cradled in his arms instead. Observing her state, Lu Chen realized that the Wongqing tea was indeed taking effect. He mused to himself, "My dear Aunt Chu, after evading me for half a year, today you can no longer escape." Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. "Your Highness, are you inside?" Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's voice, Chu Yuqin, whose mind had been muddled with confusion and desire, instantly regained her clarity. She hurriedly pushed Lu Chen away, anxiously exclaiming, "Chen'er, quickly let go of Auntie. Zixuan is coming in." Lu Chen felt a wave of despair wash over him. "Oh, my dear princess, why do you choose this moment to arrive?" Reluctantly, he released Chu Yuqin. Yet, she did not flee immediately. Instead, she looked at him with concern, asking, "Chen'er, are you feeling better now?" Lu Chen nodded, replying, "Yes, much improved. It seems this method is indeed effective. Aunt Chu, you must regularly assist me in nurturing my health from now on." Chu Yuqin questioned, "Cannot Zixuan and the others help you instead?" Lu Chen responded, "Zixuan and her companions are not martial artists and lack internal energy. It wouldn't suffice. Moreover, Qingxi seems indifferent towards me, failing to meet the conditions for mutual cultivation." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin felt as though her mind was on the verge of combusting. She hastily replied, "Very well then. Should you feel unwell in the future, do seek me out." With that, she promptly made her way toward the door. The moment Mu Zixuan witnessed Chu Yuqin opening the door, she momentarily froze. Chu Yuqin quickly clarified, "I merely checked on Chen'er's health. You two carry on. I shall take my leave." With her words hanging in the air, she hurriedly exited. Observing Chu Yuqin's flustered retreat, coupled with her flushed countenance, Mu Zixuan swiftly comprehended the events that had transpired. She turned to Lu Chen and apologized, "Your Highness, it is entirely my fault for interrupting your private matters. I shall be more mindful in the future." Hearing this, Lu Chen offered a slight smile and responded, "It is of no consequence. Aunt Chu and I merely engaged in conversation, nothing untoward transpired." He then inquired, "By the way, my dear consort, what brings you to me?" Mu Zixuan promptly entered the study to respond, "Your Highness." Just as she was about to speak, an acrid sin assailed her senses. As the princess consort How could Mu Zixuan be oblivious to its origin? She cast a bemused glance at Lu Chen, recalling his earlier claim of having engaged in no improper activities. Yet the air in the room was thick with an unmistakable odor. Noticing Mu Zixuan's sudden silence and the peculiar expression on her face, Lu Chen discerned that she must have misinterpreted the situation. He hastily added, "Ah, indeed, Qing Tian visited earlier." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan finally realized that the scent permeating the room was the result of Wongqing. Lu Chen continued, "My beloved, please feel free to speak your mind." Mu Zixuan promptly replied, "Your Highness, today I took over the affairs of the Wong residence and discovered a significant decline in the sales of soap and perfume directed towards the capital. I am uncertain as to the cause." Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly approached Mu Zixuan, enveloping her in an embrace, and remarked, "My dear, you have only recently given birth. Why not take the time to rest instead of hastily assuming control of the household's business?" Mu Zixuan responded, "Your Highness, idleness does not suit me, and besides, there are others to care for the wind." In ancient aristocratic families, it was customary for mothers to hire wet nurses, and the Wong residence was no exception. Although Mu Zixuan attended to her child, the majority of the caregiving fell to the wet nurses and maidservants, allowing her some leisure. Restlessness characterized Mu Zixuan. Having spent an extended period confined to the residence due to her pregnancy, she had grown weary of inaction. Thus, shortly after giving birth, she eagerly resumed her responsibilities within the Wong household. Mu Zixuan continued, "Your Highness, I have heard that you have established an intelligence-gathering organization. Are you aware of the recent happenings in the capital?" Though the Jinui had not made a public appearance, Mu Zixuan had observed several members visiting the Wong residence in recent days to report intelligence to Lu Chen, thereby gaining some understanding of the Jinui and the intelligence agency he had formed. Mu Zixuan had just given birth, and Lu Chen was certainly not going to divulge the affairs of the Mu Guogong mansion to her at this juncture. He remarked, "The capital has been rather tumultuous of late. I have heard that the commander of the Imperial Guard has changed multiple times, and the decline in the Wong residence's business may well be related to the current state of affairs." Mu Zixuan displayed a contemplative expression before responding. "So that is the case. I wondered how the Wong residence's business had plummeted so swiftly." Lu Chen had already surmised the reasons behind the Wong residence's commercial downturn, realizing it was not solely due to the political unrest. New products such as soap, perfume, and scented soap were thriving in the capital, yielding significant profits, and it was inconceivable that no one would covet them. Previously, under the watchful eye of the Mu Guogong mansion, no one dared to set their sights on the Wong residence's establishments. However, with the impending exile of the Mu Guogong mansion, who would still fear them? Moreover, the northern prince was situated far away in Beijing, unable to exert influence over the capital. The Wong residence's shops in the capital were likely either being plundered or vandalized, and it was probable that others were beginning to covet the production methods of soaps and perfumes. It was imperative for the Wong residence to alter its business strategy moving forward. Ideally, they would forge collaborations with local merchants or high-ranking officials, sharing some profits with others, lest they remain perpetual targets of desire. Contemplating this, Lu Chen addressed Mu Zixuan, saying, "My dear consort, our business must not be confined to the capital. We must extend our reach to other fiefdoms. In future commercial endeavors, we should endeavor to present gifts to the princes of these fiefdoms, particularly shares in our shops, or else we shall remain in their thoughts." Upon hearing Lu Chen's counsel, Mu Zixuan instantly grasped his intent. Engaging in business necessitates an understanding of human relationships and social nuances. Some profits must be relinquished. Mu Zixuan then remarked, "I shall heed your highness's advice." At that moment, a thought suddenly struck Mu Zixuan, and she continued, "Your highness, there is a matter I am uncertain whether I should mention." Lu Chen smiled gently and playfully brushed her delicate nose. "What could possibly be off limits between us as husband and wife? Please, speak your mind." Mu Zixuan responded, "Your highness, having just given birth, and with the two sisters, Xiao Xiao and her sibling, both expecting, it leaves only Miss Wong to attend to you. Your highness's health has been improving steadily, yet it seems Miss Wong is struggling to manage alone. Perhaps it would be wise for your highness to consider taking a concubine." Upon hearing Mu Zixuan mention Wongqing, Lu Chen felt a flicker of irritation, not directed at Mu Zixuan, but rather at the thought of that individual who had so callously dismissed his own affections. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Since you have brought it up, my beloved, I shall indeed find an opportunity to take a concubine. However, it appears that there are not many attractive women in Beijing. You know well, I am a man of particular tastes. I am only drawn to the extraordinary, and I possess little interest in the ordinary." Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Your highness, why not issue a decree for concubines? publicly inviting families across the Great Xia Dynasty to offer their daughters for selection? Surely, many families would be eager to present their daughters at the Northern Prince's residence. And with sufficient candidates, there must be someone who captures your highness's heart. Chapter 51. Lu Chen's unique identity. Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's proposal, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He found the suggestion quite plausible. Initially, his focus was confined to the northern county, primarily due to his insufficient strength and a desire to avoid drawing undue attention. Moreover, when he first arrived in the northern county, he was quite impoverished. Even if he had issued a decree for selecting concubines, it was uncertain whether the beautiful maidens from other fiefs would be inclined to come to the northern county. Now, however, the luxurious soap and perfume products from the northern prince's residence have permeated the entire Daxia Dynasty, and many are aware of the wealth possessed by the northern prince's household. At this juncture, issuing a decree for selecting concubines would undoubtedly entice numerous prominent families to send forth their most beautiful daughters to the northern prince's residence. With a sufficient number of candidates, it is inevitable that there would be at least a few who would score above 90. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen turned to Mu Zixuan and said, "Very well, let us proceed as my beloved consort suggests." Seeing Lu Chen's acquiescence, Mu Zixuan promptly inquired, "Your Highness, may I take charge of the selection of concubines?" Lu Chen, embracing Mu Zixuan and gently caressing her silky hair, replied, "You have only recently given birth. It is essential for you to recuperate." Though Lu Chen might have flaws in his character, he was not so callous as to burden his consort, who had just brought their child into the world, with the task of managing the selection of concubines. Mu Zixuan insisted, "I wish to share the burden with you. My lord, please allow me to take care of this matter." At this point, her bright, captivating eyes were fixed intently on Lu Chen. Upon meeting Mu Zixuan's gaze, Lu Chen felt a stir within his heart, unable to refuse her request. Thus, he replied, "Very well. I shall leave the matter of taking a concubine in your capable hands, but I must be present on the day of selection." Delighted by Lu Chen's consent to let her handle the concubine selection, Mu Zixuan immediately assured him, "Rest assured, my lord. I will ensure that you personally choose the concubine on that day." A few days later, the northern princess residence issued an announcement regarding the selection of concubines, which was disseminated throughout the entire Great Xia Dynasty. As soon as the announcement was made public, Lu Chen faced a barrage of criticism from the common folk of the Great Xia. However, the citizens of Beijun held a different perspective. They bore little concern, for since the northern princess' arrival, he had not caused them any distress. Moreover, it seemed the northern prince's residence had recently cultivated a new strain of grain capable of yielding 1,000 pounds per mu, which was being trialed in various locations throughout Beijun. Should this grain, known as potatoes, gain widespread adoption, the region would no longer face food shortages, thus granting Lu Chen a degree of leniency from the Beijun populace. Of course, a pivotal factor was that the citizens resided within Lu Chen's fiefdom. As the ruler of Beijun, he commanded a respect that deterred any dissent against their lord, unless they wished to invite dire consequences. Conversely, the sentiments in other territories differed significantly. The people of the Great Xia regarded the northern prince as indulgent and incompetent. Having long heard tales of his lavish lifestyle filled with beautiful courtesans, revelry, and excess, despite already possessing numerous alluring companions, the northern prince's ambition to take a concubine, and to do so publicly across the Great Xia territories, drew widespread disdain. Could it be that the northern king has already exhausted the beautiful maidens of the northern county, growing weary of them, and thus seeks to ensnare the maidens of other princely territories? The mere thought of this incites considerable ire among the cultured literati. Should the northern king abscond with all the lovely maidens to his palace, how could they possibly take concubines? In a flurry, literati from various locales penned scathing critiques of the northern king. Concurrently, voices of censure against him began to emerge within the grand court of the Great Xia. The officials who condemned the northern king were not motivated by concerns over the abduction of their women. Such matters that reach the court are invariably rooted in political motivations. Most of the accusations against the northern king came from officials aligned with the 8th prince, Lu Shuyun, whose primary aim was to undermine Lu Chen. Although the Chu family had largely severed ties with the northern king, the lingering blood relationship ensured that Lu Shuyun's faction would seize any opportunity to disparage him. They did not truly believe that a mere indictment could strip Lu Chen of his princely title. The princes of the Great Xia Dynasty are not so easily dethroned, save for acts of rebellion or treachery against the realm. The northern king, who refrains from mischief in the frontier and contentedly indulges within the confines of his palace, poses no threat that would warrant the court's intervention. In fact, the emperor of Xia would prefer that all princes resemble Lu Chen, for such a scenario would enable him to wield greater control over the entire Great Xia. In the face of the censure directed at Lu Chen, Emperor Xia remained largely indifferent, as the recent events unfolding in the capital were of paramount importance. As for the Northern King, as long as he refrained from rebellion, his actions in the Northern Prefecture bore little significance to the court. After the court session concluded, Emperor Xia made his way to the Imperial Garden. The tumultuous affairs of the court held no weight in his mind. It was after the court that matters of substance could be addressed. At that moment, the national master, Situ Su, was already awaiting him in the pavilion. Unlike the other ministers who were obliged to attend court, the national master enjoyed the privilege of exemption from such duties, a right reserved for grandmasters. Upon the emperor's arrival at the pavilion, a shadow guard clad in black armor appeared before him. "Your Majesty, my subordinate has determined that the remnants of the Chen kingdom have entered the palace not with the intent to assassinate you, but rather in search of an object." Since the remnants of the Chen kingdom infiltrated the palace, Emperor Xia had dispatched personnel to investigate their motives. He found it hard to believe that they would be so foolish as to attempt an assassination with only 2 semi-grandmasters at their disposal. Such an act would be tantamount to seeking death. Upon hearing the Shadow Guard's report, the emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Realizing that his suspicions were indeed correct, the remnants of the Qin kingdom harbored ulterior motives beyond mere assassination. At this juncture, Emperor Xia turned to Situsu inquiring, "What does the national master believe the remnants of the Qin kingdom seek within the palace?" Situsu replied, "The only object that could compel the remnants of the Qin kingdom to risk so much by entering the palace is likely the imperial seal of the Qin kingdom. It is rumored that the imperial seal of the Qin kingdom serves as the key to unlocking its treasury. After the great Xia conquered Chen, the whereabouts of its treasure remained elusive. However, I firmly believe that the remnants of the royal family must possess this knowledge. Should Chen aspire to restore its former glory, they will require substantial funds to recruit troops. Thus, they would undoubtedly yearn to access their treasury and seize its riches." Upon hearing the words of Situ Su, the Emperor of Xia let out a scornful snort, remarking, "Even I am unaware of the seal's whereabouts, yet they dare to seek it within the palace. How absurd." At that moment, the shadow guard standing before the emperor continued, "Your Majesty, I have uncovered another matter." The emperor replied nonchalantly, "Speak." The captain of the shadow guards promptly stated, "I have discovered that the remnants of Qin seem to have connections with the Moonlit Palace. The last known appearance of these remnants coincided with sightings of disciples from the Moonlit Palace." Upon hearing the name Moonlit Palace, the emperor's expression darkened. As if the mention of it stirred memories he preferred to forget. The emperor then remarked, "I see." At this juncture, he inquired, "What of Xiao Jiu?" The captain responded, "After Prince Jiu arrived in the northern county, he has been indulging in pleasures at the royal residence without any unusual behavior. Moreover, a few days ago, his consort gave birth to a son." After listening to the captain's report, the emperor said coolly, "Very well, you may retire." "Yes, Your Majesty, I take my leave." After the departure of the Shadow Guard commander, Emperor Xia stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the fish swimming gracefully in the lotus pond. He remarked to the national master, "Why do I sense that the master beside Xiao Jiu is not one dispatched by Chu Xiong, but rather an agent placed there by the Xianyu Palace?" Lu Chen's mother, Qiyu, was formerly a member of the Xianyu Palace and even served as its divine maiden. Initially, the emperor had not considered the implications of Xianyu Palace until the Shadow Guard commander mentioned it, prompting him to realize Lu Chen's unique identity. It indeed warrants the dispatch of an individual to monitor him. According to the regulations of Xianyu Palace, children born to its divine maidens are regarded as divine sons. Thus Lu Chen is indeed a divine son of Xianyu Palace. Contemplating this, the emperor's expression shifted between uncertainty and discontent. He now found himself regretting the decision to send Lu Chen to the fief. This represents an exceedingly unstable factor, particularly as it concerns the sects within the Great Xia territory. Xianyu Palace could potentially exploit the Northern King to undermine the capital. Moreover, with suspicions of collusion between Xianyu Palace and the remnants of the Qin kingdom, who can ascertain their intentions? With this thought, the emperor scoffed, saying, "The aristocracy remains unresolved, and now the sects have emerged. Truly, they afford me no respite." Upon hearing this, Situ Su suggested, "Your Majesty, if you are concerned about a potential alliance between the Northern King and Xianyu Palace, why not assign a shadow guard to monitor him closely?" Reflecting on Situ Su's words for a moment, the emperor conceded that indeed, someone should be dispatched to keep an eye on him. As the words fell from his lips, Emperor Xia addressed the figure behind him, saying, "Commander Bai, I entrust this matter to you. Personally journey to Beijing. I am eager to discover which master has shown such kindness to Xiao Jiu, remaining by his side to protect him." At that moment, it appeared that no one was behind Emperor Xia. However, as his voice faded, the silhouette of a woman clad in white gradually materialized. Her figure was graceful, with alluring curves, and her expression was cold, devoid of any emotion. She bowed, replying, "Yes, Your Majesty." Emperor Xia continued, "Very well, you may depart. I take my leave." The woman stated, and with that, her form vanished once more, as if she had rendered herself invisible. Witnessing that the emperor had entrusted the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard with a personal mission to Beijing left Situsa somewhat astonished. He then inquired, "Your Majesty, is it not somewhat excessive to send commander by to investigate this matter?" Emperor Xiao replied with a calm demeanor, "Any affair concerning the Xianwei Palace is far from trivial." Recognizing the gravity of the emperor's words, Situsu chose to remain silent, fully aware of the emperor's deep-seated apprehension towards the Xianwei Palace, largely influenced by Chu Yu. At that moment, Situsu ventured to ask, "Your Majesty, Mu Chantian is likely to leave the capital in the coming days, is he not?" Upon hearing Mu Chantian's name, a flicker of shadow crossed Emperor Xia's face, darkening it significantly. What? Is the national master intending to plead for Mu Chantian? Realizing the icy tone in the emperor's voice, Situsu understood that no further words would sway him. The emperor was resolutely determined to eradicate Mu Changtian's entire family. Since words proved futile, Situsu decided not to waste any more time and remarked, "That is not the case. I merely wish to counsel Your Majesty. If action is to be taken against the influential families of Jiangnan, it is imperative to have a few trusted confidants by your side." Originally, Mu Chantian was poised to be the sword wielded by the Summer Emperor to eliminate these families. Yet the emperor, wary of the military power he held, insisted on undermining him. As it stands, the number of trustworthy individuals surrounding the Summer Emperor dwindles, and he may soon find himself a solitary figure. However, Situsu had no intention of overstepping. As long as the great Xia dynasty bears the surname Liu, all matters are of no concern to him, a grandmaster. In response to Situsu's admonition, the Summer Emperor nonchalantly stated, "I shall remember the sage's counsel." At the residence of the 8th prince, Lu Shuyun surveyed the gathered intelligence with a sardonic smile, exclaiming, "My 9th brother truly is a fool blessed with fortune. Who would have thought that soap and perfume could be so lucrative?" The struggle for succession among the princes necessitates financial resources to win over hearts, which is why Lu Shuyun has always been attentive to amassing wealth. For instance, the skilled individuals within his manor were all lured by silver. Without such resources, he could not attract so many talents. Observing Lu Chen reveling in leisure at the royal palace, unburdened by responsibilities and entrusting all business affairs to a woman while still garnering tens of thousands of taels, was a source of envy for Lu Shuyun. Despite his own extensive enterprises, he could scarcely earn a fraction of that sum in a month, while this inept prince could do so effortlessly, leaving Lu Shuyun feeling profoundly discontented. Upon hearing Lu Shuyun's words, the guest official beside him whispered, "Your Highness, perhaps we should devise a plan to infiltrate the northern prince's residence and steal the methods for producing soap and perfume. Then we could sell them ourselves." Lu Shuyun replied nonchalantly, "No need. The master of Blood Moon Tower has personally gone to the northern county. It won't be long before he returns with the techniques for making soap and perfume." Upon hearing this, the guest official's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly said, "Your Highness, we must not act against the 9th prince at this time. Should any misfortune befall him, many in the court will surely claim it was you who sent someone to assassinate him, which would be detrimental to your claim to the throne. This is a critical moment. We cannot afford any mistakes." In response to the guest official's counsel, Lu Shuyun remained unfazed. The current turmoil in the capital had rendered the fate of the northern prince, whom many deemed a useless royal, inconsequential. Furthermore, with the barbarian tribes poised to descend southward, no one would suspect Blood Moon Tower's involvement. The focus of the court's officials would solely rest upon the impending threat of the barbarians. The guest official's countenance froze at Lu Shuyun's words, clearly overwhelmed by the weight of the implications, momentarily at a loss for a response. Days later, at the city gates, a procession of prison carts passed through. However, the common folk did not hurl stones or rotten eggs at the criminals within, as was customary. The populace understood that today marked the exile of the Mu Duke's family, and the individuals confined within those carts were relatives of the Mu Duke. The Duke of Mu is a figure well known among the common folk. He is one of the 2 great kings of the great Xia dynasty, having once supported the ascension of the Xia emperor. Though he has now fallen to such a lowly state, the people still regard him with a sense of reverence. At this moment, atop the city walls, a man clad in silver armor gazes at the slowly advancing prisoner transport and inquires of those beside him, "Are we fully prepared?" One of the soldiers promptly replies, "Rest assured, General, we guarantee absolute security." The man nods in satisfaction, his gaze fixed on Mu Chantian within the prison cart, and murmurs to himself, "Farewell, my teacher." For 2 days, the convoy from the Mu residence encountered no dangers. leading the occupants to believe that perhaps they were in the clear. Yet Mu Chantian is no fool. He knows that everything they consume and use has undergone thorough inspection. While the soldiers escorting them are unlikely to resort to violence, it is wise to remain vigilant. Moreover, he does not trust that the Xia Emperor will spare his family. After all, he is one of the two great kings of the Great Xia, and even though his martial prowess has been stripped away, the Emperor would still perceive his release as akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. On the evening of the second day, the Mu residence' convoy arrives at an inn. The inn is isolated, with no villages or shops in sight for miles. Seeing that it has grown quite late, the escorting officials suggest to Mu Chantian, Duke Mu, shall we rest here for the night? Despite the exile of the Duke's household, the escorting officials still treat them with great respect. Mu Changtian's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, very well, let us rest here for the night. Chapter 53, Come out, do not hide. As Mu Changtian's words resonated, the escorting officials promptly produced the keys to the prison cart and unlocked its doors, liberating the individuals from the Duke of Mu's household. Given that the prisoners came from the esteemed family of the Duke, the officials were not overly stringent. Typically, upon reaching a resting place, they would open the doors and allow the captives to stretch their legs. At that moment, one of the officials entered the inn and addressed the innkeeper. Good sir, we shall be lodging here tonight. How many rooms do you have available? With a smile, the innkeeper replied, esteemed official, the inn is fully occupied. You may wish to seek accommodation elsewhere. Upon hearing this, the official expressed his discontent. What do you mean? Fully occupied? What jest is this? There are no nearby villages or establishments. How could you have so many guests? The innkeeper explained. Precisely because there are no villages or establishments nearby, those who travel along this route have no choice but to stay at our inn. Reluctantly conceding, the official inquired. Very well then, do you have any spacious area where we might rest our feet tonight? The innkeeper replied, our inn's backyard is rather ample. Would the esteemed official consider resting there for the night? The official pondered for a moment, about to voice a response, when the innkeeper swiftly added, should the official choose to stay at our inn, all food and drink tonight will be complimentary. What do you think? Upon hearing these words, the constable unhesitatingly replied, very well, let us find someone to tend to the horses. The innkeeper promptly responded, certainly, I shall arrange for someone to feed the horses at once. The constable then turned away from the inn and approached Mu Chantian, expressing a hint of regret. Lord Mu, I sincerely apologize, but this inn is fully occupied. It seems you may have to endure an outdoor rest tonight. Mu Chantian replied nonchalantly, no matter, you may attend to your affairs. The constable then stated, in that case, I shall have the innkeeper send you some food shortly. With that, he departed. At this moment, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping, the two brothers, gathered around. Mu Xingping spoke up. Father, why is it that after 2 days, no one has made a move against us? Surely the emperor does not intend to let us go unscathed? Upon hearing this, Mu Chantian chuckled lightly and responded, why the haste? Are they not already upon us? Startled by his words, Mu Xingping glanced nervously around, questioning, where are they? I cannot see anyone. Mu Chantian gestured toward the inn, saying, they await us inside. Upon hearing this, Mu Xingping and Mu Jingwu turned their gaze toward the inn, just in time to notice several individuals peering at them through partially opened windows on the upper floor. As the Mu family members caught sight of them, those individuals promptly shut the windows. Witnessing this scene, both Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping felt a sudden jolt of alarm. They had assumed that the emperor had resolved to spare them. Little did they know, it was merely a matter of timing. Tonight, it seemed, those individuals would soon take action. Mu Jingwu then inquired, Father, what shall we do now? Mu Chantian replied, we shall discuss it this evening. I am eager to discern who has come. Deep down, Mu Chantian understood that the emperor would undoubtedly dispatch a master-level expert, though the identity of this individual remained uncertain. Numerous skilled adversaries crossed his mind, many of whom had clashed with him before. As the sun gradually sank in the sky, Mu Chantian and his companions steeled themselves, fully alert. At that moment, a whistle pierced the air, and a group of black-clad, masked figures emerged into the courtyard. Upon witnessing this, the guards escorting the Mu Gugong residents instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation and hurriedly fled. The black-clad figures did not impede their escape, for their true target lay elsewhere. Drawing their bows in unison, the assailants aimed at the individuals within the Mu Gugong residence. The men of the household immediately stepped forward, encircling the children protectively. Meanwhile, the womenfolk trembled in fear, paralyzed by terror. As the crowd of black-clad figures gradually parted, one man emerged from their midst, removing his mask to reveal a face marred by scars. Upon recognizing the man's true identity, Mu Chantian scoffed, I considered every possible visitor who might come for me. Yet you were the last one I expected. Upon hearing this, the scarred man chuckled and remarked, "Master, had I not come personally to escort you, His Majesty would never have entrusted the newly formed Dragon Guard to my command." The man before us, known as Chen, was a protege of Mucha Tian, who could be considered his mentor. In gratitude for his guidance, Chen consistently treated the Mu Duke's residents with utmost respect, even a year prior. When the Mu family was embroiled in the turmoil caused by the Zhou family's rebellion, it was he who personally interceded with Emperor Xia, ultimately securing a death exemption decree as a means of reprieve for the Mu family. However, Mu Chantian was unaware that this very individual harbored intentions against his life. With a heavy sigh, Mu Chantian remarked, "Indeed, the human heart is inscrutable. It seems your plea to the Emperor was merely a ploy to compel the Mu family to relinquish their death exemption decree, a task assigned to you by His Majesty. Was it not?" Chen Pingyi replied nonchalantly, "Master, at this juncture, what remains to be said about those matters? Perhaps you should share any unfulfilled aspirations. I may be able to see them realized on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Mu Chatian laughed heartily and said, Chen Pingyi, today I find myself forsaken by Lu Xingqiu. Have you never considered that one day you too might face the same fate? At that time, your outcome may well be more tragic than mine." With an air of indifference, Chen Pingyi retorted, "You need not concern yourself with that, master. I shall never follow your path. Now, since you have no further words to impart, I wish you a safe journey ahead." As he spoke, Chen Pingyi waved his hand and coldly commanded, "Release the arrows." Just at that moment, countless arrows suddenly rained down from the rooftop of the inn, catching those accompanying Chen Pingyi off guard as they were struck. Witnessing this scene, Chen Pingyi's expression darkened. Who dared to meddle in His Majesty's affairs? No sooner had Chen Pingyi's words left his lips than a group of individuals clad in red leapt down from above, all possessing the prowess of fifth-tier warriors. Upon seeing them, Mu Chantian was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed surmised that the mysterious prince who had bestowed upon them the grand elixir would send someone to rescue them. However, he had not anticipated that the reinforcements would consist solely of warriors above the fifth tier. It appeared that the prince held the Mu family in considerable regard. At that moment, Chen Pingyi coldly remarked, "Since you dare to interfere in His Majesty's matters, you should be prepared for certain death." He then bellowed, "Come forth. Do not hide." As Chen Pingyi's words echoed, two masters and several warriors materialized behind him. Observing these arrivals, Mu Chantian chuckled, saying, "His Majesty truly values me. To eliminate a mere waste, he has dispatched 3 masters." Chapter 54. How could you possibly have not dispensed with your powers? Seeing the warriors behind him, Chen Pingyi gazed at Mu Chatian in the distance and remarked, "Teacher, I never imagined that even at this juncture, there would still be individuals willing to come to your aid. It seems that you are not as loyal and patriotic as you appear on the surface. If a teacher were truly loyal to the throne and devoted to the nation, he should immediately take his own life." As these words echoed, Chen Pingyi propelled himself forward, rushing towards Mu Chatian in an instant. Within the blink of an eye, he stood before Mu Chatian, brandishing his blade. A streak of white light flashed past Mu Chatian. Just as Chen Pingyi believed Mu Chatian was doomed, an unexpected force surged forth from Mu Chantian's body, enveloping him in a sphere of energy. In the next moment, Mu Chatian raised his hand and effortlessly caught the blade of Chen Pingyi. Witnessing this scene, Chen Pingyi was taken aback, as were the 2 masters behind him and the assassins intent on his demise. They had heard that the Emperor had bestowed upon the male members of the Mu family a dispersal elixir, rendering them devoid of martial prowess, leaving them, at best, with physiques only slightly more robust than that of an ordinary person. Yet, the aura emanating from Mu Chantian suggested otherwise. He was clearly still a master. There exists a distinction among masters, and while there are many in the Great Xia, what set Mu Chantian apart is the so-called king. His support for the ascension of the Xia Emperor was merely one facet. Within the realm of martial mastery, few could rival him. This superiority was what allowed him to attain the title of king. Chen Pingyi, unable to fathom the reality before him, stammered, How could you possibly still possess your martial prowess?" His voice trembled, for as Mu Changtian's student, he had partaken in many battles alongside him and was acutely aware of his formidable strength. "Initially, I believed that eliminating Mu Chatian would be a rather effortless task, one that would also earn him the trust of Emperor Xia. However, to my astonishment, Mu Changtian had not dissipated his powers." What a jest! Mu Changtian is a war deity, renowned as an invincible entity within the realm of grandmasters. When the efforts were made to apprehend the Mu family in the capital, even the Grandmaster Situsa personally intervened. Otherwise, how could the great Xia dynasty have easily captured Mu Changtian? Now, to be informed that Mu Changtian had not lost his powers? Was this not a perilous gamble with his own life? A look of panic swept across Chen Pingyi's face. for he was acutely aware that he was no match for Mu Tian. If Mu Tian had indeed retained his abilities, his chances of victory were exceedingly slim. Yet at that moment, a grandmaster behind Chen Pingyi spoke up. Not so. Mu Tian has not fully regained his strength. His protective aura is unstable, at most. He can only exert the power of a half-step grandmaster. After all, they were all grandmasters, and they could discern Mu Changtian's incomplete restoration of strength at a glance. Indeed, Mu Changtian had not fully recovered. While the Great Rejuvenation Pill could aid in restoring his powers, he required a period of adjustment to return to his peak. However, time was of the essence, and there was insufficient time for Mu Changtian to recuperate. To be able to display the prowess of a half-step grandmaster was already commendable. Upon hearing the words from the grandmaster behind him, the panic on Chen Pingyi's face vanished instantly, replaced by an audacious grin. Master, you truly startled your disciple. Indeed. Since you have not lost your prowess, Master, I shall humbly experience your strength. As he spoke, Chen Pingyi exerted his arm with great force, swiftly disarming Mu Tian of his blade, and then struck once more towards him. The fierce wind from the blade rushed towards Mu Tian, who, this time, chose not to confront it head-on, opting instead to evade. Simultaneously, the two masters who had accompanied Chen Pingyi joined the fray. Although Mu Tian was nearing his limits, they remained vigilant, for he was still a formidable adversary. After all, Mu Tian was the king of the great Daxia Dynasty, and in the past, the dynasty had even deployed grandmasters to eliminate Zhou Wongqing. Despite Mu Changtian's diminished power, he was not easily subdued. Observing Mu Changtian besieged by three masters, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping rushed forward, intent on assisting him. Though their strength barely reached the 8th rank, they were no match for the masters. Yet they could alleviate some of the pressure imposed upon Mu Tian. With the arrival of Mu Xingping and Mu Jingwu, the warriors brought by Chen Pingyi also sprang into action. The courtyard of the inn soon echoed with the sounds of clashing blades and fierce combat. Fortunately, the mysterious warriors clad in red managed to protect the Mu family members, ensuring that, despite Mu Tian being overwhelmed by the three masters, Chen Pingyi's entourage could not approach the Mu household. Nevertheless, the presence of three masters and several 9th-rank experts soon proved too formidable for the warriors in red. At that moment, Mu Changtian, due to a moment of carelessness, was struck by one of the masters and was sent staggering backward for several steps, only to come to a halt upon colliding with the wall of the courtyard. Witnessing Mu Changtian's injury, Chen Pingyi mockingly taunted, "Master, it seems you have grown old." In response to this remark, Mu Changtian let out a cold grunt and declared, "Chen Pingyi, even if I were to perish today, I shall certainly drag you down with me." As he spoke, Mu Changtian's aura surged dramatically. Chen Pingyi's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "This is bad. He intends to employ the blood ignition technique. Quick, stop him." Just as Chen Pingyi sought to command the two masters beside him to prevent Mu Tian from executing the blood ignition technique, a sword abruptly pierced through his body, leaving him no time to unleash even the protective energy of a master. Straining to turn his head, he wished to discern who had struck him. But before he could do so, the assailant once again plunged a sword into him from behind. The sight left all present utterly dumbfounded. One of the masters on Chen Pingyi's side immediately bellowed in outrage, "Wei Chao, what are you doing?" At that moment, Mu Tian was equally bewildered. He had been prepared to unleash the blood ignition technique and fight desperately against Chen Pingyi and his cohorts, only for a 9th-grade martial artist to emerge from the opposing ranks and deliver a treacherous blow to Chen Pingyi. What was happening? Why could he not comprehend the situation? In that instant, a master from Chen Pingyi's faction swiftly lunged with a sword towards Wei Chao, the one who had betrayed Chen Pingyi. Wei Chao's lightness of foot was truly remarkable. In an instant, he seized the sword of that master, leaped onto his shoulder, and then ascended to the rooftop. With a smile upon his face, Wei Chao addressed Mu Tian, saying, "Lord Mu, the blood ignition technique should not be used recklessly. If the prince were to see you grievously injured, we might find ourselves facing his wrath." Upon hearing Wei Chao's words, Mu Tian quickly realized that this 9th-tier martial artist was indeed affiliated with the enigmatic prince. Who exactly was this mysterious prince, capable of placing such a significant figure beside Chen Pingyi? Wei Chao's emergence only deepened Mu Changtian's curiosity about this elusive ruler. Chapter 55. The farce must come to an end after the disbandment of the Tiger Ben army. The Emperor of Xia established the Dragon Guard army, which he personally commanded, with Chen Pingyi merely acting as a managing general. Logically, the Dragon Guard army ought to be an elite force, with other factions struggling to infiltrate its ranks. Yet, so soon after its formation, a 9th-tier spy had appeared at Chen Pingyi's side. Moreover, this spy was an operative of that mysterious prince. This led Mu Tian to wonder just how extensive the mysterious prince's influence over the Daxia Dynasty truly was. As Chen Pingyi lay on the ground, His eyes fixated on Wei Chao atop the roof. He could hardly fathom that Wei Chao was the one who had betrayed him. His eyes widened in disbelief. Bloodshot with rage, and with all the strength he could muster, he shouted in despair, "Wei Chao!" But as his words fell, he could not catch his breath and succumbed. At this moment, the master from Qinpeni's faction gazed at Wei Chao and exclaimed, "Wei Chao, are you aware of the gravity of your actions? You have disrupted His Majesty's plans, and both you and your entire family shall bear the consequences." Wei Chao merely smiled, remaining silent. Suddenly, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The once resounding clash of swords and blades in the courtyard faded into a whisper. Not because Qinpeni's men had been vanquished, but rather, an inexplicable sense of oppression washed over everyone present. At that juncture, a man's voice resonated from the entrance of the courtyard. "The shadow guard is approaching. The farce is about to conclude." Sensing something amiss, a master immediately called out towards the source of the voice. "Who goes there?" As soon as the words left his lips, a glint of cold light surged forth. And before the master could react, his head was severed and sent flying into the air. In that instant, another master regained his composure and launched an attack towards the shadowy figure. Yet, in the next heartbeat, another flash of cold light appeared, and his head too soared into the air. One strike, one master slain. Witnessing this scene, all present were rendered speechless, rooted to the spot. As the bodies of the two masters brought by Qinpeni crumpled to the ground, Mu Cha Tian finally discerned the appearance of the newcomer. Clad in crimson attire and wielding a long blade, the man sheathed his weapon after dispatching the two without a trace of blood upon it. At that moment, Mu Xingping could not help but exclaim, "A Grandmaster?" Mu Jingwu remarked from the side, "No, he is not a Grandmaster. The aura of a Grandmaster is far more formidable. However, his strength is likely nearing that of a Grandmaster." As soon as Mu Jingwu finished speaking, the man addressed the air behind him, saying, "Everyone, it is time to clear the area." As his words echoed, several ninth-grade martial artists appeared behind him, their prowess remarkable. In a mere instant, they dispatched all the martial artists that Qinpeni had brought along. Mu Cha Tian stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. The person who had arrived was someone he recognized, the owner of the Yuelai restaurant in the capital city. Mu Cha Tian had always cherished the culinary delights of Yuelai restaurant. Prior to his daughter's marriage to the ninth prince, he frequently visited the establishment for drinks, thus he was somewhat acquainted with its proprietor. Mu Cha Tian had long believed that Yuelai restaurant was a venture of the eighth prince, Lu Xuan, which was why he had ceased his visits after his daughter wed the ninth prince. Yet today, the very individual who came to their rescue was the owner of Yuelai restaurant. Furthermore, he had previously been unaware that the proprietor possessed the capability to instantaneously eliminate two grandmasters, not to mention that in his current state, lacking restored strength, even at his peak, he could not have achieved such a feat. This speaks volumes of the extraordinary skill wielded by the owner of Yuelai restaurant. No, it is not merely his swordsmanship that is remarkable. His blade is exceptional. After taking lives, he did not even stain himself with a single drop of blood. Mu Chantian had never heard of a blade that could accomplish such a feat. Upon regaining his composure, Mu Chantian smiled and remarked, "I never anticipated that the eighth prince would have such formidable individuals in his employ. Boss Liang, you truly are a master of discretion. It seems the prince you spoke of must indeed be the eighth prince. Although it is somewhat astonishing. The presence of Liang Zong here confirms his association as the proprietor of the eighth prince's establishment. However, I am left pondering why the eighth prince would risk so much to come to my aid. After all, he resides in the capital, and the peril he faces in rescuing me is considerable. Even if he succeeds, what benefit does it yield him? It appears that he wields no military power. As a prince without a fief, he is limited to a mere 1,000 personal guards in the capital. Initially, I suspected that he intended to incite rebellion, preserving me as a means to that end. Yet, it turns out he is merely the son of the Summer Emperor. Frankly, this leaves me feeling rather unsettled, considering that the eighth prince is related by blood to the Summer Emperor. Having been deceived once, how could I easily place my trust in his offspring?" Hearing Mu Changtian's words, Liang Zong, with a smile, replied, "The eighth prince? No, 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 the eighth prince does not possess the standing to command my allegiance." What? Liang Zong's statement left Mu Changtian utterly astonished. Not aligned with the eighth prince? The proprietor of an establishment under the eighth prince's name is, astonishingly, not one of his subordinates? Curiosity piqued, Mu Changtian inquired, "Then, who is the prince you refer to? At this juncture, surely you can disclose that information?" Yang Zong replied, "Duke Mu, do not be anxious. You shall meet him soon." Mu Changtian smiled and remarked, "Your prince is indeed quite enigmatic." Although aware that Liang Zong's realm likely did not reach that of a grandmaster, his prowess was undoubtedly perilously close to it. The fact that such a formidable individual was entrusted as an undercover agent by the mysterious prince indicated that there were certainly many skilled warriors under his command. Mu Tian was eager to pry into Liang Zong's mind, yearning to uncover which prince possessed such numerous talents and had orchestrated so many intricate plans. At that moment, Liang Zong declared, "Duke Mu, from today onwards, the Mu residence shall cease to exist." With that, he turned to the Imperial guards behind him and stated, "The Duke suffered an assassination attempt during his exile, and in a moment of desperation, he employed the blood-burning technique, perishing alongside 3 Grand Masters." He then turned to Mu Tian and inquired, "What do you think of this outcome, Duke Mu?" Mu Tian was well aware of Liang Zong's intention behind this arrangement. It was to facilitate their transformation and adoption of new identities, thereby evading any suspicions from the Emperor of Xia. He replied, "Then I must trouble you, Master Liang." Liang Zong responded, "No need for such formality, Duke Mu, it is my duty." Subsequently, the Imperial guards commenced their actions, swiftly reconstructing the scene of the incident. By the time the shadow guards arrived at the inn, it had already been consumed by flames, leaving only a few of Chen Pingyi's severely injured soldiers lying outside the inferno. Chapter 56, Mu Changtian's speculation. In the early morning, a convoy traversed the uneven road. The atmosphere was remarkably serene, punctuated only by the sounds of hooves and wheels. After a night of relentless travel, the members of the Mu family were weary. The female relatives had mostly closed their eyes, slipping into slumber. Yet, the men of the Mu family found it difficult to find rest. Particularly the trio of Mu Tian and his sons. They sat in the carriage, gazing at the distant mountains, lost in their thoughts. Suddenly, Mu Tian broke the silence, stating, "This is the road to the northern county." Upon hearing this, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping, who had been feeling drowsy, instantly perked up. Mu Xingping immediately inquired, "Father, you must be mistaken, right?" Mu Tian, his gaze fixed on the distant verdant peaks, replied, "I have journeyed to the northern county multiple times to fend off the incursions of the barbarian tribes. How could I be mistaken? This is indeed the road to the northern county." At this juncture, Mu Tian furrowed his brow. Last night, Liang Zong had not disclosed their destination. Once they boarded the carriage, his men immediately took the lead. The darkness had obscured Mu Changtian's view of their path at that time. It was only with the dawn that he discerned the landscape, recognizing several distinctive mountain peaks he had encountered during his previous military campaigns to the northern county. He was intimately familiar with the region. The routes to the northern county were etched in his memory. Hearing Mu Changtian's words, Mu Xingping speculated, "Father, could it be that the prince they mentioned is the 9th prince?" Mu Jingwu's voice trembled slightly, as he evidently struggled to believe his own words. Who was the 9th prince? Surely they were well aware of his identity. Although the 9th prince had become Mu Zixuan's husband, the entire Mu family still regarded him as a lazy, pleasure-seeking wastrel. As soon as Mu Xingping finished speaking, Mu Jingwu interjected, "Xingping, what on earth are you thinking? How could it possibly be the 9th prince? Are you not aware of the kind of person he is?" After a brief silence, Mu Xingping replied, "That may be true. But why would they take us to Beijun? Beijun is the 9th prince's fief. Thus, the only possible ruler of Beijun must be the 9th prince." Upon hearing this, Mu Jingwu fell silent, merely turning to glance at his father, hoping he might possess some insight. At that moment, Mu Changtian's brow furrowed, his expression grave. After a lengthy contemplation, he finally spoke, "It is indeed improbable that it is the 9th prince. However, I suspect that the prince has ventured to Beijun, likely to discuss some matter with me. Of course, there exists another possibility." At this juncture, Mu Changtian hesitated, his countenance growing even more somber. Observing his father's darkened expression, Mu Jingwu promptly inquired, "Father, what other possibility could there be?" Mu Changtian pondered for a moment before responding. "It is possible that our saviors may not be the princes of the great Xia, but rather the barbarian tribes." The moment these words escaped Mu Changtian's lips, both Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping were rendered utterly speechless. Mu Changtian continued, "The barbarians reside in the north. If they wish for us to traverse their territory, we must inevitably pass through Beijun. Furthermore, they possess sound reasoning for this. My understanding of the Great Xia is profound, and their alliance with me would facilitate their future incursions against it." Upon hearing Mu Changtian's words, Mu Jingwu promptly interjected, "Father, if they truly are barbarians, then aligning ourselves with them would render us traitors to our nation, would it not?" Mu Jingwu held a clear sense of right and wrong within his heart. He would have no qualms about betraying the Xia emperor. After all, the emperor had forsaken them and even sought their lives. However, to betray the entirety of Great Xia and its people, becoming a weapon in the hands of the barbarians to slaughter his fellow citizens, was beyond his moral compass. He did not wish to become a pariah of his nation. Upon hearing his son's sentiments, Mu Changtian fell into silence, pondering deeply without uttering a word. His own thoughts mirrored those of Mu Jingwu. Had it merely been a matter of allying with a certain lord of Great Xia, he would have done so without hesitation. Yet, the prospect of siding with the barbarians filled him with profound reluctance. The memories of the barbarian invasion, the countless innocent lives lost, and the valiant soldiers who perished at their hands haunted him. To become a lackey of the very savages who had wrought such devastation was a fate he could not accept. After a moment of reflection, Mu Changtian finally spoke. Enough of this. Dwelling on it further serves no purpose. Once we arrive at Beijun, we shall discern the identity of the mysterious lord they speak of. Having endured a sleepless night, he advised, close your eyes and rest. We have many days of travel ahead before reaching Beijun, in the grand capital of the Great Xia. Within the palace's Imperial flower garden, the emperor felt an unsettling aura after hearing the report from the commander of the Shadow Guards. His expression darkened, and the garden was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of carps surfacing in the lotus pond. After a prolonged pause, the emperor finally spoke. 3 masters, faced with a person whose powers have entirely dissipated, ended up dragging one another to mutual destruction. How ironic. His voice was icy, casting an immense pressure over those present in the garden. It was evident that the emperor was in a foul mood. While Great Xia boasted a number of masters, they were not easily cultivated. The loss of 3 masters in the pursuit of a dying man was a bitter pill for the emperor to swallow. At that moment, he inquired, I am curious, why was Mu Changtian able to employ the blood ignition technique in the end? Was not his power supposed to be completely exhausted? With this, the emperor turned to gaze at the national master, Situ Su, seated in the pavilion. Master, are you certain that you sensed the dissipation of Mu Changtian's internal power? Upon hearing this, Situ Su recognized the emperor's skepticism toward him and asked, Your Majesty, do you believe I did not administer the dispersing essence pill to him? The emperor replied with a hint of indifference, I merely wish to understand why the dispersing essence pill had no effect on him. The emperor's deep-seated suspicions were exacerbated by his awareness of Situ Su's desire to protect Mu Changtian, leading him to doubt whether Situ Su had engaged in any underhanded tactics. Subsequently, Situ Su remarked, I have indeed sensed that Mu Changtian's internal power has dissipated. As for how he is still able to employ the blood-burning technique, it is likely that someone administered a minor restoration elixir to him while he was imprisoned, allowing him to regain a portion of his strength. Upon hearing Situ Su's words, Emperor Xia suddenly recalled that although there are not many elixirs capable of restoring power in this world, they do exist, particularly among the various sects. There has been considerable research into such restorative potions. At this moment, Emperor Xia immediately instructed the leader of the Shadow Guards, investigate, at once, uncover the identity of the individual bold enough to oppose me. Yes, Your Majesty. I take my leave, the leader of the Shadow Guards replied before turning to depart. Watching the retreating figure of the leader, Emperor Xia muttered to himself, Mu Changtian has indeed been a loyal minister, even resolving a troublesome matter for me before his demise. The trouble he referred to was evidently Mu Changtian's student, Chen Pingyi. Initially, Emperor Xia had favored Chen Pingyi primarily to deal with Mu Changtian. Now that Mu Changtian had been eliminated, Chen Pingyi had lost his purpose. He had intended to find a pretext to remove Chen Pingyi upon his return. However, with Mu Changtian and Chen Pingyi having perished together, the military power of the Great Xia was now firmly in his grasp. With this power, he could finally pursue his ambitions. Chapter 57. Internal and External Strife of the Chu family. The news of Mu Changtian being assassinated during his exile and using the blood-burning technique to take 3 masters down with him quickly spread throughout the Great Xia. With the death of Mu Changtian, the Emperor of Xia has completely seized control of the military power of the Great Xia, commanding an army of millions. Furthermore, all the generals of this army were personally promoted by the emperor, and the vast majority of them remained fiercely loyal to him. With such a formidable force at his disposal, what ambitions might the emperor harbor? What actions could he undertake? The prominent families within the Great Xia are certainly not oblivious to these developments. Consequently, a surge in merchant caravans has been observed throughout the realm, particularly within the territories of the various vassal kings, where their numbers have doubled. Of course, the northern county is an exception. The caravans merely serve as a fade for the aristocratic families, who utilize them to traverse the land and forge alliances with various factions. The emperor has sharpened his sword, and it is inconceivable that the noble families remain entirely passive. The consensus among the influential families is clear. Since the emperor is unyielding and disobedient, it is time to install a new ruler. Historically, there have been emperors who sought to eradicate the power of the nobility. Some emperors employed the civil service examination to undermine the foundation of these families, while others imposed restrictions on land ownership or sought to suppress their commercial endeavors. However, the effectiveness of such measures has always been limited. The emperor's elimination of the two great kings signifies his complete control over the military, clearly indicating his waning patience with the noble families. He intends to obliterate the existing aristocracy through direct and forceful means. The swiftness and decisiveness of the emperor's actions have naturally drawn the attention of the influential families, particularly those in Jiangnan. Since the mysterious passing of Chu Yu, Chu Xiong has remained vigilant regarding the capital, dispatching numerous spies to monitor its affairs, ensuring he is aware of any disturbances that may arise. Upon learning of Mu Changtian's demise and the military power now in the hands of the Summer Emperor, Chu Xiong has been plagued by sleepless nights, sensing that calamity looms over the Chu family. In the courtyard of the Chu residence, he sat in a pavilion, perusing intelligence reports from the capital, his countenance etched with concern. At that moment, two elderly men with silver hair approached the pavilion. One of them spoke, "Elder brother, you have witnessed the Summer Emperor's maneuvers. Should not our Chu family prepare accordingly?" After a brief silence following his younger brother Chu Liang's words, Chu Xiong replied, "I have already dispatched someone to contact Prince Qi. I believe we shall soon receive news." Dissatisfaction evident in his tone, Chu Liang retorted, "Elder brother, what use is Prince Qi? He is but a mere wastrel. Do you truly expect him to rise in rebellion?" Chu Xiong's intention was to leverage the feudal lords to restrain the Summer Emperor, compelling him to abandon his schemes against the aristocracy or inciting a rebellion among the lords, thereby diverting the emperor's attention from the noble families. Naturally, if a feudal lord could vanquish the Summer Emperor, it would be even more favorable. Prince Qi was the most discontented among the lords, having faced numerous grievances since the Summer Emperor ascended the throne. Thus, Chu Xiong chose him as the first target for incitement to rebellion. However, it was clear that his younger brother Chu Liang held a different perspective. At this juncture, he suggested, "In my view, we should directly seek to assassinate the Summer Emperor. With his death, all our troubles would be resolved." At this moment, the third brother, Chu Song, inquired, "If the Summer Emperor were to perish, whom should we support to ascend the throne?" Chu Liang confidently asserted, "That is a matter of course. We should undoubtedly support the eighth prince. The support for the eighth prince is lacking. Do you truly wish to endorse the debauched wastrel from Beijing? Furthermore, the mother of the eighth prince hails from the prestigious Wang family of Jiangnan, and it is inconceivable that he would entertain the same fanciful notions as his father regarding taking action against our esteemed families. Moreover, our Chu family enjoys a favorable relationship with the Wang family. Once the eighth prince ascends the throne, we shall present him with some young ladies from our clan. Should a daughter of the Chu family bear him offspring swiftly, the competition for the position of empress may not be beyond reach." Upon hearing Chu Liang's words, Chu Song remarked, "Elder brother, I cannot shake the feeling that the ninth prince may be a better choice. If he indulges in pleasures within the palace, would that not render him easier for us to manipulate? Furthermore, we could influence his selection of an empress." Chu Liang snorted dismissively. "Do you think I have not contemplated this? He is a complete failure, unable to rise to the occasion. If we were to choose him, do you believe he could effectively balance the interests of the prominent families? The resistance in the court would be formidable. Those ministers would never consent. Among the princes, everyone possesses qualifications, except for him. Do not forget, he is the child of Chu Yu, with an extraordinary connection to the Xianyu Palace. If he were to gain power, how could we possibly maintain control over him?" Chu Song conceded, "Elder brother, you make some valid points." At that moment, Chu Xiong, with a scowl, interjected, "Second brother, your words cross a line. Regardless of the circumstances, Chu Yu is still my daughter. No matter how one navigates the connections, she is first and foremost my daughter, and only thereafter the divine maiden of Xianyu Palace. Why should her son be deemed unworthy of occupying that position? Moreover, do you truly believe that the Emperor of Summer is so easily assassinated? Is it not somewhat premature to discuss who should ascend the throne at this juncture? The Emperor is guarded by a Grand Master, and aside from Situ Su, we have no knowledge of whether other Grand Masters are covertly protecting him. To successfully carry out an assassination would be a feat more daunting than reaching the heavens." Chu Liang scoffed, saying, "Brother, I perceive that age has dulled your wits. Do you think I suggested supporting the eighth prince without reason? He is currently in the capital and could undoubtedly assist us in executing our plan to eliminate the emperor." Furrowing his brow, Chu Xiong immediately retorted, "No, we absolutely must not attempt to assassinate the emperor at this moment. Should we fail, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike against the noble families. Our preparations are insufficient. We cannot afford such a risk. Everyone in the court is already aware that the emperor intends to act against the noble families, and the noble families are equally cognizant of his intentions. However, even if the emperor seeks to eradicate them, he requires a seemingly legitimate reason. As it stands, he has yet to find a suitable pretext. Thus, if the noble families were to send assassins now, it would unwittingly furnish the emperor with the justification he seeks. Noticing Chu Xiong's trepidation, Chu Liang huffed disdainfully, "Brother, your courage is waning. The emperor's blade is poised to descend, and you continue to fret over inconsequential matters. It seems you wish to wait until the emperor's vast army arrives at Sufeng City before you express satisfaction." With that, Chu Liang turned on his heel and departed. Upon witnessing Chu Liang's departure, Chu Song hastily followed, calling out, second brother, let us converse amicably. Eldest brother is only considering the family's best interests. Please do not be upset." Observing the two engaging in their dialogue, Chu Xiong's expression darkened. He was no fool. He was acutely aware of Chu Liang and Chu Song's intentions. Although Chu Song appeared to be addressing the ninth prince, he was, in truth, facilitating a conversation with Chu Liang. The daughters-in-law of Chu Song's sons hailed from the Wong family, and even his concubine belonged to the same lineage. His allegiance was unmistakably clear. As for Chu Liang, his aspirations for the position of family head had been evident for quite some time. The Chu family was now ensnared in a web of internal strife and external threats, and the thought of his son, who was more concerned with women than responsibilities, only compounded Chu Xiong's weariness. Rubbing his forehead, he turned to the inconspicuous woman behind him and said, "Qingli, your sister is in the northern county. You should join her there. If the Chu family ever faces dire ruin, you need not return." In response, the woman clad in a flowing green gown replied, "Yes, master of the family." Her voice was frigid, devoid of any emotional resonance, as if she were nothing more than a mere instrument of assassination. Chapter 58, The Northern King? As they drew closer to the northern county, the atmosphere within the Mu State Duke's residence grew increasingly tense. The ladies of the Mu household were eager at the prospect of finally reuniting with Mu Zixian, particularly Mu Shi, who had longed to discover how her daughter fared within the northern king's household. The men of the Mu Gugong mansion were anxiously concerned about whether they would merely pass through Beijun before continuing northward. If they were to only traverse Beijun, they would inevitably encroach upon the territory of the barbarians, and betraying the Great Xia was something they could never contemplate. Soon, Mu Cha-Tian and his companions realized that upon reaching Beijun, their caravan had not come to a halt, they were still advancing northward. This revelation caused Mu Changtian's heart to leap with trepidation. Could it be that these individuals were indeed spies of the barbarians? Without hesitation, Mu Changtian leaned out of the carriage to inquire of the mounted Jinui soldier, "Young brother, to where are we bound?" The Jinui soldier promptly replied, "Mu Guogong. Our destination is Yinqing, and it will take us several more days to arrive." Upon hearing the soldiers specify their destination, Mu Changtian felt a slight sense of relief. It was merely Yinqing. He then withdrew his head back into the carriage, at which point Mu Xingping asked, "Father, I recall that the Northern King resides in Yinqing. Could the mysterious prince they mentioned truly be the Northern King?" Mu Cha-Tian shook his head and responded, "It cannot be him. Yinqing is the most prosperous city in Beijun, so it would not be surprising for that enigmatic prince to meet us there." Mu Cha-Tian harbored no suspicion regarding the formidable influence of Lu Chen. After all, everyone was well aware of the nature of such a prince. Days later, in Beijun, at Yinqing, the Mu family's caravan, disguised as a merchant convoy, gradually entered Yinqing. Upon their arrival, those within the carriage drew back the curtains to survey the sights outside. At this moment, Mu Cha-Tian was resting with his eyes closed when Mu Jingwu reminded him, "Father, we have arrived at Yin City." Upon hearing this, Mu Cha-Tian opened his eyes and gazed out of the window. Although Yin City is the most bustling metropolis in Beijun, a mere glance reveals its stark contrast with other cities of the Great Xia. The common folk on the streets mostly wore tattered garments, many of which were heavily patched, and numerous individuals walked barefoot. If one were to seek a commendable aspect of Beijun, it would be the sparkle in the eyes of its people, radiating a vibrant spirit as if filled with hope for the future. At that moment, Mu Xingping remarked, "I never expected that the most prosperous Yin city in Beijun would still be so impoverished. It seems that the development of Beijun will not be an easy endeavor. I wonder how my little sister is faring at the North Wangfu." Mu Jingwu replied, "Do not worry. While Beijun may be poor, the North Wangfu is certainly not lacking. I have heard that the North Wangfu earns hundreds of thousands of taels of silver each month from the sale of perfumes and soaps." At this instant, Mu Cha-Tian's thoughts were not confined within the carriage. He was solely focused on meeting the enigmatic prince. He began to contemplate how he should act should the individual turn out to be a barbarian. Meanwhile, at the North Wangfu, Lu Chun had just finished exercising with Wongqing and was now in a pavilion selecting portraits of the women who would partake in the prince's concubinage. Although Mu Zixian had already made her selections, it was customary to present them to Lu Chun for his approval. However, Lu Chun did not place much importance on such images. The portraits are even more outrageous than the deceptive photographs of modern times, while the latter merely enhance existing images. The former are purely the subjective strokes of the artist. Nevertheless, Chen managed to select a few pleasing depictions of women. After all, this was merely a preliminary selection, and the true evaluation of potential concubines would require his direct observation. Without such scrutiny, he could not ascertain the merit of these women. At that moment, a member of the Imperial Guard entered the courtyard, announcing, "My lord, the family of Duke Mu has arrived." Upon hearing this, Chen immediately rose from the stone bench. Their arrival was indeed a surprise for Mu Zixuan. He promptly instructed, "Make arrangements for us to meet at once." "Yes, my lord," replied the reporting guard before turning to leave. The carriage procession of the Mu family ultimately halted at the Yin City Yuelao restaurant. Upon entering the establishment, a towering and robust middle-aged man approached Mu Chantian. Upon seeing this man, Mu Chantian was taken aback. Another master. Just how formidable was the power of that enigmatic prince's entourage? In such a short span, they had encountered two masters. At that moment, Qin Yushan spoke, addressing Mu Chantian and his two sons. "Duke Mu, please follow me." Understanding the implication of his words, Mu Chantian and his sons realized they were likely to meet the mysterious prince. The thought filled them with immense excitement. Subsequently, they parted ways with the female members of the Mu household, who retreated to the restaurant's rear courtyard, while Mu Chantian and his sons followed Qin Yushan to the second floor. Upon their arrival at the private room on the second floor, they found no trace of the enigmatic prince. At this moment, Qin Yushan remarked, "Lord Mu, I kindly ask for your patience. Our prince shall arrive shortly." Mu Chantian, without further contemplation, decided to wait. As the seconds ticked by, approximately 15 minutes later, the door to the private room was gently pushed open. The sound of the door stirred Mu Chantian and his companions, prompting them to rise from their seats, their gazes fixated on the entrance, eager to discern who would emerge. However, as the door creaked ajar, a familiar visage materialized before them. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Mu Chantian was rendered speechless, muttering in disbelief, "The Northern Prince?" His astonishment was mirrored by his two sons, who stood frozen in place. They were well aware of the significance of the Northern Prince. Mu Chantian recalled their previous encounter, when the Northern Prince had departed the capital, a time when the prince's intellect had still been rather immature, lacking even the awareness of political taboos. How could such an uneducated individual, devoid of political acumen, wield such immense power? A troubling thought crossed Mu Chantian's mind. Had the Northern Prince been concealing his true capabilities all along, feigning incompetence to deceive those around him into believing he was ignorant? If that were the case, the Northern Prince's cunning was indeed profound. He had not only outwitted them, but had also duped the entire populace of the Great Daxia Dynasty. Until their arrival in the northern county, the trio had never suspected that the Northern Prince was the very mysterious figure they sought, only to discover that it was indeed the prince himself who stood before them. The Northern King possesses such profound cunning and wields an immense power. His intentions require no speculation. Observing the incredulous expressions on Mu Chantian and the others, Chen inquired with a smile, "Father-in-law, do you seem surprised to see me?" Upon hearing Chen's words, the Mu family finally regained their composure and hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Northern King." Chapter 59. When the tree stands tall in the forest, the wind must bring it down. After completing their salutations, Mu Chantian awkwardly remarked, "Your Highness, I never anticipated that the one to save the Mu family would be you." During their journey to the Northern Prefecture, they had indeed considered the possibility that the enigmatic king mentioned by Liang Zong was the Northern King, given that the Northern Prefecture was his domain. However, the notion that this mysterious king could be the Northern King merely flickered through their minds before being swiftly dismissed. The reality of standing before the Northern King himself left them profoundly shaken. They could hardly believe that the notorious Northern King, rumored to be devoid of scholarly pursuits and given to debauchery, had concealed his true depth so astutely. Merely based on his ability to produce the grand rejuvenation pill and the vast influence at his command, it was evident that if he were to contend for the throne, the Crown Prince would stand no chance against him. At that moment, a singular question arose simultaneously in the hearts of Mu Chantian and his sons. With such formidable power, why would the Northern King choose to remain hidden? If he were to engage in the struggle for succession, his formidable forces, combined with the support of the Jiangnan aristocracy, could very well secure him the throne in the capital. Now that the Northern King had been driven to the Northern Prefecture, if he still aspired to claim the position in the capital, it would ultimately necessitate raising an army. However, Mu Chantian and the others were acutely aware of the conditions in Beijing. Should they rise in rebellion, it would be exceedingly difficult to triumph over the elite soldiers of the Great Xia. Even if they were to emerge victorious, The ensuing devastation would leave the Northern King with a dire legacy to contend with. At this juncture, Chen spoke, urging, "Please, take your seats. There is no need to stand." With that, he entered the private room, and the guards at the door promptly closed it behind him. Once inside, Mu Changtian wasted no time and inquired, "Your Highness, with such immense power at your disposal, why did you choose to conceal your capabilities in the capital?" Chen replied with a calm demeanor, "A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be uprooted by the wind. My father is still in his prime. If he were to discover the vast influence I wield, what do you think would become of me, dear father-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Mu Changtian and the others immediately grasped the implications. As a prince with a significant following and allies within the military, should the Emperor of Xia become aware, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. What could a prince possibly intend by amassing such power while his father remains vigorous? Nevertheless, Mu Changtian found himself perplexed. Even if the Northern King possessed considerable strength, there seemed no need to feign incompetence. He could simply refrain from revealing his hidden cards. Despite his confusion, Mu Changtian decided against further inquiry. Recognizing the Northern King as a man of profound strategy, he no longer regarded him as a political novice, believing instead that his actions were undoubtedly the result of careful deliberation. The Northern King undoubtedly harbors grander schemes. Although he shares blood ties with the Summer Emperor, the Northern King's intervention in saving the Mu family, coupled with the fact that Mu Zixuan is his queen, has fostered a sense of kinship between Mu Changtian and Chen, devoid of any psychological barriers. At this moment, Mu Changtian proclaimed, "The Northern King has rescued our Mu family. Should he require my assistance in the future, I, Mu Changtian, shall dedicate my all." This declaration was, in essence, a direct pledge of allegiance to Chen. Upon hearing Mu Changtian's words, Mu Xingping and Mu Jingwu hastily bowed, affirming, "We too vow to follow the Northern King unto death." Chen smiled warmly and replied, "We are all family. Such sentiments need not be expressed." With this, he turned to Mu Changtian and inquired, "Father-in-law, there is a question that has long perplexed me, yet I have found no one to consult. Now that you are here, I seek your wisdom." In dialogues with his own kin, Chen refrains from referring to himself as this king, opting instead for to foster a closer bond. Nonetheless, Mu Changtian, being a man of considerable conservatism, perceives Chen's identity as a prince to outweigh that of his son-in-law. Responding with utmost respect, "Your Highness, please proceed." Chen then asked, "Logically, if my father were to eliminate the aristocratic families, he would undoubtedly require a sharp sword. Without question, you, father-in-law, are the most fitting candidate. Yet, why?" He refrained from continuing, aware that this topic touched upon Mu Changtian's painful memories. Mu Changtian instantly comprehended the inquiry that Chen intended to pose. With a deep sigh, he responded, "Your Highness, His Majesty has consistently harbored doubts regarding my loyalty. In his eyes, I am not the formidable sword he seeks. Even if I were, I would merely be a weapon of the aristocracy." Originally, Mu Changtian had contemplated addressing the emperor by his name. But considering that the northern prince was the emperor's son, he deemed it inappropriate to do so in his presence and ultimately referred to the emperor as Your Majesty. At that moment, a thought struck him, prompting him to continue, "Moreover, I suspect that His Majesty may already possess an even sharper blade." Upon hearing Mu Changtian's words, Chen fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief interval, he replied, "The Mu residence has been dismantled. I have arranged a new abode for you. However, you may need to adopt a different surname going forward." Mu Changtian immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness. Surviving is a blessing in itself. As for changing our surname, I am not overly concerned, for once the emperor passes, we can reclaim our name." At this juncture, Mu Changtian tentatively inquired, "Your Highness, what are your plans upon your arrival in the northern county?" In Mu Changtian's perspective, the northern prince, wielding such formidable power, would not be content to remain a mere idle lord in the northern county. He aimed to seize this opportunity. Should the northern prince ascend to the throne and become the new emperor, the Mu family could once again bask in its former glory. Although the Mu family had fallen from grace due to the emperor's actions, Mu Changtian harbored no significant animosity towards Chen, the son of the emperor. Recognizing that political strife often pits the interests of fathers against those of their sons. Throughout history, it has been a common occurrence for aging emperors to exile their loyal ministers, only for the new emperor to reinstate these exiled officials, thus bestowing upon them a chance to serve once more. This act of benevolence often results in the reinstated ministers harboring gratitude rather than resentment towards the new sovereign. Upon hearing Mu Changtian's inquiry, Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. "I have no immediate plans," he replied. Mu Changtian was momentarily taken aback. unable to believe Lu Chen's words. After all, the Northern King had concealed his prowess in the capital for many years, amassing a formidable force. It was hard to fathom that he had no schemes in mind. Sensing Mu Chantian's skepticism, Lu Chen continued, "The time is not ripe. Any efforts made now would be in vain." Realization dawned upon Mu Chantian. The Northern King was biding his time for the opportune moment. He had suspected that a man of such cunning could not remain content in a corner. He then declared, "Your Highness, should you ever require my assistance, I, Mu Chantian, shall not hesitate to lay down my life." Lu Chen responded, "There is no need to wait. I require your help at this very moment. Please, Your Highness, speak." Mu Chantian replied promptly, "I plan to train a cavalry unit in the northern county, and I find myself lacking a suitable commander. I wonder if you might have any suggestions?" At this, Mu Chantian felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated being able to contribute so soon upon his arrival in the northern county. He promptly stood and bowed respectfully to Lu Chen, exclaiming, "I shall ensure that this cavalry is trained expeditiously, and I will not disappoint Your Highness's expectations." Lu Chen nodded and then rose to speak. "Very well. Let us conclude for today. Shortly, I shall send the princess to visit your new residence." With that, Lu Chen made his way toward the door. The Mu family, consisting of Mu Chantian and his two sons, bowed once more and exclaimed, "We bid farewell to His Highness." Chapter 60. Is this the true countenance of the Northern Prince? Once Lu Chen departed, the three members of the Mu family sighed in relief, as if a great burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They remained in a state of disbelief. After all, he was the Northern Prince, the reputedly unlearned and debauched Northern Prince. To their astonishment, he was indeed the enigmatic noble who had come to their rescue. At that moment, Mu Chantian chuckled to himself. Who would have thought I could be so easily deceived? Beside him, Mu Jingwu remarked, "Father, I still do not comprehend why the Northern Prince chose to conceal his true abilities in the capital. Logically, with the power he wields and the support of the Chu family, the position of Crown Prince should have been well within his grasp." The Northern Prince had previously stated that a tree standing tall in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. Yet this does not fully elucidate his reasons for subterfuge. Contemplating his son's inquiry, Mu Chantian stroked his beard and replied, "The Northern Prince's intentions are beyond our comprehension. However, judging by all he has done, it appears he has never intended to rely on the power of the aristocracy. Otherwise, upon arriving in Beijing, his first course of action would have been to send envoys to the Chu family for assistance in governing the region. Yet, to my knowledge, there has been no contact between the Chu family and the Northern Prince's residence for quite some time. Thus, I suspect that the Northern Prince's stance towards the aristocracy aligns closely with that of the Summer Emperor." Upon hearing these words, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping were momentarily taken aback. After Mu Xingping regained his composure, as if a revelation had struck him, he immediately remarked, "Could it be that the Northern King deliberately intends to distance himself from the capital, with the aim of leveraging your majesty to eliminate the aristocratic families? Then, once the various factions in the capital have sufficiently depleted themselves in the struggle for succession, he can return to inherit the rightful throne?" Mu Chantian responded, "That is most likely the case. The turmoil among the aristocratic families has persisted for ages. As a prince known for his remarkable patience, the Northern King must harbor grander ambitions. His aspirations cannot merely be confined to the position of Crown Prince. I suspect his gaze has already extended to a more distant future, contemplating the issues he will need to address post-coronation. If Emperor Xia succeeds in dismantling the aristocracy, then upon the Northern King's ascension, he will wield absolute power over the entire Daxia. This strategy offers him a significant advantage. Should future criticisms arise regarding the royal family's excessive measures, they would primarily target the current Emperor Xia, leaving the Northern King largely unaffected." As Mu Chantian elaborated on his analysis, the two brothers from the Mu family were left in a state of astonishment. They had never anticipated that the Northern King, once deemed a mere wastrel by society, could possess such profound vision and ambition. Should the Northern King ascend the throne and become the new emperor of Daxia, his aspirations would likely extend far beyond mere dominion over the realm. According to the Northern King's current plan, by the time he is crowned, it is highly probable that the aristocratic families within Daxia will have been largely eradicated by Emperor Xia, at which point Daxia would be entirely at the Northern King's command. The Northern King, a figure of remarkable ambition and vision, having assumed control over the entire Great Xia, would surely be remiss if he did not embark upon some grand endeavor, given the extensive scheming that preceded his rise. The Mu brothers could scarcely fathom the direction in which the Northern King would steer the vessel of Great Xia following his ascension. A troubling thought crossed their minds. Could it be that the Northern King harbored aspirations to eradicate all dynasties and dominate the world? Was this only the inception of his designs? This realization left the Mu brothers gasping in astonishment. Thus, they discerned the true nature of the Northern King's intentions. Meanwhile, in the carriage returning to the Northern King's residence, Chen found himself incessantly sneezing, beginning to suspect he might be coming down with a cold. After all, as a ninth-tier martial artist, he should not be so easily susceptible to illness. Before long, Chen arrived at the royal manor. The moment he stepped inside, he sought out Mu Zixuan. She was in her chamber attending to the child, and upon noticing Chen's arrival, she promptly set down Lu Changfeng. "Greetings, Your Highness," she said. Chen approached Mu Zixuan, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, playfully brushing his fingers against her delicate nose. "My dear, how many times must I remind you? You are my wife. There is no need for formalities on a daily basis," he stated. Mu Zixuan smiled warmly, replying, "Your Highness is indeed the epitome of nobility. It is only proper for me to show my respect." Seeing her persist in this manner, Chen chose to shift the conversation. "My dear, I have prepared a surprise for you. I wonder if you might be interested?" Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan inquired with curiosity, "A surprise? What sort of surprise?" Chen smiled and remarked, "If a surprise is revealed, it ceases to be a surprise. Allow me to take you to a special place, and soon you shall understand." Mu Zixuan hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, Feng'er has yet to fall asleep." Chen glanced at the sleeping Lu Changfeng before saying, "Let Xiao Rou and the nurse keep an eye on him for now. You should accompany me to this place." Hearing Chen's words, Mu Zixuan became even more curious about the nature of this surprise. During her time in the royal residence, the Northern Prince had not bestowed upon her any so-called surprises. Yet, to be fair, the Northern Prince himself was a surprise in her life. When she first married into the Northern Prince's household, she feared her future would be bleak, but to her astonishment, apart from his penchant for indulgence, the Northern Prince possessed few other flaws. Moreover, he treated her, his princess, with great kindness and affection, placing his trust in her to manage the affairs of the royal estate. As a woman from a family of wrongdoers, to marry such a commendable man was already a remarkable fortune, and Mu Zixuan felt unworthy to crave any further surprises. She then said, "Very well. I shall go and see what kind of surprise the prince has prepared for me." Upon her agreement, Chen promptly took Mu Zixuan by the hand and led her out of the room. He subsequently arranged for the Imperial guards to escort her to the residence he had prepared for the Mu family. En route to the new Mu residence, Mu Zixuan could hardly contain her curiosity. She lifted the curtain and inquired of the Imperial guard accompanying them, "What kind of surprise has the prince prepared for me? Do you have any knowledge of it?" Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's inquiry, the Imperial guard promptly responded, "Your Highness, the prince has instructed us not to reveal anything in advance. You shall discover it upon your arrival." Listening to the guard's reply, Mu Zixuan pouted, pondering what kind of surprise could be so shrouded in mystery. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at the entrance of the Mu residence. Due to the sensitive nature of the surname Mu, there was no plaque displaying the family name. Simply a grand gate stood before her. At that moment, a guard addressed Mu Zixuan from within the carriage, saying, "Your Highness, we have arrived." Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan quickly descended from the carriage, only to find herself further puzzled by the imposing gate. What could the prince possibly want from her at this place? Just then, a guard approached the entrance and instructed the servant on duty, "Please go inside and inform your master that the princess has arrived." The servant, upon hearing this, hurriedly dashed into the residence. As Mu Zixuan stood at the gate, the servants of the Mu household, upon seeing her, immediately bowed and greeted her. "We pay our respects to the princess." Mu Zixuan replied nonchalantly, "You may rise." Her mind was preoccupied, eager to uncover the surprise that Chen had prepared for her. At that moment, a familiar female voice resonated from a distance, "Zixuan." Upon hearing the voice, Mu Zixuan instantly turned in its direction, and in that instant, she was frozen in place. She had never imagined that she would see her mother in this lifetime. From the day she wed Chen, she had resigned herself to the notion that she could never return to the capital nor reunite with her beloved family. However, to her astonishment, just over a year later, she found herself face to face with her mother once more. Mu Zixuan was overwhelmed with emotion. This was indeed the surprise the prince had alluded to. It was a monumental surprise for her. In that moment, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Upon seeing her daughter, Mu Shi was equally moved, rushing to Mu Zixuan's side. The two women embraced tightly, their hearts intertwined in joy and sorrow. Mu Zixuan wept for the reunion with her family, while Mu Shi cried out of the anguish of having faced a life-threatening crisis, believing she would never see her daughter again. After a while, Mu Zixuan wiped her tears away, intending to comfort her mother, only to discover Mu Cha Tian and others standing not far off. As the realization dawned upon her, She understood that not only had her mother come to Beijun, but her father and 2 brothers had also arrived, along with several servants from the Mu household. What could have transpired? Even Mu Zixuan, not the sharpest, could sense that something significant had occurred within the Mu family. Mu Chantian, a duke with military authority, though his powers had been revoked, was not one to be allowed to leave the capital by the emperor. The fact that they had all come to Beijun hinted at some grave situation. Mu Zixuan immediately inquired, "Mother, what is happening? Why have you all come to Beijun?" Mu Chantian sighed and then said, "Zixuan, please come in. We shall gradually discuss the matters pertaining to the capital." Mu Zixuan nodded and followed them into the reception hall of the Mu residence. Thereafter, Mu Chantian recounted to Mu Zixuan the events that transpired in the capital as well as during their exile, allowing her to finally comprehend the gravity of the situation that befell the Mu family. At that moment, Mu Zixuan bore no resentment towards Lu Chun for withholding this information. She understood his reasons for concealing the truth. When the Mu residence encountered its calamity, she had just given birth and was in a fragile state. Had she been informed of the troubles at that time, it would undoubtedly have dealt her a severe blow. Consequently, her gratitude towards Lu Chen deepened. She had never imagined that one day, it would be the northern prince who saved their entire family. Simultaneously, Mu Zixuan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Had she not married the northern prince, it was likely that both she and the Mu family would no longer exist. After spending approximately 2 hours at the Mu residence, Mu Zixuan returned to the royal palace. At that moment, Lu Chen was engrossed in examining the intelligence reports from the Imperial Guard in his study. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door echoed. "Your Highness, may I enter?" Lu Chen set aside the reports and rose to reply, "Come in." As Mu Zixuan pushed the door open, Lu Chen smiled and inquired, "My beloved, how do you find the surprise I prepared for you? Do you like it?" No sooner had Lu Chen finished speaking than Mu Zixuan leaped into his embrace. Feeling the warmth and softness of her in his arms, Lu Chen gently patted her delicate back in a comforting manner. Mu Zixuan, amidst her tears, uttered, "Woo-woo. Your Highness, thank you for saving our family." Lu Chen smiled gently. "You are my beloved consort, and I cannot bear to see you sorrowing over the loss of your family. It is my duty to support you." As he spoke, he continued to pat Mu Zixuan's back, reassuring her, "Enough, enough, do not cry. Your family is well, and they have come to Beijun. If you wish to see them in the future, it will be much easier." With that, Lu Chen gently pushed Mu Zixuan away and brushed away the tears from the corners of her eyes. At that moment, her face was flushed and with tears glistening. She appeared even more enchanting and deserving of affection. Mu Zixuan gazed into Lu Chen's eyes, her heart brimming with gratitude, yet she struggled to express it. Her eyes, filled with emotion, spoke volumes. Seeing her in such a state, Lu Chen could no longer contain himself and leaned in to kiss her. Mu Zixuan did not resist. It had been a long time since they had nurtured their relationship, especially since her pregnancy. The events surrounding the Mu family had intensified her gratitude towards Lu Chen, igniting a deep yearning for his affection. Though Lu Chen had always preferred to keep his romantic encounters with his wives and concubines outside of his study, after all, it was his place of work, where he occasionally reprimanded his maid, Wongqing. Given the charged atmosphere, he felt there was no reason to hold back. The host and Mu Zixuan have deepened their bond, gaining 20 experience points in Qi refinement technique and 20 experience points in rejuvenation technique. Congratulations to the host for acquiring another offspring, rewarded with 122 artillery pieces, 200 shells, and complementary cement manufacturing technology. Children bring forth greater rewards. I implore the host to persevere and multiply. Upon hearing the subsequent system notification, Lu Chen momentarily paused, still enraptured in the tender embrace of his beloved consort. He was taken aback to discover that his concubine had given birth at this very moment. Noticing Lu Chen's stillness, Mu Zixuan, her eyes shimmering with affection, turned to him and inquired, "My lord, what troubles you?" It was only during such moments that Mu Zixuan would address him as my lord. She had affectionately referred to him as good brother and dear husband on many occasions. Lu Chen gently brushed the fragrant sweat from her fair forehead and replied, "Xiao Xiao must have given birth." At these words, Mu Zixuan instantly regained her composure and exclaimed, "Your Highness, we must go see her at once." Mu Zixuan was not one to be frivolous. It was clear that this was not a moment for indulgence. Lu Chen nodded. "Indeed, let us tidy ourselves and proceed." After a brief arrangement, the two made their way to the north courtyard where Zhou Xiaoxiao resided. At that moment, the north courtyard was a flurry of activity. Zhou Xiaoxiao had already delivered her child and lay feebly on the bed, her complexion pale and her body drenched in sweat. Lu Chen sat beside her, took her delicate hand in his, and gently remarked, "Xiaoxiao, you have given birth. Why did you not send word to me? Had it not been for the system notification, he would have remained oblivious to Zhou Xiaoxiao's condition. Zhou Xiaoxiao managed a faint smile and replied, Your Highness has been exceedingly busy. I did not wish to disturb you. Mu Zixuan interjected from the side. Sister, the prince would never mind such matters. Lu Chen smiled and said, Xiaoxiao, you must remember to inform me when you have children in the future. Understood? Upon hearing these words, Zhou Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. She had just given birth, and the prince was already speaking of future offspring. At that moment, a faint blush crept onto her pale face. Noticing her frailty, Lu Chen immediately summoned his spiritual energy, employing the technique of rejuvenation to heal Zhou Xiaoxiao. In the next instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as the pain and fatigue that had plagued her vanished entirely. Observing the gentle green glow emanating from Zhou Xiaoxiao, Mu Zixuan and Chu Yuqin were left in a state of astonishment. Chapter 62. The stirring of the barbarian tribe. Chu Yuqin had heard Lu Chen speak of his celestial destiny long before. Thus, she was not surprised by his ability to wield divine magic. However, knowing and witnessing such a phenomenon were two entirely different experiences. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao, resting upon the bed, let out a soft moan. After a brief pause, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lu Chen as she inquired, My lord, what did you just do? Why do I feel so comfortable, with no trace of pain whatsoever? Hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's words, Mu Zixuan was suddenly reminded of her own experience during childbirth. At that time, her body had not emitted a green glow, yet upon contact with Lu Chen, she too had felt an overwhelming sense of ease, and within days, her body had returned to its pre-pregnancy state. Initially, she had thought it was due to her own constitution, but now it seemed evident that Lu Chen must have employed a special method to heal her. Lu Chen did not immediately respond to Zhou Xiaoxiao's inquiry. Instead, he waited until the color returned to her face before he spoke. This is my unique treatment method, capable of facilitating your swift recovery. As soon as Lu Chen's words fell, Chu Yuqin promptly turned to the midwife and maids in the room, commanding, What transpired today must not be disclosed to anyone. Witnessing the grave expression and firm tone of Chu Yuqin, the midwife and maids hastily bowed their heads in unison, affirming, Yes, Lady Chu. They had never encountered such a treatment method before. Evidently, it was not a technique possessed by ordinary humans, but rather a legendary form of celestial magic. The mere thought that their prince wielded such abilities filled the room with exhilaration. Previously, they had only heard tales of celestial beings. Now, they were witnessing someone capable of such magic in person, and it was none other than their own prince, which stirred their emotions profoundly. To serve a celestial being was a rare fortune, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao sat up from the bed, and Lu Chen quickly assisted her. She had returned to her pre-childbirth state, her body now largely unharmed, and she then embraced the child beside her, scrutinizing it intently. My lord, I have only borne you a daughter. A trace of regret flickered across Zhou Xiaoxiao's face. She had observed Lu Chen's fondness for Lu Chongfeng, and had always believed he preferred sons. Thus, after giving birth to a daughter, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Such was the nature of this era, where a mother's worth was often dictated by her offspring. Only by bearing sons could a woman's status be elevated. Lu Chen gazed at the daughter cradled in Zhou Xiaoxiao's arms, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. Xiaoxiao, to me, sons and daughters are largely equivalent. Within my royal residence, whatever my son possesses, my daughter shall also have. Although she may not receive as much as her brother, I assure you, none of my children will be deprived. You need not worry. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhou Xiaoxiao finally felt at ease. At that moment, Mu Zixuan, standing nearby, interjected. Your Highness, the child is yet to be named. Perhaps you could bestow a name upon her. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen replied, Let us name her Lu Huanhuan. I hope she grows up filled with joy. Zhou Xiaoxiao repeated, Huanhuan. Huanhuan, Your Highness, that name is delightful. Just then, an urgent voice from outside interrupted, Your Highness, Commander Chen seeks your presence. He claims to have pressing matters to discuss and urges you to proceed to the study at once. Zhou Xiaoxiao, having just given birth, expected Lu Chen to remain by her side during this time. Furthermore, the palace maids were quite considerate. They would not disturb her unless it were of utmost importance. Noticing the seriousness etched upon Lu Chen's face, Chu Yuqin promptly said, Chun'er, since it is Commander Chen who calls for you, it must be of significance. You should go. We shall stay here with Xiaoxiao. Lu Chen nodded. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and exited Zhou Xiaoxiao's chamber, making his way to his study. Upon arriving, he found Qin Yushan already waiting for him. As Lu Chen opened the door, he inquired, Commander Chen, what has transpired? Qin Yushan hastily produced a bamboo tube from his possession, extracted a rolled sheepskin parchment, and handed it to Lu Chun, stating, "Your Highness, there are unusual movements from the northern barbarian tribes." Upon hearing these words, a frown instantly creased Lu Chen's brow. Since his arrival in the northern county, he had harbored no fear of the petty assassins from the capital, nor of the influential families in the northern county. His foremost concern had always been the barbarian tribes to the north. The news of their agitation immediately set Lu Chen on edge. Should the barbarian army march southward, the northern county would bear the brunt of the assault, and its cities would undoubtedly suffer a bloodbath. The northern county's persistent underdevelopment and impoverishment could be attributed to the sporadic incursions of the barbarians. After glancing at the sheepskin scroll in Qin Yushan's hands, Lu Chen fell into a contemplative silence, remaining speechless for an extended period. The intelligence on the scroll merely indicated that the barbarians had begun to assemble, but had yet to form a substantial army, with at least 2 months required for their full gathering. After a while, noticing Lu Chen's silence, Qin Yushan took the initiative to speak. "Your Highness, our informants have learned that this time, the barbarian tribe's descent seems not merely for plundering food, but rather with the intention to completely seize the northern county. The barbarian court plans to establish a nation, with Yin City as their capital." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun could not restrain a cold laugh, retorting, "They wish to occupy the northern county and establish a nation here? How naive to think I would simply allow that." Lu Chun, the feudal prince of Beijun, found himself in a precarious position. If he were to lose his fiefdom, what would remain of his princely title? At that moment, Qin Yushan offered a sobering reminder. "Your Highness, judging by the recent assembly orders from the barbarian tribes, they are poised to launch an assault on Beijun with no less than 300,000 cavalry. Presently, Beijun boasts a mere 30,000 soldiers, most of whom are stationed in Yinqing, utterly incapable of repelling the oncoming tide of barbarian forces. We must prepare for the worst." Upon hearing Qin Yushan's counsel, Lu Chen fell into a contemplative silence. A large-scale war differs vastly from a mere series of assassination attempts. Should assassins dare to invade the royal residence, a few grenades would suffice to send them fleeing in terror. Yet, if the barbarian cavalry truly numbered 300,000, the sight would be in overwhelming darkness. The reason the great Daxia Dynasty has struggled against the barbarians lies in their reliance on cavalry. Their swift advance often catches the Xia army unprepared, leaving little time to establish a defensive line before the enemy strikes. When the Xia forces finally arrive to mount a counterattack, the barbarian cavalry retreat like an ebbing tide, rendering pursuit nearly impossible. For years, the great Daxia Dynasty strategy against the barbarians has predominantly been defensive. However, this time, the barbarians seek to conquer Beijun, and it is unlikely they will retreat upon the arrival of the Xia army as they have in the past. Should Beijun manage to withstand the siege, it would undoubtedly result in devastation and sorrow, with the cries of the afflicted echoing throughout the land. If the common folk of Beijun were to be slaughtered by the barbarians, what would become of Lu Chun, the prince, merely a figurehead devoid of authority? Chapter 63. Lord Zhou need not be courteous. Lu Chen gazed at the sheepskin scroll in his hands, remaining silent for nearly a quarter of an hour. This was the first genuine crisis he encountered since arriving in Beijun. In truth, should he succumb to the onslaught of the barbarian tribes and abandon his fief to return to the capital, he would merely face a reprimand, unlikely to face dire consequences. However, if he were to forsake his territory and flee alone to the capital, his reputation as a prince would plummet irretrievably, becoming a stain upon his legacy. A ruler who abandons his subjects and territory is destined to be immortalized in the annals of disgrace. Yet, if he chose not to retreat, he would confront a daunting reality. How could 30,000 men contend against 300,000? Moreover, it was an infantry against cavalry scenario. With 13 counties in Beijun, there were precisely 13 cities, rendering it impossible for 30,000 soldiers to adequately defend them. Additionally, he found it exceedingly difficult to ascertain from which direction the barbarians would strike. Noticing Lu Chen's prolonged silence, Qin Yushan refrained from speaking, standing quietly beside him. The stillness in the study became almost oppressive, with even the sound of a mosquito seeming disproportionately loud. At that moment, Lu Chen contemplated the potential deployment of 200 122mm howitzers, which could indeed prove advantageous. The inhabitants of this world had never beheld such fearsome instruments of destruction, thus allowing for a strategic surprise against the enemy. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the dispersed and highly mobile cavalry. Should they catch sight of such a formidable weapon in his possession, they might very well retreat in haste. This thought momentarily stunned Lu Chen. Wait, was he not initially concerned about defending the northern county? Why is he now preoccupied with the possibility of the barbarians fleeing? Upon this realization, a wicked smile involuntarily crept across Lu Chen's lips. If it were possible to gather all 300,000 cavalry in one location, perhaps a mere 30,000 could contend with them? Yet, would the barbarians comply so readily? The sudden mobilization of such a vast number of cavalry would undoubtedly necessitate a division of forces. They could not possibly launch an assault on a single city with all 300,000, unless there existed a specific place or object capable of luring them to converge their entire cavalry for an attack. After contemplating for a while, Lu Chen felt he was not cut out for warfare. Such specialized matters ought to be entrusted to those with expertise. Engaging in idle speculation alone would yield no fruitful results. He had never set foot on a battlefield in his past life, nor had he fought in this one. Thus, dwelling on hypotheticals was of little use. Ultimately, such musings amounted to mere theoretical discussions. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen addressed Qin Yushan, tomorrow morning, summoned the key generals and the county magistrate to the royal residence. Qin Yushan instantly grasped Lu Chen's intent. It was clear that Lu Chen intended to gather them first to deliberate on a strategy before making any decisions. Meanwhile, at the Hundred Flowers Pavilion, within a room suffused with enchanting aromas, a graceful figure appeared, partially concealed. Wongqing was immersed in a bathing tub when a maid called from behind the curtain, "Mistress, the people from Blood Moon Pavilion have arrived." Upon hearing this, Wongqing swiftly emerged from the tub, droplets of water cascading down her flawless skin, making her resemble a lotus freshly bloomed from the water. After Wongqing donned her attire, she ascended to the third floor of the Baiwa Tower. At that moment, a young man clad in white stood by the railing, gazing towards the direction of the North Wong mansion. This scene evoked memories of a certain individual for Wongqing. The former vice master of the Blood Moon Tower also enjoyed standing there, peering towards the location of the Wong mansion. Upon entering the pavilion, Wongqing promptly remarked, "Master Zhou, you have finally arrived. I have long wished to depart from this wretched place, Yin City." Hearing her words, the young man in white turned to Wongqing, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Miss Wong, you have endured much." Zhou Hanwen, unlike the hall masters of the Blood Moon Tower, appeared as a refined gentleman, reminiscent of a delicate scholar. Yet, he was anything but weak. He was a true master. At this juncture, Zhou Hanwen inquired, "Miss Wong, I have heard that the North Wong mansion is preparing to take a concubine. Is there any truth to this?" Wongqing responded, "Indeed, there is such a matter. However, Master Zhou, why do you inquire? Do you intend to send a female assassin to infiltrate the Wong mansion and eliminate the North Wong?" At this point, a bitter smile crept onto Wongqing's face as she feigned reluctance to recall certain events, saying, "Master Zhou, if that is your intention, I would advise against it. Chu Yuqin is already a half-step master and accompanies the North Wong daily. Even when the North Wong is with his wives, she remains outside, listening intently. If one were merely to dispatch a female assassin to approach the North Wong, she would likely be detected by Chu Yuqin before even reaching his side. Initially, the assassin from the Baiwa Tower was vanquished solely by Chu Yuqin, and I suspect that within a few years, she may very well ascend to the status of a master." Upon hearing Wongqing's words, Zhou Hanwen furrowed his brow slightly. He had indeed contemplated dispatching a female assassin to approach the Northern King, but listening to Miss Wong, it seems that to successfully assassinate the Northern King, one must draw him out. It would be most advantageous to separate him from that mysterious master. As Zhou Hanwen pondered this, his brow relaxed, and a smile spread across his face as he gazed at Wongqing. "Miss Wong, I have heard that the Northern King is quite the libertine. I wonder if he harbors any interest in you?" Wongqing replied, "The Northern King has indeed been quite fixated on my person. For the sake of our mission, I have kept him in suspense. If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Zhou Hanwen responded, "Then I would greatly appreciate it if you could entice the Northern King to Baiwa Tower. This would significantly enhance our chances of a successful assassination." Wongqing concurred. "This is certainly not an issue. However, even if I manage to lure him to Baiwa Tower alone, I fear that his elusive master and Chu Yuqin will likely accompany him." Zhou Hanwen chuckled. "If we can draw those two away from the Wong residence, it would be even more beneficial for us at Blood Moon Tower. I intend to prepare a surprise for the Northern King." Zhou Hanwen was not one to be stuck in rigid thinking. His desire for vengeance against the Northern King did not necessarily entail an immediate assassination. If the two enigmatic masters and Chu Yuqin could be lured out of the royal manor, Blood Moon Tower would seize the opportunity to unleash a massacre within its walls, ensuring that the Northern King would bear witness to the corpses of his wives and concubines. Furthermore, Blood Moon Tower harbored another crucial objective for their incursion into the Northern County, to acquire the coveted soap perfume and the methods of its production. Should they successfully draw out that mysterious master, ample time would be afforded to pilfer the techniques for crafting the Northern King's soap perfume. In Zhou Hanwen's estimation, the royal manor was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, its sole master a minor threat. Without him, the estate would be utterly defenseless. At this moment, Wongqing's lips curled into a subtle smile, forming a delicate arc as she spoke. In that case, I shall invite the Northern King to Baiwa Tower tonight. Upon hearing Wongqing's words, Zhou Hanwen responded with utmost courtesy. Then I must trouble Miss Wang. Wongqing replied, there is no need for such formality. It is my duty. Chapter 64. That is indeed an army of 300,000. As night fell, Lu Chen remained in his study, meticulously examining the map of the Great Xia, particularly the topography of the northern county. Although the map was hand-drawn by soldiers, it still held considerable reference value. Lu Chen contemplated that to maximize the efficacy of the artillery, the optimal strategy would involve luring the 300,000 cavalry of the barbarian tribes into a constricted terrain. Once there, they could be ensnared, leaving the barbarian horsemen with no avenue for escape. Of course, such a plan was merely theoretical at this juncture, as the practical execution would undoubtedly prove exceedingly arduous. For instance, whether the barbarians may be deceived or follow their own line of reasoning hinges entirely upon their chieftains. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door of the study. Chen, may I enter? Upon recognizing the voice of Chu Yuqin, Lu Chen absent-mindedly replied, yes, come in. Chu Yuqin entered the study and observed Lu Chen's gaze fixed intently upon the map spread across his desk. Given that Lu Chen had sequestered himself in the study ever since his encounter with Qin Yushan, she surmised that a significant crisis loomed. With concern etched upon her face, Chu Yuqin inquired, Chen, what has transpired? Not viewing her as a stranger, Lu Chen had no intention of concealing the truth from her. He responded, the barbarian court has issued a call to arms, mobilizing 300,000 troops to march southward to seize control of North County, with plans to establish their kingdom there, designating Yin City as their capital. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin's mind momentarily faltered. In this world, the course of large-scale warfare cannot be swayed by a singular master or even a handful of formidable warriors. If 300,000 cavalry were indeed to descend upon them, the meager defenses of North County would undoubtedly crumble, explaining Lu Chen's restless state and his retreat into solitude. At this juncture, Chu Yuqin asked, Chen, is the information accurate? Lu Chen nodded, affirming that the intelligence had been relayed by the Jinyui from the grasslands. Chu Yuqin fell into a contemplative silence. When the Blood Moon Tower sent assassins after Lu Chen, she had been powerless to protect him. The prospect of safeguarding the royal residence amidst an onslaught of 300,000 cavalry seemed utterly unfeasible. She recognized that such matters were evidently beyond her capacity to influence. At this moment, Lu Chen remarked, Aunt Chu, I intend to relocate Zixuan and the others to Wongqing City, while I shall lead 30,000 troops to engage in a decisive battle against the barbarian cavalry at Yin City. Wongqing City is also a fortress of the northern county, albeit situated further south. Should the northern county truly fall, Mu Zixuan and her companions would be able to depart promptly and return to the capital. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly responded, Chen, you must not. That is an army of 300,000 cavalry. How could the 30,000 soldiers of the northern county possibly stand against the barbarian riders? Although Chu Yuqin had never set foot on a battlefield, she understood that the barbarian cavalry, numbering 300,000, was indeed a formidable force. Typically, when the Great Xia Dynasty or other kingdoms waged war, they would boast of possessing hundreds of thousands or even millions of troops. However, such claims often lacked substance. A significant portion of those numbers consisted of logistical support, with the actual combat-ready soldiers possibly being less than half. In contrast, the barbarian soldiers were different. Each of their cavalrymen was battle-ready. Therefore, if they asserted they had 300,000 cavalry, it meant they possessed a veritable force of 300,000 combatants. Chu Yuqin could scarcely fathom how Lu Chen intended to defend the northern county with merely 30,000 men if the barbarian cavalry were to lay siege. Noting her agitation, Lu Chen flashed a confident smile and said, Aunt Chu, have you forgotten my celestial affinity? Chu Yuqin did not feel relieved by Lu Chen's words. She continued, Chen, I understand that you possess celestial destiny, but with your current strength, you cannot withstand an army of 300,000. Moreover, among the barbarian forces, there are certainly numerous masters, even grandmasters. Lu Chen replied calmly, what I mean is that I possess even more terrifying weapons. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin suddenly recalled the mysterious weapons Lu Chen had previously employed. If he indeed controlled a substantial number of such weapons, or if the royal household could manufacture similar ones, then perhaps 3,000 could confront 30,000 after all. Curiously, Chu Yuqin inquired, Chen, Do these weapons truly have the capacity to withstand the charge of the barbarian cavalry? Lu Chen gazed at the map, not directly addressing her question, but instead asked, Aunt Shu, do you know what I am most worried about right now? Chu Yuqin cast a glance at the map, remaining silent. Since Lu Chen had stated his intention to lead 3,000 soldiers to confront the barbarian cavalry head-on, it was evident that his concern was not the imminent approach of the barbarian forces. If he was not worried about the enemy at the gates, Chu Yuqin found it difficult to fathom what else could trouble him. At that moment, Lu Chen continued, What I fear is that the barbarian cavalry might flee, and we would be unable to completely capture these 300,000 troops. Chu Yuqin. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin suddenly felt her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Not only must we withstand the advance of 300,000 barbarian cavalry, but we also aspire to utterly vanquish them and retain their ranks? If such words were to be uttered to anyone, they would likely conclude that the northern king has been driven mad with fear upon hearing the news of the barbarian incursion. After all, it is an army of 300,000, and not just any army, but cavalry. Setting aside the question of whether we could defeat these horsemen, the notion of keeping them is akin to a fool's dream. At this moment, Chu Yuqin sighed and said, Chener, I am but a mere woman, lacking in knowledge of warfare. I only hope for your safety. Lu Chen, glancing up at Chu Yuqin's furrowed brows and anxious expression, smiled reassuringly. Aunt Chu, rest assured. Should we find ourselves outmatched by the barbarians, I will devise a means to escape. For me, evading the encirclement of the barbarians is not an insurmountable challenge. Chu Yuqin inquired, When do you plan to send Zixuan and the others to Wongqing City? Lu Chen replied, The sooner, the better. I need to prepare in advance. At that moment, Lu Chen gazed into Chu Yuqin's eyes and continued, Aunt Chu, I hope that you will leave with Zixuan and the others when the time comes, to help protect them. This time, Chu Yuqin did not refuse Lu Chen's request, for she understood that in the face of such a grand conflict, her role would be limited. Very well, if the northern county truly falls, I will take Zixuan and the others back to the capital. You need only focus on battling the barbarians in Yanqing. Upon receiving Chu Yuqin's consent, Lu Chen felt a weight lift from his heart. At that moment, a maid's voice echoed from the entrance. Your Highness, an urgent message from the Jin Yi Wei. Lu Chen replied, Enter. The maid promptly entered the study and handed him the letter. As Lu Chen opened it and glanced through, he murmured to himself, It seems there are still minor troubles to resolve before confronting the horde of barbarian forces advancing southward. Chapter 65. The Assault of Blood Moon Tower. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin immediately inquired, Chener, what has happened now? Lu Chen responded, The master of Blood Moon Tower has personally arrived in Yin City. He wishes to have Qing Xi lure me to the 100 Flowers Tower. If that so-called mysterious master is by my side, the people from Blood Moon Tower will come directly to the royal residence and engage in a bloodbath. However, if I am without that master, they plan to kill me at the 100 Flowers Tower first, then use my demise to draw out that mysterious figure. Hearing Lu Chen's account, Chu Yuqin furrowed her brows and coldly remarked, Blood Moon Tower is truly audacious, repeatedly attempting to assassinate a prince. With that, she turned to Lu Chen and asked, What do you intend to do? Lu Chen replied calmly, It is time to eliminate this nuisance of Blood Moon Tower. If they wish to kill me, that is one matter, but if they dare to threaten my wife and children, they shall all meet the King of Hell. His words, though serene, were laced with a palpable intent to kill. He was genuinely enraged. His system had determined that those women were his Achilles heel, and should anyone dare to target that weakness, they would not be granted mercy. Lu Chen continued, Eliminating the Blood Moon Tower is merely the beginning. The forces behind it remain. Without the Blood Moon Tower, other assassin organizations will undoubtedly come knocking. It is time to send a warning to those lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin instantly grasped his intention. He was resolved to take action against a certain prince in the capital. Naturally, Chu Yuqin would not dissuade Lu Chen, for that prince had repeatedly dispatched assassins to eliminate him, an affront that no one could tolerate. However, she cautioned, Chener, with the barbarian tribes advancing southward, should you decide to target someone in the capital, ensure that your subordinates execute their tasks with utmost precision. Otherwise, if your father learns of this, he may very well withhold military support. Lu Chen reassured her, Aunt Chu, rest assured, I am well aware of the implications. He then called out to the maid outside the study, Xiao Xue, summon Commander Qin. A voice responded from beyond the door, Yes, my lord. After the maid departed, Lu Chen turned to Chu Yuqin with a smile, saying, Aunt Chu, I will need you to visit the 100 Flowers Pavilion shortly. Chu Yuqin quickly understood Lu Chen's plan. He intended to mislead the Blood Moon Tower's operatives into believing she and the master were accompanying him to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. thereby luring the assassins to the royal residence for a bloodbath. "All right, Chen'er, do take care," she replied. Although she was aware of Lu Chen's formidable strength, her maternal instinct to worry for him persisted, for he was the child she had watched grow up. In contemporary times, the presence of the Jinyui has significantly accelerated the various operations of the royal house. Shortly after Qin Yushan arrived at the royal residence, he had the Jinyui establish an ambush within its confines. Should the assassins from Blood Moon Tower dare to approach, they would find no escape. Although Blood Moon Tower possesses masters, Qin Yushan is also a master of considerable renown, and dealing with a minor master from Blood Moon Tower poses little challenge for him. In an effort to maintain the Fade, Lu Chen dispatched someone to the Mu residence, conveying to Mu Cha-Tian that an exceedingly important matter required his presence at the royal house. Upon learning that the North King had swiftly entrusted him with a task, Mu Cha-Tian felt a surge of delight. Having just arrived in the northern prefecture, this assignment signified the North King's regard for him. What he feared most was being sidelined by the monarch. A general unappreciated by the ruler holds no worth. The time had come for him to demonstrate his value. Subsequently, Mu Cha-Tian, adhering to Lu Chen's request, meticulously adorned himself, transforming into an image reminiscent of a chivalrous hero from the martial world. Donning a wide-brimmed hat that obscured his face, rendering him unrecognizable to others. Upon arriving at the royal house, brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation for a significant mission from Lu Chen, he was met with an unexpected request. "Father-in-law," Lu Chen began, "I kindly ask you to visit the Baihua Tower, masquerading as the royal house's mysterious master, to divert the attention of the Blood Moon Tower assassins. Let them believe that the enigmatic master has vacated the royal residence, thus enticing them to launch an assault." Upon hearing this, Mu Cha-Tian was momentarily taken aback. Diverting the assassin's attention? Was this truly what he had been summoned for? Lu Chen had instructed his subordinates to convey the importance of the matter at hand, yet the outcome was rather disappointing. Despite feeling a tinge of disillusionment, Mu Cha-Tian complied, responding, "Yes, Your Highness." At this juncture, curiosity overcame him, and he inquired, "Your Highness, how many assassins has Blood Moon Tower dispatched to eliminate you? Is there no need for my assistance?" Mu Cha-Tian sought to assert his value. Aware that although Lu Chen commanded numerous formidable warriors, he himself was a master and could indeed play a significant role. Lu Chen responded with a faint smile. "There are not many assassins. They shall be dealt with swiftly. For now, your assistance is not required, father-in-law." Given Lu Chen's assurance, Mu Cha-Tian refrained from pressing the issue further and adhered to Lu Chen's directive, accompanying a false prince to Baihua Tower. As they journeyed towards Baihua Tower, Mu Cha-Tian turned to the lady beside him, Chu Yuqin, and asked, "Madam Chu, do you know how many skilled individuals Blood Moon Tower has sent this time?" Chu Yuqin replied, "I am unaware of the exact number, but I have heard that their leader has come personally." Taken aback by her response, Mu Cha-Tian pondered the implications. The fact that the leader of Blood Moon Tower had arrived in person while the Northern Prince remained so nonchalant was quite perplexing. However, he soon steadied his thoughts. With so many powerful warriors under the command of the Chu King, there was indeed little to fear from Blood Moon Tower. After all, their leader was merely a master at best, and the Northern Prince certainly had more than one master among his ranks. Thus, Blood Moon Tower's incursion into the Northern Prince's domain was akin to courting death. Mu Cha-Tian pondered that it was best to remain patient upon arriving in Beijing. There would be ample opportunities to express his loyalty. There was no need to rush at this moment. Wasn't he the Northern King supposed to have him train the cavalry? That could be considered a significant opportunity. Before long, the royal carriage arrived at the entrance of Baihua Tower. He noticed a man wearing a conical hat standing beside Chu Yuqin. On the upper floor, Zhou Hanwen's lips curled into a slight smile. "Miss Wong, it appears as you have stated, these two will indeed remain close to the Northern King." He continued, "I must trouble you to find a way to delay the Northern King while I head to the Northern Palace." Wongqing replied with a smile, "Lord Zhou, travel safely. I shall do my utmost to buy you some time while awaiting your return." As soon as Wongqing finished speaking, Zhou Hanwen, accompanied by the members of Blood Moon Tower, proceeded towards the Northern Palace. At this moment, dusk had fallen, the sun had set, casting a fiery crimson glow upon the people, tinting their skin with a bronze hue. Zhou Hanwen and his companions swiftly navigated through the winding streets, heading directly for the Northern Palace. Upon their arrival, the Northern Palace appeared eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of any inhabitants. As they scaled the walls of the palace, it became apparent that not a single servant was present. Zhou Hanwen furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. In the next instant, countless arrows were unleashed towards them, and Zhou Hanwen realized they had been deceived. Nevertheless, he remained confident. As a master, he believed these arrows could not possibly harm him. He could also discern that the man in the conical hat from Baihua Tower was indeed another master. The enigmatic master and Chu Yuqin were both absent from the Northern King's residence. Despite the presence of a few guards, how could they possibly withstand the onslaught of a bloodbath within the palace? Zhou Hanwen then commanded the assassins of Blood Moon Tower behind him. Eliminate them. Not a single soul from the Northern King's residence shall be spared. Chapter 66. Yet another master. With Zhou Hanwen's command, the assassins from Blood Moon Tower charged directly towards the direction of the Jin guards, braving the rain of arrows. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen was no longer astonished. During the previous encounter with the deputy leader of Blood Moon Tower, those 9th-tier experts had similarly advanced through a hail of arrows. It must be said that, in this world, before the advent of gunpowder, the status of martial artist remained largely unshaken. Alas, Chen had arrived. He then distributed hand grenades to the Jin guards. Previously, only a handful of grenades had sufficed to eliminate the assassins from Blood Moon Tower, and he still possessed a considerable stock. Chen instructed the Jin guards, "Deploy the grenades as I have shown you." As his words echoed, Chen removed the safety pin, holding the grenade for a brief moment before hurling it towards Zhou Hanwen's position. Chen's system was adept at recognizing individuals, and he immediately discerned that the man in white was the leader of Blood Moon Tower, now a 9th-tier martial artist. He possessed remarkable strength and effortlessly propelled the grenade high above Zhou Hanwen. Zhou Hanwen's perception was exceptionally acute. His gaze immediately locked onto the round object soaring through the air. Although he was uncertain of its nature, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him. The round object resembled a stone, yet Zhou Hanwen did not believe that the Wongfu had exhausted their arrows and resorted to throwing stones. It was evidently a specially crafted weapon. Zhou Hanwen hastily leaped back a few paces. Although he managed to evade the impending danger, the several martial artists beside him remained oblivious. The grenade erupted mid-air with a deafening explosion, scattering countless shrapnel, and several martial artists below were brutally pierced through the skull by the fragments. In the face of predictable arrows, these warriors might have had a chance to defend themselves, but against the swift and erratically flying shards of the grenade, they were left with little more than the option to flee. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Hanwen's expression darkened instantaneously. Though he had surmised that this was a weapon unique to the Wongfu, he had not anticipated its devastating potency. Before such a weapon, even 9th-tier martial artists found themselves devoid of any chance for survival. In the blink of an eye, Blood Moon Tower suffered the loss of several 9th-tier warriors. Zhou Hanwen had initially believed that the Wongfu merely possessed a mysterious master. The Northern King had survived the numerous assassination attempts by Blood Moon Tower solely due to this enigmatic figure. However, it now appeared that they had gravely misjudged the situation. Even if the Northern Wongfu lacked that mysterious master, just this extraordinary weapon alone would make it a formidable challenge for Blood Moon Tower's assassins to eliminate the Northern King. Regardless of the latter's martial prowess, it was commonly said that the Northern King was a good-for-nothing, yet it now seemed that the entire world had been deceived. With such a terrifying weapon at their disposal, yet no whispers of its existence had escaped, the Northern King must be scheming something monumental. Yet, none of this held any significance. What truly mattered was how he would eliminate the Northern King under such circumstances. Perhaps it was due to Zhou Hanwen, the master of the Blood Moon Tower, personally leading the charge. Although the first grenade claimed several 9th-tier warriors, the assassins of the Blood Moon Tower remarkably maintained their composure. This revelation surprised Chen somewhat. However, he had no intention of granting them time to react. In the next moment, he hurled another grenade, while other soldiers of the Imperial Guard, armed with grenades, followed suit, executing the same tactic Chen had employed. Subsequently, a dozen grenades exploded above the heads of the Blood Moon assassins. The unfortunate assassins, deprived even of a glimpse of the Northern King, suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a handful remaining. At this juncture, Zhou Hanwen was in a state of panic. He had not anticipated that in such a brief span, his contingent would be nearly obliterated. These assassins were the elite of the Blood Moon Tower. In the past, they would have had no difficulty assassinating a prince, let alone the emperors of small nations. Yet today, they had not even laid eyes on the Northern King before suffering devastating losses. The weaponry of the Northern King's manor was terrifyingly potent. He realized he must flee the Northern King's manor immediately. The secrecy surrounding the weapons of the Northern King's manor remained intact, undoubtedly because all outsiders who encountered such armaments had been silenced. Otherwise, the Great Xia would not be entirely oblivious to such information. This was a weapon capable of upending the martial world. Should it be revealed that the Northern King's manor possessed such an arsenal, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire martial community, leading to a drastic decline in the status of warriors. Zhou Hanwen pondered in his heart that, although it was unlikely he could vanquish the Northern King. If he could merely escape and disseminate the knowledge of the Northern King's possession of such a formidable weapon, it would not be long before the Northern King faced assassination at the hands of martial arts masters from across the realm. He harbored no doubt that, at that juncture, the Northern King would be unable to safeguard himself. With this thought in mind, Zhou Hanwen turned to flee. However, in the very moment he pivoted, he discovered a man clad in crimson attire, with a long blade sheathed at his side, leaning against the entrance of the royal residence. Upon catching sight of Qin Yushan, Zhou Hanwen's pupils constricted slightly. Yet another master. And not just any master. He had encountered this man before. This was the infamous Blood Demon Madblade, a killer of great renown. When this man was at the height of his power, the Blood Moon Pavilion had yet to be established, and Zhou Hanwen had only glimpsed him from afar. He could hardly fathom that he would once again cross paths with this individual in such a place. The singular thought that consumed Zhou Hanwen was to flee, setting aside the mysterious weapon of the royal residence. The Blood Demon Madblade was not an opponent he could contend with. Over a decade ago, this man had already attained mastery. Even if Qin Yushan remained a master now, his strength was perilously close to that of a grand master. Zhou Hanwen, having only recently entered the realm of mastery, stood no chance against him. He could not comprehend why the Blood Demon Madblade would be present at the Northern King's residence. How had he become a subordinate of the Northern King? How had the Northern King achieved such a feat? At that moment, Qin Yushan spoke with a smile. The life-taking scholar Zhou Hanwen, the master of the Blood Moon Pavilion, I have long wished to witness your iron fan. It seems today my wish has finally come to fruition. Upon hearing Qin Yushan's words, Zhou Hanwen regained his composure. This was not the time for contemplation. Now that he was acutely aware of the North King's terrifying influence, escape was no longer a feasible option. He first needed to confront Qin Yushan. Zhou Hanwen then produced a fan, unfurling it with a flourish, and declared, "Then please, senior, enlighten me." As he spoke, he flicked the fan, sending a flurry of sharp needles soaring toward Qin Yushan. With effortless agility, Qin Yushan evaded the projectiles and lunged forward, akin to a cannonball being fired from its chamber, propelling himself toward Zhou Hanwen. To counter the hidden weaponry wielded by Zhou Hanwen, the most effective strategy was to close the distance. However, Zhou Hanwen's iron fan was evidently more than a mere tool for launching concealed projectiles. He swiftly drew back his wrist, folding the fan, and in the next instant, a blade emerged from its front edge. At that moment, Zhou Hanwen's iron fan had transformed into a sword. Thus commenced their close-quarters combat, with sparks flying as their weapons clashed, and the protective aura surrounding them fully unleashed, causing the tiles beneath them to be upturned. Chapter 67. The era of warriors is coming to an end while Qin Yushan and Zhou Hanwen engaged in their fierce duel. Several ninth-tier warriors from the Jinui were not idle. With the aid of grenades, they swiftly dispatched the assassins of Blood Moon Tower. Now, only Zhou Hanwen, the master of Blood Moon Tower, remained. At this juncture, Chen leaped down from the rooftop and took a seat on the flower bed in the training ground, observing the battle between Zhou Hanwen and Qin Yushan. Just then, a Jinui captain approached Chen and inquired, "Your Highness, shall we not intervene?" Chen immediately raised his hand and waved it dismissively, stating, "No need. I wish to witness the clash between masters." Having never witnessed such battles, Chen was uncertain of the true prowess of these masters. Observing their combat firsthand would allow him to better assess their capabilities, facilitating his judgment on whether modern weaponry could effortlessly vanquish a master. It was inevitable that within the ranks of the barbarian cavalry, there would be warriors of the master realm, and likely more than one. Being forewarned of their combat strength would enable him to prepare adequately. At this moment, Qin Yushan wielded his blade, relentlessly pressing down on Zhou Hanwen, who could only evade, entirely incapable of mounting a counterattack. Zhou Hanwen felt his arms trembling incessantly. The formidable Blood Demon Blade, once feared throughout the martial world, was indeed not a mere boast. Any slight misstep on his part could prove fatal. In this dire moment, Zhou Hanwen caught sight of Chen in the distance. Though he had never seen Chen before, the reverence displayed by the surrounding Imperial guards led him to deduce Chen's identity. At last, Zhou Hanwen regained clarity. Realizing that the one who had entered the 100 Flowers Pavilion earlier was not the Northern King, the elegant youth nearby was the true Northern King. They, from the Blood Moon Tower, had been deceived from the very beginning. This realization ignited a furious blaze within Zhou Hanwen, yet he found himself powerless. With Qin Yushan pressing the attack, even fleeing was a formidable challenge, let alone attempting to take the Northern King's life in such a state. Could it be that he was destined to fall at the hands of this mere child today? Upon contemplating this, Zhou Hanwen felt a surge of dissatisfaction within. Since assuming the role of the leader of the Blood Moon Tower, he had seldom encountered failure in assassination missions, particularly those in which he personally participated, which boasted a flawless success rate. To his astonishment, today he had fallen into a trap laid by a nominally inept prince. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, causing his internal energy to surge uncontrollably. In the next moment, a faint aura of crimson vitality began to manifest around his form. Witnessing this, Qin Yushan furrowed his brow. At that moment, Zhou Hanwen waved his fan, unleashing a multitude of flying needles that erupted from its confines. Qin Yushan hastily retreated several steps, drawing his blade to deflect the oncoming projectiles. However, Zhou Hanwen had no intention of fleeing. The instant he released the flying needles, he surged toward Lu Chen, who stood a short distance away. Observing this scene, Qin Yushan's expression drastically changed. "Not good. Your Highness, dodge." Zhou Hanwen bellowed. "Brat, if you wish to take my life, then be prepared to accompany me in death." Hearing this, Lu Chen merely smiled, opting not to evade. This was an opportune moment to test the capabilities of firearms. A master, one who had employed the blood-burning technique and was shielded by an aura of vitality. He was curious to see if a Barrett bullet could pierce through such a formidable figure. With this thought, Lu Chen casually raised his hand, and the elongated Barrett rifle materialized, its dark muzzle aimed squarely at Zhou Hanwen's chest. Zhou Hanwen was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the weapon that resembled a staff in Lu Chen's grasp. The weapon in Lu Chen's hand materialized seemingly out of thin air, leaving all witnesses, including the elite Jinui led by Qin Yushan, utterly astonished. Was this a mere trick? How could such a lengthy weapon emerge from nowhere? Although momentarily spellbound by Lu Chen's actions, Zhou Hanwen did not allow his body to falter. As he approached Lu Chen, he mockingly declared, "Do you think you can thwart me with a mere stick? How contemptible you must think I am." With that, Zhou Hanwen prepared to take Lu Chen's life. However, the events he anticipated did not unfold as expected. In the next instant, a tremendous roar erupted. Lu Chen's shoulders shifted slightly backward. Despite being a ninth-grade martial artist wielding a Barrett sniper rifle, the recoil was still considerable. Fortunately, his aim remained impeccable, and at such close range, even a blind man could hit the target. The bullet traveled with astonishing speed, leaving Zhou Hanwen, a master, unable to evade it. Yet, there exists a distinction between a master and an ordinary martial artist. The moment the bullet was discharged, Zhou Hanwen clearly perceived a black dot shooting forth from the peculiar end of the stick. Mistaking it for a hidden weapon, he instinctively raised his fan to defend himself. However, as he swung the fan, the Barrett bullet effortlessly pierced through it, subsequently breaching his protective chi and directly penetrating his chest. The moment the bullet traversed Zhou Hanwen's body, he lost all sensation of pain, yet he could feel an object had punctured through him. Zhou Hanwen, unable to believe the gravity of his situation, lowered his head slightly and discovered a gaping wound in his chest. His pupils constricted with a mixture of terror and disbelief. How could it be that, as a master martial artist, shielded by protective energy, he was vulnerable to an attack that penetrated his body? Moreover, his iron fan had failed to intercept the threat. Soon, Zhou Hanwen's consciousness began to fade, and his body succumbed to the ground. From a distance, Qin Yushan gasped in shock at the sight of Zhou Hanwen's wound, murmuring in resignation, "It appears the era of martial artists is drawing to a close." Qin Yushan, having become a member of the Jinui for various reasons, was unaware of the formidable weapon wielded by Lu Chen. He only recognized that Lu Chen was the master they were bound to follow. Witnessing the devastation wrought by Lu Chen's firearm, he gradually comprehended why the young man had ascended to such a position of authority within the Jinui. This youth was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world, surveying all beneath him. Meanwhile, Mu Chantian, having learned from Wongqing that the assassins from Blood Moon Tower were en route to the Wong residence, promptly returned there with Chu Yuqing. On their journey, Mu Chantian noticed Chu Yuqing's calm demeanor and, intrigued, inquired, "Madam Chu, are you not the least bit concerned that something might befall the North King?" Chu Yuqing retorted, "Does General Mu wish to see anything happen to the Lord?" Mu Chantian quickly clarified, "Not at all. My concern lies solely with the possibility that the assassins from Blood Moon Tower may harm the Lord." Mu Chantian had just arrived in the northern county, and if the Northern King were to encounter any misfortune, their family would undoubtedly face dire straits. Hence, he was presently the most anxious regarding the possibility of Lu Chen encountering peril. Observing Chu Yuqing's calm demeanor piqued Mu Chantian's curiosity. Was the Northern King's residence truly so formidable that it could remain unflustered in the face of a Grandmaster and the full-scale assault from Blood Moon Tower? Soon, Mu Chantian and Chu Yuqing returned to the royal manor. As Mu Chantian hurried inside, intending to assist in repelling the assassins from Blood Moon Tower, he was met with a gruesome sight. Bodies of assassins clad in black strewn across the ground. Chapter 68. Aunt Chu. Healers cannot heal themselves. Upon seeing Mu Cha Tian and Chu Yuqin return, Lu Chen greeted them with a smile, saying, "Father-in-law, Aunt Chu, you have worked hard." Chu Yuqin remained silent, hastening to Lu Chen's side, her voice laced with concern. "Chenner, are you unharmed? Have you sustained any injuries?" Although she appeared unconcerned about the state of the royal manor on their way back, her heart was rife with worry for Lu Chen's well-being. Just as Lu Chen was about to assure her that he was fine, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He instinctively clasped his chest, forcing a smile as he responded. "Aunt Chu, I am fine, just a minor injury." Witnessing Lu Chen's demeanor, Chu Yuqin's anxiety surged. "Chenner, do you feel unwell in any way?" Lu Chen replied, "I feel fine, but it seems there is something stagnating in my dantian, making it difficult to breathe." Upon hearing this, Mu Changtian, not far away, began to feel a sense of concern. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Lu Chen say, "Commander Chen, please assist in handling the bodies from the Wong residence. I am not feeling well and shall return to rest." With that, Lu Chen took the delicate hand of Chu Yuqin in front of everyone and departed, remarking as they walked, "Aunt Chu, I implore you to help me restore my vitality. I sense a growing stagnation within me." Witnessing this scene, Mu Changtian was momentarily taken aback. Once Lu Chen and Chu Yuqin had left, Mu Changtian curiously inquired of Qin Yushan, "Commander Qin, is the Northern King unwell?" Unaware of the true circumstances, he genuinely believed that Lu Chen had sustained serious injuries requiring Chu Yuqin's care. In response to Mu Changtian's inquiry, Qin Yushan chuckled, "Naturally. The Northern King has matters at hand. Why is it, then, that you can smile when the Northern King is in distress?" Mu Changtian asked, perplexed. Qin Yushan countered, "General Mu, do you not perceive that the Northern King only has concerns in the presence of Madame Chu?" Mu Changtian was no fool. Upon hearing Qin Yushan's remark, he swiftly grasped the underlying implications. The notion of injury was merely a pretext. So, does this imply that the Northern King harbors deeper feelings for Chu Yuqin? He hastily stifled further contemplation. After all, it was not his concern. It is only natural for a man to have inclinations toward a beautiful woman, and the Northern King, being a man himself, was no exception. Mu Changtian then redirected his focus to the numerous corpses of assassins scattered around. He observed that apart from the bodies of the assassins, there were no other fatalities present. Not a single soldier from the Wongfu has perished. This implies that when the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower infiltrated the Wongfu, the latter must have effortlessly vanquished these intruders without a single casualty. How could such a feat be accomplished? Mu Changtian then turned to Qin Yushan and inquired further, "Commander Qin, why have I not seen any corpses of the Wongfu soldiers?" Qin Yushan replied, "General Mu, not a single soldier from the Wongfu has fallen. Hence, there are no bodies." Upon hearing Qin Yushan's response, Mu Changtian was left utterly astonished. How could it be that the Wongfu sustained no losses while completely annihilating the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower? Is this truly the might of the Northern Wongfu? At that moment, Qin Yushan remarked, "General Mu, you should return and rest well today. His Highness has summoned us for a meeting tomorrow morning, and your presence is required." To this, Mu Changtian responded, "Very well, I shall take my leave." Subsequently, he turned and departed from the Wongfu. Meanwhile, upon arriving in the study, Lu Chen feigned an expression of great discomfort. Observing Lu Chen's demeanor, Chu Yuqin, filled with concern, asked, "Chenner, do not frighten your aunt. What is the matter with you?" Lu Chen replied, "Alas, I inadvertently received a blow from an assassin earlier. Commander Qin examined me and declared I was unharmed, yet for some reason, I feel an incessant discomfort in my chest." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin disregarded any notions of propriety and insisted, "Quickly, remove your clothing. Let me take a look." Without uttering a word, Lu Chen swiftly removed his garments. Unfastening his clothing with ease, Chu Yuqin immediately lifted her delicate hand, gently caressing Lu Chen's chest. She channeled her inner energy into his body, conducting a thorough examination, yet found no discernible issues. Pondering aloud, she remarked, "Strange, I do not detect anything amiss." At this juncture, she raised her gaze, her beautiful eyes locking onto Lu Chen's. "Chenner, could it be that, akin to the last time, you encountered some trouble during your training, resulting in a disruption of your internal energy flow?" Lu Chen replied, "It is possible. I suspect that after the rogue struck me, it may have exacerbated the latent injuries I accumulated from recent training, hence the disturbance in my dantian's energy." Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Yuqin, and she suggested, "I recall that you possess the healing arts. Why not attempt to heal yourself with your powers?" Lu Chen sighed. "Aunt Chu, it is a challenge for a healer to mend their own wounds. My healing arts are intended for others, not for self-treatment." With concern etched upon her face, Chu Yuqin inquired, "What then shall we do?" Lu Chen, donning a smile, responded Aunt Chu. Have you forgotten the method you employed to help me last time? That. Chu Yuqin hesitated. She certainly remembered how she had assisted Lu Chen previously, yet she always felt that such a method was rather unconventional. Moreover, she had nearly made an error last time. If they were to proceed in the same manner again, what if she lost control? As thoughts of the previous events crossed her mind, a delicate blush graced the elegant and refined visage of Chu Yuqin. She then inquired, Chener, does that method truly prove beneficial for your health? Lu Chen responded, did we not already test it last time? It must be effective. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Yuqin conceded, very well, let us try again, but please do not let your legs come too close to mine. At this juncture, her face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson, embodying the image of a bashful matron. While it was permissible for their upper bodies to draw near, the proximity of their lower halves felt inappropriate. She was acutely aware of Lu Chen's affections for her and feared he might lose his composure. Seeing Chu Yuqin's acquiescence, Lu Chen replied, understood. He then raised his hands and directly embraced her slender waist. Chu Yuqin's form leaned against the desk, slightly indenting it. At that moment, Lu Chen whispered near her ear, Aunt Chu, with the barbarian invasion looming, I am uncertain if I shall see you again. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin quickly retorted, Chener, do not speak such ominous words. I believe you will surely triumph over the barbarians, for you are destined for greatness, blessed by celestial beings. Lu Chen, with a tone of despondence, replied, it is not the fear of 1,000 dangers, but rather the anxiety of the unforeseen. With this, he tightened his embrace. Drawing the soft and fragrant figure of Chu Yuqin even closer, their bodies melding together in a profound connection. Chu Yuqin slightly shifted her hips, attempting to evade Lu Chen's ardent embrace, only to realize she was utterly immobile, resigned to his hold. At that moment, the distinct scent of masculinity emanating from Lu Chen enveloped her senses, igniting a sudden warmth within her. A wave of anxiety washed over Chu Yuqin. Indeed, it was the same as before. In Chapter 69, how can you treat me this way? She sought to cultivate her energy to quell the peculiar sensations coursing through her body, yearning for tranquility amidst her inner turmoil. Yet, akin to previous encounters, she found herself devoid of any martial prowess, akin to an ordinary individual. A sense of apprehension gripped her. Every interaction with Lu Chen left her in this state. And if this continued, she feared she might falter one day. Fortunately, Lu Chen did not make any untoward moves. He held her closely, resting his head against her fragrant shoulder, whispering into her ear, should anything happen to me one day, you must take care of Zixuan and the others for me. Upon hearing Lu Chen's somber tone, reminiscent of a farewell, Chu Yuqin hastily replied, Chener, if you speak like that again, I shall be quite upset. To her, his words seemed ominous. What if his utterance became a self-fulfilling prophecy, leading to dire consequences? Noticing the seriousness in her voice, Lu Chen smiled and said, very well. I shall refrain from such talk. As he felt the softness of Chu Yuqin's body, Lu Chen's thoughts wandered, his blood surging with an unsettling restlessness. As a unique and intoxicating fragrance teased his senses, provoking him as if it were playfully taunting him. At this moment, Chu Yuqin sensed something amiss. She subtly shifted, attempting to distance her body from Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen did not acquiesce to her wishes. His large hand descended slightly, anchoring her in place and rendering her immobile. Chu Yuqin's heart was in turmoil, taken aback by Lu Chen's audacity. She hurriedly pushed her upper body away from him and gazed into his eyes, brimming with emotion, and inquired, Chener, are you feeling any better? If so, please let me go. Her tone carried a hint of supplication, as she feared that if this continued, it might lead to unforeseen consequences. Lu Chen replied, I still feel unwell. Let us linger a while longer. Perhaps the accumulation of hidden injuries requires additional time for recovery. With a flushed face, Chu Yuqin whispered, could you please keep your hands to yourself and refrain from wandering? If this persists, I shall truly become upset. Lu Chen feigned innocence, saying, wandering? Not at all. My hand has been resting here all along, has it not? Chu Yuqin pouted, choosing not to elaborate further. She found it difficult to voice her thoughts. As time passed, the agitation within Chu Yuqin became increasingly uncontainable. Her entire body softened, relying on Lu Chen for support to remain upright. At that moment, Lu Chen gazed into her beautiful eyes and remarked, I feel that this method of adjustment is proving inadequate. We must advance further. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin, her mind already in a haze, suddenly regained clarity. Advance further? Their bodies had already pressed against each other, and if they were to proceed further, what would that mean? Chu Yuqin dared not contemplate it any longer and quickly exclaimed, no, we cannot engage in such actions. Upon seeing the agitation on Chu Yuqin's face, Lu Chen chuckled and replied, you have misunderstood my intentions. That was not what I meant. Hearing these words, Chu Yuqin felt a slight sense of relief, and then, with a gentle tone, she inquired, Chen, when you speak of progressing further, do you mean? Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Chen leaned in and kissed her delicate lips. Chu Yuqin's mind went blank. She had not anticipated that Lu Chen would take such an initiative, and his sudden action left her no time to retreat. At that moment, Lu Chen glanced at Chu Yuqin's affection level, which had previously remained at 98, always falling just 2 points short of reaching 100. However, after this spontaneous kiss, not only did her affection not diminish, but it also increased by 1 point, reaching 99. Lu Chen found this quite astonishing. He had braced himself for a potential decline in her feelings. This was, in fact, quite understandable, as Chu Yuqin had harbored such sentiments for him all along. Coupled with the persistent influence of the dragon and phoenix tea, her heart had long been his. Yet, the constraints of societal morality in this world bound her like shackles, rendering her hesitant to advance further with Lu Chen. However, today, Lu Chen took the initiative to break the awkward stalemate between the two, shattering the shackles that bound Chu Yuqin's heart, consequently elevating her feelings for him. Yet, as she regained her composure, she promptly raised her hand, persistently pushing against Lu Chen's chest in an attempt to distance herself from him. While Chu Yuqin pressed against Lu Chen's chest with her delicate hand, she emitted sounds of protest, but Lu Chen paid no heed. This was the perfect opportunity for desensitization. Should he and Chu Yuqin fail to progress further, their relationship would remain indefinitely stagnant. Lu Chen did not intend to conquer Chu Yuqin today, yet it was imperative for her to grow accustomed to intimate interactions with him, for only then could she more readily accept him in future endeavors. After struggling for a while, realizing that pushing Lu Chen away was futile, she reluctantly acquiesced to his kiss. Time slipped away, and as Chu Yuqin sensed Lu Chen's hands becoming increasingly audacious, clarity struck her mind. If this continued, she might indeed become Lu Chen's woman. No, this cannot go on. He is the child of Yujie. I must not err. Drawing upon an unexpected surge of strength, she suddenly pushed him away, managing to create distance. With a mix of indignation and tears in her eyes, Chu Yuqin exclaimed, Chinner, you are being excessive. How could you treat me this way? I am your aunt. Upon witnessing the pitiful and poignant demeanor of Chu Yuqin, Lu Chen felt a pang of guilt stir within him. He promptly declared, I cannot fathom how I lost control just now. It may be related to the celestial technique I have been practicing. I was in the wrong. Please do not be angry with me. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin gradually calmed down. She wiped away her tears with her sleeve and inquired, How is your health? Lu Chen replied, I have recovered somewhat. I feel significantly better than before. Upon hearing his response, Chu Yuqin stated, I can assist you in restoring your health, but you must promise not to act recklessly towards me again. Lu Chen's face fell, and he replied, I understand. Noticing his despondent expression, Chu Yuqin realized her words had been too harsh, and she felt a deep sense of remorse. Subsequently, she leaned in closer, resting her head against Lu Chen's broad chest. Stunned by this unexpected gesture, Lu Chen had not anticipated that Chu Yuqin would approach him so freely. At that moment, Chu Yuqin instructed, You must not move. I am content to hold you. To which Lu Chen acquiesced, Very well. After a brief interlude, Chu Yuqin detected something unusual about Lu Chen. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded, Chen'er, you little rascal, why are you always so unruly? Chapter 70. Do not even think about it. Understanding the implication behind Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen was fully aware of what she meant. Lu Chen, with a resigned expression, said, Aunt Chu, I am a man. Any young man, holding a stunning beauty in his arms, would find it impossible to remain indifferent. Upon hearing Lu Chen refer to her as a stunning beauty, Chu Yuqin's heart raced with anxiety. Although she had forced herself to calm down moments ago, she could not comprehend why she was now feeling increasingly agitated. Chu Yuqin reiterated firmly, I am your aunt. You must not entertain any improper thoughts about me. Lu Chen replied coolly, Aunt Chu, we share no blood relation. Moreover, you are only about 11 years my senior. This statement left Chu Yuqin momentarily speechless. Lu Chen's words rang true. They indeed had no familial ties, and she was merely a sworn sister to Lu Chen's mother. While an 11-year age difference may seem considerable, many men marry young girls in their teens even at the age of 70 or 80. In that light, their age difference seemed trivial. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Chu Yuqin's brain jolted, and she hastily suppressed her wandering imagination. How could she entertain such notions? She was a married woman, now a widow, and Lu Chen was a prince. How could a prince marry a widow? With this realization, Chu Yuqin quickly asserted, Chen'er, no matter what you say, you must not harbor any thoughts about your aunt. If Sister Yu finds out I deceived her son, how could I ever face her after my death? Upon hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen chuckled and remarked, Then allow me to deceive your body. Chu Yuqin let out a soft huff and retorted, Don't even think about it. At her response, Chen smiled faintly. Though her words were firm, he discerned that her inner defenses had begun to wane. With a few more intimate encounters, she would undoubtedly succumb completely. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chu Yuqin inquired gently, "Chener, are you feeling any better?" Chen replied, "Yes, my dantian feels improved. The sensation of obstructed energy flow has dissipated. However, I still experience discomfort in other areas." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin instantly grasped the implications of his words. She spat in playful reproach, "You little rascal, don't think I am oblivious to your thoughts. For your other ailments, seek out Mu Zixuan for a remedy." With that, Chu Yuqin gently pushed Chen away, stepping back to create distance. "Chener, since you are fine now, I shall take my leave." Chen acquiesced, "All right." He sensed that it was indeed time to proceed with caution. For such matters required a gradual approach rather than a forceful advance. As Chu Yuqin turned to exit, Chen was captivated by her alluring figure, finding it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. In an impulsive moment, he hurried to Mu Zixuan's courtyard, lifting her into his arms and retreating to the neighboring room to cultivate their bond. The following morning, before dawn, Chen remained in bed while important officials from the northern prefecture arrived at the royal manor. Governor Li Rue observed the armored generals and lieutenants in the royal training grounds with a sense of perplexity. What could be the purpose of summoning them at this juncture? Since the northern prince's arrival in the northern prefecture, he had shown little interest in its affairs, often dismissing Li Rue with trivial excuses whenever he sought an audience to report on his duties. It seemed unprecedented for the northern prince to gather them at the royal residence. Could it be that he intended to assume control over the northern prefecture's matters? The mere thought sent a wave of anxiety through Li Rue. He was uncertain whether the northern prince might enact significant policy changes. If indeed reforms were on the horizon, the workload for him as governor would likely increase substantially. However, that was not Li Rue's primary concern. His greatest fear was that the northern prince might seek an ally for these reforms and subsequently replace him with one of his own confidants. With this troubling notion in mind, Li Rue approached General Li Feng and whispered, "General Li, do you have any inkling as to why the prince has summoned us?" Li Feng shook his head, replying, "I too have just received word from the prince and remain unaware of his intentions." Upon hearing this, Li Rue's unease deepened. If even General Li Feng, a pivotal figure close to the northern prince, was in the dark, it surely indicated the matter at hand was of great importance. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in armor entered the training grounds, accompanied by two young men. Upon sighting this man, both Li Feng and the soldiers who had followed Chen to the northern prefecture were momentarily stunned. Li Feng promptly approached the man, and as he stepped forward to pay his respects, the man raised his arm to halt him. Li Feng gazed at Mu Chantian. A look of confusion etched on his face as he inquired, "General Mu, what brings you to Beijing?" Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Mu Chantian chuckled and corrected him. "Generally, you have mistaken me for someone else. My surname is Mo, not Mu." Realizing his error, Li Feng quickly understood that something must have transpired in the capital. As a subordinate of Mu Chantian, it was inconceivable for him not to recognize both Mu Chantian and his two sons. At that moment, Li Feng grasped why Mu Chantian had previously chosen to accompany the northern prince. It seemed that the Tiger Bin army had likely been disbanded and reorganized. He promptly asked, "General Mo, what has happened in the capital?" Mu Chantian replied, "The Mu Duke's residence has been implicated in colluding with the remnants of the Qing kingdom and has been exiled by His Majesty. Our Mo family has also suffered as a consequence. En route to exile, we were ambushed by bandits. Fortunately, the prince sent someone to rescue us, bringing us to Beijing." Upon hearing Mu Chantian's words, Li Feng's mind momentarily froze. He had noticed the changes within the prince's residence over the past few days, as it had become populated with numerous ninth-tier experts, and there was even a presence that seemed to be of master-level caliber. Li Feng had long recognized the northern prince's exceptional capabilities, so he found it unsurprising that the prince would dispatch someone to save Mu Chantian. However, he was somewhat astonished by the prince's audacity. The distinction between having the ability to save someone and possessing the courage to do so is profound. The Mu Duke's residence had fallen from grace due to a conflict with the emperor, yet the northern prince dared to rescue the entire Mu family amid such turmoil, which underscored the immense resolve of the northern prince. If it were any other prince, they would undoubtedly fear being implicated and would never dare to engage with the Mu Duke's residence. Li Feng pondered. Could it be that the northern prince summoned them today due to General Mu? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a maid from the royal mansion approached the group and announced, "The prince requests your presence in his study." Upon hearing this, everyone promptly made their way to Chen's study. After rising and having a simple breakfast, Chen proceeded to his study, where the others were still speculating about the reason for the northern prince's summons. At that moment, the northern prince appeared at the door, and everyone immediately bowed. exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the northern prince." Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling them to rise, and then walked directly to his desk, where he unfurled a map. Li Rui was the first to speak up, inquiring, "Your Highness, may I ask the purpose of today's gathering?" Chapter 71. Seeking aid from the court? Upon hearing Li Rui's question, Lu Chen did not respond directly. He glanced at Qin Yushan in the crowd before saying, "Commander Qin, please enlighten us." At Lu Chen's words, all eyes turned to Qin Yushan. Li Rui and the others were somewhat curious, wondering what position the commander held and when such a title had been added to the royal household. At this moment, Qin Yushan stepped forward from the crowd, approached Lu Chen's desk, and respectfully stated, "Yes, Your Highness." Subsequently, Qin Yushan addressed the assembly. "Our scouts have intercepted a summons from the barbarian tribes, who are preparing to muster 300,000 cavalry to march southward and seize Beijun, with the intention of establishing a nation there, designating Yinqing as the capital." Upon hearing Qin Yushan's words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The barbarian tribes have always posed the greatest threat to Beijun. The region's impoverishment is largely due to their sporadic incursions. It was unexpected that this time they would not merely raid, but rather seek to occupy Beijun and even establish a nation within its borders. An atmosphere of anxiety permeated the study, especially for Li Rui. His appointment as the county magistrate stemmed from the demise of his predecessors at the hands of the barbarians. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to this position. He had hoped for a period of tranquility, yet within just over a year, the barbarians were again poised to invade. This was not a mere raid for provisions. Had it been, Li Rui would have felt less apprehensive, as the barbarians typically targeted other cities north of Yinqing for supplies, seldom venturing into the more southerly regions. Regaining his composure, Li Rui swiftly inquired, Commander Qin, is your intelligence reliable? The barbarian incursion is indeed a grave matter, particularly with 300,000 cavalry set to assault Beijun. This must be reported to the court immediately." To those present, the mere 30,000 soldiers of Beijun appeared to be as futile as a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. They could only hope to withstand the barbarians with the aid of the Imperial army. In truth, every time the northern county has repelled barbarian invasions, it has relied upon the formidable Imperial army. The 30,000 soldiers of the northern county are merely equipped to handle minor nuisances. At this juncture, Qin Yushan remarked, "The intelligence we have gathered has been thoroughly validated. Our agents infiltrated the barbarian royal court and personally obtained this information from the lips of a certain barbarian king." Upon hearing Qin Yushan's words, the faces of the gathered assembly displayed an incredulous expression. Who exactly was this Commander Qin by the prince's side? How could the prince's men penetrate the royal court of the barbarians? At this moment, Li Rui was suddenly awakened to a realization. He had previously thought Lu Chun to be a languid and indifferent prince, but now he comprehended that this was merely a faade put forth by the northern king for the benefit of others. The northern king had long since amassed a power of his own, which had infiltrated various regions of the northern county and even extended into the barbarian territories. The mere thought of this sent a chill of cold sweat cascading down Li Rui's forehead. Fortunately, when the northern king had visited the northern county, he had refrained from obstructing him. Otherwise, he might not only have lost his official cap, but might also have been oblivious to his own survival. At this moment, Muchat Tian inquired, "Your Highness, what are your intentions? Will you seek aid from the court?" With 30,000 against 300,000, the odds were utterly bleak, and it was imperative to summon the imperial forces, otherwise, the northern county would be doomed. Lu Chen replied, "I intend to dispatch someone shortly to convey this news to the court. However, the assembly of the imperial army will require at least 3 months. The barbarians are likely to complete their gathering in approximately 2 months. Thus, the northern county must endure for a while longer." Although Lu Chen harbored confidence in his ability to fortify the northern county with 30,000 soldiers and vanquish the barbarian cavalry numbering 300,000, it was imperative to inform the court, for the northern county was, in name, a territory of the Great Xia Dynasty. In the event of foreign invasion, failure to notify the court, regardless of whether a victory or defeat ensued, would inevitably lead to suspicions of rebellion, as such a significant matter was not communicated. However, the mobilization of the Great Xia army would not be as swift as that of the barbarians. It would require at least 2 to 3 months. A well-known adage states that before troops are in motion, provisions must be prepared, and the Great Xia forces would certainly not match the speed of the barbarian cavalry. Moreover, the roads in northern county were notoriously poor, necessitating additional time for the Great Xia to mobilize their forces. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Rui's complexion turned even more ashen. Should the barbarians descend, they could likely seize the entirety of northern county in less than a month, while the Great Xia army would take considerably longer to assemble. By the time the Great Xia forces arrived, it was feared that the 30,000 soldiers would have perished. The fate of Yin City was a grim thought indeed. Chen continued, expressing his intention to evacuate all civilians north of Yin City to the south, concentrating all efforts to hold off the barbarian horde of 300,000 at Yin City. General Mo, you have previously engaged the barbarian forces. What is your perspective on this strategy? Upon hearing Lu Chen's inquiry, Mu Tian paused for a moment, his brow slightly furrowing. Subsequently, he cast a glance at the map and inquired, while the strategy of fortifying our defenses poses no challenges, the complete evacuation of the populace north of Yin City would enable the barbarian forces to advance unimpeded, reaching Yin City directly. It would be exceedingly difficult for 30,000 soldiers to hold the city against such a tide. Mu Tian was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the barbarian cavalry, primarily composed of elite warriors. It was virtually impossible for 30,000 soldiers to stall the advance of 300,000 cavalry. Chen continued, what if I possessed a weapon capable of instantly dismantling a cavalry formation? Upon hearing this, the eyes of Li Feng and the others instantly sparkled with intrigue. Those who had loyally followed the Northern King from the outset were well aware of the enigmatic armaments he wielded, including explosive stones and a black staff that could swiftly eliminate ninth-tier martial artists. Rumors had already begun to circulate within the military, suggesting that the Northern King had acquired a legacy from an immortal. Whether or not this was true mattered little. As long as the Northern King held weapons capable of vanquishing the barbarians, or the means to produce such weapons on a large scale, it sufficed. Mu Tian was on the verge of inquiring about the nature of Lu Chen's weapon when Lu Chen, still focused on the map, posed another question. General Mo, I intend to lure the barbarian cavalry to the Wongqing River Valley, where we can ambush them from the elevated terrain. I seek your opinion on the feasibility of this plan. Given Mu Tian's prior encounters with the barbarians, he possessed the most comprehensive understanding of their capabilities. Prompting Lu Chen to seek his counsel, it is prudent to entrust specialized matters to those with expertise. After considering Lu Chen's words, Mu Tian scrutinized the map with a grave expression, refraining from providing an immediate response. After a prolonged silence, Mu Tian finally spoke. If the prince were in Yinqing, it would not be difficult to lure the barbarian cavalry into the Wongqing Valley. The terrain of Wongqing Valley is relatively flat, facilitating the southern advance of the barbarian horsemen directly towards Yinqing. However, my lord, if an ambush were to be set in Wongqing Valley with merely 30,000 men, it would likely prove insufficient to halt the charge of the barbarian cavalry. The valley is flanked by elevated ground, with a broad expanse ahead. Even if the barbarian cavalry were to be caught off guard in Wongqing Valley, others could swiftly traverse it by simply hastening their pace. Moreover, Wongqing Valley is not extensive, and to effectively withstand the charge of the barbarian cavalry, one would require no less than 100,000 troops. Furthermore, the 30,000 soldiers from the northern county would need to be deployed on the high ground, leaving the frontline soldiers woefully inadequate, scarcely reaching 30,000. Chapter 72. I desire him as my slave. Upon hearing Mu Tian's words, Lu Chen gazed at the map, once again plunged into contemplation. Indeed, this posed a significant dilemma. Wongqing Valley is not long, and the barbarian cavalry could easily pass through with swiftness. Should artillery be employed, the barbarian cavalry would inevitably descend into chaos, either charging forward or retreating, regardless of whether the barbarian cavalry surged ahead or withdrew. A substantial force would be required to counter their advance. Of course, if their sole intention were to repel the barbarian soldiers, it would suffice to secure the front of Wongqing Valley. However, Lu Chen harbored grand ambitions. He sought not merely to fend off the barbarian cavalry. Should they only succeed in repelling the barbarian horsemen, it is likely that those same horsemen would turn their sights on other cities, failing to capture Yinqing. In this battle, his primary objective was to eradicate the living forces of the barbarians, preventing them from regrouping and launching further incursions southward for an extended period. Therefore, the 30,000 troops simply could not be allowed to return. Should they be released, once those barbarian soldiers regained their strength, they would undoubtedly descend southward to pillage once more. Lu Chen did not believe that artillery alone could intimidate them entirely. He was acutely aware of the situation in the north. During winter, even the citizens of the northern counties faced starvation, let alone the barbarians on the vast plains. Lu Chen did not harbor any sympathy for the barbarians. Rather, he understood that desperation could drive individuals to commit any act, and the existence of artillery in the northern counties would not deter the barbarians from advancing south. With a sigh, Lu Chen remarked, "We must expedite the recruitment of soldiers." In response, Mu Tian expressed his concerns, saying, "Your Highness, training new recruits to a level where they can confront the barbarian cavalry in such a short time frame will undoubtedly be a formidable challenge." Mu Tian's words were somewhat cautious, Achieving a state where soldiers could contend with the barbarian cavalry within 2 months was, in fact, an impossible feat. Chen understood this reality as well, and he promptly replied, I intend to establish an artillery battalion. The newly recruited soldiers will not partake in frontline combat, allowing all 30,000 soldiers from the northern counties to engage directly in battle. Artillery battalion? What is that? Upon hearing this novel term from Chen, the others were left in a state of bewilderment, as they had never encountered the concept of an artillery battalion before. Chen gazed at Li Rue and remarked, Li County Guard, I must trouble you with this matter. You are to cooperate with General Li and expedite the recruitment of 10,000 new soldiers. Upon hearing Chen's words, Li Rue immediately replied, Yes, Your Highness. He sighed inwardly, as he had initially intended to persuade the Northern King to withdraw southward. However, given the Northern King's tone, it was evident that he had no intentions of retreating. If Li Rue were to propose a southern withdrawal at this juncture, it would surely offend the Northern King. He could not help but ponder the efficacy of recruiting an additional 10,000 soldiers. Even if they were to enlist 100,000 new troops, it would be futile against the cavalry of the barbarian tribes. Though he contemplated this privately, Li Rue refrained from voicing his thoughts, for the Northern King was a vassal lord, while he was merely the lord of the Northern Prefecture. At that moment, Chen, gazing at the map upon the table, said, Once the artillery battalion is established, I shall show you the new weapons developed by the Northern King's residents. This statement piqued the curiosity of those present even further. The Northern King appeared to possess considerable confidence in the so-called new weapons. They wondered what kind of innovations could embolden him to face the barbarian horde in a decisive battle at Yin City. Despite their curiosity, they chose not to press further, for the Northern King had promised to reveal them in due course. Thus, their primary task now was to hasten the recruitment of soldiers and swiftly form the new army. In the northern lands, the barbarian royal court lay sprawled across an endless expanse of grassland, dotted with yurts of various sizes. The larger the yurt, the closer it was to the center, with the grandest yurt serving as the residence of one of the great kings of the barbarian tribes. The barbarians are widely dispersed across the grasslands, governed by 7 kings. To the due north of the northern county resides the Wolf King, a formidable chieftain intent on conquering the northern county and establishing a new kingdom therein. At this moment, a woman clad in animal skins rode into the heart of the yurt settlement. Her skin was fair, her features exquisitely beautiful, presenting an appearance that seemed incongruous with the rugged life of the steppes. Dismounting her steed, she inquired eagerly of her attendant whether Wu Yuan had returned. The slave holding her horse, bearing a mark upon his face, promptly replied, He has returned, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, the woman hurriedly approached a slightly smaller yurt adjacent to the grand one, lifting the curtain to discover that the man she had been anxiously murmuring about had indeed returned. At that moment, the man named Wu Yuan was kneeling on the ground, reporting some intelligence to a stunningly beautiful woman. Within the yurt, this enchanting lady reclined gracefully upon a bed, her long, fair legs exposed. Dressed in opulent fur garments, she adorned herself with glimmering jewels that reflected her captivating allure. Exuding an irresistible charm, she was the most significant woman among the Wolf King's clan, the widow of the previous Wolf King. According to the customs of the barbarians, upon the death of the former king, she was expected to marry the new one. However, for reasons unknown, she had yet to wed. Nevertheless, she had promised the current Wolf King that should he successfully conquer the northern county and establish a kingdom there, she would marry him, becoming his queen. At this juncture, the woman entering the tent paid her respects, saying, I pay my respects to the queen. Although the enchanting lady before him has yet to wed the current Wolf King, it is universally acknowledged that she is the queen. Yiluin glanced at Xiaowen, then gently uttered, You may rise. Her voice was imbued with a warmth that enveloped the listener like a gentle spring breeze. Xiaowen, the woman who had just entered the tent, is the daughter of the present Wolf King, Xiao Hongba. Originally, they bore no surname, but in an effort to adopt the customs of the Great Xia, the entire Wolf King lineage has since adopted the surname Xiao. The name Xiaowen was also bestowed upon her by the queen, Yiluin, not long ago. Yiluin's attention then returned to the man before her as she inquired, I have heard that the Prince of Beijun is a notorious libertine, indulging in pleasure within the royal manor, and since his arrival in Beijun, he has not interfered with its affairs. Is this truly the case? Wu Yuan responded, Indeed. Your Majesty. Upon hearing his reply, a smile graced Yiluin's lips, suggesting that with such circumstances, the great king's conquest of Beijun would be effortlessly attained. Wu Yuan cautioned, Your Majesty, although the northern king may be ineffectual, the forces of Great Xia will not remain idle. Once the king mobilizes his army, Great Xia will undoubtedly dispatch a formidable force northward. Yi Luin replied nonchalantly, by the time the Great Xia army arrives, the king will have already secured his foothold in Beijun, and moreover, internal strife will erupt within Great Xia, leaving the Xia emperor with little energy to concern himself with us. At this moment, Xiao Wenyo interjected, saying, Princess, if we capture the northern king after conquering Beijun, could you hand him over to me? I have heard that the northern king is extraordinarily handsome, and I would like him to be my slave. Upon hearing Xiao Wenyo's words, Yao Nanyan smiled slightly and replied, Yao Yao, I fear that may not be possible. After all, he is a prince of the Great Xia. If we were to capture him, we could leverage his position to negotiate with the Great Xia. He still holds some value for us. Xiao Wenyo pouted but refrained from further comment, recognizing that Yao Nanyan was the princess and wielded significant influence within the Tianlang royal clan. The growth and advancement of the Tianlang clan, including its possession of sophisticated weaponry, were largely attributed to the leadership of the princess. She diligently learned from the Great Xia, discreetly recruiting many individuals from the Great Xia dynasty, and utilized them to facilitate ongoing commercial trade with the dynasty. Among them was the kneeling Wu Yuan. Under her guidance, the Tianlang clan had risen to a position of strength, rivaling other barbarian factions and even surpassing them in might. The concept of establishing a nation in Beijun was also proposed by Yao Nanyan. She observed that the northern regions were growing progressively colder, while the population of the barbarian tribes was surging rapidly. The current pastures could no longer sustain such an abundance of barbarian inhabitants. Furthermore, Beijun was becoming increasingly impoverished. Even if they raided for grain, the supplies obtained would scarcely sustain their tribe for long. The most effective solution would be to emulate the practices of the Great Xia dynasty, cultivating grain crops to support a larger population. Moreover, she had inquired about the emergence of a grain crop in the northern county that could yield 1,000 pounds per acre. If the Wolf King could conquer the northern county and establish a nation there, their branch would no longer need to wander in search of water and grass, and their lives would undoubtedly improve. The prowess and scale of the Wolf clan today are inextricably linked to the policies instituted by Yao Nanyan, rendering her an irreplaceable figure within the Wolf clan, even earning the utmost respect from the current Wolf King, Xiao Hongba. Of course, Yao Nanyan's esteemed position was not always so. She was merely a teenager when she wed the former Wolf King. However, at that time, the former Wolf King was already an elderly man, bedridden and unable to manage the clan, relying on Yao Nanyan to oversee its affairs. Over time, she amassed significant power. Following the former Wolf King's passing, with no heirs, it was under Yao Nanyan's guidance that the clan elected Xiao Hongba as the new Wolf King. The current Wolf King was chosen with the aid of Yao Nanyan, further solidifying her authority. Additionally, Yao Nanyan was an astute woman. She granted the current Wolf King the respect he deserved, allowing him to make decisions on major matters, thus presenting the illusion of relinquishing her power. Even when the Wolf King expressed his desire to marry her, she did not decline but rather set a goal for him, promising her hand in marriage upon his achievement of that objective. Yao Nanyan married the previous Tianlang Wang at just a tender age, and she remains unblemished to this day. It is inconceivable for her to live a lifetime in mourning for one who has departed. She is destined to wed again. In the eyes of the current Tianlang Wang, Xiao Hongbo, Yao Nanyan has naturally become his woman, thus he places great trust in her. As for conquering the northern county and then marrying her, Xiao Hongbo considers it a gift bestowed upon Yao Nanyan. At this moment, Yao Nanyan gazes at the kneeling Wu Yuan and continues, Wu Yuan, you have worked hard gathering intelligence into Xia. You may now take your rest. Wu Yuan immediately responds, thank you, Wang Fei. With that, he rises and departs from Yao Nanyan's yurt. Seeing Wu Yuan leave, Xiao Wenyao hastily says, Wang Fei, I shall take my leave as well. With that, she turns to exit the yurt. After Xiao Wenyao steps outside, she quickly calls out to Wu Yuan, Wu Yuan. Wait a moment. Wu Yuan halts, turns, and respectfully inquires, Princess, is there something you require of me? Xiao Wenyao directly asks, did you bring the perfume soap I requested? Wu Yuan replies with a smile, as it is the princess's command, I shall certainly comply. Those items remain in the carriage. I will fetch them for you at once. Xiao Wenyao responds, no need. I will accompany you. Tell me more about Daxia. Perhaps influenced by Yao Nanyan, Xiao Wenyao has developed a keen interest in all matters pertaining to Daxia. Wu Yuan was a man from the Great Xia, and each time he returned from his homeland, Princess Xiao Wenyao would eagerly inquire about various matters pertaining to it. She would ask about the recent amusing events in Great Xia and any intriguing gossip regarding the royal princes, seeking out anything she found captivating. Upon hearing her inquiries, Wu Yuan replied, of course, Your Highness, feel free to ask me anything you wish to know. As they walked, Xiao Wenyao remarked, they say the northern king of Great Xia is extraordinarily handsome. Is he truly as striking as they claim? Could you describe just how handsome he is? At this, Wu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by her first question. He pondered for a moment, hesitating to respond. Noticing his silence, Xiao Wenyao turned to him with a puzzled expression and asked, "What is the matter? Why aren't you speaking?" Wu Yuan considered his words carefully before saying, "Your Highness, I find it challenging to convey the Northern King's appearance. From the perspective of the women of Great Xia, he is indeed exceptionally handsome. However, if judged by the standards of women from the grasslands, he might appear somewhat slender, for he is not a man of martial prowess and lacks a robust physique." Upon hearing Wu Yuan's response, Xiao Wenyao's eyes brightened. She then exclaimed, "I personally do not favor excessively muscular men. The men of the grasslands tend to be rather portly, which I find quite unattractive. What is there to admire in that?" Seeing that Xiao Wenyao seemed particularly intrigued by the Northern King, Wu Yuan continued, "Your Highness, you must be aware that the Northern King has a particular fondness for beautiful women. If he were to encounter you, he would surely be rendered speechless. Should you harbor any interest in the Northern King, this campaign southward by the Great King against the Northern County may present a fortuitous opportunity for you." Upon hearing Wu Yuan's words, Xiao Wenyao sighed. "As you just heard, the princess consort mentioned that the Northern King still holds value. Even if we were to capture him during this southern expedition, she would never relinquish him to me." Wu Yuan smiled faintly. He had initially intended to persuade Xiao Wenyao to venture directly to the Northern County, but upon reflection, he deemed it unwise. Given the current critical juncture, engaging in unnecessary actions could arouse suspicion, ultimately leading to unfavorable consequences. He then reassured her, "Rest assured, Your Highness, you will certainly have the opportunity to spend time alone with the Northern King." Xiao Wenyao replied, "Let us not dwell on that. By the way, do you know how to make perfume and soap? Each time I run out, I must wait for you to go to the Great Xia to procure more, which is quite bothersome. It would be far more convenient if we could create them ourselves." Wu Yuan responded, "I regret to inform you, Your Highness, that the methods for producing perfume and soap reside solely within the Northern King's residence. They only sell the finished products and have never disclosed the processes for their creation." Xiao Wenyao paused, taken aback. "The Northern King's residence?" Wu Yuan promptly elaborated. "Indeed, it is said that the Northern King himself invented both perfume and soap. Moreover, this time, the young one brought a substance known as soap for Her Highness the Princess, crafted by the Northern Prince's residence. This soap is far superior to ordinary soap, ensuring that the princess will take a liking to it upon use." Chapter 74. A daughter should not marry the Northern Prince. Upon hearing Wu Yuan's words, Xiao Wenyao found herself increasingly intrigued by the Northern Prince. Recently, due to her father's campaign against the Northern County, she often encountered rumors about the Northern Prince. This was one of the reasons for her newfound interest in him. On one hand, she had been hearing the name Northern Prince more frequently, and on the other, she yearned for an exquisite servant, a pretty boy, if you will. Furthermore, she desired for her servant status not to be too low, as a lowly servant lacked the sense of accomplishment that comes with conquest. Coincidentally, the Northern Prince was perceived as a wasteful royal, which ignited her thoughts. Initially, she believed the Northern Prince to be a mere hedonist, indulging in pleasures within the confines of his residence. However, after Wu Yuan's remarks, Xiao Wenyao suddenly realized that the Northern Prince might possess some value. She particularly adored the perfumes and soaps from the Northern Prince's residence. The perfume masked any unpleasant odors, while the soap kept her body impeccably clean. She had become utterly reliant on these two luxuries. Upon learning that both items were creations of the Northern Prince, her desire to capture him and transform him into her servant intensified. Xiao Wenyao then remarked, "It appears that the Northern Prince is not entirely devoid of merit." At this juncture, her curiosity compelled her to inquire, "By the way, what exactly is soap?" Wu Yuan elucidated, "Soap is specifically designed for bathing after a wash. One's body is enveloped in a lingering fragrance that endures for quite some time." Xiao Wenyao inquired, "Isn't this akin to perfume?" Wu Yuan replied, "Your Highness, perfume can be applied at any moment. However, it does not possess the ability to cleanse the body. Soap, on the other hand, effectively removes dirt from one's skin." Xiao Wenyao, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "So it is similar to the soap we know." Wu Yuan, slightly exasperated, clarified, "Your Highness, in reality, soap is intended for cleaning garments, not for bathing." Xiao Wenyao, undeterred by Wu Yuan's words, retorted, "Regardless, it serves the purpose of cleansing the dirt from my body." Given her unwavering stance, Wu Yuan chose not to pursue further corrections, content that she was satisfied. As they strolled, they soon arrived before Wu Yuan's caravan, which was laden with various goods exchanged from the Great Xia. Ever since Yelnan Yin had procured merchants from the Great Xia, certain caravans had frequently engaged in trade with the barbarian tribes. Initially, they merely exchanged salt and tea. However, as the frequency of transactions increased, The barbarians began purchasing iron directly from the Great Xia, subsequently progressing to the trade of weapons and armor. The formidable strength of the Tianyang Wong clan is inextricably linked to the commerce with these merchants from the Great Xia. Wu Yuan promptly approached one of the carts, rummaging through its contents before extracting a bar of soap and presenting it to Xiao Wenyao, saying, "Your Highness, this is the soap intended for bathing. Your Highness, henceforth, please refrain from bathing with soap, as it is detrimental to your health and may harm your skin." Upon hearing Wu Yuan's words, Xiao Wenyao curiously took the soap from his hands. Before she could bring it to her nose, she was already enveloped by a delightful fragrance. She quickly held the soap beneath her nose and exclaimed in surprise, "It truly has a lovely scent." It seemed that the northern prince was particularly attentive to women's belongings. If only she could transform him into her servant, he might create even more useful products for women in the future. Wu Yuan intended to clarify that this item could be used by both genders, yet he chose to remain silent, believing that the innocent princess's happiness was paramount. At that moment, a man approached Xiao Wenyao. "Your Highness, the king requests your presence." Taken aback, Xiao Wenyao inquired, "What does my father want with me?" The man replied, "I do not know, Your Highness. You will find out upon your arrival." Xiao Wenyao then handed the soap back to Wu Yuan. "Wu Yuan, please deliver these items to my quarters." With utmost respect, Wu Yuan replied, "As you wish, Your Highness." As soon as he spoke, Xiao Wenyao joyfully made her way to the royal tent, the grandest yurt of the Tianlang tribe. Upon entering, she noticed numerous unfamiliar faces seated within. At the center sat a tall, robust middle-aged man with a pronounced forehead, her father, the current king of the Tianlang, Xiao Hongba. Upon seeing Xiao Wenyao enter, Xiao Hongba was about to speak when she immediately inquired, "Father, what is it that you need from me?" Not wishing to engage in unnecessary conversation, Xiao Hongba responded straightforwardly, "Yao Yao, you have grown up, and it is time for you to marry." The moment these words escaped his lips, it felt as if a thunderbolt had struck, leaving Xiao Wenyao stunned in place. After a long pause, she finally regained her composure and hurriedly replied, "Father, I am still young. I cannot bear to part from you. I wish to continue accompanying you." Though Xiao Wenyao possessed a certain innocence, she was not naive. Women of her standing were typically destined to marry into other tribes, becoming mere instruments of political alliance. The plight of the princess was a clear indication. Married to an old man, her days were spent catering to his every need. Yelnanyan, while in a relatively better position due to her considerable power, was still not exempt from the burdens of such a union. Xiao Wenyao recalled the fates of several women who had married the previous Tianlang king, many of whom had met their demise at his hands. Had Yelnanyan married the former king while he was still in good health, her fate would likely not have been any more favorable. The thought of marriage filled Xiao Wenyao with profound dread. Observing her aversion to the notion of matrimony, Xiao Hongba asserted firmly, "Yao Yao, it is customary for women of the grasslands to marry at your age. Even though you are the daughter of this king, you are not exempt from this tradition." Realizing the gravity of her father's tone, Xiao Wenyao understood that no amount of argument would sway him. Resigned, she responded, "Father, I understand." Xiao Hongba's stern expression was instantly replaced by a smile as he remarked, "Since you have acquiesced, once I conquer Beijun in my southern campaign, you shall marry the king of Beisyan and become his queen." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenyao's face turned ashen. The king of Beisyan was the ruler of a recently relocated barbarian tribe. With the fall of the great Chanyu's dominion, the tribes had fractured into 7 factions, each with its own royal court and sovereign. Naturally, every tribe aspired to restore the former unity of the barbarian clans, and Xiao Hongba was no exception. His plan was to seize Beijun, establish a nation, and then forge an alliance through marriage with the king of Beisyan, ultimately declaring himself the Great Chanyu, compelling the various tribes to submit to his authority. Xiao Hongba was an exceedingly ambitious king of the barbarians. At that moment, Xiao Wenyao fell to her knees with a thud, exclaiming, "Father, I cannot marry the king of Beisyan." She had heard of the king of Beisyan and understood that his tribe was markedly different from hers. Their tribe, due to frequent interactions with the Great Xia, had adopted many of its customs. Setting aside the impoverished state of the Beisyan tribe, they even retained the gruesome practice of cannibalism, and the king himself was known for his brutality. Xiao Wenyao could hardly bear to imagine the inhumane treatment she would endure as the wife of the king of Beisyan. Chapter 75. I know a friend who can assist you. Although Xiao Wenyao held the esteemed title of princess in the Tianlang tribe, her status would be drastically altered upon marrying into the Beisyan tribe, where women generally occupied a lowly position. Xiao Wenyao held a prominent position within the Tianlang tribe primarily due to her father, the king of the barbarian clan. The princess, Yelnanyan, attained her current status not overnight. It was a gradual accumulation of power owing to the previous Tianlang king's ill health. The mere thought of marrying into the Beisyan king's tribe filled Xiao Wenyao with dread, causing her delicate form to tremble uncontrollably. She continued to lament, "Father, I have heard that the former princess of the Barbarian king met an untimely demise. I am still young and do not wish to perish so soon." Upon hearing Xiao Wenyo's words, Xiao Hongba erupted in fury. "Nonsense. The Barbarian king is, after all, a ruler of a barbarian clan and is entirely deserving of you. What grievances do you harbor?" He declared resolutely, "It is settled. Once I conquer Beijun, you shall wed him. This matter is not open to negotiation." Seeing her father so decisively pronounce his judgment, Xiao Wenyo sprang to her feet and fled the tent in tears. She ran recklessly across the grasslands, losing track of time until she finally began to regain her composure. At that moment, Wu Yuan approached her side. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" He had just been overseeing the unloading of goods when he noticed Xiao Wenyo rush out of the royal tent, weeping profusely. Suspecting there might be new intelligence, he hurried over, feigning a comforting demeanor. Wiping her tears, Xiao Wenyo exclaimed, "Father wants me to marry the Barbarian king, but I refuse to wed that man-eater." Wu Yuan's mind momentarily froze at the mention of the Barbarian king. Could it be that this time the attack on North County by the Wolf King and the Northern Fresh King will occur simultaneously? Wu Yuan pondered this notion. Indeed, if it were merely the Wolf King's tribe, it would be quite improbable to amass an army of 300,000. Only through the alliance of the two barbarian kings could such a formidable force be assembled. The Wolf King, seeking assistance from the Northern Fresh King to assault North County, would naturally offer some incentives, with Xiao Wenyao likely being one of them. Noticing Wu Yuan's silence, Xiao Wenyao turned to him and implored, "Wu Yuan, could you assist me in escaping to the Great Xia? I cannot possibly marry the Northern Fresh King. I wish to live." Your Highness, I fear that no one would dare to agree to such a request," Wu Yuan replied, internally conflicted. As merely a scout, he was unaware of the decisions that might be made by the Northern King regarding North County. To unilaterally escort a barbarian king's daughter to North County, to the Great Xia, might provoke an early military response from the barbarians, thus jeopardizing the strategic arrangements for North County. With this in mind, Wu Yuan spoke, "Your Highness, I know a friend who might be able to assist you. However, I must first consult his opinion. I may only be able to provide you with an answer upon my next return." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenyao's hopes surged anew. "Wu Yuan, is this truly the case? Can your friend genuinely help me?" Wu Yuan affirmed, "Yes, as long as he is willing, he will certainly be able to assist you." Xiao Wenyao then inquired, "When do you intend to set off for the Great Xia?" Wu Yuan responded, "Your Highness, I have only just returned today. I must rest for at least 2 days." Xiao Wenyao remarked, "Oh, very well. When you return next time, you must inform me immediately of your friend's response." Wu Yuan replied, "Certainly, Your Highness." Just as they were conversing, a rugged voice resonated from behind them. "Yao Yao, are you all right?" Upon hearing this, both Wu Yuan and Xiao Wenyao turned around to discover it was Xiao Pingtian. Wu Yuan promptly said, "Your Highness, I shall take my leave now. You may continue your discussion." With that, he turned and returned to his carriage to resume unloading the cargo. Xiao Pingtian was Xiao Wenyo's uncle, being the brother of Xiao Hongba's original consort. Ordinarily, he would not bear the Xiao surname, as it was designated for the royal family by Yel Nanyan. However, in a bid to cultivate a closer relationship with Xiao Pingtian, Xiao Hongba conferred upon him the Xiao name. Upon recognizing her uncle, Xiao Wenyao inquired, "Uncle, what brings you here?" Xiao Pingtian sighed and responded, "Yao Yao, I have heard about your predicament." Xiao Wenyao was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Pingtian continued, "Xiao Hongba has truly gone too far. He first caused the death of my sister, and now he seeks to marry you off to that uncivilized tribe." Upon hearing Xiao Pingtian's words, Xiao Wenyao immediately grasped the crux of the matter. She looked at Xiao Pingtian and asked, "Uncle, what did you just say? Did my father cause my mother's death?" Xiao Pingtian, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "Who else could it be? Your mother had always been in good health. How could she suddenly perish?" It was none other than Xiao Hongba who orchestrated her demise to marry the consort. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wenyao felt her worldview shatter. She could scarcely believe that her father could commit such an act. At that moment, a glimmer of hope remained within her, prompting her to continue, "Uncle, these are merely your conjectures." Noticing her disbelief, Xiao Pingtian let out a deep sigh. "Yao Yao, you are still young and do not comprehend these matters. Your father has transformed into one of those emperors of the Central Plains, willing to sacrifice anything for power, including his own wife and daughter. Enough of this, rest assured. I will do my utmost to persuade your father not to betroth you to the Northern Xian king. Should he remain resolute, I will devise another plan." Touched, Xiao Wenyao expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." Half a month later, in the capital of the Great Xia, at the Xianzhong Hall, ministers were engaged in discussions of trivial matters when suddenly, a shout erupted from outside. "Urgent report from the north. The barbarian tribes are stirring. Upon hearing this, the ministers, who had been embroiled in a dispute over ceremonial protocols, fell silent. Shortly thereafter, a soldier entered the hall, bearing 3 red flags on his back. Kneeling partially, he raised a bamboo tube above his head and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, the barbarian tribes are in motion. The northern county is in peril." A eunuch swiftly took the bamboo tube from the soldier's hands and approached the Emperor of Xia, opening the tube and presenting its contents to him. The Emperor received the parchment and, with utmost seriousness, perused the words inscribed upon it. This was intelligence personally drafted by Lu Chen. At this moment, the hall of Xianzheng was enveloped in an eerie silence, with all the ministers' gazes fixed upon the Emperor of Xia, creating an atmosphere heavy with tension. The barbarian tribes had long been a persistent source of turmoil for the Great Xia. Numerous military campaigns had been launched against them, yet victories were scarce. Even in instances of triumph, the barbarian cavalry could swiftly retreat, leveraging their mobility to evade complete annihilation. Thus, no matter the strategy employed, the Great Xia had been unable to eradicate the threat posed by the barbarians entirely. Upon receiving the news that 300,000 barbarian cavalry were poised to descend southward, the emperor's countenance darkened instantaneously. The barbarians had chosen this precise moment to advance, coinciding with his intentions to deal with the aristocracy. Chapter 76. How did he know the barbarians were advancing south? The emperor was no fool. Upon reading the missive from Lu Chen regarding the imminent southern march of the barbarian cavalry, he realized this development was undoubtedly linked to the aristocracy, and that perhaps even some of his own sons were implicated. As a seasoned political player, he had not shied away from enlisting external foes to exploit for his own gain. The ministers in the hall of Xianzheng, witnessing the emperor's grim demeanor, dared not even breathe, for it was the first time in a year they had seen him so displeased. After a moment of silence, the emperor coldly remarked, "The barbarians certainly know how to choose their moments." Then, a tall and slender man positioned at the forefront on the left side of the hall spoke up, "Your Majesty, may I inquire about the situation in the northern county?" As the words of the Emperor of Summer faded, he was met with the response of the court. The northern king has sent word that his men intercepted a call to arms from the barbarian tribes on the grasslands. The barbarians intend to gather 300,000 cavalry to march south and establish a nation in the northern county, with Yin City as their capital. Upon hearing this proclamation from the emperor, a ripple of discussions erupted amongst the ministers. 300,000. Good heavens! How could there be so many? Establish a nation. If the barbarians were to found a realm in the northern county, would our great summer not remain forever under the iron hooves of the barbarian cavalry? We cannot allow the barbarians to advance southward. Their ambitions are indeed treacherous. Our summer must not let this opportunity slip by so easily. Listening to the fervent discourse of the ministers, the emperor remained silent for an extended moment. Eventually, the 8th prince, Lu Shuyun, stepped forward and spoke. "Father, I suspect the northern king may be fabricating the military situation. As far as I am aware, upon arriving in the northern county, he has indulged in revelry within his residence, neglecting his responsibilities entirely. How could he possibly know of the barbarians' intentions to march south? Furthermore, the barbarians dwell even further north. Even if they issued a call to arms, how could his men intercept such a decree unless they had infiltrated the very territory of the barbarians?" Upon hearing the words of Prince Lu Shuyun, the ministers began to grasp the implications. Indeed, the northern king was merely a slothful and ineffectual lord. Since his arrival in the northern county, he had scarcely attended to governance. How could he have dispatched anyone to infiltrate the barbarians' domain and intercept their summons? He did not seem the sort capable of such audacious deeds. Could it be that the northern king was truly lying about the military situation? At that moment, the left chancellor Lin Gaoyuan inquired, "8th prince, aside from inferring from the northern king's actions, do you possess any additional evidence regarding his alleged misrepresentation of military intelligence?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shuyun was momentarily taken aback. He then continued, "Chancellor Lin, is that not sufficient? Do you truly believe that the northern king dispatched envoys to the lands inhabited by the barbarian tribes?" Lin Gaoyuan replied calmly, "I am unaware if the northern king has indeed sent anyone to the northern territories where the barbarians reside, but I do know that he sent a red silk messenger with a letter. In the Great Daxia Dynasty, a red silk messenger signifies the utmost urgency of military matters, and such envoys are not dispatched lightly. From Lin Gaoyuan's perspective, even a fool like the northern king would not be oblivious to the significance of a red silk messenger. As for the misrepresentation of military intelligence, the northern king is well aware of the penalties that accompany such deceit. If he were truly a worthless prince, indulging in revelry within his manor, would he dare to fabricate military reports? Would he not fear that the emperor of Xia would strip him of his title? Thus, Lin Gaoyuan surmised that it is highly probable that the barbarians indeed pose a genuine threat. However, whether their numbers reach 300,000 remains uncertain. It is also plausible that the northern king exaggerated the number of barbarian cavalry to garner support from the court. In summary, while the barbarians will indeed advance southward, their ranks may not necessarily total 300,000. This is merely Lin Gaoyuan's conjecture. Just as Lin Gaoyuan concluded, the first prince, Louis, spoke up, "Father, I am willing to lead our troops northward to confront the barbarians." As soon as the words of the eldest prince were spoken, the second prince retorted with a sarcastic tone, "Brother, are you not being a tad too hasty? The question of whether the barbarian tribes will descend upon us remains unverified. Yet you are already contemplating leading troops northward. If you do take your army, can you truly assure that your intentions are solely to defend against the barbarians? Even in times of invasion, mutual accusations within the court persist, let alone when there is no invasion at hand. Should a prince march north and garner fame among the troops, it would significantly bolster his claim in the struggle for succession. Thus, every prince seeks the opportunity to lead, while simultaneously wishing to prevent others from doing so. Upon hearing the second prince's words, the eldest prince let out a cold laugh. "What are you implying, second brother? Defending against the barbarians is indeed the duty of the royal offspring. Do you suspect I harbor ulterior motives?" Just as the second prince was about to continue his retort, the emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, interrupted their exchange. Enough. Upon the emperor's utterance, the once tumultuous court, resembling a bustling marketplace, fell into an immediate silence. Whether the barbarians were truly advancing southward would be confirmed by my shadow guards. What you ought to discuss now is how to respond to their potential incursion. With the emperor having spoken, the assembly ceased their debate over the veracity of the matter. At this moment, Lu Shuyun's expression turned somewhat grim. He had initially believed that the barbarian advance would catch the northern king off guard, or that it might overshadow the assassination of the northern king by the Blood Moon Tower's assassin. He never anticipated that the northern king had already sensed the impending approach of the barbarians. Nevertheless, it matters little, for the northern king is unlikely to endure for many more days. By now, the Blood Moon Tower should have arrived at Yin City. He is confident that under the guidance of the masters from the Blood Moon Tower, even with that enigmatic master at the northern king's side, the northern king cannot be safeguarded. His current contemplation should revolve around how to secure the authority to lead the troops northward. If he could command the forces to march north, in accordance with his agreement with the barbarian tribes, he would be able to extract certain concessions from them, thereby accumulating prestige within the military, thus enhancing his chances of usurping the throne. As for relinquishing the northern county to the barbarians, Lu Shuyun is utterly indifferent. His sole concern lies in his position as crown prince. The northern county is merely a desolate region. Since the barbarians desire it, why not grant it to them? At this juncture, the eldest prince spoke again. "Father, I believe we should immediately mobilize the army northward. The northern king has employed the red silk messenger, indicating that the barbarian advance is imminent. Should the court delay its response, the 30,000 soldiers of the northern county will surely be unable to withstand the onslaught of the barbarians' 300,000 cavalry." No sooner had the eldest prince finished speaking than the fourth prince chimed in. "Father, I too believe we should dispatch troops northward without delay. Each prince longs to seize this opportunity to lead the troops, for it has been many years since the great Xia has had such a chance. It is an occasion to establish their reputation within the military, one that none of the princes wish to forego." However, at that moment, Lu Shuyun interjected. "Father, I believe the northern county is already the fief of the northern king, and thus the responsibility of repelling the barbarian invasion should naturally fall to him. If every time there is an invasion from external enemies, the court must dispatch troops, then what purpose do the vassal kings serve?" Upon hearing these words, a man standing to the right of the officials spoke up. "Your Majesty, I believe the eighth prince is correct. The vassal kings at the borders are indeed tasked with the duty of defending against foreign intrusions. It cannot be that every time an enemy attacks, we must rely on the court to send reinforcements." Chapter 77. The order to expand the army. After hearing the words of the right chancellor Zhao Wenhan, the left chancellor Lin Gaoyuan chuckled softly and remarked, "While it is true that the vassal kings at the borders are responsible for repelling invaders, the northern county is limited to merely 30,000 troops. Does Chancellor Zhao truly believe that the northern king can fend off the incursions of the barbarian tribes with such a meager force?" Zhao Wenhan immediately responded, "I have not suggested such a notion." He then turned his gaze towards the Emperor Xia seated upon the dragon throne and continued, "Your Majesty, the northern county is indeed the front line in the defense against the barbarian tribes. The conventional force of 30,000 has long since proven inadequate to repel their advances. Thus, I believe it is high time to issue an order to expand the army in the northern county." As soon as Zhao Wenhan uttered these words, A flurry of discussions erupted in the court. Since Emperor Xia ascended to the throne, to prevent potential rebellions from the vassal kings, he had imposed restrictions on troop numbers. In each vassal king's territory, the maximum number of soldiers allowed was determined by the area of land they governed. For the northern county, the troop ceiling was set at 50,000, which is why when Chen proposed recruiting new soldiers, he suggested only enlisting 10,000. Zhao Wenhan's statement seemed reasonable, as the northern county indeed stood on the front line against the barbarian tribes, and it was only fitting to allocate additional soldiers to the northern king. However, once this precedent is set, the feudal lords of the other frontiers will undoubtedly invoke the same rationale to bolster their military might. Defending against barbarian incursions equates to safeguarding the realm from foreign invasion. The Great Xia dynasty faces formidable threats from several other major dynasties. Although these dynasties have not engaged in warfare for many years, one cannot predict the eventuality of an attack from any of them. If the northern county reinforces its troops, it is inevitable that other frontier lords will demand similar military expansions. This, clearly, would trigger a chain reaction. Moreover, should the northern county augment its forces, it could provoke an unexpected offensive from other dynasties against the Great Xia. Not all feudal lords are content to remain passive. Collusion with external adversaries to leverage for military expansion orders from the court is entirely plausible. The Emperor of Xia is no fool. He comprehends the ramifications that issuing a military expansion decree for the northern county would entail. Nevertheless, at this juncture, the emperor proclaimed, "Draft the edict." The northern county stands as the front line against barbarian invasions. Its current force of 30,000 troops is insufficient to meet the demands of defense. Henceforth, the troop limit for the northern county shall be raised to 150,000. Furthermore, as the lord of the northern county, the northern king must not abandon his post regardless of circumstances. He must steadfastly defend the northern county. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Zhao Wenhan immediately clasped his hands in reverence, exclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise." The emperor cast a cold glance at Zhao Wenhan and continued, "Ministers Wang, Chu, Lin, and Zhao remain. The rest may withdraw." With that, the emperor rose from the dragon throne, sweeping his long sleeves with a flourish, and turned to depart. It was evident that the matter of military expansion in the northern county deeply unsettled the emperor, yet he felt compelled to proceed. Currently, the internal dynamics of the Great Xia are tumultuous. It is inconceivable for the Great Xia to dispatch hundreds of thousands of troops northward to resist the barbarian tribes. Should such a vast army be mobilized, it would undoubtedly undermine the very foundation of the state. The Emperor of Xia has discerned that this invasion by the barbarians is likely connected to the aristocratic families, though it remains unclear whether any princes are complicit. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Behind every war lies a political agenda. If, as the northern king has indicated in his correspondence, the barbarians intend to establish a nation in the northern prefecture, such an outcome is utterly intolerable. The northern prefecture serves as the gateway to the Great Xia, and should it fall into the hands of the barbarian tribes, their military might would inevitably be directed toward the imperial capital. The emperor understands that to resolve this crisis, he must not only seek a compromise with the barbarian tribes, but also negotiate with the aristocracy. This realization weighs heavily upon him, marking the most frustrating moment of his reign since ascending to the throne. He has only just begun to reorganize the military of the Great Xia, and the sudden incursion of the barbarians has left him no respite. Had he been granted another year, once the army's restructuring was complete, and he could have sent troops northward, the barbarian cavalry would have posed little threat. Alas, such hypotheticals are moot. The pressing priority is to deliberate on how to address the crisis in the northern prefecture. After convening the 4 individuals he had summoned to his study, the emperor engaged in a serious discussion regarding the barbarian advance. Ultimately, they reached a consensus advocating for diplomatic negotiations. Troops would indeed be dispatched, but not in the form of a massive army numbering in the hundreds of thousands. While ceding the entirety of the northern prefecture is out of the question, some portions of its territory might be negotiable for the barbarians. Regardless, the northern county is the fief of the northern prince, who is nothing more than a feckless lord, incapable of managing such vast territories. After deliberating on the specific matters at hand, Lin Gaoyuan departed from the study of the summer emperor. His countenance bore an expression of discontent, clearly dissatisfied with the conclusions reached during their discussions. The summer emperor had summoned 4 individuals. Among them, one was a minister of revenue from an aristocratic lineage, another was a minister of war, also of noble descent, and the last was a right chancellor, a notorious schemer solely focused on power struggles. What prudent strategies could possibly emerge from the collaboration of these 3? It was merely the age-old tactic of land concessions for personal gain. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Gaoyuan seethed in silence, his frustration palpable. At that moment, a man clad in armor entered the hall. Upon his entrance, the man promptly inquired, "Father, I've heard that an army of 300,000 from the barbarian tribes is advancing southward. Is this true?" The prospect of the barbarian incursion was indeed grave, and the courtiers, freshly departed from court, could hardly contain their conversations, which swiftly reached the ears of Lin Xiaoming, who was currently serving in the military. As the commander of the Qilin army, he took matters of warfare very seriously. Upon hearing his son's query, Lin Gaoyuan returned to the present, sighing as he responded. The veracity of the news remains uncertain. However, the northern prince has employed a red silk messenger, which likely indicates the truth of the matter. Lin Xiaoming pressed further. What are His Majesty's intentions? At this question, Lin Gaoyuan let out a derisive laugh. Intentions? He wishes for you to lead 70,000 elite troops northward to assist the northern prince against the 300,000 barbarian forces. What? At his father's words, Lin Xiaoming stood in stunned disbelief. To engage in battle against 300,000 barbarian troops with only 70,000 elite soldiers? What kind of jest was this? Since it has been stated that they are elite soldiers, they are undoubtedly combat troops. However, with 70,000 battle-ready soldiers, combined with the 30,000 from the northern county, there are merely 100,000 troops in total. How can 100,000 soldiers hope to withstand the onslaught of 300,000 cavalry from the barbarian tribes? Lin Xiaoming furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. The Great Xia Dynasty possesses approximately 500,000 soldiers at its disposal, so why have only 70,000 been dispatched northward? Lin Xiaoming then inquired, "Father, did His Majesty not have 500,000 soldiers available after the military restructuring?" Upon hearing his son's naive question, Lin Gaoyuan scoffed lightly before responding, 500,000? Does His Majesty dare to mobilize them? If those 500,000 soldiers were to be deployed, the Great Xia could descend into chaos. Lin Gaoyuan refrained from elaborating on the deeper reasons, instead stating directly to Lin Xiaoming, "I do not wish to dwell on this matter. Once His Majesty's edict arrives, you shall immediately lead the troops to the northern county to rendezvous with the northern king. In battle, your objective is merely to delay the barbarian cavalry. There is no need for a desperate struggle. The true battlefield lies not in the northern county, but in the Imperial court." Upon hearing Lin Gaoyuan's counsel, Lin Xiaoming seemed to grasp the underlying implication and replied, "Understood. Father, I comprehend your meaning. In the northern county, at Yin City, a woman clad in a flowing black robe, wielding a longsword, advanced slowly along the streets. Her countenance was as cold as ice, yet her beauty was unparalleled, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. At that moment, a galloping carriage sped past her. The wind swept aside the carriage's curtains, revealing a stunning woman in white, captivating all who caught a glimpse of her. The woman in black on the roadside briefly locked eyes with the woman in white, but it was merely a fleeting moment. The carriage continued onward, leaving the woman in black standing still, coldly gazing at the departing silhouette of the carriage. Chapter 78, Lin Wongqing, North County, Yin City. Inside the carriage, Chen Wanrong reflected upon the woman in black she had just seen and promptly addressed the elegant lady beside her in a purple cloud robe. "Aunt Lin, did you notice that woman?" Lin Wongqing immediately replied, "I did." With an expressionless demeanor, Chen Wanrong remarked, "If I am not mistaken, that individual should be someone close to Emperor Xia, having infiltrated the palace for an extended period a few years prior. She possessed a certain understanding of the Emperor's shadow guards and could easily discern that the woman in black had once crossed paths with her." Lin Wongqing pondered for a moment before responding, "I have encountered this woman at Chu Yu's palace. She is very likely one of Emperor Xia's shadow guards." Chen Wanrong continued, "From the aura she exudes, she possesses at least the strength of a master. It is rather peculiar that Emperor Xia would dispatch a master to protect a worthless prince, don't you think, Aunt Lin?" Upon hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lin Wongqing did not answer immediately. She too found it strange, yet she could not fathom why the emperor would assign a master to safeguard a prince deemed useless. After a prolonged silence, Lin Wongqing finally spoke. "So, does that mean the so-called mysterious master in the Wong residence is that woman?" Chen Wanrong fell into silence. Initially, she believed that her visit to the northern county would allow her to easily capture the northern prince, thereby utilizing him to conjure the dragon-subduing spell, which would later aid her in dealing with the Summer Emperor. However, she was taken aback to encounter someone from the Summer Emperor's inner circle here. If that were the case, the execution of their plans would undoubtedly prove to be far more challenging. Although she was unclear as to why the Summer Emperor had dispatched someone to safeguard this ineffectual prince, it was evident that he must have had his reasons. An hour later, within the northern prince's residence, Chu Yuqin was patrolling the inner courtyard when a female guard entered, approaching her with the news, "Madam Chu, Someone from the Xianyu Palace has arrived. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin momentarily froze, unable to react. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and inquired of the female guard, the Xianyu Palace? What brings them to the northern prince's residence? The guard replied, I am uncertain. Only that one of the women claimed to know you and wished to meet. At the mention of this, a figure from her past flashed through Chu Yuqin's mind. She then stated, I understand, I shall go at once. Following the guard, Chu Yuqin arrived at the entrance of the prince's residence, where a carriage was stationed outside. Its occupants yet to disembark. As she approached, the curtains of the carriage were drawn back, revealing a beautiful woman clad in a purple cloud gown stepping down. Recognizing Lin Wanyun, Chu Yuqin's mind momentarily blanked, and she exclaimed in astonishment, Sister Lin, what brings you to the northern county? As Chu Yuqin approached Lin Wanyun, she spoke. Yet Lin Wanyun did not respond to her inquiry immediately. Instead, she wore a gentle smile and remarked, Chener, it has been many years since we last met. Has it not? Reflecting on their past, Chu Yuqin replied, Indeed, ever since you departed for Xianyu Palace, we have not crossed paths. Casting a glance at the carriage, she inquired once more, Sister Lin, what brings you to Beijun? Lin Wanyun elucidated, I was passing through Beijun with the palace master. And upon hearing that you were also here, I wished to pay you a visit. Surprised by Lin Wanyun's response, Chu Yuqin then asked, Is the palace master inside the carriage? Lin Wanyun nodded affirmatively. It was uncommon for the palace master of Xianyu Palace to roam about freely. Her departures usually signified significant matters at hand. Chu Yuqin was astonished to encounter the palace master in Beijun. At that moment, she hastily said, Sister Lin, please wait a moment while I inform Chener of your arrival. With that, she prepared to turn and seek out Lu Chen. Although Chu Yuqin was well aware of her esteemed status within the Wongfu, and that Lu Chen held her in high regard, she would never make decisions regarding visitors without his consent. Such matters required either the notification of the Wongfei or the direct communication with Lu Chen, the prince. Just as Chu Yuqin turned, Lu Chen happened to emerge from the main gate of the Wongfu. And Chu, I heard that guests have arrived? Just moments ago. The sentinel at the gate not only reported the arrival of Chu Yuqin, but also informed Lu Chen of a visitor to the Wongfu. Upon hearing this news, Lu Chen felt a tinge of curiosity. What sort of guest could possibly be at the North Wongfu? He promptly approached the entrance to investigate. There, he beheld Chu Yuqin engaged in conversation with a strikingly beautiful woman. This woman, adorned in a flowing purple garment, had her hair elegantly swept up, cascading gracefully over her fragrant shoulders and resting upon her chest. She exuded an air of opulence and grace, her demeanor poised and dignified, her beauty rivaling that of Chu Yuqin. Lu Chen immediately activated the system for identification. Name, Lin Wanyun. Identity, adopted daughter of the esteemed Grand Chancellor Lin Gaoyuan of the Great Daxia Dynasty, later departed from the Lin family to join the Xianyu Palace. A half-step grandmaster, aged 31. She accompanied the palace master Chen Wanrong to the North County, intending to utilize the blood of the North King to forge the dragon suppression charm against the Summer Emperor. Rating, 95. Affinity, 60, due to your status as her friend's son. Upon seeing this information, Lu Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a woman of such high esteem, with a rating of 95, would arrive at his doorstep, and moreover, she was a friend of his mother. It was no wonder she appeared so familiar with Chu Yuqin. However, despite the relatively favorable affinity she held towards him, it was evident that her intentions were far from benevolent. Although Lu Chen was unaware of the specifics of the dragon suppression charm, the system's description indicated that she intended to use his blood to forge it, and that it was aimed at countering his own father, the emperor. Clearly, the Xianyu Palace was in opposition to the Great Daxia Dynasty. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze shifted towards the carriage's interior. Since Lin Wanyun accompanied the master of the Xianyu Palace, it is likely that the malevolent master of the palace is within the carriage. From the names that emerged in the previous system introduction, it seems that the master of the Xianyu Palace is also a woman. At this moment, Chu Yuqin's voice brought Lu Chen back to reality. Chener, just in time for your arrival. Allow me to introduce you. This is your mother's sworn sister, Lin Wanyun, an elder of the Xianyu Palace. She joined the palace shortly after your birth, which is why you have not met her until now. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen quickly approached the two women. Upon seeing him, Lin Wanyun immediately bowed, saying, This humble woman greets His Highness. Lu Chen smiled slightly and responded, There is no need for such formality. You are my mother's sworn sister, so I should address you as Aunt Lin. At these words, Lin Wanyun's favorability towards him increased by 5 points. Witnessing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but ponder, is it truly so effortless to elevate a woman's favorability? It seems that winning her affection might not be particularly challenging. With a woman of such exceptional beauty offering herself, Lu Chun was certainly not going to be modest. Just then, the curtain of the carriage slowly parted, and a graceful figure clad in white descended from the vehicle. Chapter 79. Is this truly the rumored wasteful prince? Upon seeing the woman who emerged from the carriage, Lu Chun was momentarily rooted to the spot. The woman's exquisite features were as cold as ice. Her white attire was as pure as snow, her skin smooth and delicate, her hair styled in a cloud-like bun, and a mark resembling a plum blossom adorned her forehead. Her figure was enchanting, radiating an aura of sanctity, as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Lu Chun momentarily forgot to utilize the system to identify the information regarding the woman before him, only regaining his composure when she spoke. The commoner has met His Highness. Although Chen Wanrong held the esteemed position of the palace master of the Xianyu Palace, it was still under the nominal jurisdiction of the Great Xia. Thus, she was obliged to pay her respects to the prince. Her voice resonated with a crystalline clarity, imbued with a unique allure that stirred something within the listener. Upon regaining his senses, Lu Chun stuttered, Please, no need for formalities." He quickly activated the system to gather information on the enchanting figure standing before him. Name: Chen Wanrong. Identity: remnant of the Chen family, princess of the Chen kingdom, palace master of Xianyu Palace, 21 years old, master realm. Visiting Beijun primarily to approach the northern king, to control him with a love curse, and subsequently use his blood to forge the dragon-subduing spell in vengeance against the Xia Emperor. Rating: 98. Favorability: 10. Upon seeing the impressive rating of 98, Lu Chun realized the significance. Such beauty surely deserved a score of 100. It was noteworthy that Chu Yuqin had only garnered a rating of 97. This prompted him to ponder, with each increment above 95, did a woman's beauty ascend several tiers? Nevertheless, Lu Chun did not believe that Chen Wanrong surpassed Chu Yuqin significantly in beauty. Rather, it was the ethereal quality she exuded, akin to that of a celestial being, that truly captivated his heart. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Lu Chun swiftly composed himself and smiled at Chen Wanrong, saying, "It is my honor to welcome Palace Master Chen to my royal residence. Lin Yi, please escort Palace Master Chen inside." Lu Chen's gaze was fixed intently on Chen Wanrong, prompting a soft sigh from Lin Wanyun beside him. She was acutely aware that the northern king had taken a liking to Chen Wanrong's beauty. It would not be long before Chen Wanrong would employ her charms to ensnare the northern king, rendering him completely under her control, ultimately reducing him to a mere tool for concocting the dragon-subduing spell. As the sister of Chu Yu, who had once shared a deep bond with her, Lin Wanyun felt a pang of reluctance at the prospect of Lu Chen's downfall. Yet, in their quest to confront the Summer Emperor, they had no choice but to resort to the dragon-subduing spell. Soon after, Lu Chun ushered Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun into the royal residence. Upon entering the main courtyard, he promptly summoned a maid to brew a pot of Longfeng tea. Once the tea was served, Lu Chun personally poured a cup for Lin Wanyun and another for Chen Wanrong, remarking, "Aunt Lin, Palace Master Chen, I appreciate your arduous journey. This tea is unique to the royal residence. It invigorates the mind and alleviates fatigue. Please, do savor it." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Wanyun immediately lifted her teacup, taking a sip before discreetly employing her internal energy to ascertain whether anything untoward had been added to the tea. After confirming its purity, she took another sip. Her actions, though subtle, would be imperceptible to most. However, Chen Wanrong discerned the careful scrutiny. Once assured of the tea's safety, Chen Wanrong elegantly raised her delicate hand to lift her own cup, savoring a gentle sip of the brew. In an instant, Chen Wanrong felt a refreshing sensation surge into her body, subsequently spreading throughout her being, imparting an exquisite comfort. Chen Wanrong was somewhat astonished, for she had not anticipated that the tea from the northern king's residence would indeed possess invigorating properties. Observing that both Lin Wanyun and Chen Wanrong had consumed the dragon and phoenix tea, Lu Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he inquired, "Miss Chen, Aunt Lin, what brings you to Beijun this time?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Wanyun replied, "We are merely passing through Beijun." Lu Chun feigned a look of regret and said, "Ah, so you were just passing through Beijun. It seems you shall be departing shortly." Lin Wanyun smiled and responded, "Though we are merely passing through, both the palace master and I intend to linger in Beijun for a while longer." Lu Chun replied nonchalantly, "That may not be feasible. You will soon have to leave Beijun." Intrigued, Lin Wanyun asked, "Why is that?" Chu Yuqin interjected, "Sister Lin, the barbarian army is soon to march southward. Chen's wife, concubines, and children are also preparing to depart from Yinqing to Lumping City." This was no secret. As the royal residence was about to announce this to the populace of Beijun, and soon the entire citizenry would be aware of the barbarian advance. Thus, Chu Yuqin spoke candidly. Upon hearing Chu Yuqin's words, both Lin Wanyun and Chen Wanrong were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that their arrival would coincide with such a tumultuous time, as the barbarian forces were set to descend. However, it seemed that the barbarian advance would not significantly disrupt their plans. After all, the northern prince, deemed a worthless lord, should be fearful for his life. With the barbarian tribes advancing southward, it would be expected for him to flee to the south. They merely needed to follow him. At this moment, Lin Wanyun inquired, "Will the prince also accompany the common people in their southward retreat?" Lu Chen smiled faintly and replied, "The northern county is my fief. I am the prince of the northern county. How could I possibly abandon it? I shall stand my ground in Yin City and confront the barbarian horde in a decisive battle to protect the northern county." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such fortitude from the northern prince. Did not the outside world whisper that he was a mere debaucher, indulging himself in the pleasures of the royal palace? How could a so-called worthless lord possess such resolve? Or was it that this time, the barbarian incursion was not as formidable as rumored, merely a typical raid for plunder, which left the northern prince untroubled by the prospect of an assault on Yin City? At that moment, Chen Wanrong spoke up, "Your Highness, may I inquire how many barbarian soldiers have been dispatched in this southern campaign?" Lu Chen responded, "According to the intelligence we have gathered, the barbarians are intent on establishing a kingdom in the northern county, thus they have sent forth 300,000 cavalry. Their aim is to seize the northern county and make Yin City their capital." Upon hearing this, Chen Wanrong's brows furrowed. 300,000 troops. From what she knew, the northern county could muster only 30,000 soldiers. In such dire circumstances, the northern prince did not plan to flee south, but instead proclaimed his intent to fight the barbarians in Yin City. A battle of 30,000 against 300,000 offered no chance of victory. Was this truly the so-called worthless lord of legend? Merely possessing such spirit already surpasses those esteemed officials in the capital, who are preoccupied with indulgence and revelry. After just a brief encounter with the northern king, Chen Wanrong's perception of Lu Chen underwent a significant transformation. She began to suspect that there might be some inaccuracies in the intelligence gathered by the Xianyu palace. The northern king could not possibly be the man described in rumors, who merely sought pleasure within the confines of the palace. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Wanyun could not help but inquire, "Your Highness, I have heard that the northern county has only 30,000 soldiers. Yet you claim that the barbarian tribes have dispatched 300,000 troops southward. Can 30,000 soldiers truly withstand such an overwhelming force?" In response to this question, Lu Chen displayed a fearless demeanor. "Even if we cannot hold them off, we must try. I am the king of northern county. If I were to lose even this land, could I still call myself the king of northern county or a vassal of the great Xia? How could I possibly return to the capital to face my father or bear the gaze of the people of northern county?" This declaration left Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun in a state of disbelief. This did not seem to align with their understanding of the northern king. Meanwhile, Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Chen with a gaze filled with melancholy. She was not naive and quickly discerned that Lu Chen was putting on a performance in front of Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun. Although Lu Chen indeed possessed such noble spirit and was genuinely determined to resist the barbarian advance in Yin City, his usual demeanor was far from this grandiloquent show. His righteous posturing was clearly an act meant for the company of young ladies. This indicates that Lu Chen has taken a liking to the master of the Xianyu palace and wishes to impress her, showcasing his masculine prowess. In truth, Chu Yuqin has overlooked an important aspect. Lu Chen is not merely seeking to display himself before Chen Wanrong. He harbors a profound interest in Lin Wanyun as well. At this moment, Chen Wanrong slightly furrows her brow, lost in contemplation. She initially believed that their expedition to the northern county would proceed smoothly, but unforeseen complications have arisen. First, they encountered the shadow guards of Emperor Xia upon entering the city. And now they have discovered that the northern king is not at all the person they had imagined. It seems that employing emotional sorcery on the northern king may not be an easy endeavor. After all, it must wait until they have repelled the invasion of the barbarian tribes. However, if the northern king insists on engaging in a life-and-death battle with the barbarians in Yin City, the likelihood of his demise appears exceedingly high. Once the northern king falls, their ability to use his blood to concoct the Fulong spell will be forfeited. Must they then relinquish their pursuit of the northern king? At this juncture, Lu Chen smiles at Lin Wanyun and says, "Aunt Lin, in a few days, you and Aunt Chu should journey south to Wongqing City. Once I have successfully driven back the barbarian invasion, if you wish to explore northern county further, you may return. I shall ensure you receive a warm welcome." Lu Chen possesses considerable confidence in the dragon and phoenix tea, Under its influence, he is convinced that Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanan will indeed return to Yin City. Moreover, they still require their own blood to craft the Fulong spell. Their objectives remain unfulfilled, making it implausible for them to depart Northern County so soon. This reminded Lu Chen of a phrase that had surfaced in his mind when he initially captured Wongqing. Hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. At present, he seemed to embody that prey, yet once the threat of the barbarian invasion was alleviated, he would swiftly transform into the hunter. Lin Wanyan did not respond to Lu Chen's remark. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Chen Wanrong, the mistress of the Xianyu Palace, as it was her prerogative to make the decision. With an impassive expression, Chen Wanrong stated, "Very well. Given the current circumstances, it is indeed inappropriate to remain in Yin City." Chen Wanrong was also contemplating whether to take advantage of the barbarian incursion to stage the Northern King's death, subsequently abducting him to the Xianyu Palace, where they could gradually utilize his blood to concoct the Fulong spell. However, she quickly dismissed this notion. After all, the Northern King was a prince, and even a feigned death might raise suspicions. Should the Summer Emperor learn of the abduction of a royal, he would likely become suspicious. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. The crux of the matter lay in the potential premature escalation of conflict between the Xianyu Palace and the Great Summer. Until the Fulong spell was successfully crafted, the Xianyu Palace could not afford direct confrontation with the Summer Emperor. They needed to maintain at least a facade of peace. Unlike the aristocratic families or court officials of the Great Summer, the Xianyu Palace was acutely aware of the Summer Emperor's trump cards. Until they could dismantle those advantages, they would not recklessly engage in open conflict with him. To others, Emperor Xia may merely be regarded as a master. Yet the Xianyu Palace is acutely aware of his formidable nature. Currently, a sacred artifact from the Xianyu Palace has fallen into the hands of Emperor Xia due to Chu Yu, rendering them even less capable of opposing him. Within the realm of Great Xia, all forces fear the national master Situ Su, with only the Xianyu Palace treating Emperor Xia as a genuine adversary. Upon hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen rose and said, "Aunt Chu, Aunt Lin, Miss Chen, please continue your conversation. I shall take my leave and not disturb you." With that, Lu Chen turned and exited the pavilion. Once Lu Chen departed, Lin Wanyun immediately grasped Chu Yuqing's hand and remarked, "Qiner, everyone outside claims that the Northern King is a lecherous man devoid of learning. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that he is not as such." Hearing this, Chu Yuqing smiled and responded, "Since Chuan arrived in the Northern County, he has matured considerably. Perhaps witnessing the hardships endured by the common people has awakened a sense of responsibility within him." As for his alleged lechery here, Chu Yuqing hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I do not believe that man to be lecherous, and I see nothing wrong with Chun-Er's desires. If he were not inclined towards such matters, how could he ensure the continuation of his lineage?" Upon hearing Chu Yuqing's words, Lin Wanyun harbored some doubts. Had the Northern King truly changed since arriving in the Northern County? Yet, they had heard rumors that he had kept a horde of beautiful courtesans in his residence, indulging in revelry and excess, indifferent to the plight of the common folk. Nevertheless, it was not the time to dwell on such matters. At this moment, Chu Yuqing cast a glance at Chen Wanrong, who sat quietly beside her. Chen Wanrong's beauty seamlessly blended with the surroundings. Merely a glance was enough to uplift one's spirits. Chu Yuqing couldn't help but marvel at her. Indeed, she was the esteemed mistress of the Xianwei Palace, and it was no wonder that the mischievous lad had been so fixated upon her. However, it was rather unfortunate. The mistress of Xianyu Palace could not be so easily wed. The young rogue could only admire from afar, unable to approach. At that moment, Lin Wanyun smiled and said, "Qiner, could you share with me the happenings in the capital over these past years? It has been quite some time since I last returned to the capital." Chu Yuqing replied, "Of course." The two beautiful women then took each other's hands and engaged in an intimate conversation. As evening descended, a woman clad in black, brandishing a long sword, appeared at the entrance of the North Prince's residence. Upon seeing someone wielding a sword at the gates, the royal guards swiftly surrounded her. "Who goes there?" The woman remained still and, in a frosty tone, replied, "I seek Madame Chu." Upon hearing this, the soldiers exchanged glances, and the leading captain said, "Please wait a moment, miss. I shall notify Madame Chu immediately." Given that two women had visited the residence earlier that day, the captain was cautious. Suspecting that this newcomer might also be a guest, he hurriedly entered the residence to report the situation to Chu Yuqing. Upon learning that another woman had arrived at the entrance, Chu Yuqing felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. What was happening today? Why were guests arriving in such numbers? Chapter 81. By Qingqing, Chu Yuqing was unaware of the identity of the visitor outside, but since a guest had arrived, she certainly wished to meet her. Suddenly, Chu Yuqin followed the royal guard to the entrance. The moment she stepped out of the gates of the royal mansion, she paused for a brief moment. Although the woman before her had undergone a significant transformation, becoming more beautiful and more aloof, Chu Yuqin recognized her at once. In disbelief, she murmured, Xiao. Xiao Bai. Bai Qingqing's expression remained as frosty as ever, as if her features had been encased in ice. Chu Yuqin did not doubt her demeanor, for Bai Qingqing had always been thus. The master who had taken her away in the past had mentioned that she possessed a unique constitution, destined never to experience any emotions, making her an exceptional candidate for martial arts training. Chu Yuqin had thought she would never see Bai Qingqing again, yet here she was, unexpectedly encountered at the northern prince's residence. Chu Yuqin quickly approached Bai Qingqing, who, with an impassive face, stated, Aunt Chu, I happened to pass through Beijun and wanted to visit you. Though Bai Qingqing's tone was indifferent, these words stirred profound emotions within Chu Yuqin. Bai Qingqing had once been a maid taken in by Chu Yu. Initially, Chu Yu intended for her to serve as a concubine for Lu Chen. However, upon discovering Bai Qingqing's talent for martial arts, she had momentarily abandoned that notion. After Chu Yu's passing, Bai Qingqing was taken away by the master who had first recognized her martial potential. Bai Qingqing was only 3 or 4 years older than Lu Chen. And during their time in the palace, as Chu Yu had desired her to serve Lu Chen, they had shared meals, lodging, and sleep, growing close over time. To Chu Yuqin, Bai Qingqing felt as if she were a sister. Upon reuniting with her long-lost sister, Chu Yuqin could hardly contain her excitement. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned to the soldier beside her, instructing, immediately inform the prince that Bai Qingqing has arrived. Yes, Madam Chu, the soldier replied. Although he did not recognize the woman before him, it was evident from Chu Yuqin's fervent emotion that this individual held significant importance to the prince. With that, the soldier turned and swiftly made his way into the prince's residence to relay the news to Lu Chen. Chu Yuqin approached Bai Qingqing, grasping her delicate hand with concern, and inquired, Little Bai, where have you been all these years? Bai Qingqing responded, I have been diligently training in the mountains with my master. Chu Yuqin remarked, It must have been arduous. Bai Qingqing replied nonchalantly, Not at all. A gentle smile graced Chu Yuqin's lips as she continued, If Chen were to learn of your arrival, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Since your departure, he has thought of you incessantly, often struggling to find sleep on many nights. Meanwhile, within the confines of the prince's residence, Lu Chen was engrossed in examining the intelligence gathered by the Jin Yi Wei in his study. At that moment, a soldier approached the door and knocked, announcing, Your Highness, Madam Chu has asked me to inform you that a woman named Bai Qingqing has arrived at the residence. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen paused, momentarily taken aback. The name seemed to echo from a distant past, one he was nearly on the verge of forgetting. Yet, he still vividly recalled the warm maidservant he used to cuddle with every night as a child. Bai Qingqing, could she be the concubine that my mother had arranged for me? Lu Chen held a profound impression of Bai Qingqing, though he was not particularly familiar with her name. He was aware, however, that her surname was Bai. He recalled how the maidservant had always worn an expressionless visage, akin to that of a frozen statue. He found this little girl rather intriguing, as she exhibited no fear of him, the prince. In moments of idleness, he would often seek ways to elicit a smile from the stoic maid. Occasionally, he would tease her while reclining on his bed, yet regrettably, despite her presence by his side for so many years, he had never once succeeded in making her laugh. Later, he learned from his mother that Bai Qingqing seemed to be devoid of emotions by nature, which illuminated for him the reason behind her perpetually impassive demeanor. It was no wonder that a woman lacking in feelings would wear an unchanging expression. After all, she did not even know how to convey joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Lu Chen pondered for a moment before murmuring to himself, I recall that she seemed to have embarked on a journey to cultivate under some master. How did she come to Beijun? He then rose from his chair and opened the door, inquiring, Where is she now? The soldier responded, Your Highness, Madam Chu and that young woman are currently at the entrance of the palace. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen made his way to the palace entrance. Upon his arrival, he beheld a woman, strikingly beautiful, akin to an ice mountain snow lotus. She emanated a unique aura, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who approached her. It was as if one could feel an icy chill in her proximity. Bai Qingqing has undergone a remarkable transformation since her childhood. She has become extraordinarily beautiful. Her figure is alluringly curvaceous, and her frosty demeanor evokes in Lu Chen a compelling desire to conquer her. Lu Chen subsequently utilized the system for identification. Name, Bai Qingqing. Identity, Deputy Commander of the Daxia Shadow Guard, 20 years old, Master Realm. Secretly dispatched by the Emperor of Xia to be near Chu Yu since childhood. Her recent arrival in Northern County is also in obedience to the Emperor's command. The emperor suspects the presence of Xianyu palace individuals around the northern king and seeks to discern their intentions regarding him, hence sending Bai Qingqing to monitor him. Rating, 95. Favorability, 0, requires the use of dragon and phoenix tea to restore her emotions. Upon reading Bai Qingqing's profile, Lu Chun was taken aback. Bai Qingqing was actually affiliated with his father, the emperor? This revelation suggested that his father might have exerted considerable effort during the tumultuous events surrounding his mother. He had always perceived Bai Qingqing merely as an emotionless bed-warming maid, unaware of the depths of her concealed identity. Had it not been for the activation of the multitude of blessings system, he might still be oblivious to the fact that Bai Qingqing was indeed a person of significance to the emperor, let alone the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guard represents a crucial power within the emperor's inner circle, and achieving the rank of deputy commander speaks volumes about Bai Qingqing's formidable capabilities. However, regardless of Bai Qingqing's identity or status, as long as her rating exceeds 90 and she has come to the royal residence, she is undoubtedly destined to be Lu Chen's woman. In his heart, Lu Chun mused that his father, the emperor, was rather kind-hearted, knowing that he could scarcely find a woman in the northern county with a score exceeding 90. Therefore, he had specially dispatched one to him, and remarkably, she was a woman of grandmaster caliber. At that moment, while conversing with Bai Qingqing, Chu Yuqin suddenly noticed Bai Qingqing gazing intently behind her. Realizing something, she turned around and spotted Lu Chen's arrival. Immediately, she addressed him. "Chener, do you recognize her? She is Xiaobai, the little maid who grew up alongside you." Upon hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen smiled and replied, "Of course, I recognize her." He then approached Bai Qingqing and said, "Xiaobai, it has been many years since we last met, hasn't it? Throughout these years, I have missed you dearly. Without your presence, I have found it difficult to sleep comfortably." Chapter 82. Grateful thanks for the prince's tea. Although Lu Chen was a prince, having grown up alongside Bai Qingqing, coupled with the soul of a time traveler within him, he seldom flaunted his princely status before her. In his youth, he relished teasing Bai Qingqing with words, primarily to observe whether she would display any signs of panic. However, as the years passed, he had yet to witness any change in her expression. At this moment, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Bai Qingqing remained as she had in her childhood, untouched and unperturbed, showing no signs of distress or discomfort. Observing this scene, Lu Chen thought to himself that indeed, she was a heartless woman. At this juncture, Bai Qingqing proactively saluted Lu Chen, saying, "I pay my respects to the prince." Although Lu Chen did not flaunt his identity as a prince before her, he was nonetheless a royal, the northern prince, and she felt obliged to pay her respects upon seeing him. Lu Chen immediately supported Bai Qingqing's delicate arm, gazing into her eyes with a smile, and said, "Little Bai, why the formality? There is no need for such courtesy in my presence." As Lu Chen's intense gaze remained fixed on Bai Qingqing, a peculiar sensation suddenly stirred within Chu Yuqin. She couldn't help but wonder if perhaps Chener harbored feelings for little Bai. With that thought, Chu Yuqin hastily stifled her mind from wandering further. She was baffled by her own emotions today. Seeing Lu Chen converse with other women filled her heart with an inexplicable bitterness, as if he held an interest in them. Chu Yuqin attempted to soothe herself, acknowledging that it was not surprising if Chener found them appealing. Why should she dwell on such thoughts? At that moment, Lu Chen addressed Bai Qingqing, saying, "Little Bai, come inside quickly. I wish to hear about where you have been all these years and what experiences you have encountered." With that, he took Bai Qingqing's hand, leading her into the royal residence without any resistance from her, as she felt no desire to break free. Having grown up in each other's embrace, even sharing slumber side by side, Bai Qingqing was accustomed to the intimacy with Lu Chen and was utterly unfazed by his grip on her hand. Before long, they arrived at the main courtyard, where Lu Chen promptly instructed a maid to brew a pot of Wongqing tea, personally pouring a cup for Bai Qingqing. The system's introduction mentioned the use of the dragon and phoenix tea to restore Bai Qingqing's emotions. Although it remains uncertain how Bai Qingqing would react once her emotions are activated, the primary function of the dragon and phoenix tea is to enhance a woman's fondness for herself, making it difficult for her to part from him. Therefore, even if her emotions are restored, it is unlikely to evoke any adverse reactions from her. After pouring the tea for Bai Qingqing, Lu Chen took her hand and remarked, "Xiaobai, this is a unique tea from the royal mansion. It invigorates the mind. Do give it a taste." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing remained silent, lifting the teacup to take a gentle sip. Upon tasting, she realized the tea indeed possessed refreshing properties. However, due to her lack of emotions, she did not display any signs of astonishment. She subsequently set the cup down and, with an impassive expression, addressed Lu Chen, "Thank you, Your Highness, for the tea." Lu Chen smiled slightly and inquired, "After you left the capital, where did you go to cultivate?" Why have you not returned to visit me? Bai Qingqing replied. I went to a deep mountain to cultivate. I am unaware of the exact location. She uttered her lies with an unwavering demeanor, concealing her deception from the outside world. Were it not for Lu Chen's system, he might have genuinely believed she had ventured into a profound mountain for her training. Lu Chen continued to question, will you return? Bai Qingqing answered coolly, I shall not return. I have completed my training. Upon hearing her response, Chu Yuqin immediately suggested, since you have completed your training, why not stay at the Northern Prince's residence from now on? Are you staying with us? Bai Qingqing did not refuse and readily replied, all right. Her primary objective in coming to the Northern Prince's residence was to keep a watchful eye on him. Since Chu Yuqin had invited her to stay, it conveniently facilitated her surveillance of the Northern Prince's every move. Upon hearing Bai Qingqing's agreement, Chu Yuqin felt an immediate surge of joy. Unlike Chu Yuqin, Lu Chen had anticipated Bai Qingqing's decision to remain, so he was not surprised when she accepted. What occupied his thoughts now was the timing of Bai Qingqing's arrival at the Northern Prince's residence, coinciding with the impending southward advance of the Barbarian tribe. Certain secrets of the Northern Prince's residence would undoubtedly come to light before Bai Qingqing. For instance, the Imperial guards, as well as the artillery he intended to showcase to the soldiers in the near future. Should Bai Qingqing report these matters to his father, it could spell trouble for him. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to ensure that Bai Qingqing became entirely devoted to him before she could relay any such information. Only then could he safeguard his secrets and prevent his father from discovering them. Contemplating this, Lu Chen smiled at Bai Qingqing and said, Little Bai, this tea is also beneficial for enhancing one's cultivation. You should indulge in it more. With that, Lu Chen poured himself a cup of dragon and phoenix tea and drank it in one swift motion. Upon hearing Lu Chen mention the tea's potential for improving cultivation, Bai Qingqing's interest was piqued. Initially, she had thought the tea merely served to invigorate the mind, unaware of its additional benefits. She then responded, Oh, wonderful. As her words lingered in the air, she once again lifted her teacup and took a sip. With this mouthful, she realized that the tea indeed seemed to aid in enhancing her realm, causing her internal energy to flow more smoothly. Bai Qingqing, in pursuit of intelligence gathering, ventured to inquire, Your Highness, is there any more of this tea? Lu Chen replied, Indeed, my residence boasts tea trees. Should you wish to indulge in tea in the future, you may pluck the leaves yourself. As she listened to Lu Chen's response, Bai Qingqing's mind began to prepare to report this intelligence. Tea leaves capable of elevating one's realm were unheard of. As the deputy leader of the Shadow Guard, she deemed it imperative to inform Emperor Xia of this matter. To elicit further information, Bai Qingqing boldly asked, Your Highness, today in the city, I encountered a woman with a plum blossom mark on her forehead. I wonder if you have seen her. Chen Wanrong sensed the extraordinary nature of Bai Qingqing, and naturally, Bai Qingqing perceived the remarkable aura emanating from Chen Wanrong as well. Both being masters, they were intimately familiar with the presence exuded by someone of their caliber. Bai Qingqing speculated that the woman in question was the mysterious master rumored to reside within the Northern Prince's estate. Hence she intended to investigate the woman further to uncover the forces behind her. Upon hearing Bai Qingqing's inquiry, Lu Chen showed no hesitation, stating directly, Are you referring to Miss Chen? She bears the plum blossom mark upon her forehead, and coincidentally, she is currently in the royal residence. Do you have business with her? I can summon her at once. Upon hearing Lu Chen's reply, Bai Qingqing thought to herself, Indeed, that woman was the enigmatic master of the Northern Prince's estate. Once the objective was established, the subsequent task became rather straightforward. She merely needed to ascertain the purpose of that woman within the Northern King's residence. Just as Bai Qingqing contemplated this, her mind abruptly froze, followed by a surge of excruciating pain. In the next moment, Bai Qingqing's expression grew vacant. Her body swayed as if countless images flickered through her consciousness, seemingly some alien memories flooding into her mind. Noticing Bai Qingqing raise her hand to her head, unsteady on her feet, Lu Chen quickly supported her. Xiao Bai, what has befallen you? Chapter 83, The emotional awakening of Bai Qingqing once stabilized by Lu Chen. Bai Qingqing attempted to swiftly channel her energy to examine whether something was amiss within her body, only to discover, with astonishment, that her internal power had utterly vanished. She now felt akin to an ordinary person. Although perplexed by the circumstances, Bai Qingqing surmised it must be related to Lu Chen. Perhaps the tea she had consumed was tainted. Yet, she could not fathom why, upon her earlier inspection, no traces of any medicinal substances had been detected in that cup. Why, then, had she still fallen victim? Gradually, her vision blurred further, as if she were being drawn into a peculiar realm. In the city of Sufeng within the Great Xia, there existed the Bai residence. The male head of the Bai family had wed a woman of unparalleled beauty, and their relationship had always been harmonious. However, One fateful day, the mistress of the Bai household unexpectedly uncovered the male head's illicit affair with a maid, who was even found to be with child. From that day forth, the mistress of the Bai residence and her husband became estranged, although life continued as usual. The mistress harbored numerous thoughts of executing the maid, wishing to prevent the birth of the maid's child. Yet, under the protection of her husband, the maid ultimately gave birth. However, from the moment of her arrival into the world, the child faced a myriad of injustices. The child's mother, the maid, initially believed that her offspring would elevate her status, yet she bore a daughter instead, which filled her with rage. She contemplated taking the child's life multiple times, but due to her husband's intervention, she was thwarted in her attempts. As the girl grew, she faced disdain from the mistress's own children, who often referred to her as a bastard and subjected her to physical abuse, wishing for her demise. From the earliest moments of her memory, her body bore the marks of their cruelty. Moreover, the husband frequently quarreled with the mistress over the girl, leading to turmoil within the Bai household. The once protective father began to harbor feelings of animosity towards her, often shouting at her in anger. Thus, the girl became a pariah within the entire Bai household, abandoned by her own mother by the age of 5. One day, a mysterious figure arrived at the Bai residence. This enigmatic individual presented the young girl with a packet of powder, claiming that if she were to dissolve it in the well, she would attain freedom from her suffering. Whether she was beguiled or manipulated, the girl acted without hesitation, and that very night, she cast the mysterious powder into the well. When she awoke the next day, she discovered that all the inhabitants of the Bai residence, numbering in the hundreds, had met their demise. Subsequently, the young girl was taken by a mysterious figure to an enigmatic realm, where she was immersed day and night in the knowledge of murder. Gradually, she became increasingly apathetic, her former memories fading into obscurity, and soon, all the suffering she had endured was completely erased from her mind. One day, the enigmatic figure who had initially led her away from the Bai residence reappeared before her, entrusting her with a task to masquerade as a beggar along the route frequented by a certain nobleman. By this time, the girl had transformed into a mere instrument of death, unhesitatingly obeying the mysterious figure's command. Subsequently, she was taken by the nobleman into the Imperial palace, where he intended for her to serve as a favored maid to one of the princes. The inhabitants of the palace treated her with great kindness, particularly the prince, who, despite his playful teasing, never wielded his royal status to oppress her. She once entertained the notion that she might live her days in this warm environment forever, until one day, the mysterious figure issued a command for her to seek a special item in the nobleman's residence, at which point she realized she was nothing more than a tool. The girl swiftly transformed back into a cold, unfeeling instrument until her task was complete, ultimately departing the palace to carry out various assassination missions. In time, she ascended to the position of deputy commander of the Shadow Guard in the Great Xia. That person was Bai Qingqing. At this moment, Bai Qingqing's mind was awash with memories of her life in the palace alongside Lu Chen, particularly the scenes of Lu Chen holding her every night, narrating a myriad of stories, made her feel as if those moments were unfolding in real time. As those images flickered through her mind, Bai Qingqing suddenly sensed the rhythmic beating of her own heart, thump, thump, once, twice, becoming increasingly pronounced. Her previously icy cheeks now bore a faint blush. At that moment, Chu Yuqin's voice drifted into her ears. Xiao Bai, what troubles you? Have you encountered an issue with your training? Hold on, I shall assist you. Just then, Bai Qingqing felt a warm current flow into her body, and the tumultuous influx of memories in her mind gradually ceased. It dawned upon her that these were not the recollections of another, but rather her own. However, her reluctance to confront these memories had led to their gradual confinement and oblivion within her mind. This had no connection to the tea she had consumed earlier. Naturally, this was her belief. Observing that Bai Qingqing had steadied herself, Lu Chen promptly released her. Soon, Bai Qingqing sensed her energy returning, with Chu Yuqin's internal strength aiding her. She swiftly regained her composure. She opened her eyes and addressed Chu Yuqin, saying, Aunt Chu, I am well now, thank you. Upon hearing her words, Chu Yuqin ceased the transfer of energy and solemnly inquired, Xiao Bai, what has transpired with your body? Why did I sense a sudden loss of internal strength within you just now? Bai Qingqing herself was at a loss regarding the situation, so she resorted to an excuse, saying, I've encountered a setback in my martial arts training. A night's rest will suffice. Chu Yuqin immediately responded, then you should rest now. Your health is of utmost importance. As soon as Chu Yuqin finished speaking, Lu Chen interjected, Xiao Bai, I shall have someone arrange a room for you. With that, Lu Chen turned and instructed the maidservants in the courtyard to prepare a room without delay. As Bai Qingqing observed Lu Chen's retreating figure, an inexplicable sensation washed over her. causing her mind to feel momentarily disoriented once more. He appeared like a star shining through the darkness, illuminating a glimmer of hope amidst the vast abyss. At that moment, while Lu Chen was occupied with the maidservants arranging a room for Bai Qingqing, a sudden system notification echoed in his ears, followed by a textual interface manifesting before him. Bai Qingqing's emotional revival, affection level 100. Staring at the notification, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Bai Qingqing's emotions had just resurfaced, and her affection for him had skyrocketed to 100. Regaining his composure, he turned to look at Bai Qingqing, only to find her gazing intently at him. There seemed to be something new within her eyes, though Lu Chen could not quite articulate what it was. Despite her overall frosty demeanor, her eyes radiated a gentle luminosity. Chapter 84. The incident with Zhou Yuyu. Lu Chen swiftly ensured that the maidservants had prepared a room and attended to Bai Qingqing's bathing and resting needs. Just as he contemplated engaging in a meaningful conversation with Bai Qingqing that evening, Chu Yuqin unexpectedly sought out Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen sat in his study, his mind still lingering on the captivatingly cold visage of Bai Qingqing. A series of knocks at the door jolted him back to reality, prompting him to call out. "The door is not locked. Please enter." In the next instant, Chu Yuqin pushed the door open and stepped inside. Today, she donned a cerulean gown that clung tightly to her voluptuous figure, accentuating her alluring curves. Her hair was styled in a mature woman's bun, giving her the appearance of a married woman, which she indeed was. Upon seeing her, Lu Chen greeted her with a smile, inquiring, "Aunt Chu, what brings you here?" Chu Yuqin wasted no time and asked directly, "Chener, did Bai suddenly lose her powers today because of you?" Having experienced sudden lapses in her own abilities in Lu Chen's presence, she was curious if he was the cause. If it were indeed his doing, it would bear little consequence. However, if Bai Qingqing's condition stemmed from a physical ailment, she would need to pay closer attention, which was her motivation for questioning Lu Chen. Lu Chen, without reservation, replied, "Yes, it is indeed my doing. I recall mentioning that any woman who harbors affection for me will lose her powers upon contact with my body." Upon hearing his response, an expression of peculiar intrigue crossed Chu Yuqin's face. She certainly remembered his words, though she had initially thought the mischievous boy was merely jesting. The realization that only those who harbored feelings for him would lose their abilities upon contact left her in a tumult of emotions. Thus, it appears that she harbors such feelings for Chen. How could she possibly develop romantic sentiments towards him? This is utterly unacceptable. Chu Yuqin hastily admonished herself to cease further contemplation. She then shifted the topic, saying, "Chen, I recall that you possess celestial techniques capable of healing ailments. Have you employed your powers to examine Xiaobai today? What ails her?" Lu Chen replied, "I have already assessed her condition. There is nothing serious. It is merely a slight misalignment from her practice. I have provided her with some adjustments, and I shall attend to her again shortly. She should be well soon." Chu Yuqin exhaled a sigh of relief. So it was merely a minor issue with her training. She had feared that Bai Qingqing was afflicted with some incurable malady, wishing to be with them in her final moments, which is why she had come to the Northern King's residence. Chu Yuqin murmured, "It is good that there is nothing amiss." At this juncture, Chu Yuqin cast a glance at the various intelligence reports strewn across the desk and subsequently inquired, "Chen, do we have any updates regarding the barbarian tribes?" Lu Chen responded, "For the time being, there are none. However, this presents us with a fortuitous opportunity. The day after tomorrow, you shall journey southward with Zixuan and the others." Chu Yuqin cautioned, "Yuyo is nearing her time. Traveling during such a delicate period may not be prudent for her." Upon hearing Chu Yuqin's reminder, Lu Chen was taken aback. How could he have overlooked such an important matter? This indeed posed a dilemma, as Zhou Yuyo's condition was quite advanced, rendering her incapable of enduring the rigors of travel. Should they perhaps allow Zhou Yuyo to remain in Yin City? Although they had a high chance of defeating the barbarians, Yin City would inevitably be the front line of the war, and Lu Chen did not wish to leave himself with any lingering concerns. If Zhou Yuyu remained in Yin City, what if a formidable warrior from the barbarians learned of her presence? They might disregard any sense of honor and seize her away. While this possibility was rather slim, it was not altogether impossible, for anything could transpire on the battlefield. Just as Lu Chen pondered over what to do, a maid's voice suddenly pierced the air, exclaiming, "My lord, trouble. Serious trouble." Upon hearing the maid's frantic tone, Chu Yuqin promptly turned and opened the door to the study. The maid hurriedly entered, breathless, and stammered, My lord, something has happened to young Madame Zhou." At these words, a shadow fell across Lu Chen's face as he immediately rose to his feet and inquired, "What has transpired?" The maid hastily replied, "Young Madame Zhou was resting in the pavilion when she suddenly experienced severe abdominal pain, and then blood began to flow profusely. The elder Madame Zhou urgently sent me to find you, realizing that Zhou Yuyu might be in grave danger. Lu Chen refrained from asking further questions and swiftly made his way toward the courtyard where Zhou Yuyu resided. Chu Yuqin promptly followed in his wake, eager to see if there was any assistance she could provide. Before long, the entire royal residence was thrown into disarray. Observing the maids bustling about, Lin Wanyun, seated in the pavilion of the eastern courtyard, felt a surge of curiosity. She promptly seized one of the maids and inquired, "My dear, what transpires within the Wong residence? You all seem rather flustered." The maid responded without hesitation, "Madame Zhou's amniotic fluid has broken. We are heading to the northern courtyard to assist." Taken aback by this revelation, Lin Wanyun pondered, "Madame Zhou?" She was unfamiliar with the identity of Madame Zhou, as the distinctions of Xiao Zhou and De Zhou were merely titles for the servants of the Wong residence, referring to Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao respectively. Nonetheless, upon hearing the maid refer to her as Madame, Lin Wanyun surmised that a minor concubine of the northern prince must be in distress. No longer obstructing the maid, she said, "I see, then you may attend to your duties." The maid offered a slight bow and swiftly maneuvered around Lin Wanyun, making her way towards the northern courtyard. At that moment, Lin Wanyun approached Chen Wanrong, saying, "Mistress, I believe this presents a splendid opportunity. Should we manage to assist the northern prince in saving his concubine's life, he would undoubtedly be most grateful." For Chen Wanrong to successfully plant the emotional poison in Lu Chen, it was imperative to first capture his affections. Only then could the poison take root. Otherwise, even if administered, it would be challenging to exert complete control over Lu Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Wanrong, with a composed demeanor, replied, "Aunt Lin, have the maid convey to the northern prince that I possess the means to save his wife. Should he require assistance, he need only speak to me." Satisfied with Chen Wanrong's consent, Lin Wanyun turned and approached the courtyard entrance, catching another maid en route to the northern courtyard, instructing her to relay the message to Lu Chen. Upon hearing that someone could save Lady Zhou, the palace maidens naturally did not dare to delay and hurriedly made their way to the north courtyard. At this moment, Lin Wanyun had returned to the courtyard and was seated within the pavilion. "Your Highness, what shall we do next? Should we accompany the northern king's wives and concubines southward?" Initially, they had anticipated executing their plan with relative ease, but now it appeared that their scheme would need to be postponed for some time. No one had foreseen the barbarian incursion from the south, nor could they have predicted that the northern king would engage in a decisive battle against the barbarians in Yen City. Chen Wanrong did not respond immediately. Her gaze lingered towards the north courtyard. After a moment, she finally spoke. "Having waited all these years, a little more time is inconsequential. If he should perish in battle, we shall seek collaboration with other princes in the capital. The throne represents a tremendous temptation for any prince." And Chen Wanrong was confident that some would agree to ally with Xianyu Palace. However, compared to those princes, the northern king was the most suitable candidate, for he resided outside the capital, making it more convenient for Xianyu Palace to operate. Yet, if there were truly no other options, they would have no choice but to forge alliances with other princes. Chapter 85. The birth of the third child in the northern king's residence, North Courtyard. In Zhou Yuyu's chamber, midwives and maidservants scurried about, busily attending to her. The midwife constantly used warm water to cleanse Zhou Yuyu's body, desperately attempting to stem the bleeding. It was evident that Zhou Yuyu's situation was far more complex than a mere rupture of the amniotic sac. If the bleeding could not be halted, her survival would be in grave jeopardy. The occurrence of a mother and child perishing simultaneously was all too common in this era. The atmosphere in the room was suffocating, and Zhou Yuyu was in excruciating pain, her consciousness gradually fading. At that moment, a maid suddenly exclaimed, "The prince has arrived. The prince has arrived." Upon hearing this, the people in the room quickly made way for Lu Chen, for some of the maids were aware of his mystical abilities. To the midwife and the maids, as long as the northern prince arrived promptly, they were confident that the safety of the lady was assured. As Zhou Yuyu heard the maids mention the princess' arrival, her previously hazy awareness began to clear slightly. Lu Chen swiftly approached Zhou Yuyu's bedside, grasping her hand before immediately employing his rejuvenating technique to treat her. At that moment, Zhou Yuyu was drenched in sweat, her complexion as pale as a corpse, devoid of any color. With a feeble voice, she uttered, "Your Highness, Yuyu may not survive. You must ensure the child lives." Just as she was about to continue, she abruptly halted, feeling an unexpected lightness in her body, as if the pain had dissipated entirely, leaving her momentarily stunned. Upon witnessing the green glow emanating from Lu Chen's hands, Zhou Yuyu instantaneously understood. He was utilizing his mystical prowess to heal her. Lu Chen, gazing into her eyes, smiled and inquired, "What lies ahead?" Zhou Yuyu smiled faintly and replied, "In the future, Yu wishes to bear more children for your highness. No sooner had she spoken than the midwife declared, the bleeding has stopped. Prepare for the delivery. Originally, Zhou Yuyu's child was not due to be born for some time. But circumstances dictated otherwise. Her amniotic fluid had broken, necessitating the premature arrival of the infant. This development swiftly alleviated a dilemma that Lu Chen had been grappling with. He had been troubled by the thought that Zhou Yuyu, with her advanced pregnancy, might not withstand the rigors of travel, especially since they were heading south without him. Should any mishap occur, both she and the child she carried could be in peril. Now, however, with the child arriving early, he could apply his rejuvenation techniques to treat Zhou Yuyu promptly, ensuring her swift recovery and mitigating any concerns about her safety during their journey. At that moment, a maid hurriedly entered the room. Upon noticing Lu Chen administering treatment to Zhou Yuyu, she refrained from interrupting him directly. Instead, she quietly approached Chu Yuqin and whispered in her ear, Madam Chu, the guests from the eastern courtyard have offered their assistance in treating young Madam Zhou. If there is anything needed, they can be called upon. Chu Yuqin responded softly, Yes, I understand. As she spoke, she glanced at Lu Chen and the now recovering Zhou Yuyu on the bed. She thought to herself that enlisting the help of the head of the Xianyu Palace was likely unnecessary. After all, Lu Chen possessed the art of healing. No matter how formidable the palace master was, it was improbable that she could surpass someone skilled in such mystical arts. Moments later, the room was filled with the sound of a newborn's cries. Congratulations, Your Highness. It's a boy, the midwife exclaimed excitedly to Lu Chen. At this juncture, the midwife cradled the infant and approached Lu Chen. Given that the child was a premature baby, its condition was precarious. In this era, the absence of modern medical facilities rendered the mortality rate for premature infants alarmingly high. Aware of Lu Chen's mastery of healing arts, the midwife specifically brought the child to him for treatment. Lu Chen instructed the midwife, place the child upon the bed. Yes, my lord, she responded. Subsequently, she bent down and laid the wailing infant beside Zhou Yuyu. Thanks to the rejuvenating touch of his healing hands, Zhou Yuyu was now in perfect health. She turned to gaze at her child, and her once youthful visage radiated maternal warmth. Lu Chen then raised his other hand and placed it gently upon the infant, initiating the healing process. Gradually, the baby ceased its cries, instead moving its tiny hands and feet in the air with increasing vigor. At that moment, Chu Yuqin's gaze fell upon Lu Chen's face. Noticing his pallor, the smile that had adorned her features vanished instantly. She hurried to his side, expressing her concern. Chen, are you all right? The application of the rejuvenating hands drained spiritual energy, and in this world, the ambient spiritual essence was exceedingly weak. Lu Chen had already expended a considerable amount of his spiritual power while healing Zhou Yuyu, and now his reserves were insufficiently replenished, leaving him utterly fatigued. He sensed this exhaustion acutely. Each time he administered healing, he felt particularly drained. The primary reason lay in his insufficient cultivation level. His internal reservoir of spiritual energy was meager. It was only upon reaching the master realm that his true journey of cultivation would commence. Upon hearing the concerned voice of Chu Yuqin, Lu Chen softly replied, I am fine. Zhou Yuyu also noticed that Lu Chen's condition was not quite well. She surmised that his pallor was due to his efforts in healing her. Consequently, she hastily remarked, Your Highness, I am already well. There is no need for you to use your mystical powers on me. Lu Chen smiled gently and reassured her, Do not worry, I understand my limits. A hint of concern appeared on Zhou Yuyu's face, and she chose not to speak further. After a while, Lu Chen felt that Zhou Yuyu had largely regained her health, akin to her state before pregnancy, and thus ceased his infusion of spiritual energy. Just as he completed the treatment, Lu Chen's body swayed precariously, on the verge of collapsing, prompting Chu Yuqin to swiftly support him from behind. Chen, are you all right? Lu Chen's occiput was enveloped in warmth and softness, accompanied by a delicate fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. At that moment, all the women in the room gathered around him, their expressions filled with concern. After resting in Chu Yuqin's embrace for a while, Lu Chen spoke, I will be fine after a short rest, you need not worry. Upon hearing his words, Mu Zixuan and the others felt a measure of relief. Moments later, Chu Yuqin cradled Lu Chen's head, gently brushing the hair from his face, and inquired, Chen, shall we name the child? Lu Chen glanced at the infant on the bed, contemplated for a moment, and then declared, Let us name him Lu Chongqing. This child, being a premature infant, although he had benefited from Lu Chen's healing, was inherently less robust than his two older siblings. Lu Chen did not expect him to achieve any great accomplishments. He merely hoped that he could live a good life. Chapter 86, The Remnant of Diyu in the North Wangfu, East Courtyard. Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanan had sat in the pavilion for an entire hour, without seeing a maid or servant from the North Wongfu come to summon them to assist the North Wong's concubine. This left them somewhat perplexed. The rupture of amniotic fluid is exceedingly perilous, and in this era, the occurrence of one death resulting in 2 fatalities is distressingly common. How could the North Wong deny them the opportunity to lend their aid? They were indeed members of the Xianyu Palace, and one of them was the palace's mistress. Treating a woman with ruptured membranes should pose no challenge. Did the North Wong harbor doubts about their capabilities? At that moment, Lin Wanyan noticed the maid who had previously gone to the north courtyard returning. She promptly rose from the stone bench and approached the maid, inquiring, "Young lady, how is the young Madame Zhou faring?" The maid, aware that certain matters were best left unspoken, simply replied, "The young Madame Zhou is out of danger and has successfully given birth to a son for the Wong." Upon hearing the maid's response, Lin Wanyan felt a flicker of surprise. It appeared that the Wongfu possessed skilled individuals. Lin Wanyan then turned back to the pavilion and remarked, "Mistress, it seems we must await the departure of the barbarian tribes before we are afforded our opportunity." The opportunity to which Lin Wanyan referred was, of course, the chance to make their presence known before the North Wong. For Chen Wanrong to entice Lu Chun to develop feelings for her, she needed to frequently present herself before him. Initially, when they arrived in the northern county, they believed that winning over the lecherous northern king would be a task as simple as a stroll in the park. After all, Chen Wanrong's beauty was renowned throughout the Great Xia, and she had even graced the list of extraordinary beauties. Yet, the lecher did not seem easily entranced by her allure. However, after engaging in conversation with Lu Chun, they began to realize that merely employing beauty to entice the northern king would not suffice. Despite his lustful nature, he was not devoid of intellect. He might very well discern their ulterior motives. Thus, to approach the northern king, they must not rely solely on seduction. They needed to showcase their other virtues as well. Ideally, they should subtly inspire the northern king to fall for their princess without his awareness. Cultivating the northern king's affections for Chen Wanrong would require considerable time, yet with the barbarian tribes poised to descend upon the south, time was a luxury they could not afford. It appeared that they would have to postpone their endeavors until after the war. Nevertheless, whether the northern king would survive the conflict remained a significant uncertainty. Lost in thought, Chen Wanrong reminisced about the time when the Great Xia had besieged the Qin kingdom. Her father had ordered the women and children to evacuate the capital while he remained to confront the enemy forces in a final stand, ultimately perishing on the city walls. Although she was but a child then, the events of that time were vividly etched in her memory. Little did she know that years later, she would find herself in a strikingly similar situation, except this time, it was not her father resisting the foreign invaders, but rather the son of her father's nemesis. Chen Wanrong couldn't shake the feeling that this scene was tinged with irony. After spending some time with Zhou Yuyu and her child in her room, Lu Chen proceeded to his study. The recent reward had piqued his curiosity. Upon entering the study, he immediately inquired of the system, where are the 50,000 black cavalry positioned? The barbarian tribes were poised to advance southward, and Lu Chen had long contemplated strategies to vanquish their 300,000 cavalry. Yet, no matter how he simulated the scenario on the map, he concluded that defeating such a formidable force would be a daunting challenge. Despite possessing the formidable 122mm howitzer, the barbarian cavalry exhibited remarkable mobility. Once they fled, his forces would be unable to pursue them effectively. The northern county could muster only 30,000 soldiers, of which merely a few thousand were cavalry, and these had received little training. If the barbarian army were to be frightened into retreat by the artillery, it would be utterly impractical to expect his limited forces to pursue or encircle the fleeing cavalry. However, the situation had now changed. He was now in command of 50,000 cavalry, capable of lying in ambush in the Wanning Valley. Once the barbarian cavalry ventured into the valley, they would be able to encircle the entire force of 300,000. Should the barbarian cavalry attempt to flee, his 50,000 cavalry would be poised to give chase. The mere thought of this elicited admiration for the system within Lu Chen. It truly was remarkable, providing precisely what he needed. At that moment, the system prompted him with a notification. The 50,000 black cavalry are currently positioned at the foot of Yinan Mountain in the northeast of Northern County. They have received your summons. Upon reading this prompt, Lu Chun paused in astonishment. He understood that the subordinates he acquired through the system were all implanted with identities in this world, signifying they were the indigenous inhabitants. Upon hearing that his 50,000 black cavalry were positioned in the northeastern part of the North County, Lu Chun felt a jolt of apprehension. Surely, these 50,000 black cavalry could not be barbarian soldiers, for the north was solely populated by barbarians. Lu Chun promptly inquired, "System, are the black cavalry and the 500,000 populace all barbarians?" The identities of the 50,000 black cavalry and the 500,000 populace acquired by the host are those of the remnants of the Great Yu. They fled to the north 500 years ago to escape the turmoil of war and settled in a great mountain. Now they're priests. In accordance with the mandate of heaven, recognize the Northern King as the son of destiny, and they shall follow the Northern King to unify the realm. This implanted identity is not entirely unacceptable. After all, the Great Yu has been extinct for over 500 years, and the Great Xia was established on the foundation of the Great Yu. Thus, the subjects of the Great Xia could be considered the former citizens of the Great Yu. Lu Chen continued to inquire, if I issue a summons, how long until the black cavalry arrives? The fastest would be half a month. Lu Chen mused aloud. Half a month, that is more than sufficient. In the northern lands, at the foot of Yan'an Mountain, a continuous array of buildings sprawled out. The architectural style bore a striking resemblance to that of the Great Xia, making the place appear as though it resided within the territories of the Great Xia. Yet, this place did not belong to the Great Xia, nor to any nation or dynasty. This was the city of Great Yu. At this moment, the streets of Great Yu were bustling with pedestrians and the clamor of vehicles, exuding an air of prosperity. However, at that moment, the pedestrians on the street abruptly halted, as if their bodies had been frozen in time. The carriages that were traversing the thoroughfare came to an instantaneous standstill. In unison, the crowd raised their gazes towards the south. Concurrently, within the Lord's Manor of Dayu City, an elderly man fixated his intense gaze upon a turtle shell. Addressing two robust figures clad in black armor nearby, the heavenly mandate lies in the south. The Emperor of Humanity graces us with his presence. It is time for us to descend into the world. Subsequently, the two stalwart men summoned the black cavalry, hastening towards the northern district of Daxia. That evening, after dining, Chu Yuqin commenced her patrol of the inner courtyard. Despite the numerous lanterns illuminating the royal residence, their light was rather dim, rendering the courtyard shrouded in a veil of darkness. Suddenly, Chu Yuqin caught sight of a shadow slipping into the courtyard where Bai Qingqing resided. Frowning, she deftly propelled herself onto the courtyard wall and swiftly followed in pursuit. The individual moved furtively, clearly not of virtuous intent. Chapter 87. The shadow entering Bai Qingqing's room intrigued. Chu Yuqin pondered who would dare to intrude upon the Northern King's inner courtyard at such a late hour. Previously, those who attempted to assassinate Lu Chen had vanished without a trace. Yet in such perilous circumstances, someone still dared to lurk within the Northern King's residence for nefarious purposes. Upon entering Bai Qingqing's courtyard, Chu Yuqin swiftly concealed herself behind a rockery, eager to discern the shadow's intentions. At that moment, the figure hastily opened the door to Bai Qingqing's chamber and slipped inside. Due to the lantern's feeble glow, Chu Yuqin could not discern the intruder's appearance. She couldn't help but wonder why this person would venture into Bai Qingqing's room. Could it be that he intends to do something to Bai Qingqing? After all, Bai Qingqing is a martial artist, and during the day, she had sensed Bai Qingqing's inner strength, which likely places her at the level of a 9th-grade martial artist, perhaps even surpassing her own prowess. For this assassin to seek trouble with Bai Qingqing seems akin to courting death. Moreover, Bai Qingqing has only just arrived at the Wongfu. How could an assassin possibly come to trouble her on the very same day? Or is it possible that this assassin has mistakenly entered the wrong chamber? Perhaps he intended to go to Lu Chen's room, but mistook Bai Qingqing's quarters for his? As Chu Yuqin pondered this, candlelight flickered to life within the room. However, there were no sounds of struggle emanating from inside. Chu Yuqin was momentarily taken aback. What could this mean? Why had Bai Qingqing refrained from confronting the assassin? Could it be that they were in cahoots? No, it would be more accurate to say that Bai Qingqing and that individual were allies. Having been away for so many years, her sudden return and declaration of not leaving raised suspicions. Chu Yuqin had always been particularly sensitive regarding Lu Chen's safety. Even when Wongqing came to cultivate feelings with Lu Chen, she remained vigilant against him. Cautiously, Chu Yuqin approached the room, intent on discerning the situation within. Meanwhile, inside the chamber, after lighting the candle, Lu Chen gazed at Bai Qingqing, who was seated in meditation upon the bed. Perplexed by Lu Chen's late visit, Bai Qingqing inquired, "Your Highness, what business do you have with this servant?" Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Is it not permissible for me to seek you out without any particular reason?" As Lu Chen spoke, he gracefully approached the bedside and sat down with a familiarity that suggested he was oblivious to the fact that he occupied the chamber of an unwed maiden. Suddenly drawing so near, Bai Qingqing felt her heart flutter unexpectedly, a peculiar sensation washing over her. At that moment, Lu Chen inquired, "Little Bai, do you recall the times in our childhood when I would hold you close and tell you stories?" His unexpected mention of this memory deepened Bai Qingqing's confusion. Why had the Northern King come to her room at such a late hour merely to reminisce? With a stoic expression, she replied, This servant remembers. Lu Chen then reached out, taking her delicate hand in his, and continued, surely you remember my promise that once you grew up, you would become my woman. Upon hearing his words, Bai Qingqing finally grasped the true purpose of his nocturnal visit. Back when she served as the Northern King's bed warmer in the palace, he was never one to abide by convention. Moreover, recent intelligence gathered by the Shadow Guards had indicated that he was a man of considerable carnal appetites. It was evident that his late-night visit to her room, a solitary man and woman together, could only imply certain intentions. However, Bai Qingqing did not react vehemently. She appeared almost wooden, allowing Lu Qin's advances to go unimpeded. At this moment, Bai Qingqing spoke with an expressionless visage. I am merely the prince's maidservant. If the prince desires my body, he may have it at any time. Observing Bai Qingqing's cold and impassive countenance, Lu Chen felt a surge of agitation within. The more indifferent Bai Qingqing appeared, the greater Lu Qin's desire grew to witness her beg for mercy later, igniting his inner yearning for conquest. However, Lu Chen refrained from delving into the matter immediately. Bai Qingqing's emotions had only just begun to awaken, and having grown accustomed to their intimate embraces since childhood, she remained unaware of any need to resist. Thus, he resolved to reveal her true identity, compelling her to comprehend that he was already privy to her secrets. Under the revelation of her identity, Bai Qingqing would undoubtedly exhibit a distinct reaction. Lu Chen doubted she could maintain her composure thereafter. He then raised his hands, gently placing them upon Bai Qingqing's delicate shoulders, and slowly laid her down upon the bed, positioning himself atop her soft form, gazing intently at her. Bai Qingqing met his gaze, still offering no resistance. At this juncture, Lu Chen lifted her jade-like arms above her head, grasping both of her wrists with one hand, and whispered softly in her ear, Vice Commander Bai, is it worth sacrificing your purity to fulfill the task entrusted to you by my father? Upon hearing Lu Chen's hushed words, Bai Qingqing's pupils dilated in shock. She had not anticipated that her identity was already known to him. As emotions began to resurface, Bai Qingqing found herself experiencing a plethora of feelings, such as anxiety and panic. She was no longer the fearless killing machine she once was. Bai Qingqing could hardly comprehend how, upon her arrival in Beijing, the North King had discerned her true identity. Moreover, the intelligence gathered by the Shadow Guard suggested that the North King was merely a useless prince. Given her understanding of his childhood, she had believed him to be nothing more than a lecherous man. Yet, this very North King had managed to unveil her identity with but a single phrase. Although a momentary wave of anxiety washed over her, the vice commander of the Shadow Guard, accustomed to grand spectacles, quickly regained her composure. She then replied coldly, Your Highness, what do you mean by that? I fail to comprehend your words. Lu Chen's restless hand ventured beneath Bai Qingqing's garments, and he remarked playfully, Little Bai, it seems you have indeed matured considerably over the years. As he spoke, he exhaled softly into her ear, causing her heart to flutter unexpectedly. Almost instantaneously, a peculiar sensation surged through her body, rendering her slightly feverish. It was a feeling she had never encountered before. Bai Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, as this was the first time she had experienced such a physical thrill since her emotions had reawakened, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. Yet, she was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly connected to Lu Chen. She gently twisted her delicate form, attempting to escape from beneath him, but her body was firmly ensnared, leaving her unable to move. Upon observing Bai Qingqing beginning to struggle, Lu Chen realized that his words had taken effect. He continued to whisper in her ear, Little Bai, my father must have summoned you to the northern county to ascertain whether there are any members of the Xianyu Palace by my side, correct? When Lu Chen revealed her mission so directly, Bai Qingqing suddenly regained her composure. It was evident that the Northern King was aware of far more than she had anticipated. This was troublesome. She had not expected that upon her arrival at the Northern King's mansion, her identity and mission would be so easily discerned. Despite the exposure of her secrets, Bai Qingqing stubbornly retorted, Your Highness, I came to the Northern County of my own volition, and it has nothing to do with His Majesty. I fail to understand why Your Highness would think otherwise. Bai Qingqing could not fathom how the Northern King could possibly know her identity and mission, even if the intelligence network of the Northern King's mansion was highly developed, and spies were present in the capital. The most he could ascertain was that she was a Shadow Guard. It was utterly impossible for him to know that she held the title of Deputy Commander. Even the commander of the Shadow Guards was unaware of her elevated status. Yet the Northern King had somehow discerned it. Moreover, when the Summer Emperor issued her orders, he did so in her presence, without any intermediary. Logically, the potential for leaks was minimal. Could it be that something had gone awry around the Summer Emperor? The figure of the National Master, Situ Su, suddenly materialized in Bai Qingqing's mind. On the day the Summer Emperor had given her orders, Situ Su had also been present. Thus, the individual capable of divulging her identity and mission could likely only be the national master, Situ Su. However, the esteemed strategist Situ Su is a trusted confidant of the Summer Emperor. He has no motive to divulge his own matters. Has Situ Su betrayed? Observing Bai Qingqing still in denial, Lu Chen merely smiled faintly and continued to whisper in her ear. You must be quite curious about how I came to know all this. Upon hearing these words, Bai Qingqing immediately made a feeble attempt to struggle. She genuinely wished to uncover how Lu Chen possessed such knowledge. Yet at that moment, Lu Chen softly murmured in her ear, "It is because our hearts are intertwined. I can perceive the thoughts within your soul." Realizing that Lu Chen was merely toying with her, Bai Qingqing felt the weight of her mission's failure. She deemed it unnecessary to remain in the Northern Prince's residence any longer. Resolutely, she prepared to unleash her inner strength to push Lu Chen away. Previously, she had refrained from using her abilities, primarily out of concern that Lu Chen was an ordinary person, fearing that she might inadvertently harm him. However, now that her cover was blown, she resolved to abandon such hesitations. If she did not push Lu Chen aside, she risked being unable to leave shortly. Just as Bai Qingqing was about to exert her power, she suddenly froze. The energy within her dissipated. What was happening? Earlier in the day, she had experienced a similar phenomenon, believing it to be a minor mishap during her training that had momentarily caused her abilities to falter. She had not anticipated that at such a critical juncture, her inner strength would vanish again. Was this truly a consequence of her martial practice? Or was it somehow linked to the Northern Prince? Bai Qingqing continued to gaze intently at Lu Chen, attempting to glean some insight from his eyes. However, much to her dismay, all she could discern was his desire for her, nothing more. She then calmly stated, "Your Highness, I am feeling quite unwell today and can only attend to you another time." Her tone remained frigid, and her expression was one of indifference, as if she were utterly unconcerned about her inability to extricate herself from Lu Chen's grasp. One of his hands continued to caress her, and he replied, "Little Bai, you shall stay with me from now on." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing promptly retorted, "I am but your Highness's maidservant." Lu Chen chuckled softly and said, "Little Bai, you know I do not mean that in such a manner." At that moment, Bai Qingqing's heart jolted for the third time. A fleeting blush appeared on her otherwise frosty cheeks, resembling a crimson flower blooming atop an icy peak. Realizing something was amiss with her own body, she attempted to channel her internal energy once more, yet still, there was no response. Bai Qingqing had nearly concluded that this phenomenon was indeed linked to Lu Chen. Earlier, while in the pavilion, she had sensed her internal energy dissipate, and at that time, she had been in close proximity to him as well. Throughout her journey to the northern county, she had experienced no such occurrences, not even a hint of forewarning. Yet upon entering the Northern Prince's residence and coming into contact with him, her energy had inexplicably vanished. Furthermore, now that Lu Chen is aware of her true identity, it appears that everything is intricately linked to him, leaving no alternative explanations. What should she do now? Devoid of her powers, she is no different from an ordinary person. The only distinction might be that her strength surpasses that of a typical noblewoman. However, at this moment, Bai Qingqing attempted to harness her innate physical strength to push Lu Chen away. After all, she was once an assassin, and even without her powers, her natural strength was significantly greater than that of an average person. Yet, as she exerted her arm, she quickly realized that not only had her powers vanished, but her entire body had also become devoid of strength. It dawned on Bai Qingqing that she had been entirely subdued by Lu Chen, with no hope of escape. Resigned to her fate, she simply lay on the bed, awaiting Lu Chen's actions. With her identity exposed, her powers sealed, and unable to muster even a modicum of strength, what other recourse did she have but to cater to Lu Chen's desires and serve as his concubine? After all, she had been intimately close to him since childhood. Although they were not formally married, her purity had long been entrusted to him. In this era, an unmarried woman holding a man's hand was considered a disgrace. So what semblance of propriety could she claim as his devoted bedwarmer? Memories of her childhood flashed rapidly through her mind, revealing a tragic fate that had been predetermined since her birth. The unfolding events were, in a sense, inevitable. She is merely a tool, whether as an instrument of the Summer Emperor's reign or a vessel for the Northern King's whims. There seems to be little distinction, for she is ultimately just a tool. Observing Bai Qingqing as her gaze drifts to the side, lying there motionless and seemingly resigned to whatever may come, Lu Chen finds himself momentarily bewildered. He has already unveiled her identity. Despite her affection for him being a perfect score of 100, one would expect some semblance of resistance, would one not? Has she truly accepted her fate so readily? At this juncture, Lu Chen continues, "Little Bai, While I cannot alter your past, I hold the power to reshape your future. Abandon the shadow guard and become my woman, shall you? Yet, Bai Qingqing remains unresponsive, her demeanor akin to that of a pig unperturbed by boiling water. What more could she possibly say, especially with Lu Chen's weight pressing down upon her? Their bodies are separated by merely a few layers of fabric, and Lu Chen could act at any moment. Noticing her disposition, Lu Chen muses that Bai Qingqing's emotions must have been rekindled. She cannot still be indifferent to matters of intimacy, can she? With this thought, he raises his gaze to her and slowly leans in towards her delicate pink lips. Bai Qingqing does not flinch, and Lu Chen closes the distance between them unabashedly. With no further hesitation, he embraces the moment and begins to kiss her. Meanwhile, at the doorway, Chu Yuqin stands wide-eyed, peering through a small crack, captivated by the unfolding scene within the room. Chapter 89. Acquiring a new skill. Though the flickering light of the candles in the room was dim, Chu Yuqin was still able to discern the countenances of the two individuals inside, as well as the nature of their activities. She quickly harnessed her inner strength to calm herself. Subsequently, a wave of profound emotions surged within her. It was peculiar that Bai Qingqing had only just arrived at the Wong residence during the day, yet that rogue, Lu Chen, stealthily found his way to her bed that very night, seeking to engage in marital intimacy. While Chu Yu had originally intended for Bai Qingqing to serve as Lu Chen's concubine, it seemed rather inconsiderate to impose such demands on her so soon after her arduous journey to Beijing. Surely, one ought to allow a guest some respite before expecting them to attend to such intimate matters. Initially, she had feared an assassin had infiltrated the Wong residence, only to discover it was this scoundrel instead. With a sigh, Chu Yuqin resolved not to linger any longer and turned to depart from the doorway. Bai Qingqing, being Lu Chen's maid, was, after all, subject to his whims. Thus, Chu Yuqin had no intention of meddling excessively in their affairs. Even should a child come of this union, it would be manageable, arranging a suitable match for Bai Qingqing, finding her a set of godparents, and later bringing her to the North Wong residence as a concubine would suffice. After Chu Yuqin's departure, Lu Chen and Bai Qingqing continued their affectionate exchanges. Bai Qingqing initially believed it to be inconsequential, for she had grown up with Lu Chen's familiarity. Whatever he chose to do with her body would elicit no particular response from her. Yet, she soon sensed something amiss. Their tender interactions ignited an unprecedented restlessness within her, accompanied by a warm sensation coursing through her entire being. For the first time in her life, Bai Qingqing was experiencing such feelings, leaving her utterly bewildered. During her time in the palace, the female attendants imparted to her certain knowledge regarding matters of intimacy between men and women, particularly since she was initially nurtured as a favored maid for Lu Chen. However, at that time, her emotions were firmly sealed. Even when Lu Chen embraced her, pressing his skin against hers, she felt nothing. Yet, the present is markedly different. Her emotions have awakened, and after a decade of confinement, the feelings within her have erupted as if they have found a long-sought outlet. Lu Chen, too, has ceased to restrain Bai Qingqing's delicate hands, instead employing both of his to more appropriate ends. Once released, Bai Qingqing found herself at a loss as to where to place her hands, ultimately succumbing to instinct and draping them around Lu Chen's neck, sharing tender kisses with him. After a moment, she became aware that something was amiss. Her garments had mysteriously vanished. At that instant, Lu Chen slowly raised his head, parting his lips from hers. He gazed at Bai Qingqing, her face flushed yet retaining a frigid composure, and could not resist gently caressing her smooth, fair cheek. Suddenly halting their intimate exchange, Bai Qingqing found herself feeling somewhat disoriented, her arms still wrapped around his neck. In a teasing tone, Lu Chen remarked, "Little Bai, it seems you have learned a few mischiefs over the years." Upon hearing this, a wave of embarrassment washed over Bai Qingqing, leaving her feeling utterly exposed. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she could not meet Lu Chen's gaze, instinctively diverting her eyes to the side. Upon gazing at the cool and aloof woman beneath him, who bore a hint of shyness, Lu Chen found himself unable to endure any longer. Today he was determined to transform this frigid lady into a different visage. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen leaned down once more, sealing Bai Qingqing's lips with his own. Bai Qingqing, still under the impression that Lu Chen's affections were merely innocent kisses, instinctively responded to his advances just as she had before. However, it soon became apparent to her that Lu Chen's intentions transcended mere kissing. A soft, subdued sound escaped from Bai Qingqing's throat, causing the candlelight in the room to flicker. The host cultivates feelings with Bai Qingqing, gaining 40 experience points in Qi refinement, 40 experience points in rejuvenation technique, and 20 experience points in the Dragon and Phoenix Yin Yang scripture, successfully unlocking it. The host experiences an emotional surge with Bai Qingqing, resulting in an additional 80 experience points in Qi refinement, 80 experience points in rejuvenation technique, and 40 experience points in the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang scripture, advancing it to the first level. Although a plethora of system notifications appeared before Lu Chen, his mind was far too occupied to pay them any heed. His singular focus was on making this icy, high and mighty woman wholly his. Yet, at that moment, he sensed something peculiar, a warm current coursing through their bodies, as if they had formed a closed circuit together. While Lu Chen had yet to examine the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang scripture he had just acquired, he could surmise its potential purpose. This should be a cultivation technique practiced alongside a woman, akin to the lecherous arts employed by certain nefarious sections. However, the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang scriptures differ from those lascivious methods, as they do not inflict harm upon the other party. At this moment, in her hazy consciousness, Bai Qingqing felt a flicker of clarity return to her eyes, and she sensed the flow of power within her. Her strength had previously dissipated, yet, unexpectedly, it had returned, accompanied by a peculiar inner energy she had never encountered before. It was evident that this energy had been imparted to her by Lu Chen, cultivated through emotional connection. Just as Bai Qingqing contemplated using her restored power to push Lu Chen away, she found herself unable to move. It was not a lack of strength. Rather, a profound sense of dependence had taken root in her heart. In that instant, Bai Qingqing comprehended her fate. She would indeed become the lifelong concubine of this wicked prince, Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Chen noticed a complex array of emotions flickering in Bai Qingqing's gaze. With a smile, he remarked, "Little Bai, why not call me master and let me hear it?" Bai Qingqing chose to ignore him, turning her head away. Observing her indifference, Lu Chen sighed inwardly. It seemed he had yet to satisfy her, and thus, he could only continue to nurture their bond. Ultimately, with the aid of the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang scriptures, Bai Qingqing reluctantly chose to submit. "Little Bai, will you not call me master?" "Master, master. No, the title does not suit you. Call me dear brother." "Yes, dear brother." The following morning, after a night of intimate conversation with Bai Qingqing, she had completely softened. When Lu Chen awoke, he glanced beside him and found Bai Qingqing gazing back at him. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, a delicate blush adorned Bai Qingqing's otherwise cold and striking face. She quickly turned away, reverting to her previous icy demeanor. Lu Chen then embraced Bai Qingqing, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "Little Bai, do you truly not intend to become mine?" Bai Qingqing, her back to Lu Chen, replied in a tone devoid of emotion, "I am merely a concubine made to the prince." This statement, which Bai Qingqing had uttered the day before, bore different significance upon her reiteration. Chapter 90, New Intelligence. Bai Qingqing realized she had no choice but to betray the Emperor of Xia. Her true identity had been uncovered by Lu Chen, and he held dominion over her body. At this moment, surrendering to Lu Chen was her only option. Moreover, she had wholly accepted Lu Chen in her heart. To her, there was no distinction between being a tool for the Emperor of Xia and serving Lu Chen. She had never felt a sense of belonging to the Shadow Guards, and now that Lu Chen exerted control over her, it seemed only natural to become his. She had yet to acclimate to the role of being Lu Chen's woman, even in the absence of rekindled feelings. The embraces and kisses from Lu Chen evoked no response within her. However, the present moment was distinctly different. The mere contact of their skin ignited a stirring within her, a warmth that surged through her being, accompanied by an inexplicable sensation in her heart. Especially after last night, the intensity of those feelings perplexed her further. She found herself behaving as though she had transformed into another person entirely, calling out in a frenzy before Lu Chen, even referring to him as master, good brother, and beloved husband. She began to question whether another soul resided within her, attributing all that had transpired to this enigmatic presence. At that moment, Lu Chen no longer grappled with Bai Qingqing's verbal submission. After all, her heart was undeniably his. He wrapped his arms around her delicate form, rolling over and positioning himself above her, gazing down at her strikingly beautiful face. Once again, Bai Qingqing experienced that strange sensation from the previous night. She attempted to harness her inner energy to quell her body's restlessness, only to realize, to her dismay, that her powers had vanished once more. She came to understand that any contact with Lu Chen's body would render her abilities ineffective. Yet, there was an exception. When she and Lu Chen nurtured their bond, her powers would return, as their energies would entwine and circulate within them. In the current circumstance, however, she found herself powerless to channel her abilities. Upon witnessing the bashful demeanor of the beautiful Ice Mountain Maiden, Lu Chen's playful spirit was instantly ignited, and he began to indulge in mischief. Bai Qingqing's delicate form grew increasingly heated, her silver teeth lightly biting down, and her brows furrowing slightly. The more Lu Chen observed her, the more he yawned to tease her. At that moment, Bai Qingqing took the initiative to speak, saying, "Your Highness, it is time for you to rise." Lu Chen chuckled softly and replied, "You, a mere servant, dare to instruct me, this prince, on what I should do. It seems you require a thorough lesson to comprehend the rules of the royal residence." As his words hung in the air, Lu Chen leaned closer. And when Bai Qingqing attempted to turn away, he swiftly raised his hand, grasping her exquisite chin, and immediately pressed his lips against hers. Meanwhile, within the inner courtyard of the royal residence, Chu Yuqing rose early to commence her daily inspection. At that moment, a maid approached her in a fluster. "Madam, a grave matter has arisen." Observing the maid's anxious demeanor, Chu Yuqing furrowed her brow and promptly inquired, "What has happened?" The maid hurriedly explained, "Commander Chen has come to seek the prince regarding an important matter, but I have searched through all the madam's chambers and found no sign of the prince. It seems he has vanished." Typically, Lu Chen would emerge from the chambers of his wives each morning, either rising early to visit the study or attending to other matters. However, today, the maid had first checked the study and then proceeded to the quarters of Mu Zixuan and the others, yet found no trace of him. The maid, fearing that Lu Chen had gone missing, rushed to inform Chu Yuqing. Upon hearing the maid's words, Chu Yuqing merely curled her lips in a knowing smile. Fully aware of Lu Chen's whereabouts, the wretched individual sneaked away last night under the cover of darkness. Chu Yuqing then addressed her maid, assuring her, "I know where he is. There is no need for you to be anxious. I shall go find him. You may attend to your own matters." Upon hearing this, the maid finally felt a sense of relief. "Yes, Madam Chu." Subsequently, Chu Yuqing made her way to the courtyard where Bai Qingqing resided. She cast a glance at Bai Qingqing's door, pondering that it was quite late, and surely, Chen was nearly awake by now. With this thought, she approached the entrance of Bai Qingqing's chamber, intending to remind her of Lu Chen and Qin Yushan's visit. However, at that moment, a melodious yet plaintive cry resonated from within the room. Upon hearing this sound, Chu Yuqing instantly grasped the situation at hand. Yet, she found herself enveloped in astonishment, not at the fact that Lu Chen had taken advantage of Bai Qingqing, but rather at the unexpected display of emotion from Bai Qingqing herself. Having grown up in the Imperial palace since childhood, Chu Yuqing had never witnessed Bai Qingqing express any emotion over the years. Even when Bai Qingqing had fallen to the ground, she refrained from uttering a sound or shedding a tear. Previously, a master had remarked that she was devoid of feelings. Yet here was this supposedly emotionless individual now producing such sounds before Lu Chen. Was she truly without feelings, or could it be that engaging in such acts, even for one seemingly devoid of emotion, could evoke sensations? As Chu Yuqing pondered this, the room was suddenly filled with Lu Chen's voice. "Aunt Chu, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Currently, Lu Chen's perceptive abilities have grown remarkably strong. He can effortlessly sense the presence of someone at the door. Last night, he had already noticed Chu Yuqing stealthily observing him from outside, yet he paid it no mind, well aware that this was not the first nor the second instance of her clandestine watching. Frequently, when he and Wongqing were swinging in the courtyard, if Chu Yuqing happened to patrol by, she would quietly steal glances at them, lingering for quite some time before discreetly retreating. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqing momentarily froze at the door, only to recall that he had transformed significantly, and she was uncertain of the extent of his advancements. Furthermore, given that he practiced celestial techniques, which are distinct from ordinary martial arts, it was entirely reasonable for him to detect the presence of individuals outside his chamber. However, the realization that she had been caught eavesdropping by Lu Chen made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Clearing her throat, Chu Yuqing spoke, "Chen, Commander Chen mentioned he wishes to see you. He is currently awaiting you in your study." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen promptly replied, "Oh, understood. I shall make my way there at once." With that, he rose from the bed, gently caressing Bai Qingqing's cheek, smiling as he remarked, "Little Bai, it seems you have fully embraced your role as my maid." Bai Qingqing lay motionless on the bed, her face flushed with shame, unable to comprehend why she had become this way or felt such emotions. Was she truly the kind of woman who could feel like this? Am I to say that I have been utterly enslaved by Lu Chen? He has not only subjugated my body, but also my very soul. Lu Chen then rose to don his attire, remarking as he dressed, "I shall return to seek you out this evening. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave now. Rest well." Once he had finished dressing, Lu Chen exited the room. Observing his departing figure, Bai Qingqing's gaze was filled with a complex array of emotions. Lu Chen, having skipped breakfast, proceeded directly to the study. At that moment, Qin Yushan was already awaiting Lu Chen's arrival. Upon seeing him, Qin Yushan immediately bowed, addressing him, "I pay my respects to the prince." Lu Chen acknowledged him with a slight nod and inquired, Commander Qin, do you have any new intelligence? Qin Yushan's early visit suggested that urgent matters were at hand, for it was well known that he preferred to linger in slumber with his wives and concubines, and thus, they typically refrained from disturbing him at such an hour. Qin Yushan replied, Your Highness, we have received a letter from the capital. Commander Liang has discovered that the 8th Prince is colluding with the barbarian tribes. The 8th Prince has smuggled a considerable amount of salt and iron to the barbarian king of the Sky Wolves through merchant caravans. The recent advance of the 30,000-strong barbarian army to the south is likely connected to the 8th Prince and the gentry of Jiangnan. As he spoke, Qin Yushan produced a dispatch that had arrived that very morning from within his sleeve. Lu Chen took the intelligence from Qin Yushan's hands and unfurled it, examining it with great seriousness. Gradually, his expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the heartless 8th Prince, Lu Xuyun, would not only attempt to assassinate his own brother, but now engage in treasonous activities as well. Chapter 91. Family Correspondence. Upon perusing the intelligence dispatched by the Jinyui, Lu Chen's countenance darkened considerably. In a fit of rage, he tore the report into shreds. The repeated assassination attempts against him were one matter, but the audacity to collude with the barbarian tribes in a bid to usurp power was utterly intolerable. This individual was indeed a beast, devoid of any moral compass. Noticing Lu Chen's fury, Qin Yushan cautiously inquired, Your Highness, what course of action shall we take now? Should we disclose the news of the 8th Prince's collusion with the barbarian tribes? Upon hearing Qin Yushan's suggestion, Lu Chen regained his composure and fell into contemplation. While revealing the 8th Prince's treachery would undoubtedly strike a blow against him, the absence of conclusive evidence rendered it impossible to condemn him. Moreover, the matter of treason was not one that a mere prince could adjudicate. It hinged upon the court's stance, primarily his father's decree. If his father proclaimed Lu Xuyun a traitor, then he would be deemed as such. Conversely, should his father assert his innocence, Lu Xuyun would likely escape unscathed. Nevertheless, considering that Lu Xuyun's maternal lineage belonged to the Wong family, and with his father poised to purge the noble families, it was conceivable that the revelation of Lu Xuyun's collusion with the Jiang and gentry might serve as a pretext for his father to act against them. With this train of thought, Lu Chen posed a question to Qin Yushan, Commander Qin. If my father were to learn of the 8th Prince's alliance with the gentry and the barbarian tribes, how do you believe he would respond? Qin Yushan was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. After all, this pertains to the emperor, and Qin Yushan felt it was unwise to speculate recklessly. At this moment, Lu Chen interjected, encouraging him to speak freely. With Lu Chen's assurance, Qin Yushan began, Your Highness, in my humble opinion, upon learning this news, His Majesty will likely be extremely displeased. However, he will not immediately take action against the 8th Prince and the Jiangnan families. After all, with the barbarian army of 300,000 poised to march south, purging the families at this juncture would be detrimental to the Great Xia. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, recognizing the merit in Qin Yushan's perspective. If word were to spread at this time, alleging collusion between the 8th Prince and the barbarian forces, it could potentially exacerbate the rift between the Xia Emperor and the noble houses, leading to chaos throughout the realm, an outcome Lu Chen wished to avoid. Nonetheless, allowing the situation to fester was not an option either. He had long harbored disdain for Lu Xuyun, who had repeatedly dispatched Blood Moon Pavilion assassins after him. Now, he had resorted to treasonous acts. Such a traitor could not be permitted to live in comfort. He must face consequences. With this in mind, Lu Chen commanded, Convey my orders. Instruct Commander Liang to devise a plan to assassinate the 8th Prince. Success is not imperative, but all key individuals surrounding him should be eliminated if possible. Lu Chen's actions served a dual purpose, to issue a warning to the 8th Prince and to exact his revenge. Naturally, if it were possible to eliminate Lu Xuyun, this traitor to the nation, that would be even better. However, Lu Chen did not believe that Commander Liang and the Imperial Guard alone could dispose of a prince residing in the capital, especially considering that Lu Xuyun was backed by the formidable Wong family. The Wong family will undoubtedly dispatch numerous skilled individuals to protect Lu Xuyun. Whether Liang Zong and his companions can inflict any harm upon Lu Xuyun remains a question. However, regardless of their potential success, it is imperative that Lu Xuyun does not continue to act with such reckless abandon in the capital, displaying an arrogance that defies all authority. In pursuit of the throne, he brazenly colludes with foreign enemies, showing utter disregard for the lives of the common folk in Beijing. Although Beijing is now his fief as the Northern King, it still formally belongs to the Great Xia. Should Lu Xuyun succeed in his claim to the throne, Beijing would fall under his dominion, and yet, this individual is willing to betray it for his own ambitions. Lu Chen is aware that his decision to assassinate Lu Xuyun is somewhat impulsive, and such an act could potentially expose the movements of the Jinyui. Nevertheless, if he does not take action, he will be unable to quell his indignation. Qin Yushan perceives Lu Chen's inner turmoil and recognizes his current fury. Thus, he suggests, Your Highness, while it is unwise to disseminate the news of the Eighth Prince's collusion with the barbarian tribes for the time being, you might consider subtly conveying certain information to His Majesty. He will undoubtedly deploy the Shadow Guards to investigate. If they uncover the Eighth Prince's alliance with the barbarians, even if he does not punish him immediately, once the situation with the barbarian incursion is resolved, he will surely bring forth evidence to deal with both the Eighth Prince and the Jiangnan aristocracy. The Emperor has been contemplating an excuse to act against the aristocracy, and the Jiangnan family's treachery in colluding with the barbarians is akin to presenting him with a weapon. As for the sacrifice of the Eighth Prince, it is of little consequence to the Emperor of Xia. The Eighth Prince represents the interests of the Jiangnan aristocracy, and the Emperor had never intended to select him as the Crown Prince. The royal family is devoid of compassion. The Emperor of Xia did not even intervene when the Eighth Prince attempted to assassinate the Northern King. So how could he possibly care about the loss of a mere Eighth Prince? He has many sons, and the death of one or two poses no significant loss to him. Furthermore, being a Grandmaster, the Emperor of Xia is still in his prime, capable of siring children at a rapid pace. Upon hearing Qin Yushan's suggestion, Lu Chen pondered for a moment before responding, I shall compose a memorial to my father. Hastily, Qin Yushan interjected, Your Highness, that would be unwise. Lu Chen paused, then inquired, Did you not advise me to convey certain matters to my father? If I do not write a memorial, how shall I inform him of the collusion between the barbarian tribes and the Eighth Prince? Qin Yushan replied, Your Highness, what I meant is that this matter should not reach His Majesty through a memorial. If you write a memorial, it becomes a political affair. Once His Majesty learns of it, he may discuss it with his ministers, and before the memorial even reaches him, others might become privy to its contents. If you wish for this information to reach His Majesty, you should write a family letter. Only a family letter can be delivered to His Majesty promptly. In the Great Xia, memorials sent from the provinces must undergo scrutiny by subordinates, and some memorials may never even reach the Emperor's hands. Should you choose to write a memorial, it is certain that it would be intercepted by the Eighth Prince's people if discovered. However, if it concerns a familial letter, the situation is quite different. A letter penned in the name of the Ninth Prince would be destined directly for the hands of the Emperor of Xia. Upon hearing these words from Qin Yushan, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. A familial letter? A vassal prince writing to the Emperor? Has such an abstract occurrence ever transpired in the Great Xia? It seemed unprecedented for a vassal prince to compose a letter for the Emperor after being granted a fief. The act of being conferred a fief implied that he was now a subject, and the bond of father and son would be considerably weakened. Would it not be rather? Lu Chen pondered for a moment and began to perceive some validity in Qin Yushan's remarks. If he were to submit a memorial, it might very well fail to reach the Emperor of Xia. However, a familial letter was a different matter. He could hardly believe that anyone would dare to intercept such a personal correspondence. Although the concept of a vassal prince writing to the Emperor was somewhat abstract, he was not without the right to do so, for despite being a vassal prince, he remained a son of the Emperor of Xia. Chapter 92. Perhaps it would be better for Xiaobai to stay and care for me? Ultimately, Lu Chen acquiesced to Qin Yushan's suggestion and composed a familial letter to the Emperor of Xia. In the letter, he lamented the dire conditions of Beijing and artfully feigned a plea for assistance, expressing his hope that the Emperor would promptly dispatch a great army to aid him in repelling the barbarian tribes. As he neared the conclusion of the letter, Lu Chen mentioned that he had recently stumbled upon a profusion of iron tools that were exclusive to the Great Xia on the grasslands. At last, Lu Chen feigned a pitiable demeanor in his letter, lamenting that the caravan of the Eighth Prince had been frequently appearing in the northern county. He claimed that they often evaded tolls, emboldened by the Eighth Prince's backing. He expressed his desire for Emperor Xia to reprimand the Eighth Prince, urging him to curb his arrogance and, ideally, ensure that the overdue tolls from the caravans under his control were duly paid. The persona Lu Chen portrayed in his correspondence was one of abject fear, resembling a craven, which mirrored his previously established image of indulgence and ignorance. Furthermore, he refrained from directly stating that the salt and iron from the barbarian tribes originated from the Eighth Prince, yet he was confident that Emperor Xia would discern his implication. After all, his father was no novice and could hardly miss such a hint. Upon completing the family letter, Lu Chen intended to have Qin Yushan expedite its delivery to the capital. However, Qin Yushan interjected, saying, Your Highness, we cannot merely send a single family letter. You must also compose an urgent military report regarding the movements of the barbarian tribes to be dispatched to the capital. Our scouts have just confirmed that the soldiers of King Baixian have gathered at the court of King Tianlang, and this intelligence can be effectively communicated via the red silk messenger. Lu Chen paused in surprise and then inquired, "Is it truly so troublesome?" Qin Yushan replied, "If we were to send only the family letter, it would not reach His Majesty promptly. However, by seizing the opportunity to send the military report via the red silk messenger, the messenger could deliver both the family letter and the report to His Majesty simultaneously. Although Lu Chen composed a letter to his family, its delivery to the emperor necessitated certain formalities. Gaining entry to the Imperial Palace is no simple matter. However, urgent battle reports hold a different significance. In the Great Xia, it is imperative that the crimson silk messengers convey such reports directly to the emperor without delay. No one is permitted to impede this process. Even if the emperor is still in slumber, he must be roused without hesitation." Lu Chen grasped the intent behind Qin Yushan's words and subsequently penned a battle report, expressing a desire for the court to mobilize troops swiftly. Once both documents were completed, Qin Yushan promptly arranged for the crimson silk messenger to transport Lu Chen's family letter and the battle report to the capital. At that moment, Lu Chen sat in his study, gazing at the map on his desk, lost in contemplation. Once the correspondence reached the capital, it was highly likely that his father, the emperor, would instruct Vice Commander Bai Qingqing to investigate the matters concerning the northern tribes. At that juncture, Lu Chen could seize the opportunity to have Bai Qingqing present evidence of the 8th Prince's collusion with the tribes. Naturally, gathering such evidence implicating the 8th Prince and the noble families in their conspiracy would prove challenging, as the proof resided with the tribes themselves. Thus, the foremost task at hand was to vanquish the tribes. Only then could they procure evidence of Lu Shuyun's collusion from the tribes. Such evidence could then serve as a pretext for the Xia Emperor to confront the noble families. As for the ultimate fate of the 8th Prince and the noble families, Lu Chen felt no concern. These individuals, having acted unjustly, should not cast blame upon him. Just as Lu Chen was engrossed in the map, a knock resonated from outside the door. Roused from his reverie, Lu Chen called out, "The door is unlatched. Please enter." In the next moment, Chu Yuqin entered the study. Upon catching sight of her graceful figure, the solemnity on Lu Chen's face dissipated, replaced by a warm smile as he inquired, "And Chu, do you require my assistance?" Chu Yuqin replied, "Chenner, do you intend to send those individuals from the Wangfu south to Onping City? Surely, you must retain some companions to attend to your needs." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen pondered momentarily before suggesting, "Perhaps I could have Xiao Bai remain to look after me?" At the mention of Bai Qingqing, Chu Yuqin cast a lingering glance at Lu Chen, well aware of his inclination towards her. Bai Qingqing possessed a certain prowess, and having only recently arrived at the Wangfu. Despite Lu Chen and Bai Qingqing's long-standing acquaintance, the years of separation had imbued their relationship with a refreshing novelty. Furthermore, Bai Qingqing's ethereal beauty had grown more striking and aloof, undoubtedly appealing to Lu Chen. Chu Yuqin then queried, "Is she the only one? Do you not intend to keep that enchanting courtesan from Baihua Tower by your side?" Lu Chen fell silent for a brief moment. Chu Yuqin continued, "The third assassination attempt by Shuiyue Tower has failed, and it is likely that Wongqing's unusual 8th Prince has taken notice. In my opinion, there is no reason for her to continue residing at Baihua Tower. It would be wiser to assign her as your maid, attending to your needs daily at the Wangfu. Moreover, her skills are commendable. She may even serve as a protector in critical moments." Chu Yuqin contemplated that Wongqing, being a 9th-tier martial artist, could provide Lu Chen with a measure of protection, serving as a formidable shield should he encounter peril. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen remarked, "No need. Let her accompany you to Onping City." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin confirmed, "Are you truly leaving Little Bai all alone?" Lu Chen nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Little Bai can manage just fine on her own. Moreover, I am concerned that without my presence in Onping City, that scoundrel from the capital may send someone to create trouble for you. With Wongqing being a half-step master, her presence will provide additional security for Zixuan and the others." Chu Yuqin was taken aback by Lu Chen's words. Wongqing had indeed reached the level of half-step master? Did that not mean she was on par with her own realm? This thought left Chu Yuqin feeling somewhat displeased, as she had always found that seductress irksome. Lu Chen's wives treated her with respect, yet that seductress often approached her, extolling the prowess of the prince and claiming that he could soar to the skies. It seemed that in the seductress's eyes, she and Chu Yuqin were both women of Lu Chen, which emboldened her to speak so freely before her. Had it not been for Lu Chen's standing, she would have long since taken action against Wongqing. Regaining her composure, Chu Yuqin sighed and said, "Chenner, I shall not pry into your intentions, but I must caution you. If you truly find yourself in peril and cannot withstand the onslaught of the barbarian tribes, do flee southward. The current situation in the capital is also quite unstable, and it is improbable that His Majesty will dispatch many soldiers northward. Ultimately, you must rely on yourself. Even if you cannot hold the northern county, the common folk of Daxia will not scorn you. for at least you fought bravely against the barbarian tribes. Lu Chen has become a figure whose reputation has plummeted in the eyes of the common people. Even if he truly abandoned Beijun and fled, the citizens of Daxia would find it unremarkable. Conversely, Lu Chen's determination to engage in a decisive battle against the barbarians in Yinqing might lead the populace to perceive that the northern king still possesses a modicum of backbone, allowing his image to rebound from its nadir. Upon hearing Chu Yuqing's reminder, Lu Chen offered a faint smile and reassured her, "Aunt Chu, rest assured, I value my life. If I truly cannot withstand the onslaught of the barbarians, I know precisely what course to take." Seeing Lu Chen's resolute words, Chu Yuqing ceased her further admonitions and turned to say, "Very well, I shall proceed with my patrol. Do attend to your matters." With that, she departed from the study. 2 days later, at the entrance of the royal mansion, the convoy heading south was prepared. Lu Chen stood at the door, bidding farewell to his wives and concubines. Chapter 93. Farewell. Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao clung to Lu Chen, weeping incessantly, with Zhou Yuyu's eyes swollen from crying. Zhou Xiaoxiao, wiping her tears, implored, "Your Highness, should you be unable to fend off the barbarians, you must make your way south." Zhou Yuyu embraced Lu Chen's waist, resting her head against his chest, sobbing, "Your Highness, I shall await your good news in Onping City." At that moment, Mu Zixuan, standing to the side, gazed into Lu Chen's eyes and said, "Your Highness, I must take my leave. Do take care of yourself." In response to their heartfelt sentiments, Lu Chen smiled and reassured them, "Do not worry. The war will soon come to an end, and it shall not extend beyond 6 months." Upon hearing that they would not see Lu Chen for another 6 months, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu wept even more bitterly, while Mu Zixuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression one of impending sorrow. Lu Chen sought to console them, saying, There, my dear ones, there is no need for tears. As soon as the war concludes, I shall promptly send someone to bring you back." While Lu Chen offered comfort to his wives, Chu Yuqing remained silent beside him, having already expressed her thoughts to him. She trusted that Lu Chen knew his responsibilities. Approaching Bai Qingqing, she said, "Little Bai, in the coming months, you will be by Chen's side. His safety shall rest in your hands." Chu Yuqing's assertion that only Bai Qingqing would remain with Lu Chen naturally implied the presence of his women. The royal residence could not be devoid of all its inhabitants, as a significant number of servants and maidens would still be present. After all, Lu Chen continued to reside in the palace, and it was inconceivable to leave all the servants behind, who would tend to him if they departed. Upon hearing Chu Yuqing's words, Bai Qingqing merely responded with a soft choosing not to elaborate further. Truth be told, Bai Qingqing had not anticipated that Lu Chen would retain only her by his side, which stirred a sense of unease within her. The thought of engaging in intimate moments with him made her heart race with anxiety. With all the others gone, she would be the sole woman left, inevitably fostering a deeper bond with Lu Chen. Even though she was a master of formidable strength, the mere notion of Lu Chen's ferocity sent tremors through her slender, graceful legs. At this moment, Wongqing approached Lu Chen, on the verge of departing from him. As someone who had frequently endured Lu Chen's whims, she felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Gazing into Lu Chen's eyes, she inquired, "Your Highness, do you truly intend to send me away without allowing me to accompany you?" Lu Chen replied, "There is no need. Although you are my female servant, you are also my woman, and I cannot bear to see my woman suffer any harm." Upon hearing these words, Wongqing felt an immense warmth enveloping her heart. She had always believed that Lu Chen regarded her merely as a tool for his frustrations. But to her surprise, he genuinely cared for her well-being. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Chen, and he added, "By the way, from today onward, you shall withdraw from the Misty Rain Pavilion and no longer continue your undercover work." Wongqing was momentarily taken aback. She had aspired to establish her worth by infiltrating the Misty Rain Pavilion. As long as the 8th prince sought to trouble Lu Chen, she could acquire intelligence in advance, thus demonstrating her value. Lu Chen continued, "Since arriving in Beijun, I have been targeted twice by Blood Moon Tower assassins, and on both occasions, you emerged unscathed. Even Lu Shuyun, despite his foolishness, would recognize your betrayal." Reflecting on Lu Chen's words, Wongqing acknowledged their validity. However, if she ceased her undercover efforts, how could she prove her worth? Did this mean she was destined to remain by Lu Chen's side every day, merely serving as a sheath? Noticing the despondence in Wongqing's expression, Lu Chen reassured her, "Once the war with the barbarian tribes concludes, I will arrange a position for you that befits your talents." Upon hearing these words, Wongqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she promptly inquired, "Your Highness, is this truly the case?" Although she was uncertain about the nature of the tasks that Lu Chen intended to assign her, she surmised that any engagement was preferable to idleness. Lu Chen nodded affirmatively. Though he had yet to conceive specific duties for Wongqing, he was resolute in his intention to keep her occupied. The allure and enchanting presence of Wongqing made it exceedingly difficult for him to exercise self-restraint in her presence. While the women surrounding him were undeniably beautiful, it was Wongqing who ignited his fervor, particularly given her status as his servant. The mere thought of her being his personal attendant stirred within him a desire to exert his control over her. Such a woman, however, was perhaps ill-suited to remain constantly by his side. If she were to ensnare his affections, how would the other wives and concubines be able to bear him heirs? Meanwhile, at a distance, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanan stood quietly, observing as Lu Chen bid farewell to his wives and concubines. This scene left them both astonished. It was widely said that Lu Chen was a debauched prince, yet the affection shared between him and his consorts appeared profoundly genuine. Indeed, the intelligence gathered by their organization, Xianyu Palace, regarding the northern prince had proven to be utterly misleading, as none of the descriptions aligned with the reality of his character. However, Chen Wanrong did not perceive this as a failure of their intelligence. Rather, she concluded that the northern prince was adept at concealing his true nature, far beyond the understanding of ordinary individuals. Otherwise, the pervasive rumors of his ineptitude would not have persisted. At that moment, Lin Wanyun sighed beside Chen Wanrong and expressed her hope that the northern prince would successfully withstand the southern tribes and survive. Lu Chen is, after all, the son of her dear friend, and Lin Wanyun sincerely wishes for his survival, a sentiment wholly independent of her own stance. As for utilizing Lu Chen's blood to craft the Fulong spell, that is a matter for another time. At this moment, Lin Wanan cast a glance at Chen Wanrong, who was quietly observing Lu Chen bidding farewell to his wives and concubines in the distance. This scene evoked memories of the day her father, the emperor, had sent them off from the royal city of Chun, their hearts heavy with reluctance. When she returned to the Chun royal city, so much had changed. Her father and the royal relatives had all turned to mere bones. At this juncture, Chen Wanrong felt an undeniable urge to abandon the notion of using Lu Chen to create the Fulong spell. She wished not to mar this beautiful tableau. Once everyone had said their goodbyes to Lu Chen, he announced, "Very well, let us set forth and strive to reach Onping City as soon as possible." After Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao boarded the carriage, they leaned out of the window, repeatedly exclaiming, "My lord, please take care. My lord, I shall await your news, Wu." Unlike his wives, who wept inconsolably, Lu Chen wore a smile as he waved them goodbye. As he watched the caravan gradually fade into the distance, he felt an immediate sense of relief. With his loved ones gone, he could now prepare for the impending battle against the barbarian tribes. Subsequently, Lu Chen turned and returned to the royal residence. The caravan led by Mu Zixuan was quite substantial, comprising not only the royal convoy but also the Mu family's procession and even some common folk. In order to ensure their safety, Lu Chen specifically appointed Mu Xingping to lead a contingent of the Imperial guards to escort them southward, alongside several ninth-tier martial artists. Thus, their security was undoubtedly assured. When the citizens of Beijing witnessed such a grand convoy heading south, they instinctively sensed that a significant event was unfolding. In the ensuing days, rumors circulated in Beijing, suggesting that the barbarian tribes were poised to advance southward, and that the northern king, in a desperate bid for survival, had abandoned the populace of Beijing and fled. Chapter 94. Was it not said that the northern king had already escaped? Naturally, Lu Chen, residing in the royal palace, had heard the whispers surrounding Beijing. The sight of such a substantial convoy departing could hardly go unnoticed, and it was inevitable that rumors would arise. However, Lu Chen did not overly concern himself with these tales. Instead, he was diligently preparing to resist the impending threat of the barbarian tribes. Days later, to facilitate the cooperation of the northern citizens in the implementation of a scorched earth policy and the relocation of the populace, the Northern Palace issued a proclamation, informing the citizens of the imminent assembly of 300,000 cavalry from the barbarian tribes, intent on invading Beijing and establishing their own kingdom there. The announcement, released in less than half a month, incited a tremendous uproar. Not only were the people of Beijing aware, but the entire Daxia, as well as neighboring nations, learned of the forthcoming incursion. Initially, when the royal convoy set off southward, the rumors of the barbarian advance had already reached the ears of the citizens. With the Northern Palace's official proclamation, it became evident that the barbarian tribes were indeed preparing to invade. Faced with the reality that even their king had fled, many citizens concluded that remaining in Beijing would only lead to inevitable demise, prompting them to hastily migrate southward. Indeed, there are certain common folk who are reluctant to abandon the lands that their ancestors have inhabited for generations. In an effort to encourage the populace to comply with the policy of fortification and desolation, the northern prince's residence swiftly issued a decree, Those who assist in the implementation of this strategy shall be exempt from agricultural taxes for 2 years upon the conclusion of the war, upon their return to their original lands. Initially, this tax exemption was intended to promote the cultivation of new crops. However, due to the obstinacy of some northern citizens who steadfastly refused to leave, this policy had to be expedited. Should the situation persist with the populace still unwilling to depart, Chen would not impose further measures. He was preoccupied with training the new army and could not devote all his attention to the fortification efforts. In the early morning, Chen arose and cast a glance at the enchanting beauty nestled in his embrace. At that moment, Bai Qingqing was also gazing at him. She always awoke before him. Upon meeting Chen's gaze, a delicate flush graced Bai Qingqing's otherwise icy visage, prompting her to avert her eyes. Following the departure of Chen's other wives, he had taken to visiting her chamber each night, and her heart and body had entirely succumbed to him, yet she still dared not meet his eyes directly. Observing Bai Qingqing's bashful demeanor, Chen smiled faintly. Through these days of exploration, he had come to comprehend the workings of the dragon and phoenix yin-yang scripture. The purpose of this scripture is to accelerate one's cultivation and enhance the speed of absorbing spiritual energy, while simultaneously guiding the female counterpart onto the path of cultivation. In essence, the dragon and phoenix yin-yang scripture serves as a dual cultivation technique. Chen planned to bring Mu Zixuan and the others back after the Barbarian War concluded, intending to cultivate the dragon and phoenix yin-yang sutra together. Although the likelihood of attaining immortality in this realm, where spiritual energy was scarce, was slim, it was indeed feasible to prolong their lives or preserve their youthful beauty. At this moment, Chen rose from his bed, deciding against exchanging morning greetings with Bai Qingqing today, for he had pressing matters to attend to. After a light meal, he mounted his steed and set off towards the new military camp. As the citizens of Yin City beheld Chen riding through, they were struck with astonishment. Engaging in fervent discussions, wasn't it said that the northern king had fled? Indeed, I witnessed the royal consort's carriage heading south myself. Then why is the northern king still in Yin City? Could it be that he has a double? How could that possibly be? I have seen the northern king several times. This is undoubtedly him. It seems the northern king merely sent his wives south for refuge while he remained behind. Who would have expected such fortitude from him? Listening to the chatter of the townsfolk, Chen paid little mind to their speculations. He had deliberately ridden to the new military camp to assure the citizens of Yin City that he had not abandoned them. Soon, he arrived at the new military camp, situated outside the city and built at a considerable distance to facilitate artillery testing. Upon his arrival, several key generals, including Mu Changtian, promptly approached Chen to pay their respects to the prince. Chen nodded slightly, and then inquired, "Have all the new recruits been gathered?" Mu Changtian responded, "Your Highness, we have successfully enlisted a total of 10,000. As soon as Mu Changtian finished speaking, Li Feng interjected, "Your Highness, I have heard that the court has issued a military expansion decree to the northern county, allowing for a maximum of 150,000 soldiers. Why do we not seize the opportunity to recruit more soldiers?" After they reported the situation of the barbarian tribe's southward advance to the court promptly issued a military expansion order to the northern prince's residence. However, despite the passage of time, Chen had not continued to recruit soldiers. Nor did he seem inclined to do so, leaving Li Feng and the others somewhat perplexed. It was a relatively simple matter to request the court to issue a military expansion decree. Everyone knew that the Emperor of Xia had always sought to diminish the power of the feudal lords. To have the northern county possess an army of 100,000 was already commendable. Had it not been for the turmoil within the borders of the Great Xia, the emperor would not have easily consented to grant the northern county a military expansion decree. This decree represented a swift opportunity for the northern county and for the northern prince to enhance their strength. Yet, the northern prince had not taken immediate action. Although the population of the northern county was sparse, recruiting an additional 100,000 soldiers was not insurmountable. Furthermore, as they were on the brink of war with the barbarian tribes, swiftly enlisting another 10,000 new troops would bolster their chances of victory against the barbarians. Upon hearing Li Feng's inquiry, Chen smiled gently, affirming that victory does not lie in numbers, but in the quality of the troops. Even if we were to recruit an additional 100,000 new soldiers at this moment, could they truly be trained in such a short span of time? If they were to face the battlefield, one charge from the barbarian cavalry would likely scatter them, not to mention the new recruits. Even the Imperial army often finds itself overwhelmed by the barbarian cavalry. Wouldn't you agree, General Mu? At this juncture, Chen's gaze rested upon Mu Changtian, as it was a time for discussing official matters. Thus, he chose to address him as General Mu rather than calling him father-in-law. The reason for his focus on Mu Changtian was due to the latter's extensive experience from numerous encounters with the barbarians. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Chantian replied, "Your Highness speaks the truth. Should we allow the new recruits to engage the barbarians head-on, it is highly probable that they would be swiftly overwhelmed by a single charge." He then shifted his tone. "However, Your Highness, these new soldiers need not confront the barbarian soldiers directly. They can also serve in the defense of the city. They are, after all, on the defensive side and need not charge forth to clash with the barbarian cavalry. Defending the city also requires soldiers. And while these recruits may not match the cavalry in combat prowess, they can still play a significant role in fortifying our defenses. Thus, Mu Chantian leaned towards the idea of recruiting more soldiers. At this point, Lu Chen remarked, "I understand your perspective. However, rest assured. Since the court has issued a decree for military expansion, I shall indeed proceed with the recruitment, albeit not at this moment. Moreover, in a few days, I shall present you with a delightful surprise." Upon hearing these words, Mu Chantian and the others exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued by the surprise that Lu Chen had mentioned. Lu Chen then continued, "By the way, have you completed the excavation of the cave I instructed you to dig?" Li Feng responded, "Your Highness, it has been accomplished." Lu Chen promptly replied, "Lead me there." Thus, Li Feng and the others guided Lu Chen to the cave within the artillery camp. As they approached the cave, Li Feng felt an urge to inquire about the purpose of the excavation, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Since the Northern King had commanded the digging of the cave, it surely served a significant purpose, and he anticipated that Lu Chen would soon disclose its utility. Without hesitation, Lu Chen ventured into the cave, instructing, "You all wait outside. No one is permitted to enter without my command." Upon hearing this, the group immediately halted. Once inside the cave, Lu Chen opened his system backpack and retrieved a 122mm towed howitzer. He then glanced at the specifications of the artillery piece. Caliber 122mm, range 18,000 meters. Muzzle velocity 690 ms, shell weight 33. For kilograms, total weight 3, 400 kilograms. Fragmentation shell casualty radius 1, 530 meters. Chapter 95. Test fire. After reviewing the data of the 122mm howitzer, a subtle smile played upon Lu Chen's lips. With such a formidable weapon at his disposal, the barbarian cavalry posed little threat. Regrettably, the ammunition was insufficient, with only 1,000 rounds available. 200 howitzers, yet merely 1,000 shells. The system truly exhibited a miserly disposition. Though 1,000 rounds may appear to be in abundance, a single howitzer is equipped with merely 5 shells. Furthermore, in training the new recruits, it is essential for the soldiers to witness the artillery in action. Teaching them to operate the 122mm howitzer inevitably leads to the expenditure of some rounds, and once on the battlefield, the initial stock of 1,000 shells dwindles. At this juncture, Lu Chen addressed those outside. "All right, you may enter now." Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice echo from the depths of the cave, Mu Chantian and the others promptly stepped inside. As they entered, they were taken aback by the sight of the howitzer before them. What is this contraption? Had such an item ever existed within the cave? Unlike Mu Chantian and Mu Jingwu, Li Feng and his companions were not overly astonished, having previously witnessed Lu Chen conjure weapons from thin air. Nevertheless, they were filled with exhilaration at the discovery that this howitzer bore a striking resemblance to the mysterious weapon Lu Chen had wielded before, albeit in a larger form. To them, the howitzer in the cave seemed like an amplified version of the Barrett in Lu Chen's possession, leading them to ponder that if such a weapon could fell a master, surely this one could vanquish even a grandmaster. Mu Chantian then scrutinized the howitzer before him and inquired, "Your Highness, what is this?" Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, "It is a howitzer. Have the soldiers bring it outside. I shall demonstrate the power of this weapon." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the group was momentarily stunned. Yet soon several soldiers gathered around and began to push the howitzer outward. Although the nature of this weapon remains a mystery, its weight and the metallic materials from which it is forged suggest that it is anything but ordinary. Mu Chantian and his companions have ceased to ponder how this weapon came to be in the cave. Their only desire now is to comprehend the extent of its power. If their assumptions hold true, Lu Chen's deliberate recruitment of 10,000 soldiers to form an artillery battalion is intended for the utilization of this enigmatic weapon. As the soldiers maneuvered, the howitzer was soon brought forth, and upon encountering this mysterious apparatus, they began to murmur among themselves. What could this be? Perhaps a siege weapon of sorts? With wheels, it must be a siege cart. Why has the prince commanded them to transport this siege cart to this location? It seems ill-suited for a siege cart. Look at it. It appears to be entirely constructed of metal, far too heavy for such a purpose. Lu Chen paid no heed to the soldiers' discussions as he addressed Mu Jingwu beside him. "Lieutenant Mu, summon the new troops immediately. I intend to demonstrate to the soldiers how this weapon operates." "Yes, Your Highness." Mu Jingwu promptly gathered the 10,000 soldiers, and they proceeded to transport the howitzer to an open area. Once the howitzer was positioned, Lu Chen retrieved the operational manual from the system space and made a few simple adjustments according to the howitzer's flat trajectory chart. He then instructed those behind him, "Everyone, cover your ears." Upon hearing these words, the soldier hesitated not for a moment and immediately clasped his hands over his ears. In the next instant, a deafening roar erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them. Even with their ears blocked, they could still perceive the overwhelming sound. Shortly thereafter, the shells fired from the howitzer detonated in the distant woods, creating a vast crater, with soil flying several meters into the air and nearby trees being obliterated. Witnessing this scene, Mu Chantian and his companions were rendered speechless. Each face displayed a look of astonishment. They had never encountered such a terrifying weapon. The earth trembled merely upon its firing, and the projectile had the capacity to instantaneously carve a 5-meter-wide chasm into the ground. They couldn't help but wonder how many lives would be lost if such a projectile were to land amidst their ranks. Mu Chantian and his son Mu Jingwu exchanged glances, both able to discern the shock reflected in each other's eyes. They had speculated that the Northern King might have deliberately retreated to the North County to gather strength in preparation for unifying the realm. Now, with the unveiling of such a fearsome weapon, their suspicions seemed confirmed. With such artillery at their disposal, what threat could the barbarian tribes possibly pose? Indeed, the prospect of unifying the entire world appeared to be within reach. What fortress could withstand the onslaught of this formidable weaponry? No matter how formidable the city gates may be, they could easily be obliterated in an instant. Even the most adept masters, should they be struck by the projectiles launched moments ago, might be shattered into countless fragments. Is this truly the North King's secret weapon? At this moment, Lu Chen turned to observe the astonished faces of those behind him, rendered speechless by their shock. "General Mu, what is your opinion on this mysterious weapon of mine? Do you believe it can withstand the onslaught of the 30,000 cavalry from the barbarian tribes?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chantian snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Highness, on possessing such a divine artifact. The unification of the realm is surely within your grasp." This left Lu Chen momentarily taken aback. When had he ever declared his intention to unify the world? Mu Chantian continued, "Your Highness, how many of these siege engines do you have at your disposal?" Uncertain of the appropriate term for the contraption, he could only refer to it as a siege engine, given its resemblance to one, particularly in its wheeled design. Lu Chen chose not to correct him, responding, "I possess 100 howitzers, with approximately 800 rounds of ammunition." He did not disclose the total number of howitzers and shells in his possession, as this upcoming battle against the barbarians would not require such an extensive arsenal. A mere 100 would suffice for deployment. Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, Mu Chantian inquired, "Your Highness, are the shells you mentioned the very projectiles that were launched earlier?" Lu Chen affirmed, "Indeed, this howitzer before us is merely a launching device. The true efficacy lies with the projectiles that were just fired." At this juncture, Lu Chen crouched down and opened the wooden crate that housed the artillery shells, retrieving one of the projectiles. Upon witnessing the shell in Lu Chen's hands, the onlookers fell into a contemplative silence. It appeared that the great Xia did not possess the technology to manufacture such munitions. From where had the Northern King procured this terrifying weapon? At this moment, Mu Jingwu inquired, "Your Highness, are we capable of producing such shells?" Lu Chen replied, "Not at the moment, but it won't be long before we can create similar weaponry." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the group felt a surge of excitement. If they could mass-produce this formidable armament, who would dare oppose the Northern Command in the future? Chapter 96, Is the Prince a Celestial Being? Lu Chen's test firing instilled immense confidence in the soldiers. In their eyes, possessing such a fearsome weapon rendered them impervious to the barbarian cavalry. At that moment, Mu Chantian and the others grasped why Lu Chen had initially intended to lure the barbarian cavalry into the Wongqing Valley. Only by gathering the barbarian riders in one place could this devastating weapon unleash its full potential. When the time came, they could bombard the cavalry from the mountainous flanks of the valley, leaving the barbarian horsemen no chance to retaliate. Lu Chen then set the shell down and addressed Mu Jingwu, saying, "Mu Xiaowei, henceforth, the artillery battalion will be under your and Su Wei's charge." Upon hearing that Lu Chen entrusted such a crucial weapon to his management, Mu Jingwu was overwhelmed with emotion. He immediately responded, "Your Highness, I shall not betray your expectations. I will ensure that the soldiers of the artillery battalion swiftly become adept at operating this device." Lu Chen promptly handed the artillery manual to Mu Jingwu, stating that it contained instructions for operating the howitzer. "I shall provide you with approximately 50 training shells. Please make arrangements to ensure that every soldier in the artillery battalion comprehends its operation before the barbarian cavalry arrives." Understood, Your Highness, Mu Jingwu replied, taking the manual from Lu Chen's hands and reviewing its contents. Lu Chen contemplated that operating the howitzer undoubtedly posed certain challenges. However, once the soldiers became familiar with its mechanics, even if they struggled with the firing tables. At this juncture, Lu Chen paused and turned to General Li Feng. General Li, summon a contingent of archers from your camp to the artillery battalion. Henceforth, the primary operation of the howitzer will be entrusted to the archers. Upon reconsideration, Lu Chen realized that the inability to comprehend the firing tables was indeed a significant obstacle for the soldiers. Nevertheless, the archers, adept at adjusting angles while shooting, would manage well with the howitzer. Even if they could not decipher the firing tables, they would instinctively know how to adjust the shooting angles. As for the new recruits, it would be prudent to assign them logistical tasks, such as transporting and loading shells. Yes, Your Highness, Li Feng affirmed. Lu Chen continued, General Li, proceed immediately to gather the archers. I happen to be at the artillery battalion today, and should you have any queries regarding the howitzer, feel free to consult me. Yes, Your Highness. Li Feng promptly turned and departed the artillery battalion on horseback to assemble the archers from another camp. Throughout the entire day, Lu Chen remained with the artillery battalion and the soldiers. He soon realized that, indeed, his initial thoughts were confirmed. Archers found it considerably easier to comprehend the firing angles of the howitzers compared to ordinary soldiers. Within just one afternoon, the archers brought by Li Feng had essentially grasped the fundamentals of how to shoot, with some even managing to interpret the firing table held by Lu Chen. This brought him a sense of relief, as it appeared that the ancients were not as dull-witted as he had initially imagined. He had been concerned that the soldiers would struggle to utilize the howitzers due to their inability to read the firing table, but it seemed he had been overly anxious. They simply lacked understanding of the howitzer's principles, yet they were able to swiftly learn its operation. As evening approached, Lu Chen allowed a few of the faster-learning soldiers to operate the howitzers themselves, resulting in his great satisfaction. Although the soldiers did not manage to land the shells precisely on target, deviating by a few meters, the howitzer's effective range was between 15 to 30 meters. Once the barbarian cavalry entered the Wongqing Valley, it would not be an exaggeration to say that even with closed eyes, they could hit their mark. Thus, such minor discrepancies were negligible. After the soldiers completed their trial shots, Lu Chen mounted his horse and returned to the royal manor. At that moment, Mu Cha-Tian and others stood atop the hill, gazing at the large craters left by the test shots of the howitzers, remaining silent for an extended period. After a while, Mu Cha-Tian finally broke the silence and inquired, Generally, from where did the prince acquire such a mysterious weapon? You have been with the prince since his arrival in Beijing. You must have some insight. To which Li Feng replied, I, too, am uncertain. At this moment, Mu Cha-Tian smiled and said, General Li, I am no longer the Duke of Mu. We are now equals, and you need not address me as your superior. If the prince were to learn of this, he might misinterpret our relationship. During their time in the Tiger Ben army, Li Feng had indeed been subordinate to Mu Cha-Tian, but that was no longer the case now that they were outside the capital. Mu Cha-Tian was no longer a duke, and Li Feng had already been entrusted with significant responsibilities by Lu Chen. If he continued to view himself as Mu Cha-Tian's subordinate, it could imply the formation of factions, which Mu Cha-Tian was keenly aware of. A ruler typically prefers their subordinates to maintain a certain distance. An overly close relationship may incite feelings of insecurity. Li Feng promptly grasped Mu Cha-Tian's intent and quickly amended his address. I understand, General Mo. He then continued, I do not know the origins of the prince's weapons, but I once witnessed him conjure a mysterious weapon seemingly from thin air. This weapon resembled a grenade launcher, albeit smaller, capable of being wielded in hand and firing projectiles akin to cannonballs. The prince had once used this weapon to instantaneously eliminate a 9th-tier martial artist, and I have heard that the master from Blood Moon Tower was also killed in an instant by this very weapon. Upon hearing these words, both Mu Cha-Tian and Mu Jingwu fell into a contemplative silence. To effortlessly slay a 9th-tier martial artist and a master, was the mysterious weapon in the hands of the northern prince truly so fearsome? Suddenly, a thought struck Mu Cha-Tian, prompting him to inquire, Wait, did you just say that the northern prince conjured the weapon out of thin air? Li Feng replied, Indeed. Mu Cha-Tian and his son Mu Jingwu exchanged a glance. Mu Jingwu spoke. Father, could it be that the prince is an immortal? He hesitated to utter the word human, as the revelation was simply too astonishing. Mu Cha-Tian responded directly, Whether he is an immortal, I cannot say, but I am certain that such a weapon does not exist in this world. At that moment, Li Feng interjected, There have long been rumors in the military camp that the prince is an immortal. Some even claim he is blessed by divine beings, the destined child of heaven, and that those weapons were bestowed upon him by these immortals. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Mu Changtian furrowed his brow. This was not favorable for the prince. The Summer Emperor was still alive and in his prime, yet some spoke of the Northern Prince as the destined child. If the Northern Prince held such a title, what then of the Summer Emperor? However, it could not be denied that the Northern Prince was indeed fated. Without some connection to the divine, he could not possibly wield such fearsome and enigmatic weapons. Turning to Mu Jingwu, Mu Changtian said, Jingwu, the prince has entrusted such a significant weapon to you. This reflects his regard for our Mu family. You must not disappoint his expectations. Mu Jingwu assured him, rest assured. I shall ensure that the artillerymen fully master the use of the howitzer before the arrival of the barbarian horde. With Mu Jingwu's response, Mu Changtian left the artillery camp with a sense of relief. In their hearts, they had tacitly accepted that Lu Chun was indeed an immortal, or at the very least, possessed some divine connection. Chapter 97. The assassination of the 8th prince in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. In the capital, within the study of the 8th prince's residence, Lu Xun gazed at the intelligence report clutched tightly in his hand, his teeth clenched and his eyes bloodshot. He was so enraged that words eluded him. In the past, when fury consumed him, he might have resorted to smashing objects. But the information he had received today was so infuriating that he had forgotten even that, his body trembling with rage and cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. He had never imagined that the master of Blood Moon Tower, accompanied by so many 9th-tier martial artists, would fail in the assassination of a worthless prince. The master of Blood Moon Tower was a true master in every sense. Even if the Northern Prince's mansion possessed a mysterious master, it would have been entirely feasible for the Blood Moon Tower's master to contend with him. What irked Lu Xuyun even more was the betrayal of Wongqing. This assassin, raised by the Wong family since childhood, had actually defected to the Northern Prince's mansion. In a fit of rage, Lu Xuyun tore the intelligence report to shreds. A cold smile creeping across his face as he remarked, very well indeed. No wonder the Northern Prince's mansion consistently evades the assassinations of Blood Moon Tower. It appears there is a traitor among us. My dear brother, you truly possess remarkable talent, managing to turn an assassin nurtured by the Wong family to your side. I have underestimated you. Just as Lu Xuyun struggled to find an outlet for his fury, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Almost immediately, a servant rushed in, flustered, and exclaimed, Your Highness, we are in grave trouble. Fueled by anger, Lu Xuyun was about to take out his wrath on the servant when he heard the urgent words. Your Highness, you must flee. Some masked assassins have broken in, and our people are utterly unable to withstand them. Upon hearing those words, Lu Xuyun was instantly taken aback. A masked assassin? Who would dare to attempt the assassination of a prince within the capital? At that moment, Lu Xuyun did not even consider Lu Chun, as he was far away in Beijun, accompanied only by a mysterious master. Surely, he would not send that enigmatic figure to the capital for an assassination. Instead, Lu Xuyun's thoughts immediately turned to several other princes vying for the throne. If one of them were to perish, it would eliminate a competitor. Yet, was there truly a prince bold enough to carry out such an act in the capital? If discovered, not only would they forfeit their claim to the throne, but they might even be expelled from the capital and stripped of their titles. However, this was not the time for such reflections. The intruders had already breached his sanctuary, and he needed to quietly seek refuge. Fortunately, his residence possessed a network of underground passages, making his escape entirely feasible. Lu Xuyun harbored no fears for his life. He swiftly entered the underground passage of the royal mansion and utilized it for his escape. Ultimately, although the masked assassins invaded the 8th prince's residence, slaughtering his subordinates and some guests, they failed to uncover the prince's whereabouts. Of course, the assassins' initial objective was not the 8th prince himself. By the time the Imperial guards arrived in the royal city, the masked assassins had already vanished. The news of the assassination attempt on the 8th prince rapidly spread throughout the capital. Since Emperor Xia ascended the throne, such a heinous event had rarely occurred. Apart from the previous incident involving remnants of the Chen kingdom infiltrating the palace to attack Emperor Xia, a prince, simply residing in his own abode, had been targeted by a group of masked assassins. Upon hearing the news, Emperor Xia was engulfed in a profound fury. Since his ascension to the throne, few had dared to cause such disturbances within the imperial city. The last incident involving remnants of the Chen state infiltrating the palace occurred mainly due to their reckless quest for a certain object, which ultimately led to their discovery by the guards. Emperor Xia merely exaggerated the situation, claiming he had been the target of an assassination attempt, and subsequently exploited this pretext to exile the entire Mu family, though it was not a true assassination. However, this time was markedly different. This time, the assassins brazenly stormed through the main entrance of the 8th prince's residence, ruthlessly slaying anyone in their path, and leaving a trail of bloodshed in their wake. It was evident that these assassins had become utterly unrestrained, showing blatant disregard for imperial authority. How could Emperor Xia not be enraged by such an affront occurring beneath his very feet? That night, he commanded the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guard to apprehend the assassins immediately, leaving no one unaccounted for. The following morning, the Xinzheng Hall was filled with officials who had gathered early, anxious to discuss the shocking events of the previous night. They were all astounded, unable to fathom the audacity of the assassins who dared to launch such a brazen attack on the 8th Prince's residence, which was protected by a master and several skilled warriors. At that moment, Lu Shuan entered the hall, dragging his weary form behind him. His complexion was ashen, devoid of any color, and he appeared as though his very soul had been stripped away. Upon seeing Lu Shuyun in person, the ministers quickly surrounded him. "Your Highness, are you unhurt? Your Highness, have you sustained any injuries? Your Highness, those wretched thieves are truly detestable for daring to invade your residence. I firmly believe that His Majesty shall not let those scoundrels go unpunished." As the officials expressed their concern and inquiries, Lu Shuyun remained silent, absorbing their words. Although he had managed to escape the confines of his estate unscathed, the events of the previous night had indeed left him in shock. It was only this morning that he learned of the demise of his esteemed guests and the master dispatched by the Wong family to protect him. All had been slaughtered. Moreover, apart from himself and a few fleeing servants, the entirety of the Wong household lay decimated. Initially, Lu Shuyun had faith that the skilled guardians within his estate could easily fend off the assassins. He had merely entered the underground passage as a precaution, to prevent any assailants from directly locating him. However, he had not anticipated that the assassin's intentions extended beyond merely eliminating a single prince. His guests had also been their targets. At that moment, a eunuch's voice resonated through the hall. "His Majesty has arrived." The officials hastily returned to their designated positions and bowed, exclaiming, "Long live His Majesty." At that juncture, the Emperor of Xia stood before the dragon throne, refraining from taking his seat, instead gazing down with an imposing presence at the officials below. A palpable aura of wrath emanated from his eyes, suggesting that the events of the previous night had profoundly enraged him. In that instant, Lu Shuyun knelt abruptly, raising his voice in desperation. "Father, you must seek justice for your son. In my vast estate, only 4 of us have survived." As Lu Shuyun's words faded, Emperor Xia remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the several princes within the grand hall. Under the piercing glare of the emperor, the princes felt an overwhelming pressure, cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Though they were not responsible for the incident, the timing was critical in the struggle for succession, and their suspicion loomed large. With the demise of the 8th prince, they had lost a formidable rival. Yet, they were not fools. How could they dare to commit such a bloodbath within the imperial residence? If discovered, being exiled would be a minor consequence compared to the potential wrath of their father, who could reduce them to commoners. Frustration hung in the air as they pondered who the imbecile was that would act so recklessly at such a time. Could it be that Lu Shuyun was orchestrating this all along? Chapter 98. The royal letter from the northern king. The atmosphere within the Zhengzheng Hall was stifling, with ministers not daring to utter a single word. In the face of such an incident occurring under the emperor's reign, the fury of Emperor Xia was unimaginable, and none dared to provoke him at this moment. After a prolonged silence, the emperor finally spoke. "Since my ascension, this is the 2nd time such a heinous act has occurred in the capital, a blatant affront to imperial authority and a provocation against me." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the commander of the Imperial Guard. "Li Ming, have the assassins from last night been apprehended?" Upon hearing this, Commander Li Ming immediately knelt, urgency in his voice as he replied, "Your Majesty, when I arrived at the 8th Prince's residence yesterday, the assassins had already fled." Li Ming was drenched in cold sweat, terrified that Emperor Xia, in a fit of rage, would have him dragged out and executed. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Emperor Xia coldly replied, "Last time, you allowed the remnants of the Chen state to infiltrate the imperial palace, and I spared you punishment. Now, another heinous incident has occurred in the capital, with the massacre of the prince's residence, and you did not even catch a glimpse of the assassin. What use is a commander of the Imperial Guard like you? Henceforth, I relieve you of all duties and assign you to the frontier." Upon hearing the emperor's decree, Li Ming let out a sigh of relief and immediately bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." Though he had lost his position, he was fortunate to have preserved his life, and a sense of gratitude washed over him. At that moment, Emperor Xia continued, "This case is to be investigated by the Ministry of Justice. Within 3 days, I require a satisfactory response." The moment those words left his lips, the officials of the ministry trembled in fear. Such matters were beyond their capacity to investigate, let alone dare to pursue. The assassin had brazenly slaughtered the residents of the 8th prince, and even the master within had been killed, indicating that at least one of the assailants was a master martial artist. The fact that someone could dispatch a master and audaciously carry out a massacre in a prince's residence suggested the involvement of a formidable power, possibly even another prince's machination. Should they uncover that another prince was behind this, it would undoubtedly become a hot potato for the Ministry of Justice, which in the Great Xia had neither the authority nor the means to prosecute a prince for wrongdoing. Although acutely aware that this matter is a veritable hot potato, the officials of the Ministry of Justice dared not refuse. With the Emperor of Xia currently in a furious state, they feared that any word spoken at this moment could lead to dire consequences. At this juncture, the Emperor addressed Lu Shuyuan, saying, "Prince Qi, rise. I shall take it upon myself to adjudicate this matter for you." Lu Shuyuan hastily replied, "Your humble son expresses his gratitude to your majesty." The Emperor opted not to elaborate further on the issue. Despite its grave nature, the assassin had yet to be apprehended, and no information regarding the culprit was available. Thus, it was premature to deliberate on how to handle the assassin. They had other pressing matters to discuss today. The Emperor then turned his gaze toward the Minister of Revenue, inquiring, "Minister Wong, I have received word that you have been withholding provisions for the army bound for Beijing. Is there truth to this?" Minister Wong Hai promptly responded, "Your Majesty, it is not my intention to withhold the army supplies. Rather, the Ministry of Revenue is facing severe deficits, and I am unable to procure such a significant sum of silver at this time." The Emperor coldly retorted, "Are you suggesting that due to a lack of funds, the court should forego sending troops to Beijing to repel the barbarian horde? Wong Hai, do you have collusion with the barbarians, seeking to allow them to advance unimpeded to the capital, intentionally delaying the army's departure?" Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Wong Hai's complexion turned ashen. Indeed, the Wong family had engaged in dealings with the barbarians, yet he had not anticipated the Emperor would so directly reveal this knowledge. While it seemed as though the Emperor was testing them, Wong Hai could not shake the unsettling feeling that the Emperor was aware of something more. Wong Hai immediately knelt and said, "Your Majesty, I am doing my utmost to prepare provisions for the army." The Summer Emperor coldly replied, "If the army cannot march north within 3 days, you shall no longer serve as the Minister of Revenue." Just as the Summer Emperor was about to continue his discourse, a voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the Grand Hall. "Urgent news from the north." In the next moment, a messenger clad in crimson silk hurriedly entered the hall. Upon seeing the crimson messenger, the faces of the ministers turned grim. The use of a crimson messenger at this moment implied that the barbarian tribes had indeed begun their southward advance, while the court's army was still troubled over provisions. The barbarian cavalry had already set forth towards the southern territories. How could they defend the northern counties? Could they truly rely on that useless prince? It seemed unlikely. By the time the barbarian cavalry reached Yin City, that ineffectual prince might have already fled back to the capital. At this moment, the crimson messenger announced, "The northern chieftain has already led a force of 100,000 cavalry to rendezvous with the barbarian king at the Tianshan Palace, and they will soon march south. This is the report from the northern king, along with a personal letter to your majesty." Upon hearing these words, the assembly in the Grand Hall fell into a momentary silence. A personal letter? A vassal king writing to the emperor? This was not entirely unthinkable. Although the northern king had ventured out as a vassal, he was still the emperor's son, bound by the ties of kinship. However, since the establishment of the Great Xia Dynasty, it seemed that no vassal king had ever penned a personal letter to the emperor, only submitting official memorials. Without hesitation, a eunuch by the Summer Emperor's side swiftly approached the crimson messenger, took both the battle report and the personal letter, and presented them to the Summer Emperor. Upon receiving the battle report and family letter, Emperor Xia first glanced at the report, which appeared to be devoid of any significant issues. The northern king had even mentioned the arrangements for northern county within it. However, what perplexed Emperor Xia was the revelation that Lu Chen intended to fortify his defenses and relocate all civilians from north of Yin City to its southern outskirts, where he would confront the formidable 30,000-strong barbarian army in a decisive battle. Frowning, the emperor pondered the origin of such a strategy. He could hardly believe that his ineffectual son possessed the audacity to conceive such a plan. Setting aside the question of its efficacy, the sheer bravery required to execute such a maneuver was remarkable. With only 30 to 50,000 soldiers in Yin City, it would be no simple task to withstand the onslaught of the barbarian cavalry. Furthermore, this would likely result in Yin City being besieged by the enemy forces. Emperor Xia questioned his son's temperament, doubting that Lu Chen would willingly place himself in such perilous circumstances. After perusing the battle report, the emperor proceeded to open Lu Chen's family letter. At the very outset, he huffed in disdain, wondering how his son had suddenly gained such resolve. only to realize that Lu Chen sought his immediate dispatch of reinforcements to Northern County. Witnessing Lu Chen's pitiful lamentations within the letter, the emperor felt an urge to tear it to shreds, yet he ultimately restrained himself and continued reading. Upon reaching the latter part of the letter, his expression darkened significantly, especially upon encountering the final line of text, which caused his brow to furrow deeply. He had long suspected that the barbarian incursion was inexorably linked to the prominent noble families, a conclusion that required no investigation. However, he remained oblivious to the identity of those colluding with the barbarians. In the letter, Lu Chen merely reaffirmed his suspicions regarding the standardized weapons of the Great Xia. What truly troubled the Xia Emperor was Lu Chen's mention of the 8th Prince. It appeared that the 9th Prince had a formidable ally. As the expression on the Xia Emperor's face grew increasingly grim, the ministers within the Grand Hall were filled with curiosity about the contents of the Northern King's correspondence, which seemed to incite such ire in the emperor. Surely, the bloodbath at the 8th Prince's residence could not have provoked such a reaction? After perusing the letter, the Xia Emperor abruptly flicked his sleeve and coldly uttered the words dismissed, before striding out of the hall. The ministers were left bewildered, uncertain about the unfolding events. Was the audience truly over? The Xia Emperor had yet to address the northern battle reports, nor had he summoned anyone to his study for military discussions. This only heightened the minister's curiosity regarding the Northern King's letter. What could possibly be inscribed within that would provoke the Xia Emperor to leave the hall in such a manner? Shortly thereafter, in the Imperial Garden, the Xia Emperor presented the battle report and Lu Chen's letter to the national advisor, Situ Su. After glancing at the battle report, Situ Su carefully scrutinized Lu Chen's letter, and his expression grew notably serious. After a moment of contemplation, Situ Su spoke. Your Majesty, it appears that this battle report pales in significance compared to this letter. It is evident that the Northern King composed the battle report solely to accompany this correspondence for the messenger Hong Ling. Though the contents of the letter may suggest that the Northern King is merely a pitiful figure, seeking assistance from the court to fend off the barbarian tribes. Two pivotal points within the correspondence have been articulated in their entirety. The first point highlights the emergence of weapons and equipment bearing the hallmark of the Great Xia Dynasty among the barbarians. The second point reveals the presence of a trading caravan belonging to the 8th Prince in the Northern Prefecture. The introduction of Great Xia weaponry in the northern lands unequivocally indicates that there are traitorous elements engaged in collusion with the enemy. Furthermore, the fact that such a destitute region as the Northern Prefecture is graced by the commerce of the 8th Prince's caravan implies that he may be embroiled in dubious activities. The Northern King's missive nearly insinuates that the 8th Prince is indeed a traitor. It is evident that the Northern King's intentions extend beyond mere lamentation within the letter. Upon hearing Situ Su's remarks, the Emperor of Xia, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed silently at the lotus pond for a moment, stating, I do not believe that the 9th Prince harbors such intentions. During his time in the capital, Lu Chen consistently projected an image of frivolity, indulging in pleasures without any scholarly pursuits. Even after arriving in the Northern Prefecture, he remained unproductive, spending his days reveling within the confines of his residence. The emperor could not fathom how Lu Chen might suddenly possess the insight to employ such a method to alert him to the existence of traitors within the court. Certainly, while this letter may serve such a purpose, it is unlikely that Lu Chen authored it independently, or it may have been composed under someone else's guidance. At this moment, Situ Su sighed and remarked, Your Majesty, it seems the 9th Prince is surrounded by capable individuals. The very fact that he can discern the matters concerning the barbarian court suggests that he undoubtedly possesses an intelligence network at his disposal. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for every action of the barbarian tribes to be under the control of His Highness, the 9th Prince. The Emperor of Xia once again fell into contemplation. Indeed, Situ Su's assertion held merit. Lu Chen's foreknowledge of the barbarian horde's advance of 300,000 strong, alongside the treachery of certain individuals within the Great Xia, as well as the intelligence regarding the Northern Xian King leading 10,000 cavalry to rendezvous with the Heavenly Wolf King, all indicated that Lu Chen possessed an intelligence-gathering organization rivaling that of the Shadow Guards. This realization instilled a sense of threat within the emperor. How could his seemingly ineffectual son wield such a formidable network of information? What were his intentions? What audacity did he possess? This prompted the emperor to ponder whether Lu Chen had been concealing his true abilities during his time in the capital. Yet, based on his demeanor, he did not appear to be the type who would hide his talents. Having lived in the capital for so many years under constant surveillance, his behavior did not suggest any pretense. This led the emperor to further suspect that some power might be manipulating Lu Chen for ulterior motives, particularly the Xianyu Palace. The status of Lu Chen as the son of God had long been a source of unease for the emperor. At that moment, the leader of the Shadow Guards appeared behind him, Your Majesty, Commander by S. Confidential report. Upon hearing this, the Emperor swiftly turned and took the letter from the Shadow Guard leader, opening it with urgency. After reading the missive from Bai Qingqing, the Emperor's countenance darkened further. As he suspected, the Xianyu Palace had indeed sent someone to the northern county, and it was none other than the palace master of Xianyu who had personally arrived there. However, according to confidential reports, it appears that the Xianyu Palace has not provided any assistance to the northern prince's residence, and the master of Xianyu Palace has already departed south with Lu Chen's wives. Presently, Lu Chen finds himself quite isolated. This perplexes Emperor Xia, for if Lu Chen does not have the backing of Xianyu Palace, could there be other forces supporting him? He cannot fathom how Lu Chen alone could establish an intelligence network capable of infiltrating the Barbarian royal court. It strikes him as rather odd. Emperor Xia harbors no suspicion towards Bai Qingqing. Rather, he believes she has yet to uncover the true secrets of the northern prince's residence or to make contact with the individuals behind Lu Chen. Subsequently, Emperor Xia instructed the leader of the Shadow Guards, "Have Commander Bai devise a way to ascend to Xiao Jiu's bed. I require further intelligence regarding him. Additionally, expedite the investigation into whether there truly exists a merchant convoy under the command of Xiao Ba that has dealings with the barbarians." The leader of the Shadow Guards promptly responded, "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave." Once the leader departed, Situ Su inquired, "Your Majesty, setting aside matters concerning the 9th prince, how do you intend to address those concerning the 8th prince?" Emperor Xia replied nonchalantly, "I do not believe this matter could be executed solely by him. It undoubtedly involves the influence of noble clans. Once the issues in the northern county are resolved and the Shadow Guards have gathered sufficient evidence, it will be time to eradicate those pests." In the northern region, at the Wongqing escort, an elderly man clad in animal hides, his skin wrinkled, was happily toasting with the Wongqing, Xiao Hongba. At that moment, Xiao Hongba addressed the slave beside him, "Go, summon the princess." The slave immediately rose and departed from the royal tent. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenyao stood on a grassy elevation, gazing towards the direction of the northern county. Shortly thereafter, the slave who had been with Xiao Hongba approached from behind her, saying, "Your Highness, the king requests your presence in the royal tent." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenyao's complexion turned ashen. She was acutely aware of her father's intentions in summoning her. It was merely to serve the northern Stin king, pouring wine and fetching water for him. A few days prior, she had encountered the northern Stin king, whose appearance was not only unappealing, but whose very presence repulsed her to the point of nausea. Though they were both on the grasslands, her own Tianlang clan valued cleanliness, in stark contrast to the northern Stin king, who seemed to have never bathed in his life. Resolutely, Xiao Wenyao declared, "I shall not go. Return to my father and inform him that I am unwell." The slave, in a state of distress, replied, "Your Highness, please do not put me in a difficult position. If you do not go, the king will surely condemn me to death." In the barbarian realm, slaves held no status, and life was easily extinguished. While Xiao Wenyao felt a pang of sympathy for the slave, she stood firm in her refusal, stating, "I will not go." With that, she prepared to turn away. However, at that moment, two of Xiao Hongba's personal guards appeared before her. "Your Highness, the king commands us to escort you to the royal tent." Xiao Hongba, anticipating her reluctance, had opted to send guards to forcibly accompany her. Today marks the day of forging an alliance with the northern Xian king, and it is imperative to present to him a glimpse of his future consort. Upon witnessing the imposing figures of two robust men clad in animal hides before her, Xiao Wenyao realized her escape was futile, and thus she resignedly uttered, "I understand." Subsequently, she followed them into the royal tent. Upon entering, her gaze fell upon the repugnant elder who filled her with distaste. At that moment, Xiao Hongba, wearing a broad smile, turned to the northern Stin king and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, this is my daughter, and she shall be your future queen." Upon hearing this, the northern Stin king scrutinized Xiao Wenyao with a grin, his eyes roaming over her curvaceous form, causing him to swallow hard. He had long heard of the heavenly wolf king's daughter being a rare beauty of the steppe, and seeing her in person, he found the rumors to be undeniably true. She was indeed far more exquisite than the women he had seized from the great Xia. Under the king's unabashed gaze, Xiao Wenyao felt an unsettling sensation, as if something were crawling upon her skin. At that juncture, Xiao Hongba directed her, "Yao Yao, come here and pour wine for your future husband." Hearing her father's serious tone, she recognized that refusal was not an option. She prepared to approach the northern Xian king to serve the wine, but at that moment, her uncle, Xiao Pengtian, interjected, "Your Majesty, Yao Yao is not yet formally wed to the northern Stin king. It is rather inappropriate for her to serve him wine at this stage. The queen has stated that we must learn from the great Xia, and thus, their customs should also be observed. In the great Xia, a woman is not permitted to engage with her future husband before marriage." Upon hearing Xiao Pengtian's words, The northern fresh king immediately felt displeased. However, at that moment, Xiao Hongba did not express anger. Instead, he smiled and addressed the northern fresh king, saying, "Your Majesty, I believe my subordinate has a point. Perhaps we should conquer the northern county first, and then let Yao pour you a drink?" Given Xiao Hongba's statement, the northern fresh king had no choice but to respond. "Very well, on the day my queen weds me, I shall indulge in a hearty drink with her." As he spoke, the northern fresh king cast a lewd glance at Xiao Wenyo, licking his lips. Chapter 100. Who allows me to be the daughter of the celestial wolf king? Upon hearing the conversation between Xiao Hongba and the others, Xiao Wenyo finally exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, Xiao Hongba coldly remarked, "Yao Dao, you may leave now." His tone was frigid, as if she were not his daughter. Xiao Wenyo walked out with a forlorn expression. Although she had not served wine to the northern fresh king that day, she knew that if she remained in the royal court, she would inevitably become the northern fresh king's woman. That day was fast approaching. Once the northern county was captured, she would be forced to marry that filthy old man who never bathed. The thought filled Xiao Wenyo with immense anguish. Shortly after Xiao Wenyo exited the royal tent, Xiao Pingtian followed her out. Upon seeing her in a daze and despondent, he hurried to her side, concerned, and asked, "Yao Yao, are you all right?" However, Xiao Wenyo ignored Xiao Pingtian and continued walking towards the distant grasslands. Upon witnessing the sorrowful countenance of Xiao Wenyo, Xiao Pingtian let out a deep sigh. He then proceeded to say, "Yao Yao, your uncle has done all he can." At this moment, Xiao Wenyo finally spoke, "Uncle, I do not blame you. After all, I am the daughter of the Wolf King." As she continued, her voice grew increasingly filled with grievance, and before long, she was sobbing uncontrollably. Observing her distress, Xiao Pingtian sighed once more. Although he held a modest position within the Wolf King tribe, he was powerless to alter Xiao Hongba's convictions, for ultimately, the tribe's decisions rested with the Wolf King. In the midst of her tears, Xiao Wenyo suddenly recalled something and, through her sobs, inquired, "Uncle, is it true that my mother was harmed by my father?" Initially, when she first heard Xiao Pingtian's words, doubt clouded her mind. For her mother and father once appeared deeply in love. How could her father possibly have caused her mother's demise? Yet, witnessing her father's current actions, his utter disregard for her happiness in pursuit of his own ambitions, compelled Xiao Wenyo to question whether her father had truly sacrificed her mother for the sake of marrying a queen. Upon hearing this poignant question, Xiao Pingtian fell into silence. Although he had previously discussed this matter with Xiao Wenyo in a moment of anger, it was merely a spur-of-the-moment reaction born of his disdain for Xiao Hongba's actions. Nevertheless, he harbored substantial suspicions regarding the connection between his sister's death and Xiao Hongba. Yet, seeing Xiao Wenyo's profound sorrow, he hesitated to divulge further details about his sister's fate. After a brief silence, Xiao Pingtian spoke again, expressing his doubts. "I merely suspect that your mother, who had been in good health, could not have suddenly passed away. It seems plausible that someone might have poisoned her. The most likely suspect is your father, as he wishes to marry the queen." Xiao Wenyao wiped away her tears and inquired, "Hasn't the queen already agreed to marry him?" In the Tianlang Wang tribe, there exists a custom whereby, if the previous queen is still relatively young and capable of bearing children at the time of the previous king's death, she is required to marry the next king. Of course, this is contingent upon the next king not being of blood relation to the previous king. However, given the manner in which kings are chosen within the Tianlang Wang tribe, it is often the case that the new king and the former king are not related by blood. In contrast to the Great Xia, which predominantly follows a primogeniture system, the barbarian tribes elect their kings through the elders. Thus, the offspring of the former Tianlang Wang is not guaranteed to ascend to the throne. Generally, however, the children of the previous king possess a significant advantage during the election process. As Xiao Hongba is not the child of the former Tianlang Wang, he must cultivate an alliance with the queen to solidify his claim to the throne. To put it more accurately, given Yel Nanyan's current standing within the Tianlang Wang tribe, it would be more fitting to describe his actions as attempts to curry favor. At that time, he already had a princess, making it impossible for him to take another as his consort. According to custom, Yel Nanyan could at most become his woman. However, with such immense power and high status within the Tianlang Wang tribe, it was inconceivable for her to settle merely as his woman. Her position as a princess was undoubtedly to be preserved. Thus, only one solution remained, to depose Xiao Wenyao's mother. Yet, such a direct action would incite discontent among certain factions, particularly those aligned with Xiao Wenyao's mother, including Xiao Pingtian. Given that a direct deposition was unfeasible, a more drastic approach was contemplated, eliminating Xiao Wenyao's mother entirely. This way, Xiao Hongba could rightfully take another princess as his wife. Of course, this was merely Xiao Pingtian's conjecture. lacking any substantial evidence. Upon hearing Xiao Wenyao's words, Xiao Patian sighed and remarked, "Yao Yao, have you forgotten that the princess promised to marry your father only after your mother passed away?" At this statement, Xiao Wenyao was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she continued, "Uncle, could it be that the princess was responsible for my mother's death?" Xiao Pingtian did not respond immediately to her inquiry. From a motive standpoint, it was indeed plausible that Yel Nanyin could have been involved in the demise of Xiao Wenyao's mother, as her ascension to the role of princess necessitated the removal or death of the current one. Given the circumstances at the time, deposition seemed unlikely, leaving only the option of an abrupt death. However, Xiao Pingtian does not believe that Yel Nanyin needs to marry Xiao Hongba to maintain her status. She has already garnered the support of the elders within the Tianlang King tribe. Even if Yel Nanyin were to declare her unwillingness to marry the Tianlang King, the elders would hardly voice any objections. Moreover, given her substantial contributions to the tribe, should she choose not to wed Xiao Hongba, it is certain that no one would dare to speak against her decision. Thus, for Xiao Hongba to gain Yel Nanyin's endorsement, he must first strip Xiao Wenyao's mother of her position as queen. Conversely, Yel Nanyin can uphold her authority within the Tianlang King tribe simply by nurturing good relations with the elders, coupled with her own considerable influence within the tribe. She has no necessity to marry Xiao Hongba. The crux of the matter is that it was Xiao Hongba who initially proposed to take Yel Nanyin as his queen, further corroborating Xiao Pengtian's suspicions. Noticing Xiao Pengtian's silence in response to her inquiry, Xiao Wenyao had already discerned the answer within her heart. Since childhood, the queen has treated her with great kindness. Regarding her as her own daughter, she is acutely aware that the queen is not a woman of malice. Furthermore, her mother and the queen have always shared a close bond. It is said that when the queen first arrived at the Tianlang King tribe, she was but a Na'vi girl, and her mother cared for her as if she were a sister. The queen's swift establishment of her position within the tribe was a significant part to her mother's support, leading Xiao Wenyao to struggle with the notion that the queen would resort to harming her own mother. Should it indeed be the case that the queen is responsible, Xiao Wenyao would find herself at a loss for words. At present, only two individuals bear the greatest suspicion, her own father and the queen. Of course, her mother may indeed have succumbed to some ailment, resulting in her sudden demise. However, none of this holds any significance now. She is destined to marry into the Northern Xian tribe, and regardless of who was responsible for her mother's death, she shall never uncover the truth. Furthermore, even if she were to learn it, it would alter nothing. Her mother is irrevocably gone, unable to be revived. Contemplating this, Xiao Wenyao couldn't help but sob once more. Observing her profound sorrow, Xiao Pingtian felt a deep pang of compassion. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he whispered, "Yao Yao, Uncle has conceived a plan that could prevent your marriage to the Northern Xian king, though I am uncertain if you would be amenable to it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenyao's cries ceased abruptly, and she immediately inquired, "Uncle, what is this plan you speak of?" Xiao Pingtian leaned closer to her ear and murmured, "Once your father conquers the northern county, you could discreetly relocate to the Great Xia and never return to the grasslands." This suggestion caused Xiao Wenyao to pause in astonishment. Chapter 101. Wu Yuan, have I been discovered? Regarding the proposal made by Xiao Patian to evade marriage to the Northern Xian king, Xiao Wenyao found it to possess a modicum of feasibility. Yet, a substantial dilemma persisted. She had grown up on the grasslands and had never set foot in the Great Xia, nor had she ever lived there. If she were to venture to the Great Xia alone, how would she sustain herself? Although she was not a fragile woman, having attained the 6th rank with a degree of self-defense capability, she was still a barbarian, markedly different from the people of the Great Xia. Perhaps after she arrives in the Great Xia, she will soon be recognized as a barbarian. At that point, living in the Great Xia may prove to be quite challenging for her. Noticing that Xiao Wenyao remained silent, Xiao Pingtian continued, stating that once they reached the northern county, entering the Great Xia would be significantly easier. At that juncture, she could escape to the Great Xia alongside Wu Yuan and his trading caravan. However, upon her arrival in the Great Xia, she would need to alter both her demeanor and manner of speaking, so as not to reveal her origins from the grasslands. Otherwise, she would be perceived as a spy from the barbarian tribes. Xiao Pingtian harbored genuine concerns about whether Xiao Wenyao would be able to survive in the Great Xia. Although she had been raised on the grasslands, her lifestyle was not vastly different from that of the noblewomen of the Great Xia. Moreover, her numerous slaves attended to her every need. Once she transitions to the Great Xia, she would undoubtedly no longer enjoy such privileges. Not only would she lack these comforts, but she would also be perpetually anxious about her identity being uncovered by the people of the Great Xia, perhaps even having to hide and evade detection constantly. Of course, If she resolutely refuses to marry the Northern Xian king, her only recourse would be to flee to the Great Xia. It now rests upon Xiao Wenyao to make her choice. At this moment, Xiao Pengtian gazed at her and inquired, Yao Yao, you have about a month to contemplate this. If you have made up your mind, please let me know, and I will find a way to assist you. However, he urged her to think carefully. For once she chose to venture into the Great Xia, there would be no turning back. Xiao Pengtian was acutely aware that aiding Xiao Wenyao in her escape to the Great Xia would entail significant risks on his part. Should this matter come to the attention of Xiao Hongba, he would likely face punishment, perhaps even death. After all, Xiao Hongba must provide an explanation to the Northern Fresh King. However, Xiao Pengtian is unwilling to see his sister's daughter wed to a decrepit old man. He is acutely aware of the character of the Northern Fresh King. Should Xiao Wenyao be married to him, her life would likely be one of torment. Upon hearing Xiao Pengtian's words, Xiao Wenyao bit her silver teeth and resolutely declared, Uncle, it won't take a month. I have made my decision. I intend to go to the Great Xia. If I must marry the Northern Fresh King, I would rather choose death. A newfound determination illuminated Xiao Wenyao's eyes. Although she was uncertain of the challenges that awaited her in the Great Xia, she believed that facing any hardship would be preferable to marrying that filthy old man who has never bathed and preys upon others. Hearing her words, Xiao Pengtian sighed once more, Very well, I will find a way to arrange it. I will ensure someone takes you to the Great Xia. Xiao Wenyao did not inquire about how her uncle would facilitate her journey. She trusted that he possessed the ability to do so, as he is a general of the Barbarian tribes and capable of handling such matters. Half an hour later, Wu Yuan's merchant caravan was unloading its goods when Xiao Pengtian appeared behind him. Wu Yuan, come here for a moment. I need to speak with you. Upon hearing his name called, Wu Yuan paused his work and turned around, only to find that it was Xiao Pengtian seeking him. Confusion washed over him. Why would Xiao Pengtian seek him out? They seemed to have little in common. Wu Yuan promptly inquired, General Xiao, what brings you to seek my presence? Xiao Pengtian cast a glance at the individuals engaged in unloading cargo, then replied, This is not a suitable place for a conversation. Let us move to another location. With that, he turned and ascended a grassy knoll. Driven by curiosity, Wu Yuan hastily followed him. Before long, the two reached the summit of the hill, and upon confirming that the surroundings were devoid of onlookers, Wu Yuan pressed further, General Xiao, do you require any goods that I might procure for you? At this moment, Xiao Pengtian turned to Wu Yuan, his demeanor icy as he stated, Wu Yuan, I have uncovered your dealings. The unexpected revelation struck Wu Yuan, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Yet his countenance remained impassive. A sense of trepidation washed over him. Could it be that Xiao Pengtian had discovered his clandestine communications with the Northern King's residence? If that were the case, why had Xiao Pengtian not opted to eliminate him outright? Why summon him here instead? Maintaining his composure, Wu Yuan responded, General Xiao. To what matters are you referring? Xiao Pengtian let out a cold chuckle before continuing. So composed, are you? It appears you truly believe your actions have gone undetected. Wu Yuan persisted, General Xiao, I fail to comprehend your insinuations. Xiao Pengtian bluntly stated, Wu Yuan, do you genuinely believe that your hidden treasures have escaped notice? At this assertion, Wu Yuan furrowed his brow. Hidden treasures? He does not hoard silver. Rather, when transmitting intelligence, he often conceals the information within boxes filled with silver, subsequently burying these boxes in a designated location for his associates to retrieve. If Xiao Pengtian has discovered the hidden silver, it is highly likely he has also uncovered the means by which information is relayed to the outside. Of course, it is possible that Xiao Pengtian merely stumbled upon the box without realizing its true purpose, as the boxes containing the intelligence possess secret compartments. The reason for placing silver within these boxes is to divert the attention of any accidental discoverer towards the silver itself, leading them to overlook the hidden compartments. To gauge how much Xiao Pengtian knows, Wu Yuan suddenly altered his demeanor, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. How did you know? Upon witnessing Wu Yuan's drastic change in color and trembling form, Xiao Pengtian let out a cold snort and replied, The night before last, while on patrol, I observed you stealthily departing the royal court with a box in your arms, only to bury it beneath this hillside. Curiosity got the better of me regarding the contents, and upon opening the box, I found it filled to the brim with gleaming silver. It appears that the funds provided by the princess for your merchant endeavors have been significantly misappropriated by you. Wu Yuan fell to his knees with a thud, hastily imploring, General Xiao, please do not inform the princess of this matter. I can present to you all the silver I previously misappropriated as a token of my gratitude. Upon witnessing Wu Yuan rendered speechless by his intimidation, Xiao Pengtian remarked nonchalantly, I have no need for your silver. I merely require your assistance in a matter. Not only will I refrain from revealing your misappropriation of silver to the princess, but I shall also return the chest of silver I have discovered." Wu Yuan hastily replied, "General Xiao, what is it that you need me to do? As long as you keep my misdeed from the princess, I would be willing to toil like a beast of burden for you." Xiao Pingtian stated, "I require you to escort an individual to the Great Xia in a month's time. If you successfully accomplish this task, I shall grant you 100,000 taels." Although Xiao Pingtian currently possessed no such sum, the prospects would change post the conquest of the northern county. Nonetheless, he never intended to actually bestow 100,000 taels upon Wu Yuan, as such matters would inevitably necessitate silencing witnesses. Intrigued, Wu Yuan inquired, "Who is this person?" Xiao Pingtian replied, "You shall discover in a month." Wu Yuan promptly affirmed, "I shall ensure the general's affairs are handled with utmost diligence." Xiao Pingtian cast a glance at Wu Yuan, who knelt before him, and remarked, "Your silver lies buried at the foot of the hill. I have not disturbed it. It is said that the people of Great Xia are avaricious, and I have witnessed it firsthand." Just as Wu Yuan was about to respond, Xiao Pingtian turned and walked toward the base of the hill, admonishing, "In the future, indulge less in greed." Wu Yuan hurriedly acquiesced, Indeed, I shall mend my ways." Once Xiao Pingtian departed, Wu Yuan hurried to the location where he had buried his silver and opened the chest to inspect its contents. Fortunately, the secret letter remained intact, and the hidden compartment had not been breached. The layers of seals on the letter were all preserved, allowing Wu Yuan to breathe a sigh of relief, pondering that he could no longer rely on such methods to convey intelligence in the future. Chapter 102. The Barbarians have arrived? The atmosphere in the northern county grew increasingly oppressive as the ominous clouds of war loomed overhead. Following the northern prince's announcement of a scorched earth policy, the populace of the Great Xia gained a newfound perspective on their ruler. They were astonished to discover that the northern prince intended to confront the barbarian horde of 300,000 cavalry with merely 30,000 soldiers in a decisive battle at Yin City. The once indolent and hedonistic northern prince suddenly stood tall, leaving many in Great Xia, particularly the court officials, in disbelief. Doubt arose regarding whether the northern prince truly possessed the resolve to sacrifice himself for the northern county. After all, how could 30,000 men possibly withstand the onslaught of 300,000 cavalry? Might it be that this seemingly frivolous and incompetent prince harbored a spirit of fortitude? Despite his indulgences and pursuit of pleasure, could he indeed be a worthy ruler? In the meantime, the assassination of the 8th prince was swiftly overshadowed by the northern prince's declaration of life and death. To the public, the identity of the assassin became trivial. What the citizens of Great Xia yearned to know was whether the northern prince could withstand the barbarians' formidable forces until the Imperial army could march northward in aid. As for the power struggles within the capital, the majority of the populace showed little concern. It could be said that Lu Chen's proclamation had singularly drawn everyone's attention to the northern county and to himself. Since the founding of the Great Xia Dynasty, this is the first prince daring to lead 30,000 soldiers into a decisive battle against the barbarian tribes. And he is a prince once deemed a useless entity by many. This infuriated the 8th prince, Lu Shuyun, as all attention shifted to the northern county, leaving little concern for his plight. His estate had been drenched in blood, yet no one seemed to care. The Ministry of Justice had conducted an extensive investigation but uncovered not a single clue regarding the assassins, as if they had vanished into thin air. Whispers began circulating that this entire affair was merely a ruse orchestrated by him to capture the attention of the Xia Emperor, a pure act of self-inflicted suffering. Upon hearing such rumors, Lu Shuyun felt as though he might explode with rage. His residence had been bloodied, and even the master sent by the royal family for his protection had been slain, yet some dared to suggest it was all an act. Who would sacrifice their own master to stage such a deception? A single master could equate to thousands of warriors. Only a deranged mind would forfeit a master to enact a mere charade. In the realm of the Qi King, a formidable army clad in crimson armor was marching swiftly towards Yin City. After enduring delays in supplies, Lin Xiaoming finally led 70,000 elite troops northward to repel the barbarian threat. He urged his soldiers to exert their utmost effort, striving to unite with the northern king before the barbarians reached Yin City. With 70,000 soldiers combined with several tens of thousands from the northern county, they would muster an impressive force of over 100,000 warriors. Although they may not be formidable opponents to the barbarian tribes in open combat, they are certainly capable of holding several key strongholds. As long as these fortifications remain intact, they can buy precious time for the various vassal kings of the Great Xia to muster their forces. This is particularly crucial for King Qi, who is closest to the northern territories. If King Qi refrains from deploying his troops, the barbarians will be able to penetrate directly into his domain. Thus, it is inevitable that he will be the first among the vassal kings to take action. With his army at their side, their chances of success would be significantly enhanced. Riding atop his steed, Lin Xiaoming gazed at the distant peaks, now gradually lowering, realizing that their journey to the northern territories was nearing its conclusion. A sense of unease crept into his heart as he pondered the current state of affairs in the north. Had the barbarian tribes already invaded? Were the soldiers of the northern king steadfast in their defense of the strongholds? Had the northern king fled in fear? The answers to these questions eluded him. Since departing from the capital, they had received no intelligence from the north, thus amplifying his anxiety. Should the northern king abandon the populace and retreat southward? And if his soldiers failed to hold the fortifications, losing those critical strongholds that protected against the barbarian advance, then their force of 70,000 would stand no chance of defending the north. Particularly concerning was Yin City, situated in the valley of the Wongqing River. Should the barbarian cavalry choose to advance southward, it is highly probable they would traverse this valley. If Yin City remains under their control, they could successfully defend it, hindering the barbarian southern advance, as any detour would require considerable time. However, if Yin City were to fall, the barbarians could march unimpeded into the territory of King Qi. Should that dire moment arrive, unless the Great Xia can rally an army of several 100,000, they would stand no chance of expelling the barbarian tribes from the north. As Lin Xiaoming pondered anxiously over the situation in Beijing, a mounted soldier approached him, bearing a bamboo tube containing intelligence reports. "General, intelligence from Beijing," the soldier announced. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiaoming's mind momentarily froze. He swiftly snatched the bamboo tube from the soldier's grasp and meticulously extracted the contents to examine them. His countenance turned ashen upon discovering that the northern king had completely dismantled the defenses north of Yinqing. Was the northern king insane? How could he abandon all those fortifications, leaving Yinqing vulnerable to the relentless advance of the barbarian forces? With such a meager contingent of soldiers, how could they possibly withstand the onslaught of 300,000 barbarian troops? This was not how one contracted a defensive line. The cavalry of the barbarians could traverse distances far more swiftly than they could, and should the barbarians arrive unimpeded by the time the Imperial army reached Yinqing, it would no longer be a matter of them defending the city, but rather the barbarians laying claim to it. At that moment, Lin Xiaoming envisioned the disastrous outcome of the northern campaign and the dire consequences he would face. Although he was the son of the prime minister, he could not evade responsibility for a military failure. Even if he bore no direct fault, the Emperor of Xia would undoubtedly seek a scapegoat. The northern king, being a prince, represented the dignity of the royal family. It was inconceivable to hold him accountable. Thus, the burden of responsibility would likely fall upon him. The general leading the troops northward, Lin Xiaoming, was seething with indignation, wishing fervently that he could confront the northern king and deliver a few blows in frustration. However, when Lin Xiaoming read in the intelligence report that the northern king was leading the soldiers of Yin City to confront the barbarian tribes in a fight to the death, his resentment towards the northern king dissipated significantly. He furrowed his brow, his gaze repeatedly scanning the contents of the report before him. It was astonishing to him that a seemingly ineffectual prince could suddenly exhibit such resolve. If the northern king truly fought to the death, perhaps there was still hope for him by the time they reached Yin City. Conversely, if the northern king's resolve wavered and the morale of the troops faltered, his fate would either be death or capture by the barbarians. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiaoming regained his focus and exclaimed, "Increase the pace of our march. We must rendezvous with the northern king before the barbarians reach Yin City." In the northern prefecture, at the northern king's residence in Yin City, Lu Chen was diligently perusing the intelligence provided by Wu Yuan regarding Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao. The report on Yel Nanyan piqued Lu Chen's interest the most. A woman could attain such a prominent position within the tribe of the Wolf King and command his attention so effectively, indicating her exceptional nature. She was no ordinary woman. At that moment, a soldier's voice suddenly resonated from the entrance of the study. "Your Highness, trouble is afoot." Upon hearing Mu Changtian's urgent tone, Lu Chen immediately responded, "Come in." The soldier promptly entered, and before Lu Chen could inquire further, the soldier spoke up, "Your Highness, a cavalry unit is swiftly approaching Yin City from the Wongqing River Valley. They are suspected to be the vanguard of the barbarians." Chapter 103. The Black Cavalry. Upon hearing the soldier's words, Lu Chen exhibited little reaction. At that moment, he silently inquired of the system, "Are my 50,000 black cavalry nearly here?" Considering the passage of time, he believed that his cavalry should have arrived, and thus he did not regard the soldier's report of an approaching cavalry as the vanguard of the barbarians. The host's 50,000 black cavalry have arrived at the Wongqing Valley. To avoid any misunderstandings with the Yin City garrison, the black cavalry has halted its advance. Please proceed to review them, host. Upon receiving the system's response, Lu Chen thought to himself, "Indeed, "It is my black cavalry." He then commanded the soldier, "Immediately relay orders to the three armies. Do not engage the cavalry in the Wongqing Valley. All actions shall await my arrival." Though the soldiers were puzzled by Lu Chen's directive, they promptly complied. When Lu Chen's orders reached the ears of generals such as Mu Changtian, they were met with considerable confusion. They had already prepared for battle, even bringing forth the howitzers from the artillery battalion, only for the Northern King to instruct them not to attack. Mu Changtian, a seasoned general of the Great Xia, was well acquainted with the armor of their troops. He recognized that the cavalry in the Wongqing Valley was not of Great Xia. Their cavalry did not don such complete black armor. These riders were not only clad in black armor themselves, but their steeds were similarly adorned. The Great Xia had never established heavy cavalry. Thus, it was highly probable that these heavily armored troops belonged to the barbarian factions. However, since the Northern King has already issued orders for them to refrain from attacking, it is apparent that he has his own strategies in mind. Consequently, Mu Changtian and his men had no choice but to remain stationed at the Wongqing Valley with their soldiers, refraining from any offensive maneuvers. To their astonishment, despite their restraint, the opposing forces also remained passive. The heavily armored cavalry, donned in black, halted on a flat expanse within the valley, seemingly awaiting something. This led Mu Changtian and his companions to speculate whether the barbarian cavalry were anticipating the arrival of reinforcements, and that Lu Chen's directive to avoid engaging was, in fact, a ploy to draw the entire barbarian cavalry into the Wongqing Valley. Before long, Lu Chen arrived on horseback before Mu Changtian and the others. Upon his arrival, the assembled commanders immediately saluted, addressing him as Your Highness. Lu Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. At this moment, Mu Changtian spoke up, "Your Highness, that cavalry must be the heavy cavalry of the barbarians. Are we not to take action? If they breach our lines, the consequences could be dire. The charge of heavy cavalry is not something the infantry of Beijun can withstand." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and replied, "General Mu, you are overthinking it. Those are not the barbarian cavalry. They are, in fact, my black cavalry." Upon hearing this revelation, the commanders present were momentarily taken aback. The Northern King's black cavalry? When did the Northern King amass such a formidable contingent of heavy cavalry? Mu Changtian couldn't help but ponder, had not the Northern King, during their first meeting in Beijun, expressed his intention for him to train a cavalry unit? Yet, it appeared the Northern King had already established his own cavalry, one far from ordinary, but rather a heavy cavalry. From a distant vantage point, one could estimate that there were at least 50,000 heavily armored cavalrymen. Given the impoverished state of the northern county, coupled with the fact that the Northern King had only recently arrived, how could he possibly have assembled such a formidable force? Training a cavalry unit is no trivial endeavor. It requires several months, not to mention the crafting of armor. To produce an adequate number of suits of armor for such a cavalry would take well over a year. Yet here they were, these heavily armored soldiers standing before the onlookers. If these cavalrymen indeed belonged to the Northern King, it could only imply one thing. He had been clandestinely assembling this elite cavalry long before his arrival in the northern county. This realization deepened the admiration the generals felt for Lu Chen's foresight, concurrently solidifying their belief that the Northern King harbored grander ambitions. A prince devoid of ambition could hardly masquerade as a fool while secretly cultivating a force of over 1,000 Imperial guards and tens of thousands of heavy cavalry. The most astonishing aspect was that none of the court officials were aware of the Northern King's clandestine activities. Had the court known of his secretive establishment of heavy cavalry, they would likely have deemed him a rebel long ago. Disregarding the astonished gazes of Mu Changtian and the others, Lu Chen strode purposefully toward the black cavalry. Witnessing this scene, Mu Changtian and his companions could not help but feel a surge of tension. Although Lu Chen had asserted that these were his own heavy cavalry, they had yet to witness this force in action, leaving them apprehensive about the potential threat it posed to Lu Chen. At that moment, two robust men at the forefront of the black cavalry galloped swiftly toward Lu Chen, dismounting just before reaching him. They knelt partially and saluted towards Lu Chen, saying, "I am Wenren Lai, and this is Xin Yuanchen. We pay our respects to your highness. May you live for 1,000 years." Witnessing the leaders of the black cavalry bowing to Lu Chen left Mu Changtian and the others in a state of stunned disbelief. They recalled Lu Chen's words from half a month ago, when he mentioned a surprise awaiting them. Could this be the surprise from the northern prince? Initially, they had considered that although they possessed the devastating artillery, the use of such weapons would inevitably cause chaos among the barbarian cavalry, allowing them to flee, something their limited forces in Beijun could not prevent. However, the situation had changed dramatically. With the addition of 50,000 heavily armored cavalry, should the barbarian forces attempt to retreat, these cavalry could swiftly emerge from the rear of Wongqing Valley, effectively cutting off their escape route and trapping them within the valley. Lu Chen glanced at the profiles of the two men. Name: Wen Renlai, identity, survivor of Du, leader of the Black Cavalry, strength, master realm, loyalty, 100. Name: Xian Yuanshan, identity, survivor of Du, leader of the Black Cavalry, strength, master realm, loyalty, 100. Then, Lu Chen dismounted. Supporting Xian Yuanshan with one hand and placing the other on Wen Renlai's shoulder, he said, "Generals, please rise. I have been awaiting your arrival in Yinqing for quite some time." At this moment, Mu Chantian and the others approached Lu Chen from behind. Upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from Xian Yuanshan and Wen Renlai, Mu Chantian was taken aback. To his astonishment, there were indeed two masters among them. Has the Northern King already amassed so many masters under his command? Based solely on his knowledge, including these two, there are already 4 masters. At this moment, Mu Chantian remains oblivious to the fact that there is actually another master residing within the Northern King's estate. If Mu Chantian were to discover that Lu Chen's maidservant is also a master, his astonishment would surely deepen. In the entire Great Xia, how many masters exist? Now, with Mu Chantian and the commander of the Imperial Guard, Liang Zong, still present in the capital, Northern County already boasts 6 masters. Some smaller nations might not even possess such a number of masters. At this juncture, Lu Chen remarked with a smile, with the 2 generals' assistants. The cavalry of the Barbarian tribes will undoubtedly face a one-way journey. Returning to the city, I shall personally host a welcoming banquet for the 2 generals. To prevent the heavy cavalry from drawing the attention of the townsfolk and risking premature information leaks, Lu Chen stationed the heavily armored cavalry in a military camp prepared outside the city. He then entered Yin City accompanied only by Wen Renlai, Xian Yuanshan, and a few key commanders. Naturally, Lu Chen also offered fine wine and sumptuous meat to those black cavalrymen, for it is only fitting to extend a warm reception to those who have traveled from afar through wind and rain. Chapter 104. The Barbarian tribes descend after hosting Xian Yuanshan, Wen Renlai, and other commanders at the royal residence. Lu Chen inquired about matters concerning the remnants of the Great Yu. Once the war concludes, Lu Chen intends to relocate all those remnants to Northern County, as the development of Northern County requires a substantial population. The current number of inhabitants is insufficient to support his ambitious plans for its construction. Although the remnants of the Great Yu number merely 500,000, their relocation to the Northern County represents a substantial augmentation to the local populace. The Northern County is vast yet sparsely populated, with numerous expanses of uncultivated land still unoccupied. It is not only feasible to accommodate 500,000 individuals. Even an additional 3 million would pose no challenge. At the welcome banquet, as they listened to Lu Chen and the discussions among several commanders of the Black Cavalry, Mu Chantian and his companions finally comprehended why Lu Chen had remained oblivious to the training of such a formidable cavalry force. It turned out that these Black Cavalry were not stationed in the Northern County at all, but rather in the more distant northern lands, which also boasted a population of 500,000. The northern lands are inhabited by barbarian tribes, and the armies of the Great Xia seldom venture into these territories, which explains why so few are aware of the existence of such a considerable number of Great Yu remnants there. Mu Chantian and his fellows could not help but admire Lu Chen, for he had not only discovered these 500,000 remnants, but had also successfully rallied 5,000 Black Cavalry. Indeed, Lu Chen appeared to be under divine protection, and the allegiance of the Great Yu remnants further solidified Mu Chantian and the others' belief that Lu Chen was the destined son of heaven. Presently, the loyalty of Mu Chantian and the other commanders and soldiers, who had not been summoned by the system, had reached nearly 100% towards Lu Chen. The strength and ambition displayed by the Northern King truly illuminated the possibility of unifying the realm, and they believed that by following the Northern King, they would one day become esteemed vassals. Following the conclusion of the reception banquet, Lu Chen promptly led the commanders to his study, where he commenced strategizing for the impending conflict with the barbarian tribes. A few days later, in the Northern County, at the city of Tianguang, a formidable cavalry encircled the city of Tianguang, and atop his steed, Xiao Hongbao brimmed with confidence. He gazed upon the dilapidated city and proclaimed, "Beigu, this king has arrived. From this day forth, Beigu shall belong to this king." If one were to look towards Tianguang city at that moment, they would behold an endless sea of cavalry in the distance. Regrettably, the city was now deserted, with no one left to witness this grand spectacle. Tianguang city, being the closest stronghold to the northern territories, was the first target for the barbarian tribe's assault. Presently, Xiao Hongbao's army of 300,000 had not yet divided. They remained assembled outside the city. Xiao Hongbao held little faith that Tianguang could withstand the onslaught of the barbarian cavalry. He turned to the soldier beside him and commanded, "Immediately convey a message to the defending forces of the Great Xia within Tianguang. Should they surrender, the northern king shall spare their lives and even allow them to join this king's ranks, sharing in future glory and wealth." Prior to the campaign, Yel Nanyan had advised Xiao Hongba to refrain from a mindset fixated on slaughter, urging him to mitigate the fears of the northern populace towards the barbarians. The nation they aspired to establish would find it arduous without the Great Xia people. The barbarians, as nomadic tribes, lacked experience in nation-building. Thus, the Great Xia citizens of Beigu were of paramount importance, and it was essential not to exacerbate the tensions between them and the barbarians. Naturally, should the defenders of Beigu choose to resist to the bitter end, a ruthless suppression would be warranted. At that juncture, the barbarian soldiers rode forth to the gates of Tianguang, calling out to the defenders within to emerge and surrender. However, despite the soldiers straining their voices to shout for a prolonged period, they received no response from the defenders within the city of Tianguang. Nor did they catch sight of any soldiers peering out. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Hongba couldn't help but ponder whether the soldiers of Tianguang intended to wait until their forces drew near, only to spring forth and launch a surprise attack. In the past, when the barbarian soldiers descended southward to seize grain and women, the defenders of the Great Xia had frequently employed such tactics, feigning an unoccupied city until the barbarian soldiers approached, at which point they would unleash a frenzy of arrows, often catching the enemy off guard. Xiao Hongba then dispatched several more soldiers to shout at the foot of Tianguang City, instructing them to approach even closer. Now within a mere 20 meters of the city gates. Yet, still, no one responded. It appeared as though Tianguang City genuinely lacked defenders. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Hongba did not believe that the people of the Great Xia had simply abandoned Tianguang City. In his view, the soldiers were merely lying in wait, prepared to ambush the advancing barbarian horde. This thought ignited a profound anger within him. These Great Xia individuals were indeed obstinate in their defiance. Since they insisted on holding the city and refused to surrender, only death awaited them. With that, Xiao Hongba seized his massive axe and proclaimed to Tianguang City, "Attack." In the next moment, a dozen soldiers brandishing horns sounded the call to arms, the echoes reverberating across the vast plains. Shortly thereafter, the soldiers assigned to the siege employed siege engines to batter down the city gates. For the conquest of Beijun, the Tianling King tribe had made ample preparations. They did not merely bring 300,000 cavalry, they had also meticulously prepared siege equipment. This endeavor was not merely for plundering grain and women, but rather to conquer territory, thus making the presence of siege machinery imperative. Observing how the barbarian soldiers effortlessly breached the gates of Tianguang City, Xiao Hongba felt an overwhelming sense of perplexity, mirrored by the astonishment of the attacking barbarian troops. Typically, a city gate would withstand dozens of impacts from a siege engine before yielding, yet the gates of Tianguang City were shattered in an instant. How could this be possible? Were the defenders of Tianguang City planning to allow the barbarian cavalry to infiltrate the city before engaging in a desperate battle? Contemplating this possibility, the barbarian soldiers cautiously surged into Tianguang City. Xiao Hongba, mounted on his steed amidst the army, awaited news from Tianguang City in silence. After a brief interval, Xiao Pingtian emerged on horseback from within the city and approached Xiao Hongba directly. "My king, Tianguang City is deserted. There are not only no troops from the Great Xia, but even the common folk have vanished." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongba paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I understand now. It must be that young fool of the northern king who, upon hearing of my arrival, hastily fled from the northern county, taking the populace with him." At this juncture, Xiao Pingtian interjected, "My king, the queen has instructed us to capture as many of the Great Xia's citizens as possible during our conquest of the northern county. If the common folk have all fled, we will lack the labor force needed to sustain our new kingdom." Upon hearing Xiao Pingtian's words, Xiao Hongba's smile instantly froze. How could he have forgotten this matter? He promptly instructed, "Xiao Pingtian, you shall immediately lead 100,000 soldiers to the city of Chu in the northern county. Mantai, you shall take 50,000 soldiers to the desolate city." Both Xiao Pingtian and another tribal general immediately responded, "Yes, my lord." Before long, the barbarian forces divided into 3 paths and continued their march southward. However, they soon discovered that as they descended further south, they encountered no substantial military presence from the Great Xia and hardly any common folk. Even when they did capture a few citizens, they were merely the old, weak, sick, and disabled who were reluctant to leave the northern county. This displeased Xiao Hongba greatly. His intent in launching an offensive against the northern county was not solely to seize the territory, but also to acquire its populace. Yet, with the common people having all fled, even if they managed to conquer the northern county, they would be at a loss regarding how to govern it. Chapter 105. Xiaopingtian's intuition. The barbarian tribes, having no permanent abode, lived a nomadic life, following the water and grass. Suddenly asking them to settle down, establish a nation, and cultivate the land was an insurmountable challenge. Therefore, the citizens of the Great Xia were of paramount importance. Yel Nanyan envisioned easing the relationship between the Great Xia populace and the barbarians, thereby facilitating the latter's integration into the agricultural culture of the Great Xia. However, upon hearing that the barbarians were coming, the common people all fled. What purpose would it serve for the barbarians to occupy the northern county without the Great Xia citizens? Would they expect those accustomed to herding to suddenly take up farming? How could they cultivate the land so proficiently, devoid of any experience? If they fail to assimilate into the agricultural culture, even if they seize the territory of Northern County, they will inevitably descend southward to plunder in the future. Such incursions would directly conflict with the core interests of the Great Xia. The vassal kings and noble families, who once allied with the barbarian tribes, would undoubtedly unite to dispatch formidable forces northward. At that juncture, it remains uncertain whether the barbarians can hold their ground in Northern County. The barbarians excel in cavalry, possessing remarkable mobility. However, when it comes to defending a city, they are utterly inexperienced. This presents a significant disadvantage for them. At this moment, Xiao Hongba, astride his steed, stood atop a grassy knoll, gazing towards the direction of Yin City. After a while, a cavalry unit rapidly approached their main force in the distance. It was Xiao Petian and his contingent returning. Xiao Hongba swiftly turned his gaze towards the army led by Xiao Petian, who now stood before him with a grave expression. "My king," he began, "the cities we visited are all deserted. The majority of the common folk from Great Xia have migrated southward. We captured a few of the commoners, and according to their accounts, the Northern King issued an order long ago for the populace to relocate southward. He intends to lead 30,000 soldiers from Northern County to engage us in a decisive battle at Yin City." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongba was momentarily taken aback. He then incredulously inquired, "The Northern King intends to confront us in a final showdown at Yin City?" Although Xiao Hongba had never met the Northern Prince, he had heard from the caravans of the Great Xia about the nature of this individual. The Northern Prince was described as an unlearned and pleasure-seeking wastrel. Since arriving in the Northern Prefecture, he had indulged in revelry within the royal palace, neglecting his responsibilities towards the region. Furthermore, the Northern Prince appeared to be no older than 17, a mere child in the eyes of many, despite this age being considered adult in that era. To Xiao Hongba, the Northern Prince was nothing more than a mere juvenile. He had always believed that upon hearing of his southward expedition, the young prince would be so terrified that he would flee in panic. To his astonishment, Xiao Pingtian informed him that the Northern Prince not only remained, but was awaiting a decisive battle in Yinqing. How dare this inept royal claim he would confront him in a fight to the death? For the barbarian cavalry, 30,000 soldiers were insignificant. Merely a herd of two-legged sheep wielding weapons. At that moment, Xiao Pingtian remarked, "My lord, the common folk we captured have all said the same thing. It is rumored that the court has ordered the Northern Prince to hold his ground in the Northern Prefecture and not to flee." The common people, of course, were unaware of any such imperial edict. These were merely their conjectures. After all, the Northern Prince had always been perceived as a useless royal, and his sudden declaration to engage the barbarians in a battle to the death seemed implausible. Thus, the populace believed that it was indeed an order from the court compelling the Northern Prince to remain in Yinqing. Upon hearing Xiao Pingtian's words, Xiao Hongba erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Indeed, how could that mere child dare to confront my iron cavalry? It appears the Emperor of the Xia has resolved to utterly abandon this worthless prince." Accepting Xiao Pingtian's assertion, Xiao Hongba concurred that the Xia court had issued a resolute command to the Northern King, forbidding any retreat. Thus, the Northern King was compelled to steadfastly defend Yin City. To seize the entirety of the Northern Prefecture within a short period, one must traverse the waning river valley, with Yin City positioned directly beneath it, making its capture imperative. Perhaps from the perspective of the Xia, Yin City held strategic significance. Stationing the Northern King there would effectively obstruct the barbarian tribes from advancing southward. This notion was not without merit. In the past, the barbarians were unlikely to assault Yin City directly, as their primary objective had been to descend southward in search of grain and women, with other cities north of Yin City adequately satisfying their needs. Moreover, historically, their forces predominantly comprised cavalry, lacking siege equipment. Capturing a city like Yin City, fortified with tens of thousands of soldiers, would have been an insurmountable task without several months' preparation. However, this time was different. Their ambition was to conquer the entire Northern Prefecture, and they had come fully equipped with siege machinery from the outset. Taking Yin City was hardly a formidable challenge. Subsequently, Xiao Hongba bellowed, "Immediately relay the orders to hasten towards Yin City at the swiftest pace. I must apprehend that young scion of the Northern King. He must not be allowed to escape." Upon hearing Xiao Hongba's command, the soldiers behind him promptly sounded the horn. At this moment, Xiao Pengtian cautioned, "My lord, it would be wise to exercise caution. Yin City is defended by merely 30,000 soldiers. How could the Northern King possibly utter such words as to fight us to the death? In my humble opinion, we should first dispatch a vanguard to investigate the situation before allowing the main army to advance southward." Xiao Pengtian sensed an underlying anomaly. Everything about this matter exuded an air of intrigue. If the Northern King were indeed intent on repelling the barbarian horde, he would not have withdrawn all defenses north of Yin City. Although the fortifications of the cities north of Yin City are less formidable, the barbarians would still require time to besiege them. Should they expend their efforts on those cities, it would afford Yin City ample time to prepare. Consequently, certain vassal kings within the realm of Daxia would have the opportunity to mobilize their forces northward to assist the Northern King in repelling the invaders. While the Daxia court might hesitate to send troops at this juncture, it is inevitable that they would permit the vassal kings to take action, albeit with some reluctance. Logically, the longer the northern county is delayed, the greater the likelihood that the Northern King can hold his ground. Even if the Northern King lacks insight, surely the generals and soldiers surrounding him understand the significance of those northern cities? Yet, he has chosen to evacuate both soldiers and civilians from those strongholds. This has aroused Xiao Pengtian's suspicions of a conspiracy. Upon hearing Xiao Pengtian's remarks, Xiao Hongba erupted into laughter and replied, "Xiao Pengtian, you are simply too cautious. Do you know why the elders did not choose you as the Tianling King? It is because of your indecisiveness and lack of decisiveness in your actions." As the words fell, Xiao Hongba mounted his steed and galloped directly towards Yin City, leaving Xiao Pengtian alone in his wake. Observing the retreating figure of Xiao Hongba, Xiao Pengtian let out a sigh. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an unsettling feeling gnawed at his heart, as if some ominous event were on the verge of unfolding. Chapter 106. The arrival of the barbarians. The barbarians were hastening towards Yin City with utmost speed, while the 70,000 troops of the Great Xia were marching at a frantic pace, as if both sides were racing against the clock. However, the vast expanse of plains stretched from the grasslands to Yin City, rendering Lin Xiaoming and his companions unable to match the swiftness of the barbarian cavalry, no matter how rapid their advance. In just a few days, the barbarian army of 300,000 had already encroached upon the waning river valley. Early in the morning, Chen arose amidst the fragrant warmth of Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing took the initiative to assist Chen in donning his garments. The once aloof and dignified lady had now transformed into a poised and elegant young matron, fully embracing her role as a devoted attendant, diligently tending to Chen's daily needs. As Chen finished dressing and stepped out of the chamber, a female guard hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "My lord, urgent news. The barbarians have reached the waning river valley." Upon hearing this, Chen expressed his astonishment. So soon? The barbarians' arrival was evidently much earlier than the intelligence they had received. However, this posed little concern, for they were adequately prepared. The thought of soon engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the barbarians ignited a fervor within Chen, causing his blood to surge with anticipation. Though he had taken lives and witnessed scenes of death, he had never beheld the true visage of a battlefield. Without even partaking in breakfast, Chen hastened to the city tower of Yin City. At this moment, Mu Changtian had already assembled 30,000 soldiers, fully prepared for combat. Mu Xingping, too, had stationed the artillery battalion concealed along both sides of the waning river valley, while the black cavalry began to stir. They awaited the arrival of the barbarian cavalry into the valley. At that juncture, a reconnaissance soldier approached Chen and reported, "Your Highness, the barbarian forces have not immediately entered the waning river valley. Instead, they have encamped on the grasslands outside it." Upon hearing this, the soldiers atop the tower grew anxious. They could not help but suspect that the barbarian cavalry had discerned something, or that their plans had been compromised. If such were the case, it would spell trouble. Not only might they fail to withstand the assault of the barbarian cavalry, but the artillery battalion concealed on either side of the valley could also be overrun by the enemy's soldiers. Should the formidable howitzers fall into the hands of the barbarians, Yin City would be rendered defenseless against a single strike. At this moment, Mu Changtian proposed, "Your Highness, may I lead troops from the city to lure the barbarians into the waning river valley?" After contemplating Mu Changtian's suggestion, Chen did not respond immediately. He pondered for a moment before inquiring of the reconnaissance soldier, "When did the barbarian army arrive outside the waning river valley?" The soldier replied, "This morning." Upon hearing this, Chen immediately commanded, Have the soldiers of the artillery battalion on both sides of the Wongqing River Valley conceal themselves. Do not reveal their positions until the barbarian army has entered the valley. Furthermore, there is no need for haste. The barbarian soldiers only arrived this morning, likely having journeyed through the night. They are presently encamped to rest. It suffices to have the scouts on the front lines remain vigilant regarding their movements. Should the barbarians send soldiers to scout, allow them entry into the Wongqing Valley without concern. The reporting scout promptly replied, "Yes, my lord. I take my leave." After the soldier departed, Mu Chantian reiterated, "My lord, the barbarians seem prepared for a protracted assault on Yin City. Otherwise, they would not have encamped outside the Wongqing Valley, but would have chosen to march directly into it." Lu Chen pondered for a moment and remarked, "It appears that Xiao Hongba is not a fool. He recognizes the difficulties of capturing Yin City. If he genuinely believed that the first wave of attacks could seize the city, why would they bother to set up camp? They could simply rest briefly and then send their forces into the Wongqing Valley. Capturing Yin City and resting there would be far more advantageous." The barbarians' encampment outside the Wongqing Valley not only demonstrates their precaution regarding the terrain but also suggests that they do not anticipate conquering Yin City today. At that moment, another scout from the front lines returned. "My lord, the barbarians have dispatched a reconnaissance cavalry. They have entered the Wongqing Valley and are headed straight for Yin City." Lu Chen inquired, "How many are there?" The soldier replied, "Only a few dozen." Lu Chen contemplated and ordered, "Pay them no mind. Continue monitoring." "Yes, my lord." Outside the Wongqing Valley, Xiao Pingtian stood by the riverbank, gazing at the topography of the Wongqing Valley, a profound sense of crisis enveloping him. Originally, Xiao Hongba had intended to lead an army of 300,000 directly into the Wongqing Valley to attack Yinqing, aiming to capture the city before noon. However, after much persuasion from Xiao Pingtian, who argued that the soldiers were exhausted from their overnight march and in dire need of rest, and invoking the name of the princess, Xiao Hongba ultimately acquiesced, resulting in their encampment outside the Wongqing Valley. Xiao Pingtian was acutely aware that Xiao Hongba harbored significant dissatisfaction towards him. Throughout this campaign against Beijing, he had uttered numerous statements that Xiao Hongba found unwelcome, even invoking the princess's name on several occasions. In truth, Xiao Hongba's discontent had been brewing for quite some time. The rift between them had begun during their tenure in the Tianlang Qing tribe, where their comparable strengths positioned Xiao Pingtian as the foremost rival to Xiao Hongba's claim to the throne. Nevertheless, through the mediation of the princess, the elders of the Tianlang tribe ultimately bestowed the kingship upon Xiao Hongba. Although Xiao Hongba had ascended to the throne of the Tianlang king, the persistent presence of someone who threatened his authority left him feeling uneasy. Xiao Pingtian was no fool. He could discern Xiao Hongba's aversion towards him. Yet, for the sake of ensuring that the Tianlang tribe's campaign against Beijing proceeded without complications, he felt compelled to voice a few essential words. Given the geographical layout of the Wongqing Valley, should their 300,000 troops charge unimpeded and fail to seize Yinqing, they would find themselves encircled by the Daxia army, trapped within the confines of the valley. At that moment, a servant from Wu Yuan's merchant convoy approached General Xiao Pingtian and inquired, "General, do you require something from me?" This time, as they journeyed southward with Wu Yuan's caravan, they needed someone to transport the treasures they had seized, making use of Wu Yuan's merchants quite convenient. Xiao Pingtian asked, "Has your convoy gathered any intelligence regarding the movements of the Great Xia court? For instance, have they dispatched a large army to support the Northern Duke?" The servant from Wu Yuan's convoy promptly replied, "Yes, General, the court has sent 70,000 troops to assist the Northern Duke." Upon hearing this, Xiao Pingtian could not help but ponder if he had overestimated the situation. Only 70,000 troops? It was highly likely that these forces were intended to help the Northern Duke defend Yin City and would not take the initiative to engage in combat, let alone attempt to encircle them from behind. If the barbarian cavalry charged, those 70,000 soldiers would be scattered in an instant, and rather than encircling, they would merely become casualties. Just then, a barbarian soldier on horseback arrived before Xiao Pingtian, stating, "General, the king summons you." Chapter 107. What artillery? We have catapults. Upon receiving the summons from Xiao Hongba, Xiao Pingtian swiftly made his way to Xiao Hongba's tent. At that moment, Xiao Hongba was already strategizing with the barbarian generals on how to assault Yin City. As Xiao Pingtian entered the tent, he addressed, "My king, you called for me?" Upon seeing Xiao Pingtian, a smile instantly spread across Xiao Hongba's face, and he remarked with a grin, "Pingtian, I have given serious thought to your previous words and find your reasoning quite compelling. If we were to charge directly into the Wongqing River Valley, and the soldiers of the Great Xia appeared from behind, we would find ourselves ensnared within the valley. Therefore, I have resolved to assign you a most significant task. As dusk approaches, I shall lead an army of 25,000 to assault Yen City, while you will command 50,000 soldiers to secure our rear against any potential ambush by the great Xia forces. At this juncture, Xiao Hongba chuckled and patted Xiao Pingtian on the shoulder. Pingtian, this mission is of utmost importance. The safety of our rear rests upon your shoulders. Upon hearing these words, a forced smile crossed Xiao Pingtian's face, and he replied, "Thank you for your trust, my king. I shall ensure the rear is well guarded." Xiao Pingtian was no fool. He was acutely aware of the underlying motives behind Xiao Hongba's arrangement. Having secured a position second only to Xiao Hongba within the Tianlang King's tribe, should he achieve remarkable merit in the assault on Yen City, it could elevate him to a position of undue prominence. Xiao Hongba's intentions were clear. He sought to use this as a pretext to keep Xiao Pingtian from participating in the siege, thereby denying him the opportunity for glory. Nevertheless, Xiao Pingtian chose not to voice his concerns. If guarding the rear was his duty, so be it. He too harbored apprehensions regarding a possible surprise attack from the great Xia. Just then, a soldier entered the tent. "My king, the scouts we dispatched have returned." Xiao Hongba immediately responded, "Let him in." As soon as Xiao Hongba finished speaking, another soldier entered the tent. "My lord, we have ascertained the situation ahead. The gates of Yen City are firmly shut, and the soldiers within have set up trebuchets on the city walls." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongba chuckled and remarked, "It seems the Northern King is indeed waiting for me in Yen City. Excellent. I have long heard of his fondness for beautiful women. He has no doubt amassed countless enchanting courtesans in his residence. Once we conquer Yen City, I shall indulge myself and savor the pleasures that the Northern King enjoys." With Yi Luin absent, Xiao Hongba felt free to reveal his true nature, confident that no one would dare to relay his words or actions to her. Meanwhile, atop the city tower in Yen City, Mucha Tian gazed anxiously at the artillery on the walls. "My lord, if we display the artillery so openly, won't the barbarian scouts notice something amiss?" Lu Chen responded with a faint smile. "Artillery? What artillery? We merely have trebuchets here. The barbarian cavalry have never seen artillery. How could they possibly recognize it? If they were aware of such a devastating weapon, they would not dare approach Yen City. Thus, I am not at all concerned that the scouts will discover our artillery. Until the artillery is deployed, the barbarians are likely to mistake it for trebuchets. In fact, from a distance, its appearance does bear some resemblance to a trebuchet. Of course, it is merely a superficial similarity. Everything is now in readiness, awaiting the barbarian cavalry to fall into our trap." In the following day, Lu Chen remained atop the city wall, perpetually vigilant of the movements of the barbarian army. As time elapsed, the day drew to a close, and the sun began its descent toward the horizon, casting expansive swathes of fiery crimson across the sky, bathing the skin of the people in a warm bronze hue. At that moment, a scout soldier galloped swiftly towards the city gate, calling out loudly, "The barbarian army has entered the Wongqing Valley. The barbarian army has entered the Wongqing Valley. The barbarian army has entered the Wongqing Valley." Upon hearing the scout's words, the soldiers on the wall did not await Commander Mu's orders, springing into swift action and promptly gearing up for battle. Soon, the scout reached Lu Chen, stating, "Your Highness, the barbarian forces have indeed entered the Wongqing Valley. They are divided into two factions, with approximately 250,000 troops at the forefront, while the remaining 50,000 appear to be stationed in the rear for vigilance." Lu Chen furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that the barbarians would split into two contingents upon entering the valley. If the barbarians left 50,000 to guard the rear, it would prove challenging for their cavalry to encircle the main force. At that moment, Lu Chen inquired, "Have the few thousand troops at the rear followed into the Wongqing Valley?" The soldier promptly replied, "They have entered, but they maintain a certain distance from the front line of the barbarian army." Hearing this, Lu Chen sighed in relief. As long as they had all entered the Wongqing Valley, it sufficed. He feared that a portion of the barbarian army, numbering 300,000, might remain stationed outside the Wongqing Valley. Should this occur, the Black Cavalry would not only contend with the retreating barbarian forces but also engage in combat with those barbarian cavalry left outside the valley. By the time the Black Cavalry dispatched the cavalry outside Wongqing Valley, it was likely that the main body of the barbarian army would have already withdrawn, leaving them with no choice but to allow the barbarian forces to escape. At this moment, Lu Chen commanded, "Prepare for battle. Relay the orders to the artillery battalion to commence firing only when the barbarian cavalry approaches Yen City." With Lu Chen's command, the defense of Yen City and the encirclement of the barbarian forces officially commenced. Under the leadership of Xiao Hongba, the formidable force of 250,000 was rapidly advancing towards the city, while the inhabitants atop the city walls had yet to behold the barbarian cavalry. The thunderous sound of hooves was already resonating in the air, creating an illusion that the very earth was quaking beneath them. This was a formidable contingent of 300,000 barbarian cavalry. The soldiers on the walls were filled with trepidation, despite their possession of howitzers. The prospect of facing such a vast army was immensely daunting. Coupled with the black cavalry, the northern county could muster only 90,000 soldiers. A disparity of 90,000 against 300,000 was bound to induce considerable pressure. Hearing the rumbling hooves, Chen felt his heart racing wildly, as if adrenaline surged through his veins, invigorating every cell in his body. As the sound of hooves grew louder and ever closer, the banners of the barbarian army began to emerge within the people's line of sight. Standing atop the city tower, Chen swiftly surveyed the commanders leading the barbarian forces ahead. Name: Xiaohongba. Identity: King of the Barbarian Wolf Tribe. Strength: Master Realm. Loyalty: -100. Hostile. Name: Mantai. Identity: General of the Barbarian Wolf Tribe. Strength: Master Realm. Loyalty: 100. Hostile. Name: Xianjia. Identity: General of the Northern Xian King Tribe. Strength: Master Realm. Loyalty: 100. Hostile. After reviewing the information of these three individuals, Chen cast a glance over the data of the other generals. Ultimately, counting them up, among the more than 200,000 troops of the barbarian vanguard, there were only 3 masters, 5 half-step masters, and a dozen at the 9th rank. Chen remained uncertain if there were any masters within the tens of thousands of troops that followed. Without artillery, the strength of the barbarian forces would undoubtedly render the northern county indefensible. With such a formidable lineup, the barbarians could not only conquer the northern county, but could also wage annihilation wars against smaller nations with ease. Chapter 108. The war begins upon seeing the flag of the northern royal mansion hanging on the city wall. Xiaohongba became immensely exhilarated. He shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Yinqing is within our grasp. Warriors of the barbarian tribe, follow your king into battle. Whoever captures the northern king shall be rewarded with 10 beautiful maidens and 1,000 head of cattle and sheep." Hearing Xiaohongba's words, the barbarian soldiers instantly erupted with excitement, and the pace of their advance quickened significantly. Simultaneously, Xiao Pingtian felt a wave of intense unease as he noticed the sudden acceleration in the marching speed of the barbarian soldiers ahead. It is eerily silent. The Wongqing Valley is engulfed in a suffocating stillness, heavy and oppressive. Even if the northern king truly remains stationed in Yinqing, awaiting the onslaught of the barbarian forces, it is inconceivable that the Wongqing Valley presents no obstacles whatsoever to impede the advancing horde. Xiaoping Tian, having previously engaged with the armies of the Great Xia, is well aware of their customary strategies. When defending a city, the Great Xia troops invariably construct barriers to hinder the advance of cavalry. In past incursions, they targeted smaller strongholds, where the soldiers erected obstacles to thwart the barbarian horsemen. How then could the defenders of Yinqing not do the same? This is hardly normal. Xiaoping Tian harbors grave suspicions that the defenders of Yinqing might be deliberately allowing them to approach the city, perhaps even inviting them into the Wongqing Valley. He hopes fervently that he is merely overthinking. Should it be the case that the defenders are intentionally permitting their entry into the valley, it would spell considerable trouble. At this very moment, the barbarian army is on the verge of besieging the city. The soldiers of Yinqing stand ready, while the artillery units on either side of the Wongqing Valley have adjusted their howitzers, poised for action, awaiting Chen's command. As the ominous mass of barbarian cavalry draws ever closer, the thunderous sound of hooves reverberates, quickening the heartbeats of those present. Chen approaches one of the howitzers, carefully calibrating its angle, aiming directly at the position of Xiaohongba. He harbors no intention of adhering to any notions of martial ethics, nor does he plan to capture Xiaohongba alive. It is far more preferable to obliterate him with cannon fire. Xiaohongba naturally noticed the howitzers stationed on the city walls. However, they paid them little heed, dismissing them as mere catapults. For these master-level warriors, catapults posed no threat whatsoever. They charged forward without hesitation. As the barbarian army drew ever closer, Chen sensed the time had come. He swiftly pulled the cannon's trigger. In the next moment, a 122mm shell soared into the sky, then arced downwards in a parabolic trajectory, targeting several prominent figures among the barbarians ahead of Xiaohongba. As a master-level warrior, Xiaohongba was indeed aware of the incoming projectile, but to him, it appeared nothing more than a stone. Just as he prepared to shatter this stone with his axe, the barbarian General Xianjia beside him propelled himself from his mount, leaping effortlessly several meters into the air. Witnessing this, Chen was astounded. Was this the true power of a master, achieving such heights solely through physical prowess? Yet at that moment, Xian Jia swung his massive axe towards the incoming shell. However, the very next instant, the howitzer erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. With a deafening roar, the master-level barbarian, General Xian Jia, was torn asunder by the blast. The detonation claimed countless lives among the soldiers in front of Xiao Hongba, who, along with another barbarian master, was hurled several meters away by the force of the explosion. The previously exuberant barbarian army was abruptly jolted into reality. They finally recognized that something was amiss. The once rapidly advancing barbarian forces came to a sudden halt, descending into chaos. Heavens! What was that just now? The Great Master. Could it be that Yin City has a Great Master? The king has been injured. We must avenge the king. Charge! The already chaotic barbarian army, after a brief pause, launched an assault, a turn of events that caught Lu Chen off guard. Yet, it is not entirely surprising, for they were yet to grasp the terrifying power of the howitzer. Lu Chen admired their courage, albeit acknowledging that recklessness can sometimes be detrimental. He then bellowed, "Fire!" In the next moment, the archers and artillery stationed on the city walls commenced their attack. A deluge of arrows rained down from above, while the howitzers erupted amid the barbarian ranks, causing devastation. The shells detonated, leaving both men and horses shattered. The narrow confines of the Wongqing Valley exacerbated the destruction. In an instant, countless barbarian soldiers met their demise. Simultaneously, the artillery battalions hidden on either side of the Wongqing Valley refrained from immediate engagement. They were waiting, biding their time until the 5,000 soldiers led by Xiao Pantian entered their firing range. At that moment, Xiao Pantian observed the barbarian army ahead disintegrate into chaos, and he swiftly deduced that something was amiss. Without hesitation, he turned and instructed his soldiers, "Be vigilant behind. Prepare to charge." Xiao Pingtian's reflexes were remarkably swift. He did not even wait for the black cavalry to emerge before realizing they were on the verge of being encircled. Noticing that Xiao Pingtian and his men were now alert, an artilleryman turned to Mu Jingwu beside him and remarked, "Lieutenant Mu, if we do not engage now, the ammunition within Yin City will soon be exhausted." In Yin City, the artillery was sparse, with most of the shells allocated to the gunners stationed along the banks of the Wongqing River Valley. Mu Jingwu cast a glance at the 50,000 soldiers under Xiao Pengtian's command and bellowed, "Prepare the battalion. Fire!" At his command, dozens of shells rained down upon the barbarian horde, causing limbs and remnants of the barbarian cavalry to be scattered through the air. The earth itself was hurled upwards, soaring several meters high, with some of the barbarian riders tragically buried alive beneath the explosion's debris. The devastation was not far from Xiao Pingtian and his troops. Witnessing the calamity befalling their comrades, the 50,000 barbarian soldiers stationed behind Xiao Peng'an were overtaken by dread, their resolve wavering. "Oh, wolf god! What manner of weapon is that? When did the great Xia acquire such terrifying armaments? General, we have been deceived. General, we must retreat at once." Observing the chaos among the barbarian ranks, Xiao Pengtian recognized their predicament. The foremost priority now was to safeguard the route for their retreat, ensuring that their cavalry could escape the Wongqing River Valley. Otherwise, under the relentless bombardment of such mysterious weapons from the Great Xia, their 300,000 barbarian cavalry would surely meet their doom in the valley. As Xiao Pengtian prepared his 50,000 troops to withdraw, the gunners flanking the Wongqing River Valley grew anxious. They could not allow such a sizable force of barbarian soldiers to escape. Promptly, some gunners adjusted the trajectory of their artillery, aiming directly at Xiao Pengtian's troops and unleashing a barrage. When a shell detonated amidst the throng, chaos erupted, and Xiao Pengtian's forces descended into disarray. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Xiao Pengtian shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" Following this command, the herald produced a horn, sounding the call for withdrawal. The resonant notes echoed, "Woo, woo, woo." Chapter 109. Charge alongside the general. As the retreat signal reverberated through the Wongqing Valley, the barbarian soldiers in the forefront finally regained their senses. Before the gravely injured Xiao Hongba could issue a command, hundreds of thousands of barbarian troops sounded their own retreat. In truth, the barrage of artillery fire unleashed by Lu Chen had not been sufficient to annihilate the entirety of the barbarian forces. However, the barbarian cavalry, witnessing such a terrifying weapon for the first time, found their fear magnified. Human beings have an innate dread of the unknown, and the barbarian soldiers were oblivious to the number of explosive stones that might be found in Yin City. The urgent retreat signal resonated through the Wongqing Valley. As the barbarian soldiers frantically fled to the rear, their initial formations disintegrated into chaos as they prioritized their own escape. Soon, the valley was plagued by a severe stampede. Numerous barbarian cavalrymen were knocked to the ground, only to be trampled to death by their own comrades. Observing the disarray among the barbarian ranks, Chen finally grasped the meaning of a catastrophic defeat. If one were to tally the number of barbarian cavalrymen felled by the artillery, it would scarcely reach 10,000. Yet he estimated that the number of those crushed by their fellow soldiers was nearing that figure. At this moment, Mu Changtian, mounted upon his steed, was growing increasingly impatient. The soldiers within the city had readied themselves for a charge. Chen immediately commanded, "Relay to the artillery battalion. Fire all the shells without sparing a single one." As the signal was conveyed, the artillerymen in the Wongqing Valley unleashed a relentless barrage upon the fleeing barbarian soldiers. Witnessing the once mighty cavalry of the barbarians being obliterated, even the seasoned soldiers in the artillery battalion could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. Many of them were seasoned archers, veterans who had participated in the defense against the barbarians in the North County. Yet, they had never encountered such a scene before. The once invincible barbarian cavalry faced nothing but ruthless annihilation under the might of the artillery. The mere thought of such a terrifying weapon potentially being turned upon themselves sent chills down the spines of the artillerymen. They could not help but feel a sense of relief, grateful that they were born in the North County, serving as soldiers of the Wongqing. Meanwhile, the severely wounded Xiao Hongba, with the support of his subordinates, managed to rise to his feet, his mind still clouded, struggling to comprehend the situation. All he knew was that an overwhelming force had suddenly hurled him into the air. Upon realizing that Xiao Hongba had survived, Chen swiftly retrieved a Barrett from his spatial system, loaded it with ammunition, and aimed at the distant figure of Xiao Hongba. Just then, Mu Changtian ascended from below the city walls, intending to urge Chen to issue an immediate order for him to pursue the barbarian cavalry. However, as he approached Chen, he noticed the black long rod in Chen's hand, directed towards the distant Xiao Hongba. Before Mu Changtian could utter a word, a gunshot rang out. In an instant, the still-dazed Xiao Hongba was pierced through the chest. Upon feeling the immense wound in his chest, Xiao Hongba lowered his head slightly to inspect it, his pupils constricting as disbelief washed over his face. Gradually, he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Witnessing this scene, Mu Changtian momentarily fell into a daze. He recalled what Li Feng had recently told him about the Northern King possessing a mysterious weapon capable of instantly slaying a grandmaster. The black staff before him was likely the very weapon Li Feng had mentioned. Indeed, the Northern King's armaments were terrifying. To kill a grandmaster from a distance of 1,000 meters was a feat even a great grandmaster would find challenging. However, no matter how formidable the Northern King's weapon, it could not compare to the horror of artillery. Just moments ago, they had witnessed a shell obliterate a member of the barbarian elite into countless pieces. When it came to sheer power, the artillery was undeniably superior. After shooting Xiao Hongba, Chen regained his composure and addressed Mu Changtian beside him. "General Mu, the task of encircling the barbarian cavalry is entrusted to you." Upon hearing this, Mu Changtian immediately responded with a resounding, "Yes, Your Highness." With that, he propelled himself off the city wall, landing deftly on his steed below. With a swift motion, he cast aside his robe and bellowed, "Open the city gates." As Mu Changtian's powerful voice resonated, the gates of Yen City slowly creaked open. In the next moment, he charged forth, leading the way out of the city. "Soldiers, follow me to slaughter. Kill, kill, kill." The morale of the Yen City soldiers surged instantly, and soon the defending forces abandoned the walls, pursuing the barbarian cavalry with fervor. Meanwhile, after the loss of countless soldiers from Xiao Pingtian's 50,000 troops due to the bombardment, they finally managed to escape the artillery's range unscathed. As they noticed that no more explosive stones were falling from the sky, the soldiers heaved a sigh of relief. However, it was not long before they sensed something amiss. Suddenly, the waning river valley fell into an eerie silence, quieter than before. The stillness was so profound that they could almost hear the rhythmic beating of their own hearts. As if even the sound of the retreating horn had vanished, Xiao Pingtian furrowed his brow, sensing the disturbance. At that moment, a soldier beside him exclaimed, "General, look." Xiao Pingtian turned his gaze towards the distance. The immense setting sun loomed before them, seemingly engulfing the entire waning river valley. Against the backdrop of the sun, massive dark figures began to draw nearer to Xiao Pingtian and his men. The ground trembled beneath them. As the cavalry approached, they finally discerned their appearance. The soldiers donned black armor, and even their steeds were clad in thick protective gear. Bathed in the light of the setting sun, they resembled a legion emerging from the depths of hell. Xiao Pingtian's expression shifted dramatically. He realized they were heavily armored cavalry, at least tens of thousands strong. How could this be possible? The barbarians did not possess such a formidable force of heavily armored cavalry. The mere crafting of a single suit of heavy cavalry armor would require an inordinate amount of time. Yet, The great Xia somehow commanded such a vast contingent of heavily armored cavalry in the vast expanse of the grasslands. The heavily armored cavalry of the Daxia would likely find themselves at a disadvantage against the nimble light cavalry of the barbarian tribes, who possess superior mobility and speed. The cumbersome nature of the heavy cavalry renders them incapable of pursuing their agile foes. However, the situation has drastically changed. We now find ourselves in the waning river valley. As tens of thousands of heavily armored cavalry take their positions, they form an impenetrable wall akin to a fortress of bronze and iron. Where could they possibly flee? If they attempt to escape towards Yen City, they would be obliterated. Should they charge headlong, they would meet their demise at the hands of these formidable heavy cavalry. Xiao Pengtian gripped his axe tightly, his muscles swelling with vigor, causing his armor to stretch against his frame. Ultimately, he made his decision. Raising his axe towards the sun, he summoned all his strength and bellowed, "Warriors of the barbarian tribes, charge with me." With these words, Xiao Pengtian spurred his horse forward, charging directly at the black cavalry, while the barbarian soldiers surged forth behind him like a relentless tide, racing towards the solid wall of steel beneath the setting sun. Chapter 110, The Combat Prowess of the Black Cavalry Under the Glow of the Setting Sun. Two formations of cavalry raced towards each other with all their might on the plains of the waning river valley. As the barbarian cavalry drew near the black cavalry led by Wenren Lai, the black cavalry swiftly reformed into an offensive stance. In the next moment, Xiao Pengtian's cavalry crashed into the ranks of the heavy cavalry. The air was soon filled with the cacophony of clashing weapons and the thunderous sounds of battle. Meanwhile, not far off, Wongqing commanded 20,000 heavy cavalry, standing still, making no move. The black cavalry was divided into two segments. The first 30,000, led by Wenren Lai, were tasked with the charge, while the remaining 20,000, under the command of Chen, were responsible for sealing off the waning valley, ensuring that no barbarian cavalry could escape. The combat prowess of the black cavalry was formidable, as barbarian riders who dared to penetrate their ranks were swiftly dispatched. The weapons wielded by the black cavalry were extraordinarily sharp, and those unfortunate enough to be struck by their blades often met with death, both horse and rider. After a fierce quarter of an hour, the black cavalry finally disengaged from the barbarian forces led by Xiao Pengtian. Upon breaking free, Xiao Pengtian noticed a contingent of black cavalry in the distance, observing them with an icy indifference. These warriors appeared as emotionless phantoms, akin to an army of ghosts summoned from the underworld. Xiao Pengtian cast a glance at the scattered barbarian soldiers behind him, each bearing wounds, with many having lost limbs in the fray. After the onslaught, fewer than 10,000 soldiers remained. Was this the might of the Great Xia's heavy cavalry? He had never envisioned that one day, the heavy cavalry of Great Xia could decimate the barbarian riders. They had encountered a true adversary. Examining the gashes in his armor, Xiao Pengtian unceremoniously discarded it, casting it aside as it had become utterly futile against such formidable opponents. At that moment, he chose not to charge at Chen's immobile black cavalry. Rather, he turned away. They were now encircled, and even a desperate sprint toward the setting sun would not grant them an escape. Xiao Pengtian had already foreseen his fate. Today, he was destined to meet his demise. Rather than recklessly charging at the stationary cavalry in a futile attempt to escape, only to perish in a disgraceful manner, he preferred to embrace death upon the battlefield. With trembling hands, he raised his axe and bellowed once more, "Reforge the glory of the wolf god, and charge forth with me." With the remnants of fewer than 10,000 barbarian cavalry at his side, Xiao Pengtian surged once again towards the black cavalry, led by Wenren Lai. Moments later, the two cavalry forces clashed once more upon the banks of the Wongqing River, the cacophony of battle reverberating through the Wongqing Valley. As the sun gradually descended, only half of its light illuminated the valley. The sounds of clashing grew increasingly sparse, and the din of combat diminished until, ultimately, only one man and one horse, battered and bruised, broke through the ranks of the black cavalry. Facing the sun, Xiao Pengtian gazed at the distant, indifferent black cavalry, blood trickling down from his crown, obscuring his vision in a crimson haze. The entire world transformed into a shade of red, the color of blood. Countless images flashed through his mind. He recalled his childhood spent without parents, growing up alongside his sister. In the twilight, he witnessed the pristine white snow, the sight of cattle and sheep frozen to death, and the yurts swept away by fierce winds. He also beheld the barbarian horde descending southward, pillaging the Daxia people, who knelt in supplication yet were still mercilessly slain. Xiao Pengtian, with his disheveled hair cascading around him, burst into laughter. Then, he spoke to himself, "Yao Yao. It seems that uncle has no means to escort you to the Great Xia." As his words faded, Xiao Pingtian raised his axe once more, summoning the last of his strength, and hoarsely shouted, "Reforge the glory of the wolf god. Kill!" A lone man and his steed, silhouetted against the setting sun, appeared increasingly elongated and faint. Wenren raised his hand, signaling the soldiers to hold their positions. He then hefted a massive hammer and charged towards Xiao Pingtian. Soon, the two warriors confronted each other amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses. Wenren struck first, swinging his hammer with ferocity. Just as Xiao Pingtian prepared to defend himself, he realized he possessed no strength left. The hammer collided with him, sending him flying, and he coughed up blood, losing consciousness entirely. Observing the 50,000 cavalry behind him finish their tasks without any further action or words, Xian Yuanchen coldly commanded, "Continue forward." To him, it appeared as if the earlier battle had never transpired at all. Wenren glanced at the fallen Xiao Pingtian and then instructed a nearby soldier, "Take him away and deliver him to the prince." "Yes, General," the soldier replied, promptly approaching Xiao Pingtian, binding him securely, and placing him behind his horse. Before long, the fleeing barbarian cavalry encountered Wenren and his dark cavalry. The sky had already begun to dim, and at first, the barbarian riders mistook the black cavalry ahead for Xiao Pingtian and his men, stationed in the rear. As the retreating barbarian cavalry drew near, they were suddenly confronted by an imposing force of heavy cavalry, numbering in the tens of thousands. Without a moment's hesitation, Wenren and Xian Yuanchen led their 5,000 heavy cavalry towards Yen City, leaving behind a trail of fallen barbarian warriors in their wake. The barbarian cavalry, having been thoroughly demoralized by the earlier bombardment from artillery, had lost all will to fight, especially after the demise of their king, leaving them leaderless and nearly devoid of combat capability. The advance of the black cavalry was remarkably swift. It wasn't long before they entered the firing range of the artillery battalion. Fortunately, by this time, the artillery had nearly exhausted its ammunition, alleviating any concerns of collateral damage. Mu Jingwu stood atop a prominent boulder, gazing down at the relentless advance of the black cavalry, his heart gripped by astonishment. Is this the fighting prowess of heavy cavalry? Everywhere they passed, there were corpses. The slaughter of the barbarians by the black cavalry was akin to the butchery of chickens. Should the court become aware of these 50,000 black cavalrymen, Mu Jingwu was certain that they would dispatch troops northward under the cover of night. Gathering over 100,000 soldiers in the fief of Prince Qi, he understood well what the presence of heavy cavalry signified in this era. Mu Jingwu couldn't help but ponder when the prince would rise to contest for that coveted position. As the evening glow gradually faded, a colossal moon ascended into the sky, casting a cold, silvery light upon the ground, allowing, even in darkness, the path ahead to be discernible. Regrettably, the barbarian horde could not discern the way back. The sounds of battle echoed incessantly through the Wongqing River Valley, and even within Yen City, the faint sounds of conflict could be discerned. Those who remained in Yen City found themselves confined within their chambers, listening to the cacophony of battle outside, unable to find solace throughout the night. Chapter 111. Your achievements shall be eternal. Chen realized, at last, that he had underestimated the brutality of war. Ever since Mu Changtian led his forces out of the city, he had awaited his return atop the city walls. Yet, as hour after hour slipped away, he could only hear the sounds of conflict echoing from the Wongqing River Valley, with no sign of Mu Changtian and his men. Truth be told, anxiety began to grip Lu Chen. Although the 30,000 troops of the barbarian faction had seemingly dispersed and lost their fighting spirit, they remained a formidable adversary. With the encirclement in the Wongqing River Valley, there was a genuine concern that the desperate barbarians might resort to reckless measures. His worries were not for the black cavalry, but rather for the thousands of soldiers under Mu Changtian's command, predominantly infantry with scant cavalry support. He feared that if the battle turned dire, these soldiers could be annihilated. With a heavy heart, Lu Chen stood silently on the city walls, gazing towards the Wongqing River Valley. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, dawn began to break, marking the passage of an entire night. Suddenly, a bloodied soldier on horseback returned to the base of the walls, his weary form still brimming with excitement as he shouted, "My lord, we have triumphed. We have slain 200,000 barbarians and captured 100,000. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen wasted no time in calling to the soldiers within the city, "Open the city gates." Soon after, the soldier entered the city and approached Lu Chen, saying, "Your Highness, the battle has concluded. General Mo requests your presence to assess the outcome." Lu Chen replied, "You have worked hard. Go and take some rest." The soldier responded, For the prince, for Beijun, it was no trouble at all. It was evident that the soldier was still in a state of exhilaration. This was the most splendid battle in the history of the Great Xia, and as participants in this conflict, how could they not feel elated? At this moment, Lu Chen descended from the city wall and mounted his horse, making his way to the Wongqing Valley. Along the journey, he encountered countless corpses of the barbarian soldiers, interspersed with the bodies of Beijun soldiers. The sight of the lifeless bodies, even for one who had taken lives like Lu Chen, was deeply unsettling. The ground was soaked with blood, staining the soil of vivid crimson, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of carnage, while flocks of crows circled ominously above. Lu Chen's expression grew profoundly grave. Is this what war truly is? Continuing towards Wongqing Valley, Lu Chen soon noticed an increasing number of Beijun soldiers' corpses scattered across the ground. As he had suspected, after Mu Changtian led his forces out of the city last night, the barbarian soldiers had launched a counterattack against Mu Changtian's troops. Otherwise, there would not be so many fallen Beijun soldiers. With a heavy heart, Lu Chen quickly arrived at the location where Mu Changtian and his men were stationed. At this moment, Mu Changtian's forces had joined with the Black Cavalry, surrounding the 100,000 barbarian soldiers completely. The barbarian warriors, trembling in fear, huddled on the ground, paralyzed with terror. The commanders of the barbarians had nearly all perished, and among these 100,000 soldiers, none possessed a rank exceeding the 6th tier. Lu Chen cast another glance at the remaining soldiers from the northern county behind Mu Changtian, noting that fewer than 10,000 still stood. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated the gravity of this conflict. Initially, he believed that the artillery would mitigate the casualties in the northern county. Yet, even with the presence of such weaponry, nearly 20,000 soldiers had fallen in battle. A sudden thought struck Lu Chen. Had he refrained from ordering Mu Changtian to pursue the barbarian soldiers, would those 20,000 lives have been spared? If he had not instructed the Black Cavalry to block the retreat of the barbarian army, they would have undoubtedly fled from the Wongqing River Valley, allowing them to defend the northern county without incurring any losses. It was precisely his ambition to subdue this 300,000-strong barbarian army that led to the tragic losses of the northern county soldiers. Lu Chen understood that by leaving this formidable force intact, he had laid a substantial foundation for the future stability of the northern county, for a considerable time to come. The barbarians would likely refrain from advancing southward. Whether the sacrifices of the northern county soldiers were justified would ultimately depend on the region's development in the days to come. At this juncture, Lu Chen glanced again at the Black Cavalry led by Xianyuan Chun and his companions, relieved to see that their numbers appeared relatively unchanged. Had this conflict decimated the Black Cavalry, Lu Chen felt certain he would be consumed by regret. At this moment, Mu Changtian, Wenrinlai, and Xianyuan Chun, upon seeing Lu Chen's arrival, swiftly rode over on horseback, dismounting to pay their respects, exclaiming, "We pay homage to your highness." Lu Chen nodded and replied, "Rise." In that instant, Mu Changtian, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "Your Highness, this is the greatest victory over the barbarian tribes in the history of the Great Xia Dynasty. Your achievements shall be forever etched in history." Hearing these words, Lu Chen felt little emotional stir and did not exhibit any overt joy. As a general, Mu Changtian had previously led troops northward to battle against the barbarian armies and had long since grown accustomed to the brutalities of war. Thus, the fallen soldiers of the northern county were merely numbers in his eyes. He perceived only the triumph of this conflict, which fueled his exhilaration. The surviving soldiers of the northern county shared this sentiment, for they viewed the victory and their role as witnesses to the most fruitful military campaign in the annals of the Great Xia Dynasty's foreign engagements. Their faces bore no trace of sorrow, as if the deceased soldiers had never existed. Seeing the soldiers so jubilant, Lu Chen refrained from dampening their spirits with his own emotions and thus declared, "This victory does not belong solely to me. It is a triumph for all the soldiers of the northern county. You shall be immortalized alongside me in the annals of history." Upon hearing this, the soldiers' morale soared even higher, and the valley of Wongqing echoed with their fervent cries, "Your Highness is mighty. Your Highness shall unify the realm and instill awe across the seas." Hearing the soldiers' rallying cry, Lu Chen felt a slight headache. It was unclear when it had begun, but both the generals and ordinary soldiers of the northern county seemed to believe that his ambition was to unify the world. When had he ever declared such an intention? To proclaim the desire for unification at this moment only invited discontent, especially since his father, the emperor, was still alive and had not expressed any such aspirations. For a mere prince to declare a desire for unification seemed nothing short of treasonous. However, Lu Chen chose not to correct their words. He did not wish to dampen the morale of his troops at this critical time. At that moment, when Renlai addressed Lu Chen, saying, "Your Highness, we have captured a leader of the barbarian tribe." With that, he signaled to the soldiers behind him, "Bring him forth." In the next instant, a soldier led a horse to Lu Chen, upon which lay a disheveled, bare-chested man, seemingly lifeless. Lu Chen promptly utilized the system to identify the individual. Name, Xiao Pantian. Identity, general of the Barbarian Tianlang King tribe, uncle of Princess Xiao Wenyao, captive of the Northern King. Strength, master realm, near-death state. Loyalty, 0. Upon seeing Xiao Pengtian's information, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a formidable presence existed among the barbarian forces. It dawned on him that the tens of thousands of soldiers behind the barbarian army had indeed been led by this Xiao Pengtian. When Renlai observed that Lu Chen remained silent, prompting him to inquire, "Your Highness, how do you intend to handle him? He is still alive, albeit gravely injured and in a state of unconsciousness." Lu Chen replied, "Immediately summon someone to tend to his wounds and ensure his recovery. Once he awakens, there are matters I wish to discuss with him." "Understood, Your Highness." Subsequently, the soldiers led Xiao Pengtian away for treatment. At that moment, Mu Cha Tian glanced at the 10,000 captured barbarian prisoners crouched on the ground and quietly asked Lu Chen, "Your Highness, what are your plans for these captives? Their number is considerable, and our Yin city lacks sufficient provisions to sustain them. Perhaps we should." He hesitated, not wishing to finish his thought. Lu Chen grasped Mu Changtian's implication. He believed these 10,000 barbarian captives were a burden and should be eliminated. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Were it not for the situation in the northern county, I would indeed consider burying them all." This statement indicated that he had no intention of executing them. Mu Changtian continued, "Your Highness, do you intend to subdue them instead?" Such occurrences were not uncommon. Despite the barbarians being a foreign race, there were still numerous barbarian soldiers within the armies of the Great Xia Dynasty. In the past, when Mu Changtian had marched north to combat the barbarian forces, he had captured many barbarian soldiers. Ultimately, they had educated these captives and guided them northward to seek the barbarian royal court. Although instances of one race massacring another are not uncommon, more often than not, the dynamics involve deterrence and subjugation. In this era, population is exceedingly precious. Unless one is truly unable to sustain such numbers, indiscriminate slaughter is not a viable option. Lu Chen remarked, "Once the war concludes, I will require a substantial labor force to construct the northern county. These 100,000 barbarian captives will precisely address my concerns regarding labor shortages." Having already procured cement, Lu Chen had long harbored ambitions to revitalize the northern county, but had refrained from action previously to gather strength. However, with the war's end, he could no longer conceal his formidable military might. Since the veil of secrecy was lifted, there was no point in further concealment. The northern county, as his fief, deserved thorough development. As for the court's struggle for power, Lu Chen had no intention of involving himself, as long as the Great Xia remained stable. He preferred to reside in the northern county. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Changtian quickly grasped the implications and exclaimed, "Your Highness, this strategy is astute. If these 100,000 barbarian soldiers can be civilized, we shall gain an additional 100,000 slave soldiers. Henceforth, no one will dare covet the northern county." Mu Changtian's perspective diverged from Lu Chen's, while Lu Chen envisioned utilizing the 100,000 barbarian slaves for the development of the northern county. Mu Changtian perceived Lu Chen's retention of these soldiers as a means to leverage their formidable combat prowess to intimidate rival factions. At present, Lu Chen commands an impressive force of 50,000 heavy cavalry, and with the additional military expansion order at his disposal, the soldiers of the northern county are poised to swell to a formidable 150,000. When one includes the 100,000 barbarian slave soldiers, the total reaches a staggering 250,000 troops. Such a vast army would not only suffice to conquer smaller nations, but could even mount a direct assault on the Great Xia Dynasty without issue. However, Mu Changtian understands that triumph in a war of annihilation requires more than mere numbers. Logistics play a crucial role as well. Thus, he surmises that Lu Chen intends to bide his time, nurturing his strength until the opportune moment arises. In that instant, Mu Changtian is struck by a thought and promptly advises Lu Chen, "Your Highness, the war has concluded. Should the court become aware of the heavy cavalry you possess, there may be individuals who harbor ill intentions towards your wife and children. It is imperative to send someone immediately to escort the princess and their family back to the northern county, or alternatively, to station them in Wongqing City for their protection." Lu Chen quickly comprehends Mu Changtian's implication. In this era, heavy cavalry not only signifies military prowess but also embodies substantial comprehensive strength. As the formation of such a unit demands considerable resources, and their maintenance requires substantial financial expenditure. The entirety of the Great Xia does not boast 5,000 heavy cavalry. Yet the northern county alone possesses such a formidable number, which is sure to incite the court's apprehension. Consequently, It is highly plausible that court officials may persuade the Emperor of Xia to summon Lu Chun's wife or children to the capital as hostages, thereby preempting any potential rebellion by Lu Chen. Utilizing the children of feudal lords as hostages is a common tactic employed by the court. Previously, the Emperor of Xia refrained from such actions due to Lu Chen's perceived ineptitude, deeming it unnecessary to take his children as hostages. The situation has changed dramatically. Now, the soldiers of Beijing, led by Lu Chen, have not only slain 200,000 barbarian warriors, but have also captured 100,000 of their troops. This achievement is nearing the point of overshadowing the sovereign. Even though Lu Chen is the son of the Emperor of Xia, the Emperor would certainly exercise caution. At such a time, it is highly probable that the Emperor would seize the opportunity to abduct Lu Chen's wife and children from Wongqing City to the capital as hostages before Lu Chen could react. Lu Chen then addressed General Xianyuan Chen. General Xianyuan, you are to immediately lead 5,000 Black Riders southward, accompanied by Deputy Mu, to retrieve my consort and all others back to Yinqing. The people of Wongqing City remain unaware of his possession of heavy cavalry, which may lead them to harbor suspicions regarding Xianyuan Chen's identity. Thus, Lu Chen decided to have Mu Jingwu accompany them to ensure the safe return of Mu Zixuan and the others, lest the court cast its eyes upon his children. Upon hearing Lu Chen's orders, Xianyuan Chen and Mu Jingwu promptly responded, "Yes, my lord." They then mounted their steeds and rode off. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoming and his forces had already approached the Wanning Valley with an army of 70,000. In their relentless pursuit to reach Yinqing before the barbarian troops, they marched tirelessly through wind and rain, hardly pausing for rest. The soldiers were beginning to doze off on their feet. At that moment, a soldier, spotting the distant city gates, exclaimed loudly, "We've arrived. We have finally reached Yinqing." Lin Xiaoming, however, furrowed his brow, his expression grave. He did not allow himself to relax upon reaching Yinqing, for the critical phase lay in entering the city. No one could ascertain whether Yinqing had already fallen into the hands of the barbarians. Lin Xiaoming immediately exclaimed, "Stay vigilant. Send scouts ahead." As his words fell, dozens of cavalrymen hastened toward the southern gate of Yin City to defend against the barbarian tribes. Most of Yin City's soldiers had stationed themselves at the northern gate, leaving only a scant few at the southern entrance. Upon sighting the approaching Imperial forces, the soldiers guarding the southern gate of Yin City were suddenly jolted to attention. They were neither foolish nor naive. They understood well that certain matters concerning the Northern King must remain concealed. Should the court become aware, grave troubles would undoubtedly ensue. The squad leader stationed at the gate promptly instructed his men, "Quickly, inform the prince that the Imperial army has arrived." Without hesitation, the guards mounted their swift steeds and sped toward the northern gate. Chapter 113. What? The war has already concluded? Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiaoming's reconnaissance cavalry reached the foot of Yin City. One of the soldiers called out loudly, "We are the Imperial forces dispatched to aid the Northern King. The general is Lin Xiaoming. Please open the city gates for the Yin City defenders." Hearing this, the soldiers of Yin City were enveloped in anxiety. At that moment, a lieutenant guarding the gate promptly responded, "The Northern King is currently fending off the barbarian army at the northern gate. Please wait. We must first relay the information." Upon hearing this, one soldier's temper flared. "Relay what? The barbarian army is upon us, and you still hesitate to let us in. If anything befalls the Northern King, can you gatekeepers bear the responsibility?" The lieutenant replied once more, "Please, do not rush. We are in a critical period. We must ascertain your identity as the Imperial army." Upon hearing this, the scout had no choice but to adhere to protocol, presenting the official documents to the soldiers at the southern gate for confirmation of their identities. Noticing that the soldiers from Yin City appeared to be stalling, Lin Xiaoming's expression grew increasingly grim. At that moment, his deputy, Zhou Yu, who stood beside him, remarked, "General, could it be that Yin City has truly fallen to the barbarian forces? I sense that the guards are reluctant to allow us entry." As a confidant of the 8th Prince, Zhou Yu harbored no desire to see the Northern King safely, and if Yin City were to be captured, he would not perceive it as a loss for the Great Xia. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, Lin Xiaoming gazed expressionlessly at the fortifications before him, refraining from a response. He discerned from Zhou Yu's tone that the latter seemed keenly interested in the Northern King's misfortune. Lin Xiaoming was not naive. He had recognized Zhou Yu's allegiance to the 8th Prince long before departing the capital. As a scion of the Chancellor's household, he possessed a keen understanding of the political landscape. Zhou Yu pressed on, "General, if Yin City has indeed succumbed to the barbarians, we must hasten our retreat. If we delay until the barbarian army arrives, our 70,000 men may face annihilation." In response, Lin Xiaoming coldly retorted, "Deputy Zhou, it seems you are rather eager to witness the Northern King's downfall. Zhou Yu quickly countered, "General, you misunderstand my intentions. I merely believe that if Yin City has fallen, there would be no necessity to defend the northern prefecture any longer." Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiaoming turned to glance at Zhou Yu, and then, with a solemn expression, remarked, "If we concede Beijun to the barbarian tribes today, and tomorrow yield the territory of Lord Qi, will we then surrender the entirety of Great Xia the day after?" Zhou Yu, witnessing Lin Xiaoming's fury, promptly fell silent, refraining from further comment. Lin Xiaoming then directed his gaze towards the ramparts of Yinqing. Where the banner of the northern king still fluttered, he surmised that the city had yet to fall, and it was indeed likely, as the defending soldiers had claimed, that the barbarian forces were already encamped in the Wongqing Valley. Now, they merely awaited the northern king's command. Once the northern king became aware of the Imperial army's arrival, he would undoubtedly order them to enter Yinqing and assist in repelling the invaders. With their contingent of 70,000 men, holding Yinqing seemed a distinct possibility. Lin Xiaoming endeavored to maintain a positive outlook. At this juncture, it was imperative to cultivate hope. Should Yinqing fall at this moment, reclaiming it would be an insurmountable challenge, leading them to a dismal retreat to Lord Qi's domain and ultimately back to the capital to face the consequences. After approximately half an hour, the gates of the southern city finally creaked open. As the gates swung wide, Lin Xiaoming exhaled in relief. He had steeled himself for battle. At that moment, a soldier galloped forth from the city, proclaiming loudly, "The war against the barbarian tribes has concluded. The prince has instructed me to inform you to proceed to Wongqing Valley to secure the battlefield." Lin Xiaoming and the other soldiers were momentarily taken aback. What? The war has ended? How could this be? Could it be that Yinqing had indeed fallen to the barbarians? Is this a trap laid for us? Do the barbarians intend to annihilate us once their 70,000 have entered the city? While they ponder such treachery, Lin Xiaoming boldly charges towards the city gates. "Soldiers, follow me into the city." However, Lin Xiaoming is determined to ascertain whether Yin City has indeed fallen into the hands of the barbarians, even if it means risking an attack on their 70,000. After all, they came to Beijun to defend against the barbarians. It would be unacceptable to flee without confronting the enemy. As Lin Xiaoming sets forth, the soldiers promptly spring into action, the grand army trailing behind him as they cautiously enter the city. Yet, the troops remain vigilant. These 70,000 are seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and aware of the need for prudence. Upon entering the city, Lin Xiaoming observes a scattering of townsfolk on the streets, though the majority remain indoors, peering out cautiously through half-open doors. The common people are well aware of the barbarian assault on Yin City, and thus, they dare not venture outside. At that moment, a herald calls out loudly, "Victory in Beijun! Triumph in Yin City! The northern king, leading the valiant soldiers of Beijun, has slain 200,000 barbarian soldiers and captured 100,000. The herald weaves through the streets of the city, continuously proclaiming the outcome of the battle. Soon, the Imperial army entering the city hears the herald's announcements. Upon learning that the northern king has led the army to slay 200,000 foes and capture 100,000 barbarians, the court soldiers stand in astonishment. Their immediate reaction was to dismiss it as a falsehood. Among the 70,000 soldiers led by Lin Xiaoming, most had engaged in combat with the barbarian tribes and were acutely aware of their formidable fighting prowess. It was no small feat to triumph over the barbarian forces, even with an army of 300,000 in the absence of fortified cities. A confrontation between their 70,000 and the barbarians' 50,000 would prove to be a daunting challenge. Yet, the messenger from Beijun proclaimed that the northern king had vanquished the barbarian horde of 300,000. Not only had he defeated them, but he had also purportedly slain 200,000 barbarian soldiers and captured 100,000, effectively achieving total annihilation. Was this conceivable? What a farce! The number of soldiers in Beijun was minuscule. It was already a considerable challenge to defend their territory, let alone overcome the barbarian forces. If they truly possessed such strength, the court would not have dispatched 70,000 troops to their aid. Lin Xiaoming was perplexed as to why the northern king would allow such a blatant falsehood to circulate within the city. This was evidently untrue. Even a person with a modicum of discernment would recognize that the northern king could not have defeated an army of 300,000 barbarians. Moreover, the fabrications propagated by the northern king were excessively implausible. Had he merely claimed to have repelled the barbarian assault, perhaps the populace would have believed him. Instead, he exaggerated with tales of slaying 200,000 and capturing 100,000 barbarian soldiers. Who could possibly accept such claims? Every action has its rationale, and Lin Xiaoming was eager to uncover the northern king's true intentions. He then instructed the soldiers behind him, "Hasten our march. We must rendezvous with the northern king post-haste." Approximately 15 minutes later, Lin Xiaoming and the Imperial army of 70,000 finally arrived at the northern gate of Yinqing. At this moment, Lu Chen stood atop the city walls, gazing toward the north. A soldier from the northern county approached Lin Xiaoming and said, "General Lin, the northern king awaits you atop the city wall." Upon witnessing the bloodied northern county soldier before him, with the stains still fresh on his armor and numerous gashes evident, Lin Xiaoming was struck with a sense of foreboding. Could it be that the northern county had indeed clashed with the barbarian forces before entering the city? Without further contemplation, he leapt onto the walls of the northern county. As Lin Xiaoming landed on the battlements, he was confronted with a harrowing sight. The ground beyond the walls was strewn with the corpses of barbarians, and numerous deep craters scattered the landscape. The remains of certain barbarian soldiers and horses were particularly gruesome, their limbs dismembered and organs littering the earth, which had been stained crimson with blood. This shocking scene rendered Lin Xiaoming momentarily speechless. He even forgot to pay his respects to Lu Chen. It was evident that a fierce battle had indeed transpired prior to the Imperial army's entrance into the city. Moreover, the sheer number of barbarian corpses suggested that the defenders of the northern county had successfully repelled the invaders. Lin Xiaoming was profoundly astonished and yearned to comprehend how so many barbarian soldiers had perished, particularly as it appeared they had not even approached the city walls of Yin before meeting their demise. The large craters on the ground left him utterly perplexed. What purpose did they serve? Indeed, while astonishment enveloped him, Lin Xiaoming remained unconvinced regarding the earlier claims of the northern county soldiers slaying 200,000 barbarian warriors and capturing another 100,000. Taking a deep breath, he sought to regain his composure and subsequently cast his gaze into the distance. There, atop the ramparts, stood a young man clad in golden armor, surveying the horizon. Lin Xiaoming recognized Lu Chen at once, having previously encountered him. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiaoming felt an extraordinary aura emanating from Lu Chen. A stark transformation in his overall demeanor. Having attended Lu Chen's wedding to the princess, Lin Xiaoming recalled that the man had possessed none of this newfound presence at that time. As Lin Xiaoming approached Lu Chen, an epiphany struck him. It was the unmistakable aura of a martial artist that surrounded Lu Chen, imbued with a palpable sense of murderous intent. Such intensity of killing intent typically signified a warrior who had taken many lives. How could the Northern King possibly be a martial artist? This notion left Lin Xiaoming further perplexed, as he had perceived the Northern King in the capital as utterly inept, devoid of any martial prowess. How could he, then, embody the essence of a warrior? Moreover, Lin Xiaoming sensed that Lu Chen's strength was formidable, at the very least approaching the threshold of a semi-master, instilling a sense of pressure even within Lin Xiaoming, a true master himself. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoming bowed respectfully and declared, "I pay my respects to your highness. I humbly apologize for my failure to arrive in the northern county at the earliest opportunity. Please bestow upon me your rightful punishment." Lu Chen did not turn his gaze. His eyes remained fixed upon the north as he spoke softly. "Punishment? No, 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 General Lin, your arrival is quite timely. The battle last night claimed the lives of 200,000 barbarian soldiers, and now the Wongqing Valley is strewn with the corpses of both soldiers and horses." Although Lu Chen had contemplated enlisting the captured barbarian soldiers to assist in the removal of the bodies and the cleansing of the battlefield, he was apprehensive about their potential ulterior motives, given their recent captivity. Therefore, he opted against allowing them to undertake this task. However, the battlefield indeed required attention. Leaving such a multitude of barbarian corpses and horses unaddressed in the Wongqing Valley could very well lead to the outbreak of disease. Moreover, the Wongqing River flows through the valley, and with so many bodies lining its banks, the entire river would become contaminated. How then would they in Yin City procure water? It was imperative to manage these remains, since the barbarian soldiers could not be entrusted with this responsibility. Lu Chen considered mobilizing the soldiers from the northern county or even the local populace to aid in the task. His previous directive to announce the victory in the city was aimed at rallying the citizens to assist. However, with the arrival of the court's 70,000 troops, the involvement of the populace was rendered unnecessary. It was fortuitous that these troops could now undertake the duty of cleansing the battlefield. Having come this far, it would be unacceptable to return without action. At that moment, Lu Chen continued to address Lin Xiaoming, saying, "General Lin, I entrust the task of cleaning the battlefield to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback. "Cleaning the battlefield? Have the barbarian forces already retreated?" he inquired. His curiosity piqued. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lu Chen merely replied with a hint of indifference. "You will comprehend the situation once you venture outside the city to survey the battlefield." After learning of the Imperial army's arrival in Yin City, Lu Chen returned with only a handful of individuals. Presently, the soldiers of the northern county are still engaged in clearing the battlefield outside Yin City. Soon, Lin Xiaoming and his companions will venture out and discern the circumstances beyond the walls. Discussing the outcome of this conflict with Lin Xiaoming at this juncture would likely be met with skepticism. Hence, it is better to let them witness it firsthand. Lu Chen had previously instructed the artillery battalion to withdraw the howitzers, ensuring that even if Lin Xiaoming and his group were to venture forth, they would not encounter such weaponry. As for the heavy cavalry, revealing their presence poses no significant concern, given the substantial victories achieved by the northern county. A plausible explanation is essential to avert further suspicion. The existence of the heavy cavalry serves as a fitting rationale. Once Lin Xiaoming and his entourage behold the multitude of heavy cavalry from the northern county, they are likely to conclude that this force was the key to their triumph. This, in turn, would facilitate the concealment of the howitzers. It is inevitable that the heavy cavalry would invoke apprehension within the imperial court. However, Lu Chen is acutely aware that the court, particularly his father, the emperor, is preoccupied with purging the court and dismantling the powerful families. Until the aristocracy is eradicated, it is improbable that any action will be taken against the feudal lord of the northern county. Moreover, the court has recently issued a military expansion order. As a feudal lord permitted to recruit up to 150,000 soldiers, maintaining a cavalry unit should pose no issue. The expansion order does not prohibit the formation of cavalry divisions. At this moment, Li Feng ascended the city tower and was taken aback upon recognizing that the incoming general was Lin Xiaoming. He thought to himself how fortunate it was that General Mu had returned earlier. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome if Lin Xiaoming and his companions discovered his presence. Li Feng respectfully greeted Lu Chen, saying, "I pay my respects to your highness." Lu Chen turned to Li Feng and replied, "Generally, I must trouble you to lead General Lin and the others in clearing the battlefield. I am feeling somewhat fatigued and shall take my leave." Li Feng promptly responded, "Yes, your highness." Following this, Lu Chen turned and departed. As he observed Lu Chen's retreating figure, Lin Xiaoming was momentarily stunned. He then addressed Li Feng, inquiring generally, "Have the barbarian forces retreated?" Lin Xiaoming held a vague recollection of Li Feng, as he had once been a pivotal figure in the Tiger Ben army under Mu Cha Tian. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoming's question, Li Feng smiled and replied, "General Lin, the situation is far more complex than simply having repelled the barbarian forces. Once we exit the city, you will understand the extent of the accomplishments achieved by our soldiers of the North County under the leadership of the prince." Noticing Li Feng's cryptic demeanor, Lin Xiaoming furrowed his brow. He harbored doubts, pondering whether the North County had genuinely achieved significant victories. Could it be that they had fortuitously eliminated a key figure within the barbarian royal court? Chapter 115, The Shocked Imperial Army at this juncture. Lin Xiaoming remained skeptical of the news conveyed by the messenger in the city regarding the battle's outcome, particularly considering it involved an army of 300,000 barbarians. It was not within the realm of possibility for anyone to vanquish such a formidable force. The North County simply lacked the capability to do so. He could only surmise that the Northern County had achieved commendable results in defending against the barbarian onslaught, perhaps by sheer luck, having slain a significant figure among the invaders. Beyond that, he could scarcely fathom how the tens of thousands of soldiers from the Northern County could have accomplished anything more substantial. Li Feng refrained from providing Lin Xiaoming with extensive explanations, aware that without witnessing the bodies of the barbarian soldiers on the battlefield, Lin Xiaoming and his comrades would remain incredulous regarding the Northern County's achievements. Subsequently, Li Feng led Lin Xiaoming and the others out of the city. Upon exiting, the Imperial troops were met with the astonishing sight of countless barbarian corpses strewn across the ground, their disbelief palpable. The blood on the earth had yet to congeal, clearly indicating that a battle had erupted the previous night. How could the Northern County possess such formidable combat prowess? The soldiers found it difficult to reconcile the scene before them, particularly when confronted with the shattered remains of both barbarian warriors and their steeds. Their curiosity intensified. They pondered the nature of the weaponry employed by the Northern County, capable of reducing flesh and bone to mere fragments. Most of the 70,000 men were seasoned veterans. Yet this was their first encounter with such a gruesome battlefield, far more sanguinary than any conflict they had previously endured. The armor of the barbarian soldiers appeared as though ravaged by some formidable force. In past skirmishes, the soldiers had at least encountered relatively intact corpses, albeit occasionally missing limbs. However, the scene before them diverged drastically. Some barbarian bodies were so thoroughly obliterated that they could scarcely be reassembled, reduced entirely to mangled flesh. A singular question arose within the hearts of the soldiers. What transpired last night at the northern gate of Yen City? This question not only lingered in the minds of the soldiers, but also left Lin Xiaoming and Zhou Yu profoundly astonished. As they speculated about the events of the previous night, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Lin Xiaoming inquired of General Li Feng, Why do the bodies of these barbarian soldiers appear so utterly shattered? Upon hearing this question, Li Feng replied, "Oh, perhaps they were struck by stones." Instantly, Lin Xiaoming recognized that Li Feng was fabricating a story. Could a mere stone create a crater several meters wide? And how could it reduce barbarian soldiers to such a pulverized state? Moreover, some of these soldiers bore ghastly wounds that resembled blood-filled cavities. It was evident that the northern county employed an enigmatic weapon hitherto unseen by them. As the commander of the Qilin army and a veteran of the battlefield, Lin Xiaoming was no fool. Although he was uncertain about the nature of the weapon wielded by the northern county, he was acutely aware that it was categorically not a catapult, but something far more terrifying. However, when he ascended the city wall moments ago, he did not notice any large-scale weapon capable of inflicting such devastating damage. What did this signify? It indicated that during the half-hour they had spent at the southern gate, the northern county had surreptitiously relocated the weapons used the previous night to prevent the Imperial army from discovering them. Lin Xiaoming's expression grew somber as he grasped the implications. The Northern King was no longer the same figure he had encountered in the capital. The martial aura he had sensed emanating from the Northern King suggested a significant transformation, and it was clear that the Northern County had undergone profound changes as well. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis took shape within Lin Xiaoming's mind. In the past, the Northern King had always concealed himself. With this suspicion in mind, Lin Xiaoming led the Imperial army onward toward the northern expanse of the Wongqing Valley. Suddenly, the earth trembled. The distant sound of thunderous hooves echoed through the air. Shortly thereafter, a dark mass swiftly approached Yin City. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Xiaoming initially presumed it to be the advancing forces of the barbarian tribes and promptly commanded, "All troops, stand ready." However, before Lin Xiaoming could finish his command, Li Feng interjected, "General Lin, do not be alarmed. That is the cavalry from the northern county." Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lin Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback. Cavalry from the northern county? Did they truly possess such a large contingent of cavalry? As Lin Xiaoming pondered this, his deputy, Zhou Yu, urgently prompted, "General, look. That is heavy cavalry." At this revelation, Lin Xiaoming turned to gaze at the dense formation of cavalry ahead, rendered speechless. It was indeed heavily armored cavalry, and there appeared to be no fewer than 5,000. How could this be? When had the northern county acquired such a formidable force of heavy cavalry? It was already remarkable for a feudal lord to maintain 3,000 light cavalrymen, yet the northern king boasted over 5,000 heavily armored knights. This was astonishing. Before long, the heavy cavalry led by Xianyuan Chun emerged before Li Feng and his party. Although Lu Chun had instructed Xianyuan Chun to proceed immediately to Anping City to escort the princess and her companions, the soldiers were fatigued from recent battles. Therefore, Xianyuan Chun took a moment to regroup his forces, fortuitously encountering Li Feng and his men. After nodding in acknowledgement to Li Feng, Xianyuan Chun circumvented the Imperial army and made a beeline for Yin City. Upon witnessing the imposing presence of the heavily armored cavalry, the soldiers of the court were overcome with trepidation as the sound of hooves resonated with the very rhythm of their hearts. After the departure of the formidable cavalry led by Xianyuan Chen, Lin Xiaoming turned to General Li Feng and inquired, "General Li, are these truly the prince's cavalry? If I am not mistaken, there must be at least 5,000 heavily armored riders. How is it possible for the prince to assemble such a formidable force in such a brief span since his arrival in Beijing? To establish a regiment of heavy cavalry, not only must the armor for the soldiers be crafted, but the steeds must also be outfitted with battle gear, alongside the necessity of breeding exceptionally fine horses." Lin Xiaoming found it hard to believe that the northern prince could muster such a large contingent of 5,000 heavy cavalry in so little time, especially under the command of a master-level general. Setting aside the financial resources of the northern prince's residence in Beijing, the sheer constraint of time was insurmountable. Unless the northern prince had clandestinely commissioned the creation of this cavalry long before, what could the northern prince be plotting by covertly assembling such a formidable force behind Emperor Xia's back? The implications were all too clear. At this moment, a subtle smile crept across Zhou Yu's face, who stood beside Lin Xiaoming. He had not anticipated that his visit to Beijing would unveil the northern prince's secret. Should the matter of the northern prince secretly constructing 5,000 heavy cavalry be reported to the court, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for the northern prince. At this juncture, General Li Feng responded with a smile, "The prince's residence employs a considerable number of craftsmen, which expedites the armor-making process. It is not surprising." With that, Li Feng led Lin Xiaoming and the others onward. Lin Xiaoming discerned that Li Feng would not divulge any information regarding the northern king. Thus he refrained from further inquiries and continued to journey northward alongside him. Gradually, they encountered an increasing number of fallen barbarian soldiers, and soon, they beheld the waning river. stained a deep crimson by blood. At that moment, the river resembled a hellish stream, reminiscent of the river of forgetfulness from the underworld. The sight of the corpses strewn across the riverbank sent a shiver down the soldiers' spines. Previously, they had dismissed the messenger's announcement of the slaughter of 200,000 barbarian warriors as mere fabrication. However, upon witnessing the blood-drenched waters of the waning river, they began to realize that there were likely even more barbarian corpses upstream in the valley. The possibility that the claim of slaying 200,000 barbarian soldiers was indeed true loomed large. The mere thought of the Northern King leading the soldiers of the North County to such a staggering victory sent chills racing down the spines of the Imperial troops. The North County had such a small population. To have annihilated 200,000 barbarian warriors, this implied that the strength of the North County soldiers had reached an astounding average of 8th or even 9th rank. But could this truly be the case? At that moment, the earth trembled once more. In the distance, black figures emerged. Chapter 116. The Northern King is about to turn the tide. Observing the distant silhouettes, Lin Xiaoming furrowed his brow and called out loudly, "All troops, take heed." The riders they had just witnessed were the cavalry of the Northern King. Surely these could not be his men again. Lin Xiaoming assumed that this time, it was highly likely that the barbarian forces were coming for retribution. However, just as the soldiers braced themselves for battle, Li Feng spoke up, saying, "General Lin, there is no need for alarm. These are also the cavalry of the prince." Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiaoming and Zhou Yu were momentarily taken aback. How could this be possible? It was already astonishing that such a destitute place as Beijing could sustain 5,000 heavy cavalry. And now Li Feng had informed them that the Northern King possessed yet another cavalry unit. Just as Lin Xiaoming felt his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse, the cavalry led by Wen Renlai appeared before them. This time, the cavalry formation commanded by Wen Renlai was even more astonishing, for it comprised not merely 5,000 riders. Beholding such a formidable contingent of heavily armored cavalry, Lin Xiaoming, Zhou Yu, and the 70,000 soldiers of the court stood frozen in place. As this multitude of heavily armored cavalry drew nearer, the soldiers of the court could not help but tighten their grips on their weapons. The intimidation factor of heavy cavalry is immense. Historically, there have been instances in the Great Xia where 3,000 heavy cavalry triumphed over 100,000 peasant soldiers, relentlessly pursuing their foes. The soldiers' fear of heavy cavalry is ingrained in their very bones, particularly on open ground. While the efficacy of heavy cavalry might be diminished during a siege, the dynamics shift dramatically in open confrontation. The charge of heavy cavalry can swiftly disrupt the formations of infantry. Once the infantry's ranks are in disarray, their morale plummets. In battles between two armies, morale holds paramount importance, especially in close combat, where the bravest prevail in narrow encounters. Lin Xiaoming, wide-eyed, gazed at the 10,000 heavy cavalry before him, aware as a general of how to roughly estimate the strength of a formation. Even though Li Feng did not disclose the number of heavy cavalry to him, Lin Xiaoming could roughly estimate that there were at least 20,000 heavy cavalry. If one were to include the heavy cavalry that had just departed, the Northern County would possess nearly 30,000 heavy cavalry. How could the Northern County sustain such a formidable force? It must require an immense sum of silver. Lin Xiaoming was aware of the Northern Prince's ventures in soap and perfumes, recognizing that these enterprises were indeed lucrative. However, it seemed implausible that such a vast army of heavy cavalry could be cultivated so swiftly. The entire Great Xia dynasty could scarcely muster over 20,000 heavy cavalry. Yet, a single Northern County boasted close to 30,000. If one were to assert that the Northern Prince harbored no ulterior motives, who would believe it? It was likely that once news of the Northern County reached the Imperial court, they would hastily station troops in Prince Chi's fiefdom to thwart the Northern Prince's advance, or swiftly escort his wife, concubines, and children from Wongqing City to the capital as hostages for surveillance. The Northern Prince's heavy cavalry would pose a far greater threat than the 30,000 troops of the barbarian tribes. Should the barbarian forces descend with their 30,000, it would likely result merely in the occupation of the Northern County, perhaps even negotiating secretly with certain aristocratic families or princes. They would not directly assault the heartland of the Great Xia. However, if the Northern Prince's tens of thousands of heavy cavalry advanced southward, their ambitions would likely extend beyond a mere county, aiming instead for the entirety of Great Xia. As the 8th prince, Zhou Yu felt a chill of apprehension, as if he had stumbled into a den of lions and tigers. Today, he had uncovered the Northern Prince's secret. Would he be able to escape the Northern County unscathed? At this moment, a soldier beside Lin Xiaoming stammered, "General, you must look over there. So many barbarian soldiers." Lin Xiaoming hurriedly lifted his gaze towards the distance. They then beheld a seemingly endless line of bound barbarian soldiers being escorted by the troops of Beijun towards their position. At that moment, memories of the earlier reports from the messenger in Yinqing flooded their minds, recounting the staggering achievements. 200,000 barbarian soldiers slain. 100,000 captured. Could it be, truly? My heavens! What a remarkable victory! Beijun is on the verge of a revolution. No. It should be said that the Northern King is on the brink of upheaval. Since the establishment of the Great Xia, such accomplishments in foreign warfare had never been witnessed. During their conquest of Chen, the largest battle saw merely 20,000 soldiers from Chen. Moreover, the barbarian forces are far more formidable than those of Chen. In the wars against the barbarians, Great Xia had predominantly taken a defensive stance, suffering heavy losses each time. Not only were the losses grievous, but just as Great Xia was poised to counterattack at the end of each conflict, the barbarians would retreat, leaving no opportunity for the Xia forces to retaliate. Now, Beijun not only defeated an army of 300,000 barbarians, but also captured 100,000 of their soldiers. Once this news reaches the court, it is likely that a storm will brew in the capital. Meanwhile, the 70,000 soldiers of the court dared not utter a word, their eyes fixed on the captured barbarian prisoners being led away. For half an hour, 100,000 barbarian captives passed before them. A delay primarily caused by the northern county soldiers' apprehension of unrest, which necessitated their separation during transport. As they observed the soldiers take their time traversing the area, Lin Xiaoming and the 70,000 Imperial troops comprehended the veracity of the earlier reports regarding their victories within the city. As subjects of the Great Xia, they ought to have felt elated. After all, this marked the most significant triumph against the barbarians in history. Yet, from the generals to the centurions and down to the ordinary soldiers, not a single smile graced their faces. While Lin Xiaoming and the Imperial soldiers remained in a state of astonishment, the distant sound of urgent hoofbeats once again pierced the air. As rows of dark figures approached, Lin Xiaoming was struck with a sense of dread. More heavily armored cavalry. Where had the northern county amassed such a formidable force? Was the northern king contemplating rebellion? Upon a rough estimation, Lin Xiaoming concluded that northern county must possess nearly 50,000 heavily armored cavalry. When combined with the 100,000 enslaved soldiers captured from the northern county, and supplemented by a contingent of ordinary troops, they would wield the power to challenge any dynasty. Presently, the maximum number of soldiers that any dynasty could mobilize hovered around 1 million, yet this figure was inflated with significant discrepancies. The actual number of soldiers capable of engaging in battle fell far short of 1 million, while the soldiers from the northern county were a tangible force, particularly the barbarian slave soldiers, who were the epitome of expendable cannon fodder. At that moment, 3 words echoed in Lin Xiaoming's mind. Draft a memorial. He must prepare the report tonight. The influence of Beijun has grown excessively formidable, posing a risk of losing control. It is imperative to promptly inform the court of the events transpiring in Beijun. Naturally, the achievements of Beijun must also be reported to the court. Thus, Lin Xiaoming plans to seize the opportunity of conveying these military accomplishments by utilizing the red silk messenger to relay the happenings in Beijun to the court. However, whether the northern king will permit their red silk messenger to return to the court remains uncertain. The northern king has long feigned incompetence. Yet now he has astonished all with his sudden prowess. What does this signify? It indicates that others have grown strong enough to abandon pretense. Intercepting the court's red silk messenger would be a trivial matter for them. Lin Xiaoming even harbors suspicions that the northern king might seize this opportunity to collaborate with the Chu family and directly usurp power. Chapter 117. The truth revealed after the soldiers from Beijun escorted the barbarian captives away. Li Feng, with a smile upon his face, addressed Lin Xiaoming. General Lin, let us proceed. We shall soon reach the battlefield where the fiercest combat occurred last night. Upon hearing Li Feng's voice, Lin Xiaoming, who had been lost in thought, regained his composure. His mind had been preoccupied with drafting an official letter. Oh, indeed, he responded. At this juncture, Lin Xiaoming called out to the soldiers behind him. Continue onward. The court's soldiers, still dazed, finally snapped back to reality upon hearing Lin Xiaoming's command. The recent events appeared to them as surreal as a dream, leading them to question if they were still en route to Beijun and whether they had merely imagined the preceding occurrences, while in truth, Yinqing might have already fallen to the barbarians. Certainly, they were acutely aware of the harsh reality before them. Shortly thereafter, under the leadership of Li Feng, the Imperial army of 70,000 arrived at the location where Mucha Tian had joined forces with the Black Cavalry the previous night, a sight that bore witness to the highest casualty rate among the barbarian soldiers. The riverbank was strewn with the lifeless bodies of these warriors, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. Even the Imperial soldiers, who had mentally prepared themselves for the sight, were momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of fallen foes. Compared to the gruesome scenes they had previously encountered, the barbarian corpses here appeared remarkably intact, lacking the grotesque dismemberment seen before. Yet, the overwhelming sight of bodies littering the ground imparted a shock of equal magnitude to that of the earlier bloody battlefield. The corpses of the barbarian soldiers were piled high, and the waters of the Wongqing River ran a deep crimson, as if the entire river had transformed into a flow of blood. 200,000 barbarian soldiers, such fierce combat prowess emanated from the northern county. Lin Xiaoming and his men could not suppress a collective gasp. It had been ages since the great Xia had witnessed an army of such formidable strength. Indeed, one might say that the dynasty had never encountered a vassal king possessing such might. The Xia Emperor's South decision to place the northern king in the northern county raised questions of whether it was a boon or a bane. At that moment, Li Feng addressed Lin Xiaoming, saying, "General Lin, I entrust the task of clearing the battlefield to you." The soldiers of the northern county fought valiantly through the night and are now utterly exhausted, unable to undertake the task of cleanup. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lin Xiaoming regained his composure and promptly replied, "Understood, General Li. You should also take some rest. We shall handle the ensuing matters." Li Feng remarked, "All right. Then I shall trouble you." Lin Xiaoming responded courteously, "It is no trouble at all. It is our duty." No sooner had Lin Xiaoming finished speaking than Li Feng mounted his horse and turned away from the battlefield. As he watched Li Feng's retreating figure, Lin Xiaoming fell into a deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Yu's voice broke through Lin Xiaoming's thoughts. "General, how shall we report the matters concerning Beijun?" The outcomes in Beijun were indeed astonishing. Such victories, if reported, would likely be met with disbelief by the court. Lin Xiaoming pondered for a moment before replying, "We shall report it truthfully." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback and then cautiously inquired, "General, do we truly need to report it as it is?" Lin Xiaoming turned to Zhou Yu, his expression grave, and asked, "What? Do you wish to claim undue credit?" Zhou Yu hastily replied, "General, that was not my intention. I merely believe that if we report the truth, we may incur the displeasure of the northern king." Zhou Yu thought to himself that he would never dare covet such military accolades. Had Beijun merely repelled the barbarian onslaught, they might have reported it with a hint of embellishment, claiming that the imperial army of 70,000 had played a significant role. However, the situation was quite different now. The imperial forces had yet to arrive at Yinqing, and the conflict in Beijun had already concluded. Not only concluded, but ended in a resounding victory for Beijun. Should they attempt to take credit for such an achievement, an inquiry from above would undoubtedly lead to their exile or, worse yet, execution. Moreover, upon witnessing the formidable cavalry of tens of thousands from the North County, who among them would dare entertain thoughts of seeking military glory, it is evident that the Northern King is not an ordinary figure, should anyone be audacious enough to covet his military achievements. It is likely that before the court could intervene, the Northern King would eliminate them himself. Although Zhou Yu is affiliated with the 8th Prince, the sight of the North County's heavy cavalry and the mountainous corpses of the barbarian soldiers on the battlefield extinguished any notion of treachery within him. He yearned to return alive to the capital. The might of the Northern King's residence is so daunting that none would dare to engage in subterfuge beneath his watchful gaze. After contemplating Zhou Yu's words, Lin Xiaoming remarked, "Let us set aside thoughts of the Northern King for now. This evening, I shall dispatch a messenger with the battle report to the court. If the Northern King does not send anyone to intercept it, that would be ideal. Should he choose to intervene, I will personally visit the Northern King's residence to discuss how to report to the court, regardless of whether the court believes the accomplishments of the North County. Once the matter is reported, the Northern King's power can no longer remain concealed." Thus, Lin Xiaoming harbored concerns that the Northern King might intercept their messenger. Enough of this discussion. Command the soldiers to commence the cleanup of the battlefield. As Lin Xiaoming's words resonated, the 70,000 soldiers of the court began to clear the field. Originally, these 70,000 warriors were the elite of the court, seasoned veterans of numerous battles. Yet now, they found themselves relegated to the task of tidying the battlefield. Nevertheless, most soldiers bore no grievances, for compared to engaging in direct combat with the barbarian soldiers, the task of transporting their remains was considerably less arduous and devoid of peril. After witnessing the formidable might of the Northern County, they willingly took to clearing the battlefield for its soldiers. As dusk descended, within the confines of the tent, Lin Xiaoming was bent over the table, diligently composing the battle report. At that moment, a eunuch clad in red entered. He served as the military supervisor for the Imperial army. Like Lin Xiaoming and his comrades, he too was awestruck by the prowess displayed by the Northern County. Yet, a concern gnawed at him. whether his report could be dispatched from the northern county. Both the supervisor and the commanding generals were required to submit their reports independently to prevent any deceitful embellishments of achievements by the generals leading the troops. Originally, the eunuch, Wongqing, had no intention of seeking out Lin Xiaoming. He could simply have sent a messenger once his report was completed. However, the thought of his report potentially failing to reach its destination compelled him to visit Lin Xiaoming's tent. Upon seeing the supervisor enter, Lin Xiaoming inquired, "Wongqing, what brings you here?" A troubled expression clouded Wongqing's face as he replied, "General Lin, have you completed your battle report?" Lin Xiaoming responded, "I am in the midst of composing it. You wouldn't be here to conspire with me regarding the report, would you? That would be unacceptable." Wongqing sighed, "Oh, General Lin, in times like these, you still find the spirit to jest. Surely, you are aware of our current predicament? The Northern King has not permitted us to enter the city, instead confining us to camp in the waning river valley. This signifies that he is wary of us. The very ability to send our reports remains in question." Lin Xiaoming replied calmly, "Then what is it that you imply, Wongqing?" The esteemed Lord Wong remarked, "Our intention is to first consult with the Northern King, to ascertain his perspective on what may be disclosed and what must remain unsaid, so that we may have a clearer understanding." Lin Xiaoming replied, "Are you suggesting, my lord, that we conceal the northern region's triumphs?" Lord Wong countered, "It is not a matter of our desire to conceal, but rather whether the Northern King wishes the court to be informed." Lin Xiaoming resumed his writing of the battle report, articulating as he worked, "My lord, do you truly believe that the Northern King can keep such astonishing victories from the court? Even if we were to exaggerate, the court would soon learn of the events in the northern region. The Northern King is no fool. The slaughter of 200,000 barbarian foes and the capture of 100,000 has already spread throughout Yin City. Soon, His Majesty's shadow guards will be aware, and the happenings in the northern region will certainly reach His Majesty's ears. What needs to be known by the court will be conveyed by the Northern King. We need only to compose our report. Should the Northern King indeed obstruct our report, we can then seek him at his residence." Upon hearing Lin Xiaoming's reasoning, Lord Wong found merit in his words and subsequently stated, "Very well, we shall defer to General Lin. General Lin, once you have submitted the report, kindly inform me, and I shall then dispatch a messenger." Lord Wong wished to first observe whether Lin Xiaoming's report could be sent. If Lin Xiaoming's report was successfully delivered, he would then proceed to send his own. However, if it were intercepted by the Northern King's residence, he would promptly seek out the Northern King to avoid incurring his displeasure. In the stillness of the night, within the Wong residence, Lu Chun had just finished his bath and was preparing to visit Bai Qingqing's chamber for some leisurely engagement. At this moment, a female guard approached Lu Chun. "Your Highness, Commander Chen has intercepted the red silk messenger from the court. He has instructed me to inquire whether you wish to inspect their battle reports before allowing them to depart." Lu Chun immediately replied, "There is no need for that. If I were to do so, the court would surely label me a rebel. The reports carried by the red silk messenger are classified, meaning they are to be opened first by the emperor, directly from the hands of the frontline generals. If a vassal prince were to peruse these reports, it would undoubtedly lead to accusations of treason. Furthermore, the military achievements of the northern county are too significant to conceal from the court." Lu Chun had no intention of hiding them, opting instead for transparency. With tens of thousands of heavily armored cavalry and 100,000 barbarian captives, there was no need for the timidity of the past. His father, the emperor, was preoccupied with the aristocracy, leaving little inclination to diminish the vassal states. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the guard responded, "I understand your intentions, Your Highness. I shall inform Commander Chen to release the red silk messenger at once." With that, the female guard promptly turned and exited the courtyard. A few days later, in Wongqing City, Mu Zixuan and her companions were deeply concerned about the situation in Yinqing, frequently dispatching members of the Wong residence to gather information. At that moment, Chu Yuqin sat in the courtyard, appearing listless and despondent. Suddenly, she realized the absence of her beloved Chen, and a profound melancholy enveloped her spirit. In the past, she often contemplated maintaining a distance from Lu Chen to avert any accidental entanglements. However, their eventual separation left her with profound reluctance. Chu Yuqin sighed deeply, pondering when she might see Chen'er again. At that moment, a young maid entered the courtyard, announcing, "Madam Chu, there is a lady outside seeking you. She claims to be your sister." Chapter 118. You have indeed ascended the bed of the Northern King, have you not? Upon hearing the maid's words, Chu Yuqin, seated on a stone bench, momentarily lost her focus, a look of confusion crossing her visage. "Sister?" She soon regained her composure. "Could it be Qingli? Has Qingli come?" She swiftly rose from the stone bench and, with light steps, made her way toward the entrance of the residence. Upon arriving at the door, she beheld Chu Qingli. clad in a cerulean cloud robe, tall and exuding an air of frosty elegance, holding a sword in her hand. Curiously, Chu Yuqin inquired, "Qingli, what brings you here?" Though both were raised within the Chu family, their upbringing diverged significantly. Chu Yuqin was groomed from a young age to be the personal mate of Chu Yu, growing up to serve as her protector, a mere tool to shield her from danger. In contrast, Chu Qingli was trained as a family assassin, designated to undertake the family's more nefarious tasks. Unlike Chu Yuqin, who had completely severed her ties with the Chu family and faced no repercussions for her absence, Chu Qingli remained bound by her obligations. It dawned on Chu Yuqin that indeed, without a mission, Chu Qingli should not have left the confines of the Chu family. Could it be that she has a specific mission? The presence of Chu Qingli here suggests that her task is likely related to the Northern Prince's residence. As Chu Yuqin was lost in her thoughts, Chu Qingli, with an expression devoid of emotion, inquired, "Sister, why have you not returned to the Chu family?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin regained her composure and replied, "Sister, I am now married and no longer considered a part of the Chu family." Chu Qingli pressed on, "Since you are married, why do you still accompany the Northern Prince? Why remain at his residence? What do you hope to gain by following that inept man?" As an assassin, Chu Qingli is trained to suppress her emotions, yet she has invested all her feelings in Chu Yuqin, the person she has been closest to since childhood. Thus, in her eyes, Chu Yuqin's happiness equates to her own. Although Chu Yuqin is no longer bound to the Chu family and could pursue her desires, she has chosen to remain with the child of Chu Yu. To Chu Qingli, the current Chu Yuqin resembles a maidservant of the Northern Prince. Once a maidservant to Chu Yu, now that Chu Yu has passed, she has taken to treating Chu Yu's son as her master, exemplifying a servile nature. This subservience in Chu Yuqin deeply repulses Chu Qingli. In truth, Chu Qingli harbors disdain for her own lack of resistance, projecting her feelings onto Chu Yuqin. When Chu Yuqin was taken aback by Chu Qingli's remark about Lu Chun being an inept man, she momentarily faltered, then with a hint of displeasure, remarked, "Qingli, did you come to Beijun merely to say such things to your sister?" Chu Qingli coldly remarked, "You remain as devoted to your master as ever." At that moment, Chu Yuqin interjected, "Given the current turmoil in Beijun, if you have no pressing matters, it would be prudent for you to leave as soon as possible." Chu Yuqin wished to avoid further quarrels with Chu Qingli, fully aware that her sister had always looked down upon Lu Chun, deeming him nothing more than a worthless individual. During her previous visits to the Chu family, Chu Qingli had urged her to forsake Lu Chun in pursuit of her own happiness. However, she had not heeded that advice, thus creating a rift between the two sisters. With an expressionless face, Chu Qingli inquired, "Sister, do you intend to abandon me as well?" Taken aback by the question, Chu Yuqin paused momentarily before asking in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Chu Qingli replied bluntly, "The family head believes I am of no use, and sent me to seek you. I had hoped that you would recall our bond and choose to leave Beijun with me. It seems, however, that you have completely submitted to that inept man." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin instantly grasped the situation. Chu Xiong had granted Chu Qingli her freedom, allowing her to come to Beijun, likely intending for her to stay by Lu Chen's side and protect him, as Lu Chun was Chu Xiong's grandson and shared blood ties. Unlike most, Chu Xiong did not harbor a severe preference for males over females. He had always been particularly fond of Chu Yu. Perhaps due to his son's lack of ambition, Chu Xiong found himself more fond of Chu Yue. After Chu Yue married the Empress of Xia, Chu Xiong experienced countless moments of regret, believing he had marred his daughter's happiness. Following Chu Yue's passing, it was Chu Xiong who entrusted Chukin with the care and protection of Lu Ken, despite Lu Chen's waning prospects for the throne. To Chukin, Chu Xiong's profound concern for Lu Ken stemmed from the love he had for his daughter, which had transitioned to his grandson after Chu Yue's demise. At this juncture, Chukin sighed and remarked, "Qingli, have you ever considered that the head of the family summoned you to Beijun in order to have you safeguard the Northern Prince?" Qingli, responding with an emotionless tone, inquired, "Why should I protect that ineffectual man? The head of the family has granted me my freedom. From this moment forth, I am free to pursue any endeavors I desire." Chukin understood why Qingli held such sentiments, having been confined for far too long. The sudden taste of freedom naturally led her to reject the obligations imposed by the Chu family. At this moment, Qingli said, "Sister, let us leave Beijun together. Away from that man. The world is vast, and there will always be a place for us sisters to call home. We need not endure any further constraints or serve as anyone's maid. We are free now." Upon hearing Qingli's words, Chukin sighed once more and, with heartfelt sincerity, replied, "Qingli, I cannot leave Beijun with you. I have already found my sanctuary." Chu Qingli questioned, "Is the refuge you speak of truly the Northern Prince's residence?" Do you take pleasure in serving others as a maid? You are now a married woman, yet you choose to remain in the Northern Prince's household. Are you not aware of how others perceive you and the gossip that circulates about you? Whispers in the martial world already suggest that you are the Northern Prince's forbidden treasure, branding you as a woman devoid of virtue and shame. Upon hearing Chu Qingli's words, Chu Yuqin stood momentarily stunned. She had indeed anticipated this day would come. After all, the Northern Prince was no longer a child, and she was no longer merely Chu Yu's maid. She had now wed into the Wong family. Her presence beside the Northern Prince was always questionable, and it was only natural for others to speculate about their relationship. Noticing Chu Yuqin's silence, Chu Qingli presumed she had faltered and seized the opportunity to press on. Sister, come with me. The 30,000 cavalry of the barbarian tribes have already descended southward. Remaining by the Northern Prince's side will lead you only to peril. At that moment, Chu Yuqin regained her composure, the seriousness that had adorned her face dissipating, replaced instead by a faint smile. Qingli, the head of the family, can grant you freedom, and I am genuinely pleased for you. However, I cannot leave with you. I have made a vow to remain in the Northern Prince's residence for life. Regardless of what others may say about me, I promised to you that I would take good care of Chinner. He is my everything now, and I shall never abandon him. Qingli, you must go. Seeing that Chu Yuqin was unwilling to leave with her, Chu Qingli's expression remained impassive. She coldly remarked, "Is it true what the outside world says? You have indeed climbed into the bed of the Northern King. Haven to you?" Chu Yuqin, undeterred by anger, simply replied, "The pure remain pure, while the impure remain impure. My words would be futile." She continued, "Qingli, live your life well, and consider that you no longer have an elder sister." With that, Chu Yuqin turned to return to her residence. However, at that moment, Chu Qingli suddenly declared, "Since you refuse to leave with me, I shall remain as well. I want to see what is so captivating about that man that has ensnared your heart and soul." Chu Yuqin was momentarily taken aback. To be candid, in the past, having an additional 9th-tier expert to protect Lu Chun would have brought her immense joy. However, circumstances had changed. Now, Lu Chun was surrounded by numerous adept fighters, including not only 9th-tier experts, but also master-level warriors. The addition or absence of a single 9th-tier fighter bore little significance to him. Moreover, Chu Qingli harbored prejudices against Lu Chun, and Chu Yuqin feared that one day, Chu Qingli might act on her impulses and confront him. Contemplating this, Chu Yuqin urged, "Qingli, everyone has their own path in life. You have gained your freedom. Cherish this hard-won liberty. There is no need for you to follow your sister." Chu Qingli, still with an expressionless face, retorted, "Is your reluctance for me to accompany you born from the fear that I might discover your illicit affair with the Northern King?" Chu Yuqin sighed deeply. From a young age, Chu Qingli has been suppressed in her emotions, often appearing somewhat oblivious. Once she has set her mind on something, it becomes exceedingly difficult for her to change course. If you choose to follow your sister, I have no objections. However, I must caution you. Should you attempt to bring harm to Chinner, we shall no longer be sisters, but adversaries. At this moment, Chu Qingli fell silent. Chu Yuqin then said, "Come with me. I shall arrange a room for you." With that, Chu Yuqin turned towards the residence, and Chu Qingli followed suit. As they entered the courtyard, Mu Zixuan noticed a stunningly beautiful woman, as cold as ice, trailing behind Chu Yuqin, and inquired, "And Chu, who is this young lady?" Chu Yuqin replied, "Zixuan, this is my younger sister from the Chu family." Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately responded, "Ah, so she is Aunt Chu's sister. Miss Chu, please, have a seat over here." Originally, Chu Yuqin intended to assign her a room, but given that the princess had invited her for tea, she felt no urgency. At that moment, Chu Yuqin turned to Chu Qingli and said, "Qingli, this is the princess and the 2 wives of Chinner." Chu Qingli promptly bowed and said, "This humble girl pays her respects to the princess and acknowledges the 2 esteemed ladies." Mu Zixuan smiled warmly and said, "Miss Chu, there is no need for formality. Please, come sit." Without hesitation, Chu Qingli approached the stone table within the pavilion and took a seat. Mu Zixuan instinctively poured a cup of tea for Chu Qingli, and then curiously asked, "Miss Chu, what brings you to Beijing?" Chu Qingli replied, in response to the princess, "I intend to take my sister away from the royal residence." Upon hearing Chu Qingli's response, Mu Zixuan and the 2 Zhou siblings were momentarily taken aback. Once Mu Zixuan regained her composure, she turned to Chu Yuqin and inquired, "And Chu, are you intending to leave the Wangfu?" They were aware of the relationship between Lu Chen and Chu Yuqin. It seemed implausible that Lu Chen would allow her to depart. Chu Yuqin quickly replied, "I have no plans to leave the Wangfu for the time being. I have already declined her offer." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Chu Yuqin addressed Chu Qingli, saying, "Qingli, The tea in the Wongfu possesses invigorating properties and alleviates fatigue. Having traveled such a distance, you must be somewhat weary. Why not sample the Wongfu's tea? As soon as Chu Yuqin finished speaking, Chu Qingli lifted the cup of tea that Mu Zixuan had poured for her and took a sip. Upon witnessing Chu Qingli drink the tea, Mu Zixuan's heart sank. Oh no, she had forgotten to switch the tea. What they were drinking was the Longfeng tea brought from Yinqing. While others might be unaware of the effects of Longfeng tea, Mu Zixuan was all too cognizant. This was indeed troublesome. At that moment, Mu Zixuan scrutinized Chu Qingli. With an icy demeanor, skin as smooth as jade, an alluring presence, and a graceful figure reminiscent of a celestial maiden, she bore a striking resemblance to Bai Qingqing, the chambermaid whom Lu Chen had just taken in before their departure from the Wongfu. Mu Zixuan mused to herself, surely the prince would be fond of such a woman? She could only hope that upon returning to Yinqing, Lu Chen would not harbor any resentment towards her. Meanwhile, after drinking the Longfeng tea, Chu Qingli discovered that the Wongfu's tea indeed had the effect of refreshing the mind and soothing her emotions. Despite the icy demeanor she maintained, deep within her heart, she felt a lingering heaviness upon hearing that Chu Yuqin was unwilling to depart the Wongfu with her. However, after sipping the Longfeng tea, that oppressive sensation dissipated almost instantly, leaving her feeling significantly lighter. This tea was indeed remarkable. Chu Qingli subsequently addressed Mu Zixuan, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, princess, for the tea. Mu Zixuan, slightly embarrassed, replied. You're welcome. She then continued, Miss Chu, given the current turmoil in Beijing, what are your plans moving forward? With an impassive expression, Chu Qingli responded. In response to the princess, wherever my sister is, there shall I be. This prompted Mu Zixuan to glance at Chu Yuqin, who quickly interjected, Zixuan. I intend for her to serve as the deputy commander of the guards within the inner courtyard of the Wongfu. What do you think? Without hesitation, Mu Zixuan affirmed. That sounds perfect. By the way, Miss Chu, I have yet to learn your name. Chu Qingli promptly replied, my name is Chu Qingli. Mu Zixuan cheerfully exclaimed. Then we shall call you Qingli from now on. Just as Mu Zixuan was about to continue her conversation, a maid rushed in with an anxious expression, exclaiming, Princess, Princess, something terrible has happened. Noticing the maid's pale face and panicked demeanor, Mu Zixuan immediately inquired, what has occurred? The maid hurriedly responded, Princess. The guards at Wongqing City have reported that a cavalry force of approximately 5,000 is swiftly approaching Wongqing City. It is suspected to be the vanguard of the barbarian troops. Upon hearing these words, Mu Zixuan felt her mind go blank, nearly collapsing to the ground. Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly supported her. Trembling, Mu Zixuan stammered, how is this possible? With Yin City standing, how could the barbarian tribes reach Wongqing City so swiftly? Could it be? Yin City is already. As she spoke, her emotion surged, her complexion paling further, devoid of any color. Chapter 119, Chen. A man capable of miracles. Mu Zixuan possessed no military expertise, yet she was not foolish. She understood that Yin City served as the fortress preventing the barbarian hordes from advancing south. If Yin City still stood, the barbarians would have to take a significantly longer route to reach the south, making it implausible for them to arrive at Wongqing City so quickly. The only scenario in which the barbarian cavalry could reach Wongqing City with such swiftness was if Yin City had fallen. The mere thought of Yin City's demise and Lu Chen's uncertain fate made Mu Zixuan feel as though the sky was collapsing around her. Instantaneously, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew heavy and oppressive. Although Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao were supporting Mu Zixuan, they too struggled to maintain their balance. If the northern king were truly in peril, what would become of the women in their royal residence? At that moment, Chu Yuqin regained her composure and immediately inquired of her maid. Has it been confirmed that the cavalry belongs to the barbarians? Chu Yuqin could not fathom that Lu Chen could meet such a tragic fate. He was a man of celestial destiny, having chosen to remain in Yin City. He must have possessed substantial confidence in holding the city until the Imperial forces could march northward. How could it be that Yin City had fallen in such a short span of time? Perhaps the cavalry was not that of the barbarians, but rather the Imperial cavalry. The maidservant remarked that Commander Mu had ordered the city gates to be shut, and the soldiers throughout the city were prepared for battle. However, he did not assert that they were certainly barbarian cavalry. He merely indicated that the troops had come from the north and were likely of barbarian origin. Advising the princess to brace herself mentally, Mu Xingping, the elder brother of Mu Zixuan, initially intended to withhold this news from her, fearing that she might be unable to bear it. Nevertheless, he ultimately decided to inform the northern prince's residence, believing that if Mu Zixuan were made aware sooner, it might afford her some time to prepare, for it was still uncertain whether those northern troops were indeed barbarian. If they waited until it was confirmed that the northern prince was in peril before informing Mu Zixuan, she might find herself overwhelmed. Upon hearing the maidservant's words, Mu Zixuan's complexion grew even more pallid. At that moment, tears involuntarily streamed down Zhou Yuyu's cheeks as she sobbed. Could it be that the prince has already? At this juncture, Chu Yuqin interjected, Zixuan, do not be anxious. I will go and ascertain the situation. Have you forgotten that Chen possesses celestial fate? It is unlikely that he would encounter misfortune so easily. Even if Northern County were to fall, he would remain safe. Upon hearing Chu Yuqin's words, the other women began to regain their composure. Indeed, their prince bore celestial fortune. It was improbable that he would perish so readily. With this thought, Mu Zixuan felt a slight alleviation of her anxiety, yet her worries still lingered. At this moment, Chu Yuqin strode towards the courtyard's exit. Observing her departure, Chu Qingli hurriedly rose to follow. Recognizing this as a propitious opportunity, Chu Qingli remarked along the way, Sister, if something truly befalls the Northern King, would you not leave Beijing alongside me? As soon as her words fell, Chu Yuqin responded emphatically, Chen'er will be just fine. Hearing the unwavering confidence in her sister's tone, Chu Qingli mistakenly assumed that Chu Yuqin was in denial of the reality. She chose not to press further, contemplating that soon enough, her sister would have to confront the truth, and there was no need for her to rush. With the barbarian army of 300,000 advancing southward, Yin City could muster no more than 50,000 soldiers. It was evident to all that the Northern King could not hold his ground. Yet Chu Yuqin still harbored faith in him. Chu Qingli found this somewhat amusing. She was eager to discern what enchantment the Northern King had cast upon her sister, leading her to so fervently believe he could withstand the oncoming tide of barbarian cavalry. After leaving the courtyard, Chu Yuqin headed directly to Ma Peng to lead a contingent of horses towards the city gates. Chu Qingli swiftly followed suit, procuring a group of horses from the Wongfu. Soon, they arrived at the city gates, which were already firmly shut, and the siege engines atop the walls were primed for action. With a leap, both sisters ascended to the battlements, whereupon Mu Xingping immediately approached Chu Yuqin, greeting her with respect. Greetings, Madam Chu. Chu Yuqin quickly inquired, Officer Mo, what is the situation? Is it confirmed that it is the cavalry of the barbarians? In the presence of soldiers, Chu Yuqin opted to address Mu Xingping as Officer Mo, thereby concealing his connection to the Mu family. Moreover, given that they were in Onping City, closer to the heart of the Great Xia, it was imperative to be meticulous about such nuances. Mu Xingping furrowed his brow and replied gravely, it remains uncertain for the time being. The opposing force appears to be entirely composed of heavy cavalry clad in black armor. I have never heard my father mention that the barbarians possess such cavalry. Although Mu Xingping lacked first-hand experience in combat against the barbarians, he had gleaned considerable information from his father, Mu Changtian, about them. Nevertheless, this was the first time he had heard of the northern barbarians fielding heavy cavalry in black armor. The steppe barbarians, lacking access to iron, found it exceedingly challenging to form a heavy cavalry unit, thus leaving Mu Xingping unable to definitively conclude that the approaching forces were indeed barbarian in origin. As Mu Xingping spoke, a sudden cloud of dust arose in the distance, prompting a soldier to urgently alert, Officer Mo, Lady Chu, they are approaching. Chu Yuqin swiftly turned her gaze toward the cavalry barreling toward Onping City. Unbeknownst to them, they had departed Yin City before the black cavalry set out for it, leaving them unaware of the heavy cavalry under Lu Qin's command. This led to a misunderstanding, as they mistakenly believed that Xianyuan Chen and his men were barbarians. Fortunately, Mu Jingwu was also part of Xianyuan Chen's contingent, making it easy to dissolve the confusion. Just as the defenders of Onping City readied themselves for battle, the black cavalry suddenly came to a halt, with one rider and steed charging directly toward the city gates. As the figure drew nearer, several soldiers stationed atop the city wall quickly recognized him as Captain Mo. What a relief, it was not an enemy. Could this be the prince's cavalry? Since when did the prince possess heavy cavalry? When we departed from Yin City, there were only a few hundred light cavalry from the northern county, right? Indeed. Where could the prince have acquired such heavy cavalry? Could they be the court's elite forces? Upon recognizing Mu Jingwu, the soldiers on the wall instantly relaxed. However, Chu Yuqin remained tense, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized Mu Jingwu. The northern county lacked heavy cavalry, and the sudden appearance of thousands of heavily armored horsemen was undeniably suspicious. Given the current circumstances, one could not dismiss the possibility that Mu Jingwu had surrendered to the barbarian tribes. We needed to observe the situation further. At that moment, Mu Jingwu arrived at the foot of Onping City and proclaimed loudly, "Victory at Yin City." The northern king led the soldiers of the northern county to slay 200,000 barbarian soldiers overnight and captured 100,000. The prince has sent me to welcome back the princess. The soldiers atop the tower were rendered speechless by Mu Jingwu's words. Slaying 200,000 barbarian soldiers overnight? Capturing 100,000? Was this even possible? Even Chu Yuqin was momentarily taken aback. She knew that Lu Chen must have had confidence in his decision to stay, yet she had never anticipated such an outcome. At that moment, Chu Qingli, standing beside her, murmured, "Impossible. How could the northern county possess such strength? This must be false. The figures below the wall are surely spies sent by the barbarians, deliberately spreading misinformation to lure you into opening the gates." Chu Qingli still harbored thoughts of leaving Beijun with her sister to live a carefree life after the demise of the northern king, that good for nothing. However, she was now informed that not only had Yin City not fallen, but Beijun had also decisively vanquished the barbarian soldiers in a crushing victory. This revelation shattered her fantasies in an instant. How could she possibly accept such an outcome? Moreover, the news itself felt implausible. The circumstances of Beijun were well known to the people of Daxia, and upon her arrival, Chu Qingli had heard that the court had dispatched merely 70,000 troops to support the north. Setting aside whether those 70,000 could reach Beijun in such a short time, even if they did, the combined forces would number only a little over 100,000. How could a mere 100,000 soldiers hope to defeat the 300,000 iron cavalry of the barbarians? Perhaps there was a slim chance of merely halting the barbarian advance. But to claim a slaughter of 200,000 and the capture of another 100,000 was an unprecedented achievement in Daxia's history, and utterly unbelievable. Just as Chu Qingli finished speaking, a captain of the Imperial guards atop the city tower interjected, "I believe what Commander Amo has said. The prince is the son of destiny. What are 30,000 barbarian soldiers in the face of his might? Mere clay chickens and straw dogs." As soon as the captain's words fell, another soldier chimed in, "Exactly. The barbarian soldiers are nothing before the prince. Commander Mo's words must surely be true." Upon hearing the soldiers on the wall, Chu Qingli was taken aback. Though her expression remained unchanged, her heart could hardly fathom that the soldiers of Beijun held such unwavering faith in the northern king. Isn't the northern king a fool? How could these soldiers claim that the barbarian cavalry of 300,000 is nothing more than a mere flock of chickens and dogs before him? What are they saying? That the northern king is the child of destiny? What kind of intoxicating elixir has the northern king fed these soldiers? This made Chu Qingli think of Chu Yuqin, who also seemed to have fallen under a similar spell. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Xingping declared, "Open the city gates." Mu Xingping understood his elder brother well. Even if Mu Jingwu were to betray the great Xia, he would only seek refuge in another dynasty, never aligning himself with the barbarians with whom they share a deep-seated enmity, especially since there were still members of the Mu family within the city. Upon hearing Mu Xingping's command, the soldiers promptly opened the gates without hesitation. Chu Qingli mused to herself, what a hopelessly foolish lot they are. Once the heavily armored cavalry charges in, it will be too late for them to regret their actions. Nevertheless, she had no intention of intervening for her. This presented an opportunity. If the armored cavalry truly breached the city, she could escape with her sister from Beijun. To her, evading danger was not a daunting task. However, the scenario she envisioned did not unfold. After Mu Jingwu entered Anping City, the black cavalry remained stationary, not launching an assault, but instead turning to face the south, seemingly on alert. At that moment, Mu Xingping and Chu Yuqin descended from the city tower to greet Mu Jingwu. Once Mu Jingwu entered the city, Mu Xingping hurried over. "Brother, was what you said earlier true? Did the prince really slay 200,000 barbarian soldiers and capture another 100,000? Mu Jingwu remarked, "Indeed, it is all true. After your departure, a formidable cavalry of 50,000 heavy armored soldiers arrived at Yin City. It is said that this cavalry was secretly assembled by the prince, who also produced a mysterious weapon of immense power. This time, we have only lost over 10,000 soldiers in Yin City." Upon hearing Mu Jingwu's words, Chu Yuqin immediately recalled the mysterious weapon in Lu Chen's possession, capable of instantly slaying 9th-tier martial artists and masters. If Lu Chen possessed an even more terrifying and potent weapon, confronting the barbarian tribes would indeed pose little challenge. However, when did Lu Chen train such a heavy cavalry? This was something she was entirely unaware of. While the Imperial guards were one thing, this was a military force. A cavalry of 50,000 would require substantial resources. Surely the royal household must provide for these soldiers, yet Chu Yuqin had not observed any expenditures related to this. At that moment, Mu Xingping tilted his head and peered through the city gate at the distant heavy armored cavalry, then inquired, "Elder brother, could it be that those heavy cavalry are under the prince's command?" Mu Jingwu affirmed, "Yes, they played a significant role in this battle. The combat prowess of these black cavalrymen is truly formidable. They can easily take on 100 foes at once." Mu Xingping, filled with curiosity, asked, "Why would the prince send such a large contingent of heavy cavalry to escort my sister and the others?" Mu Jingwu glanced around and then whispered, "The prince is concerned that upon learning of his achievements, the the southern forces might attempt to retrieve my sister and the others. So he intentionally instructed me to bring 5,000 heavy cavalry. Though Mu Jingwu did not explicitly state whom he was guarding against, Mu Xingping instantly comprehended his intent. Was the south not a reference to the capital? Now that the northern king had triumphantly defeated the 30,000 iron cavalry of the barbarian tribes, his reputation soared. Coupled with the elite heavy cavalry at his command, he had effectively become the most formidable vassal king in the Great Xia. The court could not afford to overlook him. To ensure the northern king's compliance, it was highly probable that the court would dispatch someone to bring the northern king's children to the capital as hostages. Upon hearing Mu Jingwu's words, Chu Yuqing concurred that Lu Chen's actions were indeed appropriate. They should promptly send someone to retrieve Mu Zixuan and the others back to Yin City. At this moment, Chu Yuqing declared, "You all continue your discussion. I must hasten to inform Zixuan and the others to alleviate their concerns." With that, she mounted her horse and swiftly rode towards the temporary royal residence. Witnessing this scene, Chu Qingli was momentarily taken aback. She quickly followed suit and, upon catching up to Chu Yuqing, inquired, "Sister, do you genuinely believe that man's words are true?" As she rode, Chu Yuqing smiled and replied, "I know you may doubt the authenticity of this, but in truth, Chen is someone capable of creating miracles. Once you accompany me to Yin City, you shall understand." This left Chu Qingli speechless. She felt that Chu Yuqing had succumbed to delusion. Chapter 120. The northern princess heads north. Mu Zixuan and the others remained anxiously awaiting in the courtyard, unable to believe that Yin City had been so easily besieged. Naturally, they also dared not accept the notion. If something truly befell Lu Chen, their world would crumble. At that moment, Zhou Yuyu sobbed, "Wowu, princess, the prince will be all right. Won't he?" Mu Zixuan, seated on a stone bench, stared vacantly and absent-mindedly replied, "I believe in the prince. He is a celestial being. And celestial beings do not succumb to death easily." Just as the three young women were lost in their thoughts, a maid burst in, exclaiming, "Princess, Madame Chu and the others have returned." Mu Zixuan immediately rose from the stone bench and made her way to the courtyard entrance. Before she could reach the door, Chu Yuqing entered. Without hesitation, Mu Zixuan inquired, "Aunt Chu, what is the situation? Are those cavalrymen from the barbarian tribes?" Chu Yuqing reassured her, "Zixuan, there is no need for concern. Those cavalrymen are not from the barbarian tribes but are sent by Chen to escort you back to Yin City." Upon hearing this, the weight lifted from the hearts of Mu Zixuan and her companions. Zhou Yuyu, wiping her tears, exclaimed, "Wu, that's wonderful. I thought Yin City had already fallen to the barbarian tribes." Unlike Zhou Yuyu and the others, Mu Zixuan quickly sensed something amiss. She promptly asked, "Aunt Chu, when did our northern county acquire several thousand cavalrymen?" Being the descendant of a general, Mu Zixuan, though not a military expert, was acutely aware of such matters. When she left Yin City, she was well aware of the military situation. The cavalry was still in formation, and there were hardly enough horses for battle. Where could these cavalrymen have come from? Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's inquiry, Chu Qingli felt a surge of joy within her. She could not help but think that she had finally encountered a person of sound mind. Unexpectedly, it was the northern king's consort who remained clear-headed in the end. Indeed, it is often the one closest to the heart who understands the northern king best, while others have been ensnared by his beguiling charm. Just as Chu Qingli anticipated that Mu Zixuan, this princess, would unveil the deceit, Chu Yuqing interjected, "Zixuan, have you forgotten about the Jinyue?" At the sound of Chu Yuqing's question, Mu Zixuan was instantly brought back to reality. Indeed, she realized she had no knowledge of when Lu Chen established the Jinyue. This formidable intelligence organization could not have been formed without several years of effort. The existence of such an entity under Lu Chen's command indicated that he had been assembling cavalry long before, albeit unbeknownst to them. The Northern King, being an enigmatic figure, was likely to harbor secrets that she was unaware of. Contemplating this, Mu Zixuan declared, "Aunt Chu, I comprehend your meaning now. Let us make preparations to depart for Yin City today." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingli was momentarily taken aback. Although her expression remained impassive, her heart brimmed with astonishment and confusion. How could the princess grasp her sister's implications so readily? The Jinyue? What exactly was that? Why did the mention of the Jinyue lead the princess to accept the notion that the northern county possessed thousands of cavalry? Chu Qingli had hoped that Mu Zixuan would awaken to the truth and see through the barbarian scheme. But she was disheartened to find that even Mu Zixuan had succumbed to belief. A sense of unease began to stir within her. If the Northern King's residents truly colluded with the cavalry outside, it is possible that their destination is not Yin City, but rather the stronghold of the barbarian tribes. The women of the Northern King possess a certain charm, which might have prompted the barbarians to send impostors masquerading as the Northern King's soldiers. luring them to Yin City. Chu Qingli firmly believed that her suspicions were valid. After all, the Northern King is but a feckless individual, incapable of vanquishing the formidable forces of the barbarian tribes. Just as she began to worry that this could be a trap set by the barbarians, a sudden realization struck her. If this were indeed a ploy by the barbarians, it could potentially work to her advantage, alleviating her concerns. At that point, she could simply elope with her sister. Although a few thousand barbarian cavalry could prove challenging, they were heavily armored, while her agility was exceptional, making it unlikely that they could catch her. She was confident in her ability to extract someone from amidst a sea of soldiers. With this thought in mind, Chu Qingli felt a surge of anticipation, eager for the women of the royal residence to hasten their journey northward, thus providing her with an opportunity. At that moment, Chu Yuqin remarked, "We must prepare swiftly. Chen has achieved significant military success in the northern county. If we delay, by the time the news reaches the south, reinforcements will be dispatched." Mu Zixuan, unaware of the extent of Lu Chen's accomplishments, grasped Chu Yuqin's intent. She then instructed the maidens in the courtyard, "Immediately inform everyone in the royal residence to pack their belongings. We shall depart for Yin City before dusk." Meanwhile, within a chamber of the temporary royal residence, a woman clad in a flowing red gown is restlessly tossing and turning upon a beauty couch, her slender legs seemingly devoid of a comfortable resting place. At times, her left leg drapes over her right, and at other moments, the right leg crosses over the left. Her hips undulate ceaselessly upon the couch, as she reclines languidly, her delicate hands propping her head, perfectly showcasing her alluring silhouette. Alas, her enchanting form remains unappreciated in solitude. Wongqing is blissfully unaware of the tumultuous events transpiring in the courtyard, having not experienced the panic that engulfed Mu Zixuan and the others moments ago. Ever since she journeyed south with Mu Zixuan and her companions, she has largely confined herself to her chamber. Although she is a servant to Lu Chen, her rapport with Mu Zixuan and the others is relatively amicable. However, Chu Yuqin has always regarded her with disdain, and Wongqing finds little incentive to engage in rivalry over trivial matters in Lu Chen's absence, opting instead to refrain from their conversations over tea. At this moment, Wongqing lifts a delicate hand, raising the hem of her crimson silk gown to reveal her snow-white, elongated legs. With a sigh, she utters, "My little prince, when shall I have the pleasure of seeing you again? I can bear this separation no longer." The monotony of her current existence weighs heavily upon her. Once fearful of Lu Chen's harshness, she now finds herself unaccustomed to the distance that has grown between them. She perceives herself as a wretched soul, feeling discomfort by the absence of his torment. Just then, the voice of a maidservant calls out from beyond the door. "Miss Wang, the princess has issued a decree. All members of the royal residence must immediately pack their belongings, for we shall return to Yin City by dusk." Upon hearing this, Wongqing momentarily lost her composure, then abruptly rose from her couch. She swiftly approached the door, flung it open, and inquired, "What? Pack our belongings? Has the war truly come to an end?" The maid responded, "It is said that it has concluded. There are rumors circulating within the palace that the prince has slain 200,000 barbarian troops in the northern county and has captured 100,000 barbarian soldiers." Wongqing was once again taken aback. The young prince is so formidable? She had always thought his prowess was confined to the bedroom. To have vanquished 200,000 barbarian soldiers and captured another 100,000, how could this be achieved? Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the young prince is a man of mystery. His decision to remain in Yin City suggests he possessed the confidence to fend off the barbarians from the outset, although the reported victories seem almost too incredible to believe. The very presence of this young prince makes even the most improbable feats seem attainable. Contemplating this, Wongqing felt an overwhelming admiration for Lu Chen, and for a fleeting moment, she sensed a warmth enveloping her body, unable to suppress the urge to clasp her legs together, yearning to return to her young prince's side at once. Simultaneously, within a pavilion of the temporary royal residence, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanan were engaged in tranquil meditation. Suddenly, they perceived the bustling activity of the palace servants, as the once serene atmosphere transformed into a lively commotion. Both opened their eyes in unison. Chen Wanrong observed the bustling maids in the courtyard and turned to a nearby servant, inquiring, "What has transpired?" The maid replied, "I am uncertain, but I shall inquire immediately." Subsequently, the maid departed from the pavilion to gather information from the household staff and other maids. Soon, she returned to Chen Wanrong with a beaming countenance, exclaiming, "Miss Chen, Miss Lin, the princess has instructed us to hasten our packing. We shall return to Yin City before sunset." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyun, perplexed, asked, "Are we returning to Yin City so soon? Has the war concluded?" The maid responded, "It is said that it has not only ended, But the prince also led the soldiers of Beijun to slay 200,000 barbarian soldiers and captured 100,000. At this revelation, both Lin Wanyun and Chen Wanrong were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion in the other's eyes. 200,000 barbarian soldiers slain? 100,000 captured? Surely, even exaggerating military accomplishments should not be so audacious. Even if the northern prince truly secured Yan City and defended Beijun against the barbarian advance, it is implausible to have killed 200,000 of them. What is the situation in Beijun that we at Xianwei Palace are unaware of? What is the northern prince attempting to achieve with such grandiose claims? Does he not fear retribution from the court? However, what astonished Chen Wanrong even more than the inflated military achievements was the fact that the northern prince managed to withstand the barbarian onslaught with merely a handful of soldiers from Beijun. It is crucial to note that the barbarians had dispatched 300,000 soldiers, while the entirety of Beijun, in addition to the 7,000 reinforcements from the court, barely numbered over 100,000. Moreover, the soldiers of the barbarian tribes are exceedingly valiant in battle, while the troops of the northern county possess little advantage aside from the fortifications of Yan City. At this juncture, Lin Wanyan addressed Chen Wanrong, saying, "Mistress, this information has yet to be substantiated. I shall dispatch disciples of the Xianyu Palace to investigate the particulars." Chen Wanrong responded with a gentle acknowledgement, uttering no further words. The news was indeed startling, warranting a thorough inquiry to ascertain the truth of the matter. In any case, Xianyu Palace boasted a formidable intelligence network, and it would not be long before the situation was clarified. Subsequently, Lin Wanyan departed from the temporary royal residence, instructing the disciples within the city to uncover the details of the incident. Approximately half an hour later, the disciples of Xianyu Palace compiled and delivered the gathered intelligence to Chen Wanrong. As she perused the documents in her hands, Chen Wanrong fell into deep contemplation. The northern king summoned 5,000 heavy cavalry to welcome the princess back to Yan City. When did the northern king acquire heavy cavalry? Given the impoverished state of the northern county, how could they possibly sustain 5,000 heavy cavalry? It is known that the entire Great Xia has barely over 20,000 heavy cavalry. Furthermore, Xianyu Palace had never been informed of the existence of heavy cavalry in the northern county. In fact, their cavalry was exceedingly sparse, let alone heavy cavalry. From whence did these 5,000 heavy cavalry suddenly emerge? Are they truly soldiers under the northern king's command? Noticing that Chen Wanrong remained silent while examining the intelligence, Lin Wanyan spoke. "Mistress, could it be that those heavy cavalry are a ruse by the barbarians? It is possible that Yan City has already fallen, and they have disguised themselves as soldiers of the northern king, seeking to deceive the northern king's woman into entering Yan City, into the clutches of the barbarian court." Upon learning of the heavy cavalry's arrival at Wongqing City, a typical person's immediate thought would inevitably be that these heavy cavalry are merely a guise for the barbarians. After all, the northern county possesses neither heavy cavalry nor the means to sustain such a formidable force. This is an army that has seemingly materialized from thin air. Could it be that this contingent of heavy cavalry was dispatched by the court to assist the northern king? Such a notion is even more implausible. The court, in its efforts to fend off the barbarian incursion from the south, has only deemed it feasible to send 70,000 troops northward. It stands to reason that they would not allocate heavy cavalry to the northern king, especially not 5,000 of them. The 2,000 heavy cavalry of the Great Daxia Dynasty are the sharpest weapon in the emperor's arsenal, and he would never squander such a national treasure at this juncture. Upon hearing Lin Wanyun's words, Chen Wanrong regained her composure. With a cool expression, she set down the intelligence report and remarked softly, "If the barbarians wish to deceive the northern king's women into Yan City, they would not require such an extensive force of heavy cavalry. At most, 2,000 cavalry would suffice." The 5,000 heavy cavalry presently stationed outside Wongqing City raises questions. Setting aside whether the barbarians possess the means to forge the armor necessary for such a number, even if the northern barbarians truly had 5,000 heavy cavalry, it is unreasonable to dispatch such a pivotal force merely to ensnare the women of the royal household. This entire situation reeks of strangeness. Chen Wanrong continued, "Once we return to Yan City, the truth shall reveal itself." Hearing her words, Lin Wanyan expressed her concerns. "Mistress, we remain unaware of whether these 5,000 heavy cavalry are a ruse. If we simply accompany the northern king's entourage northward, it could pose significant dangers." Chen Wanrong spoke with an impassive expression. "If danger arises, we shall promptly disengage from the convoy. 5,000 heavy cavalry cannot detain us." Lin Wanyan pondered for a moment and discerned some truth in her words. It was indeed implausible for 5,000 heavy cavalry to capture a grandmaster, especially one as esteemed as the princess of the Xianyu Palace. Lin Wanyan then declared, "I comprehend. I shall have the belongings packed at once." As dusk approached, The sun gradually descended, painting the sky with an array of vibrant twilight hues. A vast caravan slowly departed from Wongqing City. The townsfolk had already heard the news of the northern king slaying 200,000 barbarian foes and capturing another 100,000. Initially, the citizens were skeptical, for such a victory seemed too grandiose, especially considering their king's perceived ineptitude and the inadequacy of the northern army. How could such a modest force possibly vanquish 200,000 barbarians? It seemed a mere fantasy. However, when the citizens witnessed the royal convoy genuinely leaving Wongqing City, heading northward, their doubts began to dissipate. They suddenly surmised that the northern king must have achieved significant military success in Yin City. Even if he had not actually slain 200,000 barbarian warriors, it was conceivable that he had successfully repelled the barbarian onslaught, or that the barbarian horde had already vacated the northern region. After all, how could the princess and her entourage be journeying north at this time otherwise? Those townspeople who had initially accompanied the northern king's court southward now turned back, gathering their belongings to follow the royal convoy north. In their eyes, the northern king could never allow his beloved to be in peril. If the princess was heading north, then the crisis in the northern region must surely have been averted. Regarding the claim of slaying 200,000 barbarians and capturing 100,000 barbarian soldiers, it is best taken with a grain of salt. Chapter 121. The report arrives in the capital as the convoy from the northern king's residence departed from Wongqing City. A sense of unease lingered among some members of the royal household, who feared that the cavalry outside the city might actually belong to the barbarians. However, once they passed through the city gates and observed that the cavalry remained stationed, vigilant yet unthreatening towards the convoy, their apprehension began to dissipate. At that moment, a carriage within the procession lifted its curtain, revealing Lin Wonyin and Chen Wonong, who carefully scrutinized the heavily armored cavalry clad in black. Upon noticing that the leader of the troops was a master, Chen Wongyong raised her delicate brows slightly. Lin Wonyin then remarked, "These individuals indeed do not appear to be barbarians, yet they also do not resemble the heavy cavalry of the Great Xia." Chen Wonong remained silent. Having noted the same observation, there are discernible differences between the barbarians and the Great Xia, making identification straightforward. The soldiers of this cavalry bore a striking resemblance to the Great Xia, yet it seemed that the Great Xia did not possess heavy cavalry clad in black armor. The heavy cavalry of the Great Xia donned silver armor, not black, which led to the unsettling possibility that these heavy cavalry were neither barbarians nor of the Great Xia. This raises a perplexing question. A heavy cavalry of 5,000, neither barbarian nor Great Xia. Whence did they emerge? Could the northern king conjure an army from thin air? Lin Wonyin ventured a bold hypothesis. Might these cavalrymen hail from another dynasty? Since they are neither of the Great Xia nor of the barbarians, and certainly not from the northern county, there remains but one possibility. These cavalrymen are reinforcements summoned by the northern king from other dynasties. At this moment, Chen Wanrong softly remarked, "Aunt Lin, to the north are the barbarians, to the west lies Diyue, to the south is Great Xia, and to the east, the vast ocean." While Chen Wanrong did not directly refute Lin Wanyin's conjecture, her words subtly indicated that Lin Wanyin's hypothesis was also rather implausible. Firstly, aside from Great Xia, the only dynasty adjacent to northern county, the Diyue dynasty, possesses no heavy cavalry. They are impoverished to the brink of desperation. Even if they did have heavy cavalry, it would be impossible for them to lend it to northern county. If this cavalry indeed originates from the northern king borrowing from other dynasties, it must have traversed through Great Xia or Diyue. A contingent of 5,000 heavy cavalry would undoubtedly attract attention as it passed through any realm. This is not merely a company of 5,000 ordinary soldiers. Heavy cavalry, once mobilized, quickly becomes known to surrounding nations or dynasties. Surely, the northern king could not have stealthily transported this heavy cavalry to northern county by sea. Just then, the leader of the black cavalry suddenly left the ranks and made a beeline for the convoy. Upon witnessing this, Lin Wanan immediately felt a surge of anxiety. The leader of this cavalry appeared extraordinary, as if he had emerged from the depths of the underworld, exuding an intense aura of malevolence, the weight of which suggested he had claimed countless lives. Fortunately, this masterful commander did not approach their carriage, but directed his course toward the carriage of Princess Mu Zixuan. Xin Yuanchen arrived before Mu Zixian's carriage, promptly dismounting and half-squatting as he declared, "This humble soldier, Xin Yuanchen, pays his respects to the princess." Upon witnessing this through the carriage window, Mu Zixian immediately urged, "General Xin Yuan, please rise." At that moment, the attendants surrounding Mu Zixian parted the curtains of the carriage, their heads peeking out to gaze in her direction. Xin Yuanchen expressed his gratitude, saying thank you, Princess, before standing up. Curiosity piqued, Mu Zixian inquired, "General Xin Yuan, I have heard that the prince led the soldiers of the northern county to slay 200,000 barbarian soldiers. Is this true? Xian Yuanqin promptly responded, Indeed, Your Highness, this is a veritable truth. Moreover, we have also captured 100,000 barbarian soldiers. Upon hearing Xian Yuanqin's reply, Chu Qingli, who had maintained a stoic expression within her carriage, furrowed her brows in contemplation. Judging by Xian Yuanqin's demeanor towards Mu Zixian, it appeared that he was genuinely a general under the northern prince's command, even if the barbarians intended to deceive the northern princess into heading north. The convoy of the northern prince had already departed the city, rendering further pretense unnecessary. Furthermore, he seemed to possess the prowess of a master-level general. Chu Qingli could sense the ominous aura and formidable martial spirit emanating from him. Would a master-level barbarian general truly need to perform for the northern princess? It was common knowledge, even among the people of the Great Xia, that barbarian warriors rarely bowed to women. Yet, Xian Yuanqin had just half-kneeled before Mu Zixian, suggesting that he was likely not a barbarian general after all. A chill swept through Chu Qingli's heart. She had already prepared to elope with her sister, but unexpectedly, Xian Yuanqin knelt before the princess. Lin Wanyun and Qin Wanrong were equally astonished. The moment Xian Yuanqin half-kneeled before the northern princess, it signified that this cavalry was indeed under the banner of the northern duke. Otherwise, a general would not dare to pay such a tribute to her. In this era, only those who held a profound respect for the lady of the house would perform such a gesture before her. To put it plainly, had Xian Yuanqin merely acknowledged the northern duke, there would have been no need for him to kneel before Mu Zixian. Other generals in Daxia, upon encountering her, would merely bow respectfully. His act of homage, in essence, conveyed that he regarded the northern princess with the same reverence as the northern duke. At that moment, Chen Wanrong murmured, It seems the entire Daxia has been deceived by the northern duke. Lin Wanyun, with concern, suggested, Master, we should leave Beijun at once. The northern duke is no ordinary figure. He must have discerned our ulterior motives in approaching him. The northern duke had secretly amassed such formidable power, indicating the depth of his schemes. How could someone of his caliber fail to recognize that Xianyu Palace approached him with intentions? Should the northern duke discover that Xianyu Palace intended to use emotional manipulation against him, it could spell trouble for them. Qin Wanrong then remarked, Human desires are what make one easier to control. His accumulation of such immense power is undoubtedly aimed at the position in the capital. Xianyu Palace should, at this juncture, offer him our assistance. Lin Wanyan suddenly comprehended Qin Wanrong's intentions. Qin Wanrong sought to use Lu Qin as a puppet, engaging in a deadly struggle against the Summer Emperor, ultimately allowing the Xianyue Palace to reap the benefits. Qin Wanrong's strategy was straightforward. Since the Northern King had amassed such formidable power, the immediate goal was to control him, prompting a fierce conflict between the Northern King and the Summer Emperor. Moreover, this would not hinder their plans to employ Lu Qin in the crafting of the dragon suppression spell. Originally, Lu Qin possessed value solely for the spell's creation, but now his worth in Chen Wanrong's eyes had ascended to a new echelon. Upon hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lin Wanyun sighed inwardly, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, the convoy continued onward. In the capital of the Great Daxia Dynasty, within the Xianzheng Hall, the Summer Emperor was, as usual, in a fit of rage on the court. After such a prolonged investigation, they had not even caught a glimpse of an assassin. He thundered, What use are you in the Ministry of Justice? The officials of the ministry trembled in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Initially, the Summer Emperor had permitted only a few days for the ministry to investigate the bloodbath at the 8th Prince's residence. Yet, days had passed with no leads on the assassin. Subsequently, some so-called genius suggested that the assassins from Blood Moon Tower were to blame, alleging they bore a grudge against the 8th Prince and sought to assassinate him. However, the Summer Emperor was not easily deceived. He soon learned that the leader of Blood Moon Tower had long since perished in the northern county, although the circumstances of the death were unknown. The Blood Moon Tower in the capital had effectively become a mere shadow of its former self. It is evident that the Ministry of Justice has failed to identify the true assassin, thus implicating the Blood Moon Tower as a scapegoat. Subsequently, Emperor Xia dealt with a number of officials from the Ministry of Justice and granted them additional time to continue their investigation. However, to this day, no leads have emerged. The officials are well aware of the discord between the Northern King and the 8th Prince. Yet, the Northern King is a mere incompetent, and they could hardly shift the blame onto him. Such an action would likely incite even greater wrath from Emperor Xia. At this juncture, the Left Chancellor, Lin Gaoyuan, mustered his courage to interject, Your Majesty, while it is indeed crucial to pursue the assassin of the 8th Prince, the most pressing matter at hand remains the situation in the north. Lin Gaoyuan is more concerned about the northern conditions than anyone else in the court, as it is his own son who leads the troops into battle. Upon hearing Lin Gaoyuan's reminder, Emperor Xia took a moment to compose himself and then addressed the officials of the ministry. I shall grant you 3 more days, should you fail to uncover anything. Just as Emperor Xia was about to take his seat, a soldier's voice suddenly echoed from outside the Hall of Political Affairs. A great victory in the north. The ministers within the hall were momentarily stunned. A great victory? Is it truly possible at this time? Given the court's 70,000 soldiers, augmented by the frail and the aged from the northern prefecture, merely holding the northern prefecture would be a considerable achievement. How could there be a great victory? It was evident that this was a fabricated report by the frontline general, seeking to falsely claim military merit. Upon the realization that the commander leading the troops northward was none other than Lin Gaoyuan, son of the left chancellor, the faction of right chancellor Zhao Wenhan swallowed hard and cleared their throats, promptly preparing to impeach Lin Xiaoming for the alleged forgery of a victorious report. However, when the Crimson Silk Messenger entered the Grand Hall, a single proclamation silenced the court, plunging it into a profound stillness. Upon entering the Xianjing Palace, the Crimson Silk Messenger immediately knelt, lifting the battle report high above his head, summoning all his strength to declare, Your Majesty, the Northern King has led the soldiers of the Northern Prefecture to gallantly combat the enemy, slaying 200,000 barbarian soldiers and capturing 100,000. This declaration detonated like a bombshell, causing an uproar within the court. The ministers were left in a state of stupefaction. While they had encountered fabricated battle reports before, they had never witnessed one so audaciously false. Slaying 200,000 barbarians? What a jest! The mere soldiers of the Northern Prefecture were barely capable of withstanding the barbarian onslaught, let alone achieving such an astounding triumph. The report was more reminiscent of the slaughter of 200,000 innocent civilians by the barbarians than a genuine military success. Who could possibly have penned such a document? This was not merely a battle report. It seemed to encompass the entire lineage of the author. For the ministers in attendance, the degree of falsity in the Crimson Silk Messenger's report reached an unprecedented level, rendering them too intimidated to voice any doubts. This marked a historical first in the annals of the Great Xia, where someone dared to present such an outrageous falsehood. Had the messenger's report claimed the slaying of merely tens of thousands of enemies and a significant victory over the barbarians, the ministers aligned with Right Chancellor Zhao Wenhan would surely have begun clamoring to impeach Lin Xiaoming, accusing him of fabricating military achievements. However, to claim that the Northern King has slain 200,000 barbarian foes, such a ludicrous report hardly warrants their impeachment, does it? They are rendered speechless. This is not a mere 20,000, but a staggering 200,000. Moreover, the Crimson Messenger just mentioned that the Northern County has captured 100,000 barbarian soldiers. What does this indicate? To a certain extent, it suggests that the Northern County has entirely annihilated the 300,000 barbarian army advancing southward. If the Northern King truly accomplished this feat, his merits would rival those of the Summer Emperor, and one could even assert that he has surpassed the sovereign in achievements. But is this plausible? Who in the capital is unaware of the Northern King's character? Could a feeble, avaricious, and lascivious man like him possibly lead the Northern County's grand army to vanquish the 300,000 barbarian forces? It is utterly laughable. Why not claim that the Summer Taizu crawled out from his mausoleum and decimated 200,000 of the barbarian troops? If one were to assert that the Summer Taizu had indeed emerged from his tomb, there might still be those who would believe such a report. At that moment, the entire court was enveloped in silence, with even the sound of breathing audible. After an indeterminate period, a eunuch in the court finally regained his composure, stumbling over to the Crimson Messenger, taking the report from him, and then approaching the Summer Emperor to present the report. The Summer Emperor's expression was dark, his countenance exceedingly grim. This was the most spurious report he had ever encountered. He could scarcely fathom how Lin Xiaoming dared to send such a fraudulent report back to the capital. Although Lin Xiaoming's father is the chancellor of the court, fabricating such a blatant falsehood could not be overlooked by anyone, not even if Lin Gaoyuan were the chancellor himself. Not only can Lin Gaoyuan not protect Lin Xiaoming, but the entire Lin family is also destined to be implicated by Lin Xiaoming. Upon receiving the battle report handed over by the eunuch, Emperor Xia finally regained his composure, promptly seizing the report and opening it with great urgency. Even if this report were fabricated, he felt compelled to scrutinize it closely, eager to uncover Lin Xiaoming's intentions. As Emperor Xia delved into the details of the report, the gazes of all ministers fixated upon his countenance, keen to discern his reaction. At that moment, some members of the court began to revel in schadenfreude. They had been devising schemes to undermine Lin Gaoyuan, only to discover that Lin Gaoyuan's son had erred so swiftly. Moreover, he had committed the grave offense of misrepresenting military intelligence. Most alarmingly, this was a report so undeniably false that it could hardly be considered credible. Even if the Lin family were not subjected to confiscation and annihilation, exile seemed inevitable. The use of a crimson silk messenger to convey such egregious falsehoods left Emperor Xia with no choice but to exact retribution on Lin Xiaoming. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall, Lin Gaoyuan was drenched in cold sweat, unable to fathom that his son could make such a grievous error. Misreporting military affairs was one thing, but fabricating such an outrageous battle report seemed beyond belief. Was he truly taking everyone for fools? Lin Gaoyuan could not help but ponder that his son should not be of such a character. Thus, what was the truth behind this report? Could it be that it had been tampered with? Was there a conspiracy against the Lin family? This notion was not entirely implausible. With this thought, Lin Gaoyuan immediately knelt down, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have failed in my duty as a father and willingly accept the consequences." Before the emperor, regardless of whether one is right or wrong, it is prudent to kneel and admit one's faults, for in acknowledging one's mistakes lies a glimmer of hope. To stubbornly defy the Lin family would only lead to the downfall of the Duke of Mu's household. At this moment, Emperor Xia paid no heed to Lin Gaoyuan. His gaze remained fixed upon the battle report in hand, which he scrutinized meticulously for an extended period before ultimately handing it to the eunuch, instructing, "Read it aloud." The eunuch, trembling, accepted the report and began to recite. On December 7th, when I led an army of 70,000 to Yen City, the battle had already concluded. The northern king fought valiantly, commanding tens of thousands of soldiers from the northern county, and in a single night, they decimated 200,000 barbarian foes and captured over 100,000. The valley of Wongqing was strewn with the bodies of the fallen, and the blood of the barbarians stained the entirety of the Wongqing River. As I have come to understand, the barbarian Wongqing was slain by an arrow from the northern king while attacking Yen City. 3 days hence, the northern king will dispatch the Wongqing's head to the capital. Lin Xiaoming's report was succinct, merely outlining the victories achieved by the northern county. Upon the eunuch's completion of the reading, the ministers in the court were left utterly astonished. Previously, they had heard from the messenger Hong Ling that the northern king had led the soldiers of the northern county to slay 200,000 barbarians, and they had assumed that the soldiers in question included those under the northern king's command along with the court's army, totaling over 100,000. Yet, the implication of Lin Xiaoming's report was that the court's 70,000 troops had not even reached Yen City. The northern king had triumphed over a force of 300,000 barbarians with merely the soldiers of the northern county. In other words, the court's army had not played any role whatsoever, not even as reinforcements. What a farce! How could the soldiers of Beijun possibly defeat an army of 300,000 barbarians? Surely it must be said that Emperor Xia's ancestor has risen from the royal tomb. In that moment, the ministers in the court were utterly bewildered. If the northern king possessed such prowess, he would have undoubtedly ascended to the position of crown prince by now, rather than languishing in Beijun. He would instead stand at the forefront of all officials within the court. It is already quite commendable for a seemingly inept prince to maintain control over Beijun. Yet now he claims to have led its soldiers to vanquish an army of 300,000 barbarians. Furthermore, the battle report asserts that they decimated 200,000 barbarians in a single night, a clear indication of a crushing victory. The most absurd claim in the report is that the northern king purportedly shot and killed the barbarian Wongqing with a single arrow. While the populace may not be well acquainted with the current Wongqing, the officials are aware that such a figure is at least of a masterful caliber. How could the northern king, a feeble wastrel depleted by indulgence, possibly slay a master with a single arrow? Such boasting is beyond reason. Although the officials were left dumbfounded by this report of victory, one individual, Lin Gaoyuan, breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that it was fortunate Lin Xiaoming did not claim these achievements for himself, but rather attributed them entirely to the northern king. In the end, even if Lin Xiaoming were to misreport the military situation, he would not face severe repercussions, and they could easily shift the blame onto the northern king. After all, upon arriving in Beijun, Lin Xiaoming would be under the command of the northern king, and upon his return, he could assert that the reports he issued were coerced by the northern king himself. Although the royal court may, in an effort to maintain its dignity, allow Lin Xiaoming to take the blame, it is important to remember that Lin Xiaoming is a general and the son of the prime minister. In light of the stability of the court, the emperor of Xia would likely impose a lighter punishment. After the eunuch finished reading the battle report, the court remained utterly silent, with officials exchanging glances, none daring to speak. They were at a loss for words in such a moment. The report was so fabricated that no one could possibly believe it, least of all the emperor. At this moment, the emperor was likely seething with rage. Any utterance from them could provoke his ire, and they were unwilling to take that risk. At this juncture, the emperor stood upon the dragon platform. coldly observing the ministers below. Noticing their silence, he remarked icily, "Usually, you are all quite vocal in court. Why has everyone suddenly turned mute today?" Yet, even after his words, no official dared to respond, nor did several princes, including the 8th Prince Lu Shuyun, who typically had a contentious relationship with Lu Chen, utter a single word. They all lowered their heads, quietly awaiting the unfolding of events. They were waiting for the emperor to reveal how he intended to handle the situation, while the emperor, in turn, awaited another battle report. Within the court's army, there were military supervisors, typically trusted eunuchs close to the emperor. Additionally, he had shadow guards, and he was also anticipating news from them. The severity of Lin Xiaoming's report was so alarming that it prompted the emperor to question its authenticity. If Lin Xiaoming claimed to have slain tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers, the other barbarian troops might have fled in panic, and he could have been perceived as exaggerating his military achievements. However, to assert that he had dispatched 200,000 barbarians is to venture into an entirely different extreme, rendering the claim so absurd that it borders on the implausible. Lin Xiaoming did not merely compose a battle report. He articulated the saga of 10 tribes. At this moment, the atmosphere within the grand hall was extraordinarily oppressive, with individuals acutely aware of the rhythmic pounding of their own hearts. After an indeterminate passage of time, a voice from outside the hall finally shattered the silence. Victory in the northern county. Upon hearing this proclamation, the ministers felt a jolt of apprehension. Typically, the first battle report originates from the frontline general, while the second is issued by the supervising officer. Although both the supervising officer and the general are present at the front, they do not meet face to face. The supervising officer serves as the emperor's eyes. Despite occasional collusion between the two, such occurrences are rare in the Great Xia, as the eunuchs serving as supervising officers are acutely aware of the formidable strength of the shadow guards surrounding the Xia emperor. Most supervising officers refrain from conspiring with frontline generals. If the first report heralds a great victory, and the second report from the supervising officer also announces a grand triumph, does that not indicate that the northern county has indeed achieved remarkable success? How could this be possible? Could it be that Lin Xiaoming's report is true? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They would sooner believe that the founding emperor of Xia had emerged from his mausoleum than accept that the northern king possessed such prowess. Soon, the red-robed messenger dispatched by the supervising officer entered the grand hall, kneeling on the ground as he proclaimed loudly, "Victory in the northern county. The northern king leads the soldiers of the northern county, fighting valiantly. Countless enemies have been slain. Let the prestige of our great Xia be exalted." The messenger clad in red did not explicitly disclose the number of barbarian soldiers slain. However, from the words of the second messenger, it can be surmised that the northern county may indeed have achieved a significant victory. The ministers were nearly rendered speechless. Could it be true that the northern county had triumphed? Had the barbarian forces dwindled so much? Yet, the ministers quickly regained their composure, realizing that the annihilation of 1,000 barbarian soldiers could be deemed a substantial victory, and the extermination of 10,000 could certainly be regarded as such. The second messenger did not specify the exact number of barbarian soldiers killed, which further cast doubt on Lin Xiaoming's report being entirely truthful. It is conceivable that Lin Xiaoming may have exaggerated the casualties among the barbarian ranks. Moreover, he claimed that the war at Yinqing had concluded before their arrival. How could the northern king's meager forces achieve a decisive victory? Killing a few thousand barbarian soldiers would be commendable at best. At that moment, the eunuch below the dragon platform hastily took the battle report from the second messenger and approached Emperor Xia, presenting it to him. Without hesitation, the emperor seized the report and examined it with utmost seriousness. The ministers, meanwhile, raised their gazes toward the emperor's countenance, eager to witness the extent of his ire. However, the anticipated display of fury did not materialize. As the emperor's eyes traversed the report, his brow became increasingly furrowed, soon contorting into a pronounced frown. The ministers discerned no semblance of anger upon the emperor's visage. Rather, his expression was one of astonishment, confusion, and bewilderment. This time, Emperor Xia did not permit the eunuch to read the report aloud. Unlike the succinct battle reports of Lin Xiaoming, the military supervisor accompanying the troops provided a detailed account of their observations. The supervisor noted the multitude of barbarian corpses strewn across the battlefield, corroborating Lin Xiaoming's findings. He further reported that North County boasted at least 50,000 heavy cavalry. Upon reading this, Emperor Xia felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Where could such a force of 50,000 heavy cavalry have emerged from? At that moment, a shadow guard clad in black armor materialized unexpectedly beneath the dragon platform, leaving the ministers bewildered by his sudden appearance. Typically, shadow guards refrain from appearing in court, opting instead to report to the emperor privately after the assembly, unless the matter is of utmost importance. The shadow guard then addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, urgent news from North County." A eunuch promptly took the report from the shadow guard and handed it to Emperor Xia. After perusing the intelligence, a wave of discomfort washed over him. The reports from Lin Xiaoming, the military supervisor, and now the shadow guard, unequivocally indicated that the northern king possessed an impressive force of nearly 50,000 heavy cavalry, and that he was no ordinary adversary. The claim of slaying 200,000 barbarian foes and capturing 100,000 barbarian soldiers was evidently true. Emperor Xia felt as though his entire worldview had been profoundly shaken. His least favored son had now become his most formidable threat. Observing the emperor's troubled countenance, Chancellor Zhao Wenhan could no longer remain silent and cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, may I ask what the second battle report conveyed?" Upon hearing the voice of Zhao Wenhan, Emperor Xia finally regained his composure, adjusting his emotions as the icy expression returned to his visage. Numerous intelligence reports had confirmed that the northern king had indeed led the armies of the North County to annihilate 200,000 barbarian foes, capturing over 100,000 prisoners in the process. The revelation sent shockwaves through the entire court. Good heavens, it was true. How could this be possible? This seemingly inept prince had achieved the greatest military success in the history of the Great Xia. Emperor Xia himself had never attained such a feat during his campaign against the Chen kingdom. Moreover, the northern king had faced an army of 300,000 barbarians, whose combat prowess generally surpassed that of the Great Xia forces. How could the meager soldiers of the North County possibly have triumphed over the barbarian horde? Could it be that the revered Xia Taizu had truly risen from the royal tomb to aid the northern king in defending Yan City? Chapter 123. Why is everyone suddenly mute today? Upon hearing the emperor's words, the officials were rendered incredulous, as this revelation utterly shattered their preconceived notions. Even if the northern king were not utterly inept, the limited forces of the North County would find it exceedingly difficult to hold Yan City. Yet now, they were being told that not only had the northern king successfully defended Yan City, but he had also managed to vanquish the 300,000 barbarian army. Who could possibly believe such a tale? At this moment, several princes in the court were left in a state of bewilderment. Was not the ninth prince the most feckless among them? Had he not already squandered his vitality on indulgence? How could he possibly lead the meager soldiers of the North County to defeat a barbarian force of 300,000? Was this truly within the realm of possibility for someone of his perceived ineptitude? Everyone in the court was engulfed in disbelief, pondering whether they were still ensnared in a dream, hence the absurdity of the news they had just received. The court was filled with subjects of the Great Xia, and upon hearing such earth-shattering reports, they ought to have been elated. Yet, a profound gloom permeated the atmosphere, as not a single soul found joy in the revelation. If what the Emperor of Xia claimed were indeed true and could be substantiated, it would signify a monumental shift for the Great Xia. The annihilation of 200,000 barbarian foes and the capture of another 100,000 was an achievement that rivaled the Emperor's own historical conquest of the Chen kingdom. Such a grand triumph would undoubtedly elevate the northern prince to the status of heir apparent. Indeed, his accomplishments had reached a level that threatened to eclipse even the Emperor himself. Amidst this, a singular question plagued the minds of all present. How had the northern prince achieved such feats? Meanwhile, the ministers were engulfed in trepidation. Would the northern prince, whom they had long regarded as ineffectual, truly return to the capital and ascend to the position of crown prince? Within the court, factions aligned with the eighth prince. The first prince and other royal siblings flourished, yet conspicuously absent were any officials supporting the ninth prince. At this juncture, even the officials from the Chu clan had aligned themselves with the eighth prince's faction. Now, they were informed that the ninth prince intended to return to the capital as the crown prince. This news effectively rendered all the ministers' investments futile. They would not permit such an outcome to unfold. The Emperor of Xia, perceiving the disbelief, or perhaps the fear, etched upon the ministers' faces, continued with his address. According to various intelligence reports, the northern prince commanded at least 50,000 heavy cavalry. Merely days prior, he had dispatched 5,000 of these cavalry southward to retrieve his wives and children from Yan City. Upon uttering these words, the emperor reignited the fervor within the court. 50,000 heavy cavalry? How could this be possible? How could the northern king possess such an immense force of heavy cavalry? Heavy cavalry signifies a formidable military strength, an understanding that surely the ministers are not oblivious to. In the days of the illustrious Emperor Xia, a mere 3,000 heavy cavalry could relentlessly pursue and decimate an army of 10,000 peasant soldiers. Presently, the entire realm of Daxia boasts only 2,000 heavy cavalry. as the maintenance of such forces demands vast resources. Each cavalryman requires no less than 3 exceptional steeds. Beyond the horses, the most crucial component for heavy cavalry is their armor. Crafting a complete set of armor for a single cavalryman may take a skilled artisan a month, if not longer, typically requiring at least 3 months to complete. How could the Northern King, having only recently arrived in the Northern Prefecture, possibly amass 50,000 heavy cavalry? The implications of possessing such a number are staggering. It would mean that the Northern King could unilaterally declare his secession from Daxia and establish himself as an emperor without contestation. Furthermore, should he truly command an additional 100,000 barbarian captives, it would suggest that the imperial court, even if aware of his potential rebellious inclinations, would be rendered powerless to act against him, instead resorting to appeasement. Logically speaking, the Northern King lacks the time and resources to forge 50,000 heavy cavalry. Thus, the question arises, whence do these forces originate? Given that numerous intelligence reports have confirmed the existence of these 50,000 heavy cavalry, this issue bears significant weight. The emergence of the Northern King's heavy cavalry not only indicates his capacity for rebellion, but also reveals his intentions to do so within the borders of Daxia, particularly under the circumstances of the Xia Emperor's annual dismantling of feudal powers. The creation of 50,000 heavy cavalry by a feudal lord can only be interpreted as a blatant desire for insurrection. At this moment, Zhao Wenhan could no longer contain his curiosity and boldly inquired, "Your Majesty, may I dare to ask if it is true that the Northern King possesses 50,000 heavy cavalry?" The Summer Emperor replied coldly, "This intelligence was relayed by General Wong and has been corroborated by my shadow guards." Upon hearing this, the ministers gasped in shock. Could it be that this matter was indeed true? Did the Northern King truly command 50,000 heavy cavalry? No wonder previous battle reports indicated that the Northern King led the soldiers of the Northern Prefecture to slay 200,000 barbarian troops in a single night. However, it must be noted that the Northern Prefecture could not possibly have merely 50,000 heavy cavalry. Heavy cavalry holds an overwhelming advantage against infantry, particularly against peasant soldiers. Yet this advantage is not as pronounced when facing the cavalry of the barbarians. In fact, it may even be a disadvantage. Heavy cavalry, being more cumbersome than the light cavalry of the barbarians, would find it challenging to pursue them, and if the barbarian soldiers wish to flee, they would likely find it quite easy. If the reports of the Northern King's forces decimating 200,000 barbarian soldiers are indeed accurate, it surely suggests that the Northern King possesses additional resources. Whether these resources are weapons or troops remains uncertain. At this juncture, the court was once again enveloped in a profound silence. Logically, one might expect someone to accuse the Northern King of treason. Yet the timing of the Northern Prefecture's heavy cavalry could not be more fortuitous, coinciding perfectly with the advance of the barbarian army of 300,000. While others were celebrating the Northern King's triumph over the barbarians, who would dare to emerge now and assert that the Northern King harbored treasonous intentions? Such an act would be tantamount to courting disaster. Who would have the audacity to condemn the Northern King at this moment? This was the most significant military achievement since the founding of the Great Xia. Who could possibly voice accusations against the Northern King? As silence enveloped the court, the Emperor of Xia coldly remarked, "What is this? Have you all come to court without having consumed your breakfast, rendering you incapable of uttering a word? Are you not usually quite spirited?" No sooner had the Emperor's words faded than Zhao Wenhan immediately knelt and, with a deep bow, declared, "Your Highness, the 9th Prince, renowned for his valor and prowess in battle, has led the soldiers of the northern region to slay 200,000 barbarian warriors, capturing an additional 100,000. He stands as the third greatest hero after His Majesty, the great ancestor of Xia. Such monumental achievements cannot go unrewarded. The mundane offerings of this realm are unworthy of His Highness's merits. I earnestly beseech Your Majesty to permit the 9th Prince to return to the capital and to designate him as the Crown Prince." Upon hearing Zhao Wenhan's words, several ministers inwardly cursed him, deeming him a cunning fox who, fully aware of the emperor's vigor and reluctance to appoint a crown prince due to potential ambitions, had the audacity to advocate for such a proposal. Zhao Wenhan's sudden elevation of the idea of a crown prince was devoid of any intention to see the Northern King ascend. Rather, it was a calculated attempt to vex the emperor and sow discord between him and the Northern King's father-son relationship. In response to Zhao Wenhan's statement, the emperor did not immediately reply, instead casting a discerning glance over the assembled ministers, awaiting another voice to emerge. At that moment, Lin Gaoyuan, still kneeling, swiftly grasped the emperor's intent and spoke, "Your Majesty, while the 9th Prince has indeed accomplished extraordinary feats, I believe that the matter of establishing a crown prince is of grave significance and should not be treated with such haste. The emperor remained silent, his gaze shifting to the several princes positioned before him. At this moment, several princes were drenched in sweat, scarcely daring to breathe. Among them, the 8th prince, Lu Shuyan, had come to a profound realization. He finally comprehended the reasons behind the failure of his assassination attempts and uncovered the identity of the one who had mercilessly slaughtered his household. Their 9th brother had concealed himself far too adeptly. The entirety of the great Xia had been deceived by him. Chapter 124. I intend to appoint him as crown prince. The emperor of Xia cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, noting the silence that had enveloped the room. He then spoke. The matter of the crown prince pertains to the foundation of the nation and requires careful deliberation. Today, we shall not discuss this issue. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Zhao Wenhan refrained from further comment. His intent had merely been to voice his thoughts, and in truth, he could never lend his support to the northern prince. Very few officials within the court would rally behind the northern prince. Typically, even those princes who did not engage in the struggle for the throne maintained some connections with the ministers, whereas the northern prince was an anomaly, having no ties with any officials. Who would dare to support him? Aside from the Chu family, who might be swayed. The fundamental dynamics among the other princes remained largely unchanged. The northern prince shared a bloodline with the Chu family, although they currently backed the 8th prince. It was due to the 9th prince's initial incompetence. Now that the 9th prince had achieved such remarkable military accomplishments, reaching a point where his merit overshadowed that of his sovereign, how could they remain unmoved? It was entirely possible that they would once again lend their support to the 9th prince. This, without a doubt, posed a formidable challenge to the other princes. Foremost among their concerns was the 50,000 heavy cavalry of the northern county. Until the threat posed by these 50,000 heavy cavalry was neutralized, the northern prince would forever loom over them like a sword, even if they were to seize the throne in the future. The formidable military strength of the northern duke could very well unseat them. As long as the 50,000 heavy cavalry and the northern duke remained, all princes would find themselves in a state of unease. In an instant, every prince embroiled in the struggle for succession stood united on a singular front. The northern duke posed the greatest threat and must be eliminated. At this juncture, the summer emperor continued, "Esteemed ministers, the northern duke has rendered such immense service. How do you believe the court ought to reward him?" Ultimately, the summer emperor left this dilemma to his ministers. The northern duke's contributions were so significant that even the emperor found himself at a loss for how to bestow a fitting reward. Knowing full well that the position of crown prince was out of the question, he had never intended to appoint a crown prince so soon, especially not one whose parentage remained uncertain. Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, the ministers exchanged glances, equally unsure of how to proceed. His accomplishments were so vast that only the title of crown prince seemed commensurate. Any other form of reward would appear trivial. Yet, it was clear that the summer emperor would not entrust the title of crown prince to the northern duke. What, then, should be offered as a reward? It would be unreasonable to grant nothing at all. Should the common folk of the great summer learn of such an oversight, their discontent would be palpable, and rightly so. After all, the northern duke had vanquished the barbarian tribes, those with a deep-seated enmity against the citizens of the great summer. If the northern duke had slain so many of the barbarian foes without any acknowledgement from the court, how could the citizens possibly accept such an injustice? At that moment, Lin Gaoyuan remarked, "Your Majesty, I believe that the merits of the northern king are so substantial that ordinary rewards cannot possibly compare." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenhan immediately interjected. "Minister Lin, are you not merely stating the obvious? What His Majesty requires is a specific reward, not your vague musings." Lin Gaoyuan paid no heed to Zhao Wenhan and continued, "I propose that the order of territorial expansion be granted as a reward for the northern king's accomplishments." This statement sent a ripple of astonishment through the court. The order of territorial expansion, by its very name, signifies the expansion of territory. During the founding of the great Xia, Emperor Xia Taizu conferred numerous fiefdoms upon various princes, each granted the order, allowing them to claim the lands they conquered as their own. However, the subsequent emperors soon recognized this as a significant threat, as some princes expanded their domains to the point of nearly surpassing the actual territory controlled by the emperor. Through the joint efforts of several successive emperors, the order was eventually abolished, and to achieve this, the great Xia even engaged in several wars. In the current reign, the emperor has further curtailed the powers of the princes, so that they are now primarily allotted territories by the court, even if they conquer lands from other nations. Those territories belong to the court and the emperor. The princes have no right to claim them as their own. Should the order of territorial expansion be bestowed upon the northern king, it would allow for infinite territorial expansion in the northern prefecture, provided he possesses the requisite strength. This, in fact, poses a dilemma for the court. If the northern king were to amass too much territory, his power could significantly increase, rendering him a greater threat to the Great Xia. However, upon hearing Lin Guyuan's proposal, Emperor Xia did not immediately dismiss it, for he discerned a semblance of merit within the suggestion. Should the northern king obtain the order of territorial expansion, it is highly probable that he would instigate warfare in pursuit of territorial enlargement. War demands resources and depletes strength. Moreover, the northern king, situated in the northern prefecture, has but one avenue for expansion, toward the north, which is the domain of the barbarians. Consequently, hostilities between the northern king and the barbarians would inevitably persist. This scenario would serve to diminish the power of the northern prefecture while simultaneously alleviating, to some extent, the threat posed by the barbarians advancing southward against the Great Xia. It is indeed a commendable strategy. Yet, once the order of territorial expansion is utilized, reclaiming it in the future would likely necessitate the outbreak of war or the ascension of the northern king as the next emperor of Xia. Once the northern king possesses the order and extends his territory, it is inconceivable that he would relinquish the lands to the imperial court. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Xia declared, "Draft an edict. The northern king has slain 200,000 barbarians, captured over 100,000, and has also shot down the barbarian wolf king on the battlefield, achieving great merit. He is to be awarded 200 million taels of silver, 200,000 bolts of silk, and one order of territorial expansion." The courtiers were momentarily taken aback by the emperor's decision to bestow the order, which had been painstakingly reclaimed by previous generations of emperors, only to be given away by the current one. Nevertheless, no minister dared to voice dissent at that moment, for compared to the order, the position of crown prince held far greater significance in their minds. Should a decree for territorial expansion be exchanged for the position of a crown prince, it would be an arrangement they could acquiesce to, for the northern lands are already inhabited by barbaric tribes. The northern king's ambitions for territorial expansion must inevitably lead northward. Any attempt to venture southward would be tantamount to rebellion. As long as the northern king refrains from assuming the role of crown prince, all matters are negotiable, including the decree of territorial expansion. Meanwhile, at the northern gate of the capital, a soldier bearing a crimson banner rode forth, vociferously proclaiming, "Victory in the northern prefecture. The northern king has led his troops to slay 200,000 barbarians and has captured 100,000. As he galloped towards the imperial palace, he continued to shout. Such a resounding triumph must be heralded, meant to inform the common folk. However, Lin Xiaoming and the supervising general had cautioned the messengers of Crimson Silk to refrain from announcing it within the capital, advising them to reserve the news for the palace, where it could be properly deliberated by the court regarding rewards for the northern king. The magnitude of his accomplishments warranted careful consideration to avoid placing undue pressure on the court from public opinion. Yet, Lu Chun was not encumbered by such concerns. He believed that the populace would inevitably learn of the northern king's exploits. Thus, he dispatched the Crimson Messenger, urging him to vociferously announce the news along his route, and provided him with numerous water flasks for the journey. Only when the people of the Great Xia were fully aware of the northern king's slaying of 200,000 barbarians would the court dare not act against him. Such a monumental achievement, if unacknowledged by the court, could lead to attempts to diminish his power or accusations of rebellion, ultimately risking the loss of popular support. At that very moment, the citizens of the capital, upon hearing the Crimson Messenger's report of victory, were utterly astounded. Did they hear incorrectly? The northern king led the soldiers of the north to slay 200,000 barbarian troops? Is this true? Isn't the northern king merely a worthless prince? A prince, frail and debauched, devoid of any martial prowess, achieving such a remarkable victory? The absurdity of it leaves them hesitant to question its veracity. Although the common folk may lack political acumen, they understand that such an exaggerated report is less likely to be false, for no one would dare disseminate such a ludicrous account. Moreover, it was the message relayed by the red silk messenger to the capital. In an instant, the citizens of the capital were aflame with excitement. Naturally, the majority of the populace harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of this news. After all, it sounded utterly preposterous. A universally recognized failure, merely relocated, suddenly undergoing such a drastic transformation. This seemed impossible. Meanwhile, spies from other nations and dynasties within the capital caught wind of the red silk messenger's report. While they too were skeptical, they differed from the average citizen. Upon hearing the news from the red silk messenger, foreign spies promptly leveraged their connections to glean insights into the court's developments. If this event were genuine, the ministers would undoubtedly be aware. Soon, these foreign spies discovered that the report conveyed by the red silk messenger was indeed true. leaving them astounded. They had spent years gathering intelligence on the great Xia dynasty, never considering the northern king worth their attention, believing him to be merely a worthless prince, unworthy of scrutiny, and certainly incapable of becoming the heir to the great Xia dynasty. As a result, the moment this battle report was confirmed, it unveiled the deception that had shrouded the intelligence gathered over the years regarding the northern prince. All had been misled. The northern prince emerged as the most formidable and cunning royal of the great Xia dynasty, although some found it difficult to accept this reality. The spies from various nations swiftly relayed the intelligence they had acquired about the northern prince back to their respective capitals. Meanwhile, in the royal palace's Imperial garden, the emperor of Xia approached the pavilion where Situ Su was situated and inquired, "The national master must have already heard the news, correct?" Situ Su replied, "Indeed." Upon learning of the northern prince's actions in Beijing, Situ Su's reaction mirrored that of others, utter disbelief. However, a shadow guard presented him with the collected intelligence, allowing him to gradually come to terms with the revelation. At this juncture, Situ Su remarked, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on having such a valiant prince as the ninth prince." In response, the emperor of Xia coldly retorted, "National master, are you mocking me?" Situ Su quickly replied, "I would not dare." The emperor huffed and continued, "It seems the ninth prince has concealed himself quite effectively. 50,000 heavy cavalry, such a number is beyond what the court can sustain, yet suddenly 5,000 heavy cavalry have emerged from Beijing." Situ Su then stated, "Your Majesty, it appears that the intelligence from Deputy Commander Bai was accurate. It is highly probable that the ninth prince has not allied with Xianyu Palace, as he possesses no need to rely on them." The emperor countered, "Has the national master not considered how the ninth prince acquired his heavy cavalry? What is the nature of Beijing? The national advisor should certainly be aware. Given how recently he has arrived there, how could he possibly raise 50,000 heavy cavalry?" Situ Su inquired, "Does Your Majesty suspect that His Highness the ninth prince has conspired with other dynasties, and that these heavy cavalry have originated from them? However, as far as I know, aside from the great Xia, Beijing shares borders only with the Diyued dynasty. If such a formidable force of heavy cavalry were to pass through Diyu, the shadow guards would undoubtedly have received some intelligence." Upon hearing Situ Su's words, Emperor Xia fell into contemplation. Indeed, Situ Su was correct. Heavy cavalry were a focal point of surveillance among the great dynasties. Any dynasty that deployed heavy cavalry would inevitably be noted by others, making it implausible for there to be no information at all. Moreover, no dynasty would willingly dispatch 50,000 heavy cavalry to another, as this would be utterly unthinkable. Thus, only one possibility remained. These 50,000 heavy cavalry were indeed raised by the northern king. Yet, both in terms of time and resources, Beijing was insufficient to muster such a force. Could it be that his son possessed the ability to conjure soldiers from thin air? At this juncture, Situ Su remarked, "Your Majesty, I believe this may well be a fortuitous development for you." Emperor Xia queried, "Why do you hold such a belief, national advisor?" Situ Su replied, "You see, neither you nor the ministers in court are aware of the origin of these 50,000 heavy cavalry, nor do the noble families possess any knowledge of it." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia grasped Situ Su's implication. The advisor suggested that they might feign support for the northern king, as others remained oblivious to how the heavy cavalry had come to be. The northern king was bestowed upon the northern county, and it can be asserted that his current military achievements are inextricably linked to Emperor Xia himself. Thus, it is highly probable that the emperor was aware from the outset of the true nature of the northern king and recognized that he had been concealing his capabilities. The emperor's decision to place the northern king in the northern county likely stemmed from an important mission. Perhaps all of this is a part of the emperor's grand design. The establishment of heavy cavalry requires a substantial amount of resources, and it cannot be accomplished in a mere day or two. The northern county lacks such resources. Currently, within the vast realm of Great Xia, only one individual is capable of supporting the northern king in maintaining an army of 50,000 heavy cavalry, and that individual is none other than the reigning Emperor Xia. At this moment, the emperor inquired, "Does the national master believe that I can utilize Xiao Jiu's heavy cavalry to confound the prominent families?" Situ Su replied, "Indeed, Your Majesty. At present, you are the sole individual who can enable the northern county to possess 50,000 heavy cavalry. No other family or dynasty possesses such capabilities, and it was you who personally sent the northern king to the northern county." The emperor, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the lotus pond before him, contemplating for a considerable time. The 50,000 heavy cavalry of the northern county could indeed be utilized to some extent. However, the matter of resolving the aftermath poses a complicated dilemma. After a lengthy pause, the emperor spoke, "National master, I require you to make a trip to the northern county. Situ had anticipated the emperor's request and promptly responded, "Yes, your majesty." The emperor continued, "Upon your arrival in the northern county, convey to Xiaoju that I intend to designate him as the crown prince, and I hope he will not disappoint my expectations." Situ replied, "I understand, your majesty." The emperor of the Xia dynasty then turned and said, "Very well, prepare yourself, national master, for we shall proceed to the northern county." "Yes, your majesty." "I take my leave," replied the old minister. Chapter 125. Reunion with the princess consort. News of the northern king's resounding victory over the 30,000 cavalry of the barbarian tribes swiftly spread from the capital of the Xia dynasty to the farthest corners of the realm. Simultaneously, the populace learned of the emperor's commendation bestowed upon the northern king in the form of a territorial edict, further validating the northern king's remarkable achievements. In a fleeting moment, the citizens of Xia underwent a transformation in their perception of the northern king. The once perceived idleness and indulgence attributed to him were now seen as mere facades. Recalling the northern king's former announcement calling for concubines, countless families began to entertain thoughts of marrying their daughters to him. Concurrently, the northern king's ascension exerted immense pressure on the prominent families of the Xia dynasty. Just as Situ had surmised, every esteemed clan now believed that the northern king's 5,000 heavy cavalry were, in fact, the personal soldiers of the emperor. For only the emperor possessed the means to assemble such a formidable force in the northern county. To the noble houses, the northern king was likely a crucial piece in the emperor's grand strategy, for without the emperor's decree to appoint him to the northern county, such military prowess would have been unattainable. The 5,000 heavy cavalry loomed over the great families like a sword, rendering them restless. Within the core regions of the Xia dynasty, military officers were largely susceptible to monetary persuasion by the influential families. Even after the emperor had restructured the army and reclaimed military authority, remnants of the noble houses still lingered in certain military ranks. However, the soldiers of the northern county were an entirely different matter. The great families were entirely oblivious to the origins of the northern king's formidable cavalry of 50,000, let alone attempting to recruit its soldiers. This ignorance led them to suspect that the emperor of Xia had deliberately instructed the northern king to establish this cavalry in the northern prefecture. The northern prefecture, being adjacent to the vast grasslands, served as a natural pasture, ideal for raising horses. Furthermore, the great families had little interest in the northern prefecture or the northern king, which allowed the emergence of this substantial cavalry to go unnoticed. Now, the question arises as to why the emperor of Xia had compelled the northern king to unveil this cavalry to the great families. It seemed evident that the emperor was preparing for conflict. Thus, he first allowed the cavalry to sharpen its blades against the barbarian forces, numbering 300,000, as a means to intimidate the noble families within Xia. Indeed, the intimidation had proven effective. Since the revelation of the 50,000 cavalry in the northern prefecture, the voices of the noble families in the court had significantly diminished. Moreover, for an extended period thereafter, the great families exhibited a notable restraint. Days later, in the northern prefecture, the convoy of the northern king's residents gradually entered Yin City, where Chen awaited at the city gates. Shortly thereafter, the carriage bearing Mu Zixuan and her companions passed through the gates. Upon seeing Chen personally come to greet them, Mu Zixuan promptly instructed the driver to halt, alighted from the carriage, and rushed into Chen's embrace. "My lord, I have finally seen you." At that moment, both Zhou Xiao and Zhou De descended from the carriage and hurried to Chen, nestling into his arms. With a gentle smile, Chen reassured them, all right. There are so many people watching. Let us have a proper discussion once we return to the Wong residence." Upon hearing Chen's words, Mu Zixuan and the two Zhou sisters instantly felt their cheeks flush. It had been quite a while since they last saw their beloved, and naturally, certain thoughts crossed their minds. The moment Chen mentioned having a good chat, they instantly grasped his meaning. Meanwhile, from a distance, Chu Yuqin observed Chen without approaching him, as her sister was still nearby, watching closely. She pondered how Chu Qingli might react if she drew nearer. In the past, she would have confidently walked up to him, but under Chu Qingli's unwavering gaze, Chu Yuqin felt a certain pressure and a tinge of guilt. Noticing that Chu Yuqin merely stared at him from horseback, Chen was filled with confusion. What was happening? Why had Chu Yuqin become so distant after their brief separation? Had she lost the inclination to show concern for him? Previously, she would have eagerly inspected him from head to toe to assure herself of his well-being. At that moment, Chen's attention was drawn to a cold, aloof woman standing beside Chu Yuqin. Upon seeing her, he was momentarily taken aback. The woman's eyes were fixed intently upon him, seemingly brimming with hostility. Chen was perplexed. Who was this striking young lady? Why did she appear to harbor animosity towards him? What was her connection to Chu Yuqing? He promptly activated the system for identification. Name: Chu Qingli. Identity: adopted daughter of the Chu family, an assassin nurtured by the Chu family, a ninth-tier martial artist. 26 years old, non-blood-related sister of Chu Yuqing, harbors an aberrant affection for Chu Yuqing, believes that Chu Yuqing belongs to her. In her eyes, the Northern King has taken away her sister, thus she holds animosity towards him. Rating: 95. Favorability: 50. Under the ongoing influence of the Dragon and Phoenix Tea, upon reading the system introduction before him, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He finally understood why Chu Yuqing had been unusually distant today, evidently considering her sister's feelings. Nevertheless, the fact that Chu Qingli had also partaken of the Dragon and Phoenix Tea was a testament to his thoughtful consort. With this thought, Lu Chen affectionately ruffled Mu Zixuan's hair. He then suggested, "Let us return to the royal residence. We can discuss matters later." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the three women ceased their chatter. Subsequently, Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan boarded the carriage together. Inside the carriage, Mu Zixuan inquired with concern, "My lord, are you injured?" Lu Chen reassured her, "Do not worry, my beloved. I am unharmed." At that moment, he posed another question, "By the way, did Miss Chen accompany you to Yin City?" A flicker of concern crossed his mind, as he feared that upon discovering his prowess, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun might choose to flee. Both women were exceptionally beautiful with high ratings, and he certainly did not wish to miss the opportunity to be with them. Mu Zixuan replied, "They came with us. They are seated in the carriage behind." Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's response, Lu Chen felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared that Xianyu Palace had not yet given up on him, which was indeed the best outcome. At that moment, Mu Zixuan suddenly recalled something. Stealing a glance at Lu Chen from the corner of her eye, she cautiously spoke, "Your Highness, I made a mistake in Anping City." Lu Chen, perplexed, inquired, "What sort of mistake?" Mu Zixuan replied, "I inadvertently allowed Aunt Chu's sister to partake in the Longfeng tea." To her surprise, Lu Chen did not express anger. Instead, a smile graced his lips. He embraced Mu Zixuan's delicate form and said, "My beloved consort has devoted herself to selecting a secondary wife for me. What could possibly be wrong with that?" Hearing his words, Mu Zixuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had been concerned that Lu Chen might not favor Chu Qingli, leading him to think she had carelessly brought home unsuitable women. Nestling into Lu Chen's embrace, she remained there quietly. Before long, they returned to the prince's residence. Once everyone had disembarked from the carriage, Lu Chen once again laid eyes on Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun. With a smile, he addressed Chen Wanrong, "Miss Chen, Aunt Lin. I had thought you might believe the northern county to be perilous and would refrain from visiting Yin City henceforth." In response, Lin Wanyun remarked, "Your Highness, we are well aware of the events transpiring in the northern county. With you present, what danger could there possibly be? It is not an exaggeration to say that Yin City is the safest place in all of Daxia." Lu Chen replied, "Aunt Lin, your statement is somewhat exaggerated. The only truly safe place is likely the capital." At this moment, Lin Wanyun suddenly had a thought and continued, "By the way, Your Highness, our palace master intends to open a tavern in Yin City, and I wonder if that would be permissible." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen turned to Chen Wanrong and remarked, "Miss Chen plans to open a tavern in Yin City? If the intention is to generate profit, should it not be in the capital instead? Yin City is hardly a lucrative locale." Chen Wanrong replied, "With Your Highness's presence, I firmly believe that Yin City will soon flourish beyond the capital." Her voice was melodious and pleasant, reminiscent of a kind neighborly elder sister, stirring something within Lu Chen. He was acutely aware of the implications behind Lin Wanyun and Chen Wanrong's words. They were not merely proposing the establishment of a tavern in Yin City, but rather probing his stance. The opening of a tavern by Xianwei Palace in Yin City signified the entrance of their influence into the territory, suggesting their intention to support the Northern King and align with him. Lu Chen then responded, "Since Miss Chen holds such faith in me, I cannot let her down. Xianwei Palace is welcome to open as many taverns in Yin City as they desire." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyun and Chen Wanrong felt a sense of relief. They had been concerned that the Northern King might refuse. With his agreement, the path was now clear. They merely had to await the right opportunity to gain control over the Northern King. At that moment, Lu Chen cast a glance at Chen Wanrong. Name: Chen Wanrong. Identity: remnant of the Chen family, princess of the Chen kingdom, master of the Xianyu Palace, 21 years old, master realm. Her purpose for visiting Beijing is primarily to approach the Northern King, employing love charms to manipulate him, and subsequently using his blood to forge the dragon subduing spell to seek vengeance against the Summer Emperor. Due to various reasons, She harbors complex feelings towards the Northern King. Rating, 98. Affection level, 80. She greatly admires your spirit of self-sacrifice in resisting foreign invasions. Upon noticing Chen Wanrong's high affection level, Lu Chun felt a wave of astonishment. He then cast a glance at Lin Wanyun. Name, Lin Wanyun. Identity, adopted daughter of the esteemed left Chancellor Lin Gaoyuan of the Great Xia, later departed from the Lin family to join the Xianyu Palace. Half-step master, 31 years old. She accompanied the palace master Chen Wanrong to Beijing, intending to utilize the Northern King's blood to concoct the dragon-subduing spell against the Summer Emperor. Influenced by various factors, she perceives the Northern King as a formidable man and has developed complex feelings for him. Rating, 95. Affection level, 90. This one with an affection level of 80 and another with 90. Lu Chen mused to himself that he would indeed have much to attend to. At that moment, a delicate voice rang out from behind him. My lord, I have finally found you. Lu Chen turned around to see Wongqing, the enchanting woman. She quickly approached him and nestled in his embrace, exclaiming, My lord. In Wongqing City, I have been thinking of you day and night. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen smiled faintly and replied, You probably do not desire me, but rather the other things I possess. In response, Wongqing playfully chided, Your Highness, when did you become so mischievous? Lu Chen remarked, All right, let us hurry inside. I have matters to discuss with you shortly. Wongqing responded, Then I shall await your highness's arrival in the chamber. With that, she gracefully swayed her waist and entered the Wong residence. At that moment, from a distance, Chu Qingli observed Lu Chen engaged with a group of charming maidens and coldly remarked, I had thought the northern prince differed from public perception. It seems I was mistaken. For he remains the same northern prince. Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Chu Yuqin interjected, Qingli, what man is immune to beauty? Chen's fondness for lovely maidens is hardly a fault. If he were to shun beautiful women, how would he carry on his lineage? She then added, Come with me. I shall introduce you to Chen. As Chu Yuqin approached Lu Chen, Chu Qingli reluctantly followed, thinking to herself that had it not been for the desire to remain in the Wong residence and monitor Chu Yuqin, preventing any untoward interactions with the northern prince, she would not have presented herself before him. Upon reaching Lu Chen, Chu Yuqin said, Chen, allow me to introduce someone to you. Chapter 126. The inner turmoil of Mu Zixuan. Upon hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen smiled gently, well aware of the individual she intended to introduce. His gaze then settled on Chu Qingli, who stood beside Chu Yuqin. Chu Qingli's countenance was as frosty as her attire, clad in a flowing gown of azure, her hand gracefully wielding a sword. Her beauty was striking, her figure tall and slender, with a waist delicate enough to be encircled by a gentle embrace, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy from the heavens. Like Bai Qingqing, she belonged to the realm of aloof women. However, her coldness diverged from that of Bai Qingqing. The latter's chill stemmed from a solitary heart, devoid of emotions, whereas Chu Qingli's demeanor exuded a proud coldness, an exterior of ice that left one to wonder what lay beneath. Lu Chen gazed at Chu Qingli and inquired, And Chu, is the young lady beside you the one you wish to introduce to me? Chu Yuqin replied, Indeed, this is my younger sister, Chu Qingli. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and remarked, Aunt Chu's sister? Should I then address her as Anne as well? Chu Yuqin responded, That is unnecessary. You may simply call her Qingli. Though, by familial hierarchy, it would be permissible for Lu Chen to refer to Chu Qingli as Aunt. He was, after all, a prince and could not afford to address everyone with such familiarity. A prince must uphold his dignity. As for Chu Yuqin, Lu Chen had called her aunt since childhood, a habit ingrained over the years. Likewise, she had addressed him as Chen for just as long. Thus, their mutual appellations bore no significance. But such familiarity could not extend to others. At that moment, Chu Qingli reluctantly approached Lu Chen and bowed, uttering, This humble girl pays her respects to his highness. Lu Chen smiled and replied, Qingli, we are all family here, so there is no need for such formality. Hearing his words, Chu Qingli found a touch of amusement within. Who among them could truly be considered family with this lascivious scoundrel? At this moment, Chu Yuqin continued, Chen, I wish for Qingli to serve as the deputy commander of the internal guards in the Wangfu. What do you think? After all, the Wangfu belongs to Lu Chen, and such a position certainly requires his approval. Upon hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen responded without hesitation, Very well, it shall be so. I was just planning to appoint Xiaobai as my personal bodyguard. Hence Qingli will take Xiaobai's position. Originally, Lu Chen intended for Bai Qingqing to remain as the deputy commander of the internal guards, but since Chu Qingli wishes to join, he decided to grant her this role. In Lu Chen's view, the more women he had in his inner court, the better, particularly those with a score of 90. At this moment, Chu Yuqin scrutinized Lu Chen and then cast a sidelong glance at Chu Qingli, ultimately expressing her concern. Chener, I have heard that you led the soldiers of Beijun and fought against 30,000 barbarian troops throughout the night. Did you sustain any injuries? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Chen sighed and replied, Aunt Chu, it would have been better had you not asked. Your inquiry has caused my dantian to ache once more. I do not know if it is due to excessive consumption of my inner strength, but I have been experiencing difficulties in the circulation of my internal energy these past few days, leaving me utterly drained and even struggling to breathe. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, a look of concern instantly crossed Chu Yuqin's face, and she inquired, Do you not possess that technique for self-regulation? Xiaobai strength should surpass mine. Have you not sought her assistance for your recuperation? Chu Yuqin referred to the cultivation method known as the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique. However, due to the presence of her sister, Chu Qingli, she refrained from explicitly naming it, as this particular practice is of a dual cultivation nature, and revealing its essence would expose her intimate connection with Lu Chen. At that moment, Lu Chen remarked, Aunt Chu, have you forgotten that Xiaobai is devoid of emotions? The operation of that technique necessitates a person whose heart resonates with mine. Otherwise, even her formidable strength would be of no avail. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin recalled that he had indeed mentioned from the outset that only those who held him in their thoughts could engage with him in the practice of his unique cultivation method. Although Bai Qingqing was already Lu Chen's woman, her inherent lack of emotions rendered their closeness futile. Even their shared bed could not activate the special technique Lu Chen cultivated. This realization brought a slight blush to Chu Yuqin's cheeks. So, it appeared that only she could assist Chener in nurturing his body, while no other woman could fulfill this role. Contemplating this notion stirred an odd sensation within her, a blend of satisfaction and shame, a complex interplay of emotions. Listening to the exchange between Lu Chen and Chu Yuqin, Chu Qingli furrowed her brow, casting a suspicious glance at the two. She harbored an unsettling feeling that there was something clandestine between Chu Yuqin and Lu Chen. What kind of cultivation method requires a mutual connection of hearts? And it demands two individuals? Such a notion was clearly not one of legitimate practice. At this moment, Chu Yuqin also sensed her sister's suspicious gaze. She cleared her throat and promptly said to Lu Chen, Chener, I will take Qingli back to the Wongfu to arrange her accommodation. We can discuss matters later. Lu Chen replied, Indeed, very well. Chu Yuqin then turned to Chu Qingli and said, Qingli, come with me. I shall arrange your lodging. Chu Qingli did not dwell on it further and followed Chu Yuqin into the Wongfu. After all, she had arrived at the Wongfu, and henceforth, her sister's every move would be under her scrutiny. If her sister harbored any special relationship with the northern prince, she would eventually uncover it. Once everyone had entered the Wongfu, Lu Chen also turned to enter. Upon returning to the Wongfu, Mu Zixuan immediately entrusted the child to the wet nurse and proceeded to bathe. It seemed that the women of the Wongfu shared an unspoken understanding, as the first act upon returning was always to cleanse themselves. When Lu Chen arrived at Mu Zixuan's chamber, he found her attending to her hair. Upon noticing his entrance, Mu Zixuan promptly stood, intending to pay her respects, but before she could steady herself, Lu Chen pulled her into his embrace. Her delicate form pressed closely against Lu Chen's broad chest, and in an instant, the scent of masculinity enveloped Mu Zixuan, infiltrating her senses and sending her heart into a tumultuous flutter. With a blush adorning her cheeks, she exclaimed, Your Highness, I have yet to finish my hair. Lu Chen smiled gently, caressing Mu Zixuan's smooth back as he led her toward the bed, remarking, It matters not. It will be disheveled again shortly. Lu Chen had long contemplated the cultivation of the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique alongside his wives and concubines. Several of them were mere mortals, whose lifespans typically hovered around a century. Lu Chen was reluctant to witness the day they would succumb to old age. As his own cultivation level ascended, it was likely that his wives, concubines, and children would depart from this world before him. Therefore, he resolved to initiate their training without delay. The Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang scripture could bestow internal energy upon those unversed in martial arts and facilitate the enhancement of their abilities. Once Mu Zixuan and the others had acquired a modicum of internal strength, he would seek out suitable techniques for them to practice. As for how many years they might live, that would ultimately rest in the hands of fate. Nonetheless, Lu Chen would strive to prolong their lives as much as possible. After Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan retired to bed, he initially attended to their intimate matters before subsequently employing the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique. Although Mu Zixuan was an ordinary person, she became acutely aware of the internal energy coursing through her body, realizing that Lu Chen was transforming her physical form. Consequently, she cooperated with him even more fervently. The host and Mu Zixuan's emotional bond deepened, resulting in a 20-point increase in Qi refinement experience, a 20-point increase in rejuvenation technique experience, and a 30-point increase in dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique experience. Meanwhile, within the inner courtyard of the Wong residence, after arranging accommodations for Chu Qingli, Chu Yuqing guided her on a patrol of the premises. Since Chu Qingli was to become the head guardian of the inner courtyard, it was essential for her to familiarize herself with the various areas within the Wong residence. When Chu Yuqing brought Chu Qingli to Mu Zixuan's courtyard, she remarked, "Qingli, this courtyard has 3 rooms. The one in the center belongs to the princess, and Chun'er usually sleeps in that room." Before she could finish her sentence, faint and peculiar sounds emanated from within the room. As someone accustomed to the royal residence, Chu Yuqing was well aware of the nature of those sounds, and a flush of embarrassment crept across her face. Chu Qingli, too, had heard the sound. As an assassin frequently tasked with eliminating targets for the Chu family, particularly men, she understood the implications of such noises, despite being an untouched maiden. With a cold snort, she remarked, "Indeed, he is a lecherous rogue." The princess, exhausted from her journey back to Yin City, is subjected to the advances of that lascivious man. It appears the rumors circulating outside hold a grain of truth. The only misjudgment lies in the fact that although the northern prince is a lecher, he possesses some strength, for he could not have maintained the defense of Yin City or commanded an army of 50,000 cavalry otherwise. Yet, despite Lu Chen's capabilities, this does not alter the fact that he is indeed a libertine. Chu Qingli felt a pang of concern. If Chu Yuqing continued to dwell within the royal residence, would there come a day when she too found herself ensnared in the northern prince's clutches? As the sister of Chu Yuqing, she would never allow such a thing to transpire. She was determined to devise a means to rescue her sister from the depths of peril. At that moment, Chu Yuqing awkwardly suggested, "Perhaps we should relocate to another place." Mu Zixuan's voice grew increasingly louder, and it was rather inappropriate to linger here listening in. Subsequently, Chu Yuqing guided Chu Qingli to a different location. After an indeterminate amount of time, Mu Zixuan rose to dress Lu Chun, as she had no intention of keeping him with her for an entire day. After all, Lu Chun had several other women to attend to. Moreover, if she were to retain Lu Chen's presence for a full day, her own constitution would not withstand it. At that moment, Mu Zixuan remarked, "Your Highness, I just sensed a warm current flowing through me. Is this you bestowing your internal energy upon me?" As the daughter of a general, Mu Zixuan, even without rigorous training, possessed a modicum of understanding regarding internal energy. Lu Chen replied, "Indeed, I have cultivated a unique technique that allows us to practice together while engaging in certain activities." As he spoke, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards Mu Zixuan, gently caressing her exquisite cheek, and continued, "My beloved, you, along with Yu and Xiao Xiao, are mere mortals. If you 3 do not cultivate, your lifespan shall be limited to a mere century, and I cannot bear the thought of you departing before me." Upon hearing these words, Mu Zixuan's heart trembled. She had never contemplated this matter before. Now reflecting upon it, the lifespan of an ordinary person was indeed capped at 100 years, while grandmasters and celestial beings enjoyed lifespans extending into the hundreds. This implied that while Lu Chun was still in the vigor of youth, she and her companions would eventually become frail and gray-haired. Upon contemplating their future, Mu Zixuan was engulfed by an overwhelming anxiety at the thought that Lu Chun might lose interest in them as they aged. She had previously reveled in Lu Chen's tender affection, believing she had married a noble prince and that such bliss would endure indefinitely. Yet, reflecting on the present, she realized that although Lu Chen treated her with utmost kindness, there existed a possibility that once she grew old, he might disdain her. Even if Lu Chen did not regard her with contempt, the sight of him in his youthful vigor while she herself became frail and unable to attend to him would surely evoke a myriad of unsettling thoughts within her heart. Regaining her composure, Mu Zixuan spoke, "Your Highness, I understand your intention. I shall commence my martial training starting tomorrow." At her words, Lu Chen chuckled heartily, then affectionately caressed Mu Zixuan's silken hair, saying, "My beloved need not exert herself with rigorous training. When the time comes, I shall impart to you the celestial arts, and you shall join me in the pursuit of immortality." Mu Zixuan was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Your Highness, the celestial arts are not to be shared lightly. Should the immortals learn of your intention to bestow such knowledge upon us, it could very well sever your connection to the celestial realm." In the eyes of the mortal world, the bond with the celestial beings was held in the highest regard. To casually share the treasures of the immortals without their consent was deemed an act of sacrilege, inviting their wrath. Mu Zixuan was deeply concerned that Lu Chen might also fall victim to the immortals' punishment. Lu Chen reassured her, "Do not worry, my beloved. The celestial bond one possesses is unlike any other. Even if I were to share the celestial arts with you, the immortals would not reproach me. Rather, they would be grateful for my role in preserving their teachings. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan felt a sense of reassurance within her heart. I understand, she said, and I shall diligently learn the celestial arts that the prince imparts. With that, Mu Zixuan fastened Lu Chen's belt. Once dressed, she continued, my lord. You should go to Xiao Xiao and the others. They must be waiting for you in their chamber. Lu Chen smiled faintly, embraced Mu Zixuan, and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. I shall return to keep you company this evening, he promised. Mu Zixuan, her cheeks flushed, softly replied with an affirmative hum. With that, Lu Chen turned and departed from her room. At that very moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao was in Zhou Yuyu's chamber, where Zhou Yuyu sat before a bronze mirror while Zhou Xiaoxiao arranged her hair into an elegant style. Zhou Yuyu inquired, Sister, do you think the prince will visit us during the day? Zhou Xiaoxiao replied, he likely will. Zhou Yuyu mused, he must be going to accompany Sister Mu. As Zhou Xiaoxiao continued to style Zhou Yuyu's hair, she remarked, you know how formidable the prince is, surely. Sister Mu would not allow him to remain solely in her presence. At Zhou Xiaoxiao's words, Zhou Yuyu's delicate frame trembled involuntarily, as memories of the days when Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were with child flooded her mind. During that time, the prince would visit her daily, showering her with affection, leaving her feeling as though her body no longer belonged to her. Just as the two sisters conversed, the door swung open. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, they promptly stood and greeted him. We pay our respects to the prince. Lu Chen, with a smile upon his face, asked, ladies, I couldn't help but overhear a conversation about me just now. Are you speaking ill of me behind my back? Zhou Xiaoxiao hastily exclaimed. Your Highness, I would never dare. Lu Chen secured the room and then approached Zhou Xiaoxiao, saying, what is there to fear? This is not the first or second time you've spoken ill of me in secret. It seems that a proper punishment is in order. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, both sisters' faces flushed crimson. He was not accusing them, merely seeking an excuse to chastise them. Zhou Xiaoxiao then declared, I willingly accept your Highness's punishment, provided you are willing to forgive me. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the petite and charming Zhou Yu, who, blushing, confessed, I recognize my fault. I should not have discussed your Highness behind your back, and I too willingly accept your punishment. Lu Chen then embraced both women, stating, then let my punishment commence. The two sisters fell silent, accepting Lu Chen's retribution. Chapter 127. Chu Qingli's confusion after patrolling the inner courtyard with Chu Qingli. Chu Yuqin arrived at the northern courtyard. As they walked, she remarked, Qingli, after all, Chen is a prince. In the future, it would be best not to wear such a stern expression when you see him. Chu Yuqin harbored concerns that Chu Qingli's hostility towards Lu Chen might exacerbate tensions between them. One was her sister, and the other was her beloved Chen. She wished for harmony between the two. Chu Qingli replied, her expression impassive, Sister, I am an assassin. I have always been this way, as you well know. Upon hearing Chu Qingli's response, Chu Yuqin sighed and said, Qingli, you have now departed from the Chu family, and your identity has undergone a transformation. You must swiftly acclimate to this new role. You are no longer an assassin, nor should you continue to perceive yourself as one. If you maintain that stern demeanor, presenting an air of aloofness, what man would wish to marry you? How will you ever find a husband? Chu Qingli replied nonchalantly, I have no intention of marrying. Having an elder sister is sufficient for me. This left Chu Yuqin at a loss for words, as she knew that once Chu Qingli set her mind on something, it was nearly impossible to sway her. As they continued their conversation and entered the northern courtyard, Chu Yuqin remarked, this is the northern courtyard, and, before she could finish, sounds emanated from within a room. Good brother. Ah, spare me, husband. Chu Yuqin hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Meanwhile, Chu Qingli's face contorted in disdain. This was the inner courtyard. It was unnecessary to ponder who would engage in such activities. That man had previously been with Mu Zixuan, and now he had come here. Was he truly preoccupied with women all day long? What a beast. Clearing her throat, Chu Yuqin suggested, Qingli, let us explore other areas for the time being. With that, she turned and departed from the northern courtyard. Once they had left, Chu Qingli inquired, Sister, the northern king should be a martial artist, correct? Upon encountering Lu Chen for the first time, Chu Qingli was immediately struck by the aura of a martial artist that emanated from him. Although Lu Chen exuded a distinct presence that differed from that of ordinary warriors, Chu Qingli, being an assassin herself, had encountered all manner of martial artists and could easily discern their nature. Chu Yuqin remarked, indeed, Chen qualifies as a martial artist. Chu Qingli continued, shouldn't martial artists abstain from the allure of women? How can he maintain his martial training while keeping so many women in his residence? For most martial artists, the entanglement with women consumes a significant amount of their energy, except for those of dubious character. The majority of warriors exercise restraint and refrain from frequent indulgence in romantic pursuits. In this world, there are women who would prefer their husbands to be low-ranking martial artists rather than high-ranking ones, precisely for this reason. The higher the rank of the martial artist, the more stringent their self-discipline regarding sensual pleasures. Many, in fact, go years, if not decades, without the company of women. Marrying such a warrior equates to living as a widow in life. Chu Qingli could sense a formidable flow of energy within Lu Chen, indicating that his strength was at least at the 8th rank, categorizing him as a high-ranking martial artist. It perplexed her that someone of his caliber would maintain such a multitude of women in his household, appearing utterly unrestrained. How was it possible for him to indulge in sensuality while simultaneously achieving the status of an 8th-rank martial artist at the tender age of 16 or 17? In response to Chu Qingli's inquiry, Chu Yuqin, blushing, replied, "Chen practices a rather unique form of martial arts, which allows him to indulge without the need for abstinence." Upon contemplating that Lu Chen's cultivation method not only does not require abstaining from the company of women, but could indeed be enhanced by their presence, Chu Yuqin felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Naturally, this was a matter she could not divulge to Chu Qingli, lest she misconstrue Lu Chen as practicing some nefarious martial arts. Upon hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Chu Qingli exhibited a look of skepticism. What martial arts could permit indulgence in female company? Could it be true? She had never heard of such a technique. Could it possibly involve the sinister practice of yin-yang absorption? Without pressing further, she resolved to closely observe the dynamics within the Wong residence over the coming days, particularly regarding Lu Chen's women. If it were indeed a malevolent technique of yin-yang absorption, she would surely discern some signs from Lu Chen's consorts, as such practices are detrimental to a woman's health. Moreover, given that Lu Chen's wives are mere mortals, they would be ill-equipped to withstand the rigors of such absorption, their health deteriorating swiftly. If Mu Zixuan and the others had indeed been subjected to this practice, she would be able to detect the signs by tomorrow. Chu Qingli mused that once she confirmed the Northern Prince's involvement in such arts, she must hasten to remove her sister from the situation. She had no desire for her sister to fall victim to the Northern Prince's machinations. The host gains 20 experience points in Qi refinement technique and 20 in rejuvenation technique after fostering a bond with Xu Xiao, along with 30 in the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique. The host gains 20 experience points in Qi refinement technique and 20 in rejuvenation technique after fostering a bond with Yu Yu, as well as 30 in the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique, resulting in a breakthrough to the 2nd tier of the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique. Lu Chen embraced both Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao, gazing at the system interface before him. He contemplated that to acquire more experience points, he must seek out that enchanting vixen. After all, the Zhou sisters were merely ordinary individuals, and considering their nature, Lu Chen refrained from being overly harsh. However, the vixen was a different story. She was on the verge of becoming a semi-master martial artist, and Lu Chen could approach her as he wished. He scrolled through the system interface and glanced at the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique. Upon advancing to the 2nd layer of this technique, he would be able to impart a greater amount of inner strength to his wives, thereby accelerating their cultivation and enhancing his own training speed as well. The combination of the Qi refining technique with the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique should yield even more experience points. With this in mind, Lu Chen resolved to give it a try. Noticing that the Zhou sisters appeared quite fatigued, he decided against further exerting them. He slowly rose, preparing to seek out a certain fox spirit. Upon seeing Lu Chen stand, the sisters hurriedly helped him don his garments. Meanwhile, in a courtyard adorned with blossoming plum trees, tranquility reigned, devoid of any maids. Inside a room, a figure gracefully stepped into a bath. After soaking for a while, the alluring silhouette emerged, swaying back to her luxurious couch. Admiring her elongated legs, the beauty sighed softly, murmuring to herself, "The young prince is unlikely to visit today." Lu Chen had 3 wives, all of whom were officially wedded to him. Wongqing contemplated her position as merely a female servant, acknowledging that the princess had returned to the Wong residence, and naturally, Lu Chen would accompany her. However, at that moment, a familiar voice resonated at the entrance, inquiring, "Who said this prince would not arrive today?" As the words fell, Lu Chen pushed the door open, only to find Wongqing reclining on the beauty couch, draped in delicate gauze. He chuckled and remarked, "As my female servant, you dare address me as the young prince? Qingzi, your audacity is indeed remarkable." Upon Lu Chen's arrival, Wongqing did not rise. Instead, she coyly covered her mouth with her slender fingers, smiling sweetly as she replied, "Does the prince not know whether he is the young prince or not?" Lu Chen promptly closed the door, approached the enchanting figure before him and embraced her soft waist, flipping her over. "The young prince, is it? It seems you have been away from me for far too long and are in need of some discipline. It is time for a proper lesson. So you may learn what a female servant ought to say and what she ought not to." At that moment, Wongqing turned her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief, ready to provoke him further, only to be silenced. Meanwhile, Chu Qingli, having accompanied Chu Yuqin and exploring the entire inner courtyard, intended to return to the room previously assigned to her by Chu Yuqin. As she passed by a courtyard adorned with blooming plum blossoms, the exquisite scenery compelled her to halt momentarily. However, at that instant, she discerned some indistinct sounds, since she had not entered the courtyard. The source of the sounds remained unclear. Driven by curiosity, Chu Qingli stepped into the courtyard and listened intently. "Dear brother, I have erred. You are not merely a young prince. You are a grand prince. I am at my wit's end." The expression on Chu Qingli's face darkened abruptly. She had initially thought it was some kind of noise, only to realize that it was merely a certain scoundrel engaging in mischief again. This fellow truly spends his days in idleness, forever nestled in the embrace of women. Does he not? With a look of disdain, Chu Qingli cast a glance at the room from whence the sound originated before turning to leave. Not long after, she encountered Mu Zixuan emerging from the courtyard. Chu Qingli promptly greeted her. "I pay my respects to the princess." Mu Zixuan smiled gently and inquired, "Qingli, has Aunt Chu arranged your accommodation?" Chu Qingli replied, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. It has been taken care of." She continued, "Your Highness, I shall take my leave to patrol now." "Very well," Mu Zixuan responded, and Chu Qingli circumvented her to continue on her way to her chamber. As she walked, Chu Qingli pondered why Mu Zixuan appeared not only unaffected by the so-called nourishment but seemingly more resplendent than ever. Her complexion radiated a luminous glow, and her skin appeared more delicate, as if she had become more youthful. Was this merely an illusion? Logically, those who have undergone such nourishment should have dark circles under their eyes and appear particularly haggard. Certainly not like Mu Zixuan. Could it be that the northern prince did not employ any such technique? If he had not, a warrior like him, who spends all his time in the company of women, would likely be drained of vitality in no time, let alone have the capacity to practice martial arts. It is indeed peculiar. How did he accomplish this? Chapter 128. Breaking Through to the Mastery Realm, the Ambitions of the Northern King. In a courtyard adorned with blooming plum blossoms, the sounds gradually subsided. Inside the room, a graceful figure lay on the couch, her delicate body quivering slightly. Lu Chen gazed at the system prompt before him, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within his body, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. As expected, to enhance one's strength, one must seek out that alluring temptress who delights in provoking him. The host's relationship with Wongqing has deepened, earning 100 experience points in Qi refinement technique, 100 experience points in rejuvenation technique, and 100 experience points in the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill. An emotional critical hit has been achieved, granting an additional 200 experience points across all techniques. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the third layer of the Qi refinement technique, elevating his realm to the mastery peak. There exists a distinction between a master and the mastery peak. The latter is second only to the grandmaster. Lu Chen now possesses a power level that is nearly infinite, approaching that of a grandmaster. At this moment, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him, and his sensory perception seemed to have significantly heightened, particularly in terms of sight and hearing. He cast a glance towards the window and, to his astonishment, could see the happenings outside the courtyard through the crevice, while also overhearing the discussions among the maids and servants regarding their dinner plans. In addition to the enhancement of his senses, Lu Chen also sensed a peculiar gaseous substance emanating from his skin. He lowered his gaze to his palm, where a faintly discernible mass of gas began to coalesce. Lu Chen couldn't help but ponder. Could this be the solidified qi that those masters often spoke of? Subsequently, Lu Chen endeavored to mobilize the vital energy throughout his body, allowing it to manifest as a protective barrier of spiritual essence surrounding him. Almost immediately, white mist began to emanate from Lu Chen, coalescing into a delicate veil enveloping his form. At that moment, Wongqing, who lay languidly upon the beautiful couch, was stirred from her stupor by this spectacle. Although she had yet to attain the rank of a master, she instantly recognized that the aura emanating from Lu Chen was that of a master-level protective energy. Moreover, it appeared that Lu Chen's energy was distinct from that of ordinary masters. His presence exuded an intensity far surpassing that of typical masters, leaving Wongqing momentarily dazed. The young prince was, indeed, a master at merely 16 or 17 years of age. While she had long been aware of Lu Chen's formidable prowess, She had not comprehended the specifics of his rank. She had speculated in the past about his potential status as a master, yet had never confirmed it. Now, witnessing the protective energy radiating from him, she had nearly affirmed that Lu Chen was indeed a master, and that his strength was likely on the cusp of reaching the realm of a grand master. Could it be that the rumors circulating among the maids and servants of the Wong residence were true? Was the young prince truly a disciple of celestial lineage? Did he possess celestial affinities? As Wongqing pondered in astonishment, Lu Chen retracted his protective energy, inhaled deeply, and turned to face Wongqing, who was gazing at him. At that moment, Lu Chen was still bare-chested, and with a playful smile, he remarked, "Has the vixen regained her senses?" Wongqing, snapping back to reality, responded with a countenance filled with melancholy. "No wonder the prince is so formidable. It turns out he is a master. Had I known, I would have surrendered much sooner." With a chuckle, Lu Chen remarked, "Dare to provoke me? Even if I am not a master, I shall ensure you comprehend the consequences of challenging me." At that moment, Wongqing interjected, "My lord, did you not say that upon my return to Yen City, you would assign me tasks? I am eager to learn what you have in store for me." Lu Chen's large hand playfully patted Wongqing's rear and inquired, "What kind of work do you wish to undertake?" Wongqing replied with a soft whimper, "In the past, I was merely an assassin, skilled only in taking lives, with no other talents." Lu Chen proposed, "How about this? I intend to establish an intelligence agency named Listening to the Rain Pavilion, and I would like you to serve as its leader." Upon hearing this, Wongqing, filled with confusion, asked, "An intelligence agency? My lord, do you not already possess one known as the Jinyue?" Although Wongqing was not well versed in the workings of the Jinyue, her frequent visits to the royal residence had made her aware of its formidable capabilities. This agency could even anticipate the movements of barbarian tribes, demonstrating its immense strength. Given that such a powerful intelligence agency already existed, Wongqing found it perplexing why another was needed. Lu Chen clarified, "Indeed, I possess an intelligence agency. However, it must soon be formalized, and the public will soon learn of my association with the Jinyue. Thus, I require a clandestine intelligence agency as well. As time flows, the Jinyue will inevitably be exposed to the public. While people may remain unaware of the whereabouts of the Jinyue's spies, they will undoubtedly recognize the institution itself." Of course, Lu Chen's decision to establish another intelligence agency is not solely due to the impending exposure of the Jinyue. He has deeper considerations at play. Lu Chen continued, "From now on, Tingyu Tower will operate as a merchant entity across various nations, gathering intelligence." Upon hearing this, Wongqing seemed to grasp Lu Chen's intent and promptly replied, "Very well, then I shall be the inaugural master of Tingyu Tower." At that moment, Lu Chen turned and cast a glance at Wongqing's graceful figure. Smiling as he remarked, "Master Wong, I have prepared such a grand gift for you. Should you not express your gratitude to me?" With a gaze full of emotion, Wongqing softly replied, "Your Highness, did I not already thank you just now?" Lu Chen leaned closer, looking down at her with a smile. "That is hardly sufficient." Now at the pinnacle of mastery, Lu Chen, having recently broken through, found himself brimming with energy that sought release. Noticing the raw intensity in Lu Chen's gaze, Wongqing quickly raised her delicate hand to rest against his broad chest, her expression slightly flustered. "Your Highness, I have already reached my limit. Perhaps you should seek out your wives instead?" Wongqing harbored a fear of Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen seemed to possess a rather unique healing method that could instantaneously mend her minor injuries, she was reluctant to experience that alien sensation of a body that did not belong to her. She dreaded the thought of her mind becoming consumed by certain matters, ultimately succumbing to the fate of a pleasure-seeking slave. Lu Chen paid no heed to Wongqing's words. He gently removed her delicate hand and placed it atop her head, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "This prince holds grudges. Your previous insult, calling me a little prince, warrants more than just that meager punishment. As my slave, you must understand that a master is not to be disrespected." Wongqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed into Lu Chen's eyes, poised to utter something, "Your Highness." That evening, Lu Chen returned to Mu Zixuan's chamber, where they spent the night entwined in each other's embrace. Throughout the day, he had devoted his time to the company of his wives. The following morning, Lu Chen rose early. Just as he finished dressing with Mu Zixuan's assistance, a maid approached him. "Your Highness, someone seeks your audience." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen replied, "Have them wait for me in the study." "Yes, Your Highness." The maid responded before departing. Once the maid had left, Mu Zixuan gently remarked, "Your Highness, I have arranged for breakfast to be prepared. It will be served shortly. Would you prefer to dine before attending to your visitor?" Lu Chen raised his hand to tenderly caress Mu Zixuan's cheek, then embraced her, planting a soft kiss upon her lips. A blush suddenly appeared on Mu Zixuan's face. She could not comprehend why Lu Chen consistently preferred to kiss her without engaging in more intimate actions. In her perspective, such kisses were reserved for moments of conjugal intimacy. However, Lu Chen seemed to regard it as a commonplace occurrence. Nevertheless, Mu Zixuan found no fault in this, as it was Lu Chen's way of expressing his affection. His kisses were a testament to his fondness for her. "My dear, I shall forego breakfast and see what urgent matters the Jinui have for me," Lu Chen declared. "Understood. My lord, shall I instruct the servants to bring breakfast to your study later?" Mu Zixuan inquired. "Yes, that would be agreeable," Lu Chen replied. With that, he released Mu Zixuan and turned to leave the room. Upon entering the study in the outer courtyard, he was surprised to find not only Qin Yushan, but also Mu Changtian present. As Lu Chen entered, they both immediately bowed and greeted him. "We pay our respects to the prince." Lu Chen nodded and asked, "What is the matter?" Qin Yushan responded, "Your Highness, the barbarian general Xiao Pengtian has awakened." At this revelation, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Xiao Pengtian held significant value for him, and thus, Lu Chen had no intention of executing him. At that moment, Mu Changtian spoke up, "Your Highness, as I understand, Xiao Pengtian holds a very high status in the royal court of the Tianlang King tribe. His power and position are second only to that of the Tianlang King himself. If the barbarian captives were to learn of his survival, it could spell disaster. I believe it would be prudent to eliminate him directly." Mu Changtian's thoughts were not without merit. Xiao Pengtian was the foremost general under Xiao Hongba. Although there had always been discord between Xiao Hongba and Xiao Pengtian, they maintained a faade of harmony. Xiao Pengtian held considerable prestige among the barbarian soldiers. Should he manage to escape and return to the barbarian royal court, he could very well become the next Tianlang king. This could also incite the barbarian captives to entertain other notions. If the captives united, it would likely lead to a significant uprising and their subsequent escape from Beijing. The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate Xiao Pengtian, thereby stripping the Tianlang tribe of its central figure and rendering them incapable of cohesion. Lu Chen did not immediately acquiesce to Mu Changtian's suggestion. Instead, he turned to Qin Yushan and inquired, "Commander Qin, do you believe it would be more advantageous to eliminate him or to keep him alive?" Qin Yushan replied, "Your Highness, from what I have gathered, the highest authority in the barbarian royal court does not rest with the Tianlang king or Xiao Pengtian, but rather with the Tianlang king's consort. If we fail to capture the consort, even if we were to kill Xiao Pengtian, the Tianlang tribe would swiftly recover. My perspective diverges from that of General Mo. I believe keeping Xiao Pengtian alive could further sow discord within the Tianlang tribe. It would be best if we acknowledged Xiao Pengtian as the next Tianlang king." Upon hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen fell into deep contemplation. Both individuals presented valid arguments, merely from differing vantage points. If Xiao Pengtian were to remain and be regarded as the king of the Celestial Wolf, the tribesmen of the Celestial Wolf tribe would undoubtedly refuse to acknowledge him. They would perceive Xiao Pengtian as a traitor who has already betrayed the Celestial Wolf tribe, leading to a schism between those tribesmen who support Xiao Pengtian and those who back the princess. This could indeed result in a further fragmentation of the Celestial Wolf tribe. However, the fragmentation of the Celestial Wolf tribe is of little consequence to Lu Chen. His aspirations extend far beyond merely the tribe. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the map in the study. He then spoke, "General Mu, are you aware that among the gifts bestowed upon me by the court is a document known as the Expansion Order?" Upon hearing this, Mu Changtian was momentarily taken aback. Not because Lu Chen had failed to address him as father-in-law, such formalities were set aside for matters of state, but rather due to the mention of the Expansion Order. Although the court had dispatched emissaries with imperial decrees to the northern county, Mu Changtian was unaware of what gifts had been conferred upon Lu Chen. Lu Chen's advanced knowledge stemmed from the carrier pigeons of the Jinui, which enabled him to ascertain developments in the capital within mere days. Thus, he was well aware that among the accolades granted to him was indeed the Expansion Order. Once Mu Changtian regained his composure, he seemed to grasp Lu Chen's intentions and immediately inquired, "Your Highness, you do not intend to annex the entire northern territory to the northern county, do you?" While Mu Changtian was astonished that the court had chosen to bestow the Expansion Order upon Lu Chen, he was even more taken aback by Lu Chen's ambitions. The vast expanse of the northern territory remains an enigma should Lu Chen set his sights upon it. He would scarcely fathom the number of soldiers required to safeguard such extensive lands. With a faint smile, Lu Chen approached his desk and unfurled a map drawn by the Imperial Guard. Gazing at the cartographic representation, he continued, "The northern territory surpasses the entirety of the Great Xia. Northern County cannot encompass its vastness. My intention is to designate the Northern Territory as my fief and subsequently establish new counties." Upon hearing these words, Mu Chantian and Qin Yushan were momentarily taken aback. The Northern Territory had perpetually belonged to nomadic tribes. To conquer it in its entirety would necessitate either the complete expulsion of these tribes or their utter defeat. However, the sheer magnitude of the Northern Territory posed insurmountable challenges. Not only would locating the tribes be a formidable task, but even upon discovery, they could easily evade capture. What means would be employed for defense? Would one erect a great wall across such an expansive terrain? The construction of a wall to encircle the entire Northern Territory is a monumental undertaking. The duration and resources required are unfathomable. Even with an army of 100,000 barbarian slave soldiers at his disposal, it would be an arduous endeavor to complete such a wall within their lifetimes. Chapter 129. My lady, the sky is falling. After a considerable pause, Mu Changtian and Qin Yushan regained their composure in the study, both astounded by Lu Qin's audacious ambitions. However, Qin Yushan quickly regained his equanimity, for he perceived Lu Qin as the chosen one, destined to unify the entire continent one day. In contrast, Mu Changtian harbored different sentiments, although he had contemplated Lu Qin's aspirations for unification. He had never envisioned such ambitions extending to the Northern Territory. The expanse of the Northern Territory remains a mystery, even to the barbarian tribes. Yet Lu Qin harbors ambitions of incorporating it into his fiefdom. Should he truly pursue this endeavor, the land he possesses would surpass the combined area of all territories in the Great Xia, excluding the northern county. A vassal prince wielding more land than an emperor himself raises a question of his legitimacy as a vassal. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The critical issue lies in the genuine possession of the Northern Territory. Merely encircling it on a map and declaring it the domain of the Northern King is utterly futile. The barbarians would not recognize such cartographic claims. At this juncture, Mu Changtian tentatively inquired, "My lord, if you intend to designate the Northern Territory as your fief, how do you plan to guard against the incursions of the barbarians? Do you intend to construct a great wall in the north?" Lu Qin retorted, "Barbarians? What barbarians?" Mu Changtian was momentarily taken aback by this response. The existence of several barbarian tribes in the Northern Territory was well known, and the court of the Celestial Wolf King also resided there. How could the Northern King question him about such tribes? Continuing with his thoughts, Lu Qin asserted, "There are no barbarians. They are all my subjects." He cast a glance at the map of the Northern Territory and elaborated. "No matter how splendid or fortified a great wall may be, it cannot withstand foes from within. The wall I seek to construct is not one of stone and mortar, but a fortification of the heart, a barrier erected in the minds of my enemies. One day, I shall ensure that the mere thought of my fief will cause them to instinctively retreat, deterred from advancing even a single step." Upon hearing Lu Qin's words, Mu Changtian and Qin Yushan were momentarily taken aback. Lu Qin possessed an intense desire for the land in the Northern Territories. Setting aside the potential for establishing a pastoral domain to breed horses and livestock for their northern county, the vast expanse of the Northern Territories undoubtedly harbored abundant resources, such as coal, oil, and various metallic ores. Although these resources may currently remain untapped and undiscovered, the larger the territory, the greater the likelihood of possessing valuable assets, which he would inevitably find useful in due time. The crucial point was that the Northern Territories were solely inhabited by the barbarians, who did not even claim dominion over the land. It could be said that the Northern Territories were effectively a terra nullius, as even the Daxia Dynasty had not designated this region as part of their realm. Lu Qin recalled that the system had once hinted to him that as the number of offspring increased, the rewards he could obtain would become increasingly bountiful. Although many resources were presently inaccessible for exploration and extraction, he believed that, with time, the system would eventually provide him with the means to exploit those resources. In essence, the larger the territory, the more resources he could potentially acquire. Thus, it was imperative to secure the land first. As for how to deal with the barbarian inhabitants of the Northern Territories, Lu Qin's perspective was straightforward. Population could also be considered a resource. After a considerable pause, Mu Changtian finally regained his composure from Lu Qin's earlier declarations. He immediately clasped his fists and proclaimed, "Your Highness harbors grand aspirations. I am willing to be the sword in your Highness's hand, directing the blade towards our enemies. And I shall endeavor to construct a great wall that they will never surmount." Lu Qin cleared his throat and remarked, "General Mu, I have already sensed your loyalty. Let us discuss matters of importance." He then turned to Qin Yushan and instructed, "Commander Qin, continue to gather intelligence on the court of the Wolf King. It is imperative that we remain vigilant about their movements." "Understood, Your Highness," Qin Yushan replied. Pondering for a moment, Lu Qin then suggested, "Let us first pay a visit to Xiao Pengtian, for I have some matters I wish to convey to him." Upon hearing this, both Mu Changtian and Qin Yushan immediately led the way, and soon the trio arrived at the prison in Yin City where the criminals were held. At that moment, Xiao Pingtian sat disheveled on the ground, lacking any semblance of vitality. The Jin Yiwei had rendered him powerless with drugs, reducing him to the state of an ordinary man. The cell where Xiao Pingtian was confined was relatively tidy, equipped with a bed and blankets, a stark contrast to the filth and disorder of other cells. Upon hearing the creaking of the door, Xiao Pingtian sensed the arrival of visitors and lifted his gaze to the figures outside his cell. Noticing a young man adorned in a brocade robe featuring a dragon motif and a white jade belt, Xiao Pingtian immediately deduced the identity of this individual. With a bitter smile, he remarked, "It is said that the Northern King is but a callow youth, lascivious and inept, a coward at heart. Yet, it is this very youth who has led a mere 10,000 soldiers from the north to annihilate our 300,000-strong army of the Wolf King." Chen replied, "Before me, you dare to speak of me as a callow youth? Do you not fear that I might take your life?" Xiao Pingtian, unfazed, retorted, "What difference is there now between my existence and death?" Xiao Pingtian believed that his prowess had been utterly diminished, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Furthermore, the 30,000-strong army of the Tianlang King had been vanquished by the Northern King, leaving him with no face to return to the Tianlang tribe. Xiao Pingtian continued to inquire, "I wonder why the Northern King has chosen to visit this desolate place to see me. Is it to extract something from my lips?" Chen smiled faintly and replied, "My knowledge of your Tianlang tribe may very well surpass your own. Do you truly believe I need to glean anything from you?" Upon hearing this, a figure flashed through Xiao Pingtian's mind. Initially, he had dismissed it, thinking that Wu Yuan was merely hoarding wealth and secrecy. Now, however, he had come to grasp the reality of the situation. The erroneous intelligence they had gathered regarding the Northern King predominantly stemmed from Wu Yuan and his merchant convoy, leading to a gross misjudgment of Beijun. Had they known that Beijun possessed around 50,000 heavy cavalry, they certainly would not have dared to approach Yin City so brazenly. Even in the absence of mysterious explosive weaponry, those 50,000 heavy cavalry would be more than sufficient to engage their 30,000 troops head-on. In such circumstances, even if they had conquered Beijun, the Tianlang tribe would suffer catastrophic losses. While they desired the land of Beijun, they would never be willing to make such a tremendous sacrifice for it. Xiao Pingtian chuckled and said, "Could it be that the Northern King has come to revel in my misfortune?" Chen replied, "I have no such inclination. I have come here to propose a transaction." Xiao Pingtian furrowed his brow. "A transaction? What transaction?" Chen inquired directly, "Do you wish to become the Wolf King?" Upon hearing Chen's question, Xiao Pingtian seemed to grasp the underlying implication, and he let out a cold laugh, saying, "Does the Northern King believe I would betray the Wolf King tribe merely to survive? Preposterous. As a warrior of the Barbarian clan, I would rather die standing than live on my knees." Chen was not at all surprised by Xiao Pingtian's response. He replied calmly, "Indeed, death is the easier path. However, have you considered what would happen to the 100,000 barbarian captives if you were to perish? What fate awaits your wife and children in the Wolf King tribe? Should the Wolf King tribe lose these 100,000 barbarian men, they would be left with nothing but the old, weak, and infirm. In 10 years, one could scarcely predict if the Wolf King tribe would even exist." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Pingtian's mind reeled. Familiar figures flashed through his thoughts. If he and the 100,000 barbarian captives were to die, the Wolf King tribe would truly be devoid of men. Although they had gathered an army of 300,000 barbarian warriors, it appeared substantial in reality. Aside from the few soldiers from the Northern King, nearly all the capable fighting men of the Wolf King tribe had been summoned to form this force. Their southern expedition was indeed a gamble. For the people of the Wolf King tribe, capturing the northern county was seen as the key to their future. According to the Queen's vision, they would no longer need to roam in search of water and grass, as they would have an abundance of food and would no longer fear hunger or cold. Thus, nearly everyone was particularly enthusiastic about the southern advance. Initially, it was believed that the great families of the Daxia Dynasty and the 8th Prince would sufficiently restrain the court, making the conquest of the northern county an effortless endeavor. However, the outcome has proven to be quite the opposite. Moreover, deprived of men, the situation for the Wolf King tribe this winter is likely to deteriorate even further. The northern lands are vast and encompass more than just the Wolf King tribe. In the absence of men, as winter descends, it is inevitable that other tribes will raid the Wolf King tribe, particularly the Northern Fresh King-S tribe. Due to his advanced age, the Northern Fresh King did not accompany them southward and remains alive. He has long coveted the beauty of Xiao Wenyao. Should he learn of the demise of the Wolf King's 300,000 troops, he is likely to march his soldiers from the Northern Fresh tribe directly to the Wolf King's court. At that juncture, it is not merely Xiao Wenyao who would be at risk, but even the Queen might be seized by the Northern Fresh King. If the Wolf King tribe loses even the queen, it would spell utter doom for them. Contemplating this, Xiao Pingtian's expression shifted repeatedly, revealing his inner turmoil and struggle, which Lu Chen discerned. After a considerable pause, Xiao Pingtian inquired, "If I were to agree to collaborate with you, would you release those 100,000 barbarian soldiers?" Lu Chen promptly replied, "That is an impossibility." Xiao Pingtian retorted with a cold smile, "Then why does the Northern King speak to me thus? Is it merely for amusement?" Lu Chen continued, "Indeed, I have no intention of releasing those 100,000 captives. However, I can relocate the entire Wolf King tribe to the Northern County. Furthermore, should any among those captives perform commendably, the Northern King may permit their reunion with their families." Upon hearing this, Xiao Pingtian was momentarily taken aback. What is the primary objective of the Tianlang King tribe's assault on Beijing? Is it not merely to seize this territory and establish their settlement there? If what the Northern King claims is true, and if he genuinely harbors such intentions, then even if he were to ally with the Northern King, Xiao Pingtian would not feel any remorse in betraying the Tianlang King tribe. It is far preferable to succumb to hunger or cold on the plains or to be plundered by the Northern Xian King. Xiao Pingtian inquired, "How can I ascertain that you do not intend to lure the Tianlang King tribe to Beijing, only to ensnare us and eradicate us entirely? It seems that the people of Daxia particularly relish in such ruthless extermination." Lu Chen anticipated Xiao Pingtian's trepidation and responded directly, "Even if you refuse to collaborate with us, I can effortlessly locate the royal court of the Tianlang King. Surely, General Xiao has heard of Wu Yuan?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Pingtian's countenance darkened, and he coldly retorted, "He is indeed one of yours. Had I known, I would have struck him down with my axe." Lu Chen remarked, "Do you not find it futile to utter such words, General Xiao?" Xiao Pingtian fell into silence, ceasing further conversation. Observing that he had conveyed enough, Lu Chen turned and stated, "General Xiao may wish to contemplate this matter further. I have ample time. Whenever you reach a conclusion, simply inform me. Additionally, let me remind you, winter approaches swiftly, and your tribe's time is running short." With that, Lu Chen departed from the prison cell. Meanwhile, in the northern region, at the royal court of the Tianlang King, the beautiful lady Yel Nanyan reclined languidly upon the couch, exuding an air of indolence. With a soft sigh, she remarked, "Indeed, even with a couch in the tent, it cannot compare to the comfort of the beds of the great Xia people. Alas, I wonder if the king has conquered the northern county." At that moment, Xiao Wenyao lifted the curtain of the tent and entered, inquiring, "Princess, do you have any news of my father and the others?" Xiao Wenyao had been devising a plan to escape to Great Xia. As soon as the northern county fell, she would immediately make her way there, vowing never to return to the northern lands. She had steeled herself for hardship. For even enduring difficulties in Great Xia was preferable to marrying the filthy old king of Beixian, who had never bathed in his lifetime. Yel Nanyan responded, "There is still no news for the time being, but it should arrive soon." She recalled their arrangement with the 8th prince, the Xia emperor. Wary of potential rebellion from the noble families within Great Xia, would likely refrain from sending too many soldiers northward. Consequently, the 30,000 troops led by King Tianlang would find it quite manageable to seize the entire northern county. Just then, a man's voice suddenly echoed from outside the tent. "Princess, dire news." As the words fell, Wu Yuan burst into the tent, disheveled and fell to his knees, crying out, "Princess, the sky has fallen." Upon witnessing Wu Yuan's distressed demeanor, Yel Nanyan was immediately struck by a sense of foreboding. Her brows furrowed slightly as she urgently asked, "Wu Yuan, what has happened?" Wu Yuansheng, with tears streaming down his face and a voice choked with sorrow, reported, "Our caravan originally intended to proceed to Yinqing to retrieve the spoils of war from the Great King. However, we have just learned that the Great King's army of 300,000 has been defeated by the Northern King. The Great King fell in battle at the gates of Yinqing, with 200,000 soldiers slain and another 100,000 captured by the Northern King." Upon hearing Wu Yuan's report, both Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao were struck with overwhelming shock, their faces draining of color, devoid of any semblance of blood. Yel Nanyan collapsed onto the couch, her delicate hand trembling uncontrollably, murmuring to herself, "How is this possible?" Chapter 130. Yel Nanyan's plan. After absorbing Wu Yuan's news, Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao remained in a stupor for an extended period. The moment Xiao Wenyao considered the possibility of her uncle having perished in battle, a wave of weakness washed over her, and she sank helplessly to the ground. She held little affection for her father, especially since he had treated her as a mere pawn, offering her to the Northern King. Thus, his death would not evoke much sorrow in her. However, her feelings for her uncle were entirely different. He had always treated her kindly and had promised to take her to Daxia once they conquered Beijing. Alas, now all those dreams had turned to dust. Yel Nanyan muttered. How could they have been defeated? Surely there were not many defenders in Beijing, even if they were outmatched. The great king and his men could not have been trapped. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes fixed intently on Wu Yuan. Are you certain that the news you heard is true? Wu Yuan continued in a tearful tone. Your Highness, I have not only heard whispers but also discovered that the soldiers of the Great Xia have dug numerous large pits to bury the dead. Furthermore, upon entering the city, I witnessed a considerable number of barbarian soldiers being bound and transported to an unknown destination. Upon hearing Wu Yuan's words, Yilian Nanyan felt her mind go blank. If what Wu Yuan spoke were indeed true, it would spell a tremendous disaster for the Tianlang Wang tribe. Most of the tribe's able-bodied men had journeyed south, leaving the Tianlang Wang tribe significantly weakened. The sudden loss of so many men would be a cataclysmic blow to the entire tribe. While the issue of food might see some alleviation due to the absence of so many men, the coming winter would bring peril, as neighboring tribes would undoubtedly covet their resources, particularly the tribe of the Northern Xian King. The relationships among the barbarian tribes are far from harmonious, often erupting into conflict. If they were truly united, they would not have splintered into several large factions, each with its own royal court. Although the Northern Xian King had initially lent several thousand soldiers to the Tianlang Wang tribe, creating an illusion of camaraderie, this was merely a fade, as the Tianlang Wang tribe had promised them substantial benefits in return. Now, with the Tianlang King fallen and the tribe suffering such a significant loss of men, the Northern Xian King would certainly not show them any mercy. He would likely lead his tribe to pillage the resources or women of the Tianlang Wang tribe. If the Northern Xian King were to seize all the provisions from the Tianlang King's tribe, the elderly and children of the Tianlang tribe would undoubtedly face starvation this winter. Perhaps by the arrival of spring, the Tianlang tribe would cease to exist. At this moment, Yelv Nanyan felt an increasing sense of anxiety. For if the Northern Xian King led his troops to pillage the Tianlang tribe, it was highly probable that she would be taken as well, destined to become the Northern Xian King's woman. Yelv Nanyan was acutely aware of the nature of the Northern Xian King. She had no desire to dwell within his court. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Yelv Nanyan quickly regained her composure. They must act to save themselves. Regardless of the circumstances, they had to secure the release of the 100,000 barbarian soldiers from the northern county. Among those soldiers, there might be some from the Northern Xian tribe, yet with a total of 100,000 captives, even if the soldiers from the Northern Xian tribe were still alive, there would still be several thousand from the Tianlang tribe. Yelv Nanyan resolved to negotiate the release of only the soldiers from her own tribe. Regaining her focus, Yelv Nanyan commanded, immediately convene a council of the tribe's elders. Wu Yuan, you may leave for now. I will summon you if needed. Wu Yuan wiped away his tears with his sleeve and replied, Yes, Your Highness. Yelv Nanyan cast a glance at Xiao Wenyang, who sat on the ground, her eyes vacant. With a sigh, she said, Yao Yao, you should step outside for a moment. Xiao Wenyang said nothing. She slowly rose and walked out of Yelv Nanyan's tent, her expression blank and devoid of emotion, her eyes lacking any spark, appearing as if she were but a shell of a person. The news brought back by Wu Yuan struck her with such intensity that she momentarily forgot her sorrow. Soon, the elders of the Tianlang King tribe appeared within the grand tent of Yelv Nanyan. At this juncture, the elders remained unaware of the events that had transpired. They had merely witnessed Wu Yuan exiting the queen's tent, followed by her summons for a council, leading them to believe that the Tianlang King had successfully conquered the entire northern county. Upon entering the queen's tent, the elders seated themselves on the ground, and one elder inquired, Your Highness, may I ask what matters you wish to discuss? Has the king indeed captured the northern county? Yelv Nanyan's complexion paled slightly as she sighed and replied, You must brace yourselves for what I am about to disclose. The elders were taken aback by her lack of a direct answer, and an ominous premonition began to take root in their minds. Another elder then pressed, Your Highness, what has transpired? Please, speak plainly. Yelv Nanyan then articulated the devastating news. The king has been defeated, 200,000 soldiers have perished, and 100,000 have been captured by the northern county. The king himself fell in battle beneath the walls of Yin City. Upon hearing this, the tent fell into a stunned silence, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. All the elders were rendered speechless, their minds blank, mirroring Yelv Nanyan's initial reaction to this harrowing revelation. They found it inconceivable, even unimaginable, to accept the words of Yelv Nanyan. After all, it was an army of 300,000. Moreover, they had several grandmasters among them, with the number of ninth-tier warriors being countless. While the northern county boasted merely 30,000 soldiers, how could they possibly be defeated? even if they were unable to capture Yin City. Their king would not be slain beneath its walls. The 30,000 cavalry of the Barbarian tribe possess such remarkable speed that if they chose to retreat, they could effortlessly return to the royal court. Yet, now the princess informs them that not only have 20,000 Barbarian soldiers perished, but the remaining 10,000 have been captured by the Daxia people. How could this be possible? Yel Nanyan discerned their disbelief and understood their reluctance to accept such a reality. But this news came from Wu Yuan, and they would soon have the means to verify it. In fact, the prolonged absence of any communication from the Wolf King had already instilled a sense of unease within her, though she had never anticipated that the Wolf King's forces would meet such a dire fate. The fact that not a single barbarian soldier emerged from the northern county signifies that they were undoubtedly well prepared. It is highly probable that the 30,000 troops led by the Wolf King were encircled, rendering them incapable of escape. Otherwise, the 10,000 barbarian soldiers would not have surrendered to become captives of the Daxia. Yel Nanyan could not fathom where things had gone awry. At that moment, two elder statesmen, upon hearing Yel Nanyan's news, suddenly tilted their heads back and fainted. The other elders, regaining their composure, hurried to the side of the two fallen elders. High Priest, Second Elder, you must hold on. High Priest, are you all right? Second Elder, wake up. Witnessing the chaos within the tent, Yel Nanyan did not intervene. After an indeterminate period, the High Priest and the Second Elder gradually regained consciousness, slowly coming to terms with this harsh reality. They understood clearly that this was neither the time for sorrow nor for assigning blame. The Tianling Wong tribe had suddenly lost hundreds of thousands of men, and given that many tribes were aware of the location of the Tianling Wong's royal court, should word of their king's demise and the significant reduction in soldiers reach them, it would undoubtedly incite those tribes to send marauders. This was particularly true for the northern Xian king from the north. Thus, the most pressing matter was to relocate immediately. Remaining here was no longer an option. However, moving the royal court would require considerable time, and with the tribe lacking able-bodied men, the process would be further prolonged. They were deeply concerned that news of their plight might leak, attracting the attention of neighboring tribes on the prairie. At this moment, supported by the elders, the high priest turned to Yel Nanyan and inquired, Your Highness, has the news of the king's defeat been confirmed? Yel Nanyan replied, Not yet. This information was brought back by Wu Yuan from the northern county, but I will arrange for confirmation shortly. For now, let us treat this news as if it were true. The high priest contemplated for a moment before asking, Your Highness, what should we do next? In light of this defeat, the elders did not blame Yel Nanyan, for it was inconceivable that the loss of 30,000 cavalry could be attributed solely to a woman. Logically speaking, even if they initially fell victim to the machinations of the great Daxia Dynasty, it seems improbable that their 30,000-strong army could face complete annihilation. There must be other factors at play. Those who have attained the status of elders within the Tianlang Wong tribe possess relatively agile minds, and they are keenly aware that now is not the moment for accountability. After a moment of contemplation, Yel Nanyan remarked, This matter must remain concealed from the ordinary tribesmen. Once our deliberations conclude, you shall inform the tribe that the great king has conquered Beijun. They must swiftly gather their belongings, for we shall journey to Beijun. Upon hearing Yel Nanyan's words, the elders immediately grasped her rationale. Revealing their defeat to the tribespeople would undoubtedly incite panic. While panic is concerning, the greater issue lies in the risk of information leakage. Should other tribes across the plains become aware of their defeat, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Thus, they would simultaneously inform the populace of the great king's victory in Beijun while preparing them for relocations. So that even if other tribes noticed their migration, they might be misled into believing that they had indeed conquered Beijun and were merely relocating their court there. In reality, they were merely shifting their base. Yel Nanyan continued, Furthermore, I shall dispatch Wu Yuan to Beijun to negotiate with the northern king, to see if we might exchange cattle and sheep for the return of our soldiers. The tribe cannot be without its able-bodied men. Upon hearing this, the elders fell into silence, recognizing that this was the only course of action available to them. Meanwhile, outside the tent, Xiao Wenyo sat quietly on a grassy hill, gazing contemplatively towards the direction of Beijun. At that moment, Wu Yuan approached her and spoke, Your Highness, there is a matter of minor significance that I hesitate to disclose. I have learned that General Xiao is not dead. He remains confined in the prison of Yinqing. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light ignited in Xiao Wenyo's eyes. She swiftly turned to Wu Yuan, grasping his collar as she implored, Wu Yuan, is what you say true? My uncle is alive? He truly has not perished, has he? Witnessing Xiao Wenyo's fervent excitement, Wu Yuan choked back a sob and replied, Indeed. I have discovered that General Xiao suffers greatly in captivity, enduring torment each day. It is my fault. Had I gathered more intelligence regarding Beijun, perhaps General Xiao would not be in such a plight. I am truly to blame. Upon hearing Wu Yuan's words, Xiao Wenyo released his collar, murmuring joyfully, "This is wonderful. My uncle is alive." Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she continued, "Wu Yuan, do you know what the Northern King desires? I must retrieve my uncle." The exchange of captives between the barbarian tribes and the Great Xia has been a common occurrence throughout history. Since its inception, Great Xia has engaged in countless wars with the northern tribes. Following each conflict, both sides would trade prisoners. If one party lacked captives, they would resort to exchanging resources, such as cattle, sheep, grain, salt, and iron. Should the barbarians wish to reclaim their kin, they resort to the exchange of horses, cattle, and sheep. While the court of the Great Xia seeks to retrieve their soldiers through the barter of salt and iron. It is true that even if the Great Xia were to recover their soldiers, those men would never again be deemed worthy of service. Nonetheless, in a bid to prevent disillusionment among the populace, the court typically allocates some resources to secure the return of their soldiers. This frequent practice of prisoner exchanges explains why Yi Lu Nanyan, upon learning of the defeat of the celestial Wolf King, immediately contemplated the idea of exchanging livestock for captives. Similarly, Xiao Wenyao also pondered the prospect of utilizing goods to procure the return of her uncle. Upon hearing Xiao Wenyao's query, Wu Yuan let out a sigh and replied, "Alas, Your Highness, to the best of my knowledge, the Northern King seems to desire but one thing above all, the allure of women. Furthermore, the Northern King favors only the most exquisite of beauties. Within our tribe, only the Queen and yourself fit his preferred type." Xiao Wenyao's mind momentarily went blank, leaving her in a state of shock. After a prolonged silence, she reluctantly inquired, "Is it truly impossible to exchange livestock for the return of my uncle?" Wu Yuan responded, "If it were merely ordinary soldiers, the Northern King might permit us to barter with livestock. However, General Xiao is a master-level warrior. Should he be released, it is highly likely that the next Celestial Wolf King would be he. The Great Xia would not so readily allow his return unless something truly compelling were offered." As Wu Yuan's words sank in, Xiao Wenyao fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, a barbarian soldier approached Wu Yuan and announced, "Wu Yuan, the Queen requests your presence. She has a task for you." Wu Yuan then addressed Princess Xiao Wenyao, saying, "Your Highness, I must take my leave to visit the Wongfei. Please do not entertain any reckless thoughts. Never consider exchanging yourself for General Xiao. The Northern King is a man of licentious appetites, and should you venture to the north, you may endure unspeakable torments." Upon hearing Wu Yuan's departing words, Xiao Wenyao felt a jolt of realization. How had she not contemplated this earlier? If the Northern King favored beautiful women and she fit that description, could she not barter her own freedom for the return of her uncle? Yet, the warning echoed in her mind. The Northern King was indeed a lecher, and she was but a woman of the barbarian tribes. Should she truly find herself in the Northern King's court, she might only be reduced to a mere slave, subjected to his whims and cruelty. Her thoughts drifted to her father, who often, in secrecy, brought women captured from the Great Xia into his tent, subjecting them to relentless torment, their anguish cries haunting the night. If her father could treat the women of Great Xia in such a manner, how could she expect any kindness from the Northern King? The daughter of the Heavenly Wolf King? The mere thought sent shivers of dread coursing through her delicate frame. Yet, she could not forget the kindness her uncle had shown her throughout her life. If she did not devise a means to rescue him, he might very well perish in the dungeons of the north. He was her only remaining kin, and she could not bear the thought of losing even this last connection. Even if she did not venture to the northern county, it was highly likely that the Northern Fresh King would come to abduct her. Her father had already pledged her to the Northern Fresh King, and now that her father had been defeated, the Northern Fresh King would undoubtedly arrive at their royal court to take her away. Compared to the Northern Fresh King, Xiao Wenyao would rather endure the torment of the Northern King. At least the Northern King was a citizen of the Great Xia and was not accustomed to cannibalistic practices. Moreover, he would bathe, making any suffering she endured far preferable to that of the uncivilized tribe of the Northern Fresh King. Contemplating this, Xiao Wenyao silently resolved to make a decision. Meanwhile, Wu Yuan entered the tent of Yel Nanyan. Just as Wu Yuan was about to speak, Yel Nanyan interjected, "Wu Yuan, I have a crucial task for you, and I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. If you can fulfill this task, I shall reward you with 100,000 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Wu Yuan immediately knelt and replied, "Serving the princess is my duty. How could I dare accept the princess's silver?" Yel Nanyan responded, "If you accomplish this task, you will earn the gratitude of the entire Tianlang King tribe, and the 100,000 taels of silver will be your rightful reward." Wu Yuan then earnestly stated, "Princess, Please instruct me. No matter the difficulty, I shall strive to fulfill it, dedicating myself entirely to your service until my last breath. Yel Nanyan continued. I need you to go to the Northern King's residence and negotiate with him. Our Tianlang tribe intends to exchange horses or cattle for the return of our soldiers. Hearing this, Wu Yuan hesitated for a moment before responding. Princess, I fear my influence may not be decisive in this matter. Yel Nanyan inquired. What is the reason for your concern? Are you apprehensive that the Northern King might discover your allegiance to the barbarian tribes and subsequently apprehend you for execution? If that is the case, you need not worry at all. We shall not utter a single word regarding your affairs to the Northern King. Simply state that your caravan happened to engage in the trade of cattle and sheep with the Tianlang King tribe, and the Northern King should not make things difficult for you. Numerous caravans in the Northern Prefecture have engaged in various transactions with the barbarian tribes, such as fur trading and livestock exchanges. If one were to be punished merely for trading with the barbarians, it is likely that caravans would cease to visit the Northern Prefecture, resulting in greater impoverishment. The Northern Prefecture is already in dire straits, and the caravans primarily traverse through it to engage in trade with the tribes to the north. Yel Nanyan believed that even if the Northern King lacked understanding of commerce, there would certainly be individuals among his subordinates who comprehend this principle, and they would most likely not create difficulties for Wu Yuan, the merchant. Wu Yuan replied, That is not my intention. What I meant to convey is that if the Northern King genuinely wishes to negotiate with the Tianlang King tribe, he would likely prefer to speak with you directly. I am merely a merchant and can at most serve as a messenger. Upon hearing Wu Yuan's words, Yel Nanyan instantly grasped his meaning. At present, the number of men in the Tianlang King tribe has dwindled significantly, and the Northern King is likely to surmise the situation of the tribe. Thus, when the proposal for prisoner exchange arises, it will undoubtedly necessitate negotiations. If I do not take the initiative, the Northern King may very well perceive the Tianlang King tribe as lacking sincerity. Moreover, the captives in question are not few in number, and it is unlikely that a mere 1 or 2 negotiations will suffice to settle the matter. The Northern King might very well demand exorbitant terms. Entrusting a merchant like Wu Yuan to negotiate may not yield conditions acceptable to the Tianlang Wang tribe. Contemplating this, Yel Nanyan furrowed her delicate brows. Could it be that she truly must meet the Northern King in person? After pondering for a considerable time, Yel Nanyan ultimately resolved to step forward and represent the Tianlang Wang tribe in negotiations with the Northern King. She then stated, Let us proceed thus. First, convey our desire to negotiate to the Northern King and ascertain his conditions. Should he be willing to release our soldiers, then propose that we meet in person for discussions. Wu Yuan replied, Yes, my lady, I shall promptly depart for the Northern County to relay your intentions to the Northern King. As he spoke, Wu Yuan prepared to rise and exit the tent. At that moment, Yel Nanyan suddenly recalled something and continued, Wait, while you are in the Northern County, inquire if our barbarian general is still alive. Wu Yuan immediately responded, Your Highness, I have heard that General Xiao is indeed alive and is currently imprisoned in Yen City. It appears the Northern King has no intention of presenting captives to the Great Xia court. Upon hearing Wu Yuan's reply, Yel Nanyan felt a surge of excitement and promptly asked, Are you certain that General Xiao is still alive? Wu Yuan answered, I can only say I have heard such rumors and cannot assert it with complete certainty. Moreover, this information seems to be known by many. I obtained it from a soldier in the Northern County. According to the soldier from the Northern County, after the war concluded, the soldiers captured a barbarian general and imprisoned him in the city of Yen. Furthermore, the Northern King ordered the physician to attend to him. Based on the soldier's description, I deduced that the general he referred to must be General Xiao. Yi Luin took a deep breath. At present, the Wolf King tribe lacks any masters of extraordinary strength. If Xiao Pingtian were still alive, they would be willing to pay any price to secure his return. Without a formidable leader, the Wolf King tribe would find it exceedingly difficult to survive in the northern grasslands. After regaining her composure, Yi Luin continued, During your visit to the Northern County, you must gather as much information as possible regarding General Xiao. If it is confirmed that he is still alive, you must immediately send word to us. Wu Yuan replied, Yes, Your Highness. Yi Luin then instructed, Very well, prepare yourself promptly and set off for the Northern County at once. Wu Yuan bowed and said, I take my leave. With that, he turned and exited the tent. Watching Wu Yuan's departing figure, Yi Luin let out a deep sigh. The royal court of the Wolf King tribe had relocated numerous times, and she had followed the court in its migrations, ultimately choosing this location near the river. They had anticipated that during their next relocation, they would head directly to the Northern County, freeing themselves from a life of wandering in search of water and pastures. Little did they know, They were about to embark on yet another tumultuous journey. As she pondered this, Yel Nanyan's mind conjured images of the life she had envisioned with her mother during her childhood. A life free from the fears of hunger and cold, untroubled by the threats of wolves and wild beasts. Each night, homes would glow with the warm light of lanterns, and the streets and alleys would be bustling with delectable street food, allowing one to indulge at every corner. Upon returning home, she would find warm bathwater prepared by the servants, ready for her to immerse herself in comfort. After a soothing bath, her bed would be invitingly warm and fragrant, promising another day of beauty devoid of survival worries. Yet, perhaps such days would forever elude her grasp. Her mother, once a lady of the great Xia, had been brought to the barbarian tribes and had never tasted such a life again before her demise. How could she, Yel Nanyan, ever attain such a splendid existence? She endeavored to calm herself, to quell her thoughts. The paramount concern now was to rescue the robust men of the barbarian tribe and Xiao Patian. First, she must safeguard the Tianlang Wong tribe. Without it, her fate would be far more tragic. She could not bear to endure a life as desolate as her childhood once more. Days later, at the Northern King's manor, Lu Chen was perusing the intelligence reports submitted by the Imperial guards in his study when a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," he said calmly. The door swung open, revealing Qin Yushan. "Greetings, Your Highness," he acknowledged. Lu Chen glanced at the report in his hand, responding with a slight nod as he inquired, "What is the matter?" Qin Yushan placed the intelligence report upon Lu Chen's desk. "Your Highness, Wu Yuan has returned, bearing news that the Wolf King's consort wishes to negotiate with you personally. They intend to redeem the captives from the barbarian tribes as well as Xiao Patian, with horses or cattle." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He then set aside the report he held and picked up the one Qin Yushan had laid on the desk to scan its contents. He had initially surmised that the Wolf King's tribe would relent, yet he had not anticipated that the consort herself would seek a direct negotiation. After all, negotiations are fraught with peril. There exists the grave possibility that those who attend might never return. The Wolf King's consort was braver than he had imagined, truly deserving of the authority she wielded within the Wolf King's tribe. At first, Lu Chen had contemplated appointing Xiao Pantian as the Wolf King to sow discord within the tribe, but it now appeared that such a strategy would be rendered unnecessary. The intelligence indicated that the Wolf King's court had begun its relocation, evidently in anticipation of threats from the Northern Xian King and other barbarian tribes. Their recent defeat had evidently instilled a profound sense of crisis, negating the need to provoke them further with Xiao Patian. In the eyes of the members of the Wolf King's tribe, regardless of Xiao Patian's return, he was already viewed as the next Wolf King. Currently, there existed no master-level warriors within the entire tribe. Even if they were reluctant, they had no choice but to acknowledge Xiao Pantian as their new leader. Thus, for them, recognizing Xiao Pantian as the Wolf King would not serve to create divisions. Rather, they would seek every possible means to secure his redemption. At this moment, Lu Chen placed the intelligence report upon his desk and then rose from his seat. "Let us go and see Xiao Pengtian," he declared. With that, Lu Chen departed the study and made his way to the prison where Xiao Pengtian was held. In this negotiation with the Wolf King's consort, Lu Chen intended to bring Xiao Pengtian along, aiming to integrate the entire Wolf King tribe into the northern county. The matter now hinged upon Xiao Pengtian's thoughts. Should he acquiesce, their northern county would gain the support of barbarian soldiers, facilitating future confrontations on the steppes and enabling them to locate other barbarian tribes with greater ease. Before long, Lu Chen stood before Xiao Pengtian. At this juncture, Xiao Pengtian appeared significantly more rejuvenated than before, although his hair was still tousled. He bore a much cleaner visage. The prison guards had afforded him the finest treatment available, a privilege not extended to the barbarian captives outside. Upon Lu Chen's arrival, Xiao Pengtian merely lifted his gaze momentarily before returning to his prone position on the bed, his eyes gently closed, resembling one in slumber. Lu Chen inquired with a measured tone, "General Xiao, what have you considered?" Xiao Pengtian refrained from a direct response, instead stating, "I cannot assure you of the veracity of your claims, nor can I guarantee that your promises will be upheld. Had this condition been proposed by another from the great Xia, I might have entertained the notion. But it is the Northern King who has suggested I become the Wolf King, a king of the North, who feigned incompetence to deceive the barbarian tribes and ensnared their vast army of 300,000. How could one trust such a cunning ruler?" Despite being merely 16 or 17 years of age, Xiao Pengtian no longer dared to regard him as a mere child. Should he persist in underestimating the Northern King as just a foolish youth, the Tianlang tribe would likely face utter annihilation. It appeared that the Northern King had rejected his proposal. However, through Xiao Pengtian's loyalty, Lu Chen discerned the tremors of doubt within his heart. Name, Xiao Pengtian. Identity, general of the Barbarian Tianlang tribe, captive of the northern prefecture. Strength, master realm, sealed state. Loyalty, 60. Xiao Pingtian's loyalty had reached a level of viability. Undoubtedly, he harbored thoughts of acquiescing to the proposal. For a stable life was what the Tianlang tribe had long desired, had it not been for the pursuit of a secure existence. To avoid the hardships of hunger and cold that plagued them in the past, they would not have led an army of 300,000 to assault the northern prefecture. This was their very aim. If Lu Chen were to genuinely consent to the relocation of the entire Tianlang tribe to the northern prefecture, teaching them agriculture in the process, he would certainly comply. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in his profound distrust of the northern king. The king's treachery was too intricate, having suffered once. Xiao Pingtian remained exceedingly cautious. At that moment, Lu Chen spoke. I have come today not only to inquire about your contemplation but also to convey an important message. Xiao Pingtian, perplexed, inquired, what message? The princess has resolved to meet with me for negotiations. She wishes to redeem her barbarian soldiers and you with horses, cattle, and sheep. General Xiao wonders if I would acquiesce to such a proposition. Upon hearing this, Xiao Pingtian's mind momentarily faltered, yet he quickly composed himself. For he had anticipated this course of action from the princess. Presently, they have no alternative but to negotiate. Should it have been someone else from the Great Xia? The likelihood of a settlement would be considerably high. They might indeed manage to exchange some livestock for a few barbarian soldiers. However, they are confronting the northern king. Xiao Pingtian discerned the overwhelming ambition gleaming in the young man's eyes. He might not concede. No, it is more accurate to assert that he could not possibly agree. If the northern king were inclined to negotiate, he would not permit Xiao Pingtian to become the next Tianlang king. Noticing Xiao Pingtian's silence, Lu Chen continued. For this negotiation, I will bring General Xiao along. I am confident that once the discussions conclude, General Xiao will make his choice without delay. Xiao Pingtian furrowed his brow. To take him along? What could this imply? Was he to be utilized as a bargaining chip to coerce the Tianlang king tribe? Just as Xiao Pingtian was about to voice his concerns, Lu Chen turned and departed. Lu Chen's primary objective in visiting the prison was to personally convey this news to Xiao Pingtian, without the intention of engaging in excessive dialogue. The annexation of the Tianlang king tribe had become inevitable. They had no options left unless they sought refuge with other barbarian tribes. Otherwise, once the negotiations concluded, Xiao Pingtian would have no choice but to acquiesce to their demands. Chapter 132. The 100,000 Captives of the Barbarian Tribes. I do not intend to release a single one. After Lu Chen emerged from the confines of the prison, Xiao Pingtian let out a deep sigh. They were now utterly bereft of options. To survive and preserve the entire Tianlang Wong tribe, their only recourse might be to pledge allegiance to the northern king. However, this was the very man whose soldiers had slaughtered 200,000 of their kin. How many within the tribe would be willing to submit to the northern king now? If the northern king genuinely intended to relocate the Tianlang Wong tribe to Beijing without any ulterior motives, it was highly probable that he would disband the tribe entirely, preventing them from remaining united. In such a scenario, would the Tianlang Wong tribe still retain its identity? Once their members were scattered throughout Beijing, the tribe would effectively cease to exist. At that point, the title of Tianlang Wong would be merely ceremonial, devoid of territory and followers. Xiao Pingtian pondered for a long time within the prison, ultimately failing to reach a decisive conclusion. He resolved to wait until the princess consort and the northern king engaged in negotiations before making his decision. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Through Wu Yuan's diligent efforts, Lu Chen and Yi Liu Ningyan finally established the venue and timing for their discussions. Soon, Lu Chen set forth with his entourage, journeying northward to the vast grasslands. Lu Chen was no fool. He would not venture deep into the steppes. The negotiation site was chosen beside a tributary of the Wongqing River. According to regulations, each side was permitted to bring only 500 individuals. Lu Chen, therefore, brought along 500 of his black cavalry. Naturally, Mu Changtian, Qin Yushan, and Wenren Lai accompanied him as well. Yelnanyin is no exception. Although her tribe is severely lacking in men, they have endeavored to assemble 500 robust warriors to conceal their dire circumstances from the northern king. Despite their formidable appearance, none among them possessed the prowess of a master-level warrior. As Lu Chen approached the designated location, he noticed a cavalry unit awaiting him on the riverbank, where tables and blankets had been arranged for seating. As Lu Chen and his companions drew nearer to the negotiation site, two captivating figures emerged in his line of sight. One was a voluptuous woman adorned in a fur cloak and various ornaments, her hair elegantly styled in a bun, captivating Lu Chen's attention. She exuded grace and elegance, bearing little resemblance to a barbarian woman, but rather evoking the essence of the Great Xia people. At that moment, Lu Chen utilized the system to identify the woman's profile, Name: Yel Nanyan. Identity: former princess consort of the Celestial Wolf King, 32 years old, 9th rank warrior. Her mother was a lady from a prominent family of the Great Daxia Dynasty, who was abducted by barbarians in her youth. Yel Nanyan was born within the Barbarian tribe, raised under her mother's influence with an innate longing for Great Daxia. When she married the Celestial Wolf King, he was already advanced in years, leading her to serve him faithfully until his death. To this day, she remains untouched and wields considerable power within the Celestial Wolf tribe. During her tenure caring for the former king, she significantly strengthened the tribe, endowing it with formidable might. After perusing the information regarding Yi Wanyan, Lu Chen felt little astonishment. The details closely mirrored the intelligence gathered by the Jinui concerning her. His gaze then shifted to the young woman beside Yi Wanyan, clad in fur garments, whose youthful appearance was somewhat striking. Her name was Xiao Wenyao. She was the daughter of the Wolf King, a princess of the Barbarian tribe, a 7th-tier martial artist, and at the tender age of 18, she harbored no desire to wed the Northern Xian King. She had attempted to escape to Daxia on numerous occasions. Xiao Pengtian, her uncle, had intended to discreetly send her to Daxia after conquering the northern prefecture. But upon learning of the defeat of the barbarian forces, Xiao Wenyao contemplated exchanging herself for her uncle's safety. Upon reviewing Xiao Wenyao's profile, Lu Chen exhibited a degree of surprise. As the daughter of the Wolf King, one would expect her to harbor animosity towards him for having slain her father. However, she seemed to hold a favorable impression of over 50, and this sentiment was on the rise. This was rather intriguing. Meanwhile, both Xiao Wenyu and Yi Wanyan scrutinized the approaching Lu Chen. Yi Wanyan had long been aware that Lu Chen was merely a youth of 16 or 17. However, the information she had previously received was laden with negativity, portraying him as a debauched individual who indulged in pleasures and surrounded himself with numerous courtesans, having been completely drained by his hedonistic lifestyle. Yet, it appeared that the intelligence she had obtained was fundamentally flawed. The young man who arrived on horseback, clad in a deep blue-black dragon robe, exuded an air of elegance and remarkable handsomeness, his physique robust and vigorous, entirely devoid of the pallor associated with indulgence in wine and lust. Clearly, they had been deceived. Indeed, it could be said that everyone had fallen victim to the Northern King's cunning. In an instant, Yi Luyuan reassessed Lu Chen. Recognizing him as a man of considerable ambition, a sense of unease crept over Yi Luyuan, for it seemed that the negotiations of the day would not proceed smoothly. Furthermore, she noted the formidable black cavalrymen behind Lu Chen. Although their number was but 500, they radiated an aura of lethal intensity, indicative of elite heavy cavalry. It was evident that the Northern King had triumphed over an army of 300,000 barbaric tribesmen with the aid of such heavily armored troops. While the Northern King had brought only these 500 with him, Yi Lian was acutely aware that the Northern Territory housed many more of such cavalry. His decision to showcase this contingent was a clear demonstration of martial prowess. Beside her, Xiao Wenya's gaze was fixed intently on Lu Chen. Initially, she had been quite anxious, for the thought of potentially becoming a slave to the Northern King, subjected to his whims, was daunting. However, upon witnessing Lu Chen's visage, she found herself captivated. Compared to the brutish tribesmen, Xiao Wenya had always favored the men of the Great Xia, and having heard tales of the Northern King's striking looks, she had long been enamored with Lu Chen, particularly under the influence of Wu Yuan's persuasive words. In the past, she had entertained the notion of seeking her father's favor to award her the Northern King as a slave once he conquered the Northern Territory. Indeed, her aspirations have utterly dissolved into nothingness. Not only is it impossible for the Northern King to become her subordinate, but she may find herself relegated to the status of a mere plaything. However, should she manage to become the Northern King's consort, the trivial matter of avenging her father might seem inconsequential. As Xiao Wenyo was lost in her thoughts, a familiar figure suddenly materialized behind the Northern King. This tall silhouette, astride a horse, appeared disheveled and weary. The mere sight of Lu Chen accompanying Xiao Pengtian rendered the barbarian tribe speechless. With the high priest exclaiming in excitement, "It is General Xiao." Xiao Wenyo was abruptly roused from her reverie, and upon realizing that Xiao Pengtian was indeed alive, she felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. She was about to rush forward when Uncle Yel Nanyan firmly grasped Xiao Wenyo's hand, preventing her from advancing. The Northern King had brought Xiao Pengtian along clearly to bolster his negotiation leverage. At this juncture, any interaction would be ill-advised, as protocol must be observed. Before long, Lu Chen reached the riverbank. He dismounted gracefully, and then turned his gaze towards the exquisite Yel Nanyan. Smiling as he remarked, "It is said that the consort of the Wolf King is captivatingly beautiful. Any man who beholds her cannot tear his eyes away." Initially, I was skeptical, but upon witnessing her today, I must concede that the reputation is certainly well-deserved. Upon hearing these words, Yel Nanyan did not express anger. Instead, she smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Northern King. Please, take a seat." Without hesitation, Lu Chen approached the table and seated himself with poise. He was not accustomed to kneeling or sitting cross-legged, which made Lu Chen somewhat uncomfortable. He was eager to conclude the matter swiftly and return home. At that moment, Yi Luin spoke, "Northern King, what are your thoughts on the conditions we initially proposed?" With a smile, Lu Chen replied, 100,000 horses, 100,000 sheep, and 20,000 cattle. Ordinarily, this would suffice to exchange for 100,000 soldiers of the barbarian tribe. However, upon hearing the word however, Yi Luin's delicate brows furrowed slightly, signaling the formal commencement of the negotiations. Lu Chen gazed into Yi Luin's enchanting eyes and continued, "However, if I were to release all 100,000 barbarian soldiers, would that not invite trouble upon myself? What if you find it unbearable to remain on the plains and decide to lead your army to attack the northern county one day?" Yi Luin, clearly anticipating Lu Chen's response, promptly replied, "We can sign a pact, ensuring that for a century, the Tianlang King tribe will not venture southward." Lu Chen remarked, "A pact is indeed a commendable concept, yet I recall that the Tianlang King tribe has entered into multiple agreements with the Great Xia before. For your tribe, it seems that such agreements can be torn asunder at any moment, even if you adhere to the contract. How can you guarantee that your successor or the next Tianlang King will honor it?" Yi Luin's expression turned somewhat grim upon hearing Lu Chen's words. His assertions held truth. The Tianlang King tribe had indeed breached several agreements with the Great Xia, each time unilaterally tearing them apart. Moreover, the Northern King touched upon a crucial point. The next individual to assume control over the Tianlang Wong tribe may not adhere to the covenant. Consequently, persuading the Northern King to endorse such an agreement could prove exceedingly arduous. At this juncture, Yel Nanyan interjected, inquiring about the conditions the Northern King desired, urging him to articulate them plainly. However, she felt compelled to caution the Northern King that, even in the absence of these 100,000 barbarian soldiers, the Tianlang Wong tribe could still stand resilient upon the grasslands. Should we decline to enter into a covenant, it is conceivable that some soldiers might be unable to resist the temptation to descend southward and pillage, a matter that would bear no relation to our royal court. Lu Chen let out a soft chuckle before responding, "Yel Wongfei, if you truly believe these 100,000 barbarian soldiers to be dispensable, you would not have sought my counsel for negotiations. The current predicament of the Tianlang Wong tribe is something I trust you are acutely aware of. Without the presence of men, once winter passes, the very existence of the Tianlang Wong tribe may be in jeopardy, especially with the Northern Xian King looming in the north. The Tianlang Wong tribe has already suffered the loss of over 200,000 men. Should the Northern Xian King become aware of this, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate the Tianlang Wong tribe, thus establishing his dominion over the entire northern region. They have every incentive to pursue such an objective." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Yel Nanyan's delicate hand trembled involuntarily. Though she had anticipated his remarks, she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, the only recourse being to feign an air of strength. Yel Nanyan remarked, "Does the Northern King not find his thoughts somewhat naïve? The Tianlang tribe has migrated to the northern lands for a century, multiplying its population beyond measure, merely losing a couple 100,000. Does the Northern King truly believe the Tianlang tribe is faltering?" Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, "Princess Yel, allow me to speak plainly. There is no need for you to feign the might of your Tianlang tribe. From the very first day I arrived in Beijing, I have been meticulously observing your every move. I possess comprehensive knowledge of your tribe's population, the number of horses and cattle, as well as your dealings with merchants from the Great Xia, the transactions with the aristocracy of Great Xia, and your connections with the 8th Prince. I am fully aware of it all." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Yel Nanyan and the elders of the barbarian tribe were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The dealings with the aristocracy of Great Xia and the 8th Prince were known only to the upper echelons of the barbarian tribe. Yet the Northern King had disclosed them so directly, indicating his profound understanding of the Tianlang tribe. They were uncertain whether this information had come from a traitorous soldier or from Xiao Petian. It was now abundantly clear to them that their negotiations were exceedingly passive, leaving little room for bargaining. After a moment of silence, Yel Nanyan scoffed, "So, does this imply that since the day you arrived in Beijing, the Northern King has been contemplating the annihilation of the Tianlang tribe?" Lu Chen responded, "Annihilation? No, that is not my intention." Yel Nanyan was left utterly perplexed by this assertion. If it were not to obliterate the Tianlang tribe, then what was the purpose? Lu Chen continued, "The northern tribes are numerous, not limited to the Wolf King tribe, and there are even more tribes to the west. Even if we eliminate one tribe, others will inevitably migrate to the north. Yi Liuanian inquired. Since the Northern King does not intend to annihilate our tribe, I wonder what conditions he possesses that could be directly proposed. Feeling a twinge in his legs, Lu Chun rose and gazed towards the Wongqing River, declaring, "Let me be frank. I have no intention of releasing even a single one of the 100,000 captives from the tribes." Upon hearing this, Yi Liuanian and the tribal elders were momentarily taken aback. Yi Liuanian's complexion paled, for this was the most dismal outcome she had anticipated. After all, these were 100,000 captives, and this represented the prime opportunity to eradicate the Wongqing tribe. How could a man as cunning as the Northern King possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Yi Liuanian then voiced her thoughts. Since the Northern King has no intention of releasing them, why agree to negotiations? Could it be that the Northern King intends to use this opportunity to eliminate us all? Considering this possibility, Yi Liuanian and her companions had initially mobilized the tribal cavalry to stand ready at a distance. Negotiations rarely involved such a small number of participants. As her words hung in the air, tension thickened, and the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. The tribal soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, while the black cavalry stood poised for a charge. Chapter 133. You must remain as a hostage by my side. Lu Chun appeared oblivious to the charged atmosphere surrounding him, hands clasped behind his back, as he gazed into the distance at the Wongqing River. Princess Yao, I have a query to pose to you. What was the initial motivation behind your assault on Beijun? Upon hearing Lu Chen's sudden inquiry, Yao Nanyan found herself increasingly perplexed. At such a juncture, why raise such a question? She struggled to decipher the thoughts of this young man, who was a decade her junior. Nonetheless, Yao Nanyan ultimately responded, Beijun is mountainous. Capable of withstanding the northern gales and abundant in rivers, it is indeed a land rich in resources. You, in the Great Xia, regard the northern territories as mere refuse. Therefore, why should we not seize it? Lu Chen, with an expression of calmness, replied, Your answer bears a flaw. It suggests that your intent in attacking Beijun was driven solely by the desire for its land. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, some of the tribal elders pondered in confusion. Were they not attacking Beijun precisely for its territory? How was it that, in the mouth of the Northern King, their purpose for the invasion appeared altered? Yao Nanyan then inquired, Oh, what does the Northern King believe our true motive for attacking Beijun to be? Lu Chen continued, You seek a more favorable living environment, a chance to experience a life as splendid as that of the Great Xia. This is the reason for your incursion into Beijun. Yao Nanyan refrained from rebuttal, for Lu Chen's assertion rang true. In the past, the tribes descended upon the south primarily to plunder food and women. However, this time is different. This time, their aim is nation-building. To attain a life as beautiful as that of the Great Xia. At this juncture, Lu Chen proclaimed, I can offer you an opportunity to transform your living conditions. Upon hearing Lu Chen's sudden statement, Yi Nanyan felt momentarily bewildered, struggling to keep pace with the thoughts of this petite man. She then inquired, Is the Northern King truly so benevolent? Lu Chen continued, I have learned that under the guidance of Yi Lu Wangfei, the Tianlang tribe has been diligently adopting the customs of the Xia. Many among the populace have embraced lifestyles akin to those of the Xia, and indeed, a significant majority has mastered the language of the Xia. Out of compassion, I believe you are worthy of being considered subjects of the Xia. Thus, I grant your Tianlang tribe the opportunity to settle in the northern county. His proclamation landed like a thunderous bombshell. The tribesmen behind Yi Lu Nanyan were instantly stirred into a frenzy, engaging in a cacophony of debate. Is it possible that the Northern King would allow us to relocate to the northern county? This must be a ruse. Surely, he intends to ensnare us all. How could the Northern King be so magnanimous? We have just engaged in battle with the northern county, and so many of our kin have perished. He cannot genuinely harbor such goodwill. In contrast to the tumultuous murmurs of the tribesmen, Yi Lu Nanyan plunged into deep contemplation. After a significant pause, she finally spoke. The people of Daxia often say that one cannot expect a pie to fall from the sky. If the Northern King permits the Tianlang tribe to migrate to the northern county, what are the conditions that accompany this offer? Setting aside any notions of the Northern King's potential deceptions, Yi Lu Nanyan resolved to first discern the terms he proposed. For if the Northern King had indeed formulated conditions, they could glean insights into his ulterior motives from them. Upon hearing Yao Nanyan's inquiry, Lu Chun turned to face both Yao Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, and subsequently remarked, Indeed, fortune does not simply descend from the heavens. He continued, I permit the Tianlang King tribe to relocate to Beijun, yet there are certain stipulations. The first condition pertains to you and the daughter of the Tianlang King. At this proclamation, both Yao Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao were momentarily taken aback, their delicate forms quivering slightly as they gazed incredulously into Lu Chen's eyes. Regaining her composure, Yell Nanyan inquired with a smile. Is the Northern King jesting? Lu Chen replied, surely, you must be well aware of the kind of individual I am, Yell Wongfei. My fondness for beauty is widely acknowledged, and it just so happens that both you and the young princess beside you fit my preferred aesthetic. He added, however, that is not the crux of the matter. The paramount issue is that you are the Wongfei of the Tianlang King, possessing considerable authority within the tribe, rendering you an indispensable figure. Thus, you must remain as a hostage in my presence. At this declaration, the elders behind Yell Nanyan erupted in protest. Wongfei, you must not acquiesce, cried one. Indeed, Wongfei, if you leave the tribe, we shall be truly undone. Another echoed. Wongfei, do not fall for the Northern King's ploy. His intentions are surely nefarious. The significance of Yell Nanyan was unmistakable. The current prosperity of the Tianlang King tribe was inextricably linked to her influence. Moreover, the recent downfall of the 30,000-strong barbarian army in Beijing was also substantially attributed to her efforts. However, the members of the Wolf King tribe had no intention of holding Yell Nanyan accountable. On the contrary, at this moment, Yell Nanyan had become even more significant. She was the nucleus of power and the beacon of hope for the entire tribe. If Yell Nanyan were to abandon the Wolf King tribe, upon learning of the defeat of the barbarian army, the morale of the tribe's populace would undoubtedly crumble, and the Wolf King tribe would struggle to endure. Yell Nanyan disregarded the words of the elders behind her, contemplating the veracity of Lu Chen's statements. After a while, she inquired, I wonder what other conditions the North King has besides the first? Lu Chen replied, since I permit your migration to the northern county, henceforth, the members of the Wolf King tribe shall become my subjects, obliged to heed my commands and to actively integrate into the northern county, abiding by its laws and regulations. Upon hearing this, Yell Nanyan pondered, if the Wolf King tribe were indeed to relocate to the northern county, obeying the North King's orders was inevitable. Yet, Yell Nanyan sensed that it could not be so straightforward. After all, the Wolf King tribe was a barbarian tribe. And how could the North King genuinely trust their migration to the northern county? There must be additional stipulations. Just as Yell Nanyan was about to inquire about a third condition, Lu Chen interjected, moreover, once the Wolf King tribe settles in the northern county, they must be divided and reside separately. From henceforth, the Wolf King tribe shall cease to exist. Upon hearing this, before Yell Nanyan could respond, the great shaman of the barbarian tribe behind her immediately exclaimed, impossible. Such a condition is absolutely unacceptable. In order to migrate to the northern county, and with uncertainty looming over whether this is a scheme orchestrated by the Northern King, they are compelled to dissolve the entire tribe, a proposition they can hardly accept. They will unequivocally reject such terms. Yell Nanyan's countenance darkened. Indeed, as she had suspected, the Northern King aimed to dismantle the entire Tianlang Wang tribe, rendering it a relic of the past. At that moment, Yell Nanyan coldly inquired, what shall be the fate of us should we refuse the Northern King's demands? Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, should Lady Yell choose to decline, I shall have no choice but to adopt the methods of your barbaric kin, forcibly binding you to return to the royal residence, compelling you to become my consort. Upon hearing Lu Chen's unabashed declaration, Yell Nanyan retorted icily, does the Northern King truly perceive me as naught but a frail woman? As she spoke, an aura of a martial artist emanated from her. Over the years, she had diligently amassed a plethora of martial arts knowledge from the Daxia and had been secretly honing her skills, even within the Tianlang Wang tribe. Few were aware of her prowess. Her infrequent use of martial arts did not imply that she was merely a weak female. Yell Nanyan mused, considering herself a 9th-tier martial artist, while the Northern King, despite his cunning, possessed at most a 5th-tier strength. Should a conflict arise, given their proximity, capturing the Northern King would not pose a significant challenge. At that moment, the soldiers behind Lu Chen ceased their pretense, collectively unleashing their martial spirit. While Mu Cha Tian and his companions prominently displayed their protective aura, Lu Chen was undoubtedly aware of why Yi Lin spoke with such confidence. She was a concealed 9th-rank martial artist and surely believed that she was not his match. In order to instill utter despair in Yi Lin, Lu Chen released his protective aura. As Mu Changtian and the others also unleashed their protective auras, the barbarian soldiers immediately fell into disarray. Even Yi Lin displayed an expression of disbelief. For masters, the Northern King is also a master? How is this possible? Is he not only 16 or 17 years old? At the moment Lu Chen manifested his protective aura, all the barbarian elders were rendered speechless. Even the Northern King, a mere youth of 16 or 17, was a master. It was no wonder their 300,000 troops had perished in the northern region. At this moment, Xiao Pengtian stood frozen in place. He finally understood why Lu Chen had told him a month ago in prison that he would make a choice after this negotiation concluded. A master at the age of 16 or 17, there was no need for further contemplation. He was destined to become a grandmaster, and it was highly probable that he would eventually break through to the realm of transcendent beings. The rules of the grasslands dictated that one must bow to the strong. The one who possesses strength is the leader. Submitting to a potential future transcendent being is not disgraceful in the least. As Yi Lin felt the overwhelming presence of a martial artist emanating from Lu Chen, her delicate frame trembled slightly. She found herself with no options left. Either she would become this young man's woman, or she would face a dead end. At that moment, a barbarian soldier suddenly dashed to the side of Yel Nanyan, his face awash with panic as he whispered something in her ear, causing her complexion to grow even paler. Unable to restrain herself, Yel Nanyan gazed up at the diminutive man before her, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Lu Chen had already surmised the content of the soldier's message, and thus took the initiative to speak. It slipped my mind to inform you. Half a month ago, I dispatched word of the defeat of the Wongqing to the various tribes across the grasslands. I am certain that the Northern Xian King is now scouring the world with his soldiers in search of your Wongqing's court. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the barbarian elders turned ashen. Once the Northern Xian King learned of their defeat, he would undoubtedly seek them out to plunder their tribes. Lu Chen continued, you now face two choices. Either accept my terms, relocating your kin to the northern county, with your queen marrying me and becoming my consort, or retreat and engage the Northern Xian King in a battle to the death. Furthermore, while the Northern Xian King may be unaware of your court's whereabouts, I am fully informed, and I trust this information holds immense value for him. At this juncture, the elders of the barbarians longed to denounce Lu Chen as despicable and shameless, yet they found themselves like fish upon a chopping block, compelled to acquiesce. I possess ample time and can patiently await your deliberations. However, I hope for a definitive response from you before sunset. At this juncture, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards the Black Knights, though he did not fully depart. At that moment, the Black Knights produced a table and promptly laid out the provisions they had prepared, even pouring a cup of wine for Lu Chen. Seated before the table, he savored the exquisite wine. Meanwhile, Yi Luin and several elders from the barbarian tribe remained silent, ensnared in their own contemplation. It appeared they had reached a point of no return. Indeed, it could be asserted that from the moment they resolved to assault the northern county, they had embarked on a path of inevitable demise. They had chosen an adversary they should never have confronted. Undoubtedly, the Northern King was the bane of their Tianlang Wang tribe. They had never before encountered a figure like him. The twilight of the Tianlang Wang tribe had indeed arrived. After a prolonged silence, Yi Luin finally spoke, setting aside whether we can leave here in the presence of four masters, even if we return. We are unlikely to withstand the Northern King's blade. The high priest interjected, Your Highness, do we truly have no option but to disband the tribe? Yi Luin replied, If the Northern King genuinely intends to incorporate our Tianlang Wang tribe, relocating to the northern county would not be entirely unfavorable for us. However, he will never permit us to retain our entire tribe. This would pose a significant threat to the northern county, and he will not allow such a peril to persist. Upon hearing Yi Luin's words, the high priest of the Tianlang Wang tribe closed his eyes, his demeanor reflecting profound exhaustion. He then remarked, Your Highness, whatever you decide, we shall abide by it. At that moment, Lu Chen addressed the General Xiao Pengtian behind him, saying, General Xiao, you may proceed to reunite with your kin. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Pengtian was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief crept into his voice as he inquired, Do you truly dare to let me go? Are you not afraid that I might simply flee? Lu Chen took a sip of his wine and replied, Should you believe yourself capable of escaping, you are welcome to attempt it. Xiao Pengtian cast a glance towards the nearby Wenren Lai, recalling how a single blow from him had rendered him unconscious. The memory of that formidable hammer still haunted him. With a deep sigh, he made his way toward Yi Lai Nanyan and her companions. As Xiao Pengtian approached Lu Chen, Xiao Yao was overwhelmed with excitement. She hurried forward, reaching Xiao Pengtian and grasping his hand, weeping as she exclaimed, Uncle, how wonderful. You are alive. Xiao Pengtian gently ruffled Xiao Wenyao's hair, saying, Yao Yao, do not cry. Your uncle is fine. Let us move on. With a nod, they approached Yi Lai Nanyan. Upon seeing her, Xiao Pengtian, maintaining his respect, saluted, I pay my respects to the princess. Noticing that Xiao Pengtian had been permitted to approach, Yi Lai Nanyan sighed and asked, General Xiao, what is your decision? Chapter 134. The end of the Celestial Wolf Tribe. Xiao Pengtian stands as the sole master of the Celestial Wolf Tribe, despite a potential decline in his powers. Yet, there remains hope for him to regain his mastery in the future. Xiao Hongba has passed away, leaving Xiao Pengtian as the sole candidate to become the next Tianlang King. The Tianlang clan now finds itself at a critical juncture. and Yel Nanyan is eager to ascertain Xiao Pingtian's intentions. Upon hearing her inquiry, Xiao Pingtian fell silent for a brief moment. After some time, instead of addressing Yel Nanyan's question, he posed his own. Princess, if we were to return to the grasslands, would the Basian clan grant us mercy? Yel Nanyan responded unequivocally. No. Xiao Pingtian continued. At that time, whether it be you, princess, or Yao Ao, both would be captured by the Basian king to serve as his concubines. Would you, princess, willingly become the Basian king's woman? Or would you prefer to be a mere slave in his court? Yel Nanyan refrained from answering this dilemma. If forced to choose, she would undoubtedly select the small man nearby. She would never opt for the decrepit old Basian king. Yet, deep down, Yel Nanyan understood that as the princess of the Tianlang clan, she wielded power. Should she venture to the Basian palace and become the king's woman, all her authority would dissipate, relegating her to an ordinary member of the king's harem. Moreover, at over 30, her age would soon become a disadvantage compared to the younger women of the Basian king's court. Perhaps initially, he might be captivated by her beauty, but it is likely that in just a few years, as her youth wanes, the king would lose interest, leaving her to languish in solitude within the confines of the harem. However, contemplating such matters now proves futile. She finds herself devoid of options. Moreover, the life in the Great Xia has been a longing of hers since childhood. Should she miss this opportunity, she may very well find herself returning to a life of wandering and turmoil. She has grown weary of a nomadic existence. Observing that Yi Lu Nanyan had not responded to his inquiry, Xiao Pingtian remarked, the Northern King is merely 17 years of age this year. Yet he has already attained the status of a master. I firmly believe he has the potential to become a formidable being of the celestial realm in the future. Since the inception of our tribe, we have revered the strong. Given that he is indeed a strong individual who has bested us, we have no grounds to refuse allegiance to him. The Tianlang Wong tribe has reached its current stature through relentless warfare and the annexation of smaller tribes. Having suffered defeat, our fate is akin to that of the smaller tribes we once vanquished. I do not perceive this as an insurmountable reality. Upon hearing Xiao Pingtian's words, the elders of the Barbarian tribe fell into contemplation. Indeed, the rise of the Tianlang Wong tribe has been predicated on continuous warfare and the assimilation of neighboring tribes. Among the elders, there are those who were once part of other tribes, such as the second elder, who was absorbed after the Tianlang Wong tribe annexed a smaller faction. If we regard Beijun as a larger barbarian tribe, then relocating there does not seem an insufferable proposition. At this moment, the elders of the Barbarian tribe have largely quelled their resistance to the idea of migrating to Beijun, for they have little choice, should they return to the plains. Discovery by the Northern Xian king would only lead to their own absorption. Under the leadership of Yel Nanyan over the years, the people of the Tianlang Wong tribe have long harbored a yearning for the lifestyle of the Great Xia. Now that such a splendid opportunity presents itself, their choice appears to be self-evident. At this moment, the high priest opened his eyes and proclaimed, "Let us vote. Those in favor of relocating to the northern county, please raise your hands." Upon hearing this, the high priest was the first to raise his hand. The high priest of the Barbarian tribe holds significant influence, and with his approval, it is unlikely that others would dissent. Soon after, the second elder raised his hand, and before long, all the elders were raising their hands in favor of migrating to the northern county. The moment the high priest raised his hand essentially indicated their consent to the relocation. The high priest, being the most conservative figure within the entire tribe, would not have agreed unless he was truly convinced, thus making it improbable for anyone else to oppose. However, at that moment, Yel Nanyan refrained from raising her hand. Observing her inaction, Xiao Pingtian inquired, "My lady, are you?" Yel Nanyan replied, "I lack the authority to vote on the future of the Tianlang Wong tribe. Nevertheless, since you all have consented, General Xiao shall proceed to inform the Northern King." Xiao Pingtian then stated, "I understand." He turned and made his way toward Lu Chen and the others. Upon seeing Xiao Pingtian return, Lu Chen smiled and remarked, "It seems you have made your decision. I wonder whether you have chosen survival or destruction." No sooner had Lu Chen finished speaking than Xiao Pingtian knelt down, saluting loudly. "This humble soldier, Xiao Pingtian, greets the prince. From this day forth, I am willing to be your sword, clearing the path for you through thorns and challenges." Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen cast a glance at Xiao Pingtian's loyalty level, which had reached 75, a figure not to be underestimated. It appeared that the Tianlang King tribe had chosen to relocate to the northern county. Subsequently, Lu Chen rose and said, "General Xiao, please rise." Xiao Pingtian replied, "Thank you, Your Highness." As his words fell, Xiao Pingtian stood up, and at that moment, Lu Chen made his way towards Yi Luin and the others. Soon enough, Lu Chen returned to the place where they had previously negotiated, once again taking his seat upon the fur-covered mat. He then gazed at Yi Luin and said, "It seems you have consented to my terms?" Yi Luin responded, "Indeed, however, we have one additional condition." Lu Chen inquired, "Oh, what condition might that be?" Rather than answering directly, Yi Luin posed a question. "Does your highness truly intend to keep those 100,000 soldiers imprisoned? If we were to join the northern county, those soldiers would no longer be captives, but rather your highness's subjects." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen instantly grasped Yi Luin's implication and replied, "I may release them, but not at this moment. I require them to serve 10 years of labor in the northern county. Should they demonstrate commendable behavior, I may release them earlier. Furthermore, during this period, I will permit their families to visit them, and if they continue to perform well, I may temporarily allow them to return home for family reunions." Upon hearing this, Yi Luin sighed inwardly. This was likely the greatest concession the Northern King could offer. Beyond this compromise, they would likely struggle to negotiate any further advantageous terms from him. Yel Nanyan continued to inquire, "What arrangements does the North King intend to make once the Tianlang Wang tribe relocates to Beijing?" Lu Chen replied, "You shall naturally discover it upon your arrival in Beijing." Yel Nanyan further questioned, "Is the North King not concerned that our people might clash with the local populace of Beijing? The war has only just concluded, and surely many lives were lost in its wake. The animosity harbored by the citizens of Beijing cannot be extinguished in a fleeting moment." Lu Chen chose not to delve deeply into this topic, merely responding with a calm demeanor, "Beijing is vast, yet sparsely populated. In comparison to other counties of the Great Xia, Beijing exemplifies a land abundant in space but lacking in inhabitants. Even if all the tribes of the north were to be relocated here, Beijing could easily accommodate them. Furthermore, I will soon incorporate the northern territories into my fiefdom, allowing my domain to extend further north, thus providing even more land. The population of the tribes is inconsequential in this regard. As for the resentment of the common folk, it is certainly not something that can be resolved overnight. A prolonged period of adaptation is necessary." Lu Chen then added, "If you have any further inquiries, feel free to voice them. I shall personally address them today." After a moment of contemplation, Yel Nanyan spoke, "Upon our arrival in Beijing, I wish to see our soldiers." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen replied, "That can be arranged." He had initially intended to introduce Yel Nanyan to the captive tribesmen, primarily to instill a sense of stability among them and deter any rebellious thoughts. Since Yel Nanyan had proactively expressed her desire to meet them, Lu Chen saw no reason to decline. Yel Nanyan took a deep breath and then spoke, "Thank you, Northern King, for your understanding. We have no further issues." Lu Chen replied, "Very well. Since there are no more concerns, let Princess Yel and Princess Xiao return to the northern county with me immediately." Upon hearing this, the elder of the Barbarian tribe displayed an expression of profound anguish and struggle. The departure of the princess signified the relocation of the Tianlang Wang tribe to the northern county, which meant the eventual dissolution of the Tianlang Wang tribe. Although their existence might improve in the future, their emotional ties to the tribe were not easily severed. At this moment, Lu Chen rose and approached the Black Cavalry. While Yel Nanyan's emotions became exceedingly complex as she watched his retreating figure, she never anticipated that, at her age, she would find herself regarded as a senior to the Northern King, ultimately becoming his consort. Yel Nanyan then turned to the lost-in-thought Xiao Wenyo, saying, "Yao Yao, let us depart." Xiao Wenyo, in a daze, asked, "Princess, are we truly going to the Northern King's residence?" Yel Nanyan countered, "If you had to choose between the Northern King and the Northern Xian King, whom would you select?" Xiao Wenyo did not respond but, with a look of desolation, said, "I understand." Subsequently, she walked toward the location of the Black Cavalry. Upon returning to the Black Cavalry, Lu Chen addressed Xiao Pengtian, saying, "General Xiao, the matter of the Tianlang Wang tribe's relocation to the northern county will be entrusted to you." Hearing this, Xiao Pengtian was momentarily taken aback. He had only just pledged his allegiance to the Northern King, and now the Northern King assigned this responsibility to him. Was the Northern King not concerned about his potential ulterior motives? Lu Chen paid no heed to Xiao Pengtian's thoughts. He directly addressed Commander Qin Yushan. "Commander Qin, did you not mention possessing a pill that could restore one's strength? Please provide one to General Xiao." Without hesitation, Qin Yushan retrieved a small porcelain vial from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Pengtian, stating, "This is the Great Restoration Pill. Just one will aid you in regaining your strength, and within no more than half a month, you shall return to the realm of the Grandmaster." Upon seeing the vial in Qin Yushan's hand, Xiao Pengtian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He had long believed himself to be rendered useless, and the prospect of regaining his power seemed daunting. He never anticipated that the Northern King possessed such miraculous elixirs. Grasping the vial, he immediately turned to Lu Chen and declared, "Your Highness's trust in me shall not be in vain." With that, he uncorked the vial and swallowed the pill without a moment's hesitation, entirely disregarding the possibility that it might be poison. Even if it were toxic, he reasoned. He had little to lose, being already deemed a failure. As the Great Restoration pill took effect, he instantly felt his inner strength returning, accompanied by a manifestation of protective energy enveloping him. Although he was unaware of the exact nature of the pill, he recognized its exceptional value. The fact that Lu Chen would bestow such a precious remedy upon him signified the high regard in which Lu Chen held him. In that moment, Xiao Pingtian's loyalty surged dramatically, climbing to an impressive 89, nearing the threshold of 90. Upon witnessing that Xiao Pingtian had regained his powers, Lu Chen continued, "General Xiao, you shall accompany the elders of your tribe back to the Tianlang King tribe today." At these words, Xiao Pingtian was momentarily taken aback. Once he collected his thoughts, he promptly inquired, "Your Highness, are you not concerned that I might simply flee?" Now that he had restored 90% of his strength, should he return to the Tianlang King tribe, there was a possibility that certain individuals might seize the opportunity to escape and never return to Beijing. Xiao Pingtian could not fathom why Lu Chen had such unwavering confidence in him. With a smile, Lu Chen replied, "As I have said before, if you believe you can escape, you may certainly attempt it." With that, Lu Chen approached his steed and mounted it with ease. At that moment, Yi Luin and Xiao Wenyo also arrived before the Black Cavalry. Wenren Lai then brought forth 2 horses, addressing Yi Luin and Xiao Wenyo, "Ladies, please." Upon hearing Wenren Lai refer to her as lady, Xiao Wenyo's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, and she discreetly cast a glance at Lu Chen, who was atop his horse. Xiao Wenyo did not perceive Lu Chen as a suitor, nor did she believe herself to be marrying him. In her eyes, she was merely a servant to Lu Chen. Growing up on the vast grasslands, her understanding was inherently limited. In her world, the defeated were reduced to slavery, and notions of human rights scarcely existed. Yi Luin, not dwelling on such thoughts, swiftly mounted her horse. Once Yi Luin was settled, Xiao Wenyo snapped back to reality and hurriedly climbed onto her own steed. A slave may be a slave, yet it is undoubtedly preferable to being wed to that filthy old man, the North King, who is both a cannibal and neglectful of personal hygiene. With this thought, Xiao Wenyo internally accepted her fate, having already ingrained in her mind the identity of being the North King's little female servant. From this moment forth, the North King would be her master. At this juncture, Xiao Pingtian cast a glance at Xiao Wenyo and remarked, "Yao Yao, uncle will return to the tribe now, but I shall visit you again after some time." Upon hearing this, both Xiao Wenyo and Yelv Nanyan were taken aback, as they had been unaware of Lu Chen's intention to allow Xiao Pingtian to return to the Tianlang King tribe. Regaining her composure, Yelv Nanyan fixed her beautiful eyes intently on Lu Chen's retreating figure, attempting to decipher the true nature of this young man. Chapter 135, Great Ambitions. But does he possess corresponding strength? Xiao Pingtian is the Grand General of the Tianlang King tribe and a candidate for the position of the Tianlang King. It was beyond Yelv Nanyan's imagination that Lu Chen would dare to permit him to return to the Tianlang King tribe. The North King's presence exuded an authority not typically associated with a boy of merely 16 or 17. In that moment, Yelv Nanyan found herself unable to divert her gaze from Lu Chen's silhouette. To be candid, she harbored little faith in Xiao Pingtian. With the death of the Tianlang King, and herself, as the power core of the Tianlang King tribe, having been taken by the North King, should Xiao Pingtian return to the Tianlang King tribe, he would assume the next position of power. He could very well lead the Tianlang King tribe away from the northern lands, or choose to align himself with the North King's tribe, rejecting the migration to the northern county. At this moment, to release Xiao Pingtian back to the Heavenly Wolf tribe is indeed a display of extraordinary courage not possessed by just anyone. Yi Liu Nanyan discerned an unwavering confidence in Lu Chen. This diminutive man was the most self-assured and audacious individual she had ever encountered. At that moment, Xiao Wenyo regained her composure and cautiously inquired, "Uncle, does the Northern King intend to send you back?" Xiao Pingtian nodded and responded, "The Northern King has entrusted me with the responsibility of relocating the tribe to the northern county." Yi Liu Nanyan's gaze shifted from Lu Chen to Xiao Pingtian as she remarked, "General Xiao, it seems the Northern King holds you in high regard." Upon hearing Yi Liu Nanyan's words, Xiao Pingtian felt a mixture of emotions. He chuckled wryly and replied, "I suppose this could be considered an honor." At this juncture, Xiao Pingtian turned his attention to Xiao Wenyo, cautioning her, "Yao Yao, the Northern King's residence is not the royal court. Once you arrive there, you must refrain from your previous reckless behavior." Xiao Pingtian was acutely aware of Xiao Wenyo's penchant for tormenting slaves, a practice that went largely unremarked upon in the royal court. However, the Northern King's residence was different. It was populated by the people of Great Xia, and even the maids and servants were of that lineage. As a mere hostage from the barbarian tribes, Xiao Wenyo risked incurring the Northern King's wrath should she continue her previous patterns of mistreatment towards those beneath her. Xiao Wenyo assured him, "Uncle, rest assured. I understand what is expected of me." In her mind, she had already designated herself as a slave to the Northern King. Possessing ample experience from her time with numerous slaves, she was well aware of the conduct required of one in her position. After advising Xiao Wenyo, Xiao Pingtian turned once more to Yi Liu Nanyan, saying, "Your Highness, take care." As the words fell, Xiao Pingtian turned and made his way towards the location of the tribal elders. Upon witnessing his unexpected return and apparent restoration of strength, the elders of the Barbarian clan were filled with excitement, and a hint of unbidden thoughts surfaced in their minds. However, a single statement from Xiao Pingtian instantly chilled their hearts. "Esteemed elders, I have pledged my allegiance to the Northern King, and the matter of relocating to Beijun shall be entrusted entirely to me." The high priest sighed and turned away, saying, "Let us depart and prepare." He wished to say no more. The Wolf King tribe had reached a dead end, and even with Xiao Pengtian's return, it was of little consequence. The Northern Fresh King was likely already leading his army across the northern territories in search of them. Although Xiao Pingtian had returned, the scant numbers of their tribe were utterly incapable of confronting the Northern Fresh King head-on. Their only means of evasion lay in heading southward, or perhaps directly joining the Northern Fresh King's tribe. Yet, it was doubtful that the majority of the Wolf King tribe would consent to such an alliance. Under the leadership of Yel Nanyan over the years, the way of life and customs of the Wolf King tribe had increasingly aligned with those of the Great Xia, while the Northern Fresh King tribe remained somewhat uncivilized. Of course, one could not discount the possibility that some preferred the lifestyle of the grasslands. After hearing the high priest's words, silence enveloped them. No one uttered a word on the journey back to the tribe. The northern winds howled across the plains, and apart from the sound of the wind, the only noise that could be heard was the rhythm of hooves. Meanwhile, Chen had also set forth on the return journey with Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyo. Throughout their journey, Chen found himself repeatedly captivated by Yi Luin, contemplating the possibility of taking advantage of their resting places to seize her. The allure of Yi Luin, a mature and enchanting woman, wielded an undeniable power over men. Even as Chen had ascended to the realm of a grandmaster, he discovered that he struggled to maintain his composure in her presence. The fact that Yi Luin had preserved her pristine reputation within the Barbarian tribe for decades left Chen in awe of her capabilities. It was evident that without a modicum of cunning and strength, she could not have sustained such a status for so long amidst a savage tribe. Fortunately, Chen was accompanied by his devoted bodyguard, Bai Qingqing. Whenever he found himself losing control, he would engage in conversation with her to nurture their bond. Although Yi Luin was now technically Chen's, he preferred to wait until their return to Yen City before arranging for her and Xiao Wenyao to be properly attended to by his servants. Before long, Chen and his entourage finally arrived in Yen City. The return of the Wolf King's consort and daughter stirred a fervor among the townsfolk. To the common people, it appeared that the North King had not only conquered the Wolf King's tribe, but had also claimed his women. While such sentiments might be deemed improper, for the simple folk, it was indeed a source of great satisfaction. In the past, the barbarian tribes had descended upon them, seizing the women of the Great Xia. Now, their lord had finally avenged this grievance by reclaiming the women and daughter of the Wolf King. Upon reflecting on the nightly torment inflicted by the Northern King upon the women and daughter of the Heavenly Wolf King, the common folk found a certain comfort in their hearts. Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, mounted on horseback, gazed at the jubilant citizens of Yen City. Feeling somewhat at a loss, the cheers of the people were prompted by the Northern King's return of these two women, which instilled in them a profound sense of humiliation. Fortunately, it was not long before they arrived at the Northern King's residence. As Chen rode back to the Northern Palace, Mu Zixuan was already waiting at the gates with De Zhou and Xiao Zhou. The Jinyui had long since informed Mu Zixuan of Chen's return with the two women, allowing her to prepare their accommodations in advance, complete with maids and servants. Upon dismounting, Mu Zixuan promptly approached, "Greeting, my lord, you have returned." Chen offered a faint smile and replied, "During the past half-month of my absence, you have diligently managed the affairs of the palace. Your efforts are commendable." Mu Zixuan responded, "It is merely my duty. There is no hardship in it." At that moment, Mu Zixuan turned her attention to Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, her face brightening as she inquired, "My lord, are these the two women you instructed the Jinyui to inform me about?" Chen turned to Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, introducing them. "This is the consort of the Heavenly Wolf King, and this is his daughter." Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately approached Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao. Yel Nanyan promptly stated, "I have the honor to meet the consort." Upon the encounter between the princess consorts, one would assume that such formalities were unnecessary. However, Yel Nanyin was acutely aware that her station was little different from that of a captive. If she wished to enjoy a favorable existence within the Northern Prince's residence, it was imperative that she cultivate a harmonious relationship with the Northern Princess. Observing Yel Nanyin bowing in deference to Mu Zixuan, the belatedly aware Xiao Wenyo hastily followed suit, greeting her with, "I pay my respects to the princess." Mu Zixuan offered a gentle smile, then took the delicate hands of Yel Nanyin and Xiao Wenyo, saying, "There is no need for such formality. From this moment forth, we are family." At that moment, an idea struck Mu Zixuan, prompting her to inquire, "By the way, I am yet to learn your names and ages." Now that Yel Nanyin and Xiao Wenyo had entered the Northern Prince's abode, they would have to relinquish their former identities. They could no longer be addressed as princesses or nobles. Yel Nanyin promptly responded, "In answer to your question, my name is Yel Nanyin, and I am 32 years of age." Xiao Wenyo quickly added, "I am Xiao Wenyo, aged 18. Mu Zixuan chuckled, 32 you say? That makes you considerably my senior. Henceforth, I shall call you Sister Nanyin." Yel Nanyin hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, that would be inappropriate. I am merely a hostage of the prince. How could I possibly deserve such a title?" Mu Zixuan laughed lightly. "There is no impropriety in this. The Northern Princess residence is not bound by rigid customs. In comparison to the elaborate protocols of the Great Xia, the Northern Princess household is far less constrained. Even I, as a princess, refer to Lu Chen as Aunt Chu Yuqing. Thus, calling Yel Nanyin sister is hardly excessive. Of utmost importance is that Yel Nanyin holds the title of the consort of the Heavenly Wolf King. Although Yel Nanyin has departed from the Heavenly Wolf tribe, her identity bears significant political implications for Lu Chen. At this juncture, Mu Zixuan continued, "By the way, I have arranged accommodations for both of you. Please follow me." Witnessing Mu Zixuan's warm demeanor as a royal consort left Yel Nanyin and Xiao Wenyang somewhat bewildered. They were merely prisoners of circumstance, yet the Northern King's consort exhibited such courtesy towards them. However, Yel Nanyin, being more mature and worldly, recognized this as Mu Zixuan's strategy to win hearts. Still, she found it perplexing why Mu Zixuan would seek to cultivate a relationship with her, the consort of the Heavenly Wolf King. At that moment, Yel Nanyin and Xiao Wenyang simultaneously turned to Lu Chen, for they were now under his protection and naturally sought his approval. With a smile, Lu Chen addressed them. "You two may accompany my beloved consort inside." In response to Lu Chen's words, Yel Nanyin and Xiao Wenyang chorused, "Yes, Your Highness." Subsequently, the two followed Mu Zixuan into the royal residence. Lu Chen gave Bai Qingqing a gentle pat on the rear, signaling her to enter as well. A blush instantly graced Bai Qingqing's cheeks, yet she remained silent and followed suit. Yel Nanyin, a 9th-tier martial artist, and Xiao Wenyang, a 7th-tier martial artist, prompted Lu Chen to harbor concerns regarding their potential threat to the royal household until they were fully subdued. Thus, he deemed it prudent to remain vigilant, for he desired a harmonious atmosphere within his harem. Upon Mu Zixuan's arrival at the royal residence with Yel Nanyin and Xiao Wenyao, Lu Chen made his way directly to the study. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Yinqing, an elderly man with graying hair, clad in coarse garments, lingered before the notice board. He quietly listened to the murmurs of passers-by. "The prince has truly avenged us. For so long, the barbarians have seized our women. But today it is our turn to claim theirs. The Wolf King's consort is undeniably beautiful. The prince is indeed fortunate. His daughter is also quite remarkable. Not only is she lovely, but her physique is exceptional, and her legs are particularly strong. You fellows are utterly preoccupied with women. Are you not aware that the Northern King intends to relocate the Wolf King's tribe to the Northern County? In my view, all those uncivilized barbarians should be eradicated. How can the Northern King even consider relocating them? Eradicate? What nonsense! Have you not heard that the Northern King is planning extensive construction, roads, and fortifications? If we were to eliminate all those barbarians, who would then toil? The Wolf King's tribe has already submitted to the Northern King. If they are to be moved to the Northern County, so be it. I have heard that the Northern King not only plans to relocate the Wolf King's tribe, but also intends to designate the entire northern region as his fiefdom. Before long, all the barbarians of the north will be subjects of the prince, and anyone who dares to defy him will face his armies. The Northern King indeed possesses great ambition. In the past, we would have never dared to envision such a fate for the barbarians." Listening to the discussions of the common folk, the elderly man with white hair murmured to himself, "Ambition is grand, yet it remains uncertain whether it is accompanied by commensurate strength." Chapter 136, National Master. What brings you to the Northern County? Sima Su had arrived in the Northern County a fortnight ago, yet he did not immediately seek out Lu Chen at the Northern King's residence. Instead, he spent half a month in Yen City. observing the surroundings and inquiring about the local populace's opinions regarding Chen. As he had anticipated, the reputation of the Northern King had undergone a complete transformation. The people of the Northern County now held him in high esteem. This development was not surprising to Sima Su. During his time among the locals, he encountered a rather intriguing sentiment. Many citizens proclaimed that the Northern King was the son of destiny, a figure blessed by divine protection. Through diligent investigation and intelligence gathered by his shadow guards, Sima Su swiftly comprehended the rationale behind the populace's belief in the Northern King as a favored child of fate. It was said that on the day the barbarian tribes assaulted the Northern County, the heavens unleashed countless bolts of lightning, sending the barbarian forces into disarray. Although the common folk had not witnessed the battlefield, they had heard numerous accounts of the events that transpired there. Sima Su, however, remained skeptical of the veracity of these tales. Nevertheless, the widespread nature of such reports suggested that something related to thunder indeed occurred that day. At this moment, Sima Su turned away from the bulletin board at the city gate and made his way directly to the encampment of the Imperial army. Soon, the Imperial army will return to the capital, and Situ Su intends to inquire with Lin Xiaoming about the conditions they observed upon arriving in the Northern County before their return. At this moment, Lin Xiaoming is in his tent, preparing the memorial regarding the Northern County that he needs to submit upon their return to the capital. Suddenly, a soldier enters the tent to report, "General, there is an elderly man with white hair outside the camp holding a jade pendant, stating he has urgent business with you." Normally, soldiers would dismiss an ordinary elder and likely send him away. However, upon presenting the jade pendant, which is gifted by the emperor, the soldiers, uncertain of its authenticity, decided to present it to Lin Xiaoming for examination. As the soldier finished speaking, he placed the jade pendant on the desk. Lin Xiaoming, initially curious about who would seek him out with a jade pendant, was immediately taken aback upon seeing it. Generally, common folk lack the privilege to meet the national master. And even among court officials, few have had the honor of encountering Situ Su. However, Lin Xiaoming is different. He is the son of the left chancellor and has met Situ Su on several occasions. Furthermore, he is well aware of the jade pendant that hangs from Situ Su's waist. Upon recognizing the pendant, Lin Xiaoming deduced that it was indeed Situ Su seeking him out. Yet, he felt a profound astonishment. After all, the national master is a pillar of the great Daxia Dynasty and rarely departs from the capital. Why has he come personally to the Northern County? Regaining his composure, Lin Xiaoming promptly exclaimed, "Quickly, invite the elder inside." Lin Xiaoming did not clarify the identity of Situ Su to the soldiers. Since Situ Su had arrived in Beijing, it was evident that he bore a significant mission, and Lin Xiaoming had no intention of revealing his identity. Upon noticing Lin Xiaoming's dramatic change in countenance after seeing the jade pendant, the soldier discerned that the elder's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary and promptly declared, "I shall invite the elder in at once." With that, the soldier turned and left the tent. Before long, Situ Su appeared within Lin Xiaoming's quarters. Lin Xiaoming immediately instructed the soldier, "You may step outside," and ensure that the soldiers maintain a distance of 20 paces from the tent. "Yes, General," the soldier replied. Once the soldier had exited, Lin Xiaoming promptly bowed and said, "I pay my respects to the national master." After the formal greeting, Lin Xiaoming approached Situ Su, presenting the jade pendant with both hands, and inquired, "National master, what brings you to Beijing?" Situ Su stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "I have come to Beijing for pressing matters, which do not require further inquiry from General Lin." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoming quickly realized that the national master's visit was likely directed towards the Northern King, perhaps on account of a task entrusted to him by the Emperor of Xia, an affair beyond the scope of a mere general to investigate. Lin Xiaoming then shifted the conversation, asking, "I have overstepped. May I inquire what you seek from me?" Situ Su replied, "I wish to know what you have observed since your arrival in Beijing." Upon hearing the question, Lin Xiaoming's mind instantly conjured the gruesome scene outside Yin City. He had led the Imperial army in the Northern County for nearly 2 months, refraining from allowing his soldiers to investigate, fearing they might provoke the ire of the Northern King. Lin Xiaoming was no fool. He immediately recognized that the vast craters and the horrific state of the barbarian corpses were undoubtedly the result of some formidable weapon. However, this was clearly not a matter he could delve into. They were still in the Northern County, under the watchful eye of the Northern King. Should any of their clandestine actions be discovered, it was uncertain whether he would even return to the capital. Thus, Lin Xiaoming ordered the soldiers within the camp to refrain from discussing the harrowing sights they had witnessed in the Northern County. At that moment, Lin Xiaoming's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and he solemnly replied, "Upon our arrival at Yin City, we found the area outside strewn with vast craters, littered with the severed limbs of barbarians. These craters measured at least 6 or 7 paces in width. Hearing this, Situ Su pressed further, based on General Lin's assessment. What could have caused those craters? Lin Xiaoming responded, I cannot fathom what could create such immense pits. However, it must have been a special kind of weapon. Judging by the distribution of the barbarian corpses, although the 50,000 heavy cavalry of the northern county played a significant role, it is unlikely that they alone could have vanquished the 300,000-strong barbarian army without the aid of that mysterious weapon. Lin Xiaoming is a general and a seasoned warrior who has trodden the battlefields. With just a glance at the distribution of the barbarian corpses on the battlefield, he could vividly reconstruct the events that transpired when the barbarian army besieged the northern county. The only enigma that eluded him was the nature of that mysterious weapon, a source of persistent concern. At that moment, an idea struck Lin Xiaoming, prompting him to elaborate. By the way, I have heard that on the day the barbarians attacked Yin City, the citizens were engulfed by the sound of thunder, a relentless rumble. Thus, I surmise there is a significant correlation between those large craters and the sounds heard by the people of Yin City. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoming's words, Situ Su pondered for a moment. To create a crater several meters wide is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary master. It would require the intervention of a grandmaster to wield such destructive power. With this thought in mind, Situ Su inquired, is it possible that a grandmaster appeared in Northern County that day, and those craters were the result of their actions? Lin Xiaoming replied, initially, I entertained that notion as well. However, upon closer inspection of those craters, I discerned that they do not exhibit the characteristics of a grandmaster's handiwork. The widths of the craters are remarkably uniform, and most importantly, they are numerous, scattered from Yin City to the Wongqing Valley. Should you choose to act, I believe you too could create such formidable pits. However, to conjure hundreds of such chasms seems rather implausible. Lin Xiaoming refrained from elaborating further. He was aware that Situ Su was a grandmaster, yet the specifics of his prowess remained a mystery, as he seldom revealed his skills in public. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaoming doubted that Situ Su could single-handedly forge over 100 pits akin to those in the Wongqing Valley. At that moment, Situ Su remarked, indeed, my internal power is insufficient to generate such a multitude of pits. If these chasms were not fashioned by human hands, it could spell trouble. Should the northern county possess weapons of destruction comparable to the might of a grandmaster, and if word of this were to spread, it would not be long before the great dynasties conspired against the great Xia. In this era, grandmasters serve as the pillars of each dynasty. Despite the potential for war among nations, none would dare deploy forces surpassing grandmaster level. However, if weapons emerge with destructive capabilities akin to those wielded by grandmasters, the very status of these grandmasters would be irrevocably diminished, shattering the delicate balance among the dynasties. Once other realms become aware of this, they will inevitably unite against the nation that possesses such enigmatic armaments. Upon hearing Situ Su's words, Lin Xiaoming's expression grew increasingly grave as he comprehended the underlying implications. He then inquired, I have been troubled regarding how to report the situation in Yinqing to the court. I implore you, esteemed national teacher, to enlighten me. With this, Lin Xiaoming offered a respectful bow to Situ Su. Although Lin Xiaoming, leading the Imperial army, did not arrive in time for the great battle between the northern county and the barbarian tribes, he nonetheless reached the northern county. As the chief commander of this expedition, Lin Xiaoming would undoubtedly be required to report his observations upon returning to the court, which placed him in a rather difficult position. The heavy cavalry was not a surprise, for the court was likely already aware of the Northern King's possession of such forces. However, the enigmatic weapon in the Northern King's arsenal left Lin Xiaoming uncertain whether to disclose it. Its destructive power rivaled that of a grandmaster's strike. And should the court become aware, it would not only cause upheaval within the court itself, but could potentially plunge various dynasties into chaos. Although Lin Xiaoming was merely a martial general, being the son of the left chancellor endowed him with a degree of political acumen, and he understood the gravity of the situation. Thankfully, the national advisor had arrived. Surely he would know how to address the report. After a moment of contemplation, Situ Su advised Lin Xiaoming, General Lin, refrain from mentioning the large pits in your memorial. Simply state that there is a suspicion of a grandmaster's involvement in the northern county. As for the pits, I shall personally address this with His Majesty upon my return to the capital. Lin Xiaoming's eyes brightened, and he once again bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, National Advisor. Situ Su nodded slightly and continued, might I inquire if you have observed any other anomalies during your time in the northern county? Lin Xiaoming replied, not for the moment. I have been cautious not to allow my soldiers to overly focus on the happenings in the northern county, fearing it might incite the northern king's displeasure. Situ Su remarked, indeed, General Lin's approach is commendable. At this juncture, the Imperial army must refrain from any unnecessary actions. With that, Situ Su turned and stated, "Very well, General Lin. Let us conclude our discussion for today, for I must now proceed to the Northern Prince's residence." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoming felt a jolt of surprise. The National Master was indeed heading towards the Northern Prince. Safe travels, National Master. Situ Su swiftly departed from the military encampment where the Imperial army was stationed and made his way directly to the Northern Prince's residence. Meanwhile, at the Northern Prince's estate, Lu Chen, upon returning, did not hasten to seek the company of his beloved for romantic discourse. Instead, he seated himself on a stone bench in the pavilion of the outer courtyard, diligently studying the latest map of the Northern Territory, meticulously crafted by the Imperial Guards. Since he intended to incorporate the entire Northern Territory into his dominion, it was imperative to comprehend its vastness and the intricacies of its geography. At that moment, a blushing young maid entered the outer courtyard, announcing, "My lord, there is an elderly man with white hair at the gate of the estate, requesting an audience with you." Taken aback, Lu Chun inquired, "An elderly man with white hair? Is he alone?" Under normal circumstances, it was not customary for just anyone to gain an audience with the prince. It would be unmanageable for Lu Chun to personally entertain every commoner who came to the estate clamoring for a meeting. Such a scenario would leave him no time for his other duties. After defeating the 30,000-strong barbarian army, there were indeed individuals who sought him out bearing gifts, most of whom hailed from the various influential factions within the Great Xia, including noble families and envoys from certain vassal princes. However, Lu Chen largely disregarded them. Gifts could be accepted, but there was no need for personal encounters, as he hardly had the time to endure their flattery in person. Upon hearing that someone sought him, his initial thought was that yet another faction had dispatched someone to curry favor with him. Nevertheless, his attention soon shifted to the phrase white-haired elder. If it were indeed a faction sending a tribute or flattering him, they would hardly resort to sending an old man. At that moment, the young maidservant spoke up, confirming it. "Yes, it is just him." Lu Chen continued to inquire, "Does he bear any tokens?" In the absence of credentials or a clear declaration of purpose, common visitors to the royal residence would not be informed of his presence. Instead, they would be promptly dismissed. The maidservant replied, "None." At this juncture, the maidservant suddenly realized and quickly added, "My lord, it is Commander Bai who instructed me to inform you." The newly appointed maidservant, lacking proper training, belatedly recognized that ordinary individuals were not entitled to an audience with the prince, prompting her to clarify that it was Bai Qingqing who had sent her to deliver the message. Bai Qingqing's position remained intact. She was still the captain of the guards, albeit no longer responsible for the inner court. Upon hearing the maidservant mention that it was Bai Qingqing who had sent her, Lu Chen instantly understood that the visitor could not be an ordinary person. Otherwise, Bai Qingqing would not have directed a maidservant to inform him. He scanned the young maidservant before stating, "Bring him to me." The maidservant promptly replied, "Yes, my lord." Subsequently, the young maid swiftly turned and made her way toward the courtyard's exit. Observing the maid's retreating figure, Lu Chen felt a twinge of nostalgia. Back in the capital, his residence had only a handful of maids. Now, he could scarcely count the number of attendants in his household. As one's status elevates, it becomes evident that all things are more readily attainable. The maid in the distance appeared to be newly arrived and certainly did not hail from a common family. Recently, many families had been sending maids to the Northern Duke's residence, attempting to secure a place in his bed. However, his bed was not so easily accessible. It seemed he needed to have a serious discussion with his beloved concubine about not accepting just any maid. Setting aside the question of whether these young maids possessed a score of 90 or above, he found himself utterly disinterested in their youthful appearances. He much preferred the allure of mature beauties such as Chu Yuqin and Yelv Nanyan. Chapter 137. A grand confection after waiting for a while in the pavilion. An elderly man clad in coarse garments, with white hair, entered the courtyard, accompanied by the young maid. Upon seeing the elderly gentleman, Lu Chen paused momentarily. The old man appeared to be an ordinary citizen, lacking any indication of a distinguished identity. Yet, Lu Chen was not naive. Since Bai Qingqing had specifically sent the maid to inform him of someone requesting an audience, it was evident that the old man was not as simple as he seemed. Lu Chen then utilized the system to ascertain the man's identity. Name, Situ Su. Title, National Master of the Daxia Dynasty, one of the pillars of the Daxia Dynasty. His visit to the northern county serves a dual purpose, to gauge the northern duke and to convey a message from the Emperor of Xia. Observing the system's introduction, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. The national master? As one of the pillars of the nation, why would he abandon his duties in the capital to meander through the northern county? At that moment, Situ Su addressed Lu Chen. Commoner pays respects to his highness. May you live 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen let out a chuckle and responded, National Master. What compels you to masquerade as an ordinary citizen in the northern county? Surely, you do not believe that this prince would fail to recognize you? Surprised that Lu Chun had identified him at a glance, Situ Su's expression shifted slightly. The emperor of the Summer's sons, apart from the eldest, had never encountered him. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that the northern prince would not know his identity. With a smile, Situ Su inquired, "How did your highness discern my identity?" Lu Chun replied nonchalantly, "That you have concealed your aura amidst a master such as myself. Only someone of your caliber, a grandmaster, could maintain such composure and simultaneously evoke a sense of threat." Hearing this, Situ Su was once again taken aback. A master? The northern prince had already attained the level of master. How could this be? He recalled that when the northern prince departed from the capital, he possessed no internal energy whatsoever and was merely an ordinary individual. The path of martial arts is distinct from the manipulation of political power. While one may conceal their thoughts in the realm of politics, the presence or absence of internal energy in martial arts is readily apparent to others. Especially in the presence of those whose realms surpass his own, it is exceedingly challenging for a martial artist of lower caliber to conceal their true prowess. Just as Situ Su began to question whether he had misheard, he sensed the faint aura of a martial artist emanating from Lu Chun. The martial presence surrounding Lu Chun was remarkably subtle. Had it been an ordinary individual or someone of equal standing, they would have been oblivious to his true level. However, Situ Su was different. Being a grandmaster, he could perceive even the most concealed energies. Despite Lu Chun's efforts to mask his abilities and suppress the internal power coursing within him, he remained detectable to Situ Su. This was precisely why Lu Chun had opted to reveal his status as a master right from the outset. There was little to hide in the presence of a grandmaster, and he found himself unable to obscure his strength. Situ Su quickly regained his composure and praised, "Truly worthy of being the northern king who triumphed over the 30,000-strong barbarian army. To have achieved the master realm at merely 17 years of age suggests that it will not be long before the great Xia boasts a formidable, celestial-level warrior at its helm." Just an hour prior, Situ Su had stood at the city gates, questioning whether the northern king's prowess could support his grand ambitions, his thoughts encompassing both the military might of the northern region and the northern king's own strength. Now, upon learning that the northern king had attained the master realm, Situ Su instantly comprehended the source of the king's audacity in claiming the entirety of the north as his personal fiefdom. A 17-year-old master is an extraordinary rarity across the globe. Indeed, there are virtually no records of martial artists achieving this level before the age of 20. At the tender age of 17, he ascended to the rank of a master, signifying that the northern king possesses an extraordinarily terrifying talent for martial arts. Given the rapidity with which he advances in realm, it is conceivable that he may achieve the status of a grandmaster before the age of 25, harboring immense potential to become a formidable being of the celestial realm. This talent surpasses even that of the Summer Emperor, whom Situ Su had long regarded as the most gifted martial artist he had ever encountered. Little did he realize that the emperor's progeny surpassed him in aptitude. It is noteworthy that during their time in the capital, no one was aware of the northern king's martial prowess. If he had not practiced martial arts while in the capital and only began his journey in the northern county, then he could truly be deemed the most gifted martial artist in a millennium. His talents transcend the mere definition of genius. He is a prodigy. Upon hearing Situ Su's remarks, Lu Chun smiled and said, "I do not believe that the national master traveled all the way to the northern county merely to extol my virtues. If you have matters to discuss, please speak candidly." In response, Situ Su stated, "Before addressing the main issue, I wish to pose a question to His Highness. How do you perceive the current state of the world?" Instantly, Lu Chun comprehended that Situ Su was testing him. As the national master and a pillar of the Great Xia, he commanded great respect even from the Summer Emperor, thus holding the authority to assess any prince. Lu Chun then countered, "When you refer to the world, does it pertain solely to Great Xia? Or does it encompass other dynasties as well?" At this inquiry, Situ Su's mind momentarily faltered. Clearly, his focus was solely on Great Xia. Situ Su had never anticipated that someone would step beyond the confines of his preconceived notions. The term world commonly referred to by the people typically signified only the realm of Xia, excluding other dynasties or nations. After a brief pause, Situ Su continued, "Does your highness truly believe that all the dynasties and nations combined constitute the world?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Lu Chun found himself somewhat perplexed. Why did the people of Daxia perceive the world solely as Daxia? It was one thing for common folk to think this way, but Situ Su, being the national teacher of Daxia, surely understood that many other dynasties and nations existed beyond their borders. Lu Chun subsequently remarked, "It is rather difficult for me to comprehend why the national teacher would pose such a question. Are not the other dynasties and Daxia part of the same world, under the same sky?" Naturally, the world should encompass all dynasties and nations. Hearing Lu Chen's assertion, Citissa smiled and suddenly bowed respectfully, saying, I have learned much from you. This left Lu Chen momentarily stunned. Was this truly what it meant to learn? He had merely articulated his understanding of the world. Citissa continued, Your Highness's perspective has surpassed mine by great lengths. The world, in the eyes of the Northern King, is not merely Daxia, but the entire globe. The ambition of the Northern King is far greater than he himself realizes. Even the Emperor of Xia from years past did not possess such aspirations. Lu Chen found Citissa's words somewhat baffling, leading him to ponder that perhaps the national teacher's advanced age contributed to his seemingly obscure statements. At this moment, Citissa continued to inquire, I wish to pose another question to His Highness. Given your profound insights and martial prowess, why did you not choose to contend for the throne while in the capital? With your remarkable capabilities, attaining the position of Crown Prince would not pose a significant challenge. With Lu Chen's martial talent, his astuteness, and the backing of the Chu family, securing the title of Crown Prince would indeed be effortless. There was no need to venture to the frigid North County for development. Upon hearing Citissa's words, Lu Chen smiled and responded, Do you believe it is easier for an artist to create a masterpiece on a blank canvas, or to alter an existing painting to achieve the desired effect? In an instant, Citissa grasped the meaning behind Lu Chen's words and remarked, I see now. No wonder His Majesty summoned you to the North County, and you readily accepted. He continued, The current Daxia is dominated by powerful families, and any reforms or imperial edicts will face obstruction from these clans. However, the North County is different. It is too impoverished to host significant families, with only a few minor clans present. Here, the Northern King's decrees can be implemented without hindrance. The Northern King can maneuver as he pleases in the North County, akin to painting on a blank canvas, unrestricted in his artistic expression. Lu Chen interjected, Your statement lacks precision. My decision to come to the North County was not mine to make, but rather a decree from His Majesty. Citissa acknowledged, You speak truly, Your Highness. Lu Chen continued, Well, let us put aside idle chatter. The Grand Master has come to see me, and it must surely be at the behest of His Majesty. Grand Master, please convey to me directly the Emperor's intentions. Citissa replied, His Majesty has instructed me to inform the Prince that he intends to designate you as the Crown Prince. You should strive to meet His Majesty's expectations and not disappoint him. Upon hearing Citissa's words, Lu Chen chuckled softly, contemplating the grand ambition laid before him, which he felt was beyond his capacity to fulfill. However, he refrained from expressing his skepticism in front of Citissa and instead stated, Thank you, Grand Master, for coming to Beijing to convey my father's words. I kindly ask you to relay to him that I shall exert every effort and will not let him down. Citissa smiled and replied, Very well. I shall certainly communicate your sentiments to His Majesty. However, before I depart from Beijing, I wish to share something from the depths of my heart. Lu Chen responded, Please, Grand Master, do speak. Citissa continued, It is indeed challenging to achieve one's desired outcome when painting upon another's canvas. However, should someone offer to provide you with a larger blank canvas, I hope you will possess the patience to await the opportunity. I believe that, in due time, your brush will more easily depict the realm you envision on that expansive canvas. Noticing the subtlety of Citissa's counsel, Lu Chen cast a glance at the Grand Master's loyalty, discovering that it had inexplicably risen to 85. It seemed quite extraordinary. A few exchanged words had resulted in such a significant increase in the loyalty of a Grand Master. Lu Chen then remarked, I appreciate your guidance, Grand Master. I shall keep your words close to my heart. Initially, Citissa intended to inquire further about the origins of those large pits. However, he ultimately relinquished this pursuit. After listening to Lu Chen's response, the nature of the cause behind those great chasms became inconsequential. Chapter 138. Disturbances among the great dynasties upon arriving at the royal residence. Citissa exchanged a few words with Lu Chen before departing, not lingering excessively within the northern prince's estate. Lu Chen harbored suspicions that Citissa's visit to the northern county was not merely to deliver a message. His previous research on Citissa indicated that one of the objectives of this journey was to probe him. Merely asking a few questions could hardly unveil his true nature. It seemed likely that Citissa had already been in the northern county for some time, unbeknownst to him. Thus, he promptly summoned Bai Qingqing to the courtyard. As the deputy commander of the Shadow Guards, upon her return to Yen City, she would undoubtedly receive intelligence from her fellow guards, which would likely reveal how long Citissa had been in the northern county. Shortly thereafter, Bai Qingqing arrived in the courtyard. Upon entering, she saluted and said, This servant greets the prince. Lu Chen grasped Bai Qingqing's delicate hand, assisting her to her feet, and inquired, Little Bai, do you know how long the national master has been in the northern county? With an impassive expression, Bai Qingqing replied, approximately half a month. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen realized that his suspicions were indeed correct. Situ Su had been in the northern county for quite some time. However, one could not fault Situ Su for this, as he himself had been engaged in negotiations with the Tianlang Wang tribe in the northern grasslands for over half a month. Lu Chen then continued. His visit to Yin City must have also brought you new assignments, correct? As he spoke, Lu Chen embraced by Qingqing from behind, his hand wandering across her delicate waist. The sudden affection caused by Qingqing's body to tremble involuntarily, and a faint blush graced her otherwise serene countenance. The State Master had instructed the maidservant to investigate the evidence of the 8th Prince's collusion with the Barbarian tribes, and to return the gathered proof to the capital. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly, for it aligned perfectly with his expectations. With the threat from the northern barbarians neutralized, his father, the Emperor, was poised to take action against the noble families. Once the evidence of their collusion was secured, it was highly likely that his father would use this as a pretext to purge the influence of these families from the court. Situ Su had subtly hinted at this earlier, his intentions unmistakable. He hoped that Lu Chen would refrain from rebellion during the Emperor's campaign against the noble families, as that position would likely be his in the future. Thus, Situ Su was reminding him that the eradication of these families would also serve his interests. In truth, Lu Chen did not require such reminders. He had no intention of rebelling while the Emperor dealt with the noble families. History often creates heroes amid turmoil, and while the Great Xia was rife with undercurrents, it had yet to descend into chaos. To seize this moment for rebellion would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, Lu Chen was no fool. He would prefer that the Emperor swiftly eliminate the noble families. Should they remain entrenched, it would create a formidable mess when he eventually seized control of the entire Great Xia. Every dynasty inevitably gives rise to powerful families. Yet many of these noble houses in the Great Xia are anything but ordinary. They wield significant influence over the court and control vast resources, effectively holding the very lifeblood of the Great Xia in their hands. Such illustrious families can no longer be compared to the newly risen clans. The Emperor of Xia seeks to eliminate those families that hold sway over the court, which bears no relation to certain emerging families. On the contrary, the Emperor intends not to suppress these new families but to support them, empowering them to become a formidable force against the old aristocracy within the court. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen resolved to set aside thoughts of the capital for the time being, prioritizing the development of Beijing. With the capture of 100,000 prisoners from the barbarian tribes and the methods for producing cement at hand, the construction of the straight road in Beijing could commence. At that moment, a maid entered the courtyard, announcing, "My lord, the two ladies have completed their ablutions." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen returned to his senses. The two ladies referred to were none other than Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, who had recently entered the northern prince's residence. Lu Chen then released by Qingqing, giving her a playful pat on her posterior, saying, "Little Bai, you may attend to your matters now." A sudden wave of embarrassment washed over by Qingqing, perplexed by why Lu Chen always seemed inclined to tease her in such a manner. "Yes, my lord," she responded, hastily departing. At this juncture, Lu Chen addressed the maid who had made the announcement. "Which courtyard are the two ladies in? Please lead me there." The maid promptly replied, "Yes, my lord. Please follow me." She then guided Lu Chen to the courtyard of Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao. Their rooms were situated within the same courtyard, which was modest in size, comprising only 2 chambers, with the adjacent yard occupied by Wongqing. At this moment, Wongqing sat atop the courtyard wall, unabashedly surveying the 2 exotic beauties brought back by Lu Chen. Suddenly, a man's figure appeared in the courtyard of Yi Luin and Xiao Wenyao, prompting the two to hastily rise from the stone bench in the pavilion. Upon encountering the prince, Lu Chen was momentarily entranced by the latest adornments of Yi Luin and Xiao Wenyao. They had donned the garments of the Great Xia, meticulously styled by their maidservants, resulting in a remarkable transformation. Yi Luin wore a delicate, lightweight gown adorned with lotus motifs, cinched at the waist by a belt that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure. The sheer fabric clung to her skin, revealing tantalizing glimpses of her form, and the gentle contours of her rounded hips became increasingly pronounced, exuding an air of opulence and grace. Turning his gaze to Xiao Wenyao, Lu Chen noted her attire, a pristine white dress beneath a deep green overlay. Her lustrous black hair cascading down her back, secured with a hairpin that rendered her indistinguishable from a refined lady of the Great Xia. Together, Yi Luin and Xiao Wenyao resembled a mother and daughter duo, radiating elegance. Regaining his composure, Lu Chen smiled faintly and remarked, "I did not anticipate that you both would become even more enchanting after your transformation. It seems that this prince is indeed fortunate in beauty." Upon hearing these words, a faint blush graced the cheeks of Yi Luin and Xiao Wenyao. This was their first time fully embracing the attire of the great Xia, and they had not expected that adorning themselves in such garments would enhance their allure. Moments ago, as they gazed into the bronze mirror, they were instantaneously captivated by their own beauty. Previously, they had cloaked themselves in fur coats, wrapping their figures tightly, occasionally donning fur hats, which completely concealed their forms and allure. At that moment, Wongqing, sitting gracefully against the courtyard wall, remarked with a playful smile, "Congratulations, Your Highness, on acquiring two enchanting beauties." Upon hearing this, Chen turned to Wongqing, perched on the wall, and retorted, "Is the esteemed master of Tingyu Tower not preoccupied with affairs? What brings you here to witness the spectacle?" Wongqing, unfazed, replied with a feigned innocence, "Oh, how fearsome Your Highness is. I am but a humble servant, trembling in fright. I merely heard that the prince has acquired two female slaves and wished to see what my sisters look like." Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao exchanged glances, astonished by the audacity of the woman in red casually seated on the wall, who was, in fact, a slave of the northern prince. Did the female slaves of the northern prince's residence possess such boldness to address their master in such a manner? Xiao Wenyao recalled her own slaves from the royal court. Had any dared to speak to her thus, they would have been met with severe retribution from their peers long before she could intervene. At this moment, Wongqing cast a glance at Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, her smile unwavering as she continued, "It appears that His Highness has not forgotten the words I once spoke about the beauty of the barbarian royal court. When Chen first arrived in Beijing, he inquired whether there were any beautiful women in the region. At that time, Wongqing informed him that the royal court of the Man tribe held exquisite maidens. Wongqing, then the head of the Baihua Tower and the saintess of the Yinyu Pavilion, was privy to a plethora of intelligence. Thus, she possessed some knowledge regarding the royal court of the Man tribe, particularly that the wife of the Wolf King was exceptionally lovely." Upon witnessing Yi Luin's beauty today, Wongqing was taken aback. She felt utterly incapable of comparing herself to Yi Luin. The mature allure exuded by Yi Luin was something Wongqing lacked, and she was acutely aware that Lu Chen had a particular fondness for beautiful women like Yi Luin and Chu Yuqing. Each time Chu Yuqing was mentioned in Lu Chen's presence, he would become fervently animated. At that moment, Wongqing gracefully leapt from the courtyard wall, her lithe form descending gently to the ground. She approached Lu Chen and whispered in his ear, "My lord, I wonder if the Jinyui has any news regarding the Daxia Dynasty, as there have been some unusual movements recently." Wongqing's visit was not merely for idle conversation. Now the head of the Tingyu Pavilion, she bore the responsibility of gathering intelligence from various dynasties and nations for Lu Chen, leaving little time for discussions about women. Upon hearing Wongqing's words, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Currently, the majority of the Jinyui were stationed within the Great Xia Dynasty, with few operatives in other realms. And he had indeed heard nothing of any disturbances in the Daxia Dynasty. The Daxia Dynasty is situated adjacent to the northern county, in the southwestern corner. Although the Daxia Dynasty is a relatively newly established and impoverished realm with limited strength, it is nonetheless a neighbor to the northern county, and thus, Lu Chen must remain vigilant regarding their movements. Recently, Lu Chen has been preoccupied with matters concerning the northern county, having scarcely paid attention to the Daxia Dynasty. To his astonishment, the Tingyu Tower, having been established for only a short time, has already infiltrated the Daxia Dynasty, demonstrating Wongqing's commendable efficiency. Lu Chen promptly inquired, "I have yet to dispatch the Jinyui to the Daxia Dynasty. Should there be any unusual developments, please inform me directly." Wongqing responded, "The Daxia Dynasty has been mobilizing troops for half a month, amassing an army of 200,000 at the border between Daxia and Northern County." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled softly and remarked, "Could it be that the Daxia Dynasty fears an impending attack from me?" Lu Chen did not believe that the Daxia Dynasty would dare to invade Daxia at this juncture, especially after the northern county had recently annihilated a barbarian army of 300,000. As a newly established dynasty, the Daxia would lack the audacity to launch a sudden offensive against Daxia. Their actions likely stem from a desire to guard against the northern county. The emergence of a formidable force to their north would undoubtedly provoke concern. It is worth noting that not only has the Daxia Dynasty amassed 200,000 troops, but even the local princes within Daxia have stationed their forces at the borders with the northern county. For instance, the Prince of Qi, upon learning that Lu Chen had dispatched 5,000 elite cavalry to escort Mu Zixuan and others from Anping City over a month ago, promptly mobilized all 50,000 troops from his fief to the northern front under the cover of night. The 50,000-strong army remained inactive, simply stationed opposite Anping City, vigilantly observing Beijing. It was evident that the presence of such a formidable cavalry had instilled fear across all dynasties, particularly among the factions surrounding Beijing. They were apprehensive about Lu Chen potentially launching an assault against them, prompting a hasty mobilization of troops towards the north for protection against Beijing. Noting Lu Chen's apparent indifference, Wongqing remarked, "My lord, I believe that Dayue's troop movements northward are not merely a precaution against Beijing." Upon hearing Wongqing's statement, Lu Chen paused momentarily. In his perspective, the emergence of 50,000 heavy cavalry in Beijing would deter any surrounding powers from challenging him. If Dayue's military maneuvers were not solely intended for defending against Beijing, what could their true purpose be? Did they truly intend to launch an offensive against Beijing? Lu Chen then prompted, "Please share your thoughts." Wongqing continued, "From what I gather, it is not only Dayue that is mobilizing troops. Several other major dynasties are also secretly repositioning their forces, gathering at the borders adjacent to Daxia. Therefore, I surmise that Dayue's troop movements are unlikely to be solely for the purpose of guarding against Beijing. It seems that these major dynasties may have reached some form of tacit agreement, preparing to take military action against Daxia." Lu Chen fell into deep contemplation. He had been closely monitoring the events transpiring within Daxia, yet he was largely unaware of the troop movements among the major dynasties. It could be that his recent journey to the northern territories had resulted in a backlog of intelligence in his study. Nevertheless, this situation served as a fitting test of Tingyu Tower's capability in gathering intelligence. At that moment, Wongqing continued, "Once the 50,000 heavy cavalry from the northern county emerge, the major dynasties may mistakenly believe that these cavalry are under your majesty's command. Coupled with the existing heavy cavalry of the court, the Great Xia now possesses nearly 80,000 heavy cavalry. This could easily lead other dynasties to assume that your majesty harbors ambitions for external expansion." Lu Chen pondered for a moment, acknowledging Wongqing's insight. Although these 50,000 heavy cavalry were summoned from the remnants of Dayu by his system, others were unaware of such details. What the other dynasties perceived was that the Great Xia had suddenly amassed close to 80,000 heavy cavalry. The abrupt increase of 50,000 cavalry could only suggest one thing: an impending military endeavor. Originally, the major dynasties were evenly matched. However, if one dynasty were to suddenly bolster its military strength in secrecy, others would likely conclude that a war was imminent. Consequently, all the dynasties would tacitly agree to first eliminate the strongest contender. With this thought, Lu Chen smiled faintly and remarked to Wongqing, "Your intelligence work is commendable. Please continue your efforts and keep a close watch on the movements of the major dynasties." Wongqing responded promptly, "Yes, my lord." With that, she gracefully leaped onto the courtyard wall and added, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Lu Chen replied, "Indeed, take care." Soon after, Wongqing's figure vanished from sight. At this moment, Lu Chen returned his attention to Yi Lunan and Xiao Wenyao. At this moment, Yel Nanyan spoke with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. "Your Highness, I wish to observe our barbarian soldiers, if that would be permissible." Lu Chen replied, "No problem, follow me." He had intended to introduce Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao to the barbarian soldiers, hoping to help them regain their composure and prevent any unwarranted thoughts from arising in their minds. Chapter 139, The Ruthless Wolf King and the Benevolent Northern King. Lu Chen swiftly escorted Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao to the camp where the barbarian captives were held. There were a staggering 100,000 captives from the barbarian tribes, and the northern county had expended considerable effort merely to manage them. Surrounding the camp of the barbarian captives were 1,000 heavy cavalry, along with ordinary soldiers tasked with overseeing the prisoners. Essentially, each northern county soldier was responsible for managing over 100 barbarian captives, which placed immense pressure on them. Most of the soldiers believed that executing the captives would be the simplest solution. However, keeping the captives alive was a direct order from the northern king, leaving the soldiers little room for dissent. As Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao descended from the carriage, the laboring barbarian captives erupted in astonished exclamations. "Your Highness! Your Highness! Look, it is the princess. What is happening? Why is the princess here in Yin City? Has our tribe been vanquished by the northern king? And has the princess been captured as well? No, that cannot be. The princess is astute. Once she becomes aware of our defeat, she will undoubtedly relocate the royal court. How could the northern king so easily ascertain the precise location of our tribe? That individual cannot possibly be the princess." The captives of the barbarian tribe were incredulous at the sight of the princess alighting from the carriage. A soldier from the northern county, tasked with guarding the barbarian captives, could not suppress a scoff and remarked, "You are likely unaware that your princess has already consented to marry our lord. She is now his woman. Furthermore, soon your Tianling King tribe shall be migrating to the northern county. Our lord is merciful. Had it been anyone else, you barbarians would have been slaughtered long ago." Upon hearing the soldier's words, the barbarian captives were rendered speechless. How could their princess choose to marry the Northern King? Had the royal court truly been discovered by him? With the princess absent from the Tianlang King tribe, what future could they possibly have? In that moment, the spirits of the barbarian captives plummeted, and the atmosphere grew overwhelmingly oppressive. At that juncture, a guard from the royal palace approached the barbarian captives, instructing, "Those from the Tianlang King tribe remain, while those from the Betrayal King tribe may return." Among the 100,000 barbarian captives, many were soldiers from the Betrayal King tribe. Upon hearing the guard's command, a considerable number of Betrayal captives turned and departed, leaving only the captives from the Tianlang King tribe behind. At this moment, Yel Nanyan approached the soldiers with measured steps. She observed not only the presence of the princess, but also that of Princess Xiao Wenyao, the daughter of the Wolf King, compelling the soldiers to confront the reality of their situation. It appeared that the royal court of the Wolf King's tribe had indeed been located by the Northern King. Otherwise, their princess and queen consort would not have simultaneously graced this place. The barbarian captives knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the queen." Witnessing this scene, Chen felt a surge of emotion, realizing that Yel Nanyan held such a revered position among the barbarian captives. Indeed, capturing her had proven to be a judicious decision. Although Yel Nanyan may not possess conventional beauty, lacking a score of 90, she undeniably exuded a potent political aura. Securing her effectively meant gaining control over the entire Wolf King tribe. Naturally, luck was on his side, as Yel Nanyan was not only beautiful, but also boasted a score exceeding 90. Most importantly, she remained untouched, embodying the very type he favored. Yel Nanyan gazed at the kneeling captives, her emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. With a sigh, she addressed them, "I am no longer the queen. Please rise. I am, like you, merely a prisoner." However, upon hearing her words, the barbarian captives remained steadfastly kneeling. At that moment, one of the captives looked up and inquired, "Your Highness, has the Wolf King tribe truly been vanquished by the Northern King?" To this, Yel Nanyan responded, "The Northern King has shown mercy, allowing the Wolf King tribe to relocate to the Northern County. Your kin shall settle there as subjects of the Great Xia. In a sense, from this day forth, the Wolf King tribe shall no longer exist." Upon hearing the words of Yel Nanyan, the captives from the barbarian tribe found it difficult to comprehend. They had come to assault Beijun solely for the sake of its land, and now, after being vanquished by the Northern King, not only had their royal court not been obliterated, but their tribes had been relocated to Beijun, transforming them into subjects of the Great Xia. What was the purpose of their initial aggression against Beijun, then? Countless lives had been lost, and they had been reduced to captives, with their tribes annihilated. Ultimately, the blood of 200,000 had been exchanged for a war devoid of meaning. At this moment, the barbarian captives fell into silence, uncertain of how to respond. Yel Nanyan sighed softly and continued, "The Northern King has instructed me to convey to you that you will labor in Beijun for a decade. Should any among you excel in your conduct, the Northern King permits you to return home to visit your families, with the possibility of an early termination of your servitude. Once your labor concludes, the choice remains yours, to remain in Beijun as citizens of the Great Xia, or to return to the grasslands and continue your nomadic existence." Upon hearing this, the barbarian captives lifted their heads, their spirits noticeably rekindled. One of the soldiers inquired, "Princess, is what you say truly the case? Are we really able to visit our families?" Yel Nanyan replied, "On my journey here, I asked the Northern King, and he stated that there would be 100 opportunities each month for you to return home, although this will commence after 6 months. However, the Northern King will not restrict your family members from visiting you." Upon hearing these words, the barbarian captives were instantly filled with immense excitement. They had believed that they would never escape from the Northern County and would never see their loved ones again. To their astonishment, the Northern King had actually permitted their relatives to visit them. If this were the case, it would not be long before they could reunite with their families. However, it was soon realized by some captives that such favorable treatment must be attributed to the sacrifice of their princess. At that moment, one captive inquired, "Princess, is this the condition you agreed upon in marrying the Northern King?" Just as Yel Nanyan was about to respond, she noticed the captives gazing intently at her, and she fell silent. In truth, this matter did not significantly concern her. She held no bargaining power before Chen. Seeing her silence, the barbarian captives took it as a tacit acknowledgement. Consequently, their gratitude towards Yel Nanyan deepened, and her standing among them rose to new heights. At that juncture, another captive suddenly asked, "Princess, are you and the royal princess both to marry the Northern King?" Yel Nanyan affirmed, "Yes." The captive continued, "Then the royal princess shall henceforth be the Northern King's woman? If I were to inform the Northern King of something regarding the royal princess's mother, would that be considered a merit?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenyao paused momentarily, then promptly exclaimed, Regarding my mother? What is it? The captive spoke. Princess, your mother was poisoned by the great king, a truth known to several of his subordinates, including myself. Although the Wolf King is deceased, Xiao Wenyao still lives and is about to become the consort of the Northern King. If I were to disclose some of the vile deeds committed by the late Wolf King to her, inciting her hatred towards him, it would, in a sense, serve the Northern King's interests. After all, the Northern King is the murderer of her father. Should Xiao Wenyao harbor no animosity towards the Wolf King, it would bode ill for him, as she may not pledge her loyalty to the Northern Palace. However, if she learns that her mother met her demise at the hands of the Wolf King, it is highly likely that her focus would shift away from the Northern King's vendetta against her father, making her more inclined to support the Northern Palace. At that moment, another tribal captive interjected. Princess, I too am aware of this matter, and I know that it was the great king himself who administered the poison to your mother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenyao's complexion turned ashen. She had long been informed by her uncle of this speculation, yet it remained unsubstantiated. It was unexpected that after her father's demise, one of his former subordinates would emerge as a witness. Indeed, her mother had been poisoned by her own father. The thought sent tremors coursing through her body. How cruel was her father? In his pursuit of a queen, he would resort to harming his own wife. Had it not been for his mother persuading his uncle to relent, his father might never have ascended to the throne of the Barbarian king. Ironically, the first act of her father, upon becoming the celestial Wolf King, was to poison her mother. Initially, Xiao Wenyao harbored a flicker of sorrow for Xiao Hongba, as he was her biological father, bound by blood. However, upon hearing revelations from her father's former subordinates, any remaining affection she held for Xiao Hongba evaporated. She felt that he deserved to perish at the hands of the Northern King, who had avenged her mother's death. Meanwhile, Lu Chen approached from a distance and noticed tears streaming down Xiao Wenyao's cheeks. With a smile, he inquired, "What troubles you, little princess? Is it the suffering of your tribal soldiers that pains your heart?" Xiao Wenyao remained silent, merely wiping away her tears. At that moment, Yel Nanyan remarked, "My lord, several former subordinates of the Celestial Wolf King have just confided in Wenyao that the Celestial Wolf King had poisoned her mother." Upon hearing Yel Nanyan's words, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had long been aware of this information from the intelligence collected by Wu Yuan, but he had merely viewed it as a source of amusement, as it bore little relevance to him. However, seeing Xiao Wenyao in such deep sorrow suggested a profound bond between her and her mother. In light of this, could it be said that he had inadvertently avenged her mother's death? Reflecting on this, Lu Chen glanced at Xiao Wenyao's favorability rating, discovering that it had indeed increased significantly, nearing 80. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly recalled something and then addressed the captured barbarians, saying, "The Wolf King, in pursuit of his own ambitions, even resorted to the heinous act of murdering his own wife. Not only did he commit such an atrocity, but he also led you to the northern county to pillage and wreak havoc, committing numerous crimes. Since some of you were once subordinates of the Wolf King, you must possess greater knowledge of his misdeeds. If you step forward and reveal the transgressions committed by the Wolf King, I shall grant you an opportunity to return home and visit your loved ones. The war has come to an end, and it is essential to identify a war criminal, placing all blame upon that individual. This strategy will facilitate Lu Chen's efforts to subdue the entire Wolf King tribe. In time, the people of the Wolf King tribe will perceive the fault as resting solely with their king, who, in his relentless ambition, has plunged them into despair. In stark contrast to the Wolf King, the Northern King has proven to be their true benefactor. He has not only spared their lives, but also afforded them a chance for redemption and relocated their families to the Northern County. As time passes, these barbarians will only grow to despise the Wolf King more deeply. Lu Chen mused that since the Wolf King is already dead, let him serve one last purpose. Just as Lu Chen anticipated, as soon as he finished speaking, a barbarian captive stepped forward, declaring, "I know that the Wolf King repeatedly imprisoned and tortured captured women from the Great Xia in a certain tent, all while professing his love for the queen. In truth, he was merely lusting after the queen's beauty and the power she wielded. He is nothing but a scoundrel." Upon hearing the words of the barbarian captive, Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly, sensing an undercurrent in their meaning. Was it merely his imagination? However, he found solace in the fact that the captive referred to the Wolf King. He chose not to dwell on it for long. With the emergence of the first accusation, a second soon followed. Another barbarian soldier rose to declare, "I know that Xiao Hongba, in his pursuit of becoming the king of our tribe, secretly murdered an elder who opposed him, and he even boiled the elder's entrails to consume them. Xiao Hongba is a demon." A chorus of voices soon echoed through the gathering as the captives began to reveal the transgressions committed by Xiao Hongba. Initially, the accusations were plausible. But as the discourse progressed, some individuals resorted to fabrications. Whispers of Xiao Hongba's supposed penchant for consuming children, engaging with men, and even indulging in excrement began to circulate. This was precisely the outcome Lu Chen desired. The more loathed Xiao Hongba became among his own people, the more likely these barbarian captives would yield to Beijun. Once the atmosphere reached a suitable point, Lu Chen turned to the Commander Qin Yushan, instructing Commander Qin, "Please ensure that the crimes of the Wolf King Xiao Hongba are documented and a proclamation is made to disseminate across all cities in Beijun." Qin Yushan immediately responded, "Yes, my lord." At this juncture, Lu Chen glanced at Yel Nanyan and remarked, "Lady Yel, I believe it is time for us to take our leave." Yel Nanyan surveyed the gathered barbarian captives, then cast a glance at the despondent Xiao Wenyao, letting out a soft sigh as she replied, "Indeed, my lord." Soon after, they returned to the royal residence. Upon her arrival, Yel Nanyan seated herself on a wooden stool in her chamber, gazing vacantly through the window at the courtyard, lost in thought. At that moment, the voice of a maidservant from outside echoed, "Greetings, your highness." Startled by the voice, Yel Nanyan momentarily froze before hastily rising to her feet. Just as she stood, Lu Chen pushed open the door and entered the room. Chapter 140. From now on, I shall call you Nanyan. Lu Chen had been suppressing his emotions since his return from the northern territories, and even during his visit to the barbarian captives. He had managed to hold back. It was akin to placing a candy before a child, allowing them only to gaze at it without tasting. Who could withstand such temptation? Upon returning to the royal residence, Lu Chen's first course of action was to head directly to Yel Nanyan's chamber. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter her room, Yel Nanyan was momentarily taken aback. She was about to speak, but he promptly closed the door behind him. A sense of unease washed over her. This young man had suddenly appeared in her room and shut the door. What could he possibly intend? Lu Chen smiled slightly, reassuring her, "Dear Yel Wangfei, there is no need for alarm. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters." Hearing this, Yel Nanyan pondered with curiosity. What could he wish to know? At that moment, Lu Chen took a seat at the table within the room. Yel Nanyan then ventured to ask, "May I inquire what it is that you wish to know, your highness?" Lu Chen cast a glance at the poised and graceful Yel Nanyan. "Please, Yel Wangfei, take a seat." Yel Nanyan had no choice but to sit down, as the room now contained only the two of them. An unusual atmosphere enveloped the space, exacerbated by their close proximity. However, she quickly reassured herself. Although Lu Chen was remarkably strong, he was merely a boy of 16 or 17, while she was over a decade his senior. What was there to fear? Moreover, judging by Lu Chen's demeanor, it was evident he had a matter of importance to discuss. It was still broad daylight, and as a prince, he could hardly engage in any dubious activities at such an hour. With this thought, Yel Nanyan's heart settled into tranquility. She pondered what the prince could possibly want from her. Lu Chen wasted no time and inquired, "I noticed that the appearance of Yel Wangfei bears a striking resemblance to that of our Daxia women. Might it be that Yel Wangfei is originally from Daxia?" At this question, Yel Nanyan was momentarily taken aback, as it reminded her of her mother. She fell into a contemplative silence, her words momentarily escaping her. Lu Chen, observing the change in her expression, gently prodded, "What troubles you?" Regaining her composure, Yel Nanyan hastily replied, "It is nothing. I merely lost my composure. My mother was indeed a woman of Daxia. When the barbarian tribes descended, she was captured and taken to their settlement, where she bore me. It is no surprise that I share some resemblance with her. Hence it is understandable that your highness perceives me as akin to the women of Daxia." Lu Chen responded, "Ah, so that is the case. I had not anticipated such a backstory. It explains the striking similarity between Yel Wangfei and the women of our Daxia." As Lu Chen was about to continue speaking, Yi Lu Nanyan interjected, "Your highness, I have now departed from the Tianlang King tribe, and am no longer the Tianlang King's consort. You need not address me as Yi Lu Wangfei. Simply call me by my name. Here in the Northern Prince's residence, there can only be one princess consort. Should the Northern Prince continue to refer to me as Wangfei, it may lead to unnecessary complications. I am acutely aware of this matter. To thrive in the Northern Prince's abode, I must not offend Mu Zixuan, the legitimate princess consort. If Lu Chen were to still call me Wangfei, and if Mu Zixuan were to overhear, she might perceive it as an attempt to vie for favor, which would not bode well for either me or Xiao Wenyao. Although I have not lived in the Great Xiao before, I have a fair understanding of it due to my mother's influence." Hearing Yi Lu Nanyan's words, Lu Chen smiled and replied, "Very well, henceforth I shall call you Nanyan." He then continued with a question, "Nanyan, your mother must have endured great hardship after giving birth to you in the tribal lands, correct? After all, as a woman from the Great Xia, being captured by the barbarian tribe must have been a difficult existence." At this question, Yi Lu Nanyan seemed to drift into reflection, and after a moment, she responded, "Indeed, my mother was treated as a slave by the Barbarian king, required to serve him daily, and she often suffered brutal beatings. Ultimately, when I was 10 years old, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, she took her own life by drowning." At this juncture, Yel Nanyan's expression grew somewhat desolate, radiating profound sorrow. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen extended his hand, grasping Yel Nanyan's delicate hand, offering consolation as he remarked, "Death is irreversible. Please find solace." Surprised by Lu Chen's sudden grip, Yel Nanyan's mature form involuntarily trembled, yet Lu Chen made no further advances, and she dismissed the incident, assuming it was merely an instinctive action on his part. Continuing, Lu Chen spoke, "Nanyan, in truth, we share a striking resemblance. I too lost my mother at a tender age." His tone shifted, imbued with melancholy. Upon hearing his words, Yel Nanyan paused, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Lu Chen. For reasons unbeknownst to her, an unusual sentiment blossomed within her heart, prompting a desire to comfort this young man and alleviate his sorrow. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Lu Chen was a decade her junior, and she was acutely aware of the anguish that accompanies the absence of a mother. Contemplating Lu Chen's status as a prince, Yel Nanyan surmised that his life in the palace following his mother's demise was likely fraught with similar hardships. She then gently remarked, "Your Highness, do not succumb to excessive grief. Your mother would surely take pride in your accomplishments in the northern county." With a sigh, Lu Chen replied, "If only my mother were aware of my current circumstances." As he spoke, Lu Chen tenderly caressed Yi Lu Nanyan's delicate hand, then continued, "Although my life is far more fortunate than yours in the grasslands, devoid of worries about sustenance or warmth, I have endured the scorn of others since childhood due to the absence of my mother. Within the palace, even some maidservants and servants dared to shout at me, my status inferior to that of certain illegitimate sons of noble families." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, a wave of sympathy and affection stirred within Yi Lu Nanyan. She deeply empathized with his sentiments. After losing her mother, she too had been subjected to humiliation by her own tribe. Had she not secretly trained in martial arts, she might have already become a mere slave to others, tormented daily by the barbarian tribes. For reasons unknown, Yi Lu Nanyan felt an overwhelming urge to embrace this young man, to offer him solace. The transformation of Lu Chen from a widely recognized failure to a martial genius at the tender age of 16 or 17 must have been fraught with hardship and struggle. Reflecting upon her own life, she recognized the striking similarities between herself and Lu Chen. She too had lost her mother at a young age and had languished in the barbarian tribe for many years. Ultimately, she wed the Wolf King and gained power from him, achieving her own liberation. Lu Chen's journey mirrored hers. After years of concealment in the capital, he had arrived at the northern county, ultimately becoming a formidable prince, wielding the power he now possessed. However, the greatest difference between them lay in the fact that she had ultimately succumbed to Lu Chen, becoming a captive of this young man. At this moment, Yel Nanyan remained blissfully unaware that she had fallen into Lu Chen's trap. Just then, Lu Chen let out a deep sigh and said, "Nanyan, may I embrace you? Seeing you evokes memories of my own past." Yel Nanyan replied, "I am currently a captive of the prince. He may do as he pleases." Deep within her heart, she felt a desire to console this young man before her, for they were kindred spirits in their shared suffering. Without hesitation, Lu Chen enveloped Yel Nanyan in his arms. Her body was warm and soft, and the simple act of holding her was profoundly comforting. However, as they sat on a bench, this position was somewhat uncomfortable, as it pressed against their legs. Upon being drawn into his embrace, Yel Nanyan seemed to detect a distinctly masculine scent, one she had never encountered before in her many years. This was her first experience of such close proximity to a man. Even during her time with the former Wolf King, she had never been this close. When she married him, he was already gravely ill, merely a shadow of a man. Her role had mostly been to care for him daily, without the intimacy of physical closeness. Previously, the only scents she had discerned from men were those of decay and sweat. The aroma emanating from Lu Chen was peculiar, unlike any fragrance she had known. While in the royal court, she had used perfumes produced by the northern prince's estate and could easily distinguish between them and other scents. The fragrance emanating from Lu Chen seemed to be an intrinsic part of his being. For reasons unknown, upon inhaling this scent, she felt a sudden warmth and restlessness coursing through her body. At that moment, Lu Chen leaned in close to Yi Lu Nanyan's ear and whispered, "Nanyan, your form is truly supple." Upon hearing these words, Yi Lu Nanyan was momentarily taken aback, then felt a rush of warmth against her ear, causing her ears to flush crimson. A delicate blush spread from her cheeks to her fair neck, enhancing her allure and charm. Lu Chun had not offered Yi Liu Nanyan any dragon and phoenix tea. This reaction was entirely her own. Realizing her unusual response, she hastily remarked, "Your Highness, it should be about time." Lu Chun replied, "Let us embrace for a little longer. Your embrace is so warm, reminiscent of a cherished elder of mine." Yi Liu Nanyan was momentarily stunned by his words, mistakenly believing he referred to Chu Yu, unaware that he actually meant Chu Yuqing. In her mind, she reassured herself that the northern prince was merely a child of 16 or 17, and that she need not take it to heart. With this thought, she ceased all movement, allowing Lu Chun to hold her. At that moment, as Lu Chun inhaled the intoxicating scent of Yi Liu Nanyan, he felt himself teetering on the brink of losing control. Despite being a master with a strong sense of self-discipline, he found it exceedingly challenging to suppress certain thoughts in the presence of such a mature and elegant woman. At this moment, Lu Chun whispered into Yi Liu Nanyan's ear, "Nanyan, I have heard that when you married the former king of the Celestial Wolf, he was already bedridden, and your union never bore the fruit of a true marriage. Is that so?" Upon hearing this inquiry and feeling the warmth of Lu Chun's breath, Yi Liu Nanyan felt a surge of panic within, her heart racing uncontrollably. Nevertheless, she endeavored to maintain her composure and replied, "Yes, I am still a woman of virtue." In a deep, husky voice, Lu Chun pressed further, "After decades without the touch of a man, do you not harbor even a flicker of interest?" Yi Liu Nanyan responded, "Your Highness, I have devoted myself to martial arts, allowing me to master my desires. I have long since lost any inclination towards the allure of men." Lu Chun then inquired softly, "Is that truly the case? Yet why do I sense your body growing increasingly heated, as if you might ignite me?" At his words, Yi Liu Nanyan felt an overwhelming sense of shame, bewildered by her own reaction. Despite being a ninth-tier warrior with formidable control over base desires, she found herself utterly unable to remain tranquil in the presence of this youthful prince. She hastily focused her internal energy, striving once more to calm herself. Having never partaken in the dragon and phoenix tea, she realized that even nestled in Lu Chun's embrace, she could still wield her internal power. However, after a period of adjustment, she discovered it was of no avail. The restlessness within her persisted unabated. In an instant, Yi Lian felt a wave of weakness wash over her. Her beautiful eyes fluttered open, radiating an intoxicating glow. Yi Lian was no fool. At this juncture, she was acutely aware of the true purpose behind Lu Chun's visit. However, she did not resist, for she was now a captive of the Northern King, destined to become his woman. The thought of becoming the partner of a man younger than herself by several years filled her with profound embarrassment. At that moment, Lu Chun felt that sitting on the stool was hindering his performance, so he instinctively wrapped his arm around Yi Lian's slender waist and stood up. His sudden movement caused her to tremble slightly, and she quickly steadied herself, rising alongside him. As Lu Chun gazed into Yi Lian's eyes, he noticed a hint of dazedness within them, which astonished him. This was his first encounter with her, and given that she had never tasted the Dragon Phoenix tea, her rapid transition into this state was utterly unexpected. Under the fervent gaze of Lu Chun, Yi Lian's cheeks flushed deeper. With their bodies entwined, she could feel the heat emanating from him, making his intentions glaringly obvious. The reality that it was still daylight, and that they might be discovered by the palace guards, ignited a sense of shame and indignation within her. Lu Chun then softly inquired, "Nanyan, are you willing to be my woman?" Gazed upon so intently by Lu Chun, Yi Liuan felt an unusual allure in his voice, rendering her mind somewhat hazy, almost causing her to lose her balance, despite being a ninth-tier warrior. Blushing fiercely, she spoke, "Your Highness, I am now your captive. You may do as you wish with me." Embracing Yi Liuan's soft, warm form and admiring her unparalleled beauty, coupled with her alluringly delicate, rosy skin, Lu Chun found his patience utterly depleted. He leaned in and captured her lips with his, guiding her towards the bed. Chapter 141. That man is truly terrifying. Upon returning to the royal residence from the barbarian camp, Xiao Wenyao remained in her chamber, lying motionless on her bed, utterly forlorn. She felt as though her world had lost all color, her vision consumed by shades of black and white, her mind a blank slate. It was unfathomable to her that her father would sacrifice even his own wife for the sake of his ambitions. Her mother had grown up alongside him. If she were an ordinary woman, it might be understandable, but they had shared their childhood, willingly becoming husband and wife. Logically, their bond should have been profound, a belief she had once held dearly. Yet, it seemed that all of this was merely her own delusion. In that moment, a faint sound reached Xiao Wenyao's ears, gradually growing louder, pulling her from her despondent state. Hearing the sounds wafting in from outside the window, Xiao Wenyao was momentarily taken aback. What could this noise be? It quickly dawned on her that she had encountered such sounds on more than one occasion within a certain tent. Each time her father had captured a woman from the Great Xia and brought her into that tent, similar noises would emerge. Though she was still an innocent maiden, she understood the origin of such sounds. With her ears perked, Xiao Wenyao listened intently. It did not take long for her to discern that the voice belonged to Yel Nanyin, and it was coming from the neighboring room. Xiao Wenyao was instantly struck by a chilling realization. If it was indeed Yel Nanyin's voice, did it not imply that Lu Chun was tormenting her in the adjacent room? At this thought, her complexion turned pale. She had never been exposed to such matters and remained ignorant of their nature. All she knew was that when a woman was subjected to a man's cruelty, such sounds would ensue. After all, it was not the first or second time she had heard such cries. It was a conclusion she had drawn from her limited experience. However, her understanding was evidently inadequate. Xiao Wenyao mistakenly believed that Yel Nanyin's cries were born from anguish. To her, if a person was uninjured and unhurt, how could they cry out? Only those who had suffered wounds or felt pain could emit such heart-rending sounds. The mere thought of facing a fate akin to Yel Nanyin's under the Northern King's torment caused Xiao Wenyao's delicate frame to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, Xiao Wenyao cast a glance around the opulently adorned room. Upon entering the Northern King's residence, it seemed she would no longer have to endure her previous way of life, nor fear being seized by the unkempt old Northern King. Although she might be subjected to torment by the Northern King, it was still preferable to serving as a mere female slave in the tribe of the Northern King. Moreover, having previously observed the Northern King's female slaves, particularly Wongqing, who dared to sit atop the courtyard wall and converse with the Northern King, it became evident that even female slaves within the Northern King's palace enjoyed a degree of freedom, unlike the subjugated slaves of their barbaric tribe, who were compelled to lower their heads while speaking or walking. Contemplating this, a sense of relief washed over Xiao Wenyao. If she were to endure torment from the Northern King, so be it, for women have always been subjected to such trials in the presence of men, just as her mother had been in her father's tent. At this moment, Xiao Wenyao had come to terms with her potential fate. She continued to recline on the bed, staring vacantly at the beams of the room. After an indeterminate amount of time, sounds from the adjacent room persisted, growing increasingly fervent. Xiao Wenyao felt a wave of curiosity. Why did she sense that these sounds were not born from anguish? If she bore wounds, she would surely cry out in pain. Yet these melodious sounds seemed to resonate with joy and pleasure. Rising from the bed, Xiao Wenyao resolved to investigate the commotion next door, eager to uncover how the Northern King was tormenting Yel Nanyin. At present, Xiao Wenyao harbors a lingering resentment towards Yel Nanyin. In her heart, she believes that if it were not for Yel Nanyin, her father would not have resorted to killing her mother in order to marry her, nor would he have launched an assault on the northern territories. Upon hearing Yel Nanyin's cries, an unusual sense of satisfaction washed over Xiao Wenyao. She felt that Yel Nanyin deserved the torment inflicted by the Northern King. Driven by her desire to witness the extent of Yel Nanyin's suffering, she resolved to seek a glimpse of the scene that had fueled her resentment. With this thought in mind, Xiao Wenyao stealthily exited her room and approached the adjacent chamber. To her astonishment, she discovered that the window of the neighboring room was wide open, completely unbarred. Sensing an opportunity, she crouched down and quietly peered inside. The sight that met her eyes was nothing short of shocking, leaving her momentarily stunned and her mind a blank canvas. After what felt like an eternity, she regained her composure, fearing discovery, and hastily returned to her own room. Even upon her return, Xiao Wenyao's heart raced uncontrollably, the rhythm echoing her inner turmoil. Was this truly the manner in which the Northern King tormented Yel Nanyin? How terrifying! The mere thought of facing a similar fate in the future rendered her weak and trembling. As time slipped away, the sun gradually descended in the sky, replaced by a scattering of stars and a moon that shone faintly through the darkness. Meanwhile, Chu Qingli was patrolling the inner courtyard. Having become well acquainted with the routine of her duties, after each patrol, she would swiftly locate her sister to prevent her from being alone with Lu Chen. In her eyes, it was evident that the Northern Prince harbored ulterior motives towards her sister, a truth she discerned from the glances he cast upon her. Thus, it was imperative for her to remain constantly aware of her sister's whereabouts and activities, ensuring she was not in solitary company with the Northern Prince. As Chu Qingli passed by Wongqing's courtyard, her gaze involuntarily fell upon the garden blooming with plum blossoms. Instantly recalling the commotion caused by Lu Chen's misdeeds in Wongqing's chamber not long ago. With a cold expression, she muttered under her breath, "What a brute." Having spoken, she continued onward, resuming her patrol. Yet, She had scarcely taken a few steps when a woman's voice echoed from within the courtyard, startling her. Having spent considerable time at the northern prince's residence, she was well aware of the circumstances. Turning her head to survey the courtyard, she reiterated, "Indeed, just a brute." Chu Qingli was aware that the northern prince had brought back 2 beautiful maidens from the barbaric tribes, confined within this very courtyard. Her sister had cautioned her to remain vigilant of these 2 maidens, for they were both skilled martial artists. Upon hearing the melodious and enchanting voice of Yi Lian, Chu Qingli thought to herself that her sister was clearly being overly concerned. With that brute, Lu Chun, around, it was unlikely that even a woman of the 9th rank, let alone a master, would not become his plaything upon arriving at the Wong residence. They would hardly have the energy or inclination to engage in any sabotage. Subsequently, Chu Qingli dismissed these thoughts and swiftly exited the courtyard, eager to shield herself from the vile and obscene words. As evening descended, the sun gradually sank below the horizon, revealing a scattering of stars and a faintly discernible moon in the sky, while the crimson twilight cast a bronze hue upon one's skin. Chu Qingli once again found herself patrolling outside the courtyard where Yi Lian and Xiao Wenyao resided. The inner courtyard of the Wong residence was not particularly vast. Thus, Chu Qingli was required to make numerous rounds throughout the day. As she passed the entrance of the courtyard, she once more heard Yi Lian's voice. Chu Qingli felt somewhat exasperated. Had it not been several hours already? Why was that brute still lingering here? Without further contemplation, she distanced herself from that amorous courtyard once again. Upon arriving at the northern courtyard, she encountered Mu Zixuan and her companions. At that moment, Mu Zixuan inquired, "Qingli, have you seen the prince?" The sky had darkened, and under normal circumstances, Lu Chun would have been dining with them by this hour. However, the sun was almost set, and there was still no sign of him. It was uncertain where he had gone. Chu Qingli replied, in response to the princess. "The prince is currently in the chambers of those 2 barbarian ladies. It is highly likely he will not come over tonight." Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan and the others instantaneously grasped the situation. Mu Zixuan remarked, "Since the prince has not arrived, let us not linger any longer and commence our meal." Yi Lu Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao had just been brought back by Lu Chun, who surely intended to foster a bond with the 2 of them. Given Lu Chen's capabilities, it was evident that he would not depart this evening. Thus Mu Zixuan resolved not to await his arrival any longer. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenyao lay in bed, her hands pressed against her ears in an attempt to block out the sounds drifting through the window. A profound sense of dread enveloped her. Previously, she had witnessed her father tormenting the women from the Great Xia, who would scarcely endure more than half an hour before emerging from the tent. Yet, the Northern King had entered Yi Lu Nanyan's chamber hours ago and had yet to reappear. The thought was utterly terrifying. The mere notion that she too might face such a fate caused her body to tremble uncontrollably. However, a perplexing feeling began to stir within Xiao Wenyao. Despite her fear, her heart raced with an inexplicable anticipation. She suddenly found herself harboring a desire to be subjected to the Northern King's torment. It struck her as surreal that she could contemplate such a notion, as if she were already ensnared by his influence. Yearning to experience the same suffering inflicted upon Yi Lu Nanyan, shaking her head vigorously, she endeavored to cast aside these unwelcome thoughts. This night loomed long and dreary. The moon in the sky waxed increasingly bright, only to be shrouded by clouds. Time slipped away gradually, and the moon re-emerged in the heavens. After several cycles of obscuration, a glimmer of white light finally graced the horizon. The sun emerged once more, and the moon faded into obscurity. Morning had arrived. Xiao Wenyao lay sprawled across her bed, the dark circles around her eyes stark against her disheveled hair, which resembled a creature's fur ruffled in distress. She felt on the brink of collapse. One entire night, she had not managed to sleep a wink. Though it was not continuous, intermittent sounds drifted in through the window, just as she was about to surrender to slumber, only to be jolted awake once more. That individual was truly terrifying. At that moment, Xiao Wenyao closed her eyes and gradually succumbed to sleep. With a singular thought occupying her mind, she must diligently serve the Northern King and avoid inciting his wrath. Otherwise, she feared she too might endure a night of torment at his hands. Outside, the gentle sunlight spilled over the windowsill and into the room, illuminating the figure within. Lu Chen, at that moment, rested against a soft, plush pillow, perusing his system notifications. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired a wife and concubine. Reward, 100,000 pounds of breeding sweet potatoes. The host has developed feelings with Yi Lunan Yen. Qi refinement technique experience increased by 500, and rejuvenation technique experience increased by 500. Dragon and Phoenix Yin Yang technique experience remains unchanged. The host has triggered an emotional critical hit, adding an additional 1,500 experience points to both the Qi refinement technique and the rejuvenation technique. Upon reading the system notifications, a subtle smile crept upon Lu Chen's lips. At this moment, his chest was pressed against Yi Lunan Yan's delicate back, and he felt no inclination to rise. No matter how wild he and Wongqing had been, he had never indulged himself to such an extent. Yi Lunan Yan was already in her 30s, while Lu Chen was still in his teens. When two individuals meet at the height of their youth, the ensuing events hardly require elaboration. Suddenly, Lu Chen sensed a subtle movement from Yi Lunan Yan. An idea struck him, prompting him to glance at her affection level. Upon doing so, he was momentarily taken aback. Her affection for him had soared to an astonishing 95. It is noteworthy that Yi Lunan Yan had not partaken of the dragon and phoenix tea, and merely after one night, her affection for him had skyrocketed. However, upon reflection, it made sense. He had employed the rejuvenating technique numerous times, which swiftly alleviated her pains and discomforts. Thus, in such circumstances, it was only natural for her affection to flourish. At that moment, Yi Lunan Yan sensed that the person on her back had awakened. In a hoarse voice, she inquired, "Your Highness, are you not afraid of me bearing your child?" Lu Chen leaned closer to her ear and asked, "Why should I be afraid?" Yi Lunan Yan replied, "As a woman of the Barbarian tribe, if I were to conceive your child, there would likely be much speculation." She continued, "Moreover, should our child be born, they might face various scornful glances. Do you wish to see your child subjected to the same disdain you endured in your youth?" Lu Chen responded calmly, "Rest assured, aside from matters of the throne, I regard my children equally. Even if you bear my child, they shall enjoy a joyful childhood, unlike the hardships I faced in my own." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Yi Lunan Yan asked in disbelief, "Is your Highness speaking the truth?" At that moment, Lu Chen playfully smacked her on the posterior and replied, "What do you think I brought you back for? Do you truly believe I consider you merely a female servant? With a physique as splendid as yours, it would be a shame not to bear me a few offspring." Upon hearing Lu Chen's statement, Yi Lunan Yan felt a slight flush creep up her cheeks, finally comprehending why he had acted so brazenly towards her the previous day. This man had not parted from her since they met, always holding her close. Chapter 142. The arrival of the aristocracy during the day yesterday. Yi Lunan Yan had been engulfed in sorrow, resigning herself to the thought of becoming the North King's female servant, feeling an overwhelming sense of pessimism about her future. However, after the events of the previous night, her despair dissipated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Despite having practiced martial arts for decades, she had been bested by a young man merely a decade her junior. Yet, if being a female servant entailed such treatment, then perhaps there was nothing truly dreadful about becoming Lu Chen's servant. Nevertheless, it must be noted that Lu Chen was no ordinary master. Although it was her first encounter with such matters, Yi Lunan Yan was the princess of the Tianlang King and, at over 30, was well aware of the intricacies of life. Even if Lu Chen possessed the physique of a master, it was unfathomable that he would exhibit such ferocity. At this moment, Yi Lunan Yan found herself utterly devoid of strength, completely softened, as she realized the incredibility of a ninth-grade martial artist being so thoroughly defeated by a master. It could be said that her defeat was absolute. She had lost the war against the Tianlang Wong tribe in the northern county, and in her personal duel with the Northern King, she had once again been vanquished. Not only had she faced defeat, but her heart had also been completely subjugated by Lu Chen. Deep down, Yi Lunan Yan understood that she would likely never be able to escape the Northern King again. Human desire is akin to a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once it begins, it is challenging to halt. Had she not encountered Lu Chen, she might have remained indifferent to men indefinitely. However, Lu Chen had opened the gateway to a new world for her, and controlling herself in the future seemed increasingly implausible, especially at the mere thought of the Northern King, which inevitably led her to recall the events of the previous day. With a gentle sigh, Yi Lunan Yan inquired, "My lord, it is already dawn, will you not rise?" Remaining in such a state felt peculiar to her, as if she were akin to an animal. Lu Chen smiled subtly and replied, "I toiled throughout the night without much rest. You cannot possibly expect me to rise at this moment." Yi Lunan Yan chose not to voice further objections. She resigned herself to whatever this young man desired. Subsequently, Lu Chen embraced Yi Lunan Yan, resembling a grand pillow, closed his eyes, and soon drifted into slumber. Early in the morning, Chu Yuqin patrolled the inner courtyard but did not see Lu Chen. She approached the courtyard of Yel Nanyan and Xiao Wenyo, peering inside. At that moment, Chu Qingli arrived. Noticing her sister gazing intently, Chu Qingli promptly inquired, "Sister, what are you looking at?" Upon hearing her words, Chu Yuqin cleared her throat and replied, "Has Chen not yet risen?" Yesterday, Chu Yuqin had not patrolled much, primarily leaving that task to Chu Qingli. However, she was aware that Lu Chun had come to this courtyard. Responding to Chu Yuqin, Chu Qingli chuckled softly. After a night of turmoil without rest, who could possibly rise so early? What do you need him for? Last night, Chu Qingli had passed by this courtyard several times, each time hearing sounds emanating from within. Indeed, Lu Qin's reputation in her mind as a mere beast was firmly established. Hearing her sister's words, Chu Yuqin said, I see. Then let him sleep a while longer. Chu Yuqin did have a matter to discuss with Lu Qin, but it was not urgent. His well-being was paramount, and it was best to allow him to rest. After casting one last glance at the courtyard, she turned and departed. Chu Qingli hurriedly followed, distancing themselves from that place reeking of malevolence. It was not until nearly noon that Lu Qin finally emerged from Yel Nanyan's room. As he awoke, Yel Nanyan suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in her body, accompanied by an unexpected reluctance in her heart. However, the mere recollection of yesterday's events caused Yel Nanyan's delicate form to tremble uncontrollably. She hastily channeled her internal energy, swiftly calming herself. Once Lu Qin departed, Mu Zixuan sent an abundance of nourishing tonics. Sitting at the table, Yel Nanyan gazed at the plethora of supplements, feeling an inexplicable sensation within her. She had never heard of a woman requiring such an array of tonics after engaging in such activities. Nevertheless, one cannot deny the kindness exhibited by the princess towards her. It seemed that the northern prince's residence was not as perilous as she had imagined. Yet, she wondered if the prince and princess would continue to treat her with such benevolence once her beauty began to fade with age. Meanwhile, Lu Qin sat in his study, savoring the revitalizing porridge personally concocted by Mu Zixuan, while perusing the intelligence report delivered by the Jinui the previous day. Suddenly, a knock resounded from outside the door. After taking a sip of porridge, Lu Qin responded, "The door is open. Come in." In the next moment, Chu Yuqin entered the study, adorned in a flowing purple gown. Lu Qin glanced at the enchanting Chu Yuqin, yet felt no stirrings within his heart. This was hardly surprising, as he had spent the entire night without sleep, his vitality utterly drained by Yel Nanyan. "Aunt Chu, what brings you here?" he inquired. Chu Yuqin replied, "Chener, the Chu family sent someone to inquire about me yesterday." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun was taken aback. Since his arrival in Beijing, the Chu family had not sent anyone, apart from Chu Qingli. Moreover, Chu Qingli was of little significance to his safety. Had it not been for his system, he might have perished on the journey to Beijing. At this juncture, the Chu family has indeed sent someone. What is their purpose? Are they perhaps contemplating further support for their involvement in the power struggle? Lu Chun harbors little resentment towards his maternal grandfather. After all, Chu Xiong has his own predicaments. The fact that Chu Yuqin has remained by Lu Chen's side is, in his eyes, a considerable favor. What irks Lu Chun, however, are the other members of the Chu family. Recently, through intelligence from the Jinui, he has become aware of the internal division within the Chu family, which is now split into two factions, the Northern King faction led by his grandfather and the faction supporting the 8th prince. The latter currently holds the upper hand in the family. Had it not been for Lu Qin's rise and his triumph over the 30,000 troops of the barbarian tribes, the presence of the 8th prince's supporters would have deterred Chu Xiong from sending anyone to Beijing so readily. Presently, Chu Xiong finds himself in a position of near insignificance within the Chu family. His absence would scarcely impact the family's affairs. Lu Chun then inquired, "What is the purpose of the Chu family's visit?" Chu Yuqin replied, "It is not only the Chu family that has come. Members of the Wong family are also present. They hope that you can reconcile with the 8th prince. The Wong family asserts that both of you represent the interests of the Jiangnan aristocracy, and there is no reason for a life-and-death struggle between you. Furthermore, should the 8th prince succeed in his quest for power, it would yield greater benefits for you. The Wong family has even hinted that the 8th prince may eventually grant you the fiefdom of Qi Wong, enabling you to establish your own nation." Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh in anger. He had initially thought the Chu family sent someone to continue their support for the power struggle, only to find that they were indeed members of the 8th prince's faction. "Ah, ha. The 8th prince first sent assassins to take my life, and now he dares to claim that there is no need for us to engage in a life-and-death struggle? What could possibly occupy the minds of the Wong family? Even at this critical juncture, they still entertain the notion of aiding the 8th prince in winning me over? Are they truly oblivious to the fact that my relationship with the 8th prince has reached an irreconcilable state?" Lu Qin utterly disbelieves that the Wong family is unaware of the 8th prince's attempts on his life. After all, there has always been a master from the Wong family safeguarding the 8th prince. Whatever the 8th prince undertakes, the Wong family is undoubtedly privy to it. Time and again, they have dispatched assassins against me, and now they shamelessly approach me with offers of reconciliation, Such delusions are utterly preposterous. Observing Lu Chen's reaction, Chu Yuqin discerned that he harbored no intention of reconciling with the 8th prince. It is only natural. Who would wish to forge amicable relations with someone who has repeatedly sought to take their life? As if nothing had transpired, Chu Yuqin continued, Chen, your grandfather has likely lost all control over the Chu family. The individuals dispatched by the Chu family this time not only failed to advocate on your behalf, but their stance appears to support the 8th prince's claim to the throne, urging you instead to reconcile with him. Had your grandfather retained authority over the Chu family, he would undoubtedly be backing your ascension as the crown prince at this moment. After all, Chu Xiong is Lu Chen's maternal grandfather. Given the significant military achievements Lu Chen has secured in the northern region, countless commoners are eager for him to assume the role of crown prince. In such circumstances, Chu Xiong would certainly rise to defend Lu Chen's interests. The result was that the envoy from the Chu family was aligned with the faction of the 8th prince, indicating that Chu Xiong had entirely lost his grip on the Chu family. It seems the entire Chu family is now likely under the influence of the 8th prince's faction. Upon hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment before responding. Even if he has lost control over the Chu family, it does not significantly affect me, as I never intended to rely on them. However, it is worth noting that the Wong family's urgency in seeking reconciliation between me and the 8th prince likely stems from their fear of their own affairs being exposed. Prior to the southern advance of the 30,000-strong barbarian army, the Wong family maintained a close alliance with the Tianlang King tribe. The advance of the barbarian troops was closely linked to this collaboration. The Wong family initially intended to leverage the southern advance of the barbarian army to compel the Summer Emperor into refraining from taking action against the noble clans. The Summer Emperor is not a fool. He surely understands that should internal chaos ensue, the barbarian army might very well march south, plunging the entire Great Xia into turmoil. Thus, he would have no choice but to concede. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Northern King not only secured the entirety of the Northern Prefecture, but also annihilated the 30,000-strong barbarian army. Consequently, the external pressure on the Great Xia has dissipated in an instant, and the Summer Emperor, who has been sharpening his blade for so long, is likely nearing the moment of action. Should evidence of collusion between the barbarians and the Wong family reach the capital, the Summer Emperor will undoubtedly make the Wong family his first target. At this juncture, the Wong family will have no choice but to send envoys to the Northern King, seeking a truce. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. He then remarked, "It seems the Wong family is reluctant to allow me to present the evidence of their collusion with the barbarian tribes to my father, which is why they have sent envoys to seek peace. However, their insincerity is evident, even at this juncture. They still harbor hopes of supporting the 8th prince in seizing the throne, while attempting to entice me with visions of establishing a kingdom in the frigid North County. Do they take me for a fool?" At this moment, Chu Yuqin inquired, "Chen, they are currently at the tavern in Xianyu Palace. Do you wish to meet with them? If not, I shall send them away." Lu Chen replied, "No need for a meeting. It would only dampen my spirits." He secretly hoped that his father would take decisive action to eliminate the powerful families within Daxia, lest they leave him with a tangled mess in the future. The existence of these families hindered the centralization of imperial power, which posed a challenge for Lu Chen as he prepared to implement reforms. Nevertheless, for the time being, he faced minimal obstacles in enacting changes in the North County, fortunate as it was devoid of significant noble families. At this point, Chu Yuqin declared, "Very well. I shall have them leave Yin City at once." With that, she turned and departed. Observing her graceful figure, Lu Chen massaged his temples, pondering that if his father were to take action, his opportunity would arise. Perhaps it was time to hasten the reforms in North County. Moments later, at Xianyu Tavern, within a private room, as Chu Yuqin entered, a man clad in azure attire promptly approached her, asking, "Madam Chu, has the prince agreed to meet with us?" Chu Yuqin said softly, "You may all return. The prince currently has no intention of meeting the Wong family." Upon hearing this, Wongqing was taken aback. Their primary purpose for coming was to reconcile the northern prince with the 8th prince. If they could not even meet, how could they possibly facilitate this reconciliation? This presented a dilemma. Wongqing promptly inquired, "Madam Chu, have you not relayed our message to the northern prince?" Chu Yuqin replied calmly, "I have conveyed it. However, the prince believes that your family lacks sincerity and therefore does not wish to meet with you." In that instant, Wongqing comprehended Chu Yuqin's implication. The conditions they proposed required the northern prince's support for the 8th prince's claim to the throne. Once the 8th prince ascended to power, they would allocate several territories to the northern prince, allowing him to establish his own kingdom. If the northern prince deemed these conditions insincere, it could only signify one thing. His ambitions were grand, aiming for the entirety of the Great Xia, rendering their promised lands inconsequential. Consequently, there would be no room for reconciliation between the northern prince and the 8th prince. The Wong family had dispatched envoys to Beijing because they believed the 50,000 heavy cavalry there could not possibly belong to the northern prince. These troops were likely a covert strategy prepared by the Xia emperor, with the northern prince merely a pawn. The Wong family surmised that any individual would be reluctant to remain a pawn, thus they contemplated using land as bait to entice the northern prince, hoping to secure him as their ally. In doing so, they would not only be able to monitor the 50,000 heavy cavalry of Beijing, but also gain a formidable political ally. It appears that the northern king has failed to recognize his position as merely a pawn. Could it be that he genuinely believes that the 50,000 heavy cavalry belong to him? This thought elicited a sense of amusement among the members of the Chu and Wong families present, who deemed the northern king ungrateful. In chapter 143, The Confused Chu Yuqin. The Chu family's change of ownership. Upon hearing Chu Yuqin's response, Wongqing let out a soft chuckle and subsequently inquired, Madam Chu, does the northern king truly think that those 50,000 heavy cavalry are indeed his? To this, Chu Yuqin replied nonchalantly, whether those 50,000 heavy cavalry belong to the prince seems to be of little concern to your Wong family. You would do well to hasten your departure from Yin City, lest you provoke the prince. Wongqing scoffed, Madam Chu, or rather, I should refer to you as Lady Wong, since you are now wed into the Wong family. How can you support the northern king? He continued, could it be true, as the rumors suggest, that you share an inappropriate relationship with him? At this remark, Chu Yuqin's expression turned icy. I am merely here to convey the northern king's message. If you wish to leave, then leave. Should anything happen later, it is not my concern. As for any special relationship I may have with the northern king, the truth will reveal itself, and it is of no matter to you. Wongqing retorted, how can it not be of concern? You are our family's wife. Instead of residing properly within the Wong household, you spend your days in the company of another man. What will outsiders think of the Wong family? He concluded, Lady Wong, as our family's wife, shouldn't you return to your rightful place in the Wong household? Upon hearing Wongqing's aggressive remarks, Chu Yuqin coldly responded, since your Wong family believes I have brought shame upon you, you might as well issue a divorce decree, severing all ties between myself and the Wong family from this moment forth. Wongqing chuckled derisively. Chu Yuqin's naivety was amusing. If they were to truly divorce her, how could they continue to leverage her to manipulate Bei Wong? The Wong family was well aware that the relationship between Bei Wong and Chu Yuqin was anything but ordinary, which was precisely why they had refrained from allowing her return, intending instead to exploit her in the future. Now was the opportune moment. Wongqing promptly remarked, Madam Wong, since you have wed into our family, you are bound to us in life and in death. You do not presume that by staying away from the Wong family, you can escape your identity, do you? Should you insist on remaining by Bei Wong's side, it won't be long before rumors circulate of Bei Wong forcibly abducting a woman from the common folk. In such an event, the reputation he has painstakingly restored would be tarnished once more. I wonder what choice you would make then. Chu Yuqin let out a cold laugh and said, are you threatening me? Indeed, if this matter were to spread widely among the populace, it would likely adversely affect Lu Chan's reputation, for Chu Yuqin was a widow, and the notion of abducting a widow would surely be scandalous. Most crucially, the man Chu Yuqin had initially married had succumbed to a peculiar poison while defending against barbarian invasions, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. A hero who repelled barbarian invasions, upon his demise, finds his wife usurped by the northern king. Should this news spread, the northern king would undoubtedly face widespread contempt, severely tarnishing his reputation. Observing that Chu Yuqin seemed perturbed, Wongqing chuckled and remarked, how could I dare threaten Lady Wong? She is currently the northern king's most significant woman. He continued, upon returning to the Wong residence, perhaps Lady Wong might persuade the northern king. Desiring everything may lead him to end up with nothing. If he wishes to escape the role of a mere pawn, collaborating with the noble families would be his wisest course. With that, Wongqing decided not to linger in idle chatter with Chu Yuqin. He turned to his companions and declared, let us depart, since the northern king does not welcome us. We shall not impose ourselves further upon his sight. As these words left his lips, both the Wong and Chu families took their leave. The representatives from the Chu family exchanged little conversation with Chu Yuqin, for she had long since married into the Wong family, and was now their daughter-in-law. Once Wongqing and his entourage had departed, Chu Yuqin furrowed her brow, her expression clouded with melancholy. Remaining in the northern king's residence, by Lu Chen's side, would undoubtedly cast a shadow upon his reputation. Given Lu Chen's current maneuvers, it was evident that he aimed to vie for dominance in the capital. Such a stain would pose a significant threat to his aspirations. In that moment, Chu Yuqin found herself engulfed in confusion, pondering whether her continued presence in the Northern King's abode was indeed an act of selfishness. In the past, she was tasked with safeguarding Lu Chen. However, the current Lu Chen is surrounded by several masters who no longer require her protection. In the Northern King's residence, she has lost her original significance. If she were to claim that her continued presence in the Northern King's residence is for the sake of protecting Lu Chen, it would merely be a pretext. At this moment, Chu Yuqin suddenly recalled something. Although she has lost her previous role in the Northern King's residence, she still possesses a unique capability that cannot be replaced by any of the others, including those masters. She can assist Lu Chen in regulating his health. According to Lu Chen, only a woman with whom he shares a profound connection can aid him in this regard, and presently, the women in the Northern King's residence are either ordinary or devoid of any feelings for him. Only she, who harbors deep emotions for Lu Chen and stands at the threshold of mastery, can provide him with the necessary support. With this thought, Chu Yuqin felt much better. As long as she remains of value to Lu Chen, she cannot leave the Northern King's residence, nor can she abandon him. Meanwhile, in Sufeng City, at the Chu family's council hall, the prominent figures of the Chu family have gathered, seemingly to discuss a matter of great importance. At this moment, Chu Xiang sits at the head of the hall, his expression dark and foreboding. It is then that Chu Liang speaks up. According to the decision made by the family patriarch and the esteemed elders, effective immediately, Chu Xiong is relieved of his duties as the family head. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong lets out a cold snort and gazes at Chu Liang and Chu Song, saying, "Second brother, third brother, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Chu Luo smiled and said, "Elder brother, do you truly intend to continue supporting that good-for-nothing Northern King?" Chu Xiong replied, "In light of the Northern King's remarkable achievements in the Northern County, how can you still deem him a worthless individual? Moreover, you even suggest he has colluded with outsiders to usurp the position of our family head. You are leading the Chu family into an irretrievable abyss." Chu Luo retorted, "Brother, ask yourself sincerely, do you genuinely believe the Northern King can assemble 50,000 heavy cavalry in such a short span? Are you really misguided, or merely feigning ignorance? It is evident that the Northern King is merely a pawn of the Summer Emperor, and those 50,000 heavy cavalry are the Emperor's hidden trump card. Yet, here you are, placing your hopes in a mere piece on the chessboard. Who, then, is truly leading the Chu family into an irretrievable abyss?" Initially, upon hearing that the Northern King had triumphed over 300,000 barbarian troops, the members of the Chu family believed he had merely been feigning incompetence. Some factions, aligned with the 8th Prince, even contemplated realigning with the Northern King. However, it soon became apparent that the situation was far more complex. The Northern King had scarcely been in the Northern County for long, and given its dire poverty, how could he possibly muster 50,000 heavy cavalry? To believe that these cavalry belonged to him would be sheer folly. The Northern King had been appointed to the Northern County by the Summer Emperor, and now, with the sudden emergence of 50,000 heavy cavalry, it was clear that only one entity within the vast realm of Great Xia possessed the capability to create such a force. Without a doubt, these cavalry were the Summer Emperor's strategic reserve. Not only the Chu family, but all the noble families came to this realization. As if a veil had been lifted from their eyes, they finally comprehended why the Emperor of Xia had the audacity to act against them at this juncture. After all, he commanded an impressive force of 50,000 heavy cavalry. Thus, the rise of the Northern King in the Northern Prefecture, from the perspective of the Chu clan, was not a harbinger of prosperity, but rather a foreboding omen. This signified that the Northern King had become a pawn of the Emperor of Xia, both aligned on the same front. In a bid to definitively sever ties with the Northern King, Chu Liang and Chu Song seized this opportunity to unite with the patriarchs and elders of the Chu family to collectively decide to strip Chu Xiong of his position as head of the family. After all, Chu Xiong was the maternal grandfather of the Northern King. Thus, his removal from leadership was, to some extent, an expression of loyalty to the 8th Prince, signifying that the Chu family had irrevocably pledged allegiance to him. Upon hearing Chu Liang's words, Chu Xiong felt an internal conflict. He found it hard to believe that the Northern King truly possessed 50,000 heavy cavalry, as it defied all logic. However, aligning completely with the 8th Prince implied that the Chu family was preparing to conspire alongside the Wong family. What did this entail? It meant that the Emperor of Xia's wrath would soon be directed at the Chu clan. Although the Emperor had long harbored intentions to suppress the noble families, he had yet to find the opportune moment. However, should they instigate rebellion, the Emperor would be more than ready to respond, as he had been waiting for such a provocation to justify his actions. At this moment, Chu Song remarked with a smile, "Elder brother, calm your temper. You are of an age now From today onwards, you should rest at home and enjoy your retirement, freeing yourself from the burdens of family affairs. This, in fact, would be a boon for you." Upon hearing these words, Chu Xiong let out a cold snort and replied, "If you insist on siding with the Wang family in rebellion, then I shall have no choice but to lead my branch of the Chu family to sever ties with the Chu clan." As soon as Chu Xiong finished speaking, his son, Chu Hongfei, interjected, "Father, why are you being so stubborn? You should at least listen to Uncle Air and Uncle San. I, for one, shall not accompany you in leaving the Chu family. If you choose to depart, then you shall do so alone. I will remain with the Chu family." At his son's words, Chu Xiong almost choked in disbelief. He had only one son, and if he were to abandon the Chu family, he would become utterly isolated. Moreover, where could he possibly go alone? Chu Xiong had not anticipated that his son would speak out in such a manner at this critical moment. Hearing Chu Hongfei's declaration, Chu Liang's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "Elder brother, even Hongfei cannot condone your actions. You may not be aware, but the Wang family has already promised Hongfei that they will soon bring back Chu Yuqin to marry him." Chu Xiong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his son had quickly aligned himself with the Wang family's interests, revealing his true intentions. Rising from his seat, Chu Xiong declared, "Since you all are intent on courting disaster, then you may continue your futile endeavors. From this day forth, I shall no longer concern myself with the affairs of the Chu family." With that, he strode out of the conference hall. Chu Xiong's withdrawal signified the complete unification of the Jiangnan aristocracy, all rallying behind the eighth prince. Henceforth, the entire Jiangnan would be dominated solely by the faction of the eighth prince. A few days later, in the north, Xiao Pingtian glanced back at the endless procession of livestock and couldn't help but sigh. Once they reached Beijun, the Tianling King tribe would cease to exist. At this moment, not only he, but the entire Tianling King tribe was dejected, their spirits profoundly dampened. This sorrow was particularly palpable among the tribal women. Upon hearing the news that the 30,000-strong barbarian army had been defeated in Beijun, resulting in the loss of 200,000 lives, many women fainted on the spot. In the barbarian tribes, the labor of adult men was of utmost importance. Without them, the women would find it exceedingly difficult to survive on the vast, desolate grasslands. Although they later learned that they would be relocating to Beijun, which might offer a slightly better existence than their current life on the prairie, the overall sentiment within the tribe remained deeply melancholic. At this moment, the migrating army of the Tianling King tribe was silently heading southward, with hardly a word spoken along the way. Suddenly, a soldier on horseback approached Xiao Pingtian and reported, "My lord, they have already departed." Hearing this, Xiao Pingtian sighed and responded, "Instruct the others to hasten our migration. We have now entered Beijun, and everyone must exert themselves." They referred to those barbarians unwilling to join Beijun. While most of the barbarians yearned for a better life, some felt that joining Beijun would mean living under someone else's roof, effectively becoming slaves to the Daxia people, and thus, they were reluctant to accompany the southern migration. Xiao Pingtian did not press them, having anticipated such sentiments. Therefore, he left ample supplies for those unwilling to join Beijun, certainly, before their departure. In order to prevent these individuals from reporting to the northern King Ash tribe, Xiao Pingtian simultaneously stationed some observers to monitor them. Now that they had arrived in the northern county, the members of the Tianling King tribe who remained behind finally departed. Even if they attempted to alert the northern King Ash tribe, it would be too late, posing little threat to those who had migrated. At that moment, a soldier rushed frantically before Xiao Pingtian, exclaiming, "My king, something terrible has happened." Observing the soldier's distress, Xiao Pingtian immediately inquired, "What has transpired?" The soldier replied, "My king, the high priest has just drowned himself in the river." Upon hearing this, Xiao Pingtian stood frozen in shock. Once he regained his composure, he urgently demanded, "Where is he now? Take me to him." Guided by the soldier, Xiao Pingtian swiftly arrived at the lifeless body of the high priest. At that moment, the high priest lay on the ground, soaked through, his face pale, clearly deceased. The tribe's elders gathered around the high priest in solemn silence. The high priest, who was traditionally the most conservative figure within the tribe, would have staunchly opposed the migration to the northern county. However, he had cast his vote in favor of joining it. Yet, just as they were about to enter the northern county, he chose to leap into the river to end his life. The northern winds howled against the faces of the onlookers. At that moment, no one spoke, as if they were all in mourning. After an indeterminate period, Xiao Pingtian ordered for the high priest's body to be laid to rest upon the grasslands, and then they continued their journey, no longer lingering. Chapter 144. Sending wives to the men of Beijun. The northern tribes have migrated into Beijun. If they were to be settled directly among the populace of the Great Xia, It could potentially incite conflict between the tribes and the citizens. However, without any interaction, it would be improbable for the tribes to fully assimilate into Great Xia culture. Therefore, Lu Chun proposed a compromise, establishing designated counties for the tribes within Beijing. Of course, every household would require registration and stringent control, but with proper authorization. They would be permitted to enter the cities inhabited by the Great Xia people. Most importantly, the relatives of the captured tribesmen would be allowed to visit them, which brought great joy to the newly arrived women from the tribes. Yet, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Many tribal women, having lost their husbands, found themselves unable to see their men even in the camps for the captured. This situation was particularly prevalent, for the tribes practiced polygamy. And with the sudden loss of 200,000 men, some from the northern Xianwang tribe, but many others as well, the number of widows left in the wake of the Tianlang Wang tribe was staggering. The sudden influx of so many tribal widows was not a favorable development for Beijing. One morning, after a light breakfast, Lu Chun made his way to the study. In recent days, he had frequently visited Yi Liu Nanyan. Although he found great pleasure in her company, Lu Chun did not allow himself to be wholly absorbed by the comforts of her embrace. He continued to fulfill the responsibilities befitting a prince every day. Now, the study in the outer courtyard serves as his office. Typically, upon rising each morning, he engages in a myriad of political affairs within this space. When Lu Chun first arrived in Beijing, he did not perceive the weight of his responsibilities as burdensome. However, in an abrupt turn of events, the matters concerning Beijing multiplied significantly, compelling Lu Chun to remain in the study from dawn until dusk, often consuming his meals there as well. This realization dawned upon him. His subordinates were woefully insufficient, particularly the civil officials. Although Beijing maintained its own administrative framework, the region previously required no reform. Governance was predominantly laissez-faire, with officials idly awaiting their stipends from the court. Now tasked with reforming the entirety of Beijing, Lu Chun first confronted the challenge of a scarcity of officials, followed by the pervasive lack of motivation among them, rendering many of his initiatives impossible to execute promptly. As he surveyed the documents regarding the officials on his desk, he furrowed his brow. The world is rife with corruption, despite Beijing's impoverishment. There remained ample opportunities for graft among these officials. They not only embezzled but also neglected their duties, rendering them no different from mere idlers. A thorough cleansing was imperative. At that moment, a maid's voice echoed from outside the study. "My lord, Minister Li and Minister Mo have arrived." Lu Chun replied with a measured calmness. "Allow them to enter." As his words fell, the door to the study creaked open, and Li Rue, along with over 20 others, stepped inside. The study now appeared somewhat congested. Typically, feudal lords possessed their own designated chambers for deliberation. However, upon Lu Chun's arrival in Beijing, he initially refrained from engaging in state affairs, spending his days within the northern prince's residence, which consequently led to the absence of a council hall. Li Rue, at first, thought that since the northern prince was indifferent to governance, constructing a council hall for him would be an unnecessary expenditure of silver, and thus, adhering to a philosophy of frugality, he neglected the idea altogether. Yet, Li Rue has since realized that the northern prince is not apathetic to his responsibilities. Rather, he merely awaits the opportune moment. It is certain that significant actions will soon unfold, and Li Rue's previous nonchalant attitude will no longer suffice, lest he risk losing his position as the governor of the county. Upon entering the study, everyone immediately bowed and greeted Lu Chun, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the prince, wishing him longevity for 1,000 years." Lu Chun nodded slightly and then addressed the assembly. "State your matters." One at a time. Unlike the chaotic court of the capital, Lu Chun's small court currently exhibits a semblance of order, allowing for discussions without the incessant buzzing reminiscent of flies. At this juncture, Li Rue stepped forward and stated, "Your Highness, as the affairs of Beijing continue to multiply, the study of the northern prince's residence has become ill-suited for political discussions. It is time to construct a council hall. In the Great Xia, the vassal princes wield considerable power. Despite their territories nominally belonging to the Great Xia, they possess nearly absolute authority. The lands governed by these princes are referred to as fiefdoms, and each prince maintains his own administrative team along with a dedicated council hall. Previously, Lu Chun's disinterest in governance rendered the existence of a deliberation space irrelevant. However, the situation has now changed. As their administrative staff expands, so too do the matters at hand. It is inconceivable that they should continue to convene in such a cramped study, with merely 20 individuals. The room has already become inadequate. Should the aides or officials under the Northern King increase in number, discussions of state affairs would necessitate standing in the courtyard. This is certainly untenable. Upon hearing Li Rui's remarks, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, "Very well, I shall delegate this task to Lord Li." Li Rui promptly bowed, affirming, "Indeed, Your Highness." Subsequently, he returned to his position. Lu Chen continued, "By the way, the council hall should ultimately be constructed adjacent to the Northern King's residence, ensuring it is not too distant." Li Rui assured, "Rest easy, Your Highness. When we initially erected the Northern King's manor, we reserved a site for the council hall right beside it." Hearing this, Lu Chen refrained from questioning why Li Rui and the officials of the Northern County had not constructed the council hall at that time. It was likely that they deemed it unnecessary, thus neglecting to provide a venue for political deliberation. Lu Chen chose not to dwell on such matters and inquired further, "Does anyone else have any concerns?" At this moment, Mu Chantian stepped forward and addressed, "Your Highness, the number of howitzers has dwindled significantly, and the soldiers in the artillery battalion find themselves with little to occupy their time, even struggling to engage in training. I propose that we disband the artillery battalion and redistribute the howitzers among the regular forces." The artillery had only 1,000 rounds of ammunition left. After the battle in the Waning River Valley against the Barbarian forces, virtually all the shells had been expended. Mu Jingwu, responsible for the artillery battalion, was uncertain whether Lu Chen still possessed any rounds. They were even hesitant to conduct live-fire training, fearing that if they exhausted their remaining shells, they would be left utterly defenseless. Mu Jingwu pondered that if they had indeed run out of ammunition, maintaining a battalion of 10,000 artillerymen would be rather wasteful. It would be more prudent to redistribute these soldiers to other battalions. Thus, he instructed Mu Chantian to broach the subject of the artillery battalion with Lu Chen, to ascertain his thoughts on the matter. Upon hearing Mu Chantian's words, Lu Chen fell into contemplation for a moment. This was indeed a pressing issue. They currently lacked the capability to manufacture howitzers, although the rewards from the system had aided him in overcoming the crisis in Beijing once the ammunition was depleted. If the system did not provide further rewards, these howitzers would languish unused. The mere thought of this caused Lu Chen to furrow his brow slightly. It was at this moment that he remembered his women had not conceived in quite some time. His system was one of abundant progeny, granting richer rewards only when they became pregnant or gave birth. In truth, he had not been idle during this period. He had been laboring almost every night. Of course, the reason Mu Zixuan and the others had not conceived sooner was primarily because they had recently given birth. Lu Chen had intentionally exercised restraint, choosing not to allow them to become pregnant again, as he feared it might adversely affect their health. Although his rejuvenating abilities could assist them in recovering from injuries, the act of giving birth remained shrouded in uncertainty. Who could say for certain that there would not be irretrievable losses? Thus, Lu Chen maintained a certain restraint in this regard. In contrast, Wongqing by Qingqing and the recently arrived Yel Nanyan received exceptional care from him. For instance, since Yel Nanyan had entered the Wong residence, Lu Chen devoted several hours daily to her well-being. His expressions shifted continuously as he pondered deeply, concluding that this approach was untenable. Wongqing by Qingqing and Yel Nanyan were all warriors. The first issue at hand was that it was not easy for warriors to conceive. Furthermore, warriors possessed the ability to circulate their energy and expel impurities from their bodies. It could be said that if the three women did not wish to bear his children, he could not compel them otherwise. Thus, should he now redirect his focus to his princess and the other children? Noticing Lu Chen's prolonged silence, Mu Chantian continued, "Your Highness, if you still possess ammunition for the howitzer, there is no need to disband the artillery battalion. However, I believe we cannot allow them to remain idle every day." Mu Chantian contemplated that the Northern King might be deliberately withholding the ammunition, for such a terrifying weapon of mass destruction possessed immense destructive power. The consequences of targeting the Northern Wong residents with a single shot were too grave to contemplate. Such a formidable weapon undoubtedly needed to remain under the Northern King's control. Lu Chen replied, "General Mu, let us set the matter of the artillery battalion aside for now. Does anyone else have pressing concerns?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Chantian refrained from further comment. "Yes, Your Highness." With that, Mu Chantian returned to his designated position. At that moment, Qin Yushan stepped forward and spoke, "Your Highness, the barbaric tribes of the Tianlang King tribe have entered Beijing. According to your plan, General Xiao has arranged for them to settle in the 6 counties of Beijing. However, General Xiao has raised a concern he wished to convey to you. With the sudden demise of over 100,000 men from the tribes, there are now numerous widows among them. If each widow were to construct a home, it would necessitate the building of double the originally estimated number of houses. Moreover, these barbarian women are unfamiliar with the ways of Daxia and lack knowledge in agriculture, which poses a significant challenge to their survival. General Xiao hopes that your highness can devise a solution to address the plight of these widows. Upon hearing this concern, Chen immediately replied, I have also been contemplating a resolution to this issue. Since you are all present today, I encourage you to engage in discussion and see if a suitable solution can be reached. As soon as Chen finished speaking, the astute Li Rue quickly interjected. Your Highness, the people of Beijun are impoverished, and many single men have been unable to find brides. The barbarian women, known for their resilience and hard work, would certainly be appealing to these bachelors. Perhaps we could consider distributing the widows among the single men of Daxia. This approach would not only alleviate the difficulties faced by the impoverished citizens of Beijun in finding wives, but also provide a means of survival for the barbarian widows. As soon as Li Rue's words fell, Mu Xingping interjected, My lord Li, your idea is indeed commendable. However, the resentment that the common folk of the Great Xia harbor towards the barbarian tribes is deeply rooted. Would they truly be willing to marry the widows of these tribes? Upon hearing this, Li Rue chuckled and replied, Commander Mo, you are unaware of the hunger of the famished. Those bachelors, having remained single for too long, would find even a heifer alluring. How could they possibly care whether their brides are of barbarian descent? Furthermore, the appearance of barbarian women bears little distinction from that of our own. Why would they not marry them? Mu Xingping found himself at a loss for a rebuttal to Li Rue's assertion, thus opted for silence. At this juncture, Chen spoke up. Lord Li's approach is quite astute. I share a similar intention. I wonder if any of you have alternative suggestions? As he surveyed the other individuals in the study, he noted a complete lack of further discourse. Chen felt somewhat exasperated. Among the 20 or so individuals present, only Li Rue and his two subordinates could be considered civil officials. The rest were all military commanders. It would be impractical to govern the northern county with military might alone. Chen continued, Since no one has presented any other opinions, we shall proceed with this decision. Additionally, to encourage the common people of the northern county to take barbarian widows as wives, I shall, in a few days, take Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyo as my concubines. Hearing this, Mu Tian expressed his concerns, saying, Your Highness, should you choose to wed barbarian women as concubines, it is highly likely to provoke discontent within the court. Mu Tian, having served in the capital for several decades, possessed an astute understanding of the court's dynamics. Should Chen proceed with his intentions, a plethora of ministers would undoubtedly rise to impeach him. The officials in the capital would lament that the northern prince, being of royal blood, should not take a woman of barbarian descent as his consort, particularly one who is a widow, as it would tarnish the dignity of the imperial family. Upon hearing Mu Tian's remarks, Chen offered a faint smile and replied, The court will surely disapprove of my actions in the northern prefecture, yet in the coming months, they shall be too preoccupied to concern themselves with my endeavors there. In an instant, Mu Tian grasped the implication. The Xia emperor was poised to take decisive action against the aristocracy. The ministers, being inextricably linked to the powerful families, would find themselves too embroiled in the impending turmoil to give much thought to the northern prince's activities. Chen then declared, Very well, this matter is settled. Let us move on to the next. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the assembly, ultimately resting on Wen Renlai and Xinyuan Chen. General Xinyuan, I wonder if you have conveyed my previous words to Dayu City. Are the citizens of Dayu City willing to relocate to the northern prefecture? Chapter 145. Was it all merely my own delusion? Presently, the remnants of Dayu in the north number approximately 500,000, a figure bestowed upon Chen by the system. However, these citizens harbor their own sentiments. While they are unwaveringly loyal to their northern prince, they may not be inclined to leave the lands their ancestors have inhabited for generations. After defeating the celestial Wongqing, Chen immediately conveyed his thoughts to the two Black Knights, Xinyuan Chen and Wen Renlai, hoping they would communicate his intentions to the citizens of Dayu City. If the 500,000 citizens were willing to relocate to the northern county, the development of the wasteland there would become significantly easier. Upon hearing Chen's inquiry, Xinyuan Chen stepped forward and said, Your Highness, I have relayed your message to the people of Dayu City. However, to my knowledge, the majority are reluctant to leave. Furthermore, I believe it is unnecessary for your Highness to relocate the citizens of Dayu City, as your territory will eventually extend much further into the northern lands, and Dayu City will guard every inch of the northern territory for you. Listening to Xinyuan Chen's words, Chen pondered for a moment. Xinyuan Chen made a valid point. He had already intended to incorporate the northern lands into his fiefdom, with Dayu City serving as a frontier fortress. Since it would be his territory, it naturally required guardianship. And the terrain of Yan'an Mountain, where Dayu City was situated, was defensible and challenging to assault, making it an excellent location for troop deployment. Consider this. The vast population of the Great Xia, exceeding 10 million, could only yield 20,000 heavy cavalry, while Dayu City, with its population of 500,000, possessed 50,000 heavy cavalry. Although the Great Xia maintained hundreds of thousands of regular troops, which Dayu City could not rival. The fact that Dayu City could cultivate 50,000 heavy cavalry already attested to its considerable military potential. After much contemplation, Chen ultimately decided against relocating the 50,000 populace to the northern county. Instead, he resolved to allow them to remain in Dayu City, intending to dispatch troops to garrison the city and secure the entire northern region. While Chen was in deep thought, when Renlai stepped forward and remarked, "Your Highness, I have heard that you plan to construct a direct road linking Yin City with all the counties and towns of the northern county. I believe that since Dayu City is already under your dominion, and its citizens are your subjects, a direct road should also be established to connect Dayu City. With this road, the soldiers of the northern county will be able to swiftly reach Dayu City, thus placing the entire northern region firmly within your grasp." Chen pondered this and replied, "General Wen Ren's proposal is commendable. I shall adopt it. If we are to treat Dayu City as a military stronghold, it is imperative to construct a direct route to it. This road will enable me to rapidly deploy troops to the northern region. Moreover, it will foster communication between the citizens of Dayu City and those of the northern county, ensuring that Dayu City no longer remains isolated." He then declared, "Very well. Let us conclude this discussion. Does anyone else have matters to address?" At this moment, Qin Yushan once again stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, currently, the major dynasties are frequently mobilizing troops, and Dayue has stationed 200,000 soldiers along the border with the northern county. However, the intelligence from the Jinyui has become outdated, preventing us from promptly discerning the movements of the various dynasties. I believe it is time to expand the Jinyui. We should recruit more operatives to infiltrate the other dynasties and gather intelligence. The 5,000 members of the Jinyui, if tasked solely with gathering intelligence within the boundaries of the Great Xia, would encounter no significant challenges. However, when it comes to procuring information from other dynasties or nations, the endeavor becomes rather arduous. A crucial obstacle lies in the fact that the languages and scripts of various countries may not be mutually intelligible. If the Jinyui from Great Xia were to venture into foreign realms, they would likely struggle to comprehend the spoken words of others, rendering intelligence collection nearly impossible." Chen remarked, "This matter should be discussed privately with Commander Qin later. For now, let us set it aside." The Jinyui, after all, was a formidable tool in Chen's hands, and he intended to keep discussions regarding it away from public scrutiny to avoid instilling fear, particularly among those like Li Rue, who were not summoned through his system. In response to Chen's words, Qin Yushan promptly affirmed, "Yes, Your Highness." With that, he retreated to his designated position. Chen then inquired, "Are there any other matters to address? If not, we shall conclude today's assembly." The assembly responded in unison, "We take our leave, Your Highness. May you live for thousands of years." Subsequently, the attendees departed from the study, leaving only Qin Yushan behind. For the next half hour, Chen and Qin Yushan deliberated on the expansion of the Jinyui. Meanwhile, in a courtyard of the Northern King's residence, two exquisite women sat in a pavilion, observing those who were about to leave the premises. This area was not part of the inner court, allowing them a clear view of the officials from the northern prefecture as they exited Chen's study. In the northern county, the Xianyue Palace holds little significance. Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun have lingered there for quite some time, yet Chen Wanrong has been unable to bestow a love talisman upon Chen. At this moment, Lin Wanyun remarked, "Palace Master, it seems the Northern King has forgotten about us. They have resided in the Northern King's residence for an extended period, and aside from an initial conversation, the Northern King has not engaged with them further. Through their prolonged observation within the confines of the Northern King's residence, they have discerned Chen's daily routine. He rises early and busies himself in the study, occasionally venturing out to inspect the military developments. As the day wanes, he randomly retreats to the chamber of one of his wives or concubines, thus concluding his day. This pattern renders it increasingly improbable for Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanan to intersect paths with Chen, despite their presence in the Northern King's residence. Chen can either be found in the study or in the inner quarters with his wives, and as mere guests, they cannot simply intrude upon his study. The crux of the matter lies in their inability to find an excuse to interact with him. Moreover, it is worth noting that the Northern King has not personally sought them out. Logically, given his evident fondness for beauty, demonstrated by his nightly endeavors to cultivate affection with his women, one would expect him to be drawn to Chen Wanrong, a woman of unparalleled beauty. Yet, remarkably, he appears utterly unmoved. Chen Wanrong even begins to question her own allure. Had there been no intersection with Chen, How could she possibly cast her love curse? Observing the imminent internal strife within the great Xia, it presented the perfect opportunity to confront the Xia Emperor. If the dragon suppression spell was not urgently crafted, they would miss the chance to eliminate him. At this moment, Chen Wanrong softly declared, "We can no longer afford to wait." Lin Wanyun instantly grasped Chen Wanrong's intent. She intended to proactively seek out Lu Chun. However, this was hardly an advisable course of action. Lin Wanyun replied, "Mistress, if you personally approach the Northern King, he may very well take precautions against you. Instead, I propose to leverage my connection with Chu Yuqin to discreetly inquire about the Northern King's recent activities. If he faces insurmountable challenges, our Xianyue Palace could offer assistance, thereby potentially bridging the distance between us and the Northern King." At this juncture, both women understood that despite the Northern King's lecherous nature, he was certainly not devoid of intellect. His desires were governed by reason. If he were truly inclined to pursue every beautiful woman, he would not have refrained from approaching them for such a prolonged period. Clearly, the Northern King was wary of them. Thus, their task was straightforward, to diminish his wariness regarding themselves and Xianyue Palace. Only then would Chen Wanrong have the opportunity to genuinely approach the Northern King and administer the love curse. Otherwise, even if they remained within the Northern King's estate, they would wield no influence. Upon hearing Lin Wanyun's suggestion, Chen Wanrong contemplated for a moment before responding, "Very well, we shall proceed as Aunt Lin has advised." It is evident that they can no longer afford to wait. They must take the initiative to seek opportunities to approach Lu Chun. As evening descended, Lu Chun, having concluded a day of labor, rose from his chair and stretched leisurely, preparing to head to the main courtyard for dinner. Just as he was departing from the study, he noticed, bathed in the crimson glow of the sunset, two beautiful women, hand in hand, engaged in lively conversation. Observing Chu Yuqin and Lin Wanyun chatting, a subtle smile graced Lu Chen's lips, for it appeared that the two celestial beings from Xianyue Palace could no longer contain their eagerness. He then cast a glance at Lin Wanyun's affections towards him. The sentiment had surpassed 90, indicating that he could proceed to the next step. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen made his way towards Lin Wanyun and Chu Yuqin. As he approached, he smiled gently and inquired, "Aunt Lin, Aunt Chu, what delightful conversation occupies your time?" Upon seeing Lu Chun, Lin Wanyun's heart leaped with joy. At last, she had the chance to converse with the Northern Prince. She quickly responded, "I pay my respects to His Highness." Lu Chun immediately replied, "Oh, Aunt Lin, I have already addressed you as Aunt. There is no need for formalities in the royal residence." The Northern Prince's manner does not adhere to such rigid customs. Lin Wanyun insisted, "That cannot be. One must not neglect propriety. You are a prince, and it is only right for me to pay my respects." Lu Chen countered, "Aunt Lin, your words wound me a tad. You are the sister of my mother's sworn sisterhood, and I regard you as family, yet you perceive our bond as distant. Am I merely being overly sentimental?" At this, Lin Wanyun paused, momentarily taken aback. She did not anticipate that the Northern Prince would utter such words. At that moment, Chu Yuqin cast a lingering glance at Lu Chun, dismissing any notion that he truly regarded Lin Wanyun as an aunt. Reflecting on their interactions, it was evident that this mischievous lad often took liberties with her, making it implausible for him to genuinely perceive her as an aunt. Given that she, who had lived alongside Lu Chun for many years, was treated in such a manner, it was inconceivable that he would treat Lin Wanyun any differently. However, Chu Yuqin refrained from interjecting at that moment. Upon regaining her composure, Lin Wanyun remarked, "It is the fault of this humble woman for lacking understanding and failing to appreciate the prince's goodwill. Henceforth, while residing in the royal residence, I shall no longer proffer my respects to the prince." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and replied, "That is precisely the right approach. Additionally, there is no need to refer to yourself as this humble woman any longer. Simply calling yourself aunt will suffice." Lin Wanyun felt somewhat at a loss. Unlike Chu Yuqin, although she was a close companion of Lu Chen's mother, she had not shared decades of camaraderie with him. The abrupt suggestion to address him as aunt left her feeling rather embarrassed. Nonetheless, since Lu Chun had expressed it so, she steeled herself and responded, "Very well, aunt understands." Lu Chun then inquired, "By the way, Lin Aunt, are you and Miss Chen adjusting well to life in the royal residence? Is there anything you lack? If there is anything amiss, do not hesitate to inform the servants." Lin Wanyun replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Miss Chun and I have settled quite comfortably in the Northern Prince's residence. The servants here are quite kind to us, and we find ourselves lacking for nothing." Lu Chen remarked, "That's good." At that moment, Chu Yuqin interjected, "Chener, I just discussed with your Aunt Lin about her becoming a guard in the inner court." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Lin Wanyun with a smile and inquired, "Aunt Lin, as a member of the Xianyu Palace. Would serving as my inner court guard pose any issues for you? Lu Chen discerned that this was the second time the Xianyu Palace had tested him. Should he permit Lin Wanyun, an elder of Xianyu Palace, to assume the role of his inner court guard, it would signify his acceptance of the Xianyu Palace. After all, the inner court of the Wongfu was his most intimate space and a place he called home. Once he allowed someone from Xianyu Palace into the inner court of the North Wongfu, their collaboration could fully commence. Lin Wanyun quickly responded, "It won't affect me at all. The palace master has noticed a considerable influx of unwelcome guests in Yin City recently, most of whom are drawn to the North Wongfu, and specifically to you, my lord. Since we reside in the North Wongfu, we should contribute to its security." Lu Chen displayed an innocent smile and said, "Miss Chen, I am delighted to hear such thoughts. Very well, henceforth. The safety of the North Wongfu shall be entrusted to Aunt Lin and you, Aunt Chu." Seeing Lu Chen's agreement, Lin Wanyun felt a surge of excitement. They had finally made progress. This development would facilitate their future interactions with the North Wong. Furthermore, Lu Chen's decision to appoint her as an inner court guard signified his acceptance of the assistance from Xianyu Palace. It appeared that their palace master would soon have the opportunity to connect with Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen remarked, "Very well. I shall not intrude upon your conversation any longer. I am off to dine." Lin Wanyun promptly responded, "Understood, Your Highness, take care." Lu Chen then made his way directly to the main courtyard. Meanwhile, Mu Zixuan and the two little Zhou siblings were already cradling their children, eagerly anticipating Lu Chen's arrival. Upon seeing his three beautiful wives and the infants nestled in their arms, a smile once again graced Lu Chen's face. After a long day of toil, the comforting sensation of having loved ones awaiting him at home was truly delightful, especially when those loved ones were three enchanting wives.